Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of the prodigal son of the Ming Dynasty right here on GMT Recap. Lately, every square meter seems to have 10 time travelers, with the rest being devoted to self-proclaimed woodbuds. Our protagonist, also swept up in the trend, promptly embarks on a time travel journey to the Ming Dynasty. He finds himself coerced into assuming the role of the debauched playboy Fong Jiua, with no system or magnificent master in sight. Here, he's even labeled as a lunatic, wreaking havoc wherever he goes, much to the chagrin of his ancestors. Refrain from outing oneself, and one risks being diagnosed with a severe case of lunacy, with towering figures taking it upon themselves to administer physical therapy. Thus, to avoid being branded insane, our protagonist masquerades as a troublemaking scion, simultaneously wreaking havoc and amassing wealth. With each step, he alters the course of history, all within the confines of a tale where entertainment reigns supreme and historical accuracy takes a back seat. This narrative has been meticulously reviewed and edited, with no connection whatsoever to Vietnamese history. Now, let us join our protagonist on his time-traveling escapades. Suddenly, amidst the swirling vortex of time, he exclaims, "Damn it!" Doubt creeps in. Could this be something other than time travel? He scans his surroundings, noting the attire and decor, nothing resembling a movie set. He's certain now, he has indeed traversed time, with the enigmatic figure with two dots for eyes serving as his guide through this ink-saving ancient world. He's suddenly jolted at the inscription by Luo Quan, a prominent calligrapher of the Ming Dynasty era. The furniture and design, reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty era, stirred his curiosity. He pondered, could this be the reign of Emperor Ming? This was an era ripe with drama, surpassing even the most riveting television shows of China. Society was in decline, the aftermath of the previous emperor's departure leaving chaos in its wake, corruption among officials, rampant villainy, an empty treasury, and a disillusioned populace. It wasn't until the reign of Emperor Ming Xiaozong Zhuyutang that stability was briefly restored, later referred to by historians as the Reign of Stability. During the prosperous reign of stability, Fong Jiua, having grasped the state of affairs, felt emboldened. Though the current emperor may be revered as a saintly figure, history reveals numerous challenges. As a passionate youth and a time traveler, I cannot afford to remain inconspicuous. The opportunity for prominence has arrived. Observing Fong Jihua's enthusiasm, the perplexed youth with two eyes inquired, "What opportunity for development do you speak of?" Mistaking his young master's fervor for delirium, attendants were summoned. Fong Jihua, bewildered by the sudden interruption, turned to find towering figures looming over him before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. They wanted to perform acupuncture as per the royal physician's advice, but in reality, it was physical therapy, not acupuncture. As the large shadows lunged towards him, Fong Jihua lost control of his speech and exclaimed, "Damn it!" At that moment, the royal physician took out an acupuncture needle and said, "Fong Jihua's condition is indeed a brain disorder. You cannot hide the illness out of fear of medicine. There, baby, just one prick and all will be well, it's just like an ant bite." Fong Jihua was pinned down to the ground by several youths. He hurriedly shouted that he was not ill, but throughout history, which madman has ever admitted his madness? The royal physician looked at him firmly and said, "This is the very symptom. Young master, try to endure a little. My acupuncture method is passed down from my ancestors, it treats ailments and even in the absence of disease, it strengthens the body. Indeed, my family has been curing rare diseases for 3 generations. Young master, stay still, here comes the needle." After the needle was inserted, another needle seemed to have been added to Fong Jihua's head. He screamed in agony, "Damn it, this is clearly an assassination, what treatment, asshole?" The old royal physician appeared very dangerous and said, "A brain as rotten as bean curd cannot be cured. I am merely controlling the illness temporarily with ancient remedies, whether he recovers or not depends on the young master's fate." The youth Dang anxiously said, "It's all up to you, sir. The young master is the sole heir of the third master, we must save him by any means necessary." The old man stroked his beard in agreement. Subsequently, our brother collapsed, foaming at the mouth. It seemed he hadn't managed to do anything before being struck by this state, leaving one to wonder which world he had prepared to teleport to next. Having just arrived, he started foaming at the mouth, and just a month later, the main character in another story was about to face the Emperor, while he still lay flat on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages, looking utterly miserable. He really wanted to kick that old man and call him an asshole, but after a month of experiencing swords, spears, maces, axes, all sorts of weapons, he realized that the original owner of this body was Fong Jingxing, the only son of the great Ming Southern Flower III, from the Fong family. This title of count had been won during the Jingnan campaign, awarded to him by Yan Wang Zhu as a permanent stipend. And the original master of this body was the worst, most destructive of the capital's scoundrels, truly a compounder of crimes. After fully understanding the background of the character brain as rotten as bean curd, which couldn't be more accurate, our brother also realized why the statement "a real man does what he wants" was deemed indicative of a rotten brain. Because the original owner of the body was an utter scoundrel. Therefore, he secretly resolved not to be regarded as having a rotten brain. He had to act in a way that fit the previous image. He had to portray Fong Jiua better than Fong Jiua himself. Going dark, the best villain character award definitely belongs to him. After that, a maid came to serve breakfast for Fong Jiua and said, "Young master, wake up." Fong Jiua, still drowsy, asked, "What time is it now, waking up so early?" The youth then revealed a devilish face and said, "What do you mean, what time?" This intimidating demeanor would scare a demon, let alone a young girl. She teared up and said, "The sun is already high." Fong Jiua looked at the girl and silently thought, "Sorry, but now I'm a trap boy." But once the blood of mischief is in, it's hard to resist. Fong Jiua went from a clueless trap boy to a creepy trap boy and said, "So you're Xiao Xiang, huh? You've grown up, let me check." Deng Deng looked shocked, forgetting that Fong Jiua had no eyes, and said, "Young master, you are a martial arts genius, your nature is unchanging, we humble servants admire you, truly." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua quickly kicked him to shut his mouth. Who did this guy think he was? Even the most handsome, well-designed, and beloved man by women wouldn't dare claim to be a martial arts genius. What nonsense! Deng Deng got kicked and his face adjusted, cheeks injected with filler, eyes double-lidded, basically his face was so ugly it was unbearable to look at. Feeling a bit annoyed, Fong Jiua said, "Sorry about that, you kicked too hard earlier. If it doesn't fit the image, how can I give up treatment?" Next, it seemed like Deng Deng had been kicked too many times, his brain was damaged just like the owner's. But he cheerfully said, "Then the young master is cured. I'm so happy for you, I could cry." For a while after, the royal physician regularly came to check on Fong Jihua's condition, just waiting for any slip-up to stick him with needles. Fong Jihua was infuriated, "You old fool, I'm already healed, why are you still taking my pulse? Get lost." The physician hurriedly fled. "Congratulations on your full recovery, young master, I'll take my leave." Deng Deng was also thrilled, finally, the young master's brain is back to normal. And Fong Jihua quietly rejoiced, "That's a relief, no need for acupuncture anymore." But he couldn't shake off the feeling of discontent, having to pretend to be such a spendthrift. So, Fong Jihua steeled his resolve, a real man must undertake great endeavors. "Come on, Deng Deng, let's take a stroll around the mansion." "Yes, young master." And with that, our lad got dressed, in his stylish green attire, hair meticulously groomed, fan in hand, naturally handsome without any adjustments, and said, "Let's go." Fong Jihua, at this point, was astonished by the vast expanse of the estate, muttering, "Damn it, there must be at least 50 acres. He strolled through interconnected rooms, the main hall, front courtyard, back garden, warehouse, woodshed, each containing more than 10 rooms. He stroked his chin and assessed, 10 points, but a bit old-fashioned and overly ornate. So, he came up with the most extreme idea to lie about his illness, blaming it on the old house. Therefore, he decided to renovate the mansion. Deng Deng, upon hearing this, startled himself, hastily adjusting his hat and saying, "The young master is right, but where's the logic? Renovations cost a fortune." Fong Jihua thought Deng Deng was just trying to swindle him, saying, "This is the Manhwa mansion, the wealthiest in the city, and we're still short on cash?" But Deng Deng wasn't deceiving him, he explained. The fields in the estate encompass thousands of acres, but ultimately they're all for agricultural produce. Although the third master has honor and generosity, there's not much actual silver, it's mostly Ming Dynasty paper currency, you see. Fong Jiua then recalled that the Ming Dynasty had paper currency, but unfortunately, there was too much printed, so it wasn't worth much. Thanks to years of immersion in historical economics and watching palace dramas, Fong Jiua understood the contemporary economic situation. Land is valuable, but the majority of the wealthy landlords lease it out to peasants for cultivation, so the primary income is naturally agricultural produce. Although it's all currency, the spending of the Manhwa by state is extensive, and you can't rely solely on how much is recorded in the books. Never expected things to turn out like this. Fong Jiua seethed, making money is so difficult, what's the best course of action? Suddenly, a spark of thought ignited in Fong Jiua's mind after rewinding the reel of historical records. He remembered from the local history of Tongzhou that, half a month from now, there would be over 10 sunk ships carrying ebony wood in Bay Tongzhou, coupled with the increasing reverence for ebony wood during the Huang dynasty. Therefore, prices were continuously skyrocketing like real estate, reaching unprecedented levels. According to Fong Jiua's calculation, more than 10 ships sinking at once meant a significant shortage of ebony wood in the market in the future. Speculating on ebony wood was a brilliant idea. He turned to Deng Deng and asked, "How much silver is left in the mansion?" Deng Deng looked at him suspiciously, thinking he might be planning something, and furrowed his brow. "Just a few hundred taels." Fong Jiua exclaimed, "WTF?" He couldn't believe it was so little, thinking, is this scenario to make me sell the family land? This heartless act would only be perpetrated by a villain. Wait, am I the villain here? Well, might as well play the role. What's there to fear if I'm already the villain? He immediately ordered Deng Deng, "Summon the steward and the accountant here, I want to see them in 10 seconds. Deng Deng complied, "Yes, young master." True to his word, 10 seconds later, the steward and accountant rushed in as if their lives depended on it. With a mad dog like Fong Jiua in the house, no wonder they hurried. Both of them panted heavily, clasping their hands, and asked, "Young master, what are your orders?" Fong Jiua now sat with his legs crossed and said, "How much land does the mansion have, steward?" Outside the city, there are 2,370 plots of land. Additionally, there are several mountains and thousands of plots of land. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua couldn't help but smirk mischievously. He immediately ordered, "Bring all of the Fong family's land to me. Sell half if it's little, sell it all if it's much. Do you understand? Sell every last plot of land, WTF." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more slots were directly added to the ledger. The bystanders panicked and exclaimed, "Quick, get the heart medicine, hurry up." Our Fong Jiua retorted, "Stop pretending like this, trying to deceive me? Hurry up and get to work, whoever doesn't move fast, I'll deal with them." So, these individuals ran faster than the wind. If there's anything faster, it's the speed at which this young man demolishes houses. Fong Jiua was feeling extremely pleased with himself. Indeed, the more ruthless I am, the stronger my image becomes. Later, Wang Jinyuan arrived to discuss business with Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua wanted to skip the formalities and get straight to the point about the land. "Do you understand clearly? Do we need to inspect the land?" Wang Jinyuan shook his head hurriedly and waved his hand. How could a mere servant not know about the Fong family's land? Even a single plot of land is worth at least 30 taels, so over 2,000 plots of land would be around 60 to 70,000 taels. Fong Jiua thought to himself, is this guy bluffing or what? Just average and nothing more, better forget about it. He was playing the role of a troublemaker. He couldn't afford for others to see him as too shrewd in business. Otherwise, he'd risk being dragged off for acupuncture by those young men again. Surprisingly, Wang Jinyuan exclaimed loudly, but young master, I never expected Manhwa Mansion to be so exceptional." Suddenly, Wang Jinyuan pointed to the Xingji Qianke painting by Zhao Yuan behind Fong Jiua. "This is an exquisite painting, unexpectedly hung in the hall, truly broadening one's horizons. This is a treasure that money can't buy." Fong Jiua startled himself. If it's sellable, then I'll sell it all. He jokingly embraced Wang Jinyuan's head. You silly fool, you think you can buy everything here? There are plenty of good things you can't even imagine. Slow down, big brother, why so close? Are you trying to flirt, big bro? These three young men were so frightened by this that they trembled with fear and asked with wide eyes, what does young master want to do? Fong Jiua replied eagerly, of course, to sell and make money, the valuable things in this house. Some time later, the old master returned home, and as soon as he arrived, he wanted to see his son. Seeing his serious expression, one would think he wanted to give his son a good scolding, but it turned out he missed his son dearly. Upon hearing that his son had recovered from his illness, the old man wanted nothing more than a warm embrace between father and son. Fong Jiua felt uneasy at this moment. Old man Ba Ding was checking if his son had caused any trouble, but seeing the empty four-walled house like this, he froze for half a century. He held his chest, blood drained from his face, and exclaimed, "Where has my treasure gone, oh?" Then, in a fit of anger, he burst a lung and died. The physician hurriedly woke up old man Ba and said, "The young master has squandered everything for cash. This is not an ordinary matter like daily meals." Old man Ba found it reasonable. That's how it should be, he's my son after all, he'll recover. He remained confident in the family's vast estate. We still have thousands of acres of land, why worry? But before he could settle down, a youth reported, the young master has sold all the land to buy a pile of wood. Old man Ba felt as if he were being sentenced to death for the second time, truly, a curse for 8 generations. Next life, remember to use protective measures, don't let informants ruin everything. Fong Jiua frowned and said, Father isn't a military strategist, his ability to withstand pressure is lacking. The physician wanted to treat old man Ba immediately at this moment, but old man Ba raised his hand to stop him. Let me die, this son's betrayal exceeds imagination. The physician pleaded, don't say that, try to hold on, old man Ba. Fong Jiua's son felt a bit regretful and tightened his grip. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, beloved father, but please hang in there. When the mahogany prices rise, I will definitely redeem it for you. It's unknown whether the old man could endure until his son turned over a new leaf. Meanwhile, in the capital, someone was reciting, existence is all about ruling, reason, ah. The emperor father asked, what reason is this, do you understand any of it? The emperor was infuriated with his son. I'd been reading this book of dialectical argument for half a month, and I only understand 5 characters. This pace of comprehension is an insult even to a tortoise. The emperor cast a judgmental glance. Could it be the fault of the masters, with Qian Su's mansion dedicated to teaching, yet you don't even listen to a single word? The embarrassed prince scratched his head. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. The emperor was nearly driven mad by his son's behavior. You are the crown prince, the future heir to the throne. The prince was about to apologize, but the emperor continued to rap, if you don't read, how can you understand morality? If you don't understand morality, how can you rule the world? Wake up! The prince stammered and stuttered under the scolding, unable to form a coherent sentence. With such a clueless appearance, the nation might perish. Seeing this, the emperor sighed helplessly, stroked the head of his son, spoiled by the empress, and advised him to not be like this in the future, to focus on studying diligently. The prince responded, I will remember, Your Majesty. At this moment, the emperor suddenly remembered that Manhwa Ba, who had quelled the rebellion in Dongbei province, had returned. He wondered, he's already in the capital, why haven't I seen him yet? The courtier promptly replied, it is said that Manhwa Ba is seriously ill. The emperor then sternly asked, what exactly happened? The senior courtier began recounting the misdeeds of Ba Ding's troublesome son. He's the infamous troublemaker in the capital. It was the first time the emperor had heard of such a villain. This is the result of Manhwa Ba's excessive indulgence of his son, leading to. Having said that, the emperor instructed the courtier, arrange for Fong Jiua to participate in the upcoming proofreading exam. If he refuses, compel him. The courtier complied, yes, Your Majesty. The prince, seated aside, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the whole story, which infuriated the emperor even more, who then angrily shouted, almost forgot about this son of mine, I've pampered you too much, copy the arguments of betrayal 20 times for me. The prince cried a river. Truly, the mouth can harm the hand. His cries echoed throughout the palace, accompanied by the sorrowful lament of Ba Ding, Howu, truly regretful for the ancestors and the lineage. Father and son were having their meal together, but the scene was rather peculiar, as the parents were eating with tears streaming down their faces, the father wanting to change the meal because tears had mixed into the rice. Fong Jiua felt helpless, wanting to show filial piety. Father, please don't cry, what's wrong? His father sensed something amiss. You've never called me that before, are you still not recovered? Quickly, call the physician. Fong Jiua nearly rolled his eyes at the unexpected sensitivity of his father. He just wanted to greet his father, not summon the ancestral spirits. Father and son embraced warmly, but Fong Jiua blurted out, "Old man, you'd better calm down, don't call the physician over again, you misheard earlier, I'm fine now." The father, wanting to embrace his son to death, hesitated. "Ah, this is indeed my son, ho ho." After the meal, father and son began to have a heart-to-heart conversation. "Fong Jiua, you're still so childish. Our Fong family has received the protection of our ancestors. You never studied nor practiced martial arts since childhood. I usually don't care about what others say, but sometimes I envy the sons of other officials participating in the proofreading exam. This year's exam is about to start, and I'm considering, if you try your luck, it might be good." But just as he returned, the son had already reported to the newspaper. Hearing the words proofreading exam, Fong Jiua shuddered. It was the aristocratic examination, only passing it could lead to an official position. Otherwise, he could only rely on a bit of hereditary title luck. Fong Jiua looked at his comfortable old man and thought to himself, "You can't be tough at all." He was furious. "Even if you tie me up, you have to tie me up, don't pamper me like this." Suddenly, someone from the palace came. They followed the emperor's order to tie Fong Jiua for the proofreading exam. Truly, talk is cheap. This time it was real. The scene in the palace changed, and the proofreading exam had begun. The examiners opened the proceedings. "Everyone here is of noble lineage, receiving the protection of our ancestors. The proofreading exam will select outstanding talents, akin to our ancestors and soldiers serving in battle, testing your courage." The senior official addressed the entire assembly loudly. "Illuminate the glory of your family." The young men, full of youthful vigor, fervently echoed, immersed in the serious atmosphere, when suddenly a voice piped up, "Hey, hey, hey, tying someone up like that hurts, you know." The examiners wanted to see who dared to disrupt the order here. Suddenly, the entire assembly fell silent, even the examiners looked aged with disbelief. Those around couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing that Jiua was being tied up in jest. Then Fong Jiua was untied to not ruin the solemn scene, leaving everyone blinded, and the examiners, as if holding an 8th-generation grudge against Fong Jiua, wanted to hit him, but restrained themselves, saying, "Out of respect for your ancestors, we'll hold back." But the elders sternly warned Fong Jiua, "Today, I will closely monitor those troublemakers from your house." Fong Jiua grimaced with old bitterness, thinking, "I haven't even started the exam and already being watched like a hawk." Then the examination began. Fong Jiua was given a special seat, with the invigilator sitting squarely in front of him, observing every move, making him feel uncomfortable. He silently lamented, "I didn't expect my master to offend so many villains. This old man looks formidable at first sight, not someone to mess with. It seems I'll have to be careful in my actions and words from now on." Later, the exam question emerged steaming hot from the oven. Why was Dongbei in turmoil? Upon seeing this question, Jiua recalled, since the early Ming Dynasty era, the imperial court has included Dongbei in its map, establishing numerous prefectures and commanderies there, and assigning local governors. However, frequent rebellions in the region have made Dongbei anything but peaceful. Rebels rise up every few days, causing headaches for the imperial court. And this question had become a headache for the emperor's rule. Fong Jiua was determined. He had to seize this opportunity to cleanse this stain. "Here goes," he thought. The speed at which the young man wielded his pen was faster than coding, leaving the invigilator puzzled. How does this guy even know how to write? Others were equally astonished. He's a wizard from Canada. Every word written by Fong Jiua was neat and concise. The invigilator looked on in surprise, wondering if this guy was a hacker. Not satisfied yet, the young man wanted to show off. Watch this, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing. Fong Jiua's writing speed was like lightning. This was better than hitting the nail on the head. The invigilator seemed utterly defeated, his mouth gaping like a fish as he exclaimed, "The fierce momentum in this writing, could this be the troublemaker?" Fong Jiua held the paper confidently in his hand, uttering 2 words, "Submitting now." Indeed, a bit of knowledge made one look handsome. The invigilator appeared surprised. Damn it, this guy's hacking. Seeing this, the other examinees shook their heads in disbelief. It's only been 2 incense sticks worth of time, there's still a long way to go before the end. Others sneered disdainfully, he must have turned in a blank paper, this rotten kid is still the same, probably wants to fail on purpose. Fong Jiua now left cheerfully, fate was determined by the heavens. Later, when he returned home, Deng Deng asked his young master, "Why are you back so soon?" The young man snapped back, "Your idiotic friend, ever heard of submitting early?" So, how did young master respond? Of course, it was 10 points in hand, 0 points on paper. Fong Jiua simply appeared indifferent. After the exams ended, the emperor would review the papers. He paused before one, reading it with such fervor that it seemed like he might run out of ink. He praised, "Whose work is this?" But upon seeing the name Fong Jiua, he was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his skin. How could it be this rotten brat? The pond restoration mentioned in Fong Jiua's paper. The local managers of ethnic minority regions in Dongbei were all landlords, gradually evolving into regional landlords, posing a serious threat to central management. Now, they should be replaced by central delegates to enforce administrative regimes like those at the center. This was a significant reform initiative with a regime-changing nature. It seemed almost copied from Google. No wonder the emperor couldn't believe Fong Jiua could come up with it. The emperor immediately expressed a desire to meet Fong Jiua, to which the courtiers reported, he is currently in Dongchang, the capital. The emperor wanted to dress up and go meet him, to see who this Fong Jiua really was, perhaps a disguised president. The young prince also eagerly requested to accompany his father, but the emperor, feeling powerless against his playboy son, had no shortage of fun but frivolous companions, lacking in education, with their heads filled only with pleasure-seeking. In Dongchang, Fong Jiua was casually fanning himself. Deng Deng reported, "The sandalwood will take a little longer to procure." Fong Jiua almost breathed fire at Deng Deng, "You are truly inconsequential." Deng Deng quickly apologized, "This lowly one will immediately expedite." Fong Jiua was getting used to this character setup. Just as he was feeling triumphant, someone approached him, asking, "Are you Fong Jiua?" Jiua looked skeptically at this person's character. Could it be that I have to be at the mercy of this guy again? But he noticed the eunuch next to him, the one who had tied him up, now bowing respectfully to the elder beside him. A eunuch bowing to a man with a long beard, deducing this extraordinary inference, he quickly bowed his head, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Deng Deng's expression was astonished, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." The emperor stood still, surprised that the speed of recognition was faster than that of an ex-lover's change of heart. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Is pond restoration your answer?" Fong Jiua admitted, "Indeed, it is the answer of this humble servant." The emperor began to analyze Fong Jiua's answer. The power of the landlords in Dongbei, once stripped, may lead to rebellion. Your thinking seems not bad, but the execution presents many problems. Fong Jiua raised 3 fingers, indicating 3 strategies to deal with powerful landlords: either let them rebel and fight to mutual destruction, or lure them into submission to the central authority. Then he clenched his fist and said, "For ordinary folks, we need a different approach. Provide agricultural land, salt, and iron for their livelihoods, establish schools to give them opportunities for government positions, so that the people align with the court. Even if the landlords and gentry want to rebel, no one will listen." So, how could they rebel? After some fake searching on Google, the emperor was persuaded. He thought to himself, "Wow, this is quite sophisticated. This method can work. This kid is really something." He had to look at him differently now. Suddenly, Deng Deng appeared with sandalwood, carrying a large sign that read 100 taels per stick of sandalwood. The emperor, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, "WTF, 100 taels per stick? Is he selling wood or gold?" The emperor was furious. "Are you trying to rely on Manhwa's influence, using coercion and bullying?" Fong Jiua immediately put on a serious face and replied, "Your Majesty, there's no coercion in my business. The price is fixed, and there's no pressure to buy or sell. Are you trying to insult my intelligence? If there's no coercion, who would voluntarily come to you and throw money out the window?" Before he could finish, someone approached wanting to buy sandalwood at 50 taels per caddy. "I'll take as much as you have." The sovereign remained silent, as the buyer, Mr. Wang, seemed exceedingly eager, expressing his desire to purchase everything. At this moment, the sovereign regarded Fong Jiua with a different eye, seemingly foolish yet dangerous, though labeled as a troublemaker, possessing such capabilities, truly a prodigy of another's household. Then, he cast a glance at his own son, unable to contain his anger. Indeed, the pain was incomprehensible, how much turmoil he endured for his son. Despite inviting numerous scholars, his son abandoned his studies and, worse, lied about it. Enraged, he transformed into the boogeyman, thundering, "You dare to play the fool? Write pawn restoration 100 times, no omissions allowed." This exemplified domestic violence, as the furious prince retorted, "Pawn restoration." His son, in panic, cried out, "Fong Jiua harmed me." Meanwhile, Fong Jiua strolled the streets with Deng Deng, convinced that the plump fellow must now regret his actions. Initially bargaining for a business deal, Fong Jiua insisted on 100 units, yet when faced with resistance, settled for 80. However, the other party, a leech, remained adamant, "It's 100 or nothing." Knocked out, the plump man conceded, "All right, I'll take it." Fong Jiua now reveled in his triumph. "Not only did I repurchase all previously sold assets, but I also made a substantial profit. Truly delightful." Suddenly, Deng Deng pointed ahead, where a lively dispute seemed to be unfolding, attracting onlookers eager for drama. The shop owner wished to expel some debtors, but they pleaded to stay for a few days longer. Fong Jiua also joined the scene to eavesdrop and overheard. Originally, there were 4 debtors here, but one fell severely ill. The 3 spent all their travel money on the fellow disciples' treatment, leaving them penniless. With the civil service exam still half a month away, they're at a loss. It's truly a dire situation. Impressed by their sense of righteousness, Fong Jiua thought, "A wounded horse affects the whole carriage, indeed." Yet amidst such sadness, Deng Deng laughed loudly. "Ha, what a laughable situation." Fong Jiua muttered to himself, "What's wrong with this guy? So disrespectful." Though he intended to help, he had to be cautious to maintain his troublemaker persona. Otherwise, that brute Deng Deng might see through his guise and dismiss him as simple-minded. To find assistance, he had to play his role. Thus, Jiua decided to showcase his skills, feigning ignorance to garner attention, and mimicking Deng Deng's foolishness. "Ha, this poor fellow has no money but pretends to be righteous. Quickly leave so I can take the stage." Indeed, those words were quite provocative. People cast their disdainful gazes upon Jiua for his disrespectful remarks, murmuring amongst themselves, "Truly despicable, makes you want to slap him. How dare he speak such cruelty?" The power of the crowd was still significant. Fong Jiua, fearing for his safety, wondered, "Am I going to get beaten up in the middle of the street?" Meanwhile, young Deng Deng, fearing the lack of drama, immediately pointed to his own master's son. "It's my master's son who said it, look over here." Hearing this, Fong Jiua's expression turned perplexed. "WTF, thanks a lot, you idiot." All the mockery was directed at Fong Jiua. "Your household's brat speaks like a scoundrel, makes you want to smack him." Fong Jiua was about to lose his temper, can't even save others but about to get a swollen nose himself. Deng Deng, seeming unfazed by the brewing conflict, shouted, "Ready to throw down?" The youth promptly flaunted his family's status. "I'm from the Manhwa clan, dare you lay a hand on me?" Fong Jiua had to acknowledge the audacity of this shameless fellow, equally dangerous. Indeed, the mention of the Manhwa clan surprised everyone. Fong Jiua had to give Deng Deng credit, this cunning guy knows his way around. He continued his fiery act for a few more moments before saying, "Well, what say you, you three pretending to be good Samaritans, anything to say?" The green-robed scholar, discontented, claimed he had never wronged the young master and hoped for a controlled discourse. However, our lad had lost all restraint, hurling insults like fool and coward, then mocking the poor fellow's intelligence. This verbal martial art was indeed effective, leaving the scholar seething with blood. His friends, aiming to defend their comrade's innocence, retorted, "Young master, do you dare insult cultured individuals?" Fong Jiua nonchalantly responded, "So what, do you want to kneel before me and call me master?" Enraged, the green-robed man cursed, "Despicable, what do you take us for?" Deciding not to play with them anymore, Jiua swiftly offered 2 hot and delicious silver ingots, asking, "Will this suffice?" But being men of learning, the green-robed man criticized, "The young master is too dismissive of us." Jiua simply said, "All right, I'll put it away then." Immediately, the 3 young men kneeled before him, tears streaming down their faces as they muttered, "Student Xiangshan, aka Sha Shen, Student No Yangji, aka Durin, Student Malu and Shan, aka Yuan Yu." With bowed heads, they uttered, "Greetings to the master." Indeed, the power of money, making them quite flexible. Recognizing this, Jiua furthered their development by giving them the silver, remarking, "Here's some silver for you." "It's all rather dull, they say money talks." The 3 men, now tearfully joyful, exclaimed, "Finally, we've been saved." But crossing a long river meant reaching a distant mountain. Fong Jiua then remarked, "With the civil service exam approaching, 3 days from now, you must visit the master's residence for further instruction." This was a joke in all sincerity, my dear brother. All 3 men spat blood as if they'd met their second demise. The green-robed scholar hastily inquired about Fong Jihua's identity, to which he promptly replied, "I am Fong Jiua, remember to find me." As soon as the crowd heard Fong Jihua's name, it was like a conditioned reflex, they all scattered like startled birds, and in no time, the scene was deserted. Fong Jiua puffed his cheeks and remarked, "A disturbance, then they all flee. Truly uncivilized." A while later, Fong Jiua returned home, followed by Deng Deng, who couldn't help but admire him. "Disrespecting people, that's your forte." Our Jiua waved it off, "It's nothing. If I don't carry myself this way, who am I, after all?" The young master must speak with authority. At that moment, a messenger arrived to announce a guest. "The Duke of England invites the young master." Jiua casually replied, "I'm not going." But when the messenger mentioned the Duke of England, Fong Jihua's whole demeanor changed. He silently thought to himself, "Oh damn, he's a big shot with a hot temper. The old adjudicator dares to provoke even the emperor?" He hurried home, and indeed, the red-robed adjudicator, upon seeing him, immediately scolded, "You insolent brat, you don't know how to seek advancement all day. Even in the proofreading exam, you must be supervised. And submitting your work early, how does that make your father feel? The anguish it causes." The adjudicator thundered, "Today, I must teach you some manners and discipline." He lunged forward like an enraged ape, a move that had previously landed Fong Jiua in bed for months. But suddenly, Fong Jiua interjected, "Stop." Taken aback by the sudden halt, the adjudicator's bones rattled as he bellowed in confusion, "What do you want before getting hit?" Fong Jiua then turned to his father with a charming smile, asking, "Father, would you be happy if your son were happy like this?" His father replied with the vast warmth of paternal love, "Happy, very happy." Fong Jiua then turned to the bewildered adjudicator with a smug expression, "You see, my father says he's happy, no suffering at all." The adjudicator couldn't fathom why Fong doted on his son like this, feeling powerless as he tried to awaken the father. If he continues without seeking improvement, he won't achieve anything in the future. It'll be difficult for him even to marry. Isn't the Fong family's prestige at stake? But Fong's father, with a mournful expression, lamented, "I can't bring myself to discipline him." Hearing this, the adjudicator erupted, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Leave this to me to handle. I'll take charge of disciplining this disrespectful son." Jiua looked to the side, seething with anger, muttering, "Damn it, what grudge does he hold against me, this rotten old man?" Finally, Mr. Fong was persuaded. He covered his face and said, "Mr. Zhang, please go easy." Immediately, Mr. Zhang lunged forward as if crazed, ready to strike again, but our Jiua resorted to his old trick, calling out, "Stop!" Mr. Zhang, now visibly annoyed, demanded, "What do you want now, you rotten brat?" Jiua began his rhetoric. In military campaigns, there must be justifiable reasons. "So, what crime has the little scamp committed?" Mr. Zhang countered, "Causing your father worry by not having accomplishments is a grave offense." "How on earth did this old man learn the art of virtual scolding?" "Oh well, since he insists, let's play along. If he wants to fight, let's finish it off." So, with eyes closed and hands outstretched, Jiua surrendered. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang let out a triumphant roar, but suddenly, a royal messenger with a booming voice called out, "Fong Jiua, step forward." Everyone was taken aback. Jihua's father exclaimed, "It's over, it's over." This must be because he angered the emperor. Subsequently, everyone knelt down as the messenger continued, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Manhwa's son, in response to the proofreading exam's essay on pond restoration, has impressed the emperor greatly. Therefore, Fong Jiua is appointed as the chief proofreader, bestowed with a golden belt, and granted an audience." After hearing the news, the two old men hugged each other and exclaimed, "WTF?" Mr. Fong couldn't believe it, tears streamed down his face. It was a mix of exhilaration and incomprehensible emotion. He wondered, is this a dream? It feels like warm light shining upon me. Young Fong Jiua tightened the golden belt around his waist, its glow illuminating his eyes. He felt like a superhero, igniting hope for his entire family. "This is the beacon of hope for the Fong family, shining brightly like the midday sun," he declared. Mr. Zhang found the situation unbelievably absurd. How could such surreal events occur? And with newfound fortune, Fong Jiua was eager to settle scores with Mr. Zhang. He pulled his father aside and said, "Who was just accusing me of being unfilial and lacking ambition?" That was downright humiliating. His father nodded in agreement, "And who said you couldn't find a wife? This is a matter of family honor." What a joke! So, the father promptly slapped Mr. Zhang's face, declaring, "You're right, Mr. Zhang. It's time to discuss the marriage between Fong Jiua and Zhang La. Help me out here. We'll overlook any lowly families." "Much appreciated." Mr. Zhang, overwhelmed, quickly excused himself, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to. We'll discuss this another day." The father looked up, impressed. "Your Qinggong skills are as good as ever. You use it to escape, and you're gone in a flash." After some contemplation, the father felt that with a son as promising as this, he couldn't settle for a less than ideal wife. Suddenly, he remembered there was a princess in the royal court, who was probably no longer young. A bold plan began to form. Jiua looked perplexed, wondering what his father was up to. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the royal officials were surprised to see the crown prince diligently studying at this hour. The king himself lectured his son sternly, "Are you listening? No more frivolity." The prince could only mumble, "Yes," or risk more swollen eyes. The prince inwardly lamented, "I don't know when I'll finish this blasted pond restoration." Then the young man wanted to go visit his beloved pet cricket. His eccentric hobby of raising crickets captivated him, much to the king's annoyance. So, a spanking ensued, leaving the prince with a swollen head and a newfound obedience. The king sighed, "I wonder when he'll ever grow up." Switching scenes back to Jihua's home, he was being helped by the maid Xiang Xiang to change clothes when she informed him, "Your father is waiting for you to have breakfast." At the breakfast table, the father wanted to inquire about his beloved son. "Normally, you're so lazy. Why this sudden high achievement?" It turned out the father had been losing sleep over this matter all night. Despite his joy, his greatest concern was the ancestral legacy of their family. Looking at the empty house, his heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Fong Jiua was eating when he felt his father's old illness acting up again. He intended to ask his father if he could take it easy, but suddenly a servant arrived to announce, "Wang Jindong and Dong Cheng are here to pay respects," and they brought several large carriages. Mr. Fong was startled and asked, "What's going on?" This time, when Wang Jindong arrived, he had brought enough silver. Fong Jiua immediately told his father, "Don't keep going on about the ancestral legacy all day. Everything is settled now, okay? What on earth is going on?" Mr. Wang clasped his hands and said to Fong Jiua, "All the silver has been prepared, but there isn't as much cash, so we've converted all of Fong family's previously sold assets. In addition, there are 30,000 taels of silver, 7,000 taels of gold, land near the outskirts of the capital, paper money, and shops within the capital. Altogether, these are worth at least 130,000 taels, WTF, 130,000 taels." He looked at his son and business partner and inquired, "Your son won't do anything illegal, will he?" Sweating profusely, Jiua explained, "This is all silver from selling munwood. I don't know why they're so keen on buying munwood." His father, also suspicious, realized that 130,000 taels was a significant sum, representing the accumulation of several generations of the Manhwa estate. Even if his son managed to sell only 10 to 20,000 taels worth, it would still be a tenfold increase in assets in the blink of an eye. According to reports, the Fong family's fortune has spread far and wide. Their silver is carried in by others in chests, which is truly unbelievable. Every household is discussing feng shui for changing their lives, with feng shui masters strutting about, carrying tables on their backs like the wind. The season has passed into spring, and everything is filled with the colors of spring. The wealthy have come to pay their respects to their benefactor, dazzled by the light of money. And once Fong Jiua had some money, he also bribed the artist, so the portraits looked more handsome, but the crooked nose remained the same. He then approached the guy in the green robe named Ouyang and said, "You're quite a clown, my friend." The young man listened dumbfounded. Then Fong Jiua remembered the character Ouyang Fong from the Duanjibin series and felt that name was cooler. Ouyang promptly informed him that his father's name was indeed Ouyang Fong. Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh damn, that's embarrassing." And to express their gratitude, the wealthy had prepared dried meat to thank their benefactor, with vegetables symbolizing scholarly success, and lychees representing mental clarity. Fong Jiua summed it up with a touch of sarcasm, "If you're poor, just say it, instead of beating around the bush and giving me a headache. Being uncultured is truly terrifying." But in his heart, Fong Jiua also praised, "The character of these people isn't bad. Teaching them to become talents will definitely benefit me the most in the future." Fong Jiua assumed the role of a stern mentor to his students, focusing on reading and striving hard is important, but most crucially, you need a top-notch mentor to guide you. The wealthy students thought Ming was about to invite a renowned teacher for them, so they eagerly asked, "Where is this teacher?" Fong Jiua promptly replied, "They are as far as the horizon, yet right before your eyes." Upon hearing this, the wealthy students wanted to give up on life altogether. What on earth is this? "Oh dear parents, we are so ungrateful, this is the end." Fong Jiua then took decisive action. "If you behave, you'll be rewarded, if you misbehave, you'll be punished." With the die cast, Ouyang reluctantly accepted his fate. Seeing another muttering, Fong Jiua called him over to check a book, and upon finding it contained disrespectful remarks, Fong Jiua swiftly tore it in half. Ouyang, wide-eyed, asked, "What is the master doing?" He pointed to them, "Strictly forbidden from now on to read such nonsense books." Young Ouyang explained, "This isn't nonsense, it's a book you should read when taking exams." Without further ado, he gave the young man a stick to chew on immediately. The other two young men were startled, and he promptly handed sticks to them too, truly ruthless. Afterward, Fong Jiua clasped his hands behind his back, assuming the posture of an enlightened scholar. "All of this is for the good of my students, they must strive to succeed." Ouyang, his eyes burning with indignation, retorted, "You claim to care, yet what are you doing now?" Immediately, another stick was thrust straight into his mouth, causing his lips to swell. Ouyang wanted to call his parents to complain. Fong Jiua, with a serious look in his eyes, then said, "In the records of the Shuntian Mansion, it's noted that this year's civil service exam is not about wealth. Political ethics from this era are nothing but a mess, just hearing the name makes people confused. Forget about it." Next, he wanted to give the students a task, handing them a ridiculous exam question that looked too absurd to even read. If they couldn't do it, they shouldn't blame him for their swollen lips. Yu Yangji exclaimed, "Could it be that the master also studied the 5 classics and knows how to write ancient poetry?" But Fong Jiua replied, "What are you talking about? I have no idea." The wealthy students felt more and more cheated, their faces on the verge of tears as they lamented, "Why is heaven treating us like this?" Yang, the manager outside, heard all the complaints about the unfairness of this world and felt sorry for these unfortunate souls. That evening, Fong asked Yang about Fong Jiawa's situation. Yang reported the truth. The young master forced 3 wealthy students to become teachers, summoned them to the mansion, and then... well, that was it. He expressed his concern. The court promotes literacy and encourages learning, yet the young master resorts to physical violence against them, causing chaos of all sorts. He turned to Fong, saying, "You should handle this." Fong replied, "I won't." Yang, the manager, was utterly defeated by this response. The reason why Mr. Fong said he wouldn't handle it was for the sake of the country and the people. The manager, Yang, didn't understand and wanted guidance. Mr. Fong immediately snapped, "It's Fong Jiua inside who's bullying these 3 poor wealthy students. If we let this troublemaker roam freely, who knows how many more people will be bullied? For the sake of world peace, we may have to sacrifice these 3 students, and we'll compensate them later." The manager Yang felt powerless, only able to pray for the 3 students to do well in the civil service exam. He had done his best. In the following days, as the exam approached, the manager Yang sincerely wished for the students to top the leaderboard. Yu Yangji also thanked the manager Yang, but inwardly he thought, to top the leaderboard. That's all we can hope for. They boarded the carriage, escorted by 4 tall, experienced escorts, who reassured them, "No need for many words, we are highly experienced. Just sit tight." Inside the carriage, the students were so frightened they almost vomited. At the examination hall, the examiners were arranging the students for the test when Yu Yangji arrived just in time to shout, "From Baoding Prefecture, Yu Yangji." As he finished, he felt nauseous. The examiners, upon hearing his name, wondered, isn't he the one who was sabotaged? In the end, Siyu still managed to utter a sentence, "From Baoding Prefecture, Yu Yangji, paying respects to the master." The old man patted Siyu's shoulder reassuringly, "Do your best in the exam." But looking at his intoxicated face, who knew how it would turn out? The drum sounded, signaling the start of the exam. Yu Yangji could only do his best, hoping not to perform too poorly. And the exam this time was contemporary politics. Yu Yangji froze for 3 seconds straight. He remembered Fong Jiua had said this was the one to focus on. After reviewing his answers, he was criticized harshly and asked to redo them. Everyone was suspicious then. They had redone it dozens of times. Fong Jiua pointed a hot rod at them, saying, "Stop the nonsense. Keep working on all the answers you can think of until you come up with the best one." So the guys started retrying multiple times, and today they hit the jackpot with the exam. They had done this one 1,000 times. Even though it felt like his head had been through 1,000 rounds of training, Yu Yangji was confident in his grasp of the material. He gritted his teeth, "I won't let down the expectations of my mentor." At that moment, Fong Jiua was watching his beloved students, smiling handsomely, saying, "Keep it up, my darlings." Just as he was feeling a bit cool, he was accused of overdosing on medication. Young Deng Deng called out, "Young master, come down, no more injections this time, stepping inside the medicine room will wake you up." Switching scenes to the palace, the king and his courtiers began their deliberations. The chief examiner of the civil service exam at Shuntian Prefecture wished to report, so the king instructed him to present the list for his inspection before announcing the top performers. At this moment, someone else wanted to speak. A few days ago, a petition regarding improper behavior was intercepted. The accuser in the petition was Nanhuaba's son, Fong Jiua. The petition accused Fong Jiua of coercing and bullying people into recognizing him as their teacher. Studying was already difficult for the readers, but because of this malicious youth, their prospects were ruined. The king, incensed, exclaimed, "Oh damn, it's this brat again. Issue the appropriate punishments swiftly and order the imperial investigators to look into this. The official in red, upon hearing this, was greatly pleased, thinking to himself, once the investigators are involved, that young Master Fong Jiua is in trouble, let's see if he behaves obediently. As the king was seething, he continued to peruse the list when suddenly he widened his eyes and asked, "My dear courtiers, what are your impressions of these three individuals, Yu Yangji, Jiangshan, and Luan Shan?" The same individual hastily replied, "They are the three scholars who were oppressed." The elderly emperor's eyes widened and his mouth gaped like a catfish swallowing shit as he exclaimed, but, in this year's civil service exam in the Shun Tian prefecture, Yu Yangji ranks first, Jiangshan follows, and Lu Wenshan stands third. All the officials around sighed in disbelief, saying, "How could this be possible? It must be a dream, it must be." Another official quickly slapped the old man to wake him up, saying, "It's not a dream." Now trembling with fear, the emperor loudly asked, "Has the decree to punish Fong Jiua been issued yet?" The slapped official hurriedly replied, "It might still be under review in the study." Upon hearing this, the emperor hastily shouted, "Retrieve the decree immediately." Meanwhile, on the golden exam board, the scholars began to search for their names. Those whose names were listed in the top three couldn't believe their eyes. Fong Jiua, standing aside, smirked as he saw his name atop the list, feeling delighted. The top three scholars expressed their gratitude, saying, "We are thankful for our mentors. Indeed, hard work pays off." People couldn't believe it. "Oh damn, how did that sinister guy from the capital produce the top three scholars?" They suspect whether his ancestral shrine has good feng shui. Thus, all the supernatural events were attributed to spirituality. At the governor's mansion, two elders were startled by an unexpected visitor. The newcomers sought an audience with Manhwa Ba. Never did they imagine the Duke of England would be here. The arrival of the Imperial Guards surely signaled trouble caused by that mischievous lad. They harbored deep suspicions about the integrity of the saboteur from their own household. The guards began recounting events from half an hour ago. Near the Fong family's estate, there was a commotion. People were converging towards the Fong family's ancestral tomb. It seems trouble is brewing. Old Fong listened with a puzzled expression. However, upon hearing about the scholars dominating the top three positions again, old Zheng finally understood. Grabbing Fong's collar, he exclaimed, "Those people surrounded our ancestral tomb, believing it holds great feng shui blessings. This divine messenger, also attuned to spiritual matters, sought a favor from Fong." Understanding Fong's current predicament, he thanked the guards for their warning. "Tell your celestial superiors that Fong owes you a debt of gratitude." Fong resolved to station guards around the Fong family's tomb day and night, determined to thwart any grave robbers. His spirits lifted as he felt compelled to impart fatherly wisdom to the two elders, showing them what it truly means to be a father. The elders listened in silence, unable to utter a word. Within the palace walls, the emperor pondered carefully, what talent does Fong Jiua possess? He excelled in pond restoration, and now his student clinches the top three spots. He seems like a troublemaker at first glance, but he's not ordinary. Then, the emperor glanced at his son, who seemed as clueless as a lost bird, giggling. Hi hi hee hee, like he just escaped from a farm. He felt utterly frustrated with his son's lack of understanding, despite the teachings from countless wise men. It seems that only by sending him to a monastery might he grasp some semblance of wisdom. Suddenly, a person came to his mind, a figure that loomed large in his thoughts, and who else could it be? He immediately desired to leave the palace, disguising himself as a poor chairman, to visit the Manhwa mansion. Hearing about the prince's antics, he hastily requested a companion for the journey, causing the emperor to feel the urge to throttle him. Outside the gates of the Manhwa mansion, a crowd had gathered. An old man remarked, "The emperor has heard that the son of the Manhwa mansion is suffering from a rare brain disease, and summons the imperial physician for examination." The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, panicked and exclaimed, "Another imperial physician?" His reflexes kicked in, and he shouted frantically, "The imperial physician is here again, the imperial physician is here again." The bystanders could only comment in amazement, "It's like encountering a demon." Yang, the steward, was startled, remembering the last time the imperial physician visited, and the young master leaped onto the roof like a startled chicken. He asked, "Where is the young master?" Immediately, he called for some sturdy men to restrain the young master. He summoned Wang Hu and Dinyo, knowing at first glance that these two were troublemakers. In a pinch, he also brought Deng Deng and 3 of Fong Jiua's disciples to assist. The situation was more urgent than a battlefield. The remaining guards were dispersed to watch every corner, not letting even a fly slip by. Living with this gang must have been maddening for Fong Jiua. The emperor, currently disguised as the imperial physician, was at a loss for words and bored. He said, "It seems they've forgotten about us altogether." So, they stood waiting, as the sun beat down mercilessly on their hearts and lungs, for what felt like hours. The prince, infuriated, shouted, "Father, how much longer must we wait?" The emperor, still optimistic, replied, "Perhaps shortly, the lad Fong Jiua will come to greet us." But when that moment arrived, it was strange. They waited so long that cobwebs grew, and still, no one showed. The emperor, now impatient, couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see what this hospitality was all about. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Jiua continued to feign indifference, refusing to meet the imperial physician even if the world collapsed around him. Deng Deng was terrified, thinking the young master was contemplating suicide. He adamantly refused to meet anyone, despite pleas from those in the mansion. "Young master, please don't consider suicide. No one understands your condition better than us." With eyes wide with fear, he said, "Young master, the imperial physician has been chased away by us. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. Please rest." Yu Yangji also begged Fong Jiua to reconsider, but Jiua, seeing them trembling in fear because of him, remained silent. "Perhaps my past erratic behavior has instilled this fear in them," he thought. Fong Jiua was overwhelmed, thinking, "These people's crying and lamenting will drive me crazy. If others see this, they'll think something is seriously wrong." Just then, the footsteps of the emperor approached. He wanted to see what antics the young lad was up to. As soon as he arrived, he froze in disbelief. The main character lay motionless, while the others were in a state of inexplicable lamentation. The prince, with his potato-like IQ, assumed he had gone to pay respects to his ancestors. The emperor, bewildered by the irrationality of it all, exclaimed, "Is being afraid of the imperial physician to the point of death some kind of logic? Is this the logic of potatoes?" He shouted, "If you have the guts, come back to life and let me see if I'll tear you apart." Suddenly, Fong Jiua sat up, his face puzzled, and asked, "Do you know history, or are you just wailing for no reason?" The emperor rubbed his head, thinking he had misunderstood, but the rude remark from the countryside made him order the kid to leave. Fong Jiua looked at the old man and felt a sense of recognition, then he realized, "Isn't that the emperor?" The emperor then asked Fong Jiua, "Where is your study? I want to discuss something with you." Quickly understanding that the emperor needed to talk to him, Fong Jiua agreed to cooperate. Suspicious, the people in the mansion detained the youth, saying, "Surely this young master is staging a drama, and once he's outside, he'll cause trouble again." Immediately, Fong Jiua kicked one of them in the face, causing saliva and mucus to fly everywhere. He warned the guy, "Cut the nonsense and mind your words." Then, he warmly welcomed the emperor and, after securely closing the door, the emperor got straight to the point. He asked how Fong Jiua managed to coach them to the top 3 in the civil service exam. Fong Jiua's heart raced, fearing the emperor suspected him of cheating. He quickly improvised, saying he just taught them randomly, a little here and there. The emperor, angered by this response, scolded, "Are you trying to insult my intelligence?" Feeling the tension, Fong Jiua trembled, trying to calm himself down. It was just an angry emperor, he could handle it. But then the emperor got serious, pointing his finger in warning, "If you're not honest, you'll be banished from Earth's server immediately." Young Fong Jiua pondered inwardly, "If I can't come up with a reasonable explanation, I'll only end up celebrating the 1st and 15th of every month." Meanwhile, the prince seemed to suffer from a chronic case of laughter, constantly chuckling away. Fong Jiua looked at him perplexed. "How can you laugh amidst someone else's pain?" He then turned to the emperor and explained that he could teach the three scholars because of one thing: using a sturdy rod to discipline them properly. The prince's face turned to stone upon hearing this, and the emperor, with a dangerous look, asked for clarification. "What do you mean?" Immediately, Fong Jiua pulled out a massive, sturdy rod and explained, "It's like sharpening a sword. Without hitting, how can one become talented? A fish without salt becomes bland. During the day, they're disciplined, and at night, they're disciplined on the ceiling." And so, the process continues. With a cheerful demeanor, the young man then introduced the seemingly incomprehensible method of discipline to the emperor. The method is simple: just beat them a few hours a day. Not only does it keep the body healthy, but it also effectively treats psychological trauma. The bewildered emperor asked again, "Is this true?" Fong Jiua replied firmly, "This method is more than true." Using his own persona to ensure absolute honesty, the prince looked at Fong Jiua with a loving yet carnivorous gaze, while Fong Jiua, with a smug expression, knew the prince was seething with jealousy. Despite its ghostly nature, Canada, the emperor still believed and asked again, "How do you discipline effectively?" Fong Jiua then pulled out a rare, hard-to-find VIP item, boasting that he usually used this, which not only toughened the skin but also invigorated the body and mind. Seeing it as a valuable item, the emperor immediately requested one. Jiua felt pleased but suspiciously asked why the emperor wanted his rod. The emperor replied succinctly yet profoundly, "Just because I like it." Someone cried a river. What kind of liking is that? It's not aimed at oneself. At this moment, the emperor stated his purpose for coming, telling him, "As a descendant of the Manhwa, and also a recipient of my golden belt, you must be extremely careful with your actions and words. You can't continue wreaking havoc like this, understand?" Fong Jiua remained silent, unable to accept. If he accepted, it would ruin his image as a troublemaker, and suspicion would arise. This path of reporting to his parents would lead to a dead end. So, Fong Jiua pretended to be innocent and full of sin. "I'm still young, I want to have fun. Causing trouble a few times a year isn't a big deal." The emperor didn't expect to encounter such audacity and thought, "Oh damn, this guy dares to talk back to me. Indeed, he fits the description of the troublemaker in the rumors." So the emperor finally relented to his son, up to 3 times, no more. Having achieved his goal, Fong Jiua expressed his gratitude. After returning to the palace, the prince hurried to find the empress, but he was stopped by the emperor, holding a whip threateningly. "If you don't memorize the spring court oath you just learned, your butt will blossom." The prince was so scared that he couldn't even cry out, hastily begging for another chance, and soon cries of pain echoed throughout the palace. Sometime later, Fong Jiua was appointed as the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard by the emperor, leaving his father overjoyed, attributing it to ancestral blessings. Jiua was astonished to hear he was appointed to lead the Martial Court Guard. The Martial Court Guard was one of the 26 elite guards, akin to the Brocade Guard, all crucial members of the Royal Guard. Their responsibility was to ensure the safety of palace patrols, with only the most trusted individuals allowed entry. Thus, joining the Martial Court Guard from the ranks of the guards was an exceptional honor, a stepping stone for all noble offspring. Though he couldn't understand why the emperor suddenly bestowed such an important position upon him, his father attributed it to auspicious feng shui. Fong Jiua, hearing this, was puzzled, his face wrinkled as he muttered to himself, "Can't you praise your son a bit? Acting like your ancestors are all-powerful." Moving to the next day, Xiang brought a new hat for Fong Jiua, draping him in a ceremonial robe. Fong Jiua was extremely pleased with the enchanting beauty of his beloved woman, so much so that even Xiang had to praise, "Our young master has an imposing aura." Fong Jiua wanted to boast a few more words, but suddenly Xiang disappeared, and the steward urged, "Young master, please hurry." The young man, looking clueless, replied, "I'm coming." He then asked the steward where they were going, and the steward replied that they were headed to Qiansu Mansion for work. Jiua's face soured as he said, "That's not the prince's place." Right, it was yesterday when the emperor borrowed a whip and immediately tested it on the prince, leaving him covered in wounds, and the empress was so angry she burst into tears. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua knew it was trouble. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, Qiansu Mansion is now a den of wolves and tigers." If I go to the Eastern Palace, whether I'll survive or not is the real question. So Fong Jiua wanted to make a quick escape, pretending he was still too young and had to study, apologizing for not going to work anymore. It was all part of the steward's plan, who promptly ordered the sedan chair to depart. The sedan chair sped away like the wind, Fong Jiua inside wanting desperately to stop. Even a stolen motorcycle wouldn't catch up to this speed. Finally, Jiansu Mansion was reached. As soon as Fong Jiua set foot, he vomited a rainbow-colored vomit. Suddenly someone called him. He turned around to see the young prince who had been beaten beyond recognition. Upon seeing Fong Jiua, the prince unleashed a shadowless kick, kicking straight at him furiously. But Fong Jiua remained calm, surprising everyone by just bowing his head, causing the prince to turn pale with fear. The prince shot off like a rocket, while Fong Jiua continued to bow respectfully. The prince still wanted to confront Fong Jiua, but Jiua shed crocodile tears, saying, finally meeting the royal prince, I've long admired you. Seeing such an exaggerated expression, the prince believed it and asked, do you admire me? Fong Jiua immediately clasped his hands, showing that he had heard of the royal highness for a long time, always admiring him. The prince suspiciously asked, aren't you just pretending not to be afraid of me? Fong Jiua then began to flatter, praising the prince as extraordinary, powerful, a military and political genius, physically superior, not to mention skilled in archery, and even having some knowledge of physiognomy. Fong Jiua then elevated the prince's image as if he were a divine martial artist, destined to shake the world, praise to the heavens. The young prince burst into a pleased and somewhat awkward smile. But suddenly, the young prince remembered a debt owed to him because of this guy being beaten like a dog, so the prince still wanted to settle the score, otherwise, I'll take the beating in vain. But then the prince's face lit up with realization. It turned out that what's hard to come by is the cash, and Fong Jiua held out a handful of money, saying, with all due respect, on our first meeting, here's just a few tens of thousands as a gift, it's the thought that counts, please don't be disappointed, Your Highness. Looking at the wad of cash, it seemed like it could slap with tension. The prince began to hesitate, because the emperor advocated thriftiness, so this guy's monthly allowance was only a few hundred, yet Fong Jiua generously offered tens of thousands. More money means better friends. The prince pointed at the pile of money and foolishly asked again, are you sure this is for me? Fong Jiua nodded firmly and said, his integrity always comes first, and money is just an external thing, prioritizing principles in education. Naturally he wouldn't lie. The prince looked at the pile of money, thinking he meant it, thinking to himself, he's changed. But little did anyone know, behind this pile of money, Fong Jihua's expression was more sinister than a multi-layered cake, secretly thinking to himself, as the heir of the Mingwu sect, you've long researched in the library, this time you can definitely play the prince to death, ha ha. Outside, the onlookers eagerly anticipated how the prince would punish Fong Jiua, convinced that the prince had been greatly harmed by Fong Jiua and would surely deal with him harshly, usually quite arrogant. This time the royal prince truly deserves credit for protecting the people. The scenario seemed perfect, but unfortunately, it didn't unfold as expected. The two red-clothed companions revealed that the romantic drama was in full swing, their hands clasped in affection, leaving the palace guards bewildered. Just a moment ago, and the royal prince already referred to Fong Jiua as brother Fong. Damn it, it might lead to marriage. The young prince then suggested going horseback riding, which made Fong Jiua feel like he had stepped in dog poop, silently musing, seeing through everything, riding a horse. It's clear the horse is riding me instead. I'll definitely save face somehow, need to figure out how to refuse. Thankfully, it wasn't too early now. The palace attendant reminded, Your Highness should go to the study room to read, otherwise His Majesty will be upset. The young prince scratched his head awkwardly, then said, Then I'll go riding after I finish studying. Fong Jiua breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness, dodged that one. But the problem still remained. Later on, the prince would finish studying and still have to go horseback riding. He had to come up with a plan. At this moment, the palace guards began to gossip about Fong Jiua, chatting happily until one of them suddenly startled, sensing someone passing by lightly. The other guard, with a concerned expression, asked, What's wrong? You don't look too good. Fong Jiua whispered, Maybe it's because they spotted Fong Jiua. The guards looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. Fong Jiua reassured them, You don't have to worry. He just wanted to borrow a small knife, some wood, and a piece of paper. Give these to me to fulfill a request. They immediately complied and hurried away. After the prince finished his studies, his cousin yawned, looking exhausted. He wanted to call his good friend Fong Jiua to go horseback riding and archery. Soon, Fong Jiua arrived. The prince was excited to go out and play, but Fong Jiua declined. Horseback riding isn't fun. The prince exclaimed, "Oh damn, then what is?" Fong Jiua then revealed his VIP offering. "Your Highness, please take a look." He opened up a chessboard for the prince to strategize in battle, providing entertainment. The prince's expression was frozen in amazement at the sparkling chessboard. Fong Jiua thought to himself, "It's fortunate I didn't skip history class when I was young. I knew that Zhao Hozhao, the prince, enjoys military tactics." Just now, hearing him discuss strategies on the chessboard, how could he not be interested? Fong Jiua began to tease, saying, "The rules are simple, Your Highness, care to try?" The prince immediately accepted. "Okay, I'll beat you." So the two gods played through the night. Fong Jiua's backside sore from sitting for so long, but the prince kept pleading for one more game, just one more round. It was no different from gambling with red, black, green, and purple chips. Fong Jiua thought to himself, "Zhao Hozhao is truly addicted." Today, they agreed to play chess again. Playing chess every day, life is unexpectedly comfortable. As soon as Fong Jiua entered the room, he saw the prince throwing punches and kicks at the palace attendants, scolding them, "If you don't know how to fight, get lost." Fong Jiua silently praised, "This guy's fighting skills are not bad." The prince, upon seeing Fong Jiua, hurriedly called him over, eager to demonstrate a new technique he had just thought of. The attendants were at a loss, saying, "It's time for studying now, but this prince still wants to play chess." However, the prince was more addicted to chess than to drugs, refusing to leave, telling the attendants, "Just say I'm down with a severe fever." Untrustworthy as he was, Fong Jiua couldn't believe it. This prince will be the future emperor of the Great Ming. Even the long-term free meals from the Fong family can't ruin him. He was determined not to let this guy fall further. Fong Jiua thought for a moment, then declined, "Let's not play anymore." The prince asked seriously, "Does that mean our friendship will disappear?" Green beans with water spinach. Alright, then our man had to come up with another game to play, and upon hearing that, the young prince was delighted, like a child receiving a gift. Our man Fong Jiua raised 3 fingers, indicating that each time they played chess and he lost, he'd lose 300 taels. The prince readily agreed, showing that even if the prince lost, he'd still give Fong Jiua 300 taels. Fong Jiua smirked contemptuously, getting closer and asking, "Your Highness, do you think I'm short of money?" The prince hesitantly asked back, "What if I lose?" Fong Jiua responded firmly, "Then study, lose a game, memorize a literary piece." WTF, the young prince was at a loss for words. Fong Jiua playfully taunted, "Your Highness, scared?" Well, he had already crowed, might as well follow through, buddy. So, Fong Jiua had gotten used to the official life, waking up early every morning to attend court sessions. Sometimes the prince would come to the study room to read, occasionally feigning illness. The remaining time would be spent playing chess and reading with Fong Jiua. Sometimes Fong Jiua had to admit that the genes of the Chu family were indeed extraordinary, and Zhao Hozhao's memory was truly impressive. Once again, early in the morning as usual, Xiao Xiang was serving young master Fong Jiua. He didn't forget to ask if he looked handsome today. "Come on, ease up a bit, General Handsome number 2, anyone can be number 1? But recently, Fong Jiua hadn't been causing any trouble in the neighborhood. The old man thought his son was having a relapse, but luckily this time, he only invited the family doctor over. Fong Jiua was furious, punching the air in frustration. "I told you I'm perfectly fine." Deng Deng, being punched, raised his thumb in praise, "Great technique, smooth punches, not as rigid as before." Despite being punched, Deng Deng felt oddly cheerful. Fong Jiua's friend hugged his head with a solemn expression, asking, "You're not being beaten senseless, are you?" "Never mind, that family doctor still has to leave." Suddenly, the old man appeared, telling his son to calm down. He heard that his son had spent 50,000 taels a few days ago, and now he wanted to know where the remaining money was hidden. But the amount left had been used for His Highness's pocket money, totaling 3,000 taels. Occasionally, there were losses in chess, and in the end, it summed up to, it's all spent. The old man didn't expect his unruly son to spend everything so quickly. He was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. The speed of wrecking houses is rusty again, not finished yet, huh? His heart ached, tears almost welling up. He had intended to use this money for something big for his son. Later on, Fong Jiua ran over to the prince's place. The prince's eyes sparkled like stars. He had been waiting for Fong Jiua for a long time, and today he wanted to use the tactic he had thought of all night. He was very good, but Fong Jiua regretfully declined. It's time for studying. The young prince hesitated, then rejected, saying he had to go talk to the other side, but today he was determined to kill Fong Jiua without mercy. Then let's go, Your Highness. So the two buddies played chess, forgetting about the time. Fong Jiua was about to fall asleep sitting there, when suddenly he felt something was off. Why is it so quiet here? Then you noticed the figure lurking outside, and it was none other than Emperor Hongji. Jihua's heart raced as he wondered, why has he come and the servants didn't say anything? He thought, it must not be to catch a traitor. The prince, unaware of the situation, continued to happily play chess, while Jihua was mentally trembling. He quickly folded his hands and stammered, Your Majesty. The prince, not understanding, proceeded to recount his father's wrongdoings. He's afraid of my mother, and when she speaks up, nothing bad happens. The young man, unaware that the emperor had heard everything, continued to tremble as he said, Greetings, Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years. The prince thought that Fong Jihua was about to lose, so he wanted to scare him into diverting attention and then play slyly. But before he could finish his sentence, Jihua stiffened, and the emperor appeared, stern-faced, saying he heard that the prince was unwell, so he came to visit. He remarked, This prince has a spirited personality, speaking ill of his own father. The prince, dark-faced and eager to explain, was cut off by the emperor, who ordered, You all, come to the Mingluan Road depicting spring room. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, and after the emperor had left, the prince, boiling with anger, grabbed a eunuch and asked, Why didn't you inform me of the emperor's arrival? This time you're leaving in a hurry, all I can do is put all my hopes in the empress. The prince ordered the eunuch to go meet the empress, warning of the danger to the prince's life and to prepare armor, helmets, and strengthen defenses. Jihua immediately shouted, Stop. The prince asked, What are you saying? Jihua requested some suits as well. The emperor had been waiting for the two of them to arrive and was shocked when they appeared. He looked coldly at them and asked, Are you really so cold that you're wearing such thick clothes in the autumn? The prince quickly explained that he had a cold. The emperor didn't believe this trick and called for the men to remove their clothes. The two men looked at each other. This time, they were really in trouble. The soldier began to take off his clothes, but as he took off one piece, another one appeared. The soldier was tired of undressing. The prince was no different. Even in the pile of clothes, a piece of metal fell to the ground. Seeing the thick metal fall, Jihua's eyes widened. I wonder how frightened the prince is going to be beaten. Fong Jihua also had to bow to the ground. Even the steel plate fell, but still calm like that. The thick face is really like a cutting board. In contrast to the indifferent appearance, the prince was really terrified, quickly shirking responsibility. It's because the hooligan servants added on, the villain is innocent, silent. The emperor banged the table, yelling loudly, You good-for-nothing son, indulging all day without studying, is this how you want to make me angry to death? Regarding this son, he cared to the utmost, staying up all night when he was sick, choosing great Confucian classics for him to read, but he hadn't accomplished anything, so the emperor angrily scolded Fong Jihua, And you're Fong Jihua, if I ignore you causing trouble, and still dragging the prince into it. Indeed, with the same operating system, the emperor pointed at the two and scolded, No one is good. The prince was called out and whispered, That's enough. But Jihua said, Stop. The people around were startled, thinking, Oh damn, this guy is rebellious, daring to oppose the emperor. The emperor immediately frowned, wanting to see what Fong Jihua intended to do, so Jihua quickly folded his hands and said, I believe the prince does not indulge in extravagance, refuses to study, the prince and I are wronged. The emperor heard and said, "It's really ridiculous, being falsely accused, or should I believe your word? Someone quickly hang them." Jiua at this time had a look of disbelief, and thought to himself, "What the hell, this isn't following the script from the movies. When falsely accused, the emperor should ask what's going on." He secretly cursed those fake directors through the ages. "It seems like we have to change tactics." Then he quickly asked, "What have you learned recently, Prince?" The prince immediately spoke in prose. Mencius said, "Mr. Badi avoids the chaos and establishes himself as a ruler in Nehai Sea, listening to Wen Wang rising up as a Western overlord, WTF. The official in red robes, upon hearing this, shouted with surprise, and the prince continued to speak a bunch of sentences as if from a textbook, making the official even more incredulous, thinking to himself, "Oh damn, he's really memorized it, even though he refused to study before. What kind of weird thing is this?" At this point, Jiua was extremely pleased. The emperor had been outplayed. The prince had memorized everything in one go. The emperor felt absurd, a little kid who enjoys playing, and he can memorize Mencius Badi Beiju perfectly, but clearly he hasn't even studied the simple etiquette yet. Before he didn't even know a thing in the ceremonial hall, but now he's memorized Badi Beiju completely. He hurried back to the village for a few hours, then asked his son, "How do you explain this passage?" The prince replied briefly, "The main point of this passage is simply the issue of food and warmth." After hearing the answer, the king could be sure that this son was not just parroting, but truly understood. The courtier also wrote on his face in surprise, "How can the prince understand that?" The prince continued to speak, "I think there are still two things in this passage that make others awaken, that is the old kindness of warmth accepts education and understands the truth clearly. The emperor encounters kindness creates a backlash, first asks if he has not done well, governing the country is difficult because the emperor has not been able to experience the people. Once understood, just follow the illness." The emperor heard a bang on the table. The prince's expression was puzzled. "Didn't I say something wrong?" The old emperor suddenly burst into a happy smile, then praised, "Truly my son." For this passage, he gave 10 points, already fully understood the essence of governing the world. The emperor unexpectedly approached. Mr. Yang was shocked because he did not understand why the emperor personally bowed to the old man. The old man turned pale, quickly knelt down to the ground. But His Majesty's feelings have already gone up to the blue sky. He is truly grateful to the old man for teaching his son to be talented. Although he is a king, he also knows the principle of respecting teachers and valuing ethics. This respectful gesture towards Mr. Yang is his way of expressing gratitude. But Mr. Yang dared not accept a job he did not do. He said he did not teach Prince Mengzi. His Majesty rolled his eyes and quickly turned back. The prince then pointed at Jiua and said, "It was him who taught me." The surrounding crowd was once again amazed and exclaimed, "It's this little guy again." Jiua now had a headache and didn't know how to explain. If one is too modest, one will be suspected for their personality, so just accept it without hesitation, he said awkwardly. The young man chuckled and said, "That's right, he's the one who taught me." His Majesty remained silent. He asked Jiua how he taught the prince these principles. Jiua was speechless and his face turned black, not knowing how to respond. At the same time, the young man thought to himself, "I play red and black gambling with the prince every day, and if he loses, he has to read books, and after reading, he chats with the prince." His Majesty saw his nephew hesitating and suspectedly asked the young man, "Did you use a method to teach those 3 talents by spanking their behinds?" Jiua felt unfair and said, "Clearly, the gods did not hit the prince. It's just a false accusation." "Oh, my lord, I am in so much pain," the prince's attendant suddenly cried out. Jiua heard this and his expression turned bloodthirsty, silently cursing, "Damn you." At this point, the emperor pointed directly at Jiua and said, "You are so bold, do you know what the consequences of hitting the prince will be?" The young man Jiua knew he was in deep trouble, silently thinking, "Well, this time I'm really done for." The emperor continued to lecture on the principles of respect for the law and for hierarchy. The country has its laws, the family has its rules, the young and old have their order, this is the norm. As a prince, you can't act recklessly. What is the crime of acting recklessly? Do you know? Fong Jiua at this point was sweating profusely, and suddenly blurted out, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." When Mr. Yang heard this, he was surprised, this guy dares to disrespect the emperor like that, dare to mock the emperor. The prince also secretly regretted the reckless and disrespectful words of this unruly individual, and was about to say something when the emperor immediately silenced him. Jihua's father also felt guilty and knew if Fong Jihua were to bear the blame for when the prince acted recklessly, it would truly be over. Therefore, he also wanted to say something, but the emperor was already furious. Dare to secretly oppose me? He asked if he had spoken wrongly and wrongly accused him. Hitting the prince is not acting recklessly. Have you forgotten the principles of a prince's actions? Actually, it was because our family member didn't know, not because he didn't remember. The emperor ordered, bring the sword. This time, Jihua is really finished. The prince, with tears in his eyes, said, in the next life, we will still be brothers. When the sword was brought, Mr. Fong also did not know what to do. Jiua looked at the hot-headed man and realized this was not a joke, so he could only pray, I have no experience with time travel, just let me play a little longer. The emperor took the sword and walked towards Fong. Jiua stood still like a statue. He was sweating profusely, his face dumb, with an incomprehensible expression, thinking, how will Hongji handle this? Although he felt honored, he did not want to die. If necessary, he would feign madness again. He could not believe the emperor would bully a mentally challenged person. Okay, let's let go. But the emperor's sword movements were very fast. Jihua secretly thought, I may not be able to speak anymore. But to his surprise, the emperor suddenly handed the sword to Jihua. He scolded Jihua for daring to strike the prince when he was already of high rank. Therefore, he gave Jihua the sword, so that if he met the prince again as he had met the emperor, it would not be considered a violation, and he could teach and discipline the prince. He entrusted the task of disciplining, or rather, teaching the prince, to Jihua. At this moment, Mr. Yang was also impressed by the far-sightedness of the emperor. As for the emperor's son, he had been crying like a river since the day his sister got married. Daddy can't wait for baby to go to heaven, this time it's really true. After receiving a delicious gift from Jihua, he thanked the emperor and vowed to try his best to educate the crown prince. The crown prince seemed happy, thinking about his future. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager arrived, along with the princess. The Empress Dowager wore many jewels. Despite being inferior in power, she was dominant in wealth. As soon as he saw his mother, the crown prince hurried over, looking deeply humbled. Fong Jihua also looked at the Empress Dowager and thought, is this the Zhang Empress Dowager? She wanted to know why her son had angered the Empress Dowager and whether he had apologized. The Crown Prince, feeling indignant, showed that he hadn't purposely angered the Empress Dowager. Seeing that her son was upset, the Empress Dowager said, I'm here because your father just mentioned you and told you to come meet him quickly. The emperor then quickly intervened. Jihua also had to admire the Empress Dowager, dragging the Empress along, afraid that the emperor wouldn't even dare to scold her. The queen continued to advise her son, there really is nothing, later don't really threaten your ancestors. The prince then looked at his old man, and the emperor also helplessly with that expression, had to forgive him, let him go to Rinzhou Palace for peace, so the prince just escaped like that. Jihua whispered beside him, it is true that the queen behind the emperor, defending her son, is also so important. Fong Jihua had to be impressed. Suddenly, Jihua was startled when he saw that princess. The girl also looked at Jihua. And that look of Jihua, the princess judged as a brave person, daring to stare at me. Suddenly, Jihua wanted to approach to see her better. The princess was startled not knowing what this guy was going to do. Suddenly, Jihua respectfully said, greetings, your highness. The emperor and the queen were startled as well. Jihua said, your complexion is not good, still hope your highness cares for your body more. The princess's complexion was not good now, and she didn't know if it was because of him scaring her or not. She was thinking, this guy is saying some nonsense, could it be a mental problem? It turns out that in the medical records, there were notes about this princess. This princess died young before reaching adulthood. The first note said she had a severe headache and high fever before her death. According to the experts, the princess's illness was likely a common viral infection. Therefore, he wanted to remind her a little bit, folded his hands and said, "Princess, be careful, be careful." However, in the princess's eyes, he was a strange and scary person. Along with the princess's criticism, the prince also labeled Jiua as frivolous, or in modern language, a pervert. Jiua continued to remind her, the princess's temperament is not good, so the princess should take care of her body more. The queen was annoyed and muttered, "Where did this rotten boy come from?" The prince calmly told his mother that Jiua was crazy. The queen also understood, "Oh, so he's just stupid." So the queen used Jiua's words and said, "You should get treated well, don't be afraid to take medicine, the brain disease is not a light illness." After speaking, she left, and the prince followed suit, saying, "Goodbye, Fong Win." The word spread quickly, and soon Jiua's brain disease became a topic of discussion. At this point, Jiua also felt that the brain disease might not be so bad, at least someone was considering a fool like him. After returning home, Mr. Fong cried like a river when he recounted the incident. "Two old swindlers, Shou Mingho and Jun Iba, tricked me out of 30,000 promissory notes. They said they would come to meet Empress Zhang for their child's marriage and assured me that they would take care of this. The result is that I received the money, but they played dirty tricks." Mr. Fong cried inaudibly, and Jiua understood that the old man wanted him to care about his marriage. Mr. Fong felt the pain of losing his wallet. Jiua remained silent and then coldly said, "What does this have to do with me? Don't cry and complain anymore." However, in Jiua's heart, the intention to manage this matter arose. "Dare to cheat my money." He wanted to meet the feudal hierarchy to resolve the situation. Then, the winter came with a period of light frost, and in the 60th year of the Hongji dynasty, the temperature dropped and there was a lot of snowfall. In the ancient calendar, the name of the king is often used as the name of the calendar, so the 60th year of the Hongji dynasty means that King Hongji has been on the throne for 6 years. Returning to the story, where Jiua lives, it snows for half of the year. He breathes out a mist and feels freezing to death. Even the colored flowers are hard to grow. The lack of food and clothing is one of the reasons why the Ming Dynasty perished. Suddenly, Deng Deng called his young master. Jiua excitedly said, "This is the coal that the steward Yang bought this morning. The price of coal has recently gone up, it's now 40 coins per pound. You can't even buy it if you want to." But steward Yang assigned that pile of coal for the young master to use so he won't feel cold. Jiua had to curse, "Why is it as expensive as robbery?" But the high price of coal also has its reasons. In this era, the rich burn coal, while the poor can only burn firewood. Although it takes time to burn firewood, it does not produce smoke, so it is highly favored by the rich. Firewood, on the other hand, produces a lot of smoke, and the poor need to exert effort to chop wood. Jiua thought to himself, "No one uses smokeless coal because the sulfur content in smokeless coal is very low, so when burned, it produces no smoke and can burn for a long time, making it an extremely low-cost heating material." He suddenly remembered where smokeless coal is produced. Jiua began to recall that the only place that produces smokeless coal is in Jiangxi, and in this capital city, there is only one place that produces it. He snapped out of it. This time, he will be wealthy again. He immediately asked Deng Deng, "Do you know where Jiangxi is? Go and find out whose land it is." Deng Deng replied, "Yes, I know. It belongs to Shou Mingho and Jun Iba. Everyone in the capital city knows about this." Jiua didn't expect to run into those troublemakers. If he wanted to buy Jiangxi, they would definitely raise the price. They had also cheated his family out of 30,000 taels of silver. But Jiangxi is a museum, inside and outside is worth more than 100,000. It needs heating, and whoever controls the fuel is like a treasure chest. They think they can make money easily. Outside, the snow had covered everything, and the manager came in to inform the two old feudal lords that Manhwa had arrived. Shou Mingho said, "I don't want to meet him. Every time he comes, he just asks for money. Money is what we rely on to deceive. Even if the Heaven's King comes, it's still irrelevant." The manager also hesitated. "Can someone else handle this?" He said, "It's not Manhwa, but his son, Fong Jiua, who is notorious for causing trouble." At this point, the two old men were startled to see that Jiua had a handsome, godly appearance. When he entered the ceremony, he had to bow to the two old feudal lords. Shou Mingho thought that this brat wanted to replace his father in demanding money, which made him uncomfortable. But this time Jiua came to buy land. He only wants to buy a piece of land in Jiangxi. As soon as he heard about the business, the man turned to praise, "Nephew, you are very handsome, that's what I just said." In the eyes of the old man at this time, Jiua is like a delicious and fat coin falling from the sky, so he immediately shouted the price. "I said this is good land, it won't sell for less than 10-20,000 taels." The subordinate also had to secretly praise, "The boss is really shrewd and extremely ruthless, a place that is not worth much, as soon as he speaks the price cuts off." Jiua then disdainfully said, he immediately quoted, 5,000 silver taels, money talks, if not then I won't buy. Shou Mingho did not expect to encounter such a bold person. 5,000 silver taels to buy a piece of wildland in Jiangxi, a piece of land where monkeys howl and crows caw, nobody wants to go there. Although he was very fond of money, the old man still pretended to be conciliatory and then haggled, 10 to 20,000 taels, out of consideration for the goodwill of our relationship, I'll cut it down to 10,000, if not, then next. Jiua immediately cut in and said, "Stop." The old man immediately said, "Fong Jiua, the price is still negotiable, after all, this is ancestral land." The old man still didn't want to give up the good food, so he said, "Jiangxi, 14 miles in circumference, although it's all mountains, there is still a beautiful village at the foot of the mountain, with over 1,000 acres of land, worth 80,000 taels as a token of our friendship." The old man also emphasized, "Do you have money?" Jiua immediately replied, "I don't have a lot of cash." The old man then looked disappointed, "No money, then it's boring." But the land he didn't lack. He quickly showed the old men a few fields of land, and the two elderly men hugged each other in happiness. Jiua was now their money-making machine. The two old men said, "You must come here often, in short, my husband really likes money, oh sorry, I mean really likes you." In the palace, it was already covered in snow, and the princess was undergoing a special examination. The king looked helpless with Jiua, slightly smart but liked to brag and speak loudly. His words can be heard in one ear and out the other, no need to keep them in your heart. But the queen was not afraid of 1,000 things, only afraid of one thing. Since Jiua said the princess was sick, the queen's eyes twitched. Although she knew he was lying, she would feel more reassured after the medical examination, and the doctor had already finished. They didn't find anything unusual about the princess, the royal body is very safe. The queen still had doubts and asked, "Are you sure nothing is wrong?" But the royal physician, with 3 lifetimes of experience, was completely confident that Fong Jiua was lying, as foolish as a cow pretending to be knowledgeable. Upon hearing this, the queen said, "All right, you may leave." Later, the queen was very angry at being deceived and wanted to punish the impostor. The king had to explain to her, Manhwa only has one son, who also suffers from a brain disease and has a habit of speaking nonsense. If you blame and punish him, it will only show your pettiness. After hearing this, the queen secretly felt sorry for Fong. Suddenly, someone in the palace called out in panic, "Your Highness, the princess!" The king and his consort were startled, and the physician then reported, the princess suddenly fainted. The king was very worried, saying, "She was perfectly fine just now." He interrogated the old physician, "What's going on?" The frightened physician had no idea, but suddenly the princess had another attack, and the old man suspected it to be smallpox. The queen, full of suspicion, said, "Just now, my daughter was perfectly healthy." Then she remembered Jiua's words about the princess not being well, and she quickly ordered, "Summon Fong Jiua to the palace." At this moment, Jiua had returned home and wanted to make a hot cup of tea to drink before curling up in a blanket to rest. While he was still lazy, suddenly some people came and took him away. They immediately threw Jiua into a palanquin and then took him to the place quickly. There was only a little tea left and Jiua had arrived. Indeed, the princess was sick and the queen wanted to know exactly what illness it was. Jiua wanted to check the princess's health condition before being allowed to. After receiving permission, Jiua rushed to ask the doctor about the princess's health condition, making the old chief physician very worried and thinking that Jiua, being a young and inexperienced person, might not be able to do anything. Meanwhile, Jiua also started to panic because he knew the princess's illness but couldn't reveal that she had the flu. Suddenly, Jiua came up with an idea and appeared very strong, declaring that he knew exactly the princess's illness. The king and his companions immediately asked, "What is it? Hurry up and tell us." Jiua exclaimed, "The princess is ill, that is a brain disease." The whole group, after listening, was speechless and didn't understand at all. The old doctor was furious and said, "This clearly doesn't look like symptoms of a brain disease. If it's a brain disease, there would be high fever. Do you think I'm a fool?" He even thought Jiua hadn't even taken the pulse, speaking like that without any basis. Immediately, Fong Jiua started talking, saying that he had been studying brain diseases for more than 10 years, so he was very familiar and could tell just by looking without needing to take the pulse. The old doctor, when he heard this, was boiling with anger, saying, "I can't believe there's such an unprincipled person like you." He immediately retorted, saying that he didn't even have a chance to be a researcher at the age of 10, and the old doctor was just a big talker. Jiua said, "You know nothing. You are the one being researched." When it comes to being researched, the old man is as confused as a duck. Jiua quickly boasted, "I'd been sick for a long time, so I'd become a doctor." At this point, the emperor could not stand the jester's name, raised his voice and scolded, "Fong Jiua, this is not a place for lies." Jiua immediately swore 1,000 times to the emperor, "Just look at this majestic face, I shouldn't, hi. The emperor was helpless, looking at that defiant face, and thought he couldn't believe it. The queen now had no hope at all, crying and not knowing what to do with her daughter. Jiua was startled and thought to himself, "Clearly, when I saw the queen yesterday, she was still graceful and calm, but her daughter is so flustered already." He had to act. He immediately called for someone to prepare ink and paper for him to write a prescription. He still had confidence because in reality, the princess's illness was not incurable. Under the conditions of the royal court, it was entirely possible to use certain medicinal materials to cure the illness. After finishing writing, he threw the prescription to the old royal physician. The physician held the prescription dumbfounded, not knowing how to fill the medicine. Jiua said, "I don't know either, you figure it out." The old physician was furious and whispered to himself, "Clearly, he's just a shameless impostor, a disgrace to the medical profession in our country." The king sighed, "There is no hope." But Jiua was still confident that his prescription could cure the illness. The king had no choice but to let him go. As he was leaving, Jiua turned back to look at the king, whose expression revealed his deep anxiety. That night, the queen was still crying. The king came to comfort her, saying, "I am here, and Su Rong has natural talent for this, she can definitely turn evil into good, but the royal physicians have also said that Fong Jiua is not a qualified doctor." She had completely lost hope, fearing that her daughter wouldn't make it. Suddenly, the emperor shouted angrily, "How dare those imperial physicians speak so impudently? I will never forgive their insolence." Then he felt sad, lamenting that he could not replace Su Rong. Even if he had to endure all the pain from his illness, he couldn't bear to see his daughter suffering like this, immersed in sorrow. But a miracle happened. The royal physician suddenly announced, "The princess has regained consciousness." The empress rejoiced at the news, while the old physician was astonished, truly a miraculous recovery. In medical books, it was stated that the illness was incurable, but now it seems absurd. He remembered Jiua's words, "Long illness makes a good doctor," realizing that Jiua's knowledge is more dangerous than reading numerous medical books. The scene then shifts to the next morning, where Deng Deng hurriedly informed Duke of England that he wanted to see him. Jiua was playing with snow when it suddenly melted. He remembered that crazy old man Zhang considered him a blockhead, always wanting to compete with him in technology. It seems that this time, he would have to wear thicker clothes again. He left immediately. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Zhang was furious with the two subordinate men, Shou Mingho and Jun Ba. Last night, they had sent someone to deliver invitations, claiming that they had sold a wild land that would bring great fortune, so they invited everyone to a banquet. That piece of wasteland is the exchange for 80,000 ounces of silver from the Fong family. Now the old man is confused and doesn't know what to do. What's the use of that dry piece of land in Jiangxi? Is Jiua's house crazy? Mr. Fong also felt very annoyed when he was told, no matter what, we can still exchange for a piece of land, even though it is said to be dry. Before he could finish, Mr. Zhang interrupted, but, Mr. Fong, you don't know that Zhang Heiling's two brothers have already spread the word that no one is buying, and now Jiua is actively coming to the door to buy. Mr. Fong sighed helplessly, the silver is also earned by Jiua, even if he didn't earn it, if my children want to spend it, let them spend it. Mr. Zhang, in a red robe, felt that it was not good, and immediately suggested to the old man, quickly find a wife for Jiua, anyone will do, but hurry up. But Mr. Fong didn't want to, his son was working in a big office, oh damn, it's a lost cause. Mr. Zhang exclaimed, we must enlighten Fong Jiua, the emperor is the most faithful person, and Fong Jiua is a notorious little scoundrel in the capital, everyone laughs at him, and he even gives money to others. How can the court trust him? There is no hope that my son will marry a good wife, no never. The three old men still couldn't accept the reality of life. I blame myself for not teaching my child well, ahohu, said one of them. Zhang could only pat his old friend's shoulder to comfort him, you are not at fault, the one at fault is that Jiua guy. The old man couldn't stand this disrespectful guy, and he still hasn't come to see how strange he is. Jiua was now outside, so scared that he didn't dare to come in. He could hear Zhang yelling inside, wanting to break his legs, this old man has a hot temper, he was good at martial arts when he was young. Even if he died, Jiua wouldn't go in, if I know it's dangerous and still go in, I would be as stupid as a cow. But how could Jiua escape from Zhang? Suddenly, he appeared behind him, with a sly smile, saying you're here, huh? Jiua ran as fast as he could, but he couldn't escape from Zhang's grasp. Now, he could only say goodbye to a good life. At the same time, Deng Deng exclaimed in surprise, the Emperor and Empress are here, WTF, is this a joke? Zhang was stunned to hear this. The Emperor and Empress had personally arrived, and the Emperor said, Zhang Khan is also here, it seems like he has a lot of free time. Mr. Zhang has completely collapsed, thinking to himself, I am the Duke of England and have never been visited by the Emperor, but Jiua is so lucky to have such privilege. Mr. Fong was also startled, and both quickly bowed to the Emperor. Jiua also quickly folded his hands and said, respectfully greeting Your Majesty the Queen. But the Queen immediately said, you don't need to be so formal, Jiua. This time I came to see you. Mr. Zhang was shocked and couldn't believe it, the Queen calls the young man by name so familiarly. She wanted to thank Jiua, without you, my daughter would have less luck. Jiua immediately said, it was nothing. Contrary to his calm demeanor, the two old men were agitated, how dare that young man speak to the Queen like that, isn't he afraid of death? And the old father couldn't believe his son had saved the princess, when did this happen, how lucky is this boy? The Queen then said, please everyone, rise, no need for formalities. Then she praised Mr. Fong has raised a good-hearted child. Mr. Fong, with a sweating forehead, quickly replied, thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Jiua spoke rudely and asks for forgiveness. The Queen calmly replied, no need for forgiveness, you have done a great service. Now I will treat you as a grandson, and for any wrongdoing, I will stand by you. Oh my god, Mr. Fong thought, is this a dream or is he really treating Jiua like a nephew? Isn't this too good to be true? Mr. Zhang found the situation a bit too rushed, not consistent with the initial character setup, too illogical. He glared at the other man, but a hesitant response came out, so he quickly gestured frantically for his nephew to respond politely. Jiua also looked at Mr. Zhang, knowing what the old man wanted him to do, but it wouldn't be consistent with the initial character setup. Finally, he made a decision, followed by a loud thud. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of the two suspicious eyes. Mr. Zhang thought to himself, at least that boy knows what to do. But knowing how to show respect, the young man suddenly smirked and said, Nephew Fong Jiua greets aunt, what the heck, what is he saying? Mr. Zhang was shocked and speechless, and the Queen also accepted this reluctant son, from now on, I will be your aunt, and if anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. At this point, the king was in despair, as even the roof of his house had to accept it. Then he told Jiua to go to the study for a talk. After entering the room, the emperor inquired about the princess's illness. Jiua had just picked up some nuts and wanted to call himself nephew right away, but the emperor frowned and said, "Young man, don't address yourself as nephew. Even though you have been accepted into the family, you still need to address me as your superior. Do you understand the concept of proper etiquette?" Jiua stopped beating around the bush and said, "Your Majesty, the princess's illness has completely recovered, so you need not worry." But the emperor still doubted. "The princess has a brain disease, can that prescription really cure her?" Jiua reaffirmed that his prescription was not a problem, but the emperor still had an illusion. "My wisdom tells me that it cannot be cured at the root." "You don't need to hide it, just tell me the truth." Jiua was tired of this old man. He wasn't forcing him to lie, was he? So he played along and praised, "Your insight truly sees through everything." The emperor asked again, "So should we schedule a re-examination as needed?" The young man replied, "Of course, we need to prevent for the future." So the emperor ordered the princess to go to Jiua's workplace, as a precaution for the re-examination. Then he looked suspicious and asked, "If the medicine cures the illness, why are you still treating her?" When Jiua heard this, he was stunned for 5 seconds. Playing in the dark often meets the devil during the day. Now, how was he going to explain this? So he resorted to using deceptive words, saying, "Treating the princess's illness is an honor for me, Your Majesty. Please rest assured." The emperor immediately transformed into the boogeyman and scolded directly, "You rotten boy, have you forgotten what I just said? You should pay attention to etiquette. Why are you so hot-tempered, Your Majesty?" Jiua nervously said, "Treating the princess is a divine duty." Then the emperor asked about the symptoms of the illness. Jiua used himself as an example, pretending to be foolish, but in fact not sick. He explained that sudden intelligence and a dangerous expression on the face would indicate illness. The emperor believed him and ordered his attendants to observe the princess's behavior and call him if there were any abnormalities. Later, inside the palace, the prince praised Jiua for being able to cure illnesses. Jiua pretended to be modest, saying he had studied a lot and was a little better than the imperial physician. The prince then asked why Jiua had bought land from Shou Mingho. Jiua replied that it was for business. The prince wanted to borrow some money to make a profit, but Jiua sarcastically asked if he had any money. The prince was slapped endlessly, and the young man seemed to be ready to leave directly, not forgetting to crow, "Not just silver, you are just a small person, I am a prince, what silver do I not have?" Jiua didn't understand where this guy wanted to go. The dangerous look on the prince's face said, "I am going to visit the emperor and queen mother." Does this sound like seeking an alliance for skills? The next morning, the emperor dressed as if sending someone to propose, whereas the painting Tianya Jiangnan 2 that he liked the most. At the same time the prince had found the silver, so the young man showed Jiua the contract. "Well, maybe you understand the silver too." The emperor was furious and shouted loudly, then sent the guards to see what the son was stealing from his father. The prince was also threatened and scared to urinate, and the emperor was so angry at the son who caused trouble in the house, that the guards quickly found out. The prince took a painting Tianya Jiangnan 2, as well as a pen holder, ivory, gold inlay, and a phoenix jade pendant passed down from the Tang Dynasty. The emperor's eyes turned red, and he told the guards, "Don't say anything else." The more he listened, the angrier he got. At this point, the prince was extremely arrogant and wanted to sell that pile of goods to the businessman Wang Jinyuan, who had bought rosewood from Jiua. Jiua didn't expect it. How dare that guy buy things in the palace? The prince said, he doesn't have the guts to buy, but he also doesn't have the guts not to buy. Jiua silently felt sorry for Fat Wang, being forced to buy and sell. Wherever he went, it was a struggle to survive. This prince was truly cruel. The prince, with capital, asked about the red and black business. "How is this business going? Tell me straight." Jiua revealed that he had just bought an abandoned mountain in Jiangxi for exploitation, so he needed to recruit some labor. Moreover, the nearby land also needed to be repurchased. He had contacted the local landlords there, and it could be negotiated in just 2-3 days. The prince was unclear about what was being exploited. Jiua said, "It's about capturing trends and preferences. It's not that cold right now, selling things that help people stay warm." The prince with a super short IQ also understood, it's coal. Fong Jiua began to tell his plan. "There is coal there, and the weather is freezing. Those who can't keep warm will freeze to death, so I plan to build a coal furnace and chimney at the foot of the mountain. Even the noble people in the capital will not lack money in the end. Isn't this an opportunity to get rich?" After hearing that, the prince's eyes sparkled, shooting out 2 dazzling pieces of gold. He also wanted to make money like his brother, but Jiua was definitely a tricky businessman. With the weather getting colder, everyone would need coal, and the coal in Jiangxi was easy to exploit and very cheap, so our time has come. The prince was touched and shed tears, saying to himself, "Fong is truly my good brother, but a good dog like Jiua would suffer losses with the prince, hee. After that, Jiua spread the news that he wanted to buy land, and some landowners near Jiangxi were ecstatic because everyone knew that Jiua was a master at demolishing houses. Many people were eager to sell their lands. Now Jiua didn't need to find people to buy land, instead people came running to beg Fong Jiua to buy their land. At Fong's place, many relatives and friends also came to seek his help, saying, "A flood never flows onto barren land, right? You should buy our land." Fong immediately slapped these people, saying, "From now on, anyone who mentions the land will get a beat down." At the same time, His Majesty heard the news that his son had taken his treasure and went into business with Fong Jiua, as well as bought a lot of wild land, so he was furious. The court official asked, "Do you need the guards to come out?" He exclaimed in panic, "Now is not the time to be a laughingstock for the world. 2 fathers, 2 lives, but both with the same reckless son." They could only hold their heads in frustration and self-blame. What have we created, dear God? Meanwhile, the 2 reckless sons were still in a good mood watching the snow. The colder it got, the faster they got rich. After drawing up a big plan, the prince asked Jiua, "What next?" Jiua's wish was to earn even more money to make everyone see him as a dangerous character. "Isn't this young man dangerous enough, God?" The prince also agreed very much with him. Then, Jiua rubbed his chin and thought, "If we're doing business, we need a cool new name." The prince suggested, "Control the nation's fate." The name sounded ridiculous, but Jiua still praised it, "Nice, very royal style." The prince said, "Stop it, what's nice, just praise me if you want." The young man Jiua immediately knew he had made a mistake. Then he said, "Now that the brand is already established, the materials are also available, the next issue will be who will be in charge of the business. We need to find a professional person." Suddenly, the 2 salespeople looked at each other, and then made a decision at the same time. The scene shifted to the fat man Mr. Wang. When he saw Jiua coming, he quickly begged for forgiveness. He had been pushed around too much by Fong Jiua. A few days ago, he was forced by the prince to spend 20,000 silver to buy things in the imperial palace, but no one dared to buy those things, so it was as if he had lost 20,000. Jiua still smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's not just 20,000 silver, I have another big business deal I want to do with you. You are a respected leader, can we all get rich together?" Mr. Wang didn't know what business it was, but when he heard about making money, he eagerly asked, "What kind of business is it?" Jiua immediately replied, "It's selling coal." After hearing this, Mr. Wang was shocked once again. He hugged Jiua and cried desperately, saying, "This thing can produce toxic smoke, it can be deadly, how can we sell it?" He quickly begged Fong Jiua to forgive him. "Let's talk about it slowly, Wang." The salesman seemed to intimidate, "Aren't we brothers? Wang, you really don't want to work with me?" Lao Wang steadfastly refused. Jiua heard that and said, "Okay, I respect your decision." Then he asked, "Did the prince really take a great sword and put it on your neck?" When thinking back, Mr. Wang still feels pain, telling Jiua not to mention it again. The 3-foot-long sword is extremely sharp. "I suffered a lot." Hearing this, Jiua immediately shouted, "Dang dang, take the prince's sword to kill the villain immediately." Mr. Wang felt a little strange. "What do you want to do?" Jiua said, "I'm not targeting you." But looking at his face, it's hard to believe, the young man looks like a fierce killer. Jiua shouted, "Hurry up, if you hesitate, I'll chop you too." Mr. Wang was startled and assured, "It's okay, I don't actually feel too bad about selling myself." Jiua, like a hierarchical merchant, laughed wickedly and said, "This is your voluntary decision, not forced by me." Forced out rather than said not forced anything. In some corner of the imperial palace, located in the inner court, it may not be attractive, but it is the center of the world, and working here are all the most cultured inner court scholars. They are the most scholarly officials in the whole country. As the Prime Minister of the Emperor, responsible for handling all important matters. They waited to criticize and make recommendations before presenting them to the Emperor. Among them were the three leaders of the inner court, holding power and status equal to that of a military commander, helping Emperor Hongji to implement central governing policies. From left to right, Li Dongyang, Lun Yan, and Xia Tianzhang, in summary, the three elders. At this time, they were gathered around a red charcoal stove, which was the smokeless charcoal brought by the prince's palace servant. Initially, Lun Yan felt threatened because he feared that the prince wanted to harm him with coal, as coal is a poisonous substance, but now the smokeless coal burned for a long time and produced no smoke was praised by everyone as very miraculous. Especially Lun Yan heard that the cost of smokeless coal was extremely cheap, so it was a blessing for everyone, no one had to endure the winter hardships anymore. Li Dongyang also heard that the prince was doing business with Fong Jiua, not knowing if it was related to this item. At this point, Fong Jiua had already received recognition from the three elders. The prince was about to go on a lecture tour to learn from Confucian scholars, and he wanted to invite Jiua to go with him as a fellow student. Jiua felt uneasy. Every time I go with the prince, I always get called over by the emperor. It's really not a good sign. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, the old emperor loudly called his name and asked about the previous pond restoration. The theory is very ethical, but it seems like it may not be applicable yet. Jiua thought to himself, sure enough, I guessed it right, the old emperor wants to provoke me. On the other hand, the emperor is worried that recently, Jiua has been taking his son out into the world, so he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to control Fong Jiua. The old man continued to scold, I feel that this pond restoration policy cannot be implemented. Jiua still clasped his hands and replied, I still hope your majesty can guide me. He immediately argued, this policy is good, but the disturbance it causes is too great. It's like a strong medicine that, if it makes the people in the affected areas dissatisfied, may lead to even greater disaster. It cannot be easily tried. Jiua also saw the rationale. He thought for a moment and then said, but this year, there is still a rebellion in Guizhou and Guangxi. The gods think that once the pond restoration is passed, the roots will be treated. The rebellion in Guangxi and especially in Guizhou will become even more serious. I dare to guarantee that not long after, a new rebellion will arise, and it will be even more explosive. After listening, I still didn't understand what Jiua was saying. This is truly humiliating to Qianzhou. He is not putting Qianzhou in his eyes. Qianzhou is the mentioned Mr. Qian, who had previously served as a governor of Shandong and Hunan provinces several times, with outstanding achievements, and he played a crucial role in educating the people. His rule could not be denied, and his contributions deserved to be called the pillar of the state. The emperor now regrets, originally intending to mock Jiua a bit, but unexpectedly went too far, and Jiua is also sweating. The young man thought to himself, it's that Qianzhou guy, he's the one who was defeated by the rebels in history, so he pretended to praise Qianzhou a few words. Qianzhou is truly formidable, using tactics to rule Shandong very well, but he is too pedantic. Using the same way to manage the chieftain in Dongbei area is completely unacceptable. The more Jiua spoke, the more the emperor regretted the stimulation of this crazy brainless person. He kept on babbling and wouldn't stop, so the emperor said, this is insulting the great, do not mention it again. However, the courtiers couldn't bear it anymore. Fong Jiua dared to say, too arrogant, there's no reason at all, okay. The emperor then called his son. The crown prince immediately spoke up, Your Majesty. The emperor asked his son, what have you been reading lately? The crown prince immediately looked hesitant, and the emperor asked, don't tell me you haven't been reading? This time, the old man's son bowed and said that he had studied Su on Thursday. The emperor then told his son, read it quickly. The crown prince hurriedly read, in 3 years of spring, the noble sons gathered together, and the country's army advanced to defend the country. In the month of April in the summer. The young man hesitated and stopped at in the month of April in the summer. The angry emperor asked, isn't there more? Why didn't you continue reading? But the son, no matter how hard he remembered, still remained blank-faced. Seeing this, the emperor was furious and shouted, what have you been doing these days? The crown prince, trembling like an ant, replied, reading books, Your Majesty. In this critical situation, Wang Hua, who was Yang Tinghe's assistant in charge of educating the crown prince, spoke up. The emperor allowed him to speak, and he said, "The crown prince is the prince of a country, but as far as I know, recently he has been following Fong overall in business." In ancient times, doing business was considered a lowly profession in the eyes of the officials. They saw it as a disaster. The emperor was unhappy and Wang angrily said, "They sell coal and claim that coal can warm people up." WTF, everyone listened with a bewildered expression. The officials didn't believe that their business was selling coal. Do they think everyone in the world is a fool? According to them, coal is not only troublesome but also poisonous. Where is their coal to use? The prince still looked down on them. He was just selling coal. The officials at this point thought, this guy must be crazy. At this point, Jiua spoke up, saying that he and the prince were not doing business, but were creating blessings for the people, wanting to dedicate themselves to the people. But hearing such boasting, who would believe it? The emperor turned into a dragon and scolded the two idiots. "Are you feeling itchy all over? Do you need a beating?" But these two still looked innocent, and the emperor still wanted to scold them more, but unexpectedly, old Lun Yan spoke up and called, "Your Majesty." The officials were surprised. "It's Lu again. He is a very influential person. If he criticizes this matter, then Fong Jiua will just have to eat dirt." The king then asked, "What do you want to say?" The old man replied, "There is no smoke without fire. It's really good." The officials all opened their eyes wide in surprise and did not know what to say. At this point, the king also looked puzzled. One of the officials said, "Lu, are you saying that the little boy and the prince are good?" "That's a lie, and it's even more absurd." Xiegong then spoke up, "I also think there is no smoke without fire is very good. Oh my god." Another official, surprised, said, "This is too absurd. Even Xiegong is talking about the two of them." Next, Li praised, "Jiua has done a great service, saving so many people just relying on no smoke without fire. Such noble act, I bow to you." They thought about getting a pillow for this official, as he seemed to be in a dream. The two of them were very pleased with themselves, and their expressions were extremely sinister. The king was also extremely surprised and thought to himself, all three of them are vice-marshals of the Ming Dynasty, and yet they are relentless in praising this phrase. How is this possible? Mr. C asked again, "Lun Yan, what's the matter?" Lao Lun Yan began to tell the story. "Your Majesty, recently, not only in the capital, but from the north capital of Pyeongchang to Guizhou, Honan, Shandong, there has been sudden heavy snow. The price of coal has skyrocketed, but the normal people do not have enough coal to keep warm. The number of people dying from hunger and cold is immeasurable. Your Majesty, how would your benevolent heart feel when seeing the people in such distress?" In this difficult situation, even a talented person would find it difficult to help. But now, the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua have created smokeless coal. The old god believes that this type of coal will last longer than regular coal, without causing any smell or smoke. It truly is the divine remedy against the cold. The price of 1 pound of coal is only a fraction of the price of regular coal, extremely cheap. If even normal people can afford to buy cold-resistant coal, the number of deaths in this cold disaster will decrease significantly. The emperor was very moved after hearing this and asked, "Can it really replace coal?" The crown prince quickly assured him of his integrity. The emperor at this point clenched his teeth, and then 2 tears fell, which were tears of happiness. He said, "Bless the ancestors and protect the family." Jiua couldn't bear his grandfather, muttering to himself, "Shouldn't this credit go to me? How did it suddenly become the credit of the whole family? Who can play with this?" The emperor continued to ask how many people this coal could save, and how much could be produced in a day. Jiua replied, "As long as we have enough people, the quantity is not an issue, and I have already thought about the manpower. We can recruit refugees inside and outside the city to work in the royal palace. Right now, they are in dire straits, relying only on the aid of the royal palace, with nothing else to do. The prince has compassion for them, so recruiting as many refugees as possible is the best hope." The emperor couldn't help but smile. Finally, the 2 idiots had done something good for the country. Some time later, the words coal left a deep impression on them. The emperor kept the prince and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Fong Jiua. The young prince now felt 10 times more confident. With a triumphant expression, he said to the emperor, Your Highness is no pushover. The emperor then asked, "Where is the money from the sale of coal?" He immediately fell silent, looking like he had eaten dog shit. The emperor asked again, "The capital you used is from my treasury, right?" So, Fong overall, the profits from coal sales should be given to the prince, and directly deposited into the national treasury, do you understand? The prince was so angry that he almost spat blood, and the young man seemed to be laughing like crazy. After being approved by the emperor for trading smokeless coal, Jiua continued to calculate, it will only take less than a year to recover the capital. However, in the turbulent industry of essential supplies, there is no such thing as a 1-to-4 profit margin. The national coal industry will be a huge profit. Furthermore, changing the sign from prince to emperor will significantly increase recognition, making the sign even more dazzling. The prince even cried a river, pouring all his efforts into it. Meanwhile, Shou Mingho and Jun Iba, two brothers of the Zhang family, did not know that the wild land they sold to Fong Jiua was so valuable. The next day, they still warmly welcomed Fong Jihua's brand new money pump. Jiua turned to look at the land buyers and wondered, who else but those two unlucky guys would sell Jiangxi to him? Shou Mingho was still very happy and invited Jiua to come and drink some nourishing water at his house, but Jiua refused and said, "If it's bird's nest soup, I'll take it." Shou Mingho said bird's nest soup isn't good, but drinking lavy spring water is good for you. News of Jihua's coal trading has also reached their ears. Jiua modestly said, "It's just a small business." Old Shou Mingho silently cursed stupid, harmful food. It's better to let our two brothers take the loss than him. Despite his outward appearance of smiling and wishing his nephew good luck in business, deep down, the old man was cursing him, thinking that idiot is as stupid as a dog, ha. Meanwhile, Jiua was silently cursing back, thinking both of them are as stupid as oxen. Suddenly, a wheelchair with wheels appeared, and everyone turned to look at the wooden horse carriage. The two old men were startled to see a dangerous figure, a man dressed in a modest manner, Guitong of the famous Sea Trading Company. He had come to negotiate business with Fong Jiua. The two old men were terrified at the thought of dealing with the Sea Trading Company, a well-known business in the capital. They were known for trading in leather and silk, with branches not only in the capital but also in other major cities such as Nanjing, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. They even ran private banks. Although Guitong was supposedly a simple businessman, everyone knew that he was capable of big business. Some even speculated that Sea could be connected to the Dingwa Gong, the capital's imperial residence, and the Weigui Gong in Nanjing. The two brothers behind Sea were a mystery, and no one understood why Sea was seeking to do business with Fong Jiua. Perhaps they had a vision problem? Jiua also couldn't understand what they wanted to do. Guitong didn't beat around the bush, he immediately said he wanted to buy that piece of land in Jiangxi. Shou Mingho tried to dig his ears to see if he had misheard. Why would you want to buy that wild piece of land? Old Guitong said, "Before coming to do business, we already heard about it. Mr. Fong only owns half of Jiangxi, and the Sea Trading Company also only needs half of it. We agreed to pay 100,000 taels of silver. Does Mr. Fong find it interesting?" Oh damn. The two scammers screamed in horror, unable to believe that they would get 100,000 taels. They had sold it to him for 8,000, wasn't that a huge profit? Even later the Sea Trading Company said that they could even negotiate for 500,000 taels. These guys were so angry they wanted to find the Empress Dowager to reclaim the land. It turns out that these two guys are the dilapidated Empress Dowager. They wailed and sobbed, from hunters to hunted, saying that they were deceived by Jiua like dogs. They even dragged the Empress Dowager into it. To humiliate me is to humiliate my elder sister. These guys caused chaos in every possible way, from banging their heads to threatening to death, but playing like this only fools would believe. The Empress Dowager immediately told her followers, "Shut up." These shameless people wanted to take their complaint to the throne, which led to a slap that left their mouth bleeding, and yet they still acted shameless. An old man asked, "Why did the elder sister hit her younger brother?" The Empress Dowager also said, "When the two brothers sold the land, weren't they very happy? Now they're causing trouble." This land was bought by the prince and Jiua together.
Did you mean that even my own son joined in on the land grab?
The two old men listened, their faces immediately becoming dumbfounded, and then the lady drove these two disciples away. Quickly get out, don't stay here and embarrass me any longer.
Tears fell over the game on a certain day.
Old man Jiua happily called his son out to show him something. When they went outside, three wealthy gentlemen were already waiting to pay their respects.
Jiua asked, "Haven't you guys been studying?" They immediately turned to look at Mr. Fong.
Mr. Fong quickly said that a few days ago he had gone to check the accounts, and found that a lot of money was missing, and it would be a total loss if the sale of the mahogany would be snatched away by his son. Then he added, "It's all my fault for not teaching them properly before, because the remaining family fortune is at stake, so the wife has to take me as an example." He then pointed to Jiua's three disciples, and said, "They are the ones who study, their ideas are completely different, what they educate, and then education is teaching others how to do what we do, right Ouyang-ji?" The young man Ouyang-ji then thought that this old man was talking nonsense, but he still nodded a few times. "Whatever you say is right." So after spouting nonsense for a while, today he would teach his son how to save. Finally Jiua seemed to understand. He mustered his strength to resist his son, and called for help, but those three lazy ones were his disciples, and for a student to go against his master's father, this is a strange and unusual development. Ouyang could only cry silently to himself, "This disciple is so useless, hoo. The old father then spoke with a fierce expression, "This traditional martial art, actually means being diligent in taking care of the household chores." How to be diligent in taking care of the household chores? Then you only have to point to the smokeless stove. Jiua looked on without knowing what the old man was doing, thinking that the child didn't know. Mr. Fong immediately explained, "The trend now is to use that smokeless stove. Not only does it heat up especially well, it is also extremely economical, truly cheap but durable. Compared to firewood, it wins." After hearing this, Jiua was speechless. The old man continued to preach enthusiastically, pointing his finger to illustrate his point. "What the wife means is, we should spend money when we should, not indulge ourselves, but if it's unfair money, we shouldn't spend it." He then sarcastically kicked the piece of barren land that Jiua had bought as an example.
"If you buy barren land, people will laugh at you, so you understand my point, Jiua?"
Jiua replied, "I don't understand." The old man continued to teach, "It's not about not understanding anything, it's that this smokeless stove is produced in Jiangxi, and this thing in your hand isn't worth a penny.
I even told you to buy it without getting swindled."
After listening, Mr. Fong was surprised and exclaimed, "Stop it, Jiangxi belongs to our Fong family, which means that the spirit of the smoke is ours." Some time later, while sitting and having snacks, Jiua was accused again. The prince told him, "The accuser is the Royal Chronicle Institute. He accused you of insulting the great gods and listed a bunch of bad things you did. This accusation has caused quite a stir."
Jiua just shrugged it off, saying it's just a small accusation.
Then, he wanted to invite the prince to go out. Jiua was confident because everyone here has been accused by the Royal Chronicle Institute, even the emperor has been criticized for not adding more concubines. This means that if he has been accused, he has transformed from a troublemaker in the capital city to a distinguished person, a sign of maturity. Now in his new role, he felt that ordinary girls were not worthy of him. Suddenly, Lucian spoke up, "Fong overall, there's something you don't know." Jiua sneered and said quietly, "You're still very naive, knowing nothing but your own grandmother." Young man Lucian said, "The reason why this plan has such a strong impact is because Fong overall insulted Governor Guizhou, Qianzhou in the court. Many people are close friends of Qianzhou, and many are upset with him."
Jiua understood, it's because Qianzhou has a wide network.
In order to respond, the prince had a plan.
"Tonight, they will ambush the imperial envoy on the way home, cover his head and give him a beating. Is that okay?"
Upon hearing this, Jiua sarcastically commented, "The prince does love drama, he doesn't mind causing a big commotion." This group of imperial envoys are keyboard heroes trained and nurtured by the court, with the power to manipulate and engage in discussions. If you really follow the prince's plan to attack them, it will be a big deal. Even though they are not handsome, they are very sober. Jiua expressed the danger, saying, "We are people of means, so we must uphold ethical attitudes and rise above it, you know. But the prince is poor and has been robbed by the old man, he is now a poor wretch, what does he need ethics for?" Jiua still tried to bring Fong back to his good nature. It's best to use words to fight, say no to violence. The prince still has a hot temper like ice cream. A hero doesn't use empty words. A mouthful of foam can't make people's hair stand up. Technology should be used to tackle collisions.
Hearing Jiua say that, Fup nodded and said, "You are absolutely right."
In Guizhou at this time, the snowfields had been stained with blood. The war had caused many soldiers to be injured. Both sides had a fierce battle, with cries of pain echoing throughout the camp.
At this time, Xianzhou was extremely worried.
Miluo, the daughter of the earth deity, had married the judicial officer of Guizhou, Xing, but had become estranged from her husband. Miluo then brought soldiers and directly attacked Guizhou, killing her husband, declaring herself the champion of the heavens, and proclaiming rebellion.
Xianzhou sweated profusely. This is too serious.
The old man clenched his fist and cursed, "They are foolish people." When things came to this point, he could only quell the chaos.
The scene shifted to inside the royal court, where the emperor was holding a decree and asking, "Has everyone read it?"
Lun Yan had read it. It was Shou Mingho and Jun Yiba jointly accusing, their main target being Fong Jiua, listing over 100 delirious nonsense charges.
The emperor then asked, "What do you think?"
The old man replied, "Those two are very suspicious. They definitely have their own grudges against Fong Jiua, so this decree doesn't need to be announced." He continued, "The achievements of Qianzhou are real and very famous in the eyes of the readers, but Fong Jiua looks down on it. So your majesty can consider this matter, educate Fong Jiua a little bit to make him understand the rules." The emperor nodded in agreement.
He definitely had to deal with this troublemaker.
Suddenly, the crown prince arrived, peace to the emperor.
But a moment of kindness only made him want to ask, "Is Fong overall doing well recently?" This crown prince was considered as an illegitimate child.
At this moment, Fong Jiua bowed to the emperor, showering him with flattery, saying, "Long live the emperor."
10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years. The emperor was busy with many tasks, yet did not forget to call upon the heavenly gods.
The gods were deeply grateful, and suddenly a strange and warm feeling arose in the emperor's heart. The emperor's grace was overwhelming, and the heavenly gods received the grace, couldn't help but shout, "Long live the emperor."
10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years.
The emperor, with his brilliant and martial spirit, blessed his subjects with 10,000 years of prosperity. The emperor and Lun Yan, after the crown prince left, had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, and he muttered, "Damn it, this guy is really overacting."
This time, the emperor called him in for the matter of the Royal Chronicle Institute.
Once is a coincidence, but many times, it's clear that Jiua is not good. Furthermore, His Majesty also dragged out the two confessions of the two multi-level prostitutes. Both confessions insulted the great courtier Fong Jiua. Their daily behavior was improper and disrespectful. Hearing this, Jiua cursed silently in his heart, "Damn it, these confessions are so thick, why didn't they just write a story instead?"
His Majesty's face turned cold again as he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?"
Jiua immediately put on an innocent and pitiful expression, "I would never insult anyone, of course, I was only insulting the imperial envoy of Qianzhou." Jiua quickly defended himself, claiming that he was speaking the truth and that there was no insult in his words. His Majesty was surprised that Jiua had the audacity to argue and said, "Your everyday bad behavior is already enough, and if I ignore these confessions, I cannot face the people. I must punish you strictly." However, deep down, he wanted to use this incident to his advantage. Jiua was struggling to come up with a response when suddenly, someone walked in. It was Hanlin Xianghan. He wanted to report an urgent matter, so His Majesty hurriedly allowed him to speak.
Hanlin Xianghan announced that there was an urgent situation in Shenzhou.
His Majesty asked him to explain, and Hanlin Xianghan reported, Zhou Yunan, the daughter of the governor of Miluo, rebelled against her husband and caused chaos. The governor failed to suppress the rebellion. His Majesty was shocked to hear that Shenzhou had suffered a defeat, something that Jiua had known about beforehand. According to reason, the powerful chieftain's intention to rebel must be closely monitored and troops must be sent to garrison, or to directly tighten. Xianzhou runs to preach peace. Now the comments have failed, the serious threat to the credibility of the court in the Yungue area. His Majesty is now furious, he has been so tragically harmed by Xianzhou. A great minister immediately knelt down to confess, because he was the one who initially recommended Xianzhou, but now it is too late to repent. The most urgent thing now is to immediately send troops to quell the rebellion, cannot let the situation become uncontrollable. Suddenly His Majesty remembered, the young man Fong Jiua predicted that the chieftain would rebel. Indeed it is true, moreover he himself believed that Xianzhou was a moth, unfit to be in charge of Guizhou. Now everything has become true. His Majesty can no longer fathom the depth of Fong Jiua's insight, he must use pawn restoration this time. He said to the great minister, the urgent matter now is to stabilize the rebellion, and then he assigned Nanjing Minister of the Interior, Mr. Wang, who also serves as the Royal Chronicle Institute Deputy Mayor Imperial Envoy, to take over the position of Guizhou governor and mobilize the Yungue army to quell the chieftain's rebellion. He then sighed and continued, after the chaotic period, pawn restoration will be carried out, the chieftain and the people will be transformed, the regime will be forcibly changed, and the chieftain's hereditary succession will be turned into a limited term, avoiding abuse of power, educating the people, and distributing land for them to cultivate. The prince also realized that this young man Jiua was indeed very dangerous. The emperor then looked at Jiua for his opinion. He immediately said, both of you don't understand what Fong Jiua intends to do. Isn't it the pawn restoration that you proposed? Then Jiua smirked and said, the heart is too anxious, you can't eat hot tofu, this matter must proceed slowly to be stable. The main issue here is trust. For 1,000 years, the people have relied on the chieftain, they have suffered in extreme cold. Even if your Majesty bestows grace upon the people, they will not truly trust the court. Therefore, we must first gain the trust of the people, and then proceed with pawn restoration. The emperor heard it and thought it was reasonable. Jiua continued, after discussing, inform the local officials that the court is preparing to leave. His Majesty will allocate the surplus food and give each person 20 pounds of grains and 1 pound of salt. When the time comes, the people just need to come. The military will guard and distribute the food accordingly. After a few months, another distribution will be made. This will increase the goodwill and trust of the people towards the court. From the chieftain's perspective, the court's military has withdrawn, the intimidation has ceased, and the people have food and salt, which is truly 10 virtues and 10 beauties. Of course, there will be no more hardship, as the trust has been gained to implement the pawn restoration policy. His Majesty also expressed sympathy for the suffering people and prepared to allocate a large amount of land from the chieftain to the people. His Majesty also rewarded the chieftain's noble act by promoting his officials, but only in insignificant positions in other places, as a way to show appreciation on the surface but limit their actual power. At this point, even if both the chieftain and local officials strongly oppose, the people who receive the emperor's favor will not risk opposing the chieftain. After a long speech, the conclusion is as follows: gaining the trust of the people and preventing the chieftain and local officials from rebelling, this is the path to long-term stability. As long as we continue with pawn restoration, it will be successful. Old Lu Nian also silently admired, this person's logical reasoning is truly remarkable. The prince also guessed correctly, this brother Fong will definitely have a high position, he is indeed a man who likes to show off, disgusting, but I like him haha. Oh, but did this old man just switch genders after bragging, really? His Majesty wants to consult the opinions of the great officials. Although the great officials thought Jiua spoke well, they were still hesitant to decide. Anyway, this is a national matter, no matter how well Jiua speaks, we must think carefully. Suddenly the prince slightly frowned. He fully supported brother Fong. His Majesty was very surprised. Jiua also didn't understand what his best friend was planning to do. Jiua's face was swollen, he had just been slapped by the king. Initially, the king intended to hit Fong Jiua on the head, but the result of the pawn restoration was very good. The cane was raised, and if it didn't come down, it would be very humiliating. So he had to aim at his own son. He thought and told his son to speak. Just waiting for a chance, he would come right away. The prince was sweating profusely. Once the neck was grabbed, it would come right away.
He thought that the people and the animals were all the same. Wanting to eat and dress warmly, this is a big matter. As long as we satisfy these things, the hearts of the people will definitely turn towards the court. The high-ranking officials were surprised to hear this. The king doubted, "Is this still my son?" Then he had to ask the queen, "Stop." He pointed to the boy and asked, "Did someone teach him to speak like this?" Jiua is like a suspicious and dangerous character. The prince with a very strange look replied, "No." The reason the prince came to the coal mines in Jiangxi was to see the workers in rags with his own eyes, so he only knew how miserable it was. For many people, being able to live is already lucky. 100 people only need to have a meal. For them, just being able to satisfy their small desires can make them grateful to the court and the emperor. These days, the prince has also contemplated this matter. It turns out that the people's desires are so simple. Although it is so simple, the emperors in history did not do it, leading to people being displaced, endless smoke and fire, ultimately losing their country. This makes the prince feel emotional. The emperor and the grand courtiers all startled. Only Jiua looked with eyes like bullets. Going to Jiangxi is to steal secretly. The emperor still wanted to hear more, so the prince said he felt that those tyrants of the lost country, they closed themselves off and did not care about the life and death of the people. Their loss of the country was truly self-inflicted, so he begged his father, "Just follow Fong Jiua's pond restoration, it will definitely be successful." The king, after hearing this, couldn't believe it, and was deeply moved by his son's actions. "Our son has grown up," he said. He quickly wiped away his tears, saying, "I must not show too much joy, or he will become too proud and die." Then he issued a death sentence, "How dare you go to the Jiangxi coal mine?" The prince felt as if he had been sentenced to death. He had not expected such strict defense and was still unable to break through, but this time he made a strong effort to protect Fong Jiua, saying, "Only I will go." Fong Jiua did not lead me. Young Jiua's face turned to one of astonishment, saying, "WTF, are you insane?" Saying that is no different than confessing before being beaten. Fortunately, the king did not want to continue the topic and called Fong Jiua by name. The young man innocently replied, "Here is your servant." The king regretted not having listened to him earlier regarding Shenzhou, saying, "From today, you will attend the Imperial Academy with the prince." This meant that the king valued him, and it seemed that he wanted to pave the way for the prince, wanting Fong Jiua to become a key member of the prince. But, the Ming Dynasty does not have officials studying together. What is this all about? So he asked the king, "Your Majesty, why am I going to study with what status?" Lunyan opened his eyes wide, surprised. "Oh my god, how dare you ask like that? It's like someone giving you a painting and immediately asking for the price of the painting." The emperor was not lenient with his words, "Just leave me alone." The two men with no brains quickly left. Jiua then turned back. The emperor instructed that Lunyan also prepare for the spring exam, as the exam is a central part of the ancient Chinese imperial examination system. Jiua smiled and thought to himself, the 12th Hongji exam is about to begin. Jiua still hoped that the three scholars, like ripe fruit on the branch, could pass the exam and then receive the rewards from the three other respectful men. Jiua was looking forward to this exam, as the 12th Hongji exam was the most turbulent, involving a case of cheating in an imperial examination, not only that but also related to a scholar from Jiangnan. He still remembered a line of poetry from him: "Peach blossoms in the nest, peach blossoms in the south, peach blossoms in the nunnery, peach blossoms in the land of immortals, the peach blossom fairy plants a peach tree, with a plucked peach blossom, I exchange for a cup of wine." The person mentioned is Tang Dan, in the movie Xingjia of the Banhu Dian Su Xiang series. Thanks to the line in the movie, "This chicken wing is my favorite to eat," Jiua remembers this name very much. However, compared to the image in the movie, the historical Tang Banhu or Tang Dan is very disappointed and melancholic. Now, at 28 years old, Tang Dan is the top scorer of the civil service exam, in Tian Palace, becoming a famous scholar. One must know that not all top scorers are the same, just like the top student in a regular school and the top student in a specialized school. Tang Dan, as the current top scorer, is also preparing to take the exam in the capital city. He will be in Beijing due to some compatriot relationships and will be implicated in a fraud case, then his life will fall into suffering. Eventually, the court will announce that they will never use him. Tang Jiayuan, a talented and passionate person, will fall to the bottom of society, becoming disappointed with life, but this time will be different. Jiua probably will save him. He doesn't believe that the top scorer of Ingtian Palace would cheat in the exam. The only possibility is that he was implicated by someone else, because of his close relationship with someone who eventually became the victim. In order to help him escape the danger of cheating, the only way is to cut off his ties with everyone once he enters the capital city. Jiua also thinks of his 3 students who are studying, and the exam questions are already inside their homework. Forget eating and sleeping, focus on studying. Anyways, the 3 young birds were still not old enough compared to Tang Banhu, so they had to run ahead due to their weakness. Suddenly, the prince appeared unexpectedly, breaking Jiua's thoughts. The young man asked, "Did I not speak correctly earlier?" Jiua quickly replied, respect, okay?" The mischievous prince said, "I see the emperor is still afraid of wetting his pants, me too, even the gods are afraid of peeing themselves. So why are we the same? Oh damn, we are true brothers." Suddenly, the royal courtier appeared to inform the 2 of them that the queen had heard that the prince and Fong Jiua had entered the palace, especially ordering them to Kunning Palace to have Jiua re-examine the princess. Jiua suddenly realized that he had forgotten to re-examine the princess's illness at Kunning Palace. The 2 of them arrived, and the queen was still elegant, graceful, and beautiful as ever. The prince, upon arrival, pretended to cry and express various kinds of affection, but how strange that the queen only paid attention to Fong Jiua. In the end, who is the real parent here? The flow of saliva hurriedly flattered Aunt right away. "Your Majesty, Aunt looks even more radiant, your aura is much better, I even thought you were the queen herself." The queen was also very pleased with the words of this new nephew, but he noticed the presence of the 2 senior officials here. "Damn it, are these not the 2 who accused me earlier?" Well, he also greeted them. "Hi, to the 2 uncles, I heard that you 2 jointly accused me." The 2 men heard this as if it hit them in the heart. An old wrinkled man thought to himself, WTF for real, does this kid know that he has been accused, showing that his majesty has already dealt with it, but why is he not affected? Jiua always said, because his majesty is magnanimous, not only does he not blame me, but he also allows me to study with the prince, WTF. The 2 senior officials were shocked. The queen was also amazed. His majesty allowed Jiua to study with the prince, not only clearly stating that the accusations of the 2 senior officials were slanderous, but also clearly stating that Fong Jiua had definitely done something, helping the prince to change and gain more trust from his majesty. Fong Jihua's future with the prince will be very beneficial. Fong Jihua saved her daughter and is now her son-in-law in the future. She felt angry with her 2 sisters for accusing Jiua like that, because when words cannot express emotions, violence will replace it. So, the 2 sisters, who are also her siblings, were taken to her, the queen, to be punished. Jiua then entered the princess's room. The girl greeted him not too bad. He also respectfully bowed, but today Jiua had the opportunity to really admire the beautiful princess. The young man couldn't help but say, "What will the future call me?" The princess heard it but didn't understand. A maid with a charming beauty immediately said, "Just let Fong overall check it." Jiua chuckled, then he told the princess to stretch out her hand. The princess was a bit hesitant with this dangerous guy, then Jiua said, "If you don't stretch out your hand, how can I check?" Although the way of checking was strange, the princess still followed. Jiua looked at the trembling hand and felt helpless. "The prince is also sick, I've checked him all over, there's nothing to worry about." The princess was startled, the maid also startled. Then the princess thought to herself, if there are any strange symptoms, he'll have to take medicine. So she quickly covered her mouth. Jiua's younger brother has started to stir. The young man was trying to persuade him to hold on. Then he touched the princess and said, "No problem, the illness is not showing any signs of recurrence. Princess, you can rest assured." After saying that, Jiua acted cool as a cucumber, threw his cloak and said, "I'm leaving." The princess looked surprised, thinking what he was going to do. Jiua seemed to guess what the young girl was thinking, flirting with the princess, huh? You're a playboy, not a lowly person. In the 12th year of Hongji, in 1499, Tang Dan and his friend Zijing went to the capital city to participate in the meeting, but they were related to Zi Jing's arrest. Tang Banhu was extraordinarily talented, and also holds a position in the Ying Tian Palace, so he doesn't need to cheat in the exams. But because of his close relationship with Invigilator Chang Minzheng, Tang Jiua must prevent Tang Dan from meeting those two people in order to save his idol. In the Laifu guesthouse, Tang Jiayuan, Tang Dan is there, and when Jiua arrived, he couldn't let things be delayed and immediately rushed in. Unexpectedly, he sped quickly and crashed into a man in a green shirt. He held his mouth in pain, wanting to see which eyeless dog it was. It turns out the dog was covering its mouth. The man in the green shirt also suffered a painful blow, and he was none other than Tang Dan. Jiua was startled, only to realize that Tang Banhu, the dashing and flirtatious man, was actually a thin bearded old man. Jiua was completely shattered. Why does he look so old, not as cool as imagined? Well, no need to rescue anymore, but a fan for a day, a fan for a lifetime, still the top fan. Jiua always believed he must rescue. He politely asked the man if he was Tang Jiayuan. Tang Banhu also asked, "Who are you?" "I am Fong Jiua." The name Tang Banhu immediately lost its appeal. Isn't that the name that destroyed the capital city? He greeted Jiua with a grimace. Jiua still wanted to talk to his idol. "I have admired Tang Jiayuan for a long time. Shall we stop and have a chat? There are many things I would like to learn from Tang Jiayuan." Suddenly, Tang Banhu's steps moved back more professionally than Michael Jackson. He quickly dodged, saying he had a few friends to invite for a drink. Jiua analysis: according to the current situation, Tang Banhu must definitely go visit Zi Jing. There is also Invigilator Chang Minzheng. On one hand, he is a high-ranking official who specializes in nurturing talents, and when he takes office, he will form alliances, both being a newcomer and having a place to rely on in the court. Both are for their own interests, so this meeting is very normal. For Tang Banhu, this is a meeting for his own future, but he will suffer greatly because of it. Jiua immediately shouted, "Stop!" He showed the face of the villain and said, "You are not allowed to go." Tang Banhu, feeling as if he had stepped on a dog's foot, quickly said, "Next time, I will definitely sit with Fong." But Jiua was as stubborn as a mule. "You are not allowed to go. If you dare to go, I will break your leg." Tang Banhu was tense, not afraid of what the troublemaker could do under the Empress's feet. There is still the law here. But in his own playground, disobedience meant getting a punch, but in his heart, he was already remorseful. "I have to do it for the sake of my idol." But the punch was also unbearable, and soon, the sound of desperate cries spread throughout the tavern. At this point, it was not just a punch, even Deng Deng joined in, doubling the screams of pain. Jiua wanted to delete Tang Banhu's face ID so he wouldn't be able to meet anyone. At this point, Tang Banhu had lost his identity and was beaten up. The angry young man believed that Tang Banhu, who had seized the top position in the exam, was trying to take credit for the achievements of the three graduates. "Because he's afraid of me, he took the top spot in this exam and stole the glory from the other three graduates, which is why he picked a fight with me." The more Tang Banhu thought, the more angry he became. He's really despicable. Jiua started laughing gleefully, facing Tang Banhu's insults and said, "Are you worthy to be compared to my three graduates?" Tang Banhu was still confident and said, "Your plan won't succeed." If that was the case, Jiua would want to make a bet with Tang Banhu. If his student did better, Tang Banhu would have to acknowledge him as his teacher. Tang Banhu also asked, "What if you lose?" Jiua, speaking coldly, said, "Then I will crush my three graduates." "It's cold, isn't it?" "It's not the cold from rising heat." Now Tang Banhu wanted to fight to the death with this guy. But Jiua still woke up in a daze and thought to himself, "If I get hit like this, it will take at least 2 months to recover. I definitely won't dare to meet anyone. It's great." Suddenly someone shouted a slogan, "Under the feet of the gods, who dares to act recklessly, who dares to commit violence, come and catch him." The person who came was a few foot soldiers. They wanted to come to teach the person who beat the reader, but they were stunned when they saw that hat, that costume, and especially that sword. The foot soldier was sweating. Jiua immediately pulled out his old man and said, "Do you know who your father is?" "My father is Fong Jinglong, and who are you, old man?" Seeing that this guy was so intimidating, Zhang Chong quickly answered, "I am Zhang Chong." Jiua even wanted to drag this relative's name out to ask, but the foot soldier quickly begged for forgiveness. He has an old mother and young child, so Jiua pointed to Tang Banhu and said, "It's this guy Tang Dan, who dares to fight with young master in front of everyone." The foot soldier believed in the motto that the strong is the righteous one, and immediately said, "Yes, I will catch him immediately. I didn't expect someone to dare to fight the young master. I'm sorry, I will catch him right away." Having avoided the misunderstanding, Jiua didn't beat around the bush and didn't want to pursue it anymore. "Then there is nothing better than a gentleman with a kind heart. I admire you." Tang Banhu was furious. "You admire me? I despise you." After that, Jiua immediately ordered the officials to supervise this area, which was actually to supervise Tang Banhu and not allow him to interact with anyone. If anyone disobeys, it means they are disrespecting Fong Jiua. The officials quickly obeyed, and he didn't forget to say that he would pay for the medical treatment for Tang Banhu, but the ticket to Korea is not cheap, so the news spread quickly, and the fight had made people angry. Everyone focused on the bet Fong Jiua made, and everyone wanted Tang Jiayuan to win the bet and humiliate Fong Jiua's 3 prodigious students. Normally, the examination was supervised by the invigilator, who was highly trusted in the government, and there was no doubt about the results. However, the imperial examination was a major test, and in addition to the invigilator, officials from Rights, Supreme People's Procuracy, and the National Academy were also appointed. Because many people will inevitably cheat, Invigilator Li Dongyang's high authority is well known, so naturally there is no problem. Behind, the supervisor is Chung Minjiang. According to historical records, there is actually no problem. Issues arise in the local culture, and it is very normal for relatives to visit each other. At this time, Jiua is discussing the betting incident with his disciples. The 3 students have also heard about it. Therefore, this time Jiua will personally teach the 3 students. "This time I will definitely help you all. Step on that Tang Banhu's name under your feet." But Zi Jing and Tang Banhu were both scholars from Jiangnan, who rushed to visit their fellow townsman invigilator Chang Minjiang and eventually achieved high scores. Even if there is no cheating, they will still be suspected by others. Therefore, in order to prevent others from thinking that they cheated, the first thing Jiua needs to do is to create a firewall and prevent communication with outsiders. These 3 students will serve as an example. They are very excited to learn what to study. Jiua then took out a thick stack of papers and said, "It's to study this pile of exercises, children." The 3 men immediately fell silent, eager to make a quick escape to make friends, but the monkey, Jiua, wanted to play with them. Pointing to their heads, he indicated that they were not intelligent enough and would need to work hard to show their talent in the difficult exam. The only way was to practice writing, so he held up 2 fingers and demanded that they write 2 ancient poems every day. Even with lots of practice, to do well in the exam, they would need to also study the preferences of the exam proctor and the world of literature. Some people liked new and innovative works, while others preferred precision and no mistakes. This time, the invigilator was Li Dongyang, and Jiua had already studied some of his literary works and important information about him. Another issue was the problem of avoiding cheating. Even though some people believed that cheating was not real, the authorities still punished the cheaters. The imperial examination Chang Minjiang and Tang Banhu were involved in the cheating case, but it's important to remember that the civil service exam and the imperial examination are different. The civil service exam is just a small exam. Inside the guest house, someone informed Tang Banhu, "There's someone who wants to see you." But with a face wrapped in bandages like this, he didn't want to see anyone at all. Xiao Er also nodded and said, "I understand. It's all to protect the idol, so he had to fight on behalf of the idol, to keep the idol from contact with outsiders." Jiua still felt very clever, especially thinking about being able to be Tang Banhu's master was very interesting. However, Tang Banhu was determined not to let that person get his wish. Everyone wanted to win this bet. Time passed quickly, and the year was almost over. Many officials in the Imperial Academy were about to celebrate the new year, and the academy was very deserted. Despite this, Jiua was still very dedicated to his work. As a loyal student of the Imperial Academy, how could he be absent? When he just arrived, he saw the prince engrossed in reading something with a pile of large books. He curiously asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Then he turned around, with a piece of paper on his nose, and it was clear that he had been beaten up. However, because the national tax had to be calculated at the end of the year, the Ministry of Revenue had to check the records. So the prince quickly offered to help, but the emperor responded, "This guy doesn't even care about his own affairs." After listening, Jiua stroked his chin and thought, "It's true, in this era, the emperor does not study the 5 classics, but instead goes to study algorithms and formations for battle. It's really incomprehensible." At this time, the crown prince was feeling bitter and resentful, determined to figure out that he was a stubborn fish, and even if he was beaten, he would have to keep count. Jiua, feeling helpless, had to come and help this guy. When he opened it, it was all characters, not a single number. After reading it, he felt that his brain was bigger, and the methods for accounting and keeping records in this era were still quite primitive. The Ministry of Revenue's staff were just adding and subtracting on different items. Just one Jiangsu province had such a large amount of calculations. If it were 2 capital cities and 23 provinces, there would be even more. Just a slight deviation in the calculations would have to be recalculated. The most frightening thing was the transportation of materials, and there would be waste. If these were recorded, there would naturally be income and expenses. Therefore, the margin of error at the end of the year would be extremely large. In addition, according to the calculation, there needs to be multiple calculations. There is a large amount of calculation, so specialized employees need to divide the calculations and then combine them. Of course, with such complexity, can the prince really do it? Can it be done differently? Looking at his dumbfounded face, Jiua immediately wants to stop him. Just as he was thinking for a long time, the prince was furious and distraught, recalculating from the beginning, but Jiua wants to do the calculations for him. The prince was surprised and threw the paper in his face. "Do you even know how to do calculations?" Jiua affirmed, "I am a mathematical genius." Although in his previous life, the young man was a literature student, his mathematical abilities still surpassed those of this era. Haphazardly tossing away integrals or the Prodigal theorem was enough to advance the mathematical level of ancient people by hundreds of years. Furthermore, he didn't even need to calculate, because all the expenditure items in the 11th year of Hongji were in Jiua's mind. It turns out that before he crossed over, Jiua was a Ming Dynasty historian, not only studying the characters, but also studying the production level of the Ming Dynasty. For these figures, they were still fresh in his memory. Of course, you cannot reveal the answer too quickly. You have to show that you are a math prodigy. So he immediately used the computation method he learned in primary school. 1 multiplied by 1 is 1, 1 multiplied by 2 is 2, 1 multiplied by 3 is 3, 2 multiplied by 3 is 6, 6 multiplied by 6 is 36. The prince still believed it. The young man thought to himself, "This guy really knows how to calculate, that's impressive, and he looks so professional." And 2 days later, the main character had finished. The prince was surprised. How could he be so quick? It's unreasonable. Jiua pretended to be a great mathematician, the king of calculus, the destroyer of trash numbers, and especially a master bullshitter. The prince began to suspect that this guy was too much. Jiua was still planning to take a few more days to finish, but this guy finished in just 2 days. He must have been cheated, but the prince still wanted to hear the answer from Jiua. The pen was ready, the paper was fine. Jiua just laughed and said, "You're still naive. You have to calculate the exact expenditure for the next year, the year after that, and the year after that. From Guangdong to the Qingrong dynasty, it's all in the palm of your hand, but still have to be modest. Our family only talks about this year's expenses until the end of the 7th day of the 11th lunar month in the Hongji year 11. The court imports from 2 capital cities, 23 provinces, 2,754,622 taels of silver, 790,000 caddies of silk, 1,639,300 rolls of cloth, 226,200 caddies of tea leaves, and in addition, in the imperial court of 2 capital cities, 770,000 bushels of rice, 270,000 taels of customs duties, etc. After hearing this, the crown prince silently praised, "Oh damn, it's too powerful." But you have no way to check whether this name is bragging or miscalculation,
but as a brother, you have to believe in your brother, you have to let the king know that this is also easy. The Ministry of Revenue is still calculating day and night, but the closer to the end of the year. Internal Structure Doctor and Minister of Revenue, Li Dongyang is even busier planning the national budget. This is an extremely difficult matter.
At this moment, His Majesty was talking to Li Dongyang.
He was very reassured to have this god in charge of the accounting, and there had been no recent issues.
Everyone could also happily welcome the new year. Before finishing his words, the great god immediately reported that Fong Jiua had an accident. He was beaten by Tang Dan at Ying Tian Palace.
This god read the report and felt something was not right. It was true that Fong Jiua was beaten and he wanted to show up for him. Although his character is like shit, he is still a talent of the country, but according to the information obtained, the strange thing is that Tang Banhu is a person full of scars, while Fong Jiua is still plump.
Everyone knows why.
His Majesty and Lun Yan also had to be speechless. Li Dongyang continued to talk about the gambling of the two of them, to see who could rank higher. According to the situation, Tang Dan is the top scholar of the civil service exam in Tian Palace, and Fong Jiua's 3 students are in the top 3 of Harmonious Heaven Palace. It looks equal, but in fact, Tang Banhu has already mastered it because test takers from the south have always favored those from the north, like the top of a specialized school and the top of a regular school. Typical in the structure of my house, among the 3 scholars of Cabineto, there were 2 Nanfang people, Li Dongyang and Setian, both of whom were scholars and representatives of Nanfang.
Lun Yan was from Beifong.
Among the Beifong candidates, compared to the other 2, Tang Dan was far behind, easily outshone by the other 3. This time, the emperor also felt that Jiua was playing big, outwardly silent but inwardly following the trend and getting interested in this betting game.
Suddenly the crown prince burst in, excited to boast about the surplus in the national treasury.
The emperor immediately told him, "Stop bragging, the Ministry of Revenue is still counting, don't delude yourself." But the crown prince confidently said, "With Fong Jiua in charge, of course the gods are also helping, but actually only to massage and relieve stress from calculations." In fact, Jiua had sent them a letter to improve the accounting productivity of the Ministry of Revenue, inside which was a method to balance the department's borrowing in their bookkeeping, widely used and scientifically accurate, but torn apart by the Ministry of Revenue. National Treasury accounting is a serious matter, and the emperor still chose to trust the judgment of the Ministry of Revenue more, which is why he only said that Fong Jiua was causing trouble, and the crown prince was just playing along.
On the contrary, the prince remained firm in his belief that Fong Jiua's calculations were accurate. He began to recite the results that Fong Jiua had previously read.
Of course, although it sounded good, it was only unverified numbers. The 3 influential figures in the court, upon hearing the prince's words, secretly thought to themselves, "A foolish ruler will not be a good leader."
Yet the prince did not trust anyone's words except for Fong Jiua's.
He always trusted Fong Jiua, who was his loyal brother. He did not believe that his trusted friend would deceive him. The queen, on the other hand, thought of her son as foolish, but since he had no one to play with since childhood and had formed a close bond with Fong Jiua, she considered him a normal affection. Therefore, she did not punish him but only advised the prince not to cause trouble and harm in the future. The prince, in frustration, cursed and cried, calling himself a fool, and even wanted to physically discipline his wayward son. Fortunately, the court advisors intervened, preventing any physical altercation.
After calming down, he advised his son, "Stop being so foolish, Fong Jiua is just trying to deceive you, don't you understand?" But the prince, like a lost soul, still believed that Fong Jiua wouldn't deceive him, and the emperor was helpless. With so many figures, he couldn't believe that Fong Jiua could calculate so quickly. Is he a god or a mortal bodhisattva? Not long after that, the Ministry of Revenue also brought the results of their investigation, holding 2 ledgers, one from Fong Jiua and the other from the Ministry of Revenue. The emperor began to compare the 2.
Fong Jiua's total was 2,754,622, while the Ministry of Revenue's total for silver imports was 2,754,625, which was almost identical, with only a negligible difference in the unit's place. The old emperor was now shocked and began to doubt the meaning of life,
could it be true? Is he really a mortal bodhisattva, a reincarnated tiger? The prince, now happy, laughed wildly and foolishly. In the end, who is wrong, me or my father? Jiua is number one and won't deceive the prince's heart, he. Being mocked by his son, the emperor decided to have a little talk with his son, who obediently accepted the lesson. Father, the holy emperor sees far and wide. I understand, I promise. Now His Majesty has another eye on Jiua. He started to worry if this name is too clever to be a genius or a disaster. Because of too much distress, he immediately called the university scholar Li Dongyang to discuss. He wanted to consult Li Dongyang on Fong Jiua. After a moment of thinking, Li Dongyang felt that Jiua is indeed the rare talent of the prince. His Majesty was surprised that the prince is still so young and playful. Someday, he will need an assistant like that. Although Fong Jiua likes to cause trouble, he is intelligent and is a trusted sword. If he can be by the prince's side, he can be carefree. This is not carefree from a household level to a national level. His Majesty was also surprised that Li Dongyang valued Fong Jiua so highly. Li Dongyang continued, the sword is a sharp tool, it can harm others but also protect oneself. There are many famous, high-ranking generals in the world who finally got a divine weapon and ended up being defeated. But this sword of Fong Jiua, if working for the prince, will not betray the master. It is a limited VIP pro. His Majesty still didn't understand, so Li Dongyang gave an example of the most dangerous sharp sword, that is Wang Mang, who had both talent and reputation. The ruler, out of the desire for talent, hoped that with the help of talent, he could rule the world peacefully. But as the expectation of talent grew, so did the power, and there could be rebellion, like Wang Mang, who was trusted from the outside and had a reputation all over the world. So Wang Mang usurped the throne and turned from a servant into an emperor. After a while, it was Fong Jiua who was the worst, with a wicked mind and no moral character. Even if he were to rebel one day, only dogs would follow him. Outside, the snow keeps falling without stopping, but this world is like a pot of hot pot, running out of dipping sauce. Unfortunately, all the food stalls have been monopolized by Fong Jiua, so those who want to eat have to go to another restaurant. The food will be brought to the workers, who will be grateful to Jiua and will also be paid. Everyone thanks young Master Fong. Therefore, in the city, readers scold Fong Jiua a lot. But here, the workers and their families praise him endlessly. They know that without Fong Jiua, the stranded people like them would be afraid of starving at the New Year's Eve moment. Thanks to Fong Jiua's sacrifice, the workers happily chat and joke, feeling much warmer and more relaxed. Outside, fireworks are booming everywhere. Everyone has to look up to see the city fireworks. This year's fireworks are much bigger than before, signaling a great and prosperous year. The reason for such big fireworks is because Jiua invented them. He called them VIP super fireworks. Suddenly, Deng Deng made a prayer gesture. He wished for a beautiful wife and 2 chubby children in the future. Jiua thought that name was also very dreamy, so he also quickly made a wish to find a wife soon, and preferably a princess. At the same time, responding to the prayers, the princess sneezed. She wished for her illness to be completely cured soon, especially for Fong Jiua to stay away from her. The prince also joined in, smiling mischievously, wanting to take all the wisdom from his brother Jiua and then make him foolish. Jiua was repeatedly sneezed on by 2 people in a row, so he caught a cold right away. Oh damn, it's true. And it's not over yet. Then there are 2 multi-level guys who remember day and night, praying for Jiua to get pimples on his butt. Then we all sneeze together again, and then there's Tang Banho, who also hopes to punch Fong Jiua one day. Can anyone stop? Because Jiua is about to become addicted to sneezing, and Deng Deng has been taught that sneezing once is remembering, twice is cursing, 3 times is speaking ill. He asked, young master, someone wants to punish you, right? Jiua told him to shut up, because the person who wants to punish him has to wait in line. Suddenly, he paid attention to his old father praying, and he was overjoyed to put his arm around his father's shoulder and guessed, wishing for wealth, right? Mr. Fong immediately said no, and Jiua asked excitedly, so it must not be too lonely looking for a wife, right? His father scolded him for talking nonsense, and Jiua was puzzled and didn't know what his father wanted.
Mr. Fong told his son not to waste his nerves anymore. All his life he only prays for one thing, which is hoping his son can be safe. As long as his son is not sick or have any accidents, he will be happy as a husband. Jiua laughed, but he shed tears touched. Father, rest assured, we can definitely live to be 100 years old. The scene then turned to the prince, who was being massaged by Lucian. It must be said that Lucian was originally a criminal but became an Eastern Palace eunuch, thanks to his good relationship with Prince Jiao. However, don't be deceived by his appearance. In history, he was a notorious figure, gaining the trust of the emperor and expanding his power, causing harm to officials who opposed him and manipulating national affairs. He was a dangerous figure, deceiving the emperor and harming the country and the people. But all of this was just on the pages of history. Since Jiua appeared, everything had changed. An explosion caused Lucian to look pitiful and in need of urgent medical attention. He now cried like a river, saying, "I don't know what I've done to deserve this." The prince sighed in sympathy for him. Jiua, based on the judgment situation, maybe there's too much explosive this time, we still need to study more. The prince proposed, next time, let's change the person leading the explosion. But Jiua insisted, let him do it again. The prince, concerned, asked, will he be okay? Of course, he will be okay. After 7 times of trying the explosion, Jiua is experienced now. If we change to someone else, it might be even worse. The prince seemed to understand, I see. Then the prince asked Lucian with a caring expression, are you okay? Does it hurt? With tears in his eyes, Lucian replied, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Okay, let's continue to ignite the fire, damn it. Jiua, hearing this, was stunned, and the explosion rang out again, adding more tragic fates. At this moment, Jiua realized, it looks like we still need to try a few more times. Then the prince repeated his old joke, baby, are you okay? Jiua tried to refuse with tears in his eyes, but the prince said, okay, let's continue. Sound, boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Jiua was blown up to the point of being half dead. He wanted to surrender and stop playing. Jiua is now very satisfied after blowing up a guy named Zhangshun, it really relieves stress. But now the prince is relentless, using all the power of the slave. As long as there is breath, there will be blows, exploiting labor even more than capitalism, really helpless with this young prince. In a few days, the gambling between Tang Banhu and Fong Jiua students is hot and bustling. Who will be the winner of the competition? The news has spread widely. The big casinos are actively responding, opening betting rounds. Most people bet on Tang Banhu to win. At this time, Jiua is instructing his students to try their best in the competition, and the students swear not to disappoint their teacher. Jiua looks concerned. You must make an effort. It seems that Jiua's concern for the 3 people is touching, but in fact it is because the prince has bet 5,000 liang, betting that the 3 people will win. The prince has ordered that if you cannot defeat Tang Banhu, then he will break your leg. The 3 men were shocked and silent, feeling like a sword hanging over their heads. Luckily Jiua didn't give up, didn't let this happen. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped, but the boy was even more ruthless. He bet 20,000 taels of silver, at very high odds. If the 3 of them lost, he would personally break his leg without needing the prince's trouble. At the guest house, Tang Banhu walked heavily, pushing the door open. He was surprised to find many people waiting to wish him good luck. They really wanted him to defeat the 3 students of Fong Jiua. Turns out they were the Nanfang people. They really wanted Tang Banhu to show the people of Beifang how powerful the Nanfang students were. Tang Banhu shed tears, touched by the kindness of these people. Actually, they had put all their money into Tang Banhu's bet. Our money is all on you, kid. An old man even said, we borrowed an additional 5,000 taels from Fei Credit, playing with blood. Then Tang Banhu felt that the warmth of these people was strange, so he didn't bother to cry anymore, just went straight on. The exam was about to begin. It was cold outside, but inside the candidates were even colder, especially Ouyang who was very tense, his hands trembling even though he hadn't even left the room. In the normal study room, everyone was busy flipping through their notes. But Tang Banhu was busy flipping through his pen to write a lot. Normally, one should be confident to be right, but Tang Banhu was very confident. No matter what the exam was, he had secretly determined, I have to show that person what respect is, and make them kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Then the drum sounded, and the exam began. The proctor handed out the test and all three young men were shocked and couldn't believe it, whispering in horror, why is it like this? But Tang Banho laughed gleefully, ha ha ha. Indeed, the heavens help us, this tricky test is completely different from previous exams, it will surely make a bunch of people struggle, but this test is both clever and suits my taste. This name, already confident in 10 parts, had become 10 parts of certainty. Fong Jiua, you have definitely lost. After the exam, a commoner immediately pointed and exclaimed, Tang Jiayuan has come out. At this moment, Tang Banhu was like a hunted idol. Under the cheers of his name, he immediately lifted his old face. Oh, I have to say, at this moment Tang Banhu was only 28 years old, but the gambling addicts are also very pleased. Zi Jing, a friend of Tang Banhu, is a talented young man from Jiangnan, and he was the one who led Tang Banhu to meet Cheng Minzheng, which ultimately led to Tang Banhu being implicated in the examination fraud case. When he saw Zi Jing, Tang Banhu welcomed him joyfully. Everyone around was eager to know what had happened. It was a good job, and it was within reach. Those who had placed bets on Tang Banhu were overjoyed and cried out, this time, the rewards are great. A man who had just sold his house and placed 300 ounces in bets shed tears of joy, exclaiming, this is truly a stroke of luck. Even the gambling enthusiasts of the past were no different from modern-day gamblers. Meanwhile, in the Fong family, Jiua was slamming his hand on the table in frustration. He felt unfair for the other three students, saying, they work hard and are diligent, yet they are looked down upon. What about Tang Banhu? What's so great about him? What does he have that's better than Ouyang Ji and his group? Like father, like son, Jiua still believed that the three students could win. The old man immediately reassured his son, saying he didn't have to worry because he was helping him win money. Jiua's spirit was lifted, as he knew that the old man had bet on Tang Banhu to win, and he was boasting about it. Upon hearing this, Jiua sprayed a mouthful of tea. He still felt very powerful, as the situation was at its peak. Jiua had already lost 3 out of his 7 lives. Why didn't the old man just take his life, especially since the emperor and the gods were waiting for the result? He asked Yang Dongji about Tang Banhu's ability, and Yang Dongji had read his writings, extremely talented, eagerly studying before the exam, intelligent and determined. After seeing the reactions of the 2 great scholars, the emperor also felt that most of the chances were in favor of Tang Banhu. Then it was possible to extinguish Fong Jiua's arrogance. In addition, Fong Jiua's 3 disciples had also finished their exams and returned triumphantly, while Tang Banhu was greeted by cheers, and the other 3 were ignored. Finally, the day of the announcement of the results has arrived. The sound of trumpets filled the air in the gathering. Everyone shouted loudly, Tang Banhu is sure to win, Tang Banhu is the champion of the world. Tang Banhu was proud, thinking to himself, Fong Jiua hasn't arrived, he must be afraid of losing and has run away. However, he was mistaken, because Fong Jiua had arrived. Everyone had to praise Jiua's courage, not afraid to run away, coming here is truly admirable. Jiua remained confident and calmly walked up with 3 arrogant disciples. Even Ouyang Ji felt a bit embarrassed. However, it was not embarrassment, but rather the glory of the main character stepping onto the stage. Next was the announcement of the achievements. Everyone crowded around to see if their names were on the list. Those who passed cried and did not forget to thank their parents. Among the 3 students, Jiangshan ranked 8th, he was very happy. Everyone praised his success. However, if he wanted to surpass them, Tang Jiayuan still had a dream. At this point, Tang Banhu also admired Jiua to some extent with the comment, anyone who can nurture a student to rank 8th is a worthy opponent. However, dreaming of defeating Tang Banhu is just wishful thinking. Ouyang Ji looked around and still didn't see his name anywhere. The 2 students at this point were also silently stunned. The final board is about to be posted, but I still haven't seen my nickname anywhere. The last board is the top 3.
The three of us should still figure out how to break our legs without feeling any pain. They blamed themselves for their mistakes with the master. Fong Jiua still looked gloomy, making the others think he had failed. Then the final board was finally posted. Let's see who is in the top 3. The bystanders must have already known Tang Jiayuan's name. Oh, Yangji, cried a river, I can't even make it to the board. Farewell to my legs, until we meet again in the next life. Tang Banhu silently winced. Stop, everyone look, ha, WTF. The bystanders were wide-eyed and open-mouthed when they saw that Yang was in first place, Luan Shan in second, and Tang Banhu in third. Tang Banhu couldn't believe it. On the other hand, Jiua laughed as if it were meant to be. Thus, the exam results were handed over to the emperor. The onlookers were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe that Jiua, who surpassed Tang Banhu, had come out on top, meaning the other 2 students were in first and second place, and Tang Banhu had lost. At this point, the people did not believe that Tang Banhu had lost. Their money was considered as gone, a total loss, a complete failure. They cried with tears streaming down their faces. Luan Shan couldn't believe he came in second, so I won't break my leg anymore. Especially Yang was still in a dream. I came in first, how could this be? Suddenly, 2 arms wrapped around the shoulders of the 2 people, he said, there's no surprise at all. The questions in the exam were the ones I provided, combined with the endless studying and training, so they deserve this achievement. Jiangshan regretted deeply, I only came in 8th, I don't deserve the love of my master. Well, the 3 of them are all children, just illegitimate and legitimate, that's all. At this point, Tang Banhu was deeply dead inside. He couldn't believe that a person who destroys houses all day long can nurture a top student. He thought he was dreaming. Jiua told him to wake up, but Tang Banhu insisted, how could you do it without your help? What method did you use? Suddenly, the tall figure of Jiua appeared out of nowhere. He said that if Tang Banhu wanted to learn, he would teach him. Under the influence of this dirty buff, Tang Banhu was silenced. Jiua passed by and said, find yourself. Tang Banhu trembled, cursing under his breath, this guy is really good at pretending, just wanting to die. Some time later, the top 4 leaders were determined. Yang, Luan Shan, Tang Banhu, and Wang Yangming, who was the son of Wang Hua. The king praised them endlessly. Wang Hua remained humble, saying, the gods are still ashamed. The king was jealous of other people's children, saying, 4th place, the student of Jiua is in 1st and 2nd place. He suddenly remembered how long it had been since he had punished the prince, so he had to use the whip soon. Wang Hua and Fong Jiua both worked at the Imperial Academy, so the king wanted them to take care of the prince more and punish him more. Wang Hua sweated, only able to say that he would try his best. In fact, no one knew how powerful Wang Yangming would be in the future and how much trouble he would cause. He is the thinker, writer, military strategist, and renowned educator in the Ming Dynasty, a master of literature and martial arts, a shining example for his era. In short, he is the Grand Master among Grand Masters, but that's for later. For now, he is still just a normal candidate like the ones on the street by the market, and Jiangshan, who is 8th, is scolded by Jiua for losing face. This is like scolding all the readers in the world, because there are many readers who have not made it to the top. At this moment, Wang Yangming has returned home. Wang Hua is very proud of this son, which makes his father very pleased with the emperor. Suddenly, the son who just returned wants to be friends with Fong Jiua. Leave this to me, Dad, you can handle anything else. The old man is completely stunned, because it was the scolding that made Wang Yangming really like Jiua. He is good at scolding and it goes straight into his heart. He had long been dissatisfied with those book readers. If you don't pass the exam, you're just crying over nothing. If not for Fong Jiua, this son would be the anomaly of the feudal era, extremely intelligent but not following the usual rules since childhood. He had his own thoughts. Reading books is not just for exams, it's about becoming a saint, right, teachers? The teachers just laugh awkwardly and say, right. Right, you just sharpen the knife first. At the wedding of Wang Yangming, he immediately ran away to practice cultivation. The young man secretly thought to himself, women only affect the speed of my sword drawing. His friend checked if he had his sword with him, and this time it was not easy for him to pass the doctoral exam, but he developed an interest in causing trouble at the household of that woman. Manhwa was furious and scolded his son, "You must not have any dealings with that person, causing trouble all day, and stirring up trouble with the prince." Wang Yangming said he understood, but what kind of face was this? Manhwa silently cried in his heart, "I know that look, he clearly wants to get close to that person." He remembered his noble origins, as a model of integrity in society, representing the educated elite. How could he have raised a trouble-making son like this? In the wine shop, Tang Banho had finished several glasses of alcohol, feeling miserable and unjust, accepting the fact that he had lost to Fong Jiua. The gambling has spread throughout the capital city. He did not want to be the top talent in Jiangnan, and yet have to bow down to that evil young master. He wanted to die to end it all. Suddenly there was a voice, "Banhu brother, don't fight alone." Tang Banhu turned around and asked, "Who is it?" The person who came was Zi Jing. He said that as long as he was there, his brothers would not be humiliated. Then he pointed outside the window. By now, there were many young people raising slogans in support of Tang Banhu. Zi Jing said he not only represented the dozens of old people in the current dynasty, but also represented all the people filled with righteousness here. They would all unite to fight against the evil young master Fong Jiua. They shouted in response, "Fight to the end, fight to the end." In Tang Banhu's eyes, Zi Jing's image became great. Suddenly, imperial guards appeared and asked, "Is that Zi Jing?" Before long, he was tied up. They said, "This person is involved in the case of cheating in the imperial examination, using money to bribe Chang Minjing Invigilator, predicting the exam questions, and must be arrested and imprisoned for investigation." The people who had been cheering were silent. Translation: They didn't all run off to blame one another. One of them said, "My house still has a child who hasn't been breastfed." Another person said, "I still need to breastfeed, too. Oh my goodness, when are you going to stop breastfeeding, you old man?" Tang Banhu's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, as if he had just fallen from the 9th layer of the sky. He still couldn't believe it. Zi Jing has always been proud, and moreover, he has the ability to write his name on the gold board. How could he buy an exam? He was sure that Zi Jing was innocent, falsely accused because of his close relationship with Chang Minjiang. But now, no one will pay attention to the truth. The Imperial Guard's tactics are enough to make even the mute speak up. Hold on. Tang Banhu suddenly remembered, if it weren't for Fong Jiua hitting him, he would have gone with Zi Jing to meet Chang Minjiang. So today, the unfortunate one is him, even related to his family, breathing the same air as a rat at the bottom of society. Fong Jiua, once an enemy, is now his savior. Tang Banhu's figure is both distant and close, appearing once again in the Fong family. The manager Yang opened the door and saw him kneeling there. He quickly informed Jiua. Fong Jiua spoke at this time, "Finally you're here, Xiao Tang Tang." Tang Banhu no longer had a proud demeanor, but sincerely wanted to bow to the master. Jiua immediately said, "Come in quickly, don't let my students freeze to death." Tang Banhu suddenly shed tears. He bowed earnestly, wanting to ask Jiua if he could fulfill a request. Jiua also said, "Just speak up." Tang Banhu then said that his fellow villager Zi Jing had been wrongly accused, and he hoped Jiua could save his life. Jiua was surprised. The speed at which you receive family members is also too fast. But with his current position and family background, Jiua also knew that it was not something to get involved in. Yang, the manager, who knew about the matter, scolded, "Tang Banhu, don't overstep your boundaries. Cheating in the imperial examination is a serious crime. Do you want to harm our young master?" However, Zi Jing's importance to Tang Banhu was like a mountain. He was a country bumpkin with no way out. He could only entrust everything to his master's convenience. Aya. Out of respect for his new disciple, Jiua, as the master, said, "I will definitely save him." The manager, Yang, was also afraid of this guy. He was an imperial guard after all. Even if Fong came forward, it would be difficult to intervene. He's advising this guy, "Don't get all agitated like that." Of course, Jiua wouldn't stupidly go looking for imperial guards to cause trouble. He gave a reassuring smile and said, "Yang supervisor, please stand up." But embracing like this, what's the point? Yang's supervisor happily said, if that's the case, then I am reassured.
Jiua also sighed. Unexpectedly the young man shouted, it's clear that the emperor has been tricked. Fong Jiua has received the imperial favor, of course he must come before the emperor and speak the truth. This is reassuring because Jihua's mind is still normal. Yang's supervisor at this point even spat out blood. The case of cheating in the imperial examination is now a case personally confirmed by the emperor. The imperial guards have also acted, evidence has been verified. The only outcome for Zijing is to be dragged to the market and beheaded, even implicating his family.
But Fong Jihua knows from history that Hongji is not without distinguishing right from wrong, and even ordered Li Dongyang
to investigate this matter, finally discovering this to be a miscarriage of justice. But because this case is of utmost concern to the people, Hongji, to protect the royal dignity, could only lightly punish Zijing, but internally still uneasy. Here is the basis for Jihua to dare to appear divine. The three great gods at this time all focus their eyes on Fong Jihua. Even though they are three people, they dare not expose the emperor's scar. Fong Jihua really has it. Xietian also secretly thinks, this guy wants to slap the emperor's face. Perhaps only someone with a problem in their head would dare to play with fire like that. Jihua had just arrived and was involved in cheating in the imperial examinations. The emperor did not want this guy to continue, so he dragged out a pile of evidence related to his crimes.
This is the first skill of the emperor that took away Jihua's achievements. Oh damn.
Jihua secretly felt resentful, completely different from normal. He hadn't even said anything yet, but at this point the emperor's anger reached 40%. The three great gods also saw this boss as difficult, but secretly thought, with Jihua's extraordinary intelligence, there must be a way to turn the situation around. Thinking that, he came up with a crazy move, asking the emperor if he could speak first and then be held accountable afterwards, leaving the three great gods speechless as if they had just been slapped in the face. Indeed, the emperor was getting hotter and hotter. It was over 50% anger. Saying that was no different from speaking disrespectfully to the emperor. Even the great lords can see that Fong Jihua is shameless. One of the grand lords was about to speak when Jihua intervened. He said, the case of fraud cannot be investigated with solid evidence, so how can we continue to make mistakes? In the heart of your servant is the holy army. How can such a trivial matter be brought up? Truly should not have happened. Good job, Li Dongyang has to praise this guy. Very well said. Even if he wanted to justify himself, he couldn't find a reason, and this kind of courage is worth making the great lords bury their coffin. Indeed, the emperor was tense. The anger reached 100%. He turned into a fiery dragon monster. He roared and scolded Fong Jihua, you have the guts. I haven't quarreled with you yet. You have enough courage to come here and question me. Jihua stood still, sweating profusely, while the emperor pointed straight at him. Fong Jihua, you are really tired of living. If I'm too lenient, you want to rebel, don't you? Jihua immediately said, stop. The emperor was determined. No, stop, the end is stop, don't even try, someone get him out of here. This time, Jihua was defeated by the emperor, who called for someone to drive him out. However, Jihua remained undaunted by the guns. Even in death he still opposed the emperor's methods. The emperor asked, what do you mean? It was because before he died, Jihua wanted to say two things. The emperor was irritated but couldn't do anything. Some of the courtiers spoke up for Jihua, Your Majesty, you should not tolerate the mistakes of the prince. The emperor was a man of principle and told him, speak. Jihua began to speak. Firstly, the prince often makes mistakes that upset you, but I say that in this world, who does not make mistakes? The important thing is to recognize and correct them, and then the prince can become a good heir. The emperor gritted his teeth, how dare you compare the prince to me? And this advice of yours is quite similar to the other story, but in a more ordinary way. Jihua continued with the second thing, my father, when serving in the army, suffered with the soldiers and was diligent in his duties in the court. He always strived to do his best, never a lazy day, until the day he fell ill. But he still had to arrive at the admiral's mansion on time, despite his illness. I don't understand why he did that, so I asked him why he risked his life like that. The king listened and secretly praised, Mr. Fong, apart from spoiling his son, has almost nothing to blame. If I truly hurt his son, I wonder how much he will be heartbroken. Xia Tian was very anxious now. How did Mr. Fong respond? Jihua also said, my father said that, of course, he must be loyal to the emperor, but more importantly, the father must set an example for his son. The superior is not correct, the inferior cannot be rebellious. Father is trying to be a perfect person like that, hoping that one day Fong Jiua can be like him, becoming a contented and ordinary person. After Jiua finished speaking, he secretly thought, it's just a bet, if I lose, I'll die, but I just hope it doesn't hit me in the face. The king listened and suddenly woke up. He was not only the king, but also a father. If he did not take himself as a role model, how could he teach the prince the correct principles? The face of the royal family is important, but the prince represents the future of the country. Finally, he immediately issued a decree: the cheating case in the imperial examination is unfounded, the original positions are restored. Zijing also restores his reputation. The falsely accused will be expelled from the capital city, the imperial guards will force a confession, and the severe punishment will not be forgiven. After speaking, he sighed lightly. He admitted that he did not see the situation clearly, causing the backbone of the court to be unfairly accused. It's my fault. He immediately asked the Duke of England to replace him in pleading guilty, apologizing to the ancestors and the imperial family, considering it a punishment for himself. The three senior officials then said, Your Majesty is innocent. His Majesty did not consider himself innocent. If not for Fong Jihua's reminder, he would have almost made a mistake. After speaking, he said to Fong Jihua, You are a god. He said, Mr. Fong is a good father, his story has awakened me, really worthy of the name of a loyal servant. At this point, Jihua said, This story is actually a lie. His Majesty was shocked to hear this, and the three senior officials were also shocked. His Majesty regretted not punishing this deceiver earlier. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Sometime later, the unjust sentencing of Zijing was spread throughout the capital city, and the imperial guards immediately released him without delay. At this moment, someone's footsteps hurriedly passed by, and it was Jihua who had come to rescue Zijing. Zijing was crying, his hair disheveled, not knowing if this young man had hidden talents or was just more handsome the dirtier he looked. After this incident, in the eyes of the three disciples, the master's prestige was raised to 100%. We worship you very much. Jihua did not give this person time to think, and immediately took him to meet Tang Banhu. The emperor then issued an edict, deeply examining his own mistakes, even blaming himself. The edict was full of self-blame, and the one who pushed for this was none other than Fong Jihua. Manhwa quickly suppressed all the news. We must not let the child know. If he follows the wrong path, he will die. At the same time, according to the legend, Fong Jihua tried to stop the emperor for the sake of others, and many people had a better impression of him, especially Tang Banhu, who now doubted whether his master was really on an imperial mission, and even accused the emperor of being tyrannical, too audacious. After this incident, in the eyes of the three disciples, the master's prestige was raised to 100%. We worship you very much. Later, Jihua returned and the entire group welcomed him like a father. Everyone wanted the idol's autograph right away, and behind Jihua was Zijing, who had tidied himself up to look even uglier. Tang Banhu saw his brothers so happy that tears flowed. A young man suddenly shouted, Not only did the master save Zijing, but also made the emperor self-reflect. In this life, even if I become a dog, I will protect the master's house. Jihua has now succeeded. Not only has he won over Xiao Tang, but now he only needs to squeeze out the milk from this guy's drawings to make a lot of money. Raising disciples like this will eventually lead to a golden egg. This must be an investment in the Ming Dynasty in reverse. With a thud, Zijing suddenly knelt down as well, very grateful for this life-saving grace. Because there was no way to repay it, he offered to bow to him as a master. Jihua just glanced at him and decisively refused. Please invite someone else. Zijing looked puzzled, and Jihua immediately pointed to the guy next to him to explain that he was Jiangshan, ranked 8th, who had already embarrassed Zijing, and his level was not enough to make Jihua an apprentice. Zijing was not convinced, claiming to come from the Wu family, with a prestigious reputation since the early Ming Dynasty. Both ancestors and father were great Confucian scholars in Jiangnan. What else is there to criticize? But the criticism is just that. What do your ancestors and father have to do with you? Are you not planning to do anything and just want to eat off of others, little brother? Zijing was speechless. You said that in the student's house there is a treasure trove of astronomy, geography, and travel books. The 5 classics with students, which are only used as examination tools.
Astronomy, geography, and ancient history, students know everything. Jiua suddenly remembered, Zi Jing's grandson is Zi Jiaka, who is a top-notch geographer in Chinese history, with a great family background. But he still sarcastically replied, "Can you eat with astronomy and geography?" Zi Jing was so angry that he almost burst out, and Tang Banhu advised, "Don't be discouraged, the teacher is very kind, he will think of a way to help you." Zi Jing's eyes lit up with an evil intention. "That man, you must have him, ask him to be my master." The snow continued to fall outside. Jiua lay down, thinking, the emperor asks me to study with the prince, and the prince asks for sick leave every day and is lazy to study. He still decided to be an active villain. He stretched and said, "It's best to stay at home, let me be lazy in peace." It's true that the sky doesn't pity the hard-working author. The Imperial Guards suddenly appeared. Jiua felt like he was in deep trouble. Oh damn, it won't be a fake illness, the news will reach the emperor's ears soon. No, the person who came is because the princess's royal doctor wanted to re-examine her, but couldn't find you at work, so he had the audacity to impersonate the royal doctor and specifically come to your house to look for medical advice. Jiua secretly thought to himself, this kid is up to no good, oh damn. Then Jiua pretended to check the princess's pulse and said, "Your pulse seems a bit fast." Both of them were startled, but he waved it off, saying, "It's not related to any illness, no need to worry." The princess then teased, saying that he likes to scare people, and she wanted to give him some advice. Jiua immediately said, "Please, your highness, give me your guidance." The princess then said, "I heard from the prince, Fong overall made a bet with someone, forcing them to bow down and call him master. How could Fong overall degrade someone into bowing down and reading a book in a time of need?" Jiua quickly turned away and silently cursed the prince, thinking, how uncivilized. His image has been disrupted, and the princess continued, saying, "You should honor your reputation and act like a true gentleman." Suddenly, a voice from someone who wanted to bow down and call Jiua master. The Imperial Guards looked back and said, "Who is this person?" It turned out to be a young man named Zi Jing standing against the wall. If Jiua didn't accept him as a student, he threatened to jump off. Jiua was furious, thinking, what is this person doing? Tang Banhu also added, "Zi Jing wants to join as a junior disciple until he goes crazy, please master, be generous and accept him." At this point, the three disciples also spoke up for Zi Jing. "Zi Jing's character is worthy, please master, accept him." Jiua did not expect Zi Jing to play this trick on him, and then he even challenged his nephew, "Dare to jump, if you don't jump, you're just a coward." There was no way to use this trick, and as soon as Zi Jing heard it, he turned into a flying stone statue, causing the disciples to quickly shout, "The situation has changed, retreat the strategy, stay calm and don't act out." Tang Banhu also feared that he would jump and shouted loudly, "Zi Jing, don't jump, think of another way." Jiua also sweats and follows the guy. "Zi Jing has already made a big mistake, well, I have to jump." He closed his eyes and jumped, falling into the snow. "Oh my god." The princess quickly covered her eyes and shouted. Jiua was also scared. "I didn't expect to meet such a daredevil, it seems that people these days all play big like that." The Imperial Guards also quickly carried the sedan, and at this point, the princess was already stunned. There's another person, willing to die just to worship Fong Jiua as a master. With such a reputation, she preached to him, "It's too scary." Sometime later, Jiua had another chance to meet the young girl. He came to apologize for the incident yesterday, but his student came to cause trouble again. The princess said, "It turns out Fong overall has already taken in that person." At that moment, Jiua was also helpless. "I can't let that person jump around everywhere, it's fortunate that they didn't show their face last time so I could still see." The princess couldn't help but smile gently, her eyes looking at Jiua with a hint of strangeness, and he immediately stood up, his heart trembling, beating rapidly like a drum. Love had just appeared and was unintentionally crushed by someone. He looked back and saw the old lady following the maid, her cold face saying, "There should be no inappropriate relations between men and women. Fong overall, don't be disrespectful, you should quickly give the princess a checkup." Jiua angrily snorted and then used a secret love technique, horrifying the old lady who exclaimed, "WTF?" Next was a courtship scene straight out of a romantic movie. The beauty within the palace is even greater than on the outside, the beautiful river, the beautiful mountains, and the more beautiful people, especially the princess.
The old lady labeled him as a troublemaker who dared to tease the princess. Jiua silently cursed, "Lumama, can she not be a fake version of Miju Shirtai? She has to manage just by saying a few words." And this is related to the princess's purity. She immediately wants to tell the queen. The princess suddenly said, "Old lady, stop it." Jiua was startled, then she said, "That person is mentally ill. If reported to the queen, Fong overall will be punished." Jiua didn't know whether to be happy or sad, but the old lady was already in tears. "It's not because I want what's best for the princess, now I've become a troublemaker." She wanted to die to prove her sincerity. Jiua was barking like a mad dog. Why do people in ancient times always like to play these tricks? Indeed, this trick was still very effective. The princess was moved. "But Jiua has saved me, please forgive him, Lu Mama." Lu Mama quickly said, "If he knows he's wrong, he should scold that person, not let him be disrespectful." The princess continued to cry, but Jiua was tense. He's just a slave, yet he dares to bully the princess. The two of them dragged each other outside. The old lady thought to herself, "He must want to bribe me, but after all, I am the queen's confidant, not just anyone." Jiua immediately spoke up, "Madam, come closer so I can tell you something." Then he whispered a few sentences in her ear, "Please don't cause trouble. Official Zheng Qiu is selling stolen goods from the palace. He must have given you quite a few things." After hearing this, Mama Lu's face turned pale, unable to believe it. It seemed that Jiua's guess was correct. In a previous life, he had studied history and knew that Kunning Palace had been robbed. After investigation, it was found that an official named Zheng Qiu was involved, and there were several people implicated, including Mama Lu, the favored concubine of Empress Zheng. Zheng Qiu must have bribed her. Mama Lu thought to herself in amazement, how did he know? Having caught Mama Lu's attention, Jiua threatened, "Or we could go report it to the Empress, and let her see who is guilty." Afraid, Mama Lu pleaded, "I was disrespectful, please spare me, Fong Jiua." At this moment, the princess also peeked out to see. She did not understand how Fong Jiua could make Mama Lu submit like this. Looking at his back, she felt more and more that she had misunderstood this dangerous young man. Who is he really? He truly makes it hard to see through him. In the cold winter night, the prince had arrived. Fong Jiua said, "The sun rises in the west today, why doesn't the prince ask for a sick leave?" He thought the young man had changed his ways and become a serious person, but he just opened his mouth to borrow money. He wanted to buy food. Jiua didn't want to accept this brotherhood. "Not everyone in the world is a prince, why do you still borrow money from me?" The prince retorted, "The royal family is very frugal with their spending, but this winter is long, the agricultural products are decreasing, and prices are rising. Even lotus seed candies have increased tenfold." Fong Jiua began to recall from his notes, this winter has lasted for half a year, causing many places in the north to suffer losses, and a large number of people have become refugees, becoming the last straw burdening the court. Suddenly he exclaimed, "That's great, we're about to become rich." The prince's eyes lit up as he asked, "Become rich? Why don't I know about this?" Jiua explained that it was possible to grow melons in the winter, but they needed to find a piece of land for experimentation. The prince replied, "This is as easy as pie." Then he called out, "Lucian, pull out all the weeds behind the garden. Lucian will handle whatever difficulties arise." Name Jiua was afraid to speak too quickly. "Your Highness, the imperial garden is full of rare and precious flowers and plants, each one a labor of love. A lowly person like me dare not touch them." The prince agreed. "In that case, Jiua would still prefer to light fireworks. It's been a long time since you studied fireworks." Immediately, the young Jiua grabbed a large pair of scissors and took action. The best thing for a lowly person is to pull weeds." Jiua then took on the role of a weed destroyer, the king of garden clearing. Jiua continued to impart knowledge. "Fruit out of season, the most important thing is temperature and light. Using glass to cover the greenhouse solves the temperature problem, but as for light, something with excellent light transmittance is needed for the roof to be effective." The prince agreed, "You don't have to worry about that. I'll have someone remove the glass windows for you to use." In some place, Jiua couldn't save them anymore. But Jiua continued to flatter the prince, doing so in order to grow melons.
He's almost ready to reach the sky. At this point, His Majesty praised Fong Jiua, then he remembered, it's been a while since you've paid attention to the prince, hasn't it? He thought that he wanted to see if the son was dedicated to reading. When he had just arrived, he was startled to see the dilapidated building. Those inside were trembling, and the king was bleeding profusely. But then he descended like Superman and quickly demanded the presence of the prince. This time, the son died with his father. The old royal tutor also obeyed the order, holding a fire weapon and saying, "Today, you must give that hot boy a fight." The prince, who was planting melons at the time, was perplexed and did not understand what his father intended to do. Looking at the innocent and naive appearance, if it weren't for the blizzard, he would have believed his son's words. The old man shouted, "Are you planting melons? I think you need to plant your brain again." But upon closer inspection of the dirty, tattered clothes, he began to hesitate. Although it's a bit messy, melon planting is a farming task, and the country takes agriculture as its foundation. My son still has this heartfelt commitment. He closed his eyes and reluctantly took the prince to see. So he led his father to the flower garden, but there were no flowers. The prince continued to talk about the knowledge of melon planting. To plant melons in the winter, the most important thing is temperature and light. If there is no smoke, then temperature is no longer a problem. Stop right there. The king asked, "You've been raising flowers in the royal garden for decades, right? Of course, you've pulled them all out to plant melons. It may be a little tiring to pull them out, but it's nothing for a god like you." After hearing this, the king was shocked and then spit out blood from his mouth. When he saw that there was extremely valuable glass above, the prince pointed his thumb and praised, "Your eyes don't need glasses, but melons need light, so of course, the best transparent glass must be chosen." "This son of mine is really quite wasteful," he calmly asked his son, "why did you do that?" The prince's smile gradually disappeared. "It's because growing melons is a way to make a fortune." The king couldn't stand it anymore and called his men, "Hang this damn troublemaker." The innocent prince asked, "Why? Cut the nonsense, and taste my punishment, and you'll know." Somewhere, Fong Jiua was yawning and sighing. He didn't know how the prince was doing. He just arrived, and he heard the prince explaining about growing melons. It's Fong Jiua, tricking his son into growing melons. If you don't believe, you can ask him. At this moment, you have been tied up and just saw your brothers arrive. You hurriedly wanted to throw a stone down the well. Fong Jiua wanted to escape but was too late. The emperor called the hot boy back. You silently thought, "What the fuck, I have never seen the emperor play so cruelly before, today is for sure." You quickly bowed and explained that you asked the prince to plant melons. This is called a lean-to, it is a special way of growing melons. The prince quickly affirmed Fong Jiua's ability is beyond doubt. He said he can plant and he can. I have been unjustly accused. The emperor then told you to be silent again. He angrily told his son to shut up. "You naughty son, just stop pretending and call Fong Jiua to cover up for you. Even though he is unruly, he is smarter than you. If not, you are teaching me to sacrifice for others to see. They are the ones who can do both high-quality work and destruction, while the hot prince can only destroy. Now there is no more pity for this miserable life." The emperor then hit continuously with a whip. Rebellious, rebellious, rebellious. Fong Jiua bowed his head, willing but powerless. "I have done everything I can do." So that winter, Fong Jiua was wiping the bear's butt. Fong Jiua rarely advised the hot boy to admit his mistake to the prince, but the prince held a grudge and looked down on him, wanting to prove himself by saying, "You will grow pumpkins for your father to see." But life is not always as expected, and this time it was not certain that he could grow pumpkins. These were all just experiments, meaning that they could grow, but also could not. The prince said loudly that he must accept reality, and he had to grow them to clear his name. Now he still felt pain all over his body, and this anger could not be swallowed. He threatened, "If you can't grow them, I will kill Fong Jiua and then commit suicide. We will both die." Fong Jiua was helpless and pointed at the prince, saying, "Be careful not to hurt the seeds." The hot boy prince, hearing this, was careful as if taking care of a beloved child, saying, "I must protect the pumpkins, my beloved pumpkins." Fong Jiua was shocked, seeing that the hot boy had gone crazy and brought a bed, wanting to sleep to take care of the pumpkins, even planning to name them as his own children. "You are general of the right vanguard, you are captain of the guards, and you are." Fong Jiua felt that this was insane and asked to withdraw.
Afterwards, Fong Jiua was sleeping soundly when someone called out to him. He opened his eyes and was startled, thinking he had encountered a monster. The handsome boy quickly teased, "Murderer." It turned out to be the prince bringing melons, wanting Fong Jiua to eat with him. Fong Jiua then calmly said, "But next time, Your Highness, don't appear in front of my bed like that again, please agree with me." In fact, the prince had sneaked out of the palace.
But Fong Jiua's attendant didn't open the door, so he had to sneak in.
The melon had been cut, and the biggest piece was Fong Jiua's. That's why the prince didn't want to eat alone, so he came to share. Both began to eat the fruit. Oh, this sweet sensation, a refreshing taste even if it doesn't cool off the summer, it has a different flavor, this feeling is incomparable. Looking at their expressions while eating, it was all delicious. The prince was very pleased. This time, a total of 30 fruits, one for the queen and the emperor, one for each person, except for the king. I'll sell it to him at a high price.
Fong Jiua sees no problem. Once the melons are grown, it's easy to sell them. Just need to build up a good reputation and next year we can make a fortune.
Suddenly, Fong Jiua finds a great place to sell melons. The prince himself starts to drool. On the second day, all the high-ranking officials leave the court, preparing to leave from the east gate of the palace back to their estates. Just as they are leaving, they hear someone wanting to sell melons, fresh and delicious melons, not sweet, and it's free. Come and get it. At this moment, someone speaks up. This is a forbidden area of the palace. How dare you make such a commotion in front of the royal court? The loud-mouthed person is none other than those two high-ranking hot boys. Every once in a while, someone comes out threatening to make some money, but the person who came out happens to be the prince, and inside are his sweet and juicy melons. The high-ranking hot boys are shocked, so it's the prince, and he's selling melons. At this point, a hand stops the prince from reaching out. Doing business well brings in good fortunes. Fong Jiua, seeing an opportunity as a guest, greets them and offers the two high-ranking boys a taste. Why not try a melon, it's free. The high-ranking boys react as if they've encountered a chemical reaction when they see Fong Jiua, but they also look back and say, so it's really watermelon, and still for free. These guys immediately showed their excitement, each of them eating in a greedy manner without any manners. The prince looked at their greedy behavior and said he wanted to kill them right away. At that moment, hot boy Shou Mingho had to praise the delicious dipping sauce and said it had been a long time since he had eaten such delicious vegetables. Yang Zhong, a student of the great Cabinet Xietian, also wanted to see and asked how much this melon was sold for. The prince took a deep breath to gather his strength and replied that it was 10 taels each, no bargaining, thank you. The swindlers still looked very confident. Indeed, the two hot boys felt embarrassed and thought that 10 taels would be enough for a normal person to live for 2 years. This time, the profit would be huge. Fong Jiua started to gossip and said that this watermelon was grown in Jiangxi, a land of genius, where miracles could happen. Hearing this, the two high-level hot boys were even more upset and said that it was our land. Another hot boy bragged and said that's why this watermelon absorbs the essence of Jiangxi, not only sweet but also good for the kidneys, and his wife wouldn't sleep at night anymore. Fong Jiua used the two hot boys as an example, eating so well that it brings tears to your eyes, when in reality they were crying over losing land that had been inflated 100 times. However, Yang Zhong still didn't find it suitable. Even though the effectiveness of watermelon surpasses that of ginseng for hundreds of years, selling watermelons is a lowly act of business. The prince is the leader of a country, how could he do such a thing? The prince's brain of a grape-sized sesame couldn't make a coherent sentence, but Fong Jiua continued to refute, saying, the prince is only selling watermelons to sympathize with the people of Jiangxi. He declared that all the money from selling watermelons today will be given to the people of Jiangxi. The prince immediately raised his thumb, and under the chain effect, the nobles each raised their hands to buy watermelons, not for the sake of nourishing but to contribute to the people of Jiangxi. Fong Jiua secretly thought, with a cunning plan to deal with those mischievous hot boys, money from selling watermelons for the people of Jiangxi, who are people that the prince nurtures, no different from taking money from the rich to give to family, truly deep and incomparable. Outside, snow is still falling endlessly,
and Xietian was now feeling a headache with several concerns related to the people of Jiangxi. If the 100 forms of thought are not enough to eat, it will be a disaster. While it was cold, someone brought a blanket. Yang Zhong came to bring good news to his teacher. Xietian asked his student, "Is there any good news?" Immediately, Yang Zhong took out a freshly grown watermelon from Jiangxi, planted by Fong Jiua and the prince. Xietian widened his eyes. He fondled the watermelon, which was extremely exquisite, yet he couldn't understand how fruits and vegetables could be grown in the winter. Dismissing the absurdity of the situation, he immediately wanted to call Lu Gongxi and Li Gongxi to discuss. After a while, the three great scholars gathered to discuss, and on the table, there were only watermelon seeds, and the three of them remained silent. Lu Nian spoke up, "This watermelon is real and delicious, there is nothing to criticize about it." Li Dongyang also heard extravagant stories about the prince being punished for growing watermelon. Xietian suggested, "If other things can be grown, this matter will be very serious." Lu Nian proposed to see the emperor immediately. The scene shifts to the royal court. The emperor is lamenting while holding a decree. It is written here that this winter has been too long, the land is dry, and food is scarce. Many people will die of hunger. You are also showing concern for them. At the same time, the three great scholars hurriedly reported the news about Fong Jiua and the prince growing watermelons. The emperor was furious, thinking that this embarrassing matter had already spread out, and he was about to go crazy. "You rebellious child, you treat my words as if they were nothing. You are doomed for this," but Li Dongyang said, "This melon has already been grown, and besides, you have already tasted it and found it delicious." The emperor thought he was joking, saying, "How can this be possible? Could it be some kind of love magic?" But they were indeed not lying or deceiving anyone. Lu Nian affirmed, "You can grow crops in winter, so the suffering of the people in the winter has been alleviated." Upon hearing this, the emperor realized the gravity of the situation and immediately called for Fong Jiua and the crown prince. At this moment, the two young men were very pleased, looking quite proud of themselves. The emperor was a little bit furious, but the crown prince remained indifferent. Finally, the emperor had to ask the impudent boy to bring the melon for him to see, but the prince took the opportunity to demand a high price from his father. "Father, pay 3,000 taels, and I'll bring the melon over for you." The emperor was enraged and scolded the disrespectful son, "How dare you demand such a price?" But the crown prince was like a stubborn mule, enduring the scolding and saying mockingly, "In your eyes, father, I have never amounted to anything." Fong Jiua quickly covered his face, not wanting to associate himself with this title, speaking as if he was slapping the emperor's face. If he played too hard, he would also die. The emperor finally agreed to step down a step. "Bring the melon here, I will give you 3,000 ounces. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the prince happily accepted it, while the emperor cursed silently with a dark face, "This guy is full of nonsense." Later, a large melon was brought up, and the emperor even looked surprised, so this melon really grew. But he knew that this guy didn't know how to grow melons, he only knew how to touch them. He believed that it was Fong Jiua who grew it. The prince felt embarrassed when he was teased. Fong Jiua quickly said, "It's me, I just showed the prince how to grow it." The prince is the one who took care of it personally, forgetting to eat and sleep in order to have such a harvest. The emperor directly asked him, "Can this method of growing melons be widely implemented?" Fong Jiua understood the meaning behind it. For the prince, growing melons was just a game, but for the emperor and the high-ranking officials, it was a major matter related to the people's livelihood. He affirmed, "It's possible." The emperor asked again, "Besides growing melons, what else can be grown?" "As long as you can think of it, you can grow it. However, it must be experimented in Jiangxi first." So, because of the great contribution to the country, the emperor graciously promoted him to be the martial court guard, also known as the imperial bodyguards. He set up Jiangxi to take care of the farm there and manage the farm affairs. Fong Jiua immediately said, "I obey." But in his heart, he felt that this was not ordinary. He even wanted to bring the emperor's bodyguards to work in the fields. The emperor, not in a bad mood, called Fong Jiua and said, "In addition to studying with the prince, you must also take care of the farm. If you really expand this planting method, you will be rewarded. But the prince stopped, and the emperor asked in surprise, why? It turns out that the prince also wants to compete for credit, and he wants to manage the Imperial Academy. You want to eat big without doing anything big. The emperor then called his son to stay, and the others could leave. As for Fong Jiua, he was overjoyed with this rise to power and wealth. He wanted to get acquainted with his subordinates first. The formation was neat and orderly, and all the bodyguards had serious faces. They then shouted in unison, "Welcome, Fong Ba." Fong Jiua also felt intimidated by these hot guys, each of them tall and imposing. He looked down at his own shoes and thought. A moment later, every bodyguard looked dirty, with messy hair. Fong Jiua said, "That's the presence of a farmer, it's normal to be dirty, right? But why is someone still clean and fresh?" Among them was a man with an excellent face. Even though he was dirty, he still exuded an impressive presence. But there couldn't be two exceptional people like that. There's only one most handsome, Fong Jiua himself. He put on something creative, but it was very strange. The other person shuddered because of the smell like shit. Fong Jiua, still shameless, said, "If it's shit, so what? We farmers are not afraid of dirt or tiredness." Suddenly someone shouted, "Fong Jiua, you're in trouble." The hot boy next to him was shocked to hear that voice. Indeed, Duke of England was acting like a mad dog, wanting to kill this person. "If it's not for the Zheng family, I would have killed you." Fong Jiua, feeling mentally haunted, immediately sent his subordinates to stop. The bodyguards rushed forward, but were all knocked down by Duke of England. "He's too strong." Later, when the king was reading his decree, hot boy Fong Jiua rushed in and earnestly pleaded, "You can't do this farming thing, WTF?" The king asked him to explain. Fong Jiua suggested, "The son of the Duke of England, Zhang Xian, is both intelligent and agile. With his help, we can definitely fulfill the task excellently." The Duke of England arrived and immediately knelt down to receive the king's order to attend the ancestral temple ceremony. The king told him, "From today, Zhang Xian is appointed as the deputy of Bai Huan, the martial court guard." The Duke of England was bewildered because his son was only a city patrolman, and the position of deputy of Bai Hu was clearly a demotion. He thought his son had done something wrong. The king assured him, no, it was Fong Jihua's recommendation. After hearing this, the duke looked angrily at Fong Jiua, who just smirked and said, "I can't handle the old man, so I asked his son to take over." The hot boy added fuel to the fire, provocatively saying, "Senior master, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of our big brother Zhang Xian." At this point, the Duke of England was regretful. Why didn't we squeeze this guy out earlier so he wouldn't squeal now? At the Jiangxi estate, Bai Hu, Fong Jiua and a few soldiers in peasant clothing had arrived. Everyone looked up and observed their surroundings. Among them, there was a young man with a scar on his face, and that was Zhang Xian. He was trying to raise his hand to speak, but was immediately struck. Fong Jiua demanded silence and said coldly, "You don't even know how to till the land? Save the other matters for later." No one expected that Fong Jiua would dare to hit the favorite son of the Duke of England. Zhang Xian asked in surprise, "How can he hit people?" Fong Jiua showed his authority. "Who dares to be lazy, you will not only be hit but also hung from a tree." Violence was still persuasive, and the people immediately shouted, "I love farming, I love farming." Zhang Xian had no choice but to obey, as everyone bent down to go to work. Meanwhile, he lay there experiencing the true essence of exploitation. Suddenly, someone called out to him, causing him to look up and see a face like a demon staring at him. Fong Jiua was startled and asked loudly, "Who are you?" "No one else but Zhang Xian," he said with a grimace. "The tent is already set up, and I especially thank my brother for giving me this opportunity to be a farmer." Fong Jiua no longer looked like himself, but had turned into a grimace. "And you still want to thank me? You really are being foolish." Zhang Xian was truly grateful. "In my previous life, I was beaten after riding horses and studying, until I came to Jiangxi and realized that my true passion is farming. I like to think about how to improve the sunlight in the tent, how to grow bigger and sweeter melons. I have understood the meaning of life." Not only as his father said, Fong Jiua also had to admit, This is indeed a skilled farmer, ruined by the violence of his old father. Zhang Xian has now chosen the right civilization of rice water. He thinks very fast. With such a good tent, if he can grow crops, it would be great.
Fong Jiua also silently agreed, but in this day and age, popular crops have high capital, low yield. If we could improve the breed, that would be great.
The timing was perfect. Someone brought the Jiangxi or book. Fong Jiua nodded and waved, passing this task to the manager Yang. There is another matter, involving a foreign merchant.
Hearing that Fong Jiua was ill, he gave a 10,000-year-old ginseng from Nanxi Valley.
If someone offers such a good thing for no reason, there must be a hidden agenda. Moreover, the western regions know how to grow ginseng and are known to be deceitful.
He called out, "Come here, the weapons are ready."
While waiting, Fong Jiua began to analyze. Silk and porcelain are famous worldwide.
A foreign merchant, if he uses a boat to bring it abroad, it will be a profitable business, but it also comes with huge risks. This time, the merchant's boat was inspected and detained by the Tianxian guards.
The foreign merchant was very hot-headed and thought of ways to get through. Since the foreign merchant doesn't know the local life and doesn't follow the legal route.
I heard that Nanhuaba's son, Fong Jiua, is very close to the merchant.
This is the only lifesaver.
They want to bribe him so that his father would go against the law for the sake of love, and they suspect if he is willing to harm his own father. At that moment, a subordinate announced, "The person has arrived."
Fong Jiua let him in.
The person who came was a European. He introduced himself, "Robin Hood greets you." His name is so long, Fong Jiua immediately shortened it to Robin Hood. He quickly asked what good things the other had. Robin Hood took out a blanket and introduced it as a high-quality winter blanket from the western regions.
Fong Jiua smirked and disdainfully said it was just a tattered blanket, not a treasure. Robin Hood then showed a nocturnal pearl, claiming it was unique. Fong Jiua mocked it as a glass ball, saying that he could soon create similar ones.
The merchant, angry, brought out what he claimed to be western regions ginseng, but it looked like a sweet potato. Before Fong Jiua could criticize it, he realized and exclaimed, "Fuck, that's a sweet potato." The merchant, unaware, still regarded it as a 1,000-year-old ginseng, purchased with 300 taels of gold, and a precious treasure. According to Fong Jiua, the sweet potato originated from America and had fallen into the hands of foreign merchants. While it was not rare, it was a staple food, especially as it was easy to grow and had high yields. In this era, sweet potatoes were considered a godsend that saved many lives.
Fong Jiua tightly held the hand. "Indeed, luck is not bad. I searched all over for worn-out iron shoes and found none."
"You got this without spending any effort. You must be confident in accepting this gift."
Whether it's for breaking the law or making you sell the Imperial Academy, the merchant still enthusiastically asked, "How is my business doing?" Fong Jiua directly agreed.
Soon he would write a letter to his father explaining this matter. The merchant was happy that his goods were saved. But whether this matter can be handled or not, Fong Jiua said he wasn't sure. "My father is a very upright person.
This is just a little bit more than the original plan."
Robin Hood frowned and felt that he was being set up. Later, still at the Baihu Jiangxi police station, Fong Jiua called Zhang Xian to show him a great treasure. But he probably thought it was something else, so Fong Jiua then took out a big, handsome potato. "If you can breed it successfully, you can increase the yield of food. Each mu of land is 3,000 caddies." Zhang Xian's eyes brightened as he looked at the big potato in surprise, and he immediately clasped his hands together. "I promise not to betray your trust, as well as the mission of planting potatoes." Fong Jiua also raised his thumb in praise. "Ming Chao's future depends entirely on the big or small sweet potatoes of your uncle."
The long and bitter winter has finally passed, and under Zhang Xian's efforts, the sweet potatoes have been successfully harvested.
Fong Jiua is now boiling the sweet potatoes, each piece of purple water like black sweet potatoes, not the ordinary boiled sweet potatoes.
Fong Jiua silently prayed, "Once eaten, it's all good."
Only heaven knows if the ancient sweet potatoes have mutated, so the students will become test white lab rats first. Then a bowl of mixed sweet potato soup is served. Fong Jiua then walked to the students, each person eating a little,
looking at the bowl of sweet potatoes like hell, everyone hesitated. Not only that, if the teacher is still friendly today, then he will either die or be hospitalized. Jing was the first to come up with an excuse to leave. He immediately used his greatest speed to run ahead while everyone was still slow to let him go first. Suddenly, Tang Banhu, as if nothing had happened, thanked the teacher for giving him porridge, and then with determination, he ate it and said, "This is also delicious." He then happily invited everyone to eat with him. But no one believed that this guy was acting pretty well. Fong Jiua rambled on, enjoying the food and saving some for everyone else. Master Jiua really deceived his disciples, but looking at the kids, he was still alive. Fong Jiua felt relieved because the potatoes were big, tasty, and not toxic. Jing returned to the map of Jiangxi. Fong Jiua asked Jing, "How much land is estimated for cultivation in this Jiangxi land?" Jing replied, "Jiangxi has normal terrain, and there are many hills and mountains. Even if many people cultivate the land, it may not be enough for cultivation." Fong Jiua thought to himself, after the winter, there will be a famine, but even if all of Jiangxi's land is used to grow sweet potatoes, it won't be enough to meet everyone's hunger. Moreover, farmers nowadays are quite conservative and will absolutely not accept widespread cultivation of sweet potatoes. Fong Jiua thought about buying land. But land is the means of livelihood for many people. If you hadn't intentionally pretended to be losing money, how could you take advantage of those two multi-level hunky boys? In the end, you can only beg the queen for favor and hope to get some land from the hands of those multi-level hunk boys. Later, when Fong Jiua was about to enter the queen's house, he suddenly heard cursing, "You're bold, you don't even see whose land this is and you dare to steal it." Fong Jiua heard a few tongue cuttings, and he angrily said, "I must have made a wrong choice." At that time, the queen was teaching two apprentice informants, who had attacked the Zhu family for stealing a piece of land, and the people they attacked were the grandchildren of the queen. Fong Jiua heard from outside and remembered, the queen is the great demon king. Through 3 dynasties, even the emperor had to respect her. If it wasn't for the protection of Queen Zhang, that scum would have died many times. Now they are provoking someone the queen can't touch. It's time to say goodbye to them. These two young men now regretted constantly asking for forgiveness from the queen. The queen was so angry that she immediately sent the 2 informants away. Fong Jiua felt uneasy and wanted to leave immediately, but it was too late. The queen knew he had heard everything. Fong Jiua now felt like he was walking into a lion's den, with the lioness being the queen. She asked him, "As a smart person like you, can you think of a way to save my 2 informants?" Fong Jiua secretly thought to himself, "I don't want to die. The Empress and the concubine are like Thanos, just a wave of their hand and the Fong family will have to run for their lives." He didn't want to be tied down, but the Zhang family members are weak, even the emperor couldn't do anything. Outside of the Zhang family, behind the Empress and behind the Xu family, no one would yield the top position. The Empress sighed and said, "I also realize that this is no small matter. I can only blame myself for tolerating them and causing this trouble." At the same time in the Zhu family, a man named Zhu Yao was reporting to his parents that the concubine didn't usually pay attention to political matters, but the 2 brothers in the Zhang family were too much and she had to teach them. At this time, a eunuch reported, in the Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress has disciplined the Zhang family members. This surprised the concubine. She knew that the Empress had never been willing to discipline her own family. But it seems like she wanted to solve the situation. But concerning the Zhu family, she couldn't just overlook it. Zhu Yao then shouted, "You accuse the Zhang family members," adding a bit of exaggeration. He was very confident, as long as the parents step in, even the emperor wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. The Zhang family members will surely die. However, the eunuch hadn't finished speaking, adding that Nanhuaba's son, Fong Jiua, was also there. He mentioned that Zhang's family member had a brain disease, which is why he acted irrationally. Back at the queen's place, she found it hard to believe the reason of a brain disease, as the 2 men seemed perfectly healthy. But Fong Jiua was lying because, based on his experience from when he was in his mother's womb, he confirmed that the 2 men had a bad complexion, indicating a brain disease. On the other side, Zhu Yao was furious, using this excuse to evade responsibility for beating someone. He just wants to take the opportunity to dismantle the Zhang family.
Suddenly, the Queen Dowager spoke up, "This matter should stop here." Jiua didn't understand why, but the Queen Dowager, with her extensive life experience, understood the principle. They used the brain disease as a way to lower our status.
If they still manipulate those with brain diseases, wouldn't it be embarrassing?
Actually, the Queen Dowager was planning for the long-term benefit of the family. She just wanted a reason to save face.
Secondly, she didn't want such a noisy conflict.
Furthermore, at her age, once she's gone, this enmity will be settled, and there will be no one to rely on.
Jiu's family will be in trouble, so intentionally reducing animosity is the right thing to do. The queen also had to praise this hot boy.
Before that, she only saw him as a playmate with the prince. She never expected that he could resolve a life and death struggle, making her look at him with different eyes.
She immediately ordered the eunuch, "Summon Fong Jiua to offer birthday wishes to me."
The purpose is to see what kind of person Fong Jiua is, what his abilities are, and if he is trustworthy.
At the Imperial Academy, the prince was diligently writing, and Fong Jiua had to praise him. Why is the prince so diligent today? Has he finally understood the importance of hard work and diligence?
It turns out it's because the queen's birthday is approaching, and she is a devout follower of Confucianism. So the prince wants to copy Confucian scriptures to give to her, truly a filial grandson.
Fong Jiua rarely praises this hot boy, also filial. The queen will be very pleased if she knows.
But what filiality? He just wants to ask Fong Jiua to help him copy. The queen's eyes are no longer sharp, she won't be able to read it. At this point, Fong Jiua was like, "This guy has been raised by dogs." He then said, "I can ask a scribe to help, but where will we find these scriptures? Are they from a humble scholar or a king in exile writing them?"
It's all too unlucky. The prince, not knowing anything, immediately asked Fong Jiua to choose on his behalf.
Fong Jiua immediately thought of the most famous scripture of the time, Ming Chu, which is the collection of ethical teachings by Wan Dio. The reason he remembered it so well was because in a past life, he had memorized the scripture in order to impress a girl. How ridiculous. Later, at Longevity Palace, the Queen Mother was questioning her grandson about the origin of this scripture. She had preserved over 100 copies of the Scripture of Ethics, but had never heard of the prince's version.
The prince now did not know how to respond, secretly thinking, could it be that there is a problem with Fong Jihua's scripture?
The scripture that Fong Jiua copied originated from the renowned Taoist Wan Dio of the Ming Dynasty, but its transmission was very slow in this era. At that time, his version had not been widely circulated, and it wasn't until the Ming Dynasty that it was taken out of a Taoist tomb and became widely known. Even the royal historian confirmed, these writings do not belong to the prince, someone is intentionally trying to mislead him and lead him astray. The prince, upon hearing this, thought to himself, Fong Jiua, did you copy the scripture incorrectly? At this moment, the Empress's voice became more serious, pressing on to ask, who wrote the Lucian? The prince hesitated for a long time, finally admitting, it was me, Lucian. Lucian's face turned black, then quickly explained, claiming innocence, that he did not copy it for the prince, saying, I have been wronged. The Empress was not one to be easily fooled, and just by looking at her face, one could tell. She said, you are very close to Fong Jiua, someone who, even if lying, wants to protect the truth.
Fong Jiua.
The prince was struck by her words, trembling all over. Empress. Normally, there was no prejudice against Fong Jiua, but she could not help but intervene when she saw the prince being taught wrongly. She immediately called for Long Pan Guan Pu Jizhen Ren's book, personally checked and pointed out the logical error, then brought it into the palace, especially notifying the court, I will enforce strict punishment. The prince cried, feeling helpless, saying to his brother, Fong Jiua, this time I can't control myself and can't help you anymore. Outside in the scorching summer heat, the crown prince stood looking at the sky, counting the clouds and wondering to himself, why is life so full of scheming?
I've been kneeling here for 4 hours, my legs are numb, maybe the emperor will be less angry now?
The announcement from the courtier that the emperor's scolding was meant for the crown prince to think he didn't have to kneel anymore, but in reality, he was to pass through the blazing sun, leaving the crown prince bewildered and shocked.
In Longevity Palace, the emperor and the empress dowager were talking.
The crown prince had been saved and the empress dowager reassured him, the crown prince is still young, he can't bear punishment,
the one who should be punished is the one beside the crown prince. She was referring to Lu Xun, and the emperor had decided to educate Fong Jiua because he was still young, hoping he would understand the complexity. The Empress Dowager had truly been frightened all night. She was not someone who demanded violence, but she did not agree to let Fong Jiua live in the capital with the crown prince. The crown prince's face darkened, fearing the emperor wanted to drive Fong Jiua out of the capital. The emperor relented and said, "The honored spirit is dead, causing unease to the ancestors, but Su Ron's illness still needs Fong Jiua to reassess." The Empress Dowager angrily slammed the table and said, "No one in the world believes it, only Fong Jiua can cure the illness." The emperor remained silent and endured the scolding. At this moment, Pu Jizhenren requested an audience and had someone explain Fong Jiua's violation of the moral principles. She allowed them to enter so that Pu Jizhenren could speak directly to the emperor. The emperor had a fondness for alchemy, so there were many people serving this interest. Some even took the opportunity to cause political chaos. However, Pu Jizhenren was a person who upheld the moral principles, focused on studying the scriptures, and did not involve herself in worldly matters. After the emperor's passing, those alchemists were all dismissed, but Pu Jizhenren rose above it all, thwarting the remnants of the rebel forces and thereby gaining extremely high status. A single word could determine the fate of Fong Jiua, and now that person had arrived, the old man immediately paid his respects to the empress. The emperor, seeing the situation come to this, couldn't help but feel sorry for Fong Jiua's future, as it would now end because of the words of a Taoist. The person who arrived was an elderly man with white hair and a happy face. He said, "This venerable is a saintly Taoist, passing down the teachings for 1,000 years. I request for the humble Taoist to have an audience to present this scripture. This work does not belong to." Surprised by the sudden and unexpected turn of events, the emperor broke out in a cold sweat. Could that handsome young man be a monk? The Empress Dowager asked her attendant, "Is it really so unexpected?" Master Pu Jizhen bowed his head. He didn't even dare to judge this person. In his mind, Fong Jiua was truly a divine being. The Empress Dowager couldn't believe that she had been reciting scriptures her whole life without knowing about Ming Zhu. So she called for him and requested, "Invite Fong Jiua to receive the offering on the 9th day of the month, enter the palace and give blessings at the hour of the dragon, from 7 to 9 in the morning, and also consult with the crown prince." The emperor was startled. It's the hour of the dragon again. Only the prince consort can enter the palace and give blessings at this time. If Fong Jiua comes at this time, there will be rumors of the imperial family marrying into the Fong family. There was only one unmarried princess in the palace, the emperor's beloved daughter, but he had no intention of marrying her off. At this point, Fong Jiua was troubled by the situation. "I never expected that just because I copied scriptures for the crown prince, I would almost be exiled. The Empress Dowager is truly terrifying." At this moment, Tang Banha held in his hand the invitation letter from Long Panguan, sent to his teacher. Fong Jiua gritted his teeth. He was like a mad dog wanting to tear everything apart. He shouted loudly, "I don't want to have anything to do with those rotten priests." At the same time, several court officials entered. They announced the upcoming birthday of the Queen Mother, by order of the son of Manhwa by Fong Jiua, and Long Panguan. The offering of incense must not be delayed. Why can't he escape the sun? Fong Jiua still had to meet those rotten priests, so let's all die together. He called all of Tang Banha's brothers. "Master, lead the way for us to meet the gentleman." Outside the San Sheng temple, Long Panguan, Wang Yangming in a purple robe stood outside. He had been instructed by Pu Jizhenren to understand the truth, so he wanted to meet him once. "Please let those people know," but they still always closed off, so long without meeting outsiders, so they could only invite him back. Wang Yangming was still sighing, when he heard a voice, "Hey, little Taoist." It turns out that the hot boy and his disciples, with an indifferent attitude, approached. The two guards immediately changed their attitude and hospitably said, "Venerable sir, we have been waiting for a long time, please come this way." Wang Yangming couldn't believe that Pu Jizhenren had met Fong Jiua. It was really surprising. At that moment, Pu Jizhenren thought to himself, to be able to write such a powerful scripture, no matter what, he is still a highly virtuous person. But no matter how you look at it, he looks like a scammer, not someone who practices Taoism. So he asked to verify, how do you explain the state of purity and tranquility? Fong Jiua felt all his sweat dripping down his back and said, you know that the Taoist master is testing me. If I reveal a mistake here and it reaches the Empress Dowager's ears, I'm finished. The Taoist master is still waiting for an answer, but it's better to pretend not to know, but I can't, he's a lifelong reader of scriptures that cannot be deceived, and if I lie, it will be even more complicated. So he waved his hand pretending not to know. Pu Jizhenren asked in surprise, have you never studied the Tao? Fong Jiua immediately replied, no, I have never understood it before. The answer made the old Taoist laugh out loud. He said, indeed, the Taoist friend is deep and unfathomable, is it not true that purity and tranquility are the reason? Fong Jiua pursed his lips and muttered, is that so? Suddenly one makes up their own mind. The old man now stroked his beard and said, scripture of ethics is profound, is there anyone like you who can understand it? And Fong Jiua does not hide the fact that he does not understand it, answering truthfully, this is the true meaning of purity and tranquility. He continued to ask, where did this scripture of ethics come from? Fong Jiua immediately lied, I received it from a nobleman, pointed out to me 5 years ago. An old Taoist said that I had a good character and wanted to take me as his student to teach me Taoist studies, so I reluctantly learned a little. Pu Jizhenren asked, who is that nobleman? Fong Jiua pretended to scratch his head and remembered, I think I heard him say that his name is Ruandaio. Unexpectedly, that person is Pu Jizhenren's master, the old man exclaimed, is the master still alive? Fong Jiua was also surprised, how could you copy the scripture of the old master of the Taoist priest? This time it's not just a matter of death, he won't spare you. In fact, Long Panguan was founded by Ruandaio, who later left the secular matters to his disciples and went to travel the 4 seas, then wrote the book of moral scriptures which has been passed down through generations. As a disciple and also the adopted child of Ruandaio, Pu Jizhenren, to the old man, Ruandaio was both a master and a father, so when he heard the news of Ruandaio, even Fong Jiren could not contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. The old master suddenly came down the mountain 45 years ago, then disappeared without a trace. I never thought we could have such a meeting. Fong Jiua felt lucky at the moment, as the author still didn't want to end the story. If Ruandaio hadn't disappeared all those years, then Pu Jizhenren would have brought out the original book of moral scriptures. That would be quite something. But over all these years, Pu Jizhenren had not forgotten the teachings of the master, preserving the Taoist spirit to honor the reputation of the sect. Fong Jiua also felt guilty. If you knew that Ruandaio is a hidden master of the truth, then you shouldn't have mentioned Noi Daoyu, so he made a foolish mistake. Pu Jizhenren then asked him, what did the master say when he left? Fong Jiua immediately lied, praised for having talent, he is a rare talent in 1,000 years. Pu Jizhenren was skeptical. Fong Jiua added, he also said he had a few disciples, but he is already a person of the immortal realm, so he had to leave the worldly matters for his disciples. Fong Jiua was not wrong. Pu Jizhenren also had a few brothers, and he felt ashamed of following his master for over 20 years without any achievements. He thought it was nice to hear from a talented disciple, because his master could find a disciple who was wise like him, and that would be very comforting. He then accepted him as his martial brother. Fong Jiua was surprised, martial brother again? At this point, Pu Jizhenren, just like those devoted martial brothers, said, yes, you are a martial brother, since the master values you so much, why not join the sect and cultivate together? Fong Jiua immediately became angry, why are you joking about me becoming a Taoist priest? Pu Jizhenren began to speak, Long Panguan in the north has a history of 100 years, spanning 4 generations of celestial dynasty. It had Ruandaio in 1 generation, 2 disciples, 39 celestial rulers, and now has over 100 people. Fong Jiua is a disciple of the master, he is 1 in 10,000 in Long Panguan. Fong Jiua was not convinced, he said, I am just lucky to have been instructed by the venerable teacher a little, but I cannot become a Taoist. If my father knew, he would kill me, but Long Panguan comes from Longhu Mountain, it doesn't prohibit eating salt, and I can also marry and have children, it's fragrant and unpredictable. Fong Jiua still used the excuse that he was the son of Manhwa, men's minds, how can they be placed in daily practice? Suddenly, Pu Jizhenren's expression turned fierce, he began to hold his head and neck, looking like a devil. If the child was not obedient, he would be punished. The true Tao,
There has never been any restrictions, going up and down the mountain is all practice.
Disciple, you must have a connection with the Tao, how can you refuse?
Fong Jiua got up because he still had the fox fur incident. He ran away like he had an engine running on instant rice and disappeared from here, feeling frustrated and exhausted. Losing a young person with such potential, avoiding Long Pan Guan is like avoiding evil. Master, is this fate? Maybe the master above has decided not to let that hot boy make a scene again. Outside, several disciples were waiting for their master. Zijing spoke up, I have never been able to predict the master's actions. It's even harder than guessing the lottery numbers. If Wang wants to make friends with the master, I can also help. It turns out that Wang Zhongyang, in order to befriend Fong Jiua, drew attention to his disciples. Suddenly, someone shouted, quickly retreat. Wang Zhongyang turned around and saw the hot boy running away from the smelly Taoist. So the whole group went down to the tea shop at the foot of the mountain. At this point, Wang Zhongyang was inside. Fong Jiua was startled and confused. Yang Zhong sincerely wanted to ask Fong Jiua a few questions. Fong Jiua then said, I won't teach. Being harshly rejected made Wang Zhongyang startled, and Zijing understood it best. This feeling of rejection, no mistake, this is the feeling. Fong Jiua rejected, because that man's father is Wang Hua. If you teach him, his father won't kill you, that would be a surprise. Wang Zhongyang has been practicing hard for over 20 years, isn't he already a master? Please, your little sister. At this point, a few people spoke loudly, you still dare to take money, have you paid for the rent yet? Don't forget this is Long Pan Guan's territory. Fong Jiua was surprised that he had run several miles, still within Long Pan Guan's territory, their real estate is too terrifying. The loud group was the Taoists of Long Pan Guan, which made people gossip behind their backs. It's really shameless. That person whispered, isn't it true, when the East expires, the West comes, that man refuses to reduce the rent. This isn't about teaching someone a lesson, but not giving way. The Taoists, like a bunch of rogues, couldn't get money, so they took out food instead. The owner, being alone, could only cry, and our guy stepped forward, holding a silver ingot, wanting to ask a few questions. The owner wiped her tears and replied, I will answer if I know for sure. Fong Jiua immediately asked, how much land does Long Pan Guan have? According to the hostess, Long Pan Guan has tens of thousands of acres of land near the capital city. Apart from the land of some vassals, most of it belongs to ancestral shrines and Taoist temples. Fong Jiua felt even more annoyed. At first, you expanded the potato fields, and many students went to various prestigious schools, but the results were not great, and I never expected Long Pan Guan to have so much land. If the land here could be used for growing potatoes, it would be able to feed so many people. However, because Long Pan Guan does so much administrative work every year, they collect even more land. The Taoist figures are all wealthy, but even during natural disasters, they refuse to reduce taxes, and they are even more greedy. The more she spoke, the harder it was for the hostess to contain her sadness, but because there are no strict laws in the Taoist community, some Taoist figures pretend to have Taoist seals and buy their own land to keep concubines outside, and they also bully those who are pitiable like me. Tang Banhu heard this and angrily slammed the table. He, as someone who had experienced a lot, was very bitter. Those Taoist figures, they sell vegetarian meals, and each one is expensive, and if you dare to complain, you will be called a poor and miserable person. Fong Jiua immediately turned his head as if he had noticed something, then led the group back to Long Pan Guan. After a while at Sanshang, Long Pan Guan, Fong Jiua looked back with a lingering expression and called out, Senior brother. Just like the villains in those melodramatic movies, Pu Jizhenren also followed suit and called, Junior brother. The two of them, as if deeply affectionate for a long time, held hands and said, I will die with you. Pu Jizhenren held Fong Jihua's hand, determined to not let this dog run away anymore. At Long Pan Guan, the middle-aged leader with a belly named Wang Tian said, he sees today's harvest is not bad. But when he thought of those talented people, he became angry. Suddenly, a foot kicked directly at the face of this fat man. It was Fong Jihua kicking him in the face. The man cried out in pain as Fong Jihua, with a threatening aura, asked, Did you just scold Tang Banho? The leader came forward, but the man still stubbornly said, Who do you think you are to cause trouble at Long Pan Guan?
Fong Jiua confronted him straight in the face. This restaurant's food is not only bad, but also expensive. Then he called on his junior brothers to all grab hot dishes, as if they wanted to shut down the place and make it disappear. Wang Tian saw this and held his bleeding nose as he shouted, "You are all insane." This passage contains multiple grammatical and spelling errors. However, I will correct and translate the passage into English. Those hot boys are not only crazy but also seem to have lost their minds, smashing things like mad dogs on the street. Wang Zhongyan looks furious on the outside. Long Pan Guan is related to the queen, but he talks big. The more I look at Fong Jiua, the more I think, this guy is really daring. I like it, huh? Just as Tang Banhu arrived, he went straight to a guy named Wang Tian. He said, "Not just now, how come you're so obedient, why don't you dance more?" While showing off a bit, someone called out, "Stop." The person who arrived was the head disciple of Long Pan Guan, named Zhang Zhaoxian, an old man with a sly face and a cane, followed by a few disciples. He immediately called out, who told everyone to stop Fong Jiua. And this person is the instigator, which is why Yang Zhongguin is so angry. No jealousy, just because of this person. Stop, why are you a brat daring to shout and make noise? This old man is taller than Fong Jiua by a head, but his status is higher, he said. Now, I am the disciple of Pu Jizhenrun, his uncle. When he sees you, he must kneel down. Old Zhang Zhaoxian's face was swollen from being slapped, as he heard the news. My master has accepted a disciple, but it is someone right in front of us, it's the senior disciple, who can just step on the little face of the junior disciple. Old Zhang frowned again. Before the surprise of Wang Tian, he knelt down and said, "Disciple Zhang Zhaoxian pays respects to uncle." This name is so prestigious, because at this time, the fate of the generation is sky high. If Zhang Zhaoxian sees uncle and does not show proper respect, it is a crime of destroying the ancestor. Some disciples pretend not to believe it, including a junior disciple. The old one is Li Chaoyun, who secretly said, "Normally, the senior brother at the Taoist temple will have his day today." Before he finished speaking, Fong Jiua also pointed at Wang Tian and said, "He is the fourth-generation disciple, and dares to be disrespectful to you. Just expel him directly and sweep the floor." The other could only obediently listen and follow through. Next was the issue of selecting someone to manage the shop. Li Chaoyun was still leisurely eating melon when he was suddenly pointed at by Fong Jiua and said, "It's him." Li Chaoyun jolted in fear and quickly waved his hand to refuse. At the entrance of Long Pan Guan, Li Chaoyun was desperately pleading with uncle to change the leadership, because no one dared to oppose Zhang Zhaoxian at Long Pan Guan, so there was no hope of changing things. Fong Jiua just lightly said, "Li Chaoyun, have you been content all these years?" Li Chaoyun immediately remembered the days of being treated like a dog and started crying. Fong Jiua continued to provoke him, "You and Zhang Zhaoxian have the same name, but he's living comfortably while you're suffering. Don't you want to resist?" These words struck a chord with Li Chaoyun, making him grit his teeth. Now that Fong Jiua has my back, dealing with Zhang Zhaoxian, I will be the king of Long Pan Guan. Hearing the title of king of Long Pan Guan, Li Chaoyun's blood boiled as if he had realized the truth, and he was more willing to take risks than to use his brain, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical rule of Zhaoxian. "Zhang Zhaoxian, come at me." Fong Jiua smirked and said, "I wonder what will become of Li Chaoyun in the future." At this point, Wang Zhongyang arrived, and he knew that Fong Jiua understood that Li Chaoyun fundamentally couldn't do it, and Fong Jiua acknowledged, "Li Chaoyun, you don't have the courage to confront Zhang Zhaoxian. If you don't, you'll be played to death. Why do you do this?" This was something Wang Zhongyang didn't understand. Today, Fong Jiua immediately responded, "That's because the reputation of Long Pan Guan is indescribably bad, but Pu Jizhenren doesn't care about worldly matters, so he destroyed the tavern to truly provoke the evil gangsters. If you can lure Zhang Zhaoxian out, then everything will be easy. You can use your status as the eldest brother to embarrass him, then challenge his authority, and force him to accept Li Chaoyun as the head of the tavern. You use Li Chaoyun not because you value him, but to leave no path for Zhang Zhaoxian to take. Even though you arrange things like chess pieces, you can rely on these pieces to truly enter the game of Long Pan Guan, having understanding and control over everything. Then, you can let go and take practical action, that is unified command, meaning the unity of mentality and action." Wang Zhongyang repeated, "Unified command." He seemed to have realized a new horizon,
but in reality, this hot boy was reusing the famous theory proposed by Wang Zhongyang in his middle age. Wang Zhongyang was truly a quick learner, knowing that Fong Jiua did this not only to uphold justice, but also for practical benefits. It was true that the future saint said that only the standard is important. After understanding the important matter, Wang Zhongyang immediately said, "Those who lie every day will die." He expressed his admiration, but still maintained a facade of doing it for the sake of the people. Not wanting to continue hiding, Fong Jiua confessed, "You want the land of Long Panguan instead of letting those scumbags make money like that, or do you want it for yourself?" Wang Zhongyang asked, "Do you also want to make money?" Fong Jiua said, "Look at you, do you lack money? What you want is good land to grow new plants and avoid crop failure." Wang Zhongyang now felt even more favorable towards him, on the outside, playboy, but inside, caring for the people. The current situation outside has just come through a prolonged snow disaster for half a year, and is now facing an extended drought for several months. With poor harvests and people dying of hunger everywhere, there is a widespread saying that even the icy rivers we've assumed that the emperor's misdeeds bring disasters, and conflicts are becoming more serious day by day. Even soldiers were angry when they attacked, but Fong Jiua knew from the historical records that there would be a long rain on June 17th, and the situation was urgent. At this time, the prince sat eating melons in the scorching summer sun. Fong Jiua immediately invited him to pray for rain. "You are very good at this." The prince, unaware of this hot boy, playfully replied, "The emperor hates superstition. If you play with it, you will be beaten." Fong Jiua continued to persuade him, "Your Highness, this is for the benefit of the emperor. If the rain comes, your Highness will be greatly rewarded. If not, we can kill that Taoist." As the villain, the prince saw it as a no-lose situation and agreed immediately. Just then, someone rushed in, and when the prince turned around, it was Li Chaoyun, who had just been beaten by his senior brother and had been falsely accused by them of stealing. Fong Jiua took the opportunity to introduce him to the prince as the senior brother he had mentioned, giving Li Chaoyun the label of a master rainmaker. Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyun looked dazed and did not understand what was going on. Fong Jiua then said to the person, "If you don't listen, you will be dismissed. Just pretend and leave the rest to me." Fong Jiua continued, "As long as that hot boy comes to the Imperial Academy to play the instrument, you can use your most reliable personality to ensure that it rains." A while later, Zhang Zhaoxian and the disciples suddenly noticed another person on the high platform, and the old man sneered at this person's rainmaking trick. "Li Chaoyun, you are really crazy." He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to find a reason to approach Li Chaoyun. With the sun shining so brightly up there, even the prince had to squint and say, "Is the sky really going to make it rain, or are you tricking me?" Fong Jiua remained firm, "I don't lie to the old or deceive the young. You have put your life at stake." At this point, Li Chaoyun, who had a fear of heights, was really scared, but of course, Fong Jiua only vaguely remembered the ancient times, and the probability of hitting the target was still very high. Surrounded by Yang Tinghe and other officials watching from below, the old man felt, "This is too ridiculous. Why hasn't Manhwa reported this to the royal court yet?" Seeing that everyone had gathered, Fong Jiua immediately instructed the prince, "It's time to show your love for the people, let the royal court see it with a different perspective." Prince Ho raised his voice and began to act out his three cries, lamenting the loss of the country. The officials and ministers all had to look on in amazement. The prince shouted to the sky, "It has been more than 2 months without a harvest, a serious natural disaster. As a prince, I cannot help the people, cannot take care of the people. If it does not rain today, I would rather die." Fong Jiua silently muttered, "You're a bit too dramatic, my friend." But as he was on the clouds with his handsome companion, the prince continued to loudly cry out, "If I use my death, thank you, God, can exchange for a rain for the people, today I will die." Lucian was frightened and quickly knelt down, pleading, "Hot boy, calm down, you are the great prince, you cannot die." Fong Jiua adjusted his hat after being pushed away, "That guy is too emotional in his acting."
The rain had not fallen yet, but he was already crying like rain. The scene was out of control at this point, and this commotion had already reached the emperor's ears. If it were an ordinary person asking for rain, it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but the prince, if he cannot get what he asks for, is it not saying that Ming Chao is without virtue and deserves punishment from heaven? Due to such a major incident related to the nose and mouth, the king could not sit still. He immediately summoned the crown prince to the palace. At that moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The king looked up at the sky in astonishment, as dark clouds gathered, signaling an imminent rain. Just a few minutes earlier, Zhang Zhaoxian had seen the sunny sky and quietly said, "Let's see if this person's rain prayer works." This person had bribed an official, saying, "If this doesn't work out, then Li Chaoyun will have bad luck." But life is unpredictable. The heavens promptly punished this person with thunderous rain. Standing in the rain, he thought to himself, "This time, it's he who is in trouble." Suddenly, someone called out to him. He turned around to see Huangzhu Shi Dao Lu Tu. Mockingly, he said, "The Taoist praying for rain on the platform, that's the person causing your trouble." Indeed, his own actions led to his downfall. He tried to explain himself, but Huangzhu Shi Dao Lu Tu said, "I can see that you're the troublemaker." Immediately, the palace guards seized him. He still tried to blame it on Long Pan Guan. But it was too late. Outside, people were already clamoring as if they were attending a Blackpink concert. In one move, Li Chaoyun became famous in the martial arts world, and the king appointed him as a law enforcement official. This time the prince was extremely excited to show off his skills to his father, but the emperor just calmly brushed it off. He went straight to Fong Jiua and asked, "What's the deal with this? Tell me the whole story, I heard it's about a bastard and a favorite." Fong Jiua didn't hide anything and said frankly, "The rain dance is just a deceptive show, but this divination is very reliable." This time, you and the prince didn't pretend to be gods or demons, but wanted to show the reliability of divination, to let people know that the heavens are truly concerned about the court, and to let people know that the heavens are truly benevolent. The emperor stroked his beard in admiration, but how does this person know that it will rain today? Fong Jiua hesitated for a moment before answering this tricky question, so he used an old trick. It was a knowledgeable Taoist who pointed it out. "I knew today's weather might bring rain." The emperor continued to inquire, "What if it doesn't rain today?" Fong Jiua hesitated again, and the prince revealed their previous plan: "If we don't make it rain, the Taoist will be captured and punished." It was indeed cruel, but Fong Jiua still justified it for the sake of their reliability. "If it doesn't work, then everything will be blamed on the relapse of your cerebral disease." The cerebral disease said, "I am your tool, aren't I?" Indeed, the words had convinced the emperor. He looked at his son and Fong Jiua and said, "Truly, they are worlds apart." And then he immediately dismissed his son. The prince's heart cried again for his beloved, for someone. Then he looked at Fong Jiua and said, "I didn't expect you to have the courage to look at the signs." Fong Jiua smiled and then gestured with 2 fingers. "You can turn a piece of barren land into a harvest of 20 stones of grain, which is 10 times the normal yield." Such grandiose words made the emperor and the courtiers think that this person was too arrogant, and they thought, if that's the case, they should bow down and let you kick the ball. The emperor was very pleased and praised him. "That's very interesting. If that day comes, then the great Ming will no longer suffer from hunger, which is something I have always hoped for." Fong Jiua thought to himself, "That day is not far away." At Long Pan Guan, Li Chaoyun was loudly calling out, urging everyone, all the land in Long Pan Guan must be planted with sweet potatoes. Although Wang Tian did not want to obey uncle's command, he had to swallow his tears and comply, so the atmosphere of planting and cultivating spread, with everyone holding host to work in the fields. In Dangxia and Dian, Hanwen is reporting to the emperor about the situation of the Jiangxi farm. They have achieved a yield of 30 stones per plot of land, 15 times higher than the normal yield. The emperor and the nobles were amazed, especially the Duke of England, who thought to himself, "Certainly he is exaggerating the productivity. He must be trying to deceive the emperor. Can't stand this Fong Jiua lying in front of his majesty, what a disgrace." The more the old man thought, the more he pitied Fong Jiua. If it were him, he would have punished Fong Jiua severely, always roundly.
Hanwen continued to report, not only that, the Jiangxi farm also took over the Long Panguan land to cultivate new crops, causing the farmers to be full of grievances. After hearing this, Duke of England wanted to punch someone, even if it wasn't the old man's son, he would still take action for the sake of the people. Later, someone came with a bunch of evidence accusing Fu Baizhang of forcing the promotion of new crops. Duke of England was embarrassed because Fu Baizhang was not someone else, but the son of Mr. Zhang Xin. After half a day of trouble, he ended up accusing his own son. The old man was silently in pain and resentment that the hot boy had died, and now his son was being dragged along, making him feel nauseous. The old man finally ran out of his ways, could only defeat Wei Kuang, then used all his ability to pose to the king. There must be a misunderstanding, please check this time, if there is any deceit, it must be punished. The king then nodded, then in Baihu, Jiangxi, Zhang Xin was calling for people to come and plant potatoes. Suddenly, the person was startled because behind him was the tall figure of the Duke of England. Zhang Xin, afraid, turned around and asked, "Father, why are you here? Are you here to congratulate me on the bumper harvest?" The Duke of England looked at the green fields. It seemed that all there was a bumper harvest of leaves. He instantly kicked his son for saying nonsense. He was thrown into the potato field, where he picked up a few potatoes to assert, "These sweet potatoes live underground, a field to the south has already been harvested." The Duke of England was immediately left speechless. He then scolded his son and shouted, "Of course I know, I need you to teach me. You and Fong Jiua even went to steal land from Long Panguan, and you have made me lose face." Being unjustly slapped, Zhang Xin immediately wanted to explain, but the old man acted as if he didn't understand human nature, just kept slapping his son without letting him speak, feeling very embarrassed. As the son of the Duke of England, how can he stand behind someone else, being used as a pawn and even becoming addicted to drugs? Being slapped doesn't hurt, but being doubted is uncomfortable. He followed Fong Jihua's instructions to protect his interests. "I really like farming, only here do I feel useful. Fong Jihua has enlightened my life, and moreover, I affirm that agriculture is the foundation of the nation. I bear no grudges." These sharp words made the Duke of England step back. He couldn't believe this was his son. He couldn't argue, and in that moment, he saw the figure of Fong Jihua passing by gently, not exactly a real person here. The Duke of England was furious. How did this guy come here? He vented all his anger on him. Because of him, his son had become like this. Well, if eating a lot of spicy chili, eat a little sweet potato to take away the trouble. Sure enough, the old man immediately became cheerful and said, "It tastes really good, fragrant, sweet, and mellow." Fong Jihua immediately advertised, "This is sweet potato, grown by them. Behind are tons of sweet potato trucks." The Duke of England widened his eyes in surprise. Fong Jihua then proudly said, "I have never liked to talk a lot, only use the truth. Today you have harvested 30 crops of food, in front of your own kingdom." The Duke of England also exclaimed, "That is a miracle. Each delicious potato is inviting you to eat." This time, Fong Jihua said, "Can the Duke believe in me and Zhang Xin now?" The Duke of England is enjoying the sweet potatoes so much that there is no room for criticism. Fong Jihua also mentioned the issue of occupying Long Panguan. If not mentioned, then fine, but this is a big deal. The Duke of England then said, "Occupy what the heck?" He continued eating the sweet potato, but suddenly tears welled up in his eyes. Both of them didn't understand what was happening, but the Duke of England was truly moved. He said, "The old fortune teller has blessings, even with 5 natural disasters, you can still eat well." The hot boy Duke of England then said with a baby face, "This baked sweet potato is so delicious." It felt like he was on his wedding day. Then he unfolded the bride's veil, which is this sweet potato, and the two of them bowed to each other. Then hummed like Mr. Zhang's expression at this moment. Zhang Xin looked at his face full of shame and dared not to acknowledge his father. But sweet potatoes are not only delicious when roasted, but there are also many ways to prepare them to make them even tastier. Upon hearing this, the Duke of England's eyes lit up like stars and he ate as if he were a child eating candy. Zhang Xin also had to stop his old father and say, "Don't eat too much, it's bad for your health," but the old man didn't listen and still insisted on eating more won't hurt. Indeed, the profession changes quickly. The old man's face turned green, then his mood became gloomy, and then he exploded. Seeing the internal force blowing away the rocks and soil, Fong Jiua also bowed in admiration, truly the best in the world. Sometime later, sweet potatoes in Jiangxi province were abundant, and the emperor ordered an expansion. From then on, everyone could eat their fill, and Jiangxi's Baihu Manor also rose to Qinhu Manor. Everyone was promoted. Zhang Xian, thanks to planting sweet potatoes, was even promoted to Fengcheng. Through this, the Duke of England realized even more: I placed too much importance on my own looks and how others saw me, and I forgot to consider my son's feelings. He then patted his son on the shoulder encouragingly. Zhang Xian, keep planting sweet potatoes well, don't let the kindness of the saint be wasted. Zhang Xian immediately said, don't worry, you have changed. Looking at his muscles, Zhang Xian could tell that he had changed a lot, so he angrily shouted, put on your clothes, boy. Then he kicked out the habit of showing off. Fong Jiua looked at Zhang Xian with pity and said, it's fortunate that your father is not like that. Indeed, his venerable father, Fong Jiua, loved him very much. Every year on the 6th of the 9th lunar month, he was the longevity god of the Grand Empress Dowager at the Longevity Palace. This was the most important event in the capital, and preparations had been underway for several months. Only a few people had the privilege of entering the Longevity Palace to offer blessings. Fong Jiua was one of the few, eagerly waiting for someone, namely Mrs. Fong. Last night, he had been furious because his elder sister had been beaten. Mrs. Fong, holding her injured daughter, said, brother, I'm fine. My mother-in-law and husband are both very good to me, it's just that Mu's elder sister is not easy to live with. She is the eldest daughter-in-law and the daughter-in-law of Wei Guogong. I can still live here, but I'm a little annoyed, so I want to come here and sit for a while. Fong Jiua listened to all of this, and he speculated, this child must be the daughter of the Wei Guogong's Grand Empress Dowager, the difficult sister-in-law that the old lady mentioned. She looks very cunning. At this point, Mrs. Fong was startled to see her niece here, and suddenly the Grand Empress Dowager asked irritably, whose family is this husband from? It turns out that while others were arguing with the Grand Empress Dowager, Mrs. Fong was still standing there. In ancient times, this was considered disrespectful to the Grand Empress Dowager and was a serious offense. Mrs. Fong realized her mistake and quickly knelt down. She had not paid attention to this side. Mrs. Mu took the opportunity to speak and said, respectfully speaking, Mrs. Fong is the daughter-in-law of the Wei Guogong family. She does not understand the rules in the palace. In her heart, she wanted the Empress Dowager to punish her severely, so she continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, I am the eldest daughter-in-law of the family. I am willing to be punished in place of my younger sister-in-law, to avoid breaking the rules in the palace. In fact, she was trying to show that she understood the rules better, hoping to receive praise. Fong Jiua looked at this scene, no different from the palace dramas, and thought, if this were in a drama, your mother wouldn't be able to survive more than 3 episodes with Mrs. Mu's tactics. This method has also been effective, so Grand Empress Dowager praised, he is a clever child, and has gained favor from me. Mu consorts did not easily make Grand Empress Dowager happy, so she wanted to take advantage of the situation to train Fong Jiua, who was close to the Empress, and had offended Grand Empress Dowager. She spoke up, saying, Fong Jiua, the son of Manhwa, is rumored to be bad-mannered everywhere. This caused Fong Jiua to curse silently. WTF? Empress Dowager, curious, asked, does she know Fong Jiua? But she had never met him, only heard the rumors far and wide about Fong Jiua. He doesn't care about studying, lacks manners, and causes trouble in the village. As she continued, Fong Jiua had to raise a friendly finger. Why don't you speak? You might as well destroy the earth. Mu consort summed it up, he is just rubbish. Empress Dowager, after hearing this, frowned and asked, if it's just a rumor, why speak so confidently? Mu consorts was taken aback. Seeing the sudden change in Grand Empress Dowager's attitude, she thought to herself, this is not right. Back to the time of the day, Grand Empress Dowager had a conversation with Fong Jiua. She knew that he was a fellow disciple and a brother to Pu Jizhenrun, and she had misunderstood him before and wanted to apologize. Fong Jiua looked pitiful, wiped away his crocodile tears and said, I have been misunderstood by others early on. The Empress Dowager praised him, you are indeed my good grandchild.
that's why he was present today. The Grand Empress Dowager turned to ask Fong Jiua, "Have you always been misunderstood like this before?" Fong Jiua replied, "Yes, there's no way around it."
Mu consorts, frightened, just realized that Fong Jiua was also there. At this point, Fong Jiua started to mock, "I'm truly ashamed. I am the ignorant and uneducated troublemaker, the one who spreads rumors everywhere.
Everyone knows me, Fong Jiua. Please advise me, Mu consorts."
Fong Jiua now fully embodied the characters in the palace dramas, even using a concealed line similar to Mu consorts, "You build your reputation everywhere, but you play with me, you are truly uneducated." Mu consorts was taken aback by the clever retaliation. Fong Jiua continued, "I heard Madam say earlier that you are particularly wise and wanted to come and visit, but Fong Jiua, suffering from brain disease and with a bad reputation, did not dare to come for fear of affecting Madam." In the hidden conversation, Fong Jiua rolled his eyes and said, "I speak very politely to her, but she is the daughter of a prison, and yet she looks down on me, a brain-damaged person. Truly despicable." Grand Empress Dowager, with a dark face, wanted to know who was speaking ill of her grandson Fong Jiua. As a result, Mu consorts was removed before the rage of the boss, ending her role here. On the other hand, Mrs. Fong also had to praise her grandson a lot. "He is indeed my grandson, not perfect, but still wonderful." In the Longevity Palace now, the situation has turned around, and those who flatter are now being reprimanded. Fong Jiua still smiled as if nothing had happened, speaking up for Mu consorts with fake respect. "Today is a joyous day, Your Highness, don't punish her." In his heart, he was contemptuous. He had experience as a fan of palace intrigue dramas. At this moment, he showed a little bit of magnanimity, not wanting to play games with that old woman. Indeed, the move worked. Grand Empress Dowager immediately said, "On another note, even though the family may not know, Fong Jihua's level of education is extremely high, definitely not uneducated or ill-mannered. Mu consorts is the first time Fong Jihua can study and understand Taoism, very surprised. She immediately thought, Fong Jihua, if using Taoism to mesmerize Grand Empress Dowager, this matter can still turn. She immediately turned the matter to Taoism and said, "My lady, I have invited the famous Supreme Dharma King from Jiangnan here to congratulate Grand Empress Dowager." On the side, Xinnat Jiao considers Longhu Mountain as the origin, and Long Pan Guan is just a branch of the main system. Supreme Dharma King used to be the manager of the main system. The position of Taoism doesn't need to be mentioned, and it's understood. Of course, Empress Dowager has heard about the teachings of Supreme Dharma King, which are transmitted from Longhu Mountain, profound Taoism. She then called for someone to call Mu consorts, who was very eager to see Fong Jihua come down to the platform. Later, an old man with white beard and hair came to the audience at the invitation. He was Supreme Dharma King, here to dispel the doubts of Grand Empress Dowager. Mu consorts then threw this challenge to Fong Jihua, wanting him to confront Taoism with the true person. Fong Jihua silently cursed, "This old lady is playing dirty, she has already given face, but she still doesn't want it." He immediately waved his hand, not wanting to talk. Seeing him like that, Mu consorts thought they had won. Suddenly the man jerked and shouted when he saw Fong Jihua. Fong Jihua said, "It's me indeed." The man immediately approached as if he were an old friend, holding his hand and saying, "A few days ago, I just read the Chenkin ethics book, very surprised to be able to meet you here." He finished speaking and then knelt down. "Greetings, Uncle Gong." WTF. The three of them didn't understand what had just happened. The emperor and the prince both had to admire this hot boy, indeed Fong Jihua. And if Fong Jihua knelt, he also secretly feared Huan Dao's fate. That's really amazing. After that, Huang Hao felt ashamed at the presence of Uncle Master here. He dared not show off in front of the workers who wanted to back off. Mu consorts again turned green. Although this time inviting Supreme Dharma King was a mistake, she still had gifts from Weigua Gong's mansion that could still save the situation. Next was the announcement of gifts. Weigua Gong's mansion presents 4 pairs of emeralds, 16 corals, 1 pound of brains gem, 6 pearl boxes, and then the 3 mansions of Manhwa. The reader also had to pause for a moment and then said, presenting a glass bottle. This story was not unfamiliar to the prince. The prince immediately exclaimed, "It's from the glass factory in Jiangxi, where thousands of pounds can be produced in a day." The emperor also had to praise his son for this brotherly love, saying, "Truly knows how to mock each other."
Mu Consorts was relieved, not expecting Fong Jiua to be so generous. This time she could save face.
Suddenly, Jiua brought out a sparkling gift box. This was the longevity glass that he had spent countless preparations for. He held it in front of her, hoping to put it on her. The Grand Empress Dowager's trembling hand reached out. The emperor thought she was angry, and Mu Consorts also thought so, believing that she was shaking with fury. On the contrary, the Grand Empress Dowager showed clear happiness, and the thing she was wearing was none other than an old lens, thanks to which she could see everything clearly without any fuzziness. It's truly miraculous. Jiua was also happy for the Grand Empress Dowager. "Your fortune has long been enjoyed, but this old lens can open new doors for you." She then said, "Fong Jiua, I have never received such a good gift in my life. Even gold and silver mountains are not worth a part of this longevity lens."
She was so happy that she wanted to reward him with a grand prize, but the situation turned around once again. This time, Mu Consorts intervened, and Jiua modestly declined the reward, and praised his aunt for marrying Weiguigong's son. Now that he was so intelligent and clever, it was all thanks to his aunt's teachings. The Grand Empress Dowager now considered Fong Jiua as a family member, and would make decisions for him. As a result, Fong Consorts was promoted to second-rank lady. The emperor could not believe it and exclaimed, explaining further, because at the time, Fong Consorts was only the wife of a fifth-rank official. Jumping from fifth rank to second rank was an unprecedented leap in Ming Dynasty history. Mu Consorts is just a third-rank consort. At this level, she can't compete with Fong Consorts anymore. Jiua is truly appreciative. He immediately expressed his gratitude on behalf of his aunt, saying, "This one agrees too quickly." But according to Jiua, expressing gratitude directly means that the matter is settled. Even if the emperor speaks, it cannot be changed. Fong Consorts now holds a new position, and those who play with her must be worthy. Everyone must be careful in their approach. Mu Consorts is heartbroken, and this time she is completely finished. It is feared that she will have a hard time living with Fong Consorts in the future. Truly, what goes around comes around, so be mindful of your actions in this life, my dear. At this time in Guizhou, the rebellion in Miluo and the disorder in Xianzhou have caused the entire army to be defeated, and the imperial court has lost its power. As a result, the emperor has sent Wang Fei to lead the battle and mobilize strong generals to eliminate the rebels in Miluo. In the observation chamber, the crown prince gleefully talks about this matter. Having considered Wang Fei's battle plan and wanting to boast to Mr. Fong, Wang Fei has mobilized 4 provinces and 50,000 troops, ensuring a certain victory, and is preparing to surround and destroy the rebels in Guizhou. In the eyes of the prince, Miluo was nothing more than a group of a few thousand rebels. They would definitely be rooted out. He was confident that this time the rebellion would be quickly quelled. His reasoning was sound, but Jiua just smirked and said, "Not necessarily." The prince, facing him directly, said, "Are you doubting me?" He was very confident in his military abilities. He was timid when it came to learning but diligent in military matters. Since he was young, he had memorized military classics, understood military matters and the main principles. In this battle, the court will definitely win. Jiua then presented strong arguments to counter his claim. In this world, there is no battle that is guaranteed to win. In a battle of 96, one can still come back with 69, let alone Miluo could use weaker forces to defeat Xianzhou. Of course there will be ways to deal with Wang Fei. The prince dismissed Jiua's arguments, thinking that everything he said was just nonsense. Military strategies are not as simple as you think, is that so? The two of them then had a staring contest to see who could hold their gaze longer. While Manhwa was considered just background noise, he was clearly teaching. Later, back at the Fong family, Fong Jiua pondered quietly. By now, everyone probably thinks that Wang Fei's military strategy is unfounded. Unfortunately, history has proven that to be a mistake. He sighed deeply. Suddenly a figure gently touched here. Deng Deng quickly shouted, "Someone has been killed here, run away quickly." Jiua immediately asked, "Who is it? If it's a rabbit, be careful." It was Wang Yangming, his whole body dark, as if he hadn't bathed for a long time. Jiua looked at his appearance and asked, "What are you going to do?"
Wang Yangming immediately bowed and handed over a scroll, which was the latest military situation in Guizhou.
Wang Fei was defeated and the campaign failed. He had consulted Jiua before and said that Wang Fei's tactics would surely fail, so he came here to ask how he knew. Jiua was stunned for 5 seconds, surprised that it was because of this. Wang Yangming, although he is strict, is also a master of both literary and martial arts. Looking at Fong's mansion now, with people lying in disarray, the scene is devastated. His martial arts skills are incredibly powerful. But not only Wang Yangming, there was someone who wanted to know the reason even more than him. It was the emperor in the imperial concubine's quarters, who summoned him and asked, "How did you predict that Wang Fei would fail?" Jihua's analysis reveals, although the Miluo rebels are few in number, they have the advantage. They are familiar with the geographical situation, capable of launching guerrilla attacks, and constantly harassing the government troops. The government troops, on the other hand, are not familiar with the environment and may struggle to find the Miluo rebels. Additionally, they could be blocked by guerrilla forces and have their supply lines disrupted, thereby diminishing their numerical advantage. The emperor expresses his concern, wondering if there is truly no way to deal with the enemy. Jiua quickly responds, "Of course there is. When the enemy pushes us to the wall, we can resort to guerrilla warfare." He gives an example. When the Xiongnu cavalry was powerful, the Han emperor trained even stronger cavalry to drive them away. They established the sacred mountain and sent experts to study the local geography, training specifically for combat on the sacred mountain. The goal was to cut off the enemy's paths and leave them no way to retreat, ultimately trapping them and defeating them. The three great ministers all share a sense of astonishment at the same time, unable to believe that Fong Jiua understands military strategy and has a logical perspective that cannot be argued against. Jiua still had something he wanted to say but didn't know if he should open his mouth, so the emperor said, "Chat Ban, you don't have to speak." After the call was disconnected, Jiua felt hurt and retreated. The courtiers didn't understand why the emperor refused to let him speak. In fact, the emperor just wanted to bring Fong Jiua down a notch. If he listened to everything Jiua said, wouldn't Jiua be soaring high up in the sky? But the sacred mountain of Fong Jiua still had to be kept. He ordered his attendants to arrange, to say the previous sentence and then the latter one. All the courtiers looked grave. Outside of Baoha Palace, the sun was shining brightly. Today, the royal court was holding an imperial examination, the final test of the civil service, related to the career path of the scholars. Inside, Wang Yangming was still in his deep purple attire, giving Jiua a mysterious feeling behind his back. When he turned around, the group of Tang Banhis seemed to be on the verge of death. It turned out that this morning, in front of the entrance of the Fong family, Jiua had sternly admonished a few students, all of whom were now gritting their teeth, thinking that they were about to receive their third warning. "But with that monkey," Jiua callously said, "the topic of the electrical exam is current political essays, the expertise in ancient literature of those kids is useless, still accepting fate, it's just retribution for only reading books and not keeping up with current events." Jiua seemed like a god. Yangji didn't understand anything about essays, but the main question of how to pacify the rebellion in Miluo, Guizhou, Jiua had already covered. Just by building a sacred mountain it could be easily resolved. Although Yangji was of average intelligence, he had memorized Jihua's words and was already starting to write. He had been interested in the Miluo rebellion since he was young, and usually took his uncle's opinions on the matter with a grain of salt, so he was confident that no one understood it better than him. Although Jiua had accurately predicted this, you can never be sure of anything, even a cat can't know what another cat is thinking. At the imperial concubine's quarters, the emperor was once again slamming the table and scolding, holding 4 papers with identical answers, all using Fong's method of reasoning with the sacred mountain, which was not Fong Jihua's idea. He was haunted by the name Fong Jiua. Lu Nian didn't seem surprised at all. "After all, we are classmates." Classmates, colleagues, even the emperor would be shocked. Next, he held Zi Jing's paper in his hand, feeling even more excited. This was exactly like most tribute students, using Miluo Basin to express their emotions. He needed them to express their emotions, he needed them to come up with a way to solve the problem. Next, Li Dongyang presented a paper he wanted the emperor to look at. The emperor read it,
the key to the success or failure of the rebellion in Miluo lies in the supply of rations. I suggest delaying the Tao Fa's progress, winning the people's hearts with the rebel army, and ensuring that the army supplies rations. He even calculated the salary figures, and this person's essay had to surprise the emperor, even compared to the high-ranking military minister of the interior. Li Dongyang said, "This paper is from Wang Yangming, also the son of the former prime minister, Wang Hua." The emperor praised, "Well, Wang Hua's son is truly worth his weight in gold." This time, the top scholar will probably be Wang Yangming. Li Dongyang also happily said, "This time, my son's performance is exceptional, it is a legend of ancient times." The emperor still felt a bit regretful. He had thought that this imperial examination would cause a stir because of the student Fong Jiua, but nothing happened. He then threw away the exam papers as if ending Fong Jihua's luck, and then exhaled in frustration. Because of that sacred mountain plan, if it had been effective, then Guizhou would have received news by now. It looks like we've lost the money for his salary. Suddenly, a soldier on a horse galloped in, holding a newspaper from 800 miles away. "From Taofei, Guizhou." The young man was so fast he didn't have time to slow down and flew out like a rocket, causing the newspaper to fly and land in the hands of the Duke of England. He looked cool until he opened the newspaper and his eyes widened in shock. Then he used his incredible martial arts skills to run up into the clouds and hide. In the study of the Wang family, Wang Yangming was reading a book when he suddenly glanced out the window. Suddenly, Wang Hua entered and called her son, announcing that today was the day the exam results were announced, but he wasn't going. Due to his high level of confidence, he often made his opponents lose. Although he wasn't the best in literature, he was skilled in strategic discussion. Wang Hua turned back to scold his son, "I don't know how to be humble at all." But the old lady secretly praised her son being very good, so he became arrogant because of it. Despite his loud voice, he was still very cautious around Fong Jihua's students if they wanted to test him. Then, outside, Wang Yangming took his butt to go and see. He saw in front of the golden board, all the students kneeling there for some reason. It turned out that an hour ago, Jing cried and hugged Fong Jihua's legs, crying because she didn't listen, so the test turned out badly. Jihua didn't want to accept this nephew anymore, and their teacher-student relationship ended there. The other students all tearfully begged Jihua to forgive Jing, but he immediately scolded them, "Are you trying to teach me a lesson? Each one of you is already very talented, do you want to do some collision technology?" Suddenly, Jihua was carried away in a hurry by the royal soldiers. They were ordered to take him on a journey. From afar, Jihua immediately said, "It's not over yet, I'll be back to handle it." In the emperor's chamber, the grand ministers all wore serious expressions. Jihua didn't have time to speak before he was forced to kneel. Finally, the emperor spoke, "Fong Jihua, you have truly given me a difficult problem." Jihua, not understanding why, sincerely apologized before saying, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. If I have spoken or done anything disrespectful, it must be tolerated." He then presented a certificate of brain disease and the reason for playing Free Fire for over 180 minutes to beg for mercy. The emperor, covering his face, said, "It's so ridiculous." He didn't want to punish Jihua, but instead he was trying to figure out a way to reward him. Jihua's expression seemed to say, "Do you believe me? I must be kidding." In fact, today, the frontline in Guizhou transmitted news that Sacred Mountain had just successfully tested and defeated Miluo, a victory that was hard to believe, so it had to go through several verifications, hence the delay. And Jihua ended up being so scared that he wet his pants. "You immediately showed an expression, I didn't demand too much so it's not worth mentioning, but this Sacred Mountain is your suggestion. His Majesty will rely on your martial arts as rising overlord, and then he will directly confront Jihua. He has a bold personality and likes to argue, so he called you, kneel straight up." But according to Guizhou's victory news, it has caused the standard answer for the test to be changed. Anyway, the true winning argument, the standard answer is Sacred Mountain, according to which the rankings have been adjusted. The first place is Ouyangji, followed by Tang Banhum, Zhang Shen, and Lu Shan, who are the students who wrote the standard answers. Of course, Jing, who didn't listen, was ranked 33 RD, far behind his peers. It's a pity that he cried bitterly, and accompanying Zi Jing, there is another person who also feels bitter, namely Wang Yangming. He only ranked 5th, dropping from top 1 in the server to top 5, making him cry in pain. Who understands this pain? Actually, his test was not unreasonable. He also pointed out the mistake. The battle strategy of the current commander Wang Fei is too hasty, because the successful hasty encirclement and annihilation, causing the enemy forces to be surrounded from all 4 directions. Unexpectedly, the rebels excelled at hiding in guerrilla warfare. No one could find them. The main strategy of Wang Yangming was to transition from quick battles to long-term warfare, meaning entering a prolonged war. If the rebels' logistics are insufficient, they will be at a disadvantage and will starve to death. The reason Wang Fei was so eager is that the royal finances were limited, and the court hoped to quickly quell the rebellion and save money on battle expenses. Fong Jiua's Sacred Mountain is wonderful in 2 ways. First, the rebels engage in guerrilla warfare, and our side also engages in guerrilla warfare to counteract the poison, using training to surpass the rebels and employing very sophisticated tactics. The rebels, who thought they were hunters, turned out to be prey. Second, the Sacred Mountain requires less manpower and consumes less money, allowing us to save money and have strong forces. This made Wang Yangming, who had always been arrogant, humble, and even learned to be modest. After this turning point, various forces like the Beggars clan used the excuse of constant natural disasters, blaming the corrupt rule of the court. As a result, they silently attacked the Imperial Guards. The order has been given to regain the honor of the Imperial Guards. Hongji ordered the Imperial Guards to capture the leader of the Beggars clan within 10 days. Therefore, the Imperial Guards chased people day and night like dogs on the street. But after half a month, they still couldn't catch the shadow of the Beggars clan leader. Chase after chase, every night the people could hear the sound of footsteps on the roof. On the 5th day it was still understandable, on the 10th day it was like a karaoke bar next door, and by the 15th day even their legs gave out. Jiua was furious and immediately grabbed the man's leg and scolded him, "You group of Imperial Guards, why can't you ever finish the job, not able to even catch the leader? Stay calm, boss, let go of his leg and talk later." In the next room, Yangji was still engrossed in reading. He would be loyal to his master, as solemn as a mountain, and when Jiua's eyes looked like a panda due to several sleepless days, he secretly lamented, "What have I gotten myself into?" Later, Yangji smiled brightly, affirming that he could help him sleep, and Jiua, puzzled, asked, "How?" At the Imperial concubine's quarters, the sky had turned to dusk. The emperor and the court officials began to discuss the issue of the persistent actions of the Beggars clan, still unable to capture them. After Yangji was summoned, the king asked, "What do you think?" "It's difficult to have the master worry, just let the master act quickly and everything will be settled. It's a good plan." He immediately suggested that his master should handle it, so there would be no Imperial Guards bothering his master's sleep every night. Of course, Jiua didn't expect this cunning plan. Should he be thankful to this clever junior? Well, he didn't want to steal the job of the Imperial Guards, but since it had come to this, the famous detective of the Ming Dynasty, Fong Conan, would easily catch the leader of the Beggars clan. The students also joined in, each carrying hot items wanting to test the technology. Jiua complained, "These scholars are just a bunch of chicken farmers living in cramped quarters, and they want to catch dogs as well. It's okay if they get beaten to death, but it's not okay for the leaders to run away." The students who were criticized then threw away their ancient weapons, but Jiua came up with a very good alternative. At the Wang family, books were scattered everywhere, and the scene was chaotic, leaving people confused. Wang Yangming muttered to himself, "Disciple Pu Jizhenring knows how to pray for rain to cultivate the fields, a model is worth 30 stones, and he calculated the battle of Guizhou, and proposed a plan to break the enemy at Sacred Mountain." The more Fong Jihua's achievements were listed, the more Wang Yangming couldn't believe it. How can one person do all of that? In his mind at that moment, Fong Jihua was like a bodhisattva. "Wang Yangming, if you agree, I can guide you." "Stop, why is there a fairy here? This is not about cultivating enlightenment." Jihua turned out to be striking a pose, but with a serious look on his face. Wang Yangming saw him as an idol, and smiled brightly. He touched Jihua's shoulder and asked, "Are you serious?" Jihua gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." But his mouth was bleeding because of the strong spiritual power, and he had a condition: Wang Yangming had to follow Fong Jiua to capture the leader of the beggars' clan. Once again, Wang Yangming was astonished. The Imperial Guards have turned the entire capital upside down and still have no news. How does Jiua know where he is? Fong Jiua immediately said that this would take a long time to tell. He promised to come to Jiangxi to teach the students of philosophy, including Wang Yangming. He turned back and said, "Trust me, let's go." Wang Yangming opened his eyes. The person he always trusted the most was Fong Jiua. "Yes, sir." The scene shifted to inside the Imperial prison, where someone was snoring. It was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Mao Ben. He had been working continuously for 17 days to capture the leader of the beggars' clan, almost turning the entire capital city upside down. But there was no sign of the beggars' clan leader anywhere. Suddenly, his subordinates reported, "We've caught some rebels." Mao Ben, who was snoring, woke up and looked at the pile of rebels behind him. "Haven't we already caught a lot of them?" He was furious. "If you haven't caught the leader of the beggars' clan, don't bother me." The rebels had strange hobbies, and one of them liked to lick feet. Mao Ben, still angry, wanted to continue sleeping, but suddenly he was startled by the news: the leader has been caught in the net. Mao Ben was finally reassured. "Indeed, nothing is difficult for the Imperial Guards." He then asked, "Has the identity of that person been confirmed?" The subordinate quickly reported, "He was led by Fong Jiua, and as for his identity, it is said that it can be guaranteed using the name of Fong Jiua." Mao Ben, feeling helpless, had nothing more to say. In the Imperial concubines' quarters, the Emperor had also heard the news that Fong Jiua had captured the leader in just one day. Finding it hard to believe, he asked, "Is it true?" "Don't deceive my heart." The close attendant still highly esteemed Rising Overlord, the official that Fong Jiua held, but this time, capturing the leader of the beggars' clan seemed a bit exaggerated. Essentially, he did not believe it, and he also heard that Fong Jiua had not attempted to capture the leader, but only led a treasurer of a guesthouse, claiming that he was the leader of the beggars' clan. The Emperor, with wide eyes and an open mouth, also doubted, "Is it really that easy? Could it be that Fong Jiua mistakenly captured an innocent person?" The eunuch dared not make a careless judgment. Fong Jiua had not handed over the leader of the beggars' clan, so it was impossible to verify their identity, but according to Zhang Chang, a slow and steady businessman, the old man in the legend, Wu Xinjie, was assigned as the leader of the beggars' clan. The Emperor thought that Fong Jiua had relapsed into madness. No need to care. He still underestimated Jihua's foolishness. Fong Jiua had used his head to assure that he was not joking, and even wanted to use the leader of the beggars' clan to teach Jiangxi. The Emperor still had not connected the leader of the beggars' clan and teaching Jiangxi in any way. Finally, Fong Jiua wanted to play a trick, which made him curious to demote Jiangxi and see what he wanted to do. In Jiangxi Haven of Heavenly Guardians, the air was fresh. Many people had gathered, watching as Jiua carried contraband, along with a bound person. Imperial guards and the crowd eagerly watched, along with others staring in anticipation. The Emperor had also disguised himself here. At this point, Mao Ben spoke up and questioned, "I said the leader of the beggars' clan is extraordinary, causing chaos in the capital city, and even the Imperial Guards suffered losses." He shouted loudly, pointing at the tied-up person, "You dare to catch a useless person like him to take the blame, thinking our Imperial Guards are fools?" Looking at the fat man who didn't even look like a mafia boss, not to mention being unfit to serve as a lackey, Jiua immediately said, "Mao Ben, try to be a bit more calm and lower the heat." Before he could start, he then turned to the restrained person and said, "Everyone, look closely at his face. This is the legendary leader of the beggars' clan. Look closely." The Emperor in the room couldn't see anything strange, so Jiua explained, "He still has a nose, 2 normal eyes, not too much or too little hair, and his skin is neither rough nor smooth. He has similarities to us and also differences." The Emperor quickly adjusted his Bluetooth earpiece, wondering if it was malfunctioning, because his nerves were also on the brink of breaking after listening to Fong Jihua's rambling, and he still didn't understand what he was trying to say. Suddenly, Jihua forcefully placed his foot on the other person's foot. Immediately, he groaned and whimpered in pain. But with his mouth gagged, all that could be heard was Then, Jiua removed the gag from the other person's mouth, causing him to scream in pain. It hurts so much, I can't stand it. Jiua continued to instruct everyone, saying, he is also afraid of pain, he is just like us, thinking he is a good person.
This clearly indicates something. Everyone sat and looked around like Doraemon's bamboo copter.
After a while, Jiua took off his hat and said, what I mean is, this shows that he is also just a normal person. Then, Jiua continued to speak about morality. What is called a leader is just a normal person. So, not necessarily the one who throws the first stone. Even the emperor felt the morality and sweat poured down like beans. Finally, Jiua put his arm around the other person and said to everyone, a waste like him, how could he make tens of thousands of imperial guards rush to him? The other person now seemed like a teaching tool for Jiua. The question is like a teacher asking students, and you all are wasting neurons thinking about it, Jiua pointed out, it's because the imperial guards fundamentally don't understand what disorder is, they haven't mastered the theory. If they dare to put it into practice, then they will be punished.
Stop complaining. Mao Ben was pointed out and furious, but he couldn't do anything, he could only argue, you say he's the leader, then he's the leader, do you have any evidence?
Jiua confidently said, of course. He then called Wang San to testify.
So everyone squinted to see who it was.
Suddenly a hand stretched out, it was Wang San, with a thick-lipped mouth, saying, I am the leader of the Divine Land sect, the capital city branch of the Beggars clan, I can testify. But Mao Ben jumped up and said, arbitrarily catching someone like that in Jiangxi Nongho, claiming to be the leader of the Beggars clan, isn't that too foolish? But Wang San didn't speak sarcastically, he really was the leader of the Beggars clan. Last year, because he had no food to eat, he joined the Beggars clan and always willingly worked for the master, where the former leader is also the one he chose to follow. Your Highness, it's a little hard to believe, the man admitted to being a rebel, a crime punishable by death, so why did he betray his cause? It turns out that this person had always thought that he would have to live on the streets, hiding here and there, until he met the two benefactors Jiangxi, who provided him with food and shelter. They worked tirelessly to provide him with food and warmth, and eventually led a peaceful life in Jiangxi. It was also these two, the prince and Fong Jiua, who helped him, saving him from his suffering. But since the rebel leader arrived, causing chaos in the capital city, he was afraid of letting the two benefactors down and even more afraid that one day Jiangxi would be completely destroyed by the war. His last hope was shattered, and he knelt down, crying in pain and sorrow. Even though he was a rebel, he was ready to die, but he hoped his family would not be affected and could live in peace. The king listened to the man's plea with a pensive look, while Mao Ben remained impassive, unable to process any emotions, and only accused Wang San of being bribed by Fong Jiua. Wang San was boiling with anger, he confronted Mao Ben directly, what is called the Beggars clan is just a group of beggars and refugees coming together. Even the leader is a beggar. How good can it be? They joined the Beggars clan for food and for not being oppressed. But if there is a peaceful place to live, who would want to join the Beggars clan? Who would want to rebel? You have good food and clothing, no hunger or thirst, so of course you would be loyal to the court. If I were you, I would be even more loyal than you. Mao Ben and the emperor were both silent. Wang San continued to list the crimes of the corrupt officials, pushing them towards rebellion, accusing them of oppression and wanting to kill them, while also benefiting from it. When Mao Ben's pride was touched, he was visibly angry, but he couldn't say anything. Jiua saw that Wang San's emotions were getting out of hand and told him to stop. Mao Ben, after all, is not a local official, you can't blame him, there is justice and debts have owners. But Wang San was still angry about the truth. Later, Jiua faced Mao Ben again, one green and one red, as if already determined to be two opposites. Fong Jiua from the higher position immediately said, if Commander Mo still doubts the evidence, I will call for it. There are many of our Jiangxi brothers from the Beggars clan who can testify. Mao Ben sighed and accepted this result. Fong Jiua said, if there's nothing else. And then called a few students, listen up. The students obediently listened to their master. Jiua then said, you are all soon to become officials, so I will teach you the principles of being a good official. With just a few words and a hot pot in hand, his words were very convincing.
Mao Ben and the emperor also followed along. Jiua struggled to draw a satisfied smile, as the main stage was his, and he pointed his finger to the upcoming officials and asked, "Is there any way to eliminate the rebel faction?" Wang Yangming immediately cited Confucius's words, "Use education." Jiua chuckled and teased him, saying, "If that's the case, why are there still many rebel factions after 2,000 years? This made Wang Yangming fall silent. But Jiua did not say that Confucius was wrong, but later followers misunderstood. You think that education is just about repeating moral principles, but in order to bring peace to the world, officials must first provide the necessities, then talk about education. That's when it becomes effective. Teaching someone how to be a good person, who would listen to your moral teachings when they are dying of hunger? No one can remain chaotic forever. Chaos is also people, flesh and blood. When they are hungry, they will rebel. When they are full, they will be peaceful. This is a very simple moral principle." These words touched everyone's heart, and Jiua raised his righteous heart and said, "A good official can make rebels turn to the people, while a bad official forces the people to rebel." The students sincerely remembered this teaching, and Wang Yangming thought deeply. At this moment, hands were raised in support. The emperor was impressed, raising his hand to call for the courtier to follow. "What order does your majesty have?" He wanted to summon Fong Jiua to accompany him, to see where Wang San had relinquished his position as a leader and where the beggars' clan had stayed. The prince then appeared saying, "I will take care of this matter." He was very familiar with this place, okay, but there was a weird smell that made him feel uneasy, not knowing where it came from. Since then, he had always listened to his brothers lecturing, operating in Jiangxi, so the prince pointed to those old houses where more than 3,000 Jiangxi refugees were being taken care of, all arranged by him. The first house belonged to Wang San, and Jiua also went along. The emperor was surprised by the atmosphere here, unable to believe how can this place be livable? In the old rundown village, the scenery was simple. They encountered a raggedly dressed villager who greeted them, kneeling to express gratitude for their help. The prince kindly told them there was no need for such formality. He even praised the man's good memory. Fong Jiua thought to himself, "This guy is really good at pretending to be grateful." The prince's dark intentions lurked deep inside, stealing the protagonist's spotlight. He wanted the emperor to see him. "I am also a nobleman." But the emperor coldly said, "Living in a place like this can be considered peaceful and good, so they must have experienced worse days before." Jiua replied, "It's very difficult." The old man was rude, he didn't want to live anymore. The emperor now understood everything and ordered, "Execute the leader, and pardon the others." Jiua quickly thanked the emperor on behalf of the people of Jiangxi. "Your majesty is wise." Once in a while, he received some praise, but the emperor did not accept his wisdom. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was truly ignorant of why there were so many rebellions in the world. "Fong Jiua, you've been my mentor this time." Jiua silently regretted not wanting to provoke him. These lessons were owed to Wang Yangming. At that moment, thunder roared and it rained relentlessly. A purple figure stood there. Wang Yangming had realized many things, and finally he understood. But the thunder was getting louder, as if setting the stage for him to crow loudly. The great way is simple, understanding and practice always go together. Wang Yangming, who was exiled to Guizhou at the age of 37, had just realized the way. Now, thanks to the influence of Fong Jiua, he understood the way even before returning to the study room of the Wang family. Wang Yangming was holding the latest book about Confucius' understanding of the sage in his hand. He threw it away and said, "Nonsense." Next, it was a comprehensive explanation of the meaning of Confucius. He also threw it away and said, "Nonsense." Then there were several textbooks on academic and court studies. He immediately shipped them to the elders to read. At this point, Manhwa was hotter than fire, unable to believe that his son was burning books, daring to burn the holy books. Wang Yangming sincerely asked his father, "Reading books makes people stupid. Can you understand the great way of the sage?" Manhwa had no arguments, standing silently as his son taught him a lesson. The essence of the sage's way is simply benevolence and righteousness, but it has been explained very complexly by later Confucian scholars. Manhwa really snapped and said, "You are really too arrogant. His son also shouted back at him even louder, "What have you done, always reading books and trying to understand the teachings of the saints? Isn't that arrogance?" Fong Jiua, feeling like he had to intervene, said, "To truly understand the teachings of the saints, one must first practice the truth themselves, and then attain self-improvement. This is the theory that goes hand in hand with practice, and it is the principle I teach." Wang Hua had nothing else to say and just angrily turned and left. Wang Yangming, seeing his father's attitude, understood that he had been persuaded and silently agreed with him. It's true that the current dynasty really understands the meaning behind his words quickly. But understanding doesn't mean he won't criticize that Fong Jiua guy. He is not one to talk much, but once he does speak, he will definitely take action. He believes that Fong Jiua is foolish and is teaching his students incorrectly. He swears to not care about the consequences. Now at the Fong family, Fong Jiua is feeling relaxed, but there are not many cheerful songs from ancient times. So he starts humming la la la. Suddenly he became speechless when someone said, "Master, don't shout anymore." Looking back, it was Wang Yangming, dressed plainly with messy hair, but his spirit was bright as he said, "Arrange a room for me, if not, I don't mind staying with Brother Tang." WTF, why are you here, Wang Yangming? It turns out that a few days ago, he was kicked out of the house by his father, so now he can spend the nights cuddled up with Jiua. It seems that Jiua hasn't accepted him as a disciple yet, but that's not important anymore. He has left home to follow Jiua, with the intention of improving himself and focusing on his studies. Jiua asked, "So you don't need to bow to me, just call me master directly, and you even want to eat my food, drink my water, and sleep with me? Is there a problem?" Seeing this muscular guy, there are many stars, so he's the best. Jiua welcomed him with open arms. Later, Jiua led the new disciple to find a place to stay, where he will sleep with Zi Jing, because his feet don't smell. Wang Yangming raised his finger in praise, "Master, you really think carefully." Suddenly, the sound of his stomach growling, he felt a little hungry and excused himself to go eat. Jiua cursed to himself, "So annoying, no self-respect at all, oh my god." Feeling unsettled, with an added pressure of an annoying follower, he checked his money. Even if he had money, he couldn't waste it like this, so he wouldn't let those Fong Jiua have idle time, they had to earn their worth. As the night fell, Yangji, who was celebrating resolving the leadership of the beggars clan, finally had a good night's sleep. Then there was a loud noise. Surprisingly, a group of imperial guards, behaving as if they were putting on a show at the command of the two imperial consorts, called for Fong Jiua to enter the palace. "What on earth are you doing? You have a lot of explaining to do." Outside the imperial concubine's quarters, the Grand Empress Dowager was furious. The servants only told her about the matter after it had passed. "You have some nerve." The servant, frightened, immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. It turns out that His Majesty has fallen ill. Originally His Majesty could not swallow any food. Furthermore, His Majesty is filial and does not allow any disturbance to Grand Empress Dowager. At this moment, Xietian continued, saying, "Noble Empress, since returning to Jiangxi, His Highness has not said a word, and this illness seems to be related to Jiangxi." Grand Empress Dowager was shocked to hear this, and at this moment, Fong Jiua had also arrived, quickly adjusting his attire and appearing to see what was happening. Xietian saw him and immediately shouted, "Fong Jiua, as soon as His Majesty returned from Jiangxi, he couldn't even eat or drink, his body is weak." What happened in Jiangxi? Jiua felt wronged and dragged the crown prince out to swear that he had done nothing. The crown prince could testify, it must have been the food in the palace that was not good, so the blame should not be on the royal physician. The empress at this time was extremely worried about her husband. She was no stranger to this. Her husband's favorite was the porridge she made, but now he couldn't even swallow. Jiua realized that the illness lay in the mental stress. It seems that the matter of Wang San has caused a great shock to the emperor. In history, around this time, Emperor Hongji also suffered from severe mental pressure, eventually leading to his death. Zhao Ho is also the crown prince. After ascending the throne, he indulged in luxury and pleasure. The court officials were in chaos and threw down the empire that his father had worked so hard to build, into the river and the sea, bringing the Ming Dynasty to the brink of destruction faster. At this point, Lu Nian could only urgently beg for the emperor, using the well-being of the people as a priority, stop. Jiua then told everyone to stay behind and left. The emperor was still lying motionless, his expression as grim as the late autumn. Jiua stood aside and explained, "Your Majesty, you must have grown cold-hearted by now. When you ascended the throne, you were determined to be a righteous ruler, so you devoted yourself wholeheartedly. You never indulged in luxury, were thrifty by nature, and never cared for the world's beauty. You were strict with yourself but lenient with others." The emperor lay there, as if he could hear what Fong Jiua was saying. "You always believed that the price you paid was worth it, until you looked at Wang San in Jiangxi and realized the half-lifetime of misery of thousands, and came to see that what is called peace and prosperity is just a game." The emperor still looked despondent. Fong Jiua continued, "Even though you have a brain illness, you never stop trying to prove yourself. It's difficult, but you still manage to do it. It's because you ignore what others say and remain true to yourself." The emperor seemed to be affected by what Fong Jiua said. His eyes filled with tears. Fong Jiua silently thought, "Great, the emperor is reacting. Now things will be easier to say." But before he could be sure, the emperor told his nephew to leave. Jiua's face twisted, then he left and closed the door, leaving the emperor alone. He realized that comparing his brain illness to the emperor's situation didn't seem fair. Outside, the prince was anxiously waiting to ask his father how he was doing. Fong Jiua, speaking as if he were a psychologist, said, "The mind needs medicine to heal. You will go to Jiangxi to get a prescription. Try to come back before tomorrow." At noon, the prince hurried to Jiangxi, worried that Fong had not returned. But the queen told her son to stay. The imperial physician said that the situation with the emperor's health was not optimistic, so the prince must stay in the palace. The prince was torn, only able to blame those scheming eunuchs. Is there anything that cannot be cured with a fake certificate? Just then, Jiua returned, sweating profusely. Although late, he had brought the medicine. The queen found renewed hope and hurriedly asked, "Fong Jiua, what is that medicine?" Fong Jiua put on a mysterious look and said, "I cannot say," revealing it will not be as effective as those fortune-tellers. The prince, furious, grabbed him by the collar and said, "This is not the time to show off. No matter how you act, you won't look any more handsome than me." The prince quickly dragged Jiua away. As he was being dragged, Jiua reminded him, to save the emperor, everyone, especially the prince, must keep a low profile. The prince, feeling his pride being hurt, asked again, "Do I look so annoying? Listen to me, baby." Later, the sunlight pierced through the leaves, and the people inside immediately retreated, leaving only the emperor. The emperor cast a glance at Fong Jiua and told him to leave. He didn't want to see his despicable face anymore. Jiua is crazy about pursuing names. Even though he was rejected, he still stubbornly stayed. You came here just to pay homage to him, and after paying homage, you will disappear. After saying that, he reached into his pocket, like Doraemon's magical pocket. "Here is a letter, Sagittarius. This letter is actually a letter." He opened it and read, "Your Majesty, when you are sick, you should eat a lot of dumplings. The disease will heal quickly." The king was puzzled. "Clearly you are challenging my tolerance limit." Jiua explained, "This is a letter written by the children in Jiangxi when they heard that you were ill. They don't know many words, so they can only use a few words to replace them. Your Majesty really doesn't want to hear it." The king immediately became astonished. He then said, "Read on, Your Majesty. I know the medicine is very bitter, but only by taking the medicine can the illness be cured. Your Majesty, you must be a good emperor, you must not be lazy." The childish handwriting, but the most sincere words of a child, have made the king moved. He is normally not interested in anything. Normally he listens to sweet words and flattery, but now, the sincere words of the children have unexpectedly made him interested. Fong Jiua continued to read, "I feel that Lord Fong is deceiving us. Every day, His Majesty eats 30 pigs, 5 buffalo, 100 chickens, and besides that, he has countless beautiful women as companions. How could he possibly be sick? This is just talking about his royal life, eating a lot and sleeping a lot." The emperor was embarrassed and asked him to bring the letter over for him to read. He held the letter in his hand and continued to read, "If His Majesty is a wise ruler, then we would have food to eat every day.
Suddenly, tears fell on the paper, more and more, and the emperor couldn't control his emotions and started shaking.
He asked, Fong Jiua, am I a royal consort?
Jiua rarely had such a serious expression, he affirmed. No, your majesty, you are a rare wise ruler in 1,000 years.
The emperor asked again, then why is there still so much unrest in the world?
Jiua quickly sobered up and said to the king, Wang San has also turned out that way, yet your majesty is still here blaming yourself. Your majesty, no matter how the little Wang San out there follow this path, after 25 years, what will they become? It's all in your majesty's hands. What to do next, your majesty should think for yourself, each word hitting the king's consciousness like a straight pin. The strong medicine has been delivered. Jiua then turned away. Whether it is dying directly now or returning to enthusiasm, it can only depend on you. Outside, the weather was warm, but the hearts were cold. The courtier hurriedly begged the queen, Your Majesty is suffering from a heart disease. If Fong Jiua angers you, it will only make your condition worse. The queen continued to cry until she was called by someone. She and the prince woke up and asked, Has something happened? On the contrary, the eunuch happily reported, Empress, His Majesty wants to have a meal, His Majesty wants to eat the porridge made by Empress herself. At this moment, the two of them were both happy as if returning to life. Returning to the Wang family after conveying the technical information to the emperor, Jiua held the letter in his hand, full of X's and O's like a game of tic-tac-toe. Jiua felt unsettled. The Jiangxi kids don't know many characters, it's really worrying. Therefore, he will seek to find someone to come teach them new characters. At the same time, Wang Yangming was enthusiastically eating his meal, quickly finishing a big bowl of rice. He wanted to eat more, but Jiua suddenly had an idea. That's right, how could you forget those who rely on you for food, playing around and then complaining of hunger? Wang Yangming is best at teaching, hence the title in the future, the most outstanding educator of the Ming Dynasty. He had come up with a great idea and immediately wanted to start. At the 1,000 Households office in Jiangxi, Wang Yangming reluctantly said, Bro, we are both current dynasty scholars, we should go to the official's office to work. But Fong Jiua insisted on them coming here to teach the children, as if they didn't know how to value talents. All around him were just children at the moment. But some students like Fong Jiua seem to have the same operating system and loudly proclaim, the top one, those I always trust, the top one master, resolutely follow the master. Then the teaching days came. While some students were groggy, the one lying on the floor, Wang Yangming was still cheerful and excited, calling his brothers and sisters to go to class. Oh, Yangji gave up. For the past few days they had all been waking up early, even the dog was getting more sleep than they were. Even the donkey in Jiangxi didn't work as hard as they did. But they didn't have the internal strength and physical fitness like Wang Yangming, so they were worn down early on both physically and mentally. A well-behaved child held Wang Yangming's wrist and said, Mr. Wang, my father is sick, so I want to take a break from school to stay at home and help him a little in the fields. Wang Yangming went to pat the child's head. Good, being filial like this, let me help you. Later, another patch of potatoes was added to the field. Wang Yangming tried using the hoe for the first time and sighed, turns out hoeing is this tiring. After a while, the potato field was harvested, and both of them were joyful. Wang Yangming had experienced the joy of a bountiful harvest. In the old, tattered house, a bowl of hot potatoes was brought out to invite Wang Yangming. The lady of the house was very grateful. Today has made Mr. Wang suffer, please eat a little more. Wang Yangming scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, It's nothing. He. After a hard day's work, being able to sit down with family for a simple meal made him feel a happiness he hadn't felt before. Upon returning to the Fong family, Wang Yangming suddenly knelt down. Before Fong Jiua could understand, Wang Yangming spoke, Thank you for the teachings of the master these days. I really don't know how to thank Jiua. A big question mark appeared in Fong Jiua's mind. Clearly I haven't seen you for days, how could you have been taught anything? Wang Yangming continued, At first, I didn't understand why the master called us to teach, our official duties are busy enough, and now we're going back and forth just to teach a bunch of kids. He used to think that Fong Jiua didn't know how to use talent,
but today he finally understood. The master wants to teach us to understand that before seeking the ultimate path of simplicity, unity of theory and practice, we need to have a compassionate heart. Jiua scratched his head and wondered, did I really do that? His intention was to establish a capital for exploitation, but it turned out to be a great teaching instead. But since Wang Yangming came to Jiangxi to teach, he only then understood what the people truly desired. It was not simply about having a full meal to eat and warm clothes to wear. Contrary to his previous belief that peace in the world was when one did not pick up fallen items on the road and did not need to close the door at night, he now understood that true peace and prosperity was when everyone had food, clothing, and shelter. Because he always had food to eat and clothes to wear, he had underestimated the simplest needs of human nature. This was a mistake. The master does not want us to think that we are right, so high and mighty, that we should eat with the people and experience their suffering, so that in the future, we can truly understand the people's hearts, he thought. Wang Yangming nodded earnestly, thank you, master, for sacrificing so much, and now I understand your intention. The student has indeed been ignorant. The students all knelt down and said, the student has been ignorant. You cannot get the title of great master. He talks very well, but have you ever thought about that? It seems that Wang Yangming is really a saint, imagination is really great. At this time, the matter of suppressing the rebellion in Guizhou, although it was through the strategy of Sacred Mountain that Wang Fei had defeated the guerrilla army of Miluo, still has not captured Miluo. Wang Fei at this time frowned, wrinkled his face, did not know where Miluo had escaped to, like a mouse hiding somewhere unknown. Capturing the enemy must capture the king first. If Miluo is not captured, don't even think about pacifying Guizhou, even forming a situation. The more you fight the enemy, the stronger they become. Therefore, the emperor immediately appointed Fong Jinglong as commander-in-chief Guizhou, and immediately went to Guizhou to stabilize the situation. Fong at this time wore a suit of armor for the battlefield, completely different from his usual comical appearance before going far away. Jiua also gave him a bag of satin, instructing him, if you encounter difficulties in Guizhou, open this satin bag. The father and son parted, the love is very deep, my son, my father, always be friends together. He laughed. Ha ha. Looking down on his son, when he was fighting, his son hadn't even been born yet, meaning even a shrimp wants to show off, thinking he could easily win against him. Fong Jiua also had to praise this old man, his martial arts are powerful. He usually jokes around, but he is experienced in combat in Guizhou. He also has strong old generals under his command. Therefore, after taking over Sacred Mountain in Guizhou, he immediately trained the soldiers here even more skillfully. In the military camp in Guiyang, Mr. Fong arrived and said, I heard that the rebels are attacking the front lines, openly attacking the district controlled by us. So I am willing to bring the elite troops from Sacred Mountain to fight them. Wang Fei waved his hand to indicate that it was a small matter and that there was no need to use the elite troops from Sacred Mountain. He will immediately send someone to rescue the situation. Fong Jinglong received news that the troops receiving reinforcement had suffered heavy casualties, over 3,000 wounded soldiers. The commander of the guerrilla army also died. He wants to volunteer to bring the elite troops of Sacred Mountain to respond to the battle. Wang Fei opened his mouth wide, waiting for Mr. Fong to finish speaking. There is new information from the front lines, that there are over 10,000 rebellious troops attacking in Shun. And Shun is the second largest city in Guizhou, after Guiyang. If we lose, then our forces in Guizhou will be finished. After speaking, the old man slammed the table to add more effect and continued. However, Wang Fei still did not let him bring the elite troops at Sacred Mountain to the front lines. Wang Fei also added, good job, this time, I want to personally bring the main army to Anshan, decisively fight with the rebels, your Sacred Mountain obediently stay in Guiyang for me. It is true that in a battle of who talks the most, that person is the winner, and Wang Fei's official role is the regional commissioner of Fong Jinglong, the commander-in-chief. On the surface, they are equal, but there are different levels of power in the Ming Dynasty. In this era, civil officials have immense power, so Fong Jinglong was speechless. Wang Fei began to give reasons for his judgment. The elite troops at Sacred Mountain may be useful, but for some reason, the rebel forces are growing stronger day by day. The old man solemnly said, "The more we suppress them, the more they will grow. The soldiers of Sacred Mountain are all valuable and cannot be wasted. If we cannot capture Miluo, Sacred Mountain's efforts will be in vain, it's not worth it." Fong also found this reasoning to be reasonable.
In the end, Wang Fei brought the main army to rescue Shun, and Fong Kuliang was forced to stay behind to protect Guiyang. While waiting, Mr. Fong felt itchy all over and curious about what was in the silk bag. He opened it and read from right to left, "I have a feeling that the rebel army will advance to attack Shun. It may look like they are besieging the city, but in reality, they are waiting for a rescue army to come and then attack with full strength, thus defeating our army." Each line of the words felt like a huge blow, making Mr. Fong open his eyes wide. If his son's words were correct, then his lord's forces would suffer a disastrous defeat in Shun. In that case, instead of passively defending Guiyang, it would be better to actively seek out and defeat the enemy's leader, Miluo. Once they captured Miluo, the rebel army would be like a snake without a head, and the threat at Shun would be resolved. Ultimately, Mr. Fong decided to oppose the order to defend Guiyang from Wang Fei, secretly taking 800 trusted soldiers to seek out Miluo's hiding place. To ensure the secrecy of this plan, Fong Jinglong kept it to himself and did not inform anyone. But secrets cannot be hidden forever, and this information reached the inner palace. The emperor was shocked, thinking that Mr. Fong had fled from the battlefield, and fleeing from the commander-in-chief's position was a capital crime. At this moment, in a distant place in the wilderness, a few soldiers under Cao Fong Jinglong advanced into a dense forest. Everywhere here was full of snakes and scorpions. A soldier was bitten by a small insect and developed an itchy rash. Those soldiers who were being led didn't know where they were going, so they asked Mr. Fong. The place they were going to was Yan'an Camp. Last night, he looked at the map and speculated, "Miluo is a cunning man, he will definitely find a place to hide, and then he will order the rebels. The hiding place is likely to be at Yan'an Camp." A soldier noticed and showed it to Mr. Fong. "That place is surrounded by mountains, at most it can only accommodate a small group of troops, about 300 people, and it is not on any important route, nor is it a strategic area, so why should we go there?" Mr. Fong reasoned, "This is Miluo's hiding place, he deliberately seeks a desolate place, where even dogs wouldn't bother to urinate, and no one would expect it for hiding." The soldier understood and praised, "No wonder you are called Fong Commander-in-Chief, your wit is superior, your intelligence is quick." Finally, Mr. Fong called out to his comrades, "Beyond the mountain ahead is Yan'an Camp." So they let go. Half a month later, the travelers had lost half a caddy of meat, and everyone looked exhausted and worn out. But they still hadn't reached their destination. Mr. Fong suddenly coughed a few times and then shouted loudly, "Brothers, beyond the mountain ahead is the Yan'an Camp." The soldiers no longer had the spirited appearance they had before, just coughing a few times. Time flew by, and the soldiers had become weary of the expedition. They either wanted to continue or just lay down and give up, rather than keep going on like this. But they were already at their limit. The path to the west was treacherous, and they had already admitted defeat in the mountain pass, even though they were the sacred mountain. They were completely exhausted. Dung had been valiant when they started, but now he didn't have the same spirit. Mr. Fong wanted to boost morale for the group and shouted, "Brothers, just one more mountain to cross and we will reach Yan'an Camp. Come on, let's push through." The men could barely hold their swords, their bodies were so tired they couldn't even make a sound. They had lost faith in the old man. "If he pushes us one more time, we will truly rebel." Mr. Fong held tightly onto his hand, his lies no longer effective at this point, or maybe these soldiers have all learned everything by now, so why is it so difficult to bluff now? Suddenly someone hurriedly reported good news, "They have found Yan'an Camp." Mr. Fong immediately laughed, "Good job." Standing outside Yan'an Camp, Fong Jinglong immediately smiled sheepishly as if he had just found his crush. Finally he found it. He then excitedly called for his comrades, but everyone was exhausted, no longer have the energy to fight alongside him. Mr. Fong's eyes were too cold. Is everyone out of spirit? He then gave the order, "Rest in place, prepare for battle, no need to reserve supplies, just eat and drink comfortably." A soldier, worn out, asked, "What is going on?" Mr. Fong cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it.
Then, he used a secret technique passed down through generations of the Fong family, the mind manipulation technique. Under the influence of the skill, the soldiers suddenly woke up. Mr. Fong found the love potion effective and immediately began talking about his son. "I have a son who lives like a fairy every day." According to him, his son, when he was still in the capital city, always had more than 10 women surrounding him, all of whom were beautiful and dressed in the finest silk. You ask yourself, those silk fabrics are made by the Imperial Embroidery Bureau in the capital city. No matter how hard you work, you can't afford to buy them in your lifetime. "My son causes trouble all day long, and offends many people, but no one dares to touch him, young or old, male or female." After saying that, he picked up the other coat and asked, "And what about your sons?" The soldiers seemed to have something on their minds. Their sons were still in the mud, not learning anything, and being soldiers from one generation to the next. In the future, they won't even be able to find a wife, they'll only be left to die without a trace. Their sons now only know how to eat the food of the poor, no different from beggars on the street. Everyone looks down on them. They can still die, but you all are struggling all year round, not even daring to buy yourselves a new coat. He used sharp words. Is living like this any different from being dead? His passionate words went straight to the hearts of the soldiers, leaving them emotionally shaken. Mr. Fong continued to play the role of the experienced old man. "I'm sure you're not satisfied either. Why is it that my son is a man that others dare not touch, while your sons are the despicable ones?" He then informed them, "It's all thanks to the efforts of Dung on the battlefield. If not for him, there would be no difference between my son, Fong Jinglong, and your sons." After a while, he pointed to the Miluo camp. "Just pass through the mountain ahead and you'll be there. The credit of High NHCH is waiting for you. Because of him, the Ming Dynasty has lost countless soldiers and vast amounts of money. If we capture him, we will be heroes of the Ming Dynasty." Mr. Fong became more and more fierce. "If you want to change the fate of your sons, then this is the opportunity to rise up." The soldiers, who had not been impressed by the words before, now trembled and their morale soared. They touched their armor and transformed into tall, dangerous men. It is true that Canada is a virtual devil. They are all like wild beasts out of their cages, wanting to kill the other group. Then the camp was a scene of smoke and fire like hell on earth. Inside was a bloody battle. The soldiers were like being thrown to the roof, each carrying a sword to kill anyone they could find. Fong Jinglong also intervened, hoping this time there would still be a chance to return. He also had another wish, to see his son get married, have children, and hold his grandchildren. Later the sky cleared up as the battle had ended. Suddenly someone was injured from all sides, and the woman being protected most closely was definitely Miluo. But this Miluo was not like the one imagined, with a fierce face but unable to hide the gentle nature within, a completely different beauty from the one in the painting. Truly life is so different from the image. The dog always paints like that. The girl also did not deny that she was Miluo, admitting that she had lost. She seemed good, but was actually very wicked, a pirate who caused the Ming Dynasty to be in chaos for 2 years. The one that the court officials all wanted to divide into 1,000 pieces and throw into the lake for the fish to eat. Finally, she was caught, and soon Guizhou began to return to peace. After being surrounded at night, the soldiers were trapped in the rebel army's encirclement. They successfully captured the rebels. They waited for the Wang Fei army to run out of energy and would then destroy their army in one fell swoop. As the rebel army was increasingly suppressed, the court increased its forces and achieved many successes. But for some reason, the rebel army continued to grow like the original army. The prince pondered, realizing that Miluo was not an ordinary woman. She was probably very skilled in leadership and manipulation, secretly inciting people throughout Guizhou to rebel against her. Meanwhile, the local officials in Fong were also not alert and foolishly suppressed the rebellion. Jiua also had to praise, truly the prince has pinpointed the key to the problem. The prince continued to speak. Wang Fei, an experienced official who has been through many battles, how could he not recognize the faction surrounding the city? So a rescue plan is needed. Miluo is using Inshun as bait to force him to bring his troops to break the siege. Even if he sees through it, what then? Because that is an inevitable plot. If Wang Fei does not go to rescue Inshun, the rebel forces may take Inshun with their entire strength. If Shun is lost, he cannot bear such a great sin. This situation is difficult. Even though he knows it's a trap, he still has to grit his teeth and go to rescue Shun. Jiua asked, "How does the prince know this?" These things cannot be done to such a level of analysis by ordinary people. The prince only used one sentence. Look at the report, which states that Wang Fei uses the infantry as the vanguard, with cavalry on both wings, implementing step by step to deal with ambushes. Surprisingly, although this strategy is effective, it is too passive. Fong Jiua heard it and also had to praise, truly a talented prince, truly the top one from below. If the prince were to command the Guizhou army, he would abandon Shun and return to find and solve the problem with the villain Miluo first. The prince heard in the palace, Fong Jihua's father fled the battle, but he knew that the old man was looking for Miluo. It's really true that the prince is very smart, few people can reason like him. The prince is now like Zhuge Liang, starting to calculate. Old Fong brought 800 soldiers, along with 1,000 rations, and in the terrain of Guizhou, they can only march 10 days without going far. He pointed to the map. Here, there are caves or rocky areas, 2 areas quite far and easy to overlook, suitable for hiding, not suitable for commanding battles from a distance. Quite right in analyzing like Jiua, he had also read historical books, and it is true that they are in the caves. The prince only relies on the map and our intelligence, deducing this like a pair of pants, outside the clear blue sky. The prince looked up at the sky, feeling appreciative towards Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua, in reality, you are very lucky. You could be a general, run thousands of miles and die is also good. He just couldn't be like Jihua's father. Instead, maybe now he should be in the dense forests of Guizhou facing the enemy's attack, wielding a hot blade to kill the enemy with joy. If he dies, he won't complain. You would rather die on the battlefield than die in the palace. You imagine the scene of cruel people or savages stabbing with swords, and blood pouring out like rain on the roof. It feels like you've just inhaled a ton of rocks, not knowing where the rest are hidden, and imagining yourself being stabbed to death. You roar to the sky and look around, fire everywhere along with dead bodies creating a mountain of corpses. Then, you will collapse violently, just like in some movie directed by some exaggerated directors. Life is like blood slowly draining from your body. After hearing the last drumbeat of the battle, and after the final drumbeat, you fall into a pool of blood. Mr. Fong, I'll just die like this. I told you to bite a little and now you play with such a big risk. Jiua sits and listens, also appearing moved. Stop it now. Let me cry. Then the two of them switch from the historical movie to a romantic novel, the prince caressing the head of his brother. Just cry, cry and don't be shy. Jiua swears to make that day come. After being ambushed by the rebels, Wang Fei calmly commands the soldiers to retreat, allowing the soldiers to take turns evacuating. The rear platoon takes the lead, the front platoon becomes the rear guard, and we must survive by any means necessary. The armies continued to support each other, using their strength to block the enemy, and the battle was fierce. The commander of the army fell down, dying in his anger. He shouted at Wang Fei, "How did things end up like this?" The rebels were like vicious wolves, quickly wanting to kill. All right. The commander was stabbed all over his body, but still bravely told them, "If you want to pass, you have to step over my body first." Indeed, those men were frightened by his determination, and he quickly rushed up, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. "Everyone, come and face me, accept your death." On one side, Wang Fei felt sorrow and hatred, and he immediately told everyone, "Make sure to spread the news, the front line will return to Guiyang, no reinforcements are allowed to be sent, Guiyang will never allow any more mistakes, those who violate will be punished." Suddenly, a soldier rushed to report, "The rebels have appeared in our rear, and the supply route has been cut off." Wang Fei couldn't believe something like this could happen. He had carefully chosen the terrain, elite soldiers, and skilled horses to protect the food supply route. He also deployed many scouts. How could there be a mistake? It was because the messenger didn't finish speaking before being stabbed in the back. He yelled out in pain. Wang Fei was shocked to see that the attacker was one of his own men. The man said with satisfaction, "Let me tell you. He was a soldier in the army and a leader in Guizhou. They surrendered to the court in the early years and led troops to help in the war. They never intended to rebel." He had once considered Wang Fei a brother,
but he wanted to cause trouble for him by reforming the land. As he spoke, he stabbed him with a sword. In the royal court, Xietian also received news: the pond restoration plan has been leaked, and the local leaders in Fong have started a rebellion. At first, all the leaders in Guizhou followed the court, but the pond restoration policy touched their interests, and if their interests were affected, they would sell that person out. Lu Nian is also afraid that this time Anshan and Guiyang will really end, 8-9 parts will be lost. Not only that, the failure of the Ming army in Guizhou will make leaders in Yunnan and other places rise up collectively, leading to the loss of the entire Nanfang region. The emperor listened enough, he did not want to hear anymore, and ordered all the ministers to leave. Each minister was disappointed and sighed. Suddenly a voice said, "Guizhou still has hope." Everyone turned to see, it was the prince, who had previously made an inference to the emperor. The emperor also looked over. The prince said, "General Fong is probably off to capture Miluo now." The emperor asked, "What do you mean?" The prince replied, "If General Fong captures Miluo and then returns to Guiyang to lead the army, there is still a chance to win." He clasped his hands. "If this goes smoothly, Wang Fei only needs to hold on, then General Fong can come and save the situation." Laughter spread everywhere. The traitor had succeeded. This time the Ming army has completely lost Guizhou. He wanted to send Wang Fei on her way, and she wept in sorrow, knowing that if he left, she would suffer. "Have a safe journey." Then there was a swish, but it was aimed at him, mouthing off early in the morning. Wang Fei looked back in astonishment, and Mr. Fong was there. "Oh, my beloved Fong." Mr. Fong immediately said, "Listen to me, everyone. Miluo has been captured, and those who continue to resist will be mercilessly slaughtered." At this moment of grace, a soldier hurriedly ran in and reported, "Fong Jinglong is leading an elite force to attack." The old general with a goat's beard, still smiling cynically behind the battle, said, "Why worry? The elite troops of the Ming Dynasty have been eliminated by us. What's to fear from a tiny Fong Jinglong, just an old man?" The soldier then pointed to the war god, Fong Jinglong, with muscles larger than several big men combined, and with an intense aura like a raging fire. The old general chuckled crazily and then quickly left without saying much. With the elite force, Fong Jinglong utilized the victory to pursue, not only rescuing Wang Fei but also suppressing and extinguishing many insurgent strongholds, completely restraining the rebellion in Guizhou. At this time at the imperial concubine's quarters, our monarch is laughing with great joy. "Good job, Fong Jinglong. You single-handedly turned the tide of war in Guizhou. Our Ming Dynasty has such loyal ministers and good generals. The Ming Dynasty will no longer worry about whether this country will be at peace or not." Ha ha ha. The prince also confidently sneers, as he had predicted the situation of this battle a few days ago. "If father doesn't believe, ask Fong Jiua." The monarch then asked, "How did you know the news from Guizhou in advance?" The prince immediately frowned and bit his fingernail, replying, "I obtained the information from the Ministry of War." This made the monarch tense again. It's the Ministry of War again, isn't it? The reason for the monarch's anger is that the initial pond restoration plan was considered a secret within the court. Except for the cabinet, only the Ministry of War knew, but the spies were able to gather information first. He wanted to punish those Ministry of War officials. The prince also added, "Now is not the time for punishment. Even though we may win big, the relationship between the native generals and the Han people is tense. After the war, stability is the most important thing." Jiua stood beside and immediately praised the prince. "Truly, you have a far-reaching vision, not letting a great victory cloud your ability to objectively evaluate the post-war issues. Truly meticulous." The king also pointed to his son and asked him to speak on what to do. His son eagerly said, "Given the current situation in Guizhou, appeasing the enemy is no longer useful, and they should use this victory to force the surrendered soldiers to return home. Ultimately, returning to their homeland will threaten the interests of the local leaders, and if not handled properly, could lead to a new uprising." But now, Fong Jinglong has become a legend to the locals. With him, the locals dare not cause trouble, even if they are not satisfied. Impressed with the young man's eloquence, Jiua praised, "The prince's insight is truly remarkable. This is truly the best post-war arrangement.
I didn't expect the prince to consider everything in such detail. The prince then added, Fong Jinglong should be appointed as Western conqueror and put in charge of all military and administrative matters in Guizhou, enough to restrain the nobles. The emperor heard this and agreed. So the prince had the chance to show his handsome and clever appearance, but the emperor did not believe. He asked if all of this was taught by Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua immediately replied, Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand, with all my personal qualities, all of this was thought up by the prince himself, but Your Majesty must be certain of the prince's intelligence. He said that Your Excellency family does not need to be modest. From now on, Fong Jiua will be appointed as the teacher to the prince. Jiua, upon hearing this, had a puzzled expression on his face and secretly cursed in his mind, Damn it, making me the prince's teacher. Looking into the future, why does it feel like the river is wide and the road is long? Sometime later, the prince was surprised and said to Fong Jiua, I sometimes envy you, why is your father never strict with you like that? No matter how much talent and ideas we have, our father will always consider it your merit in his eyes. I will always be useless, old Fong, I don't want to try anymore. Fong Jiua heard this and immediately clapped his hands, solemnly committing that if the prince comes to study at the Jiangxi school, he will definitely make significant progress and make a strong impression on the court. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself, there is someone there who will open the door to a new world for me. That person is none other than Wang Yangming, his fellow student. Sometime later at the Jiangxi Academy, the young man Tang Banhu was doodling something while reciting a poem. In the village of cherry blossoms, there is a cherry blossom house. In the cherry blossom house, there is a cherry blossom fairy. The cherry blossom fairy plants cherry trees, and then picks the blossoms to sell for money to buy wine. After Tang Banhu finished his painting and presented it, he realized that the prince had been snoring like a pig for who knows how long. The young man looked embarrassed, but as soon as Wang Yangming started talking about the battle and war strategy, the prince immediately looked wide awake with bright eyes. The most interesting thing the prince noticed was Wang Yangming's class, where every day there were some clever students arguing and expressing interesting perspectives. You don't know anything, okay? Are you the best or not? The prince craftily recorded all of these things. After that, suddenly Wang Yangming handed the prince a hoe. The prince was surprised and asked what it was for. Yang Ming replied, Today there is a very special lesson, those present who want to listen, take a hoe and follow me. A while later, they arrived at Jiangxi farm. The group of people looked at the barren land and wondered, what kind of lesson is this? The prince also sarcastically asked, Are you leaving me here to hoe the land? Wang Yangming immediately felt embarrassed. Of course, it's like cooking rice, it's easy for teenagers like us. Seeing Mr. Wang hoeing so vigorously, they shouted loudly, What's the big deal, it's just hoeing the land. If Mr. Wang can do it, our students can certainly do it too. Then half an hour later, the loudest talkers were lying flat on the ground like dead bodies. The prince also exclaimed, Oh dear, is this even a job for humans? Hoeing the land is really difficult, even more so than practicing archery and horseback riding. After trying for a while, they finally reached lunchtime. The prince was holding the cake in his hand and taking a big bite. Normally, he really hated eating this cake because it tasted awful, but today he found it incredibly delicious. The others were also enjoying their food. Suddenly, a pile of books fell from the sky. Wang Yangming transformed into the strict old man, pointing and saying, The government publishes articles every year to encourage farmers to cultivate. Do you think this is effective? The young men's faces turned black, and the prince was furious. He cursed, Damn it, those corrupt officials never work in the fields, how dare they encourage farming? They don't know what they're talking about. Wang Yangming also added, Those who write these books, at least the imperial scholars, are the most knowledgeable in learning throughout the country, but they cannot empathize with the peasants. Their understanding of agricultural work only exists in their imagination. If officials do not have empathy and rely only on imagination to implement policies, the result will be errors and harm to the nation and the people. Good intentions ultimately lead to bad consequences. It creates prejudices. Those who often talk about morality usually live a hypocritical life. Another person, Shumo, asked, as a scholar, how can one work in the fields? It would degrade the dignity of the Confucian scholar. Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming sneered and replied, not only should scholars work in the fields, Confucius also praised the 6 noble qualities. This shows that scholars should not only learn about morality, but also learn other things such as music, archery, horseback riding, calligraphy, and mathematics. The world is full of knowledge, and the purpose of the path of the sage is to make you correct your attitude, rather than getting caught up in unimportant details. To learn, you must start by doing. Wang Yangming is currently being underrated and seen as untrustworthy, becoming a giant. These people only know how to be silent and obey orders. The prince at this moment happily praised Wang Yangming as the most outstanding person. He also remembered the 2 old men Wang Hua and Yang Tinghe, who were only skilled at bragging but in reality were not worth noticing. Afterwards, everyone thanked Master Wang for teaching them this philosophy. Wang Yangming turned around firmly and said, it's no longer early, everyone has rested, let's finish this work. Another person laughed and said, I have understood Master Wang's philosophy, we probably don't need to do manual labor anymore, right? Wang Yangming just laughed and replied, who told me to bring you here to teach you about morality? My teacher taught me that human resources are not easily obtained and should not be wasted. And my teacher is none other than the handsome Fong Jiua. The students were now shocked and speechless. Shortly after, in the royal court, the emperor ordered Fong Jiua and the crown prince to enter the palace. The 2 old men, Yang Tinghe and Wang Hua, were surprised. The emperor also looked tense. The main reason was that the crown prince was covered in dirt from head to toe, as if he had just fallen into a ditch and couldn't be cleaned even with a whole bag of detergent. The emperor thought to himself, what more is my son going to do? If he doesn't call me father, he probably thinks he's just a newly emerged monkey from the forest. The crown prince also replied, I haven't had time to change my clothes. I don't know why my father is calling me here in such a hurry. The king was furious and exclaimed, I heard that, Yang, you wanted to teach the prince how to encourage farmers, but why did you throw away all the books issued by the court? The prince replied, those books advising farmers are just a pile of old papers, not worth reading. Lao Yang Tinghe shouted, my heart hurts so much, how could the prince have the heart to squeeze this little heart to death? The king then immediately pulled out a certificate of credibility, saying, the court's articles on encouraging farmers have been unanimously agreed upon by me and the elders. You say it's not worth it, where is it not worth it? The prince immediately panicked and shouted, Father, please stay calm. Don't be hasty. Let me ask you this, before the king approves the articles encouraging farmers, has anyone actually plowed the land? Those who have never worked in the fields talking about persuading farmers is like someone who has never seen a battlefield trying to instruct seasoned soldiers on tactics. Do you not see it as absurd, father? The king became increasingly angry because his son dared to argue with him. The prince, still firm in his resolve, continued, the articles persuading farmers are worthless, because I have plowed the fields before. His Majesty came here and did not expect that his son could experience the life of a Batman like this. Then the prince turned to ridicule the 2 elders. Master Yang always teaches me to understand more deeply about the lives of the people through books, but only by working in the fields can one truly understand the hardship of the people making rice. Master Yang, do you really feel that way? Upon hearing this, Master Yang chuckled and replied, I have imagined it already. The prince then pointed at Master Yang and said, you are still young and inexperienced. You cannot imagine the difficulty of working tirelessly under the scorching sun. You have never worked as a farmer before, you cannot even imagine the pain in your back after bending down for hours. To truly understand the hardships of the people's livelihood, it is better to go to the fields and work rather than studying literature in books. Master, you have been completely wrong. Old Yang felt humiliated being taught by his student. He silently thought to himself, why does life have to be so ironic to me? I just want to hide in the ground right now. Fong Jiua stood next to him and also admired Wang Yangming. The prince is truly outstanding. Not stopping there, the prince also pointed at another person and said, in fact, most scholars here are wrong, they are all talk and no action. Putting oneself into practice is the most important. Old Yang Ting he couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Highness, you are going astray." In reality, going astray is a very serious accusation. When a teacher of the prince speaks that way, even the emperor must handle it carefully, and cannot easily dismiss it. At this time, old Lunyan clasped his hands and said, "Young Tinghe, you have spoken too harshly. The nation's economy relies on agriculture and labor, and the crown prince is the heir of the Ming Dynasty. Working as a farmer is not a bad thing at all. The agricultural encouragement articles are the god's choice and proposal to the court. It is the god's oversight, and I thank the crown prince for pointing that out." The crown prince was also a little startled by Lunyan's words, but at this point, Lunyan's status was much higher than young Tinghe's. Currently, even Lunyan has admitted his mistake. Young Tinghe could not say anything more. His Majesty is pleased that his son has grown up and understands the people's suffering. He is indeed our son, ha ha. Then he suggested that the crown prince could go to Jiangxi to study. But security in Jiangxi must be strengthened. "I will send someone with you." The crown prince heard this and confidently said that he would go outside to study and train. So do not use military force. In the past, the emperor often took his son outside, so it's okay, but in the past, rituals and laws were highly regarded. If the emperor goes out alone, it will be a blatant violation of the law. At this time, His Majesty's expression is very bad. He thought to himself, "I have already given in, the brat has been let out. And yet you still won't give me a little face, huh?" That night at the Jiangxi school, in a forest, there was the sound of someone whispering to each other when suddenly a guy got kicked in the face and flew out. There were screams and dust flying everywhere. It turns out this young man is Lu Jia, the son of Lunyan, who is confused because his father is so cruel. Lunyan told his son not to mess around anymore, and quickly go to the Jiangxi school to study, and not to say he's his son. It turns out that Lunyan is just a foolish prince who wants his son to come to Jiangxi to learn and just suck up to others. But as soon as the old man was about to leave, he became furious again when Lao Fong suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, "Is Mr. Lu also here?" Lunyan was startled when he asked, "Why is Mr. Fong here?" It turns out that Mr. Fong still did not completely trust and wanted to come to check whether the teacher Wang mentioned by the prince was really outstanding or not. That evening, in a room, the voice of Wang Yangming was lecturing. "Today we will continue to discuss the combination of knowledge and action." Suddenly, an old man stroked his beard and considered himself the best, spoke as Wang said, "If a reader does not know how to balance theory and practice, it is useless, but there is one thing." The old man then took something out of his armpit and continued, "Please look, Mr. Wang, Fan Zhongyan is a politician and writer of the Northern Song Dynasty. Wu Qian is a celebrity of the Ming Dynasty and a national hero, and both are scholars. If so, aren't they also useless?" The whole crowd below at this time, each one's face looked confused. Lao Lunyan and Lao Fong were pretending to be students sitting at the back of the class, listening attentively. Lao Fong secretly thought, tense. Fan Zhongyan and Wu Qian both rely on studying to become officials, but they have also achieved success in resisting the invasion of foreign forces, and they are respected and admired by students everywhere. Although Wang Yangming's new theory may have some merit, Neo-Confucianism has been popular for hundreds of years and cannot be easily shaken. Young Wang Yangming looked serious for a moment, then smiled brightly and asked, "Are you Fan Zhong? Are you Wu Qian? If there are invaders, can you defeat and conquer them?" The old man who had been joking just now was speechless. Yang Ming continued to preach, "When the enemy captures our people, are there any scholars among you who dare to stand up and kill the invaders?" The students below were speechless again. Wang Yangming then told the old man, "You praise the achievements of Fan Zhong and Wu Qian, but have you studied the weaknesses and geography of the enemy? You only know how to close the door and read the books of the sages without learning anything. You can't even tie a chicken, so what good is reading books when it really comes to a crisis? You can only sacrifice your lives in vain. But does your Majesty need you to go and die?" The answer is no. What your Majesty needs is someone who can always step forward to solve the problem whenever danger arises. Most of the court officials are scholars, eating the offerings of the common people. But when the common people are being massacred by foreigners, they sit in their rooms and talk about the holy books. It's really shameful. The old man still insisted on his allegiance, thinking that Wang Yangming was just talking nonsense. If foreigners come, what difference does it make for Yang Ming and his group? Wang Yangming then sarcastically asked, "Do you think I and my group are the same as you?" The old man confidently asserted that it was true with no need for adjustments. Teacher Yang is also afraid of peeing in his pants, so just go and boast there. Suddenly a hand went up. Wang Yangming unexpectedly smashed the table, meaning that you guys are not worthy to compare with me. The students were shocked and couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Wang Yangming then smiled as a victorious person and said, "You guys can compete with about 20 people. So compare that with me." The old man who had been crowing loudly was now silent, listening to the sound of the student crying. Young man Lu Jie seemed to have had an enlightenment and laughed cheerfully. He bowed his head in admiration of teacher Wang's talent and desired to study under his guidance. The old man Lu Nian was still standing motionless, then all the other students also bowed their heads, wanting to pay their respects to their teacher to learn the way. Lu Nian was very pleased and commented, "I am truly amazed that children nowadays have such deep thoughts. It is a perfect combination of knowledge and action. Fong Jiua's student is truly outstanding." Upon hearing this, Lao Fong said, "Lu, let these young people do their work. The future of the country belongs to the young people." Sometime later, at the examination center, the 13th Hongji provincial exam began. In harsh weather conditions, a man in a purple coat was shaking and shivering. He sneezed loudly and sighed, "The weather is really too cold to bear." Suddenly, he involuntarily looked over. Suddenly, a group of young people covered in mud from head to toe appeared. The guy in the purple shirt looked like a fishmonger from the market, laughing jealously. "They look like a bunch of peasants, not scholars at all. Aren't you guys learning how to farm from Wang Yangming? Haven't you looked down on the books of the saints? In the end, you still have to take the exam." This guy talks so much that his nose is dripping. The judged young man replied, "Master Wang told me not to argue with scholars who like to brag." The guy in the purple shirt heard that, smirking challengingly, "Just wait and see, he wants to see what Wang Yangming's people rely on to fight him." A moment later, 4 people carrying a wooden palanquin arrived, and then a fat old man came out. He said, "Your son has entered the exam." It turned out that the person inside the palanquin was Lu Nian. He came here to see how his son was doing. He secretly thought that his son had always been a playful and lazy person, and he didn't have high hopes. As long as his son didn't fail, he would be happy. After that, the exam began, and the candidates sat in their positions ready. Imperial examination candidate Zhang Shang spoke up, saying, "The exams have been distributed, let the testing begin." The man in the purple robe still appeared confident in his abilities, but his smile faded as he quietly read the exam. The exam consisted of 4 characters, Ning Yu Ziban, which seemed like a pancake. He thought to himself, Ning Yu Zi is a person's name, so what does Ben mean? He added a note saying that in China, they said this was knowledge from Confucius books, so he didn't understand it either. If you don't understand, don't even think about it, haha. He began to pull out all the Confucian theories that he had studied day and night, but no matter how much he thought about it, he still didn't understand it. And this part of the exam required him to answer in 5 different languages, so he couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "What kind of nonsense exam is this? I'm not taking it, I want to go home." So 2 young men in blue robes picked him up and carried him away. He also angrily cursed the imperial examination, saying, "Zhang Shang is a damn fool. In the beginning, you were also a hard-working reader, but now that you've become the examiner, you want to make things difficult for us. You're not even worth a single animal." Zhang Shang remained calm and said, "This name is the name of a stupid and ignorant person. Just because of a little new knowledge, you reacted like this. The younger brother is still very inexperienced, it will be very difficult to choose talented people this year." Meanwhile, Lu Jia was serious doing the test. He also thought that this question was really difficult, but it looked familiar. He had previously folded his hands and said, admiring the knowledge of teacher Wang today, but to enter the court through the literary examination one cannot ignore the books of the sages. How can one become an official? Wang Yangming then smiled and asked, "Why don't students see the literary examination as farming the land? The students heard it as foolish as foxes, couldn't believe that it could be done like that. Wang Yangming remembered the process of challenging Fong Jiua and the way the teacher taught him about ethics. The teacher believed that turning many candidates into scholars was a simple process. He saw writing the 8-legged essays as a craft, analyzing excellent works to understand their secrets, and then constantly reviewing and practicing. You don't need to delve into the meaning of the 8-legged essays, just consider them as a tool for serving the government. Do you know about the oil seller? Although his skill in pouring oil into his small bottle was very high, in the end, it was just mastery through practice alone. Lu Jia and the group of students were then guided by teacher Wang every day, doing a lot of 8-legged essay writing and researching many complex topics. Confucius said, "Ning yu zi, if there is a way in the country, you will understand; if there is no way in the country, you will be ignorant." Understanding can be learned, but ignorance cannot be learned. This question basically speaks about the different approaches of Ning yu zi during the prosperous and declining period of the country. Ning yu zi is a fake fool who is actually not foolish. This is what others cannot learn. A great man not only calls himself foolish, but is truly foolish to the maximum. Ning yu zi is not really foolish, but does so to protect the country with his wisdom. The boy understood all of this, so he was determined not to embarrass his father anymore. Later, in the royal court, Lu Nian was looking out the window with a worried expression. The emperor found it strange and asked, "Why do you look so absent-minded? Is something wrong with you?" Lu Nian replied, "Lu Jie's son is taking the imperial exam, so I have some worries in my heart." After hearing that, the emperor secretly thought, Lu Nian is knowledgeable, but his son is not diligent. He is already 40 years old and still lacks the ability to pass the imperial exam. It's like a slap in the face to him. So he ordered, dismissed the court and arranged for Lu Nian to go home. Lu Nian then clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After that, the sedan chair arrived to take Lu Nian away. At this moment, a group of officials began to whisper, saying, "Lu Jia has taken the exam 6 times already, will he pass this time?" Li Donyang hesitantly replied that he didn't know either. Lu Jia's abilities were really just average. Moreover, the questions for this exam were given by the southern examiners, and it was said that some people had stopped taking the exam because the questions were difficult. The emperor also heard Minister Chu curse, "This Zhang Shang, why is he so harsh?" completely disregarding the feelings of the northern examinees. At the Institute of Harmony, old Zhang Shang said with a solemn face, "I don't want to make it difficult for anyone, but none of the candidates in Beifong are qualified. The son of the Minister of Rights, the top scholar in Beifong, and the top scholar in the previous exam. These people can't even complete the basics of the 8-legged essay, so don't submit it to avoid embarrassment," he said. Then he threw the exam paper without reading it. Next, he read a critique. "What these people wrote is relatively complete, but they failed to convey the meaning, so I'm discarding it." Suddenly, Zhang Shang read someone's exam. He was very surprised by this exam, and read it carefully for a long time. A few days after the exams were graded, the Institute of Harmony chose a good day to announce the results. At Lu Estate, Lu Nian is standing in front of the door, shaking like a chicken caught in the rain. Someone said, "Young Master Lu Jia went to see the list of successful candidates, he may not return for a while. You should go back to your room and rest, sir." Lu Nian still looked worried, feeling anxious for his son. After a while, the old man had shut up, and Lu Jia had returned. The young man's face had turned dangerous, and the servant had a delighted expression as he said, "Young master has returned, sir." Immediately, old Lu Nian broke out of his shut-in, overjoyed like winning the lottery, but the old man was startled when he saw his son's extremely confused face. The old man thought to himself, "It's definitely a sure thing, he looks so miserable." Lu Jia slowly approached, then buried his face in his father's chest and burst into tears, unable to speak. Mr. Lu Nian rubbed his head in distress, saying to his son, "It's okay, I know you have been trying hard in the past few years, wanting to win for the Lu family, but we have to accept our fate. I'm sorry, I only added pressure to you because of my position." Lu Jia continued to cry, "Who says the son of a general must pass the provincial exam? From now on, you don't need to care about what others say, just be yourself."
Lu Jia also calmed down, about to speak, but was interrupted by his father. Don't say anything, you will always be my good son. He patted his back, making the son cough a few times, wanting to spit blood. The son couldn't bear it anymore and firmly said, Dad, listen to what I'm saying, I have passed the exam, furthermore, I'm at the top of the list. The old man stood frozen, his face as if it were a pancake, and then he shouted so loud that even the earth could hear, WTF. What did you say? The scene shifts to before the announcement of the results. The old man with a long beard is still bitter about the previous incident, humiliated by Wang Yangming like a dog. The old man muttered to himself, what age does Wang Yangming think he is to challenge me? In the end, the court still has to use the traditional method of recruiting officials. The old man has been teaching for many years and has some reputation. This time, he intends to go to Jiangxi to study with the top 10 candidates of the exam and challenge Wang Yangming. After looking at the list, the top 3 candidates are Lu Jia, Wu Ji, and Juan Chang. As for Lu Jia, the old man privately thinks that he is the son of a military commander, so he cannot be invited, unlike the others behind him, who are all insignificant figures. Who is Wu Ji the 2ND? I feel a bit familiar with him. A scholar replied, Wu Ji used to study in the class of that old man. The old man then smiled, thinking that he had hit the jackpot. But the other person said, Wu Ji later became a disciple of Wang Yangming in Jiangxi. The old man was shocked to hear this. He then asked, who is the third person? Hoping to save some face. The scholar replied, he is also a student of Wang Yangming. Not only that, the top 12 students are all disciples of Wang Yangming. After hearing this, the old man's expression looked like he had eaten something bitter and quietly cursed, what the hell is going on? The Jiangxi Academy is really dominating. At this moment at Lu Estate, Lu Nian is laughing heartily, like a group of teenage boys running away from camp. He ordered all the maids to prepare the best VIP gifts for him to thank Fong Jiua. After that, the news of the top scholar in the examination at Jiangxi provincial capital has caused a stir and made all the scholars doubtful about life. The young scholars cried their eyes out, thinking they were dreaming. Then, as if seeing a savior, the court officials were competing to send their wild children to Jiangxi. The old inspector in a red robe, proving that this silly boy was a graduate of the Hanlin Academy. He was secretly grumbling, thinking that even Lu Nian's foolish child could also be at the top of the list. Therefore, this foolish child, the old inspector in a red robe, is also definitely possible. A while later at Fong Jiua's house, his students were respectfully paying their respects to their master. Fong Jiua pointed his finger decisively, praising Wang Yangming's teaching level was really impressive, which startled Lu Jia when he heard about the head of this year's exam. Lao Cha quickly replied, that's my son, his name is Lu Jia. After hearing this, Fong Jiua's expression was like stepping on poop, secretly admitting, this Wang Yangming guy is really gutsy, daring to send the son of a great figure in the court to Jiangxi for punishment, it's really something. Lu Nian then clasped his hands and said, my son passed the exam thanks to the training at Jiangxi Academy. Today, he came specially to express his gratitude. Fong Jiua then began to spread his hands and count his fingers, so you're saying Lu Jia is a disciple of Wang Yangming. That means your disciple, and Lu Nian is the father of Lu Jia. Should I call Lu Bo as little brother Lu in that case? Lu Nian listened with a black face. It should be noted that at that time, the rules of etiquette were very strict, and there was nothing wrong with treating a teacher and a father the same. So Fong Jiua took the opportunity to say, I am the elder here. The little boy, who was ignorant of etiquette, wanted to ask little Lu for advice. Lu Nian replied, tomorrow I will write a letter to Fong Jinglong to express my gratitude. If it weren't for him, there would be no Fong Jiua. The implied meaning of this old man is that Fong Jihua's father is his younger brother, so this old man is the elder here, little brother. Fong Jihua is always respectful of the old man. It is really not easy to take advantage of the current government's position. Lu Nian then called out, little Fong. As an elderly person, he wanted to remind Jihua, don't be too arrogant, I am not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, a hurried person ran in and reported to Fong Jihua, there are many officials outside, they are here to congratulate the young master for leading the exam.
But in reality, they were just a bunch of flatterers, waiting to be rewarded. Fong Jiua felt annoyed at the sight of them. He opened his mouth wide as a bucket and shouted loudly, "Lu Jia and a few others just passed the civil service exam, what's there to celebrate?" Then Fong Jiua turned to scold Lu Jia, "Didn't your father teach you to be humble and never be arrogant? Who dares to be arrogant? I will break their dogs' legs too." In fact, the boy was being cunning, using the words of old Lu Nian to deceive him. He put on a sinister smile as he asked, "Is that right, Lu Uncle?" At this point, Lu Nian was embarrassed, not understanding why he was put in such a difficult position. Some time later, the emperor also summoned Fong Jiua to the palace. He heard that all of his disciples had passed the exam. He praised Jiangxi as a top-notch talent factory. Fong Jiua was also on guard and asked, "Your Majesty, why did you summon me here alone? Is it just to praise me?" "Actually," Your Majesty said, "Crown Prince of the Northern Tribe has repeatedly violated our borders. Even a few days ago, they attacked Great Unity on a small scale." He wanted to ask Fong Jihua's opinion on this matter. Fong Jihua thought to himself, so the emperor is worried about a repeat of the Tumo Fortress incident. He further explained that at that time, the northern Mongol people invaded from Great Unity, defeated the Ming Dynasty's army at Tumo Fortress, and kidnapped the Ming Dynasty emperor. Jin Dongzhou is the grandfather of Emperor Hongji, and the enemy took advantage of the situation to advance on the capital, nearly overthrowing the Ming Dynasty. Although the Ming Dynasty army eventually pushed back the enemy, protecting Great Unity is always a top priority for the court. If anyone dares to touch Great Unity, then their entire clan will be exterminated. Fong Jihua, after thinking, smiled handsomely and replied, "Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. Great Unity's defenses are relatively strong. Beifong has been hit by natural disasters for many years, and the Crown Prince doesn't even have enough food to eat, let alone talk about rebellion. His Majesty also finds it strange. If the defense of Great Unity cannot be broken, then there will be no food to take. So what is the purpose of the Crown Prince?" Fong Jihua suddenly asked, "What if the Crown Prince is doing this to cover up a bigger conspiracy?" He analyzed, after years of natural disasters, they must carry out the largest robbery at the lowest price to ensure a food supply for themselves. On the surface, they are granted Great Unity, but in reality, they want to provoke the eastward movement, because they know that even if the attack on Great Unity fails, it will still affect the safety of the capital. The court cannot ignore this matter. His Majesty heard Fong Jihua's words and found them reasonable, so he asked, "So what is the true purpose of these people?" Fong Jihua then pointed to the map and continued, "Look at the entire northern border of the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty army has very little control. Outside the city, there are many villages and towns. The only area outside the border is the Central Plains." Fong Jihua was not just guessing, because in his previous life, he had read in historical records that this year, the Crown Prince marched into the Central Plains, causing widespread destruction, killing, and looting. Ming Dynasty suffered the biggest losses of the century. His Majesty then told Fong Jihua, "It makes sense. However, there is a man named Duo Yen, a Mongol people tribe who surrendered to the Ming Dynasty, stationed in the Central Plains. Maybe the Crown Prince won't risk going to Liaodong. The three generals Ningwei, Duo Yen, and Fu Yu are very dangerous. Anyone who dares to invade the Central Plains will be killed without mercy." Upon hearing this, Fong Jihua raised his chin and replied, "Your Majesty, this time the Crown Prince's raid is definitely a hit and run. We should just increase vigilance in Great Unity and also send more troops to the Central Plains to prevent any disturbances." The emperor still seemed skeptical. Although what Jihua said makes sense, it could also just be empty words. In any case, dealing with the Crown Prince is not easy to grasp. I will consider handling this matter with the Ministry of War. Sending troops to Liaodong is not a trivial matter either. He also mentioned that he would consider handling this matter with the Ministry of War, then told Fong Jihua, "You may leave now." A while later in Jiangxi, the prince was eating sweet potatoes when he suddenly exclaimed, "What's this? Doesn't our father care about the Crown Prince's attack on Liaodong?" Fong Jiua replied, Your Majesty has ordered Liaodong to strengthen its defenses, but the Ministry of War still believes that the defense of great unity is more important. In the eyes of the Ministry of War, the defense of great unity is related to the safety of the capital. Accidents may occur in the Central Plains, but not in great unity. Furthermore, the people outside the city must take refuge inside the city. This is easy, but if the Crown Prince does not come, the army and the people are likely to revolt. After listening, the prince asked, Is there no way to save the poor people in the Central Plains? Fong Jiua raised a finger, indicating that there was another way. The prince eagerly asked, What way? Tell me. Fong Jiua replied, There is one thing, if His Majesty finds out, he will hang the Crown Prince and test his butt. The Crown Prince's face was dumbfounded, but then he regained his composure and said, For the sake of Liaodong, I will risk my life. The Crown Prince, who had grown up, also showed a tough attitude. He thought that Fong Jiua wanted him to go to the battlefield and fight to the death with the enemy. Fong Jiua saw some truth in it, but it was a misguided truth. If His Majesty knew he was inciting the Crown Prince like that, he would have his head chopped off immediately. Fong Jiua then patted the Crown Prince's shoulder and told him not to get too agitated. This time, His Majesty will issue an edict for Liaodong, and usually, officials from the Hanlin Academy will come to deliver the edict, and the Crown Prince must use a fake edict to send Ouyang to carry out the plan. The Crown Prince remarked, That Ouyang guy looks cunning as hell. Fong Jiua said, This young man is your most obedient student. Fong Jiua's plan was to use the strategy of evacuating all the people to Chamomile City to surprise the enemy. If Ouyang immediately completes half of the plan. Upon hearing this, the prince asked, What else is left? Fong Jiua replied, The remaining task is to accompany Lucian in the palace, and give clear instructions to him. If the plan to evacuate all the people to another area fails, he will immediately go to meet his ancestors. The prince felt that Lucian was just a courtier, with no particular talent other than serving the prince. He seemed unreliable in matters of defending against enemies. But the prince did not know that in history, Lucian was an extremely dangerous man, known as the first bloodthirsty demon. Therefore, Fong Jiua always puts his own personality out to ensure that the Crown Prince is not overthrown, and the Crown Prince unconditionally trusted Jiua. If one day we are brothers, then we will always be brothers. Let's go ahead, my friend. A short time later, the Crown Prince sent Lucian to the Central Plains. As soon as he got off the horse, 3 people, Ningwei, Duoyen, and Fuyu, bowed and greeted him. Lucian was about to brag a few lines when Ouyang, a young man, pushed him over and got straight to the point, asking the 3 to immediately implement the plan to evacuate all the people to Chamomile City. The 3 elders on this side did not expect the court to send someone here to carry out this plan, but there was no other way, so they had to comply with the orders. Surprisingly, Ouyang was also surprised because these 3 did not resist in any way and happily agreed to implement the plan so quickly. A while later, a table full of delicious food and wine had been prepared. Lucian was sitting and eating naturally, while the young man Ouyang didn't seem to be enjoying anything. At this point, the old Fuyue asked about the prince's plan, specifically what it was. Lucian calmly replied, We have discussed it. The plan is to evacuate all the people to another area to surprise the enemy. Upon hearing this, old Fuyue looked bewildered and widened his eyes, because outside Chamomile City, there are over 100,000 soldiers and civilians. They will not leave, even if ordered to do so. But Lucian didn't care about this. His face was as cruel as a dog's. If you can't do it, I will kill you first. The reason Lucian became so cruel was because before leaving, he had found out that Ouyang had brought VIP weapons, including the Emperor's sword, inside him borrowed from Fong Jiua for testing purposes. If half a month passes and nothing is done, then Ouyang will put Lucian on the altar to admire the naked chickens. The reality has shown that the great evil Lucian is truly a genius in oppressing the people. Even when he has power, he is still insane in plundering wealth, making the people of the Central Plains cry out about the cruelty of this scoundrel. The scene changes to the Manhwa mansion. When Tang Banhu learned of Lucian's actions, he was extremely angry. He told Fong Jiua that this guy shouldn't be allowed to cause trouble in the Central Plains. He's afraid that ordinary people and soldiers will be squeezed to death by him. After hearing this, Fong Jiua calmly replied, "Let Lucian do as he pleases. He has been able to quickly gather the people of the Central Plains into the city. Compared to being robbed and killed by the crown prince, Lucian's oppression is lighter. This is equivalent to following the Holy Order." Fong Jiua also estimated that the emperor would soon find out, and the prince's punishment would be difficult to avoid. So Fong Jiua had to retreat and hide for a while. It turns out that the bond of brotherhood is just empty talk. So Fong Jiua told Tang Banhu, "If anyone asks, just say that I'm resting." He has a long-term recurrent brain disease and must be isolated from the community, not allowed close contact. Tang Banhu's students also immediately followed the order, but suddenly a prince appeared, with a bandaged appearance like a wounded soldier, shouting, "Lao Fong, we share blessings in disasters." The boy introduced the special guest, who was the crown prince, with a very friendly demeanor. Fong Jiua wiped away tears and liked the comment, saying, "The prince will always be our good brother." Then in Chamomile City, after a while, the whole city seemed to have turned into a giant prison, filled with people displaced from the outside. Even though they brought food, they had no shelter. After one night, it's unknown how many people died from the cold. Inside Ouyangji's house, Lucian said, "We have been following the prince's plan for half a month, but the crown prince still has not arrived. If this continues, the army and the people are very likely to rebel." Ouyangji responded, "You don't need to worry, I have prepared a report on the pros and cons of this action, and I am willing to bear all the consequences." But Lucian knew some officials in the Central Plains. Because of this plan, he had harbored deep resentment, waiting for the day of reckoning. Ouyangji heard this and told Lucian, "Stay calm, don't worry too much. If the officials in the Central Plains want to accuse us, they will have to wait for the court's response, at least another half-month before it happens. By then, the threat from the crown prince will be removed." Suddenly, Ouyangji pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Lucian's neck, threatening, "Before the court sends someone to arrest us, not a single fly is allowed to leave the city. You see how sharp this sword is? I swear I will kill anyone who dares to step out of Chamomile City without my permission." Ouyangji was very serious about this. Lucian was so scared that he wet himself and asked Ouyangji, "Why are you so determined?" Ouyangji had 1000% trust in his master Fong Jiua. He was sure that the crown prince's men would come. A while later, inside Lucian's room, a dazzling golden mirror, it was the gold that Lucian had accumulated over the past half-month. He ordered his men to bring the gold and treasures to Lu, with the purpose of bribing Lu and shifting all the responsibility onto Ouyangji. Then when he thought about this, Lucian immediately got on cloud 9 with BNH because of his delusions. Lucian thought to himself, "Ouyangji is insane, whoever gets involved with him is as stupid as a cow, ha ha ha." Then Lucian felt heartbroken because of his gold and silver. His efforts to bribe Lu Gonggang had all gone up in smoke. Suddenly, there was news that the crown prince's army had launched a surprise attack. Lucian received the news and was happy because he felt that all the suffering was not in vain. Then, he immediately remembered the letter confessing the bribe to Lu Gonggang and the true relationship with Ouyangji that he had sent. So this guy felt like he had stepped in dogshit. Such a big deal like this was now being squeezed by him. He shouted out loud, "Why am I so stupid?" One morning in a field in Jiangxi, the prince and Fong Jiua were accused of falsely using the emperor's decree for random activities. The emperor then ordered the two young men to plow the fields without rest for a month. Fong Jiua secretly snickered at the prince being beaten, and was even more eager to get him involved in this mess. The prince then asked, "Fong Jiua, when the crown prince's army arrives in Chamomile City, how should I slap the old man's face?" Fong Jiua could not believe that there was such a shameless person, even as the future king of the country. That night in the king's bedroom, this person was none other than Lu Gonggang, the person whom Lucian had sent a letter to bribe. He came to report the latest news from Chamomile City. The king read the letter from Lucian, which talked about Ouyangji being stubborn and using his military power to oppress the officials and force them to open up the country, causing great suffering to the people of Chamomile City. Lu Gonggang also added, "Ouyangji is a disciple of Fong Jiua, so the idea of strengthening the city walls and cleaning up the country must have come from Fong Jiua." The king found this to be reasonable. He secretly felt that Fong Jiua had truly miscalculated this time. Before this, there had been many letters accusing Ouyang-ji and Lucian from Chamomile City sent to the king. He could not bear it anymore, and the next morning he would immediately issue an order to address this issue. At this time, outside Chamomile City in the Central Plains, the Crown Prince's army had gathered in large numbers. A shrewd businessman was reporting to the Crown Prince's army, saying, around Chamomile City, 80% of the fertile farmland is located in the outskirts, which is very suitable for plundering. The fact is, at this time, the Ming Dynasty only allowed official trade with the Crown Prince, but there were still private merchants betraying the country, buying goods from the Ming Dynasty for the Crown Prince and even selling important information about the country. The ringleader of these traitorous merchants is Gao Nung, a general of the Crown Prince's army. He laughed gleefully when he received news from this treacherous merchant. If they won the battle successfully, he would reward them handsomely. Then Gao Nung rallied 500 of his Crown Prince's men, take money from the rich, take beauty from the beautiful, loot all valuable things and burn everything else. Then they stormed in like wild animals, but what they saw next horrified them. General Gao Nung shouted, "What's going on? There isn't even a grain of rice left." He asked the treacherous merchant, "Did everyone here bring their own food and run away already?" The hesitant merchant guessed, "They caused so much commotion, so everyone must have escaped early, but they surely can't be faster than our horses. We'll catch up for sure." So the Crown Prince's soldiers immediately rode after them. "But we have run thousands of miles and still haven't seen anyone." A man with a puzzled face reported, "Ahead, that's Chamomile City. We've run through many villages, but there's no one, let alone food, not even a pot or bowl." The pig-nosed merchant at this time hesitantly said, "This is absurd. I quietly came here after receiving 10 pieces of news from last month, and there were still many people." Gao Nang also said, "They can't reveal this, the only possibility is that old man is making up stories." The old man immediately cried and said, "I've been wronged. I would never betray the Crown Prince, I am absolutely loyal." But Gao Nang said, "Loyal my foot, bring him out and let's deal with him." So, the old man bid farewell and left with cold feet. The scene shifts to the emperor's chamber. Lu Nian meets Lu Gonggong and asks, "Is the emperor asleep?" Lu Gonggong asks Lu Nian, "If you have something to say, tell me. The emperor has been restless these days and just fell asleep." Lu Nian hastily reports, "Something big has happened. The Crown Prince has arrived in the Central Plains, and outside Chamomile City, they are ruthlessly looting and plundering." Lu Gonggong was shocked by the news he heard. The emperor heard Lu Nian's voice from inside the room and demanded him to speak up. Lu Nian reported that tens of thousands of Crown Prince Lao's cavalry were on their way to Chamomile City and could not be stopped. The emperor panicked and thought that without the firm disguise of Fong Jiua's orders, the entire Central Plains would sink into a sea of hell. He realized that Crown Prince's actions had been planned for a long time and could threaten the entire Central Plains and even the capital. After that, he ordered no one to send a confession accusing Fong Jiua anymore and punished anyone who did so. Fong Jiua and the prince were then summoned to the palace. Fong Jiua looked like a bear being forced to plow the field, exhausted day and night. "Do not let this little guy sleep for a while, then can we talk later?" But the prince's face had a very determined look, thinking he was about to slap the old man's face and praise him to see. Unexpectedly, the emperor looked stern and said, "The person Lucian that the prince sent to scold Ouyang-ji in the letter like a dog. He completely denied implementing Fong Jiua's plan." The prince's face fell and whispered, the damn Lucian dare to rebel, this time I will give you a beating, only then can you learn your lesson." The scene switched to the outside of Chamomile City. A Crown Prince soldier reported that the food supply is only enough to last a few more days. Many soldiers are fighting each other for food because of hunger. At that time, the Crown Prince's soldiers usually attacked the Ming Dynasty without bringing much food reserves, relying only on destruction, killing, and looting to provide food and supplies. General Gao Nang at this time thought to himself, "Chamomile City has certainly strengthened its defenses, but if we withdraw now, we will definitely be pursued by Liao Deng's 3 generals. And more importantly, if we do not find food this time, most of the Crown Prince's men will die this winter." The Crown Prince is in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat. Then, a foolish man asked, "What should we do next, General?" Gao Neng sighed and then raised his sword. He ordered his 500 men to attack Chamomile City.
Meanwhile, in the palace, Lun Yan was also worried. The raid by the crown prince had failed. They will never give up, they will definitely take Chamomile City at any cost. Also, the soldiers and people of Chamomile City do not have the experience to resist the large number of invading crown prince troops, they will surely panic. If the crown prince can destroy the city gate, everything will be over. So I think we should send reinforcements in case of an unexpected incident. At the gate of Chamomile City, the crown prince's troops had also arrived. They relentlessly shot arrows, causing many soldiers inside the city to fall. An elderly general with a worried frown had never seen so many of the crown prince's troops before. Not only that, they also used stone-throwing vehicles. Each stone thrown was like a destructive grenade, causing terrible damage and making the soldiers in the city cry out. The old general couldn't fight anymore and had to call for urgent help. He didn't know when the 3 Liaodong guardians would come to help. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward and said, "Don't wait any longer." It turned out to be the young man Ouyang, with a very imposing attitude, saying, "No one is coming to help." The battle was still raging fiercely. Ouyang stood nonchalantly in front of the crown prince's army. They shot many arrows, but luckily an old general brought a shield to protect him. Clenching his jaw, he couldn't believe that after 10 years of peaceful living in Chamomile City, he now had to battle the crown prince's army. Ouyang remained emotionless as the flames of battle intensified. A soldier immediately ran in to report, "It's on fire, we need to retreat." A government official panicked, saying, "We can't hold out any longer. The reinforcements really aren't coming. Ouyang, are you joking?" But Ouyang insisted not coming is not an option, because his master, Fong Jiua, said so. Earlier, Lun Yan had proposed to the emperor to mobilize elite troops from the Central Plains to advance westward to assist Chamomile City. However, Ma Wensheng argued, "It's too late to do this now." Lun Yan then suggested, "It's best to have the 3 generals from the Central Plains attack the enemy from behind, even though the people of the Central Plains are only outsiders under Ming Dynasty's occupation. But in recent years, they have been very close to the court. They are quite far away, and when war and famine come, who can help them? The Central Plains has been stable for over 10 years, so the defensive weapons in the city have long been damaged. The number of soldiers is also insufficient, with officials and generals in constant conflict and accusation. Chamomile City may not be able to hold on anymore." Upon hearing this, the emperor and his courtiers understood. They sat in the warm palace like spring, while hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Chamomile City were striving to defend the country. If the emperor made another wrong decision, their lives would be even more endangered. So His Majesty inquired of Fong Jiua, what should be done next? Startled to be called upon, Fong Jiua hesitated briefly before asserting, "Your Majesty, it would not be wise to send troops to aid Chamomile City." With a tense expression, His Majesty questioned further, "Does Fong Jiua truly intend to abandon hundreds of thousands of innocent people? If Chamomile City falls, the stored provisions of countless individuals will become military rations for the crown prince, and the livestock and horses of many will become sustenance for them. Countless men, women, and children will be reduced to nothing more than swine and dogs in their eyes. The crown prince is exceedingly ruthless." Fong Jiua proceeded to explain, "These crown princes command the most formidable army in the desert. They emerge with formidable force, unstoppable by anyone. After traversing thousands of miles without finding sustenance, they will undoubtedly be ravenous and frenzied in their search for food. Horses are the companions of the crown princes, and they will never be slain unless they reach their last resort. The soldiers of the crown prince are resolute in their determination to seize Chamomile City, with no retreat in sight." Fong Jiua also understood that what they needed most at this time was food. Sending troops to aid Chamomile City at this juncture would be equivalent to supplying provisions to the crown prince. The cavalry, they would go berserk and seize our supplies. Therefore, there is only one way left. At this moment in Chamomile City, a massive fireball hurled into the walls. This collision caused a terrifying explosion, leaving everyone nearby screaming in terror.
However, the old general was rather astonished. Yangji's contingent still stood defiantly, with an indifferent demeanor. His hand gripped the emperor's sword firmly. Suddenly, he raised the sword high, shouting loudly, "Counterattack against the Crown Prince's army, defend Chamomile City." The soldiers immediately surged with determination, shouting, "We would rather die than fail to defend Chamomile City." Within the palace, Fong Jiua also foresaw that the situation would only worsen for the Crown Prince's forces. The sturdy city walls will erode their last bit of strength, then it will be the condition for the people of Chamomile City to turn the tide. Upon hearing Fong Jihua's words, His Majesty felt a bit perplexed. He then turned to the Grand Counselors in the court and asked, "Should the people of Chamomile City be left to fight alone?" The old man replied, "Although Fong Jihua's opinion sounds reasonable, you still think that the army and people of Chamomile City are not capable of resisting the cavalry of the Crown Prince. The cavalry has occupied countless cities and territories for many years, and they have developed many ways to attack strongholds. In addition, the people in Chamomile City are surrounded, their spirits will surely be in chaos, unable to fight. If the defenders of the city lose morale, Chamomile City will be defeated, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Chamomile City will be destroyed. This situation is extremely terrible." This old god also believed that Yangji is just a naive scholar. Stabilizing the military spirit in Chamomile City is impossible. But in Chamomile City right now, this boy is like a mighty general with high morale. The two officials and the old generals were amazed and could not believe it. Lucian stood aside, thinking, "This guy is crazy. Everyone is running for their lives, who cares about those ramblings? Reading too many books has made him foolish." The Crown Prince's army's catapults kept firing. Yangji was standing in front, and many large stones were flying towards him. The two old men shouted, "What the fuck, Yangji, get out of the way." But he no longer cared about life or death. Next, a loud bang echoed, and the whole group was terrified, thinking that Yangji had already left cold-footed. Suddenly, in the gradually dissipating smoke, Yangji still stood tall, his face as cold as ice, holding a sharp sword. The old general was shocked. Never before had he seen someone facing danger with the aura of a true military commander. The old general then remembered that if Yangji had not insisted on ordering the people from the Central Plains into Chamomile City, they would have all died long ago. Then a soldier asked Yangji, "Can we really stand up to the Crown Prince's army?" Yangji responded with great seriousness, "Of course we can." But Lucian said, "No, don't even think about it. Look around, the city's defenders are almost all dead. How long do you think we can hold out relying on these discarded weapons, challenging the Crown Prince?" Nevertheless, Yangji remained confident that he could, because before he left, his master Fong Jiua had told him that he would definitely win. But Lucian said, "You're just a braggart, Yangji, all you know how to do is boast. Do you really believe that Chamomile City can defeat the Crown Prince's army with just faith?" The old general replied, "Chamomile City is prepared." He transformed into a giant and warned Lucian to get out of his way. Have you ever seen anyone remain calm in such a precarious situation? This means that His Majesty Hongji fully trusts that the people of Chamomile City can defeat the Crown Prince's army. Lucian was horrified to hear this. Then the old general ordered, "All the young men in the city must gather together to defend Chamomile City." The young men, filled with vigor and determination, responded with a resounding "Yes, sir." The old general also did not forget to humiliate Lucian, saying, "Compared to Mr. Ouyang, you are nothing but a floating turd. Mr. Ouyang is talented and brave, while you should just stay quiet and leave, or else don't blame me for slapping you." Lucian, in tears, felt overwhelmed. Then a fierce battle took place, and the sheer magnitude of the blasts was terrifying. The soldiers lay piled up in a heap, the survivors terrified as their forces and weapons had run out. In this extremely difficult situation, the general on the Crown Prince's side was gleeful and ordered his troops to attack. The soldiers defending Chamomile City are exhausted. The troops of the Crown Prince began to climb the walls, intending to enter the city. But as they climbed up, they encountered a young man waiting with a nail bat, and with one strike, he knocked one of them down. Earlier, the people were full of fear, but in the desperate situation as Chamomile City was about to be destroyed, the people in the city took up arms and fought fiercely. This was possible because of the indomitable spirit of Ouyang-ji. Actually, at first, the boy was also very afraid, but seeing the determination of the people, he no longer felt any fear. The soldiers of the crown prince kept climbing up, and one who almost made it inside laughed triumphantly, but he didn't expect the boiling water prepared in advance, splashing right into his face. He tightly held onto the scalding hot pot and secretly cursed, "These people are really ruthless." In the palace, the senior official believed it was very difficult to stop the advance of the crown prince's army. They were definitely able to climb inside the city, and then everything would come to an end. The defeat of Chamomile City was just a matter of time. At the moment, a young man was using a hoe to fight against the crown prince's soldiers, but he was determined to climb into the city. When this guy started killing people, the rest of the people were extremely panicked. The soldier laughed triumphantly, deluding himself that he had won. He then crazily started killing, and the crown prince's soldiers were able to climb into the city, and then they began to kill many civilians. The old general witnessed this scene and thought, Chamomile City is truly in chaos, the crown prince's soldiers are still numerous and extremely ruthless. The old official said to Ouyang-ji, "Run away quickly, the wall of Chamomile City has been breached, we have lost." But Ouyang-ji said, "No." He pushed the old official away and quickly pulled out his sword. The old official exclaimed in horror, "Ouyang is mad." But Ouyang-ji no longer cared about life or death. If he was still alive, he must protect Chamomile City to the end. The panicked young men were amazed as Ouyang-ji pierced a crown prince soldier from behind with his sword, blood splattering. This caused the soldiers to turn dirty and transform into strong, powerful men, shouting, "Fight to the end, protect Chamomile City." Ouyang-ji then called his master Fong Jiua. If he were to die here this time, in his next life, he would never forget the gratitude to his master. The fierce battle began, and the people of Chamomile City were fearless, wielding their shovels and scales. The soldiers of the crown prince also fought a final battle. It was a brutal fight that lasted day and night, from one day to the next. In the end, through the haze, Ouyang-ji appeared, holding a majestic sword in his hand, glaring down at the general Gaoneng below. He was extremely resentful, having fought but unable to win, and their situation was already very dire. To satisfy their hunger, half of the war horses and hunting dogs were killed, even the horse bones were all eaten. To endure until now, they had to rely on wild mice and even eat trees. The crown prince's army was hungry like dogs and had no food left. They had no water to drink and no women to relieve their needs. The current situation was unbearable. Suddenly, a figure from behind intended to attack Ouyang-ji, but immediately the old general of Chamomile City struck him dead on the spot. Gao Neng, realizing the current situation, clenched his jaw and ordered a retreat. The old official exclaimed in horror, "They're really retreating." Because the crown prince's soldiers were lacking in supplies and most of their strength, their military spirit was unstable, and any further fighting would be useless. The old official was astonished because the crown prince's army had always been victorious, yet they had been defeated by the people of Chamomile City. This battle was reminiscent of a fierce battle in history, when Xian, a famous scholar of the Dongjin era, led 100,000 people to fight against the powerful army of the Tian dynasty. It was previously known to be over 800,000 people. When news of the war spread, Xian ignored it and continued to play chess with his guests. Surprised, a guest asked, "What news did you receive?" Xian casually replied, "The youngsters have defeated the enemy, there's no need to worry." What he referred to as youngsters were the frontline fighters, including his grandson, Xia Xian, and others. Although this battle was related to the fate of the entire Dongjin, and even to the future of the Xia family, Xian continued to play chess as usual. Completely oblivious to this victory, this battle has made future generations revere Xian. The old master in the royal court used to think that the stories about Xian were just exaggerations. He never believed that there could be such a skilled strategist in the world, but now the crown prince has truly been defeated and has retreated. An old eunuch said, "If we take advantage of this opportunity to pursue the crown prince's army, wouldn't that be a great achievement?" General Chamomile City thought it was a reasonable idea. He wanted to pursue and kill them all to gain great honor for the court, and the ignorant people also supported the idea. Ouyang, with a calculating look in his eyes, was thinking about something. At this time, the Crown Prince's soldiers were on their way to retreat, each with a bored look on their faces, like long-time gambling addicts, looking thoroughly fed up. One of them was happy to finally be alive and able to return home, but General Gao Neng said, "No." He turned and shouted loudly, "If we retreat now, it means that many of our loved ones won't survive this winter. Can you bear the sight of our loved ones dying from hunger and cold?" They all hesitated and answered, "No." Gao Neng added, "You have followed me into battle for over 10 years, sweeping through the desert without suffering any devastating defeats. Are you willing to submit to Chamomile City this time?" The group shouted, "Never submit." Previously, Gao Neng had plotted to pretend to retreat in order to make the soldiers and people of Chamomile City lower their guard. Even if they were to pursue, they would fall into his trap. He planned to return for a surprise attack, catching the people of the city off guard. The Crown Prince's army immediately shouted, "We must win." Gao Neng commanded, "Everyone rest, treat your wounds on the spot, eat the remaining rations. Tonight, we will certainly win." That night, as planned, they all brought ladders and quickly climbed them up when they were set. But as they approached, one of them noticed something unusual. The people hiding behind were holding rocket launchers, ready to attack. And the one leading this was none other than Ouyang. He had predicted the movement of the Crown Prince's army. Before they could even comprehend, Ouyang ordered, "Fire the arrows." Then the rain of rocks was shot out. The Crown Prince's army was attacked unexpectedly and many of them died. The remaining soldiers angrily climbed up and Ouyang immediately ordered, "Throw stones." Immediately, several tall youths picked up stones from above and threw them down on the enemy. The Crown Prince's army was thrown into chaos and couldn't handle this. General Gao Neng shouted, "What? How can this happen?" It turned out that Ouyang had suspected earlier, because normally the Crown Prince's army never retreats so quickly. Compared to the prediction of Master Fong Jiua, it is much shorter. The little boy said, "Don't celebrate too soon. The Crown Prince's army is a hungry wolf fighting against the sky. How could they be ashamed to retreat so quickly? They must be trying to catch us off guard and then strike back." The old general agreed that Ouyang was right. So the little boy ordered, "Everyone repair your weapons and be wary of the next wave of attacks from the Crown Prince's army." At this point in the battle, Gao Neng was furious. He had to shout and order the Crown Prince's army to retreat. So they once again pulled back their tails. A group of young men, strong and full of vigor, cheered and celebrated their victory. The old general praised, "Ouyang has an impressive demeanor, neither happy nor sad. It seems like everything is under his control. He is truly a talented and formidable leader." Ouyang remained cold as ice and said nothing. Meanwhile, in a desolate land in the Central Plains, the soldiers of Crown Prince were retreating, with disappointed expressions. A soldier reported, "We suffered a great loss in this surprise attack. Many of our comrades lost their lives in Chamomile City." Gao Neng was furious with this harsh reality. His soldiers had conquered many cities and territories in the past 10 years, and this was their worst failure yet. Gao Neng shed tears and vowed, "We will never attack Chamomile City again." He truly did not know how powerful and ruthless the general there was, as if every move had been foreseen. Shortly after, in the royal palace, a high-ranking official received a letter from Chamomile City and presented it to the emperor. As he read the letter, he sighed, anticipating bad news. But when His Majesty finished reading, he was shocked. "What is this?" He did not expect Chamomile City to actually have been protected and even defeated the Crown Prince's army. However, in the reports of the two old generals and officials in Chamomile City, there were differences. The official said he was great, like the sun, and had achieved many merits in the war. While the general said it was the soldiers and himself who bravely defended Chamomile City, and the official did nothing. His Majesty, after reading, turned into an ignorant fool. "I don't understand anything." Then he heard more news from other courtiers to make sure. Normally, each division will have different reports for His Majesty to confirm the truth of the battle. In these reports, each official wants to boast about their merits and blame the neighboring official, but they all have a great evaluation of Ouyangji's merits. At this time, Fong Jiua entered the palace. Looking at His Majesty's tense face, he thought to himself, this time it's really messed up. Fong Jiua immediately clasped his hands and said, I know Ouyangji is incompetent, but he has always been loyal and must have tried his best to protect Chamomile City. I hope your Majesty will be lenient. But His Majesty was surprised and asked Fong Jiua, what are you talking about? All the reports praised Ouyangji, everyone admired him. Does Fong Your Excellency family treat his students too harshly? Fong Jiua was astonished. He couldn't believe that Ouyangji had become a VIP for the first time. A respected elder admired him and said, Ouyangji is truly an extraordinary talent. If it weren't for him, Chamomile City would have fallen long ago. Ma Wensheng liked all the praise, saying, Ouyangji may be just a scholar, but at a young age, he was able to lead the people of Chamomile City and kill over 7,000 Crown Prince soldiers, truly showing the qualities of a genius general. Fong Jiua's face turned numb, then he smiled and said, Ouyangji is truly at the top. The main reason for this genius is the teachings of Master Fong Jiua, but His Majesty does not care. He ordered his men, stop boasting, immediately send 3 generals from the Central Plains to defeat the remaining Crown Prince soldiers, not allowing them any more chances. Ma Wensheng immediately obeyed the order, saying, this time, the Crown Prince came to steal chickens but lost the rice book. After this battle, surely there will be no more Crown Prince soldiers in the Central Plains for the next 5 years. His Majesty praised Ouyangji, saying that he truly is an exceptional talent. He used to think that he was just a talented scholar, but he didn't expect that he also had the demeanor of a brilliant military strategist. The old gods also admired the king's intelligence and insight, seeing him as a bright and sharp-witted individual. On the other hand, the main character felt insignificant standing next to him. It was clear that Ouyangji had orchestrated the entire plan from start to finish, and now the elders were discussing his great achievements. They praised him as a skilled leader, the one who destroyed the Crown Prince's troops, a courageous and righteous youngster, and much more. Even though Fong Jiua tried to speak up, it seemed like his words fell on deaf ears. Despite his great accomplishments, he was viewed as impetuous and wild by these elders. But Ouyangji, a mature and steadfast individual, was seen as a precious gem in their eyes. His Majesty then happily ordered, spread the good news about Chamomile City to the entire world, and let Ouyangji return to the palace quickly. He is dearly missed. Fong Jiua stood to the side and said, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, new is always better than old. Our feelings for each other will remain the same. In Chamomile City at this time, the black people were crying and feeling sad, and all eyes were focused on the wooden carriage. The reason was that when the people of the city found out that Ouyangji was about to leave Chamomile City, they had been waiting on the roadside to see him off, to show their love and gratitude to him. Inside the carriage, the little boy's expression remained emotionless, while the young men cried and said, Great Ouyang, be careful on your journey, we will always remember your kindness. Then the carriage slowly approached the 3 elders in Chamomile City. The old man was emotional and said, I don't know when I will see Mr. Ouyang again, I wish him a safe journey. The old official was in tears, and clasped his hands, saying, I hope to see Mr. Ouyang again. If you have the chance to enter the palace, I will definitely meet Mr. Ouyang for a drink to show my gratitude and respect. Then the 2 elders looked at the old general, who had a blank face and didn't know what to say. So he blurted out, I am also like the other 2 elders. Ouyangji replied with a cold face, Don't follow me anymore, just go back. Then the whole group of people burst into tears, only able to watch the slowly departing horse carriage. Ouyangji may appear tough on the outside, but inside, he was moved to tears. He cherished and couldn't bear to leave the people of Chamomile City. Fast forward to a month later, in the king's chamber, someone came with urgent news. The king was delighted to see that it was his beloved son, Ouyangji. However, the boy came to confess that he had not fulfilled his great responsibility excellently, only managing to kill a part of the Crown Prince's army and letting the remaining forces escape. He asked the king to punish him. After hearing this, the king's heart was touched, thinking that he had indeed chosen the right person to trust. Ouyangji did not mention his great contribution in protecting Chamomile City, and even apologized for his small mistakes. I will forever love the handsome Ouyang. The king also replied, the crown prince's soldiers are numerous and fierce, so it is difficult to escape from them. I forgive you for this mistake, Ouyang, because you saved 100,000 soldiers and civilians in Chamomile City from being massacred by the crown prince's men. This is a very commendable achievement. However, Ouyang said, the reason Chamomile City was able to resist was entirely due to the great efforts of the three leaders of the city, along with the unity of the people in the city. They sacrificed themselves to resist the attack of the crown prince's army. I only contributed a little strength, so I dare not take any credit. Lunyan listened to these words with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself that he did not expect that after years of being a high-ranking official in the court, accustomed to the ruthless struggle for power, Ouyang would directly give credit to others. That was the true virtue of a nobleman. The emperor then told Ouyang, you do not need to be overly modest. You have been in the Central Plains for some time, you must be aware of certain issues there. So, what do you think should be done to resolve those issues? Mr. Li Dongyang, standing nearby, silently thought, Your Majesty is testing Ouyang. If he seizes this opportunity to showcase his knowledge and talent, Your Majesty will surely promote him. However, at this moment, Ouyang hesitated, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. He recalled the scene of the people in the Central Plains who had risked their lives against invaders and suffered many casualties. The image of the impoverished citizens enduring pain due to the brutal conflict, along with all the affection they had shown him, deeply moved Ouyang. He slowly spoke to the emperor, the people in the Central Plains are truly suffering too much, Your Majesty. The emperor was taken aback upon hearing this. Li Dongyang felt extremely embarrassed. He had thought Ouyang would use this opportunity to display his talent and knowledge, but unexpectedly, he only thinks of the people and disregards his own interests. Indeed, the emperor also agreed with what Ouyang had just said. The soldiers and civilians in the Central Plains were already very poor and had to resist the crown prince's forces, which was truly a considerable challenge. At this point, he exclaimed, Ouyang, you truly care for the impoverished people. This sentiment is unmatched. Furthermore, you are a person of profound knowledge and insight, truly a person of both capability and integrity in politics. The emperor then ordered, bestow the decree to promote Ouyang to second-rank official, commencing his duties in the court from today. At this moment, Lunyan and Li Dongyang were so astonished that they could not utter a word, as Ouyang had indeed been promoted far too rapidly. In the entire Hanlin Academy, there was only one person with a higher position than him. If we were to draw an analogy in a school, this would be akin to Ouyang, an outstanding first-year student, jumping straight to the position of deputy principal, only subordinate to the principal, truly a shocking turn of events. Upon receiving the trust from the emperor, Ouyang felt a surge of confidence, no longer fearing anyone. With a bewildered expression, he could only clasp his hands in gratitude towards the emperor. Meanwhile, the two figures who had previously conspired with Fong Jiua to manipulate Ouyang were now regarded as worthless, cast aside from the scene. Fong Jiua also could not comprehend why life had turned out to be so ironic. The crown prince was feeling frustrated and didn't want to say anything. In the future, he would have to compete with Ouyang forever, because whenever there was an opportunity, his father would always bring up the line, just look at Fong Jiua's student Ouyang, while your name Lucian can be thrown in the trash. The crown prince secretly felt annoyed with that bastard. Lucian was currently in a terrible place, feeling like the homeless people who were looked down upon. He remembered the old days in the imperial court, when being close to the crown prince made him feel powerful and majestic. Anyone who didn't want to be bullied by Lucian had to bribe him with a few silver ingots. But now, he was left in a pitiful state, going to a commoner's house, shouting, he is the close eunuch of the crown prince. This is the person that the crown prince sent. But before he could finish his sentence, he was hit and rolled out the door. The guy even raised his finger and said, what the fuck? I believe a beggar dares to claim to be the eunuch of the crown prince? After a while of being beaten, Lucian, with tears in his eyes, blamed himself, why is there no citizen ID with a chip these days? Currently, he has officially become a real beggar. After that, Lucian had to go begging. Starving, he resorted to stealing food. He managed to take a cake but was chased and beaten by a group of people. He was then beaten up, his cheeks and lips swollen. The young men who hit him spat at him and left. Lucian blamed himself, saying, "Why did karma come so quickly?" In the past, in the palace, whenever he felt like it, he would hit anyone he wanted. Now, he is the one who has to face the consequences. Oh, Crown Prince, life is truly unfair. Lucian clenched his fists, determined to return to him. One day away from the Crown Prince is a day of suffering. Suddenly, an old couple called out and asked, "Are you okay?" Poor child. Here, let me give you this steamed bun to temporarily ease your hunger. Lucian tightly held the hands of the old couple, saying, "He has been gone for a long time already, he must be close to the capital palace, right?" The old couple, looking puzzled, replied, "You silly child, you're going the wrong way. The capital palace is in the opposite direction." At that moment, Lucian felt, life is truly unfair, as if life is never fair. He was angry and shouted, "Life is like that, I hate life unconditionally." A long time later, in the palace, the Crown Prince was strolling with two bodyguards. Suddenly, from behind, a man who looked like the leader of a gang, with disheveled hair, was peeking from a distance. The Crown Prince sensed his presence and thought to himself, "I have been targeted. Did the evildoers send an assassin to kill me?" Suddenly, this man rushed forward and hugged the Crown Prince's legs, crying out, "I miss you so much." Boo-hoo! The Crown Prince thought he was a monster from the forest wanting to attack him immediately. However, the man continued to shout, "I am Lucian." The Crown Prince did not recognize him, and when he heard the name Lucian, he became furious and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you come back? Arrest him. Forbid him from eating for 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing this, Lucian shed tears, looking very pitiful. The Crown Prince softened and said, "Lucian, go eat and also take a proper bath, don't let people see your disgusting appearance." Lucian then hugged the Crown Prince, overjoyed, "Thank you, the Crown Prince, for your favor." Lucian felt very happy but still couldn't overlook how clingy this guy was. The Crown Prince wanted to strike immediately. After that, the Crown Prince went to see Fong Jiua, slammed the table, and shouted, extremely angry, "Right now, Huang Fu still doesn't like me. Knowing this, I shouldn't have sent the useless Lucian to Liaodong from the start." Fong Jiua looked at the Crown Prince and didn't understand why he was in such a dismal state. It turned out to be caused by his father named Huang, who often pulled him out to fight. The Crown Prince pointed and declared, "If I go to Liaodong, I will definitely crush the Crown Prince's men. I won't spare any of them. Mr. Fong, do you believe me?" Fong Jiua immediately raised his hand and said, "You are the best, okay?" But in reality, Fong Jiua said that not to flatter him. History records that Emperor Zhao Ho Zhao indeed had exceptional military talent. The Crown Prince's tiny soldiers were pushed back by the Ming Dynasty's troops thanks to the leadership of Emperor Zhao Ho Zhao. However, Fong Jiua continued to say, driving away the Crown Prince's army is pointless. The Crown Prince has a very strong will, as long as they are not all killed, they will definitely come back for revenge. The Crown Prince and those in the palace had never thought of this. The Crown Prince thought, "I need to gather an army and go to the desert to wipe out the entire Crown Prince's army in one go." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, found it reasonable, but the problem is that before this, the emperor had marched his troops to the desert and defeated the Mongol people. Almost all the Mongol tribes had surrendered. However, even after many years, we are still being plundered. The Crown Prince then asked, "Why is that so?" Fong Jiua explained, "Your Highness, you are just one tribe of the Mongol people. Even if your tribe is defeated, there will still be other Mongol tribes that emerge. This tribe can change its name and continue to raid the borders of the Ming Dynasty. One Mongol tribe being defeated means thousands of other tribes will rise up. They have always lived in poverty in the desert, and a single raid can sustain them for a year. Even if we defeat them, we gain nothing, it is merely a waste of effort. There is truly no honor in this war. They are essentially just a group of bandits, carrying nothing with them, and whatever they manage to steal is just a small profit. Each time we wage war, we expend money and resources, which is very costly and wasteful. The crown prince looked displeased and said, "When we wage war, Fong Jiua, we can seize more territory from them." However, Fong Jiua immediately replied, "That is the desert. Seizing the desert brings no benefit at all." Fong Jiua continued, "The desert can make people freeze in the winter, and the land is extremely barren. Who would want to live in a desolate, remote place with no signs of life? The people of the National H have long been accustomed to farming and settling down. They are not skilled in nomadic herding. Going out to the desert is no different than bringing their weaknesses to confront the strengths of the crown prince. In fact, the crown prince would be more than happy for us to occupy the desert, as that would give them an easier opportunity to plunder." Hearing this, the crown prince was perplexed and shouted, "Why is it so difficult? Is there really no way to stabilize the borders of the Ming Dynasty, Fong Jiua?" Fong Jiua smugly replied, "Actually, there is one way. That is, if we can cultivate crops in the desert. At that point, we will solve the settlement issue. Fortifications in cities will gradually emerge, and new defense systems and strongholds will be formed. Even if we are attacked by the crown prince once or twice, it won't matter. As long as we have strongholds and food, we will slowly shrink their living space. By the time they have no place to live, the crown prince will weaken without us having to fight too much." Fong Jiua continued, "They will either integrate with the National H people or completely disappear. The desert will entirely become the territory of the Ming Dynasty." The crown prince, with his brilliant intellect, remarked, "What Fong Jiua is saying is just nonsense." However, Fong Jiua thought, "That's utter nonsense. According to Fong Jiua, potatoes planted in the desert yield nothing at all. In fact, there is a very special and much rarer type of plant." The crown prince was very annoyed by Fong Jihua's ambiguity and wanted to hit him to vent his frustration. Fong Jiua, still maintaining his handsome demeanor, explained, "I have come to know of a very special type of plant, which is the one that a foreign businessman previously gifted me, a rare flower pot. In reality, it is the flower of the potato plant." The crown prince was startled to hear this. "I can't believe there is a type of plant that can be grown in the desert, and I want to see it immediately." Fong Jiua explained, "This plant is called a potato, and it can replace staple food. However, it is currently in a critical breeding phase and we must wait for news from Zhang Xin." Hearing this, the crown prince immediately expressed his urgency, "I want to go to Zhang Xin right now." However, Fong Jiua stopped him, because this potato seed is very important. Fong Jiua continued, "The emperor should not disturb the agricultural genius Zhang Xin, who is focused on research out of sheer curiosity." The crown prince, intrigued, was suddenly interrupted, his expression somewhat disappointed. After a moment, in the greenhouse in Jiangxi, the crown prince stood with his hands on his hips, grinning smugly, thinking, "No one can stop me." Suddenly, the crown prince jolted at the sight of a potato lying on the plate. He asked Zhang Xin, "Is this a potato?" Zhang Xin replied with a nod, and the crown prince continued to ask, "How is the care and nurturing of this potato variety going?" Zhang Xin kept jotting down notes and merely replied with a nonchalant "Aha." The crown prince felt slighted and asked Zhang Xin again, "Are you even listening to me?" Zhang Xin replied with another "Aha." At this moment, the crown prince realized, "I am truly being looked down upon." Perhaps it's because Zhang Xin is too focused on his research. Suddenly, Zhang Xin gritted his teeth and used a knife to cut the potato in half. The crown prince was startled, thinking Zhang Xin had lost his mind. But Fong Jiua next to him said, "The crown prince need not be alarmed. This is actually the first step in the process of potato breeding." Fong Jiua continued, "The breeding of potatoes is more complex than that of sweet potatoes. They cannot be grafted like cucumbers but must be cut into small pieces before they can sprout and develop into plants." Zhang Xin smiled, holding something in his hand, and in a moment, he created beautiful blocks containing potato seedlings. The crown prince's eyes widened. "I don't understand the purpose of these blocks." The accompanying farmer immediately explained, "The temperature and humidity of each block are different. Throughout the growth process of the potatoes, we can determine the most suitable environment for their development. Zhang Xin will record the growth process of each seedling, experimenting with optimal cultivation methods to achieve the highest yield. The Crown Prince picked up a small potato and said, "This potato is too small, will it be enough for food?" The farmer explained, although potatoes are not as large as sweet potatoes, each plant produces more tubers. Unlike sweet potatoes, potatoes can be planted closely together without affecting yield. Although he could not accurately determine the yield from each potato plant, he was confident that potatoes will bring a much higher yield than sweet potatoes. Suddenly, the Crown Prince, curious, wanted to try the taste of the potato right away. Immediately, the farmer intervened, preventing him from tasting it at that moment. The farmer explained, "This potato has sprouted, so it cannot be eaten. Eating it may cause poisoning, leading to continuous diarrhea for several days. Even if the potato has not sprouted, it must be cooked before eating." The Crown Prince was furious at the reprimand and snapped, "Alright, do you really need to be so forceful?" The farmer continued to explain, "Thanks to Zhang Xin's tireless work and dedication to caring for the potatoes, the research has progressed smoothly." The Crown Prince nodded in approval, praising Zhang Xin, "Well done." Zhang Xin places great importance on accumulating knowledge while farming, then applies that knowledge to improve land cultivation. This is a process of combining theory and practice. Zhang Xin received praise, but unexpectedly, he dashed toward the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was surprised, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that Zhang Xin was protecting his beloved potato plant, as the Crown Prince nearly stepped on it. The Crown Prince was furious and wanted to slap Zhang Xin for this overreaction, but then he held back, thinking, "I have never encountered such a bizarre situation." A moment later, at Jiangxi Academy, as the Crown Prince stepped to the door, he heard a noisy discussion from inside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh, Yang Ji has returned. Today in the palace, we do not have a lecture, let's discuss how to ensure long-term peace and stability at the borders." The Crown Prince quickly seized the opportunity, raising his hand to show his wisdom. Wang Yangming smiled in praise, "Your Highness is so intelligent and passionate, please tell us what your solution is?" The Crown Prince scoffed and began to explain, "The first thing to achieve long-term peace and stability at the borders is to ensure that the people there have enough food." Some people were surprised and asked back, "Your Highness, is that really necessary to say? Food has always been important, everyone knows that already." The Crown Prince explained, "This might sound simple, but has anyone really accomplished it? We all have plowed the fields and understand the hardships of farmers. But only Zhang Xin focuses on accumulating knowledge and methods, constantly improving in farming. This is also the best interpretation of the unity between knowledge and action that Master Wang often mentions." Wang Yangming nodded and applauded, "Wonderful, Your Highness." The Crown Prince continued his speech, "Zhang Xin has not only succeeded in cultivating high-yield sweet potatoes but is also researching a new essential food that can be grown in the desert, that is potatoes." The young man exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe that it is possible to grow food in the desert. This has never happened before." Another young man replied, "If this becomes a reality, our national H people, according to Fong Jiua, will go to the desert to cultivate and gradually suffocate the area where the Crown Prince resides." The two young men continued, "Isn't this too difficult? The Crown Prince has been a strong warrior since childhood, just in terms of physique, they are already so different. We cannot compare ourselves to them. Moreover, the desert is the territory of the Crown Prince. If the national H people go there to farm, wouldn't that be seeking death?" However, the Crown Prince had taken precautions. When entering the desert, the national H people cannot avoid the attacks from the Crown Prince. But as long as there are crops in the fields, we can completely have a larger population than them. After that, we can build fortresses in the desert and gradually eliminate the Crown Prince's people. This will be extremely simple. Today, the Crown Prince cannot defeat us, but tomorrow, we will open more wasteland in the north and build more fortresses. Even if we face defeat or difficulties, the fortresses will help us increase our numbers." The Crown Prince continued, "In the future, there will be fewer Crown Princes, and no new nomadic people will appear in the desert,
as this will become an official area belonging to our Ming Dynasty." The young men, after hearing the Crown Prince speak, were all filled with admiration. The Crown Prince is indeed a strategic genius. Wang Yangming was also impressed by the Crown Prince's plan. Not only will this enable the people to have enough food and warm clothing, but it will also resolve external invaders for the people. Wang Yangming fully supports Fong Jiua's plan. The Crown Prince was delighted to receive such praise. Here, he was listened to and highly regarded by everyone. He was not like some yellow-robed man who constantly compared him to his neighbor's son, which was truly annoying. As for Lucian, he praised him all day, but in reality, he was only flattering him on purpose. In Jiangxi, everyone was talented and eloquent, which greatly pleased the Crown Prince. At this moment, Fong Jiua was standing outside, smiling with thoughts in his head. Zhao Hozhao is actually an exceptionally intelligent person, he just happens to be a bit playful. Throughout history, he has often been judged too harshly. Books evaluate him not as a devoted and kind emperor, but perhaps in this lifetime, he can truly develop into a magnificent king. Sometime later, in a greenhouse in Jiangxi, Fong Jiua was trying to dig up the soil, and in his hand he held a huge bunch of potatoes with many tubers. Fong Jiua was moved to tears because the harvest season had finally arrived, and the hard work over the past few months was truly rewarding. The black-skinned Zhang Xian shared the same expression as Zheng, feeling so emotional that he was almost crying. However, the Crown Prince remarked, Zhang Xian and Fong Jiua did all the work of picking manure and soil, tirelessly and laboriously, while Fong Jiua stayed home relaxing, eating pastries, and drinking water. What do you have to be so proud of? Zhang Xian promptly spoke up to explain to the Crown Prince, Fong Jiua's hard work lies in his intellectual efforts, not in manual labor. He has worked much harder than we have. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince felt confused, unable to understand the situation. Fong Jiua then hugged Zhang Xian, emotions surging, and said, I will love Zhang Xian forever. If everyone understood me like you do, I wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Zhang Xian also responded with everlasting love for his teacher Fong Jiua. The Crown Prince felt shocked by the love of these two people. He then asked another question, is this something that can be grown to eat? If it's delicious, then it has value. I wonder if it really is delicious. Fong Jiua also felt tense because for the people who were used to eating noodles and rice, if they suddenly changed their main dish to something that didn't suit their taste, it could cause problems. Then, he sneered cunningly and suddenly shouted, let Fong Jiua show the Crown Prince some ways to eat potatoes deliciously. The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, did not expect Fong Jiua to be so versatile. Fong Jiua, do you really want to cook yourself? Then go ahead and do it. So pots and pans were brought out. Fong Jiua yelled out, demonstrating his degree of danger. But the young man was writing something instead of cooking. Zhang Xian asked, what is Fong Jiua doing? The Crown Prince then asked, why isn't Fong Jiua concerned about cooking and is writing some nonsense instead? Fong Jiua smugly replied, I am writing a cooking recipe. The Crown Prince still thought Fong Jiua is fooling me, there's no way this person knows how to cook such things. Fong Jiua began to boast about his chef skills, I have spent many years researching cooking, and I know that there are many ways to enjoy potatoes. The first dish is French fries served with KFC wings. Fong Jiua placed the cut potato pieces into a hot frying pan filled with bubbling oil and fried them until the surface turned a golden brown. The potato pieces became crispy and soft in the mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. After frying, the Crown Prince took a bite and said indifferently, what a silly dish. It doesn't look appetizing at all. But soon after, he widened his eyes in disbelief that it was incredibly delicious, not just ordinary good. Fong Jiua continued with the second dish, spicy joie sauce French fries. This dish is combined with spicy Actinidia chinensis, featuring vibrant colors and the flavorful joie sauce that is just right. The Crown Prince immediately took a large portion and polished it off, praising it enthusiastically. Next was the third dish, mashed potatoes. The potatoes are mashed and steamed, served with the exquisite green onions typical of the national cuisine. The Crown Prince playfully tried a bite to see what it was like. Fong Jiua also asked for his thoughts on this dish. Suddenly, the crown prince stopped chewing abruptly, then spat it out and said, "This dish is too disgusting." The young man beside him appeared to be extremely surprised. They were whispering about something related to Jiua. The crown prince currently looked very displeased. Next, Fong Jiua brought out another bowl of porridge and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, give this a try." The crown prince tasted a spoonful, but immediately spat it out. He turned pale and asked, "Is this really edible?" Fong Jiua calmly replied, "This porridge was brought back from a place several miles away. 80% of the population in the country relies on it to satisfy their hunger for half a year. If your Highness were a child of commoners, your parents would beat you for spitting it out like that." Fong Jiua then brought out a bowl of mashed potatoes and encouraged the crown prince to try again. In this circumstance, the crown prince ate with such enjoyment that tears welled up in his eyes, deeply moved. Fong Jiua, feeling triumphant, held up a potato and said, "The food issue for the people near the desert can be completely resolved. And the crown prince's problem can also be addressed from this first step." The crown prince and Fong Jiua imagined the scene where the people gathered around, shouting, seeing the two as gods saving the souls. Zhang Xian was left speechless by the delusions of these two. After a while, the crown prince, like a demanding customer, shouted impatiently, "Is the beef stew with potatoes ready yet?" Fong Jiua turned to the chef and asked, "How is it going?" The chef replied, "The situation is still very tense. Cattle are livestock. Killing them at will violates the laws of the imperial court. Only sick or elderly ones can be slaughtered. Right now, we are still waiting for someone in authority to send additional personnel to check if there are any old or sick cows. Only then can we buy them to make beef stew with potatoes." A young man then asked, "Is the cow old yet?" "I can slaughter it." The chef replied, "The cow is still young, it can't be slaughtered." At this moment, the chef handed the cooking secret to Fong Jiua and said, "This dish seems to be unsuitable for the current people. Just having enough food supplies is sufficient, they don't need this beef stew with potatoes." Fong Jiua felt very annoyed and said, "If there is no meat to eat, how can we have enough strength? We need to eat meat to be strong enough to fight against the crown prince's people. Because the crown prince eats meat every day to enhance his physical strength. If we only eat potatoes, how can we compete against them? Without meat, our stamina will decrease, our health will be affected in battle, and the crown prince's army will easily defeat us." The crown prince standing next to him also fully supported Fong Jiua, saying, "I am determined to find a way for everyone to enjoy the dish of beef stew with potatoes." Fong Jiua was secretly pleased that the crown prince had accepted and progressed compared to before. At this moment, the crown prince's face had a cunning expression. He told Fong Jiua, "I just saw a cow in the village, it's a good kind. That cow seems to have a black head. Do you believe that the unfortunate black cow was struck by a rock and fell dead on the spot?" Fong Jiua felt confused by the crown prince's wickedness. Meanwhile, in the emperor's room, he was astonished to learn that Fong Jiua had actually cultivated a new type of crop. Yangji informed him, "This crop is called potatoes, and it can completely replace essential food supplies." The grand ministers, upon hearing this, were left speechless. "We never expected that there would be a crop that could replace rice and wheat. If this is true, then this is a great fortune for our country." The emperor believed that food is the foundation for the development of the country, therefore he ordered an immediate inspection of the situation in Jiangxi. A while later, in the dining hall in Jiangxi, several young men were pushing a cart carrying the unfortunate cow inside. At present, the rock was still stuck to the cow's head, looking quite incredible. The crown prince laughed with his eyes squinted and said to Fong Jiua, "What an unfortunate coincidence that a rock fell on this cow's head. You happened to see it, so you brought it back here to deal with it." Fong Jiua did not expect to encounter such a reckless situation, silently thinking, if the emperor finds out, it will surely be a real mess. Because at that time, China was a country based on agriculture, and livestock was incredibly important in agricultural production. One cow could support 4 or 5 strong men. In ancient times, different dynasties had laws prohibiting the slaughtering of livestock, and sometimes killing a healthy cow could cost someone their life. But now, the crown prince concocted a story, claiming it was just a rock that accidentally fell on the cow. I assure you that I am completely unrelated, and besides, the Crown Prince is confident that this incident can prove my innocence. Fong Jiua opened the document and saw that it was a report stating, suddenly, a large rock fell from the sky, striking the cow on the head and causing it to die instantly. The cow was truly unfortunate, meeting such a tragic fate. Its owner, Mr. Lu San, was extremely sorrowful, but since there was nothing he could do to save the cow, he specially allowed the Crown Prince to handle the cow's remains to ease his heart. In fact, prior to this, Mr. Lu San had been holding a large gold ingot in his hand, pretending to weep, while crying out, "I am very saddened by the death of the cow, but having the Crown Prince help handle it does alleviate some of my grief." Seeing the large gold ingot yet still pretending to be sorrowful, Fong Jiua thought to himself, "I really have to give up on this guy." Although there was a ban on killing livestock at that time, there were ways to circumvent the law. As long as the owner of the livestock submitted a reasonable report regarding the cause of death, the lawyers of the feudal era would not consider it a criminal act. Fong Jiua currently praised the Crown Prince, thinking to himself, "Indeed, what a clever trick, no one can deceive like this guy. He dares to outsmart the entire court, even fooling the emperor, his own father." The Crown Prince mischievously continued to shout, "Quickly make me some beef stew with potatoes, just hearing the name of that dish makes me crave it." Thus, the fire in the kitchen flared up again, preparing for the prince's favorite dish. The young chef suddenly put on an air, showcasing his top-notch cooking skills like a master chef. Unexpectedly, a dazzling beam of light shot straight up into the sky, surreal-like in a science fiction movie. After that, he had also completed a delicious dish, with a gentle invitation, "Please enjoy." The Crown Prince and Fong Jiua couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly grabbed the largest piece to put in their mouths. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Long live the Emperor has arrived." The two young men barely had time to put the food in their mouths before they immediately spat it out in panic. The Crown Prince hurriedly wanted to hide the beef stew with potatoes. "I can't let my dad know about this Yuyan." He thought to himself, "If this gets found out, I'll definitely be stewed along with this beef stew." However, Fong Jiua maintained his cool demeanor and said to the Crown Prince, "Don't worry, I already have a statement from the owner of the cow in hand." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince rejoiced, laughing heartily, "So there's still hope for me." But suddenly, the young prince stopped, tightly gripping Fong Jihua's sleeve and shouted, "But if you yourself don't even trust that statement, how can my father believe it?" The Crown Prince was alarmed, quickly grabbing his food and running as if being chased by ghosts. But it was too late. The emperor had caught the scent of meat, his expression stern, just like a gang leader, and he was followed by a group of subordinates, each of their faces tense. The Crown Prince and Fong Jiua hurriedly clasped their hands, paying their respects to the emperor. Mr. Lun Yen, the retired general, also appeared at this moment and said that he had smelled a delightful fragrance, which stimulated his appetite strongly. The Crown Prince was filled with worry, secretly thinking, "This time it's for real. I forgot about hiding the 8 pots of beef stew with potatoes." He realized there was no way to hide it as these men's noses were sharper than a hound's. The emperor looked at them with a serious expression, waiting for an explanation from both. Fong Jiua quickly turned the conversation, diverting attention by saying, "The smell of meat is not very important, because I have planted a potato variety that can save many starving people." However, the emperor was not very satisfied and sternly replied, "You are talking nonsense. Saving the people with this tiny potato? Fong Jiua, do you know how serious a crime it is to lie before me?" Fong Jiua began to feel anxious, filled with tension. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, standing beside him, showed a sense of pleasure upon seeing the emperor had shifted his focus of attack onto Fong Jiua. The emperor continued to question, "Then tell me, how many times a year can these potatoes be harvested?" Fong Jiua immediately raised 2 fingers and replied, "Under normal conditions, they can be harvested twice a year, Your Majesty." Your Majesty then asked Fong Jiua, "You said it can replace essential food, so what is the yield of this potato variety?" Fong Jiua snorted with a smile and replied, "There is no specific figure yet, but when we harvest the first crop, we will know right away. I assure you that the yield will be roughly comparable to that of the previous sweet potato variety." Your Majesty's face immediately became cheerful, satisfied with this answer.
Fong Jiua also excitedly added, the biggest special feature of this potato variety is that it can be grown in both deserts and Zhongyuan. All the grand ministers and even the emperor were extremely shocked by this startling statement. The emperor loudly asked Fong Jiua, is that true? The Zhongyuan region and the desert have very harsh environments. Is it really possible to grow food there? /N. Fong Jiua immediately replied firmly, providing evidence of previous experimental cultivation, including 5 regions: Zhongyuan, Desert, Jiangnan, Hebei, and Jiangxi Province. Jiang Xian sent people to collect soil from these regions with harsh climatic conditions. Fong Jiua reported further that, according to the experimental planting process of Jiang Xian, the soil in the desert not only helps potatoes survive but also thrive. The soil in the Central Plains is even better. Jiang Xian has utilized different temperatures in various greenhouses and ultimately concluded that potatoes have cold resistance and can be planted in spring, autumn, and summer in both the desert and the Central Plains. Fong Jiua also did not forget to praise Jiang Xian in front of the emperor as an agricultural genius, the pinnacle of excellence. Your Majesty is very pleased with the care of the crops, and without Jiang Xian, such achievements would never have been possible. Upon hearing this, Your Majesty laughed heartily and praised, Fong Jiua and Jiang Xian are unparalleled experts in the field of agriculture, not only that but also diligent and hardworking, which has led to this remarkable achievement. The 2 young men who were praised smiled with delight, feeling extremely pleased. Meanwhile, another young man, who had been regarded as unworthy of attention, suddenly laughed maniacally like a madman, then clasped his hands and said, if there are no further issues, the crown prince will jump into the Shigong River to end it all. In fact, during the Ming Dynasty, there were many children of wealthy families born into affluence, but most of these individuals showed little interest in scholarly pursuits and instead indulged in drinking. Day by day, month by month, the situation continued to deteriorate. But history has been revised by Fong Jiua, and more young people, born into wealthy families, are being taught by Fong Jiua how to develop themselves, all of them the future talents of the country. At this moment, the emperor patted his son's shoulder and said, you are indeed better than your father. The emperor looked at his son with a fond gaze, and the crown prince blushed with happiness, thinking that his father had recognized his talent. But in reality, it was not so. He praised, you have better health than others, so hurry up and harvest the potatoes. I want to see how much can be harvested from a plot of land. One wonders if he is being cruel like a stepchild. Thus, several strong young men along with the crown prince rushed out to till the soil and harvest the potatoes. After a while, the crown prince reported to Fong Jiua, the result of the first sample is 160 kg. Lun Yen was taken aback, it has surpassed the wheat yield in the east. Fong Jiua continued, for the second sample, the crown prince reported a yield of 540 kg. A grand minister who heard this was stunned. If what Fong Jiua says is true, then the food production of the Ming Dynasty could triple. The crown prince then reported the result of the third sample, which was truly shocking. The actual figure obtained is as high as 1,360 kg. The Grand Minister was immediately horrified by this incredibly terrifying number. It is estimated that this is enough to feed a large area's population for several months. The emperor received the results from Fong Jiua. He was very pleased, because soon the people no longer had to worry about hunger. He was eager to participate in the potato harvesting as well. Fong Jiua quickly intervened, as having the emperor digging for potatoes would lower His Majesty's dignity. However, His Majesty no longer cared about that. Despite Fong Jihua's attempts to dissuade him, he insisted that digging for potatoes was now a demonstration of status. At that moment, Fong Jihua whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, I must mention that you are digging in the wrong spot. That area is a water canal." His Majesty, feeling embarrassed, corrected himself and said to Fong Jihua, "Thank you for your concern for me. Are you worried I will get tired? Then I will rest first." The Crown Prince continued to report. The final sample yielded 1,280 kg of potatoes. The eunuch also cheerfully said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, as a blessing from the ancestors of the Ming Dynasty, heaven is favoring us. This year, the people will be warm, well-fed, and happy." The emperor nodded in satisfaction.
He then turned to Fong Jiua and said, "You have made a significant contribution this time. You truly are a pillar of the Ming Dynasty." Fong Jiua was delighted with the praise from the emperor, his face beaming with joy. However, the emperor still had questions about how to eat this dish. He asked, "Is it really delicious, and can it replace other essential foods?" Fong Jiua, looking confident, asked, "Your Majesty, would you like to try it?" The emperor agreed without much thought. So, the important figures sat down at the dining table. The crown prince, feeling a bit anxious, whispered to Fong Jiua, "Are you really planning to let the emperor eat this dish? Is that all right?" Fong Jiua had already prepared mashed potatoes served with green onions. He confidently replied to the crown prince, "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. I have prepared everything in advance." However, the crown prince still feared that his father might not be pleased and could punish him. At that moment, Fong Jiua said, "In the opinion of your Highness, mashed potatoes might be the least impressive dish, but it is the easiest to make. After working hard all day, the most important thing is to have a quick meal to regain strength." Upon hearing this, the crown prince clapped in agreement. In fact, this guy here has a very sly face, as he wants his father to feel the suffering of the people. Fong Jiua also noticed the ambiguity around here, and no one else but the person lurking behind, intending to provoke his father, would indeed be quite alarming. Next, smoke began rising from the kitchen. At this moment, the emperor no longer had any semblance of joy on his face, the reason being that his child suddenly cooked him some kind of appetizer porridge today. His Majesty also glanced down to see what this porridge was like. Just a glance was enough to know how terrible its taste would be. Fong Jiua had to bow down in admiration before the crown prince. The crown prince dared to use Fong Jiua's own tricks, having deceived the crown prince earlier to deceive the emperor. No one dared to claim they were more filial than the crown prince. At this moment, when the emperor looked at the porridge, he noticed something very strange. Although he was very suspicious, out of affection for the dish prepared by his son, he wanted to try it. So, the emperor took a spoonful to taste, and immediately spat it out, nearly hitting several grand ministers in the face. After that, with a tense expression, he shouted at his son, "What the hell are you making me eat? Someone, quickly bring me a whip." The crown prince quickly explained that this is the golden rice porridge that poor people often eat. The emperor then responded with a sound of realization. After that, the crown prince began to lie, saying, "Father always said that to be a king, one must endure the hardships of the people. The golden rice porridge cooked in the palace kitchen must be carefully selected, washed clean, and cooked thoroughly for several hours. The porridge in front of father is indeed the golden porridge that ordinary people actually use as their main food source. Because I have tasted it, I want father to try it as well." Your Majesty had been outplayed for a few hours, and finally, he ordered, "Bring more bowls for the grand ministers in court." The grand ministers, hearing this, thanked your Majesty, but each of them appeared fearful. Li Dongyang began to taste the porridge, exclaiming, "Oh my, the people have to eat this every day, it is indeed so bitter." The emperor also empathized with the suffering of the poor people. Next, Fong Jiua brought out a large bowl of mashed potatoes. The emperor started to taste its flavor. As soon as he put it in his mouth, his eyes widened, and he was momentarily stunned. It was truly delicious. While your Majesty was shouting, two people standing next to him, with rather cunning expressions, were secretly exchanging glances. It was truly astonishing that they dared to deceive the emperor. The empty bowl was set down, and the three grand ministers had their stomachs full. The eunuch then spoke up, saying, "All this fortune is thanks to your Majesty's virtue, and that is why the deity has bestowed such a great gift upon your Majesty. Your Majesty is the reincarnation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors combined." To explain further, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the most powerful rulers of ancient times and are highly respected by future generations. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, commoners were all good citizens with high morals. Society was so peaceful and prosperous that they didn't need to lock their doors at night because in this era of peace, there were very few bad people. Simply put, they serve as a model for the emperors of later periods to govern the country. Renowned teachers also printed this knowledge in books to teach their students, reminding them of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors.
The people praise your majesty like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This is the highest honor an emperor can receive. The current emperor was also wondering, did commoners during the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have enough to eat?
One man replied, as long as there is a deity above, the people will surely have enough rice to eat, warmth, and happiness. However, at present, the emperor still sees that the people are suffering greatly, not yet warm and happy. He feels that the path to becoming a deity is still very far away. The Grand Minister, upon hearing this, fell silent, unsure of what to say.
Then the emperor asked, what does Fong Jiua think about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?
Fong Jiua immediately fell silent, for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are highly esteemed sages. When someone questions the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it is equivalent to followers questioning the deities, an act of treason that could be punishable by death. Lun Yan also thought to himself, no one can answer this question from the emperor. Then unexpectedly, Fong Jiua spoke loudly, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are of no importance. The grand ministers were immediately shocked, not expecting anyone to dare question the sages. Lun Yan rebutted Fong Jiua, we read the books of the saints to learn their ways and hope to achieve that great governance as well. Fong Jiua also agreed, saying, whether we learn from them or not, scholars and I alike hold great admiration for those divine beings because they governed the country and brought prosperity and happiness to the people. However, we must carefully consider whether merely replicating what they did can truly yield similar results and ensure that the people are also prosperous and happy. There are too many differing factors, a different environment, different people, different dynasties, and also different developmental circumstances of the country.
How can we achieve the same outcomes? Fong Jiua continued, we should not only think about copying the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors.
What we need to do is to have a heart full of love, to put in our utmost effort, and to govern the country well. Throughout history, there have been emperors who worked very diligently but eventually died of exhaustion. It is evident that their sole aim was to become truly good emperors.
The current emperor reflected, what Fong Jiua says and what you speak are undoubtedly correct.
Love, putting in the utmost effort, and governing the country well are the most important things. Fong Jiua then exclaimed, Your Majesty wise, dedicated, and striving hard. Even though the era of great rule may be challenging, Your Majesty should continue to strive for great successes, for that is the most wonderful and beautiful thing. Your Majesty closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He felt, this is truly a wonderful dream.
I am old and weak now, so I can only envy you all.
You all, along with the Crown Prince, please help me pursue this noble path.
If you become too tired and need a place to lean on, then I will be the support for you. If you stumble, I will lift you up.
I will always watch over you, waiting for the day when you achieve great success. Some time later, there was a large pot of beef stew with potatoes, deliciously fragrant. This dish was meant for no one else but the Crown Prince, for he had become quite fond of it. Beside him, the young man Fong Jiua was feeling bored. This is the 30th pot this month, which means that 30 cows have mysteriously died. This Crown Prince really is the most ruthless of all.
Fong Jiua leaned closer to the Crown Prince and said, if this continues and Your Majesty finds out, you will be punished.
Upon hearing about his father, the Crown Prince's expression became less cheerful, but he let out a hearty laugh. Don't worry, because he knows that father is in the palace every day, so he wouldn't possibly find out. The Crown Prince was still laughing and said, even if my father is paying attention, that the Crown Prince will say it was due to a meteor shower sweeping away the cattle.
Fong Jiua replied, that sounds unbelievable, but it can be said. So the consequences spare no one.
The Crown Prince turned around and discovered someone peeking from behind, none other than Your Majesty, who was holding a long and tough rattan whip. This time the Crown Prince couldn't escape, calling for Fong Jiua to help him quickly. But Your Majesty said, no one can help you, just brace yourself.
Suddenly, Fong Jiua shouted, Your Majesty, stop right there. I have something to say.
Fong Jiua immediately presented the stewed beef with potatoes, meaning to invite Your Majesty to try the new dish.
Your Majesty was very pleased, smiling brightly and wanting to eat it right away. But then he remembered and shouted, "Cattle are the main labor force that helps the people grow food, eating it is no different than causing chaos, right?" Suddenly, Fong Jiua asked, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of our efforts in increasing food production?" The emperor replied, "So that the people may be warm and happy." Fong Jiua then added, "So if we turn the surplus food into meat to enhance the health of the people, wouldn't that be better?" Fong Jiua continued, "In order for everyone to have meat to eat, for only by eating meat can we have strong bodies. Only when our people have strong bodies can we defeat the crown prince and sweep through the desert. At that time, the Ming Dynasty will have a bright future." Currently, in Jiangxi, Fong Jiua is planning to purchase a number of cows, horses, and piglets, and to put the breeding plan on the agenda for the upcoming meeting. "Your Majesty, do you think these things are good for the people?" After hearing Fong Jihua's words, the emperor also felt that it seemed reasonable. The crown prince stood to one side, chuckling and thinking that he had escaped disaster. But life is not as one imagines. Your Majesty became furious, dragging his son out to punish him for killing cows for meat, severely declaring, "I am over 70 years old this year, and have never encountered such a wicked person." Fong Jiua fell silent upon facing this awkward situation. Then he quickly came to the crown prince's defense, "Because the work in Jiangxi is very heavy and arduous, Crown Prince, your highness only hopes that everyone will have enough strength to work after eating beef, your majesty." The crown prince immediately praised the unparalleled skill of his close brother in lying. But how could he deceive the emperor's intelligence? He knew very well that this man was lying to help his son. However, the emperor did not want to make a big deal out of it. He turned away and said, "I will order the imperial court to provide Jiangxi with the livestock that Fong Jiua needs. He also hopes that the day when everyone can eat meat will come soon." Fong Jiua was overjoyed upon hearing this and expressed his gratitude to your majesty. However, your majesty added, "I will confiscate all this food, for the poor people have not yet had meat to eat but are gathered together to eat zung. This cannot be allowed." Your majesty said, "Someone, bring it back to me." Fong Jiua felt completely dead inside, while the crown prince was devastated because his favorite dish was now gone. Sometime later, at the capital palace, in the emperor's chamber, he was happily picking up a piece of beef and said, "This is grown by my son in Fong Jiua. I heard that my son personally fertilized the soil, and he also mentioned that in the future everyone must have meat to eat." The empress tried a piece and praised its deliciousness. At this moment, the emperor was delighted because his once gluttonous and playful son had now begun to worry and find ways to solve the people's problems. Subsequently, with the support of Emperor Huangji, the livestock industry in Jiangxi developed rapidly. Pigs, horses, and sheep were brought to Jiangxi in batches. The crown prince really liked horses because he could pretend to be good at teaching the people of Jiangxi how to ride horses and shoot arrows. He liked livestock and sheep even more because they are delicious and nutritious food. However, with pigs, the crown prince said, "Get lost, I am a Zhu, so I don't raise pigs." The reason for this is that the Chinese word Zhu sounds similar to the word for pig. After Zhao Hozhao came to power, a decree was issued in history that strictly prohibited the eating of pork. Fong Jiua currently finds this matter very unreasonable, so he enlightened the crown prince of the Zhu family first. He said, "Our goal is that everyone has meat to eat, so we must raise livestock that can provide the highest amount of meat in the shortest time. And in terms of meat yield, no one else surpasses pigs. Pigs are easy to raise, and their meat yield is higher than that of beef and mutton, making them the best choice." However, some people said, "Pork has a very unpleasant smell, and the people who have ever tried eating pork all ran away." Lucian also stated, "The people would rather raise sheep than ever raise pigs to eat." Fong Jiua, with his many years of experience eating pork, felt that this was really unreasonable. "I usually eat a whole roasted pig, what's the problem with that?" Suddenly, he remembered an issue in this era: pigs in the past were different from modern pigs. Pigs in the past were smaller, more aggressive, and their meat was harder to eat than modern pigs. The reason is that pigs in this era were not castrated. Pigs have a long breeding cycle, and when they are not castrated and enter the breeding stage, they become playful, hyperactive, and run around. Therefore, gaining weight is not easy at all.
Pigs also want to find their true love, and after being slaughtered, the meat has a very strong fishy smell. A guy who hasn't washed his clothes for 3 years doesn't smell as bad as this pork. But after castrating the pigs, the meat no longer has a fishy smell. For the pig, it no longer has the motivation to seek out the true love of its life, it will obediently eat and sleep all day. Therefore, the pork yield will also increase. Although castrated pigs had actually appeared during the Eastern Han period, they could not be sterilized well. Fong Jiua believed that the death rate of pigs was very high. Basically, out of 10 castrated pigs, 7 to 8 would die. The high death rate made people reluctant to castrate pigs. If the pigs were not castrated, it would not be healthy, and the meat would not be tasty, so the people would not raise pigs. The people gradually began to boycott pork and no longer consumed it. At this moment, Fong Jiua confidently stated, as long as we carry out good disinfection during the breeding process, the survival rate of the pigs that are slaughtered can be ensured. In this way, we can achieve the dream of every family having meat to eat. Let's take action, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Once our people have enough meat to eat, they will be healthier. At that time, everyone can ride horses alongside the Crown Prince and shoot arrows through the desert. Persuaded by Fong Jihua's enthusiasm, the Crown Prince was completely convinced. He exclaimed loudly, "Let's all commit to raising pigs together." From that moment on, the pigs that everyone despised were raised in Jiangxi. A pig pen filled with the sounds of oinking was bustling, and all were very adorable. The Crown Prince also became very fond of the work of raising these piglets. Day by day, watching them eat, the Crown Prince felt joy. When they slept, he even covered them with blankets. The Crown Prince hoped that the piglets would grow up quickly and be healthy. The Crown Prince and the piglets became so close that it looked like characters in a romantic movie. But the love that had just blossomed was interrupted. A person holding a knife came to say that it was time to cut the pig. The Crown Prince and the piglet hugged each other and cried out, "You must not do that." But the person replied that this was necessary. The piglet was seized by its leg and dragged away, while the Crown Prince wept bitterly for this tragic love. To comfort the Crown Prince and improve his mood, Fong Jihua decided to rename the pig Dolphin. From that day on, Fong Jihua held the Crown Prince in his arms and comforted him, "Don't cry anymore, I will give you a whole roasted pig to cheer you up." The Crown Prince quickly agreed to this temptation. He loved the pig so much, yet in the end, he agreed to eat it. I truly have no words for him. Another winter had come, with the snow falling white outside. Someone called out loudly for Fong Jihua. He turned around to see that it was the mother of the prince. She hurriedly reported the news, "Princess, your highness is not feeling well, fears that the old illness might recur, and wishes for Fong Jihua to come take a look." Fong Jihua was surprised, wondering, is it recurring again? A little later, he arrived at the princess's room. The princess coughed a few times, her complexion not looking good. Seeing the princess unwell, Fong Jihua asked, "How do you feel, your highness, the princess?" The princess replied, "My whole body feels uncomfortable. I don't know if it's due to a recurring illness or if I caught a cold from reading books yesterday." Fong Jihua immediately took her pulse, and at that moment, she blushed and shyly praised, "The potatoes that Fong Jihua grew are really delicious. I have also heard that thanks to potatoes, the people no longer have to worry about hunger." The princess cast a loving glance at Fong Jihua, and because of this affection in her eyes, his handsome appearance gained an additional 999 points. She shyly complimented, "Fong Jihua not only knows how to grow potatoes and raise livestock but also knows how to heal like a doctor. You truly are a wonderful person." Flattered by the princess's praise, Fong Jihua beamed but replied modestly, "I am just someone who enjoys learning." Previously, the princess had thought, people born into wealthy families often only know how to indulge in pleasure, causing trouble for their parents, or spend all day drinking and living a dissolute life. But Fong Jihua, despite being born into a noble family, could live a life of luxury but is actually a person of virtue and exceptional talent. Not only that, he also guides many young people toward helping others, which is a truly noble and beautiful endeavor. One of the people the princess admires the most is Fong Jihua.
Fong Jiua humbly replied, "These small achievements are nothing to be proud of, I still feel the need to learn more to contribute to the country." Suddenly, the princess flushed and confessed, "I really want to study hard so that I can be worthy of Fong Jiua." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was surprised by the princess's initiative. The princess hurriedly explained, "I am just following what you taught me earlier." Immediately, Fong Jiua turned his face away, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. The princess's cheeks were also as red as tomatoes. Then, Fong Jiua took the initiative to ask, "I wonder when the princess's old illness will relapse?" She was surprised and asked back, "Why do you ask that?" Fong Jiua smiled and replied, "Actually, I really like to go to the princess's place to chat." The princess, hearing this, became even more shy and then replied, "Perhaps the illness will relapse tomorrow." Fong Jiua, realizing this was a wonderful opportunity, appeared extremely excited. Finally, he responded, "Princess, Your Highness, please don't relapse too quickly, otherwise the emperor will worry if he finds out." Every few days, Princess feels that her old illness is recurring, and she can even schedule it, which is truly bizarre. However, because she is infatuated with Fong Jiua, she always follows his decisions. 2 days later, Fong Jiua joyfully sings as he goes to meet the beautiful princess. But suddenly someone calls him back. It turns out to be Xiao Eunuch, who has been summoned by the emperor. Fong Jiua feels extremely frustrated by the interruption, but he has to follow Xiao Eunuch. Xiao Eunuch also notices that Fong Jiua seems grumpy, so he asks, "Are you okay?" Fong Jiua tries to respond, "I'm fine," but inside he is very angry. Finally, when they arrive, the emperor praises Fong Jiua, "The potatoes you grew have helped the Ming Dynasty not worry about famine for at least 100 years. The emperor emphasizes that this is a tremendous contribution. Hearing this, Fong Jiua thinks to himself, "This is indeed a great opportunity, surely the emperor will reward me greatly. Could it be that he will make me the husband of the princess?" The young man begins to dream about the future, even thinking about what to name his children. But then the emperor unexpectedly says, "That is not going to happen." The emperor decided to build a monument to honor Fong Jiua. Even though the project had not been constructed yet, the mere thought of it was enough to make him feel frozen in place. Fong Jiua thought to himself, "Oh, why is it so boring? Isn't it just about being the husband of the princess?" In this era, being given the honor by the emperor to have a monument built in one's name was a great pride, an honor that would resonate throughout the ages. Every scholar dreamed of achieving this so that their names would be forever remembered by future generations. Fong Jiua reconsidered and suddenly realized he was about to become a famous person, renowned for eternity. How wonderful! However, the emperor was quite puzzled. "I wonder where Fong Jiua's potatoes and sweet potatoes came from?" This question plunged the young man into a dire state. The grand ministers and the court echoed each other, equally curious. With no other choice, Fong Jiua had to kneel down and confess his guilt, saying, "I have received bribes from a foreign businessman named Lun Yen." Lun Yen was taken aback. He never expected Fong Jiua would dare to recklessly push himself into a dead end. For at that time, the Ming Dynasty enforced a strict ban on trade with foreigners. Going to sea and trading was entirely forbidden. There was only one legitimate way for foreign goods to enter the Ming Dynasty, through tributes from foreign envoys presented to the imperial court. Naturally, these tributes were not given without conditions attached. They offered more tribute with the aim of being allowed to trade with the Ming Dynasty. However, the small business was not easy at all. It required submitting an application for permission to the Ming Dynasty and could only be conducted at designated locations, under the supervision of officials. Fong Jiua's underground transactions were carried out directly and completely beyond official oversight, which is why he was accused of blatant smuggling. At this moment, Lun Yen thought to himself, "Fong Jiua is beyond saving. This crime is truly serious, as the criminal code of the Ming Dynasty is very strict. Smuggling is a crime that can be punished by death, and what is worse is that it can lead to the execution of his entire family." Currently, Fong Jiua not only feared death but also had other thoughts in his mind. What if the Ming Dynasty did not implement the maritime embargo and allowed trade with foreigners? At that time, the Ming Dynasty would obtain technology, resources, knowledge, and many other things through trade, thereby building a more prosperous Ming Dynasty and influencing the future of the nation. This is a chance to change the fate of the country that is right in front of us. How can we let it slip away? Suddenly, Fong Jiua was startled when the emperor spoke up and had something to ask him. The emperor said, "The emperor wants to know if Fong Jiua is hiding any other miraculous crops besides sweet potatoes and potatoes." Having been granted permission by the emperor, Fong Jiua, feeling pleased with himself, replied, "There are many other miraculous crops, but even foreign businessmen do not know about them. They believe that sweet potatoes and potatoes in their countries hold no value." Fong Jiua continued, "I also know of another miraculous crop called corn, which can be harvested 3 times a year and yields 12,000 kilograms of food per mu. This crop is very delicious and does not require careful cultivation to grow. Additionally, there is another crop called pearl rice. When harvested, each grain of rice is as large as a pearl, with a yield that can reach 24,000 kilograms per mu." After hearing Fong Jiua introduce these miraculous crops, the emperor was eager to know how the foreign businessmen were feeling. Fong Jiua coldly stated, "They have all already departed. Even if they were still here, those precious seeds are strictly prohibited from being taken away." Fong Jiua believes that if he went out to sea to look for them, there might be a chance to meet them again. Hearing this, the emperor remained confused, not knowing where to look for them. Fong Jiua explained that, during the reign of Emperor Zhu of the Ming Dynasty, an eunuch named Zheng He was sent abroad to enhance the country's prestige. Zheng He visited 3 countries in the West. Because they learned about the Ming Dynasty through Zheng He's accounts, they prohibited merchants from taking seeds outside. Lu Nian understood Fong Jiua's point that, as long as we imitate Zheng He's actions and set sail following the clues, we can find those countries. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately ordered, "Follow Zheng He's method, build ships, train soldiers, and prepare to set sail at once." The emperor's spirits were high because Fong Jiua was about to complete the plan to search for corn and pearl rice. At that time, the people of the Ming Dynasty would no longer have to worry about food. However, not long after, Ma Yin-shang reported that the shipbuilding and sailing plan of Fong Jiua has been burned, including the backup plan. The emperor could not believe this news. Soon after, a man named Lu Dixia knelt down to confess. In fact, Lu Dixia was the one who had burned the documents. This was a significant event, as the first person in Zhonghua to send an army to the sea was Qin Shi Huang. He heard rumors that there was a longevity medicine abroad. To obtain the elixir, he sent Zheng He out to sea. Qin Shi Huang, with a hot-tempered personality like a soldier, shouted in Zheng He's face, "You must bring back the longevity medicine, or you will face severe punishment." Qin Shi Huang used state funds to search for the longevity medicine, leading to strong opposition from the people. By the time of Emperor Zhu De, when Zheng He undertook his 7th voyage to the west, Emperor Zhu De proved to be an important figure of the Ming Dynasty. He lavishly spent money to show generosity towards foreigners, demonstrating the open-mindedness of the Ming Dynasty. However, not long after, everyone began to feel that this action was foolish. While the people were suffering from hunger, he used resources to share with foreigners, causing public outrage over this wastefulness. Later, during the reign of Emperor Huangji and his father, a general named Xiang Zhong, who lived by the coast, was aware of the dangers posed by pirates and wanted to go out to defeat them. Xiang Zhong requested Lu Dixia to provide nautical charts and information about Zheng He's voyages to the west. But Lu Dixia, due to old prejudices, believed that these tasks bring no benefit to the people and the country, and decided to burn all the documents. He even portrayed himself as a hero for the country and the people, resolutely burning everything without leaving anything behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked hard by the emperor and flew away out of sight. The emperor was extremely furious with this action, as the information that the eunuch Zheng He obtained during his journey to the west was incredibly valuable, capable of exchanging for wealth and human lives. Therefore, what Lu Dixia burned was not just information, but a treasure, the future of the entire young crew. At that moment, Lu Dixia felt regret, but it was too late. He intended to explain, but Fong Jiua, in a fit of anger, delivered another powerful kick that knocked him face down, rolling everywhere, needing urgent medical attention. Fong Jiua, still not calmed down,
followed up with another kick, causing Lu Dixia to spin around.
Fong Jiua was so furious because without the map, they would not know the direction to go, would not know where to find fresh water, and would not know where they could anchor and dock. Without the map, the journey would face numerous difficulties. After that, Fong Jiua turned back and asked, "Emperor, do you still wish to sail to find precious corn and rice?" The emperor replied very seriously, "Even if I have to start all over again, by any means, I must obtain the corn and precious rice for myself." A grand minister then clasped his hands and responded to the order, "I promise to formulate a plan for Fong Jiua to set sail to the west as soon as possible, and I am committed to thinking of every possible way to ensure the success of this expedition while avoiding all dangers." Another grand minister from the Ministry of Internal Affairs spoke up, "I assure you that necessary funding and provisions for the journey will be provided." Hong Zhong, in charge of shipbuilding, said, "I will have people work diligently to build the sturdiest ships for this journey." At this point, Fong Jiua asked with a doubtful expression, "Has Lu Dixia really burned all the maritime maps?" In fact, Lu Dixia's intention was not only to prevent others from reaching the west but also to create a bit of a good reputation for himself. Ultimately, Lu Dixia admitted, "I still have a backup copy with me, but I cannot speak up because Fong Jiua has treated him too harshly." Fong Jiua, at this moment, folded his arms behind his back, appearing as if nothing had happened. Fong Jiua proudly said, "I knew this would happen. If I didn't handle it firmly, he would never concede to reveal the backup copy." Your Majesty could only shake his head at the ruthlessness of Fong Jiua. Subsequently, to ensure a smooth journey to the west, the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies was tasked with compiling all the maritime maps and documents related to the voyages of the eunuch Zheng He. This task was formally assigned to Supreme Officer Wang Baodong at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies, but he could not manage it alone. Naturally, Wang Baodong delegated tasks to subordinate departments, including his student Su Jing and many others. These individuals were the ones who actually embarked on the research and investigation. A moment later, at the home of Fong Jiua, he sat around a round table dining with his favorite students. Fong Jiua appeared pleased and praised, "Su Jing is skilled and refined, entrusted with an important assignment and given the opportunity to showcase his abilities." He also advised, "The other students should learn from Su Jing, especially Wang Yangming, who needs to further cultivate his diplomatic skills instead of relying solely on brute force." Wang Yangming, having been singled out, could only grin awkwardly, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, Su Jing knelt down on the ground to apologize. Fong Jiua, surprised, asked, "What are you doing?" Su Jing replied, "Your student, Fong Jiua, has achieved today's accomplishments thanks to your rigorous teachings. Therefore, this morning, I followed your example and repeatedly struck the face of that supreme officer at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was confused, unsure whether Su Jing was complimenting or insulting him. Unexpectedly, Fong Jiua burst into loud laughter. "These days I've been busy traveling and working, so I'm not up to date with trends. Su Jing, you are typically a kind person, but you must have a lot of grievances in your heart to vent all of that on that supreme officer, right?" Su Jing, hearing this, fell silent, not knowing what to say. Fong Jiua continued, "Recently, I have discovered many errors in the written records. For instance, there is an island that clearly does not have fresh water, but it is marked as having fresh water. If we sail to the west relying on this map, the army will think there will be fresh water there. But when they arrive, they will discover the opposite is true, and many in the army could end up losing their lives." Fong Jiua turned to Su Jing and continued, "Your ancestors left behind countless ancient texts, and my ancestors have also confirmed that the content in those ancient texts is all true." Su Jing confidently said, "Students can provide evidence whenever they discover errors, because that information is necessary for preparing for the journey to the west. A small mistake could lead to countless crew members losing their lives at sea. That is why Su Jing wants to correct these errors." Fong Jiua coldly asked back, "Are you implying that the information from Zheng He, the renowned eunuch, is incorrect?" Su Jing was taken aback and replied, "The information from Zheng He is based on maritime maps for navigation and cannot be wrong. However, over long periods, documents can become old, damp, causing the writing to fade or deteriorate.
Therefore, every 20 years, the department in charge of history must re-record all texts. However, if those who do the recording take their work lightly, they could become careless, leading to distorted or missing entries. Su Jing guessed, this is precisely the reason why the current information contains many discrepancies compared to the original. The original has long been discarded. Su Jing is very eager to correct the records accurately, but all the officials at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies oppose him. They insist that they have thoroughly checked and that there can be no mistakes. Su Jing angrily said, "Investigation? What is there to investigate?" He went to meet the Supreme Officer at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies again, but this time, Supreme Officer Wang Baodong insisted that he is only responsible for classifying information, whether it is true or false is not related to him. Su Jing was so furious that he wanted to beat the Supreme Officer, but fortunately, Wang Yangming intervened in time, otherwise, Wang Baodong might have ended up in a wheelchair. Wang Yangming forced a smile and said, "This is a small matter, not worth getting worked up over." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, laughed and said, "Tell me his name." Su Jing immediately replied, "His name is Wang Baodong." Receiving the name, Fong Jiua laughed gleefully, saying, "Let the students continue to eat and drink happily." Then he turned to Wang Yangming and said, "It's true that hitting someone is not a good thing, but anyone who talks nonsense excessively deserves to get hit." Fong Jiua's smile gradually faded, leaving Wang Yangming with no choice but to mumble in response to this fearsome teacher. Not long after, Grand Minister Ma Yunsheng came to report to the emperor that Su Jing has caused a disturbance at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies by hitting Supreme Officer Wang Baodong. Upon hearing this, the emperor, although aware that Su Jing was Fong Jihua's student, could not cover for him. Ma Yunsheng spoke out with full criticism, "Fong Jihua, can you really accept that your student behaves like a street vendor?" Fong Jihua felt disheartened upon hearing this, and inwardly thought, "This Ma Yunsheng is always finding trouble with me. Did we have a grudge from a past life?" Ma Yunsheng continued to propose, "I hope your majesty will punish Su Jing severely to set an example for the officials in the court." The emperor, upon hearing this, fell silent, his expression tense. Seeing this, a red-clad official replied with delight, "Your majesty is indeed wise. If this punishment is revealed outside, the people will surely admire you even more." However, the emperor unexpectedly said, "This matter is trivial, why make such a fuss? Fong Jiua's student just needs to apologize and we can let it go." Ma Yunsheng was left speechless upon hearing this, inwardly screaming, "What the hell is this? Has your majesty been manipulated by Fong Jihua? Why does he defend him in everything?" At this moment, Eunuch Shao also addressed Fong Jihua, "Your majesty has stepped in to resolve this amicably for you. You should quickly admit your mistake and leave." Fong Jihua coldly replied, "Su Jing did nothing wrong, so there is no need to apologize." The emperor was so shocked by this that he spat his tea out. It was then that Fong Jihua began to explain, small errors in record keeping can lead to disastrous consequences. Fong Jihua spoke in a firm tone, "If the information from the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies is erroneous and not corrected promptly, the consequences will be very dire." Ma Yunsheng could not bear it any longer and asked, "Hitting someone, especially a high-ranking official, and you say there's nothing wrong with that?" Fong Jihua remained undeterred and responded, "Su Jing did nothing wrong. He is merely standing up against mediocre officials to protect the interests of the Ming Dynasty. This is a very great act. Your Majesty should be grateful to have someone willing to sacrifice for the country like him." Upon hearing this, the emperor pondered for a long time and found it reasonable, but he did not expect that the two below were fiercely debating, neither willing to back down. Ma Yunsheng defended the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies, asserting, "They can never be wrong." Fong Jihua rebutted, "What do you know to say that? Have you ever studied history thoroughly?" Ma Yunsheng angrily yelled back, "What do you know to dare to say that to me?" Seeing both sides growing tense in their argument, Xinwen intervened and advised, "There's no point in arguing about right and wrong. If we send an advance team to the sea for exploration, wouldn't it be clear then?" At this moment, the emperor suddenly remembered that the Ming Dynasty had not ventured out to explore the West for nearly 100 years. A certain official said, setting sail at this time is truly inappropriate. The best course of action is to form a small army and explore the path ahead. Ma Yinsheng, with a tense expression, raised his hand in approval, then quickly turned to prepare the ships and dispatch people to scout the seas following Zhang Yi's route. But just as he turned away, Fong Jiua loudly protested, causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. Fong Jiua raised 2 fingers and proposed, "We should send out 2 fleets. One fleet should follow Zhang Yi's route, and the other should follow Su Jing's route. Only then will we know whether Ma Yunsheng is wrong or whether my student is right." Provoked, Ma Yunsheng angrily retorted, "The Institute of Historical and Literary Studies cannot be wrong."
Fong Jiua, don't speak nonsense.
Xinwen, standing beside, intervened, "Our court has not set sail for many years, so we do not have enough ships to split into 2 fleets.
Fong Jiua, still undeterred, replied, "There is another way.
I heard that 5 generals have seized some merchant ships from business people. What if we use those merchant ships to form a fleet to set sail?" Then he listed, those 5 generals include the Center Army Commander, Left Army Commander, Right Army Commander, Frontline Army Commander, and Rear Army Commander. The highest military agencies responsible for the national army of the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, Ma Wensheng strongly opposes.
Those trading ships were originally confiscated property of others, how could they be used? He sternly questioned, "Do you have no dignity left at all?"
Fong Jihua, with a face as thick as a chopping board, no longer feeling ashamed, defended himself, "The merchants' boats are narrow and unsightly.
If they sail under the Ming Dynasty's flag, they will certainly bring disgrace to your majesty, affecting the dignity of the imperial court." Fong Jihua continued to provide his opinion, "If we requisition these private boats in the name of the crown prince and set sail under the auspices of Jiangxi Academy, with my disciple Zi Jing personally escorting, what do you think?"
Ma Wensheng immediately objected, asserting that the transport of the ships to the west must have his personal authorization before it can be executed. However, Xin Yun stood up to defend Fong Jihua, arguing that this plan is excellent. It not only demonstrates the dignity of the imperial court but also paves the way to the west.
He praised Fong Jihua for being so clever and astute.
Fong Jihua thought to himself, "I wonder when I ended up having such a scruffy fan, with a face as old as this."
"Your Majesty ordered, divide into 2 army teams to take action.
The task of the merchant army is assigned to the crown prince, while Fong Jihua will directly command."
Fong Jihua happily complied, "I obey your Majesty's orders."
After that, the meeting also concluded, and the 2 men in red garments stepped outside. At this moment, neither of them liked each other and did not bother to look at one another. Ma Wensheng felt very annoyed and turned to ask Xin Yun, "Regarding my war department, why did you support Fong Jihua in front of your majesty, while on behalf of Jiangxi, you cast off to sea?"
"What do you mean by that?" Xin Yun smiled and replied, "I am getting old." Ma Wensheng was taken aback, not understanding what he meant by that.
Xin Yun explained, "The older I get, the more I fear trouble, I just want to live a peaceful life."
That malicious Fong Jihua tends to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Zi Jing is his student, if I touch his student, wouldn't that be bringing disaster upon myself?
Even if I could defeat Fong Jihua, he would still rally his tall and strong underlings to retaliate. Although Xin Yun held Fong Jihua and his students in high regard, the main reason he went along with Fong Jihua was out of fear of being beaten to a pulp. Ma Wensheng, upon hearing this, remarked, "Xin Yun, you have become the person you once despised in your youth."
He forced a wry smile to brush past the matter.
Ma Wensheng also admitted, "I too have become the person I once looked down upon when I was young." The reason is that Fong Jihua asserted that Zhang Yi eunuch's path had issues, and there is some basis for that. Ma Wensheng knew that Fong Jihua was not entirely wrong, but he was the Minister of War, and he had to place his utmost trust in everyone within the War Department.
He had no other choice.
Ma Wensheng also hoped that one day, he could slap Fong Jihua hard to relieve his pent-up frustration. But then he suddenly remembered, he was merely a supporting character, and it would inevitably be him who would get slapped instead. A little later, at the Institute of Literature and History, Ma Wensheng had returned. Huang Baodong, who had previously been beaten and left with a swollen face, asked Ma Wensheng,
how has your majesty punished Zijing? But Ma Wensheng remained silent, pondering how to respond. Seeing this, Wang Baodong burst into tears like a child. He cried while saying, "The Institute of Literature and History is an important place in the imperial court. How could anyone dare to beat Shangguan like that? Xingyun, you must give me an explanation." Ma Wensheng then transformed into a father figure, comforting his son and saying, "My dear child, don't cry anymore. I will take revenge for you." He also recounted the story of sending a ship out to sea earlier to the man in the blue outfit. This guy immediately howled with joy because he knew that out of 10 trips to sea, 9 of them would not come back. He was excited. This time, Fong Jiua will definitely lose. Ma Wensheng, you are truly outstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, he liked Ma Wensheng with a thumbs up, but this action made Ma Wensheng feel like he had been kicked in the face. Is this what you call a like? Then the day for the two armies to set sail arrived. The difference between the ships of the War Department and the merchant ships was clearly evident. The War Department ships were significantly larger, while the merchant ships were tiny as an Wastrel. Fong Jiua seriously instructed his students, "This trip is dangerous, and we may encounter many risks. But for the Ming Dynasty to build a prosperous era, we must go to sea. This journey is extremely important, not only for the Ming Dynasty and its people but also for the future, so that future generations can read the records of historians." Fong Jiua repeatedly instructed, "In every era, there are people who lead ordinary lives, but there are also those who dare to overcome all storms to open up a new world. Zijing, you are a man of courage, and you must succeed in returning." Inspired by Fong Jiua, Zijing was determined to set sail. Even if he had to face raging waves and fierce winds, the person he respected the most was Master Fong Jiua. Regardless of whether he had to sacrifice his life, he would strive with all his might to accomplish this great mission. And so, the two ships veered off in different directions and set sail. At that moment, Wang Baodong was laughing triumphantly, for he was certain that this time Zijing would be defeated. He felt he was about to avenge his humiliation. However, he suddenly noticed something written on Zijing's ship. Upon closer inspection, he saw curses: "Wang Baodong, scum, garbage, dead dog." After reading it, he became furious and shouted back, "Fong Jiua and Zijing, you two are really disrespectful. I will definitely kill you both, you bastards." Since the vanguard fleet of the War Department set sail over a month ago, every day, Ma Wensheng was filled with joy. That is because once the journey to the west becomes a major national policy, the position of the War Department will be elevated. At that time, the powers of the War Department will also be expanded. By the time the vanguard army of Ma Wensheng returns and confirms that the map is accurate, they will officially be allowed by Your Majesty to set sail for the west. Your Majesty will praise him for his talents, while Fong Jiua will be discouraged, bowing his head to apologize. This man is indeed astonishingly delusional. But immediately, someone shouted, bringing him back to reality. The man in the blue attire reported that the vanguard army sent out had been completely annihilated abroad, hundreds of miles away. This news is 100% accurate and very credible. Upon hearing this, he turned pale, yelling, "What? How could this happen?" Previously, his army had traveled some distance but ran out of fresh water. Some ships encountered unexpected coral reefs. According to the guided map, another ship intended to reach a large island named Sato, but upon arrival, it turned out to be just a tiny island with only 2 coconut trees. Thus, the military expedition to the west failed completely. A large amount of money, food, and manpower had been completely lost, all of which belonged to Your Majesty, so he was extremely angry. Ma Wensheng, seeing this, immediately bowed his head and admitted his fault. "I hope Your Majesty will be merciful and spare my life." Your Majesty, with fury like a blazing fire, shouted loudly, "Why are the records in history so inaccurate? The entire army has been wiped out, and in such a short time. Ma Wensheng, how do you explain this?" The other Grand Ministers also thought, Ma Wensheng has definitely failed this time. The pearls and rice had yet to be seen, yet the resources had already vanished into thin air. At this moment, Mr. Ma Wensheng was repeatedly bowing and praying to Your Majesty, saying, "I deserve to die, I truly deserve to die." In reality, the trip to the West was a huge gamble. If it failed, it would waste the national strength in vain. But if successful, he would be the first to discover immense resources, and the nation would have the opportunity to develop vastly. Fong Jiua also thought privately, if the Ming Dynasty lags behind even for a moment, the country will lag behind much more in the future. Your Majesty was taken aback when Fong Jiua stated, "His student Zi Jing has set sail and he will surely return successfully." Fong Jiua even used his reputation and current position to guarantee this. Your Majesty was astonished upon hearing this. He turned to ask the Crown Prince, "What does my son think about this matter?" The Crown Prince then sneered, replying, "Father has truly asked for my opinion on such an important issue, which makes me feel quite pleased." Thus the Crown Prince appeared confident and said, "Fong Jiua has trusted Zi Jing, so both I and the Grand Ministers in court wholeheartedly trust Fong Jiua and Zi Jing as well." Your Majesty felt astonished once more at his son's quality response. He exclaimed, "Very well, continue moving westward. If there is any news about Zi Jing, report it to me immediately." Fong Jiua was silently wishing for Zi Jing at this moment. "I hope you must succeed in returning. Otherwise, not only the efforts of Fong Jiua but also those of hundreds of thousands of people in the Ming Dynasty will go down the drain, and the future of the Ming Dynasty will be bleak. Zi Jing, you must do your best." Offshore, Zi Jing's fleet was still setting sails, gliding with the wind. Following the records of his ancestors, Zi Jing proceeded smoothly ahead. He resolutely pointed forward and urged everyone to hurry towards that direction as there was fresh water. Thus, after a while of searching, they indeed found the fresh water. A young man was horrified, unable to believe it. Thinking that Zi Jing was just boasting, it was surprisingly true that he had found fresh water in the sea. This was truly impressive. The soldiers were as joyful as if their mother had just returned from the market when using a basin to scoop up fresh water. The fresh water in the sea was created from a crack in the seabed, spewing out and forming a freshwater area. Zi Jing continued to point and said, "There is a coral reef ahead, quickly change direction." A young man was astonished because he could not see the reef anywhere, but Zi Jing's ship had to follow the order and turned left. Another stubborn ship continued to go straight and as a result, it crashed into the coral and was shattered. Water began to pour in and now it was beyond saving. Zi Jing continued to point, instructing everyone to move forward. "We are about to reach an island called Sato." The soldiers immediately cheered joyfully. "Zi Jing is truly amazing, let's hurry to get there." A while later, the ship had arrived at Sato Island and met the king who was in charge there. Zi Jing immediately presented a gift and said, "The Crown Prince of the Ming Dynasty always admires you, so he sent me here to inquire about you and sent you a humble gift." The king happily received the gifts. Afterwards, he called the beautiful girls to bring food and drinks for everyone. The soldiers, upon seeing the beautiful girls, were excited and salivated incessantly. King Sato sent back to the soldiers the necessary provisions, along with corn seeds and pearl rice that the Ming Dynasty needed. Before parting, he did not forget to remind the Ming Dynasty to come back and visit any time, expressing his fondness for the Ming Dynasty. Zi Jing also felt satisfied with this reception. Later, he took out his ancestral nautical map, feeling very pleased as this was the perfect route to the west. However, after a while drifting on the sea, he began to feel bored. Suddenly, Zi Jing heard a cough and turned to see. A soldier was vomiting badly due to feeling extremely uncomfortable after the long journey. Suddenly, the soldiers discovered an island ahead and rejoiced, as after 47 days drifting at sea, they finally had a place to relieve their stress. The illness of the soldier who had just vomited was also cured, but Zi Jing ordered the soldiers, "Go around the island immediately." The whole group of soldiers stared in shock, their eyes wide open, not understanding what Zi Jing was trying to do. One soldier, too frustrated, pointed and said, "You want us to get sick and die, don't you?" The soldiers were in turmoil because while at sea, vitamins and essential nutrients for the body could not be adequately supplemented. Long voyages would cause physical and psychological issues for the soldiers. Although Zi Jing was their commander,
conflicts with the soldiers still occurred as usual. One soldier, feeling resentful, wanted to hit Zijing and throw him into the sea for the sharks to eat. At that moment, Zijing explained, "The large island in front is Hoda, and this island has a significant grudge against Sato Island." Hearing this, the soldiers were horrified, shouting and asking, "How can the beautiful Sato Island have such a huge feud with another island?" Zijing assured them 100% that this was the truth. When the people of Hoda see a ship carrying supplies from Sato Island, Zijing's ship would undoubtedly be seen as a spy. The soldier in blue, hearing this, smugly said, "We have 120 elite soldiers, let's fight and see what happens." But Zijing replied, "Don't be noisy. This island has at least 1,000 people. How do you think you can fight against them? Truly foolish." The soldiers were again sorrowful as their morale had diminished and they might not be able to endure any longer. Zijing then pointed to the map and said, "Not far ahead, there's another island. This is the place we need to go. Because the people here love to trade, just a little porcelain and silk can be exchanged for a lot of gold and silver, treasures. At that point, we won't lack for fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Brothers can enjoy to their heart's content, relieve their stress, is that clear? This trip is too profitable." Immediately the soldiers enthusiastically agreed. At this moment, Zijing also thought of Master Fong Jiua and silently said, "This time, I will definitely complete the mission successfully. The student will not let you down, Master." He hoped that one day, he would be looked upon by his teacher with admiration. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning in Jiangxi, where farmers are diligently plowing the fields, and the students are also working hard in their studies. But in a certain place, there was a person with a painfully ironic fate. Domestic violence had left him swollen and beaten, and the reason was because Your Majesty felt angry with the unruly son, who frequently impersonated him and issued fake orders. The command is a command from Your Majesty to the public, yet this unfilial son does not regard it, causing Your Majesty to be exceedingly furious. Fong Jiua is also quite indignant at this child's actions, for his father has a fiery temper but dares to engage in such bold deeds. At this moment, Your Majesty has grasped the child by his collar and admonished, "How dare you carve your own personal seal? Do you wish to sit upon my head?" Fong Jiua privately thinks, this situation has become serious. According to the law, if a crown prince independently carves a seal, he would be executed or stripped of his rights. Well then, let us be friends in the next life. Therefore, Your Majesty shouted, "This unfilial child wishes to become Your Majesty before I die, does he not? Take him outside and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights immediately." The domestic violence during feudal times is indeed horrendous. Your Majesty then furiously questioned, "What nonsense has the Crown Prince pretended to write?" The soldier hesitantly read aloud, "Crown Prince Zhao Ho Zhao is intelligent and benevolent. The Crown Prince has established Jiangxi Academy. The Crown Prince teaches well, learns well, and possesses virtue, contributing greatly to the imperial court and the populace. Your Majesty is very at ease and has granted the Crown Prince Zhao Hojiao the title of the most skilled intellectual and many other titles. In summary, the Crown Prince has given wrong orders and absurdly claimed himself to be the smartest young man in Jiangxi." The Crown Prince laughed gleefully at that time, thanked his father, and said, "Father loves me very much. I am deeply moved and will definitely study hard to repay my father's grace." So he gained that fictitious title and pointed straight at the others, declaring, "I am the smartest student here. From now on, call me Dr. Zhao. This is Your Majesty's command. Anyone who dares not to obey will, according to my father's orders, have their legs broken by me." Upon hearing this story, Your Majesty held his head, wanting to fall into depression. He kept murmuring, as he was over 70 years old and had never encountered such a case in history. As far as he knew, some claimed to be generals, some claimed to be great deities, or like Wang Mang and Cao Cao in history, they claimed to be mighty commanders. If his son had such grand ambitions, he would be very impressed, but instead, he absurdly claimed to be the smartest student, which was truly ridiculous. Moreover, he even had a fake seal carved from a white radish. Your Majesty is very angry and continuously criticizes. The Crown Prince says, "This white radish, after using it,
can still be eaten, so isn't that a way to save?
This answer makes Fong Jiua feel very surprised, as he thought this matter was very difficult, but the Crown Prince was able to think of it.
The Crown Prince is indeed a genius. Next, the Crown Prince puts his arm around Fong Jiua and returns to Jiangxi, saying, "What is wrong with being an intellectual? I just like being an intellectual.
Others exchange knowledge with me, and I also exchange knowledge with others, learning each other's strengths and progressing together."
Isn't that very good? Fong Jiua also agrees with the Crown Prince, but there is no need to do things like issuing unreasonable orders.
The Crown Prince, feeling a bit awkward, explains, "Your father has always been like this.
Whatever I do is labeled as meaningless.
I have to do something truly impressive to make him astonished." Although he hasn't seen anything impressive yet, he is now facing some difficulties.
Suddenly, a person is rushing by, chasing after a cat. The Crown Prince wonders, who is that looking so childlike?
It turns out that it is the son of Mr. Xinyun, who is also a student at Jiangxi Academy. This name is said to recount, since childhood, he has not liked studying but only enjoyed being a thug. He often beat others, even the female servants when he felt annoyed, and even beat his own father, Xinyun.
He is a damned brat.
Feeling ashamed of having such a son, Xinyun did not dare to take him along when he became an official in Beijing. Xinyun thought that his son could be redeemed and thus resolutely sent him to Jiangxi to study. However, after this unruly child started school, he spent every day eating and then causing trouble. As a result, Fong Jiua had to organize a group of students to play cat and mouse with him.
After listening to Fong Jiua finish telling, the Crown Prince silently thought, Fong Jiua is indeed a good teacher, always caring for his students like that.
It is no wonder that he could teach 13 people to become successful.
Outstanding, Fong Jiua, forever at the top.
At this point, Fong Jiua finally said, "I also want to kick that guy out of Jiangxi, but if I do so, Mr. Xinyun will definitely demand a refund of the tuition fees.
Therefore, no matter what, I have to let him stay." The Crown Prince felt confused after hearing that, not knowing what to say.
The prince recalled that Fong Jiua had previously taught Lu Jie to achieve the top spot in the exams.
Because of this, Fong Jiua was admired by many. If he could train this unruly son of Xinyun well, wouldn't that be a significant advancement?
At that time, Xinyun would praise his father, saying that he was not ordinary. After contemplating his plan, the Crown Prince feigned composure and said, "After all, I am now the most learned scholar in Jiangxi.
Let me teach that audacious student." Fong Jiua questioned, "Is that appropriate? How will the Crown Prince teach him?" The Crown Prince replied, "That's precisely through violence.
A fool does not know he is a fool, a wise man does not admit he is wise, but someone who gets beaten will definitely learn."
This philosophy is exactly what Fong Jiua has said before.
Thus, the sound of screams echoed throughout the mountains and forests of Jiangxi, and that scream was none other than Shin Ao's. The Crown Prince had assumed the role of a wicked villain, bending the boy's leg behind him. Previously, Shin Ao had become so unruly due to a long story. A few months ago, when Lu Jie topped the exams, the officials saw it as a great opportunity and all wanted to send their unruly children to Jiangxi Academy to study. Fong Jiua discovered this lucrative business opportunity and immediately spread the word about the recruitment, with a tuition fee of 300 taels per student.
The number of spots is limited, so to enroll, one must pay quickly. As a result, half of the students at Jiangxi Academy are paying students, while the other half are poor students studying for free. Wang Yangming is a highly educated person and does not discriminate between rich and poor. Friends should love each other, don't you know? However, this guy Shin Ao treats his friends as if they were dogs. He doesn't hesitate to hit anyone he finds annoying without saying much. The students who are beaten feel aggrieved and want to take revenge, but he retorts, "Do you know who my dad is?
My dad is Shin Yun, the head of the Institute of Literature and History Imperial Court.
Go ahead, try hitting me."
After that, the region of Miaoyun suffered a natural disaster and the residents had to flee to Jiangxi because there were temporary shelters built for them here. To learn empathy, Jiangxi Academy arranged for intellectuals to live with the refugees from Miaoyun. But Shin Ao looks down on these people like dogs, telling the refugees, "They are too dirty, don't come near."
A young man felt incredibly annoyed upon hearing this, wanting to beat him to death right away. But Shin Ao pulled out the card. "Do you know who my father is?"
"He is Shin Yun, the head of the Institute of Literature and History in the Imperial Court." However, returning to reality, this guy was being beaten relentlessly.
He then claimed, "My father is Shin Yun, the head of the Institute of Literature and History."
The Crown Prince laughed contemptuously because his father was a trivial figure compared to the father of the Crown Prince, Your Majesty.
Shin Ao had completely been defeated. So the Crown Prince continued to beat him up mercilessly.
Shin Ao could no longer endure and had to plead for his life, promising he wouldn't dare to run away again. "I won't dare to run anymore, boo-hoo-hoo."
After enlightening Shin Ao with the stick, the Crown Prince went to brag to his brothers Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua sneered and admired him.
The Crown Prince ranked second in wickedness, with no one above him or matching him. The Crown Prince also found the work of teaching students quite amusing.
Later, at a refugee house, the Crown Prince pointedly ordered the young man Shin Ao, "From now on, you must behave, eat, and live with them."
With a wicked expression, the Crown Prince threatened, "Tomorrow morning, Fong Jihua and I will take you to work and study at the same time.
If you arrive late, I will beat you to death." Is that clear?
Shin Ao, intimidated, quietly stepped inside, full of resentment. Then, a refugee handed him a bowl of rice, but Shin Ao said, "Get lost, it smells too bad." Next, a little kid invited Shin Ao to sit down and play, but he refused, saying, "This chair is disgusting, I won't sit on it." An elderly couple thoughtfully prepared a sleeping place for Shin Ao, but he ran away in fear, feeling that the sleeping spot was too terrible.
Shin Ao sat in a corner and thought about life. Why is there so much unfairness?
Normally at home, I eat cakes, drink beverages, play around, and enjoy life like a celestial being. Now, I have to share a cramped house with poor people. It's truly hell. Shin Ao secretly tried to endure it to find a way to escape back home the next day.
The next morning, the Crown Prince surprisingly asked Shin Ao, "Do your parents want you to drop out and go home?" Shin Ao mumbled a response, "That's right."
The Crown Prince then ordered his brothers at his side to tie Shin Ao up for the crime of being both poor at studying and lying.
Fong Jihua quickly followed the order and immediately tied up Shin Ao. Shin Ao was tormented to the point of crying out loud.
The students, seeing the commotion, were tense, each sweating as if bathed.
The Crown Prince immediately pointed and shouted, "Look at what? Hurry up and dig the land, or I will beat you to death right now."
So they all chirped and hurriedly dug the land. After a while, it was noon, and the sunlight shone down glaringly. At this moment, Shin Ao was pale, lying on his back in the field, utterly exhausted. He wondered, is this really hell on earth, not enough to eat, not able to sleep well, and also having to dig in the hot sun like a dog?
"Help me, help me."
In the days that followed in Jiangxi, the young men were diligently plowing the fields. The Crown Prince, in the role of a teacher, demonstrated for his students. He was the most enthusiastic at digging the land. The refugees, after arriving to live in Jiangxi, were also not idle. Under Fong Jihua's arrangement, they all had to learn how to grow sweet potatoes and potatoes. It was meaningless to just provide the refugees with food. They must be taught how to produce their own food to truly ensure a better life. On a vast field, Shin Ao was glancing at the figure of someone, none other than the president of Jiangxi Academy, the Crown Prince. He was also the heir to the highest throne in the near future. The aura surrounding him made Shin Ao ponder, why would the Crown Prince, with his noble status, willingly do such menial tasks? At that moment, behind Shin Ao, there was the familiar scoff of someone. Fong Jihua, as hot-tempered as cream, whipped Shin Ao on the back with a whip and scolded, "What are you staring at? Stop slacking off and dig the ground." Shin Ao tipped his hat to express his dissatisfaction. After being hit, near the end of the day, the Crown Prince finally called out, "Let's take a break." Shin Ao had cried like a river for being exploited. His back hurt like he had a slipped disc, and his hands were red and scraped all over. He asked himself, why is my life so tragic?
No one has ever abused me as cruelly as this. Finally, Shin-Ao shouted, I want to go home, boo-hoo-hoo. That afternoon, Shin-Ao trudged back to the refugee quarters. Shin-Ao felt so exhausted in his limbs that he wanted to die. Suddenly, a young man in a brown robe brought out a bowl of food and invited Shin-Ao to eat. Shin-Ao feigned and said, I would rather die of hunger than eat your food. But as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly several times. So the young man holding the bowl of food said, seeing that your food has been cooked with such effort, it would be a waste not to eat it, so I will try to eat it for now. After I get home, I will send you some silver. The brown-robed young man declined and said he didn't need any money. Shin-Ao was surprised and asked, Aren't you being kind to me in order to make me pay? Then why are you doing this? The brown-robed young man replied, I do this to repay Shin-Ao. Thanks to diligent laborers like you, our family is able to have food and shelter here. I am very grateful for that. Therefore, I do not intend to receive silver from you. At that moment, Shin-Ao had many thoughts in his mind. Since childhood, those who served around him all flattered him, even pretending to be dogs and pigs to make him happy and earn money. The stream of thoughts continued, but the strange thing is, the filthy and smelly person in front of Shin-Ao does good deeds not for money. An old woman, the mother of the brown-clad youth, was thanking him for cooking food and taking care of her every day. The brown-clad youth replied that it was nothing at all. Afterwards, he blew on a bowl of food to cool it down and gently fed his mother. Shin-Ao was taken aback as he witnessed this scene. He thought to himself, how can this be? This filthy young man has never received a proper education, so how can he possess such a filial heart? The brown-clad youth was also surprised to see Shin-Ao staring at him intently. Shin-Ao then asked, What is your name, brown-clad youth? The brown-clad youth responded, Shurba, because he is the Shurba, the 11th child in his family. I also cheerfully introduced myself, my name is Shin-Ao. At that moment, Shin-Ao silently thought, in the past, people like Shurba seemed filthy, smelly, and stupid to him, no different from beggars on the street, whom he deeply despised. But in the most desperate times, Shurba brought a warm love to Shin-Ao. Now, Shin-Ao had different thoughts. He realized that everyone is the same, and each person has a heart and the right to love and respect. Shin-Ao was moved to tears when he understood these principles of being a person. After that, the Crown Prince continued to joyfully teach his students every day using physical methods of impact. His philosophy was, the fool does not know he is a fool, the wise do not acknowledge their wisdom, but the one who is hit will definitely become wise. Some students still trembled in fear and bowed down to plead for mercy. Shin-Ao gradually got used to life here. When he became close to Shurba, he learned that Shurba's ancestors came from Jiangnan, and Shin-Ao was also from the same hometown as Shurba. The two gradually became close and enjoyed cheerful conversations. Shin-Ao also learned that Shurba's mother had been injured due to an accident. If she did not receive effective treatment, she might not survive this winter. After a while, the Crown Prince announced to the brothers that it was time for lunch. So they all lay flat on the ground like dead corpses. As for Shin-Ao, he approached a little boy who was peeling a potato and said, Let me help you, I'll peel it for you. Shin-Ao picked up a tie knife, peeling while letting out some sounds to show his danger level. After a while, Shin-Ao had finished cooking a bowl of mashed potatoes. He thought to himself, after a month of eating mashed potatoes, I'm about to turn into a potato myself. He planned to add a boiled egg to it, which would surely taste much better. When he turned around, he saw the little kid staring at the egg and drooling. Shin-Ao then asked, Do you want to try it? The kid nodded eagerly, saying, I really want to. Shin-Ao thought to himself, with such a tiny egg, what should I do? Well, I'll just share a bit with this kid. He took out the yolk and gave it to the kid, keeping the egg white for himself. After sharing the food with the little one, Shin-Ao felt like he had grown up. Being generous and sharing with others was quite a nice experience. The kid, who was given the food, smiled widely and thanked Uncle Shin-Ao. But when the kid was about to eat, Shin-Ao shouted, Stop! He thought to himself, Is it a bit selfish if I eat such a big piece? So the young man took back the yolk and exchanged it for the egg white with the kid. The kid was even happier to see this. Shin Ao watched the kid savoring the egg with a blissful expression, his eyes sparkling. So this is the taste of chicken eggs, it's so delicious. Shin Ao was incredibly surprised and asked back, "You've never eaten eggs before?" The little boy replied, "Chicken eggs are very valuable, so the villagers often sell eggs for money." Shin Ao then cheerfully said, "Our house has plenty of chickens, ducks, and fish, you can eat whatever you want." Shin Ao suddenly remembered that this little boy had never eaten an egg. The boy then said, "Uncle Shin Ao is really lucky." So Shin Ao stuffed the remaining egg yolk into the boy's mouth, gently rubbed his head, and said, "Just eat it, I've eaten so many eggs that I don't want to eat them anymore." The little boy had a happy expression and praised that this egg was different from the last one and tasted very good. In the past, Shin Ao had read in books that people eat the flesh of their own kind and that human life is as fragile as weeds. He always thought those people were really foolish. If there was nothing to eat in the fields, why not go down to the river to fish or climb the mountains to catch birds? Why resort to cannibalism? But when Shin Ao first came into close contact with poverty and death, he finally understood that behind those seemingly nonsensical words lay a meaning full of pain and tears. At this moment, Shin Ao patted the child's head and said, "I will definitely try to get you more eggs and meat to eat." That night, upon returning home, Shin Ao took out the medical book to study, determined to find a way to cure his mother. Since sending Shin Ao to Jiangxi Academy, his parents had dreamed every day of him passing the imperial examination as the top scholar. However, when he heard that the crown prince himself was personally teaching the students, Mr. Shinyan felt as if his dream had turned to smoke. That night, he dreamed of kneeling before his son's grave, crying his heart out because his son's death was due to a one-on-one duel with the crown prince, in which he was killed. The elderly couple was startled awake from the terrifying nightmare and could not fall back asleep. Mr. Shin-yun was anxiously restless, unable to ensure that his son was currently safe and sound. The next morning, on the winter solstice, the students of Jiangxi Academy had a day off. At this moment, a servant shouted the news, "Young Master Shin Ao has returned." Immediately, the old couple ran faster than a motorcycle onto the road. The servant's mouth had been stomped to pieces by the couple. Mr. Shin-yun breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing his son was still alive. He felt wonderful that his son was still breathing. He quickly opened the palanquin to see how his son was, but it was completely empty inside. He wanted to scold the servant for delivering false news, but the servant hurriedly explained, "Young master does not like to sit in the palanquin, so he insisted on walking by himself." The servant pleaded with the young master, but the young master remained resolute. The old couple was stunned and could hardly believe it. Because in the past, even just walking a short distance from the front yard to the back garden, their son had adamantly insisted on being carried in the palanquin. Yet, from Jiangxi back home was more than 10 miles, how could he suddenly be so strange? Thus, the couple became very worried, fearing their son Shin Ao would die from exhaustion. Suddenly, their son in the pink outfit had returned home. He quickly knelt down, causing his father and mother to feel as if struck by lightning. Shin Ao clasped his hands and said, "I have returned, dear parents. Your son has gone to study away from home, causing you to worry, and it is truly a sin." Mr. Shin-yun shed tears upon hearing these words. He never expected that his son would change so much, becoming so handsome, charismatic, and filial. So, the two parents joyfully rushed to embrace their beloved child. At this moment, all the servants of Shin-yun were sorrowful, each of their faces blank, for they knew that Shin Ao's return would bring about days of living in hell just like before. A young servant, upon seeing Shin Ao arrive, trembled like a chicken caught in the rain, worried that the young master would unleash his wrath upon him first. However, Shin Ao had actually prepared a gift for Xiao Dai, a hairpin made by his own hands. Xiao Dai instantly froze, her eyes wide open in confusion at what was happening. Shin Ao explained, "In the past, I often bullied Xiao Dai, and now I feel guilty. This wooden hairpin, I spent half a month making it, and I do not hope for your forgiveness, only that it may alleviate some of your resentment towards me." Xiao Dai looked at the hairpin and the calluses and scratches on Shin Ao's hands, and moved to tears, saying, "Thank you, young master." Shin Ao was also delighted,
flashing a handsome smile because of this. After that, he walked into the house, causing the household staff to tremble like scared dogs, utterly frightened. Shin Ao called the butler Uncle Mang, startling him as if a cat had stepped on his tail. The butler, his face covered in sweat, asked, "Did you call for me, young master?" He couldn't understand why the boy who used to scold him was now addressing him as uncle. The butler inquired, "Is there something you wish to instruct me on, young master?" Shin Ao scratched his head and said, "I want to bring a few books to Jiangxi, but I'm afraid I won't make it in time. I'm asking Uncle Mang to help find those books and send them off." Immediately, the butler ran faster than a hunting dog. He went to the bookshelf and searched for the books that Shin Ao had noted down. He was astonished to discover that these books were all classics that had been around for hundreds of years. He wondered to himself, could the young master be insane? Outside, the group of servants looked utterly dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, the young master is truly crazy. The reason was that Shin Ao was diligently weeding in front of the house. Shin Ao's mother cried like a river, not knowing how her son had been bullied in Jiangxi to end up like this. After a while, in the prefecture of Shenyun, the father in a red outfit also shed tears of emotion. He praised, "My son has truly grown up." The reason was that today, his son had cooked him a delicious meal. Shin Ao scratched his head, smiling broadly, and said, "Dad, don't cry anymore." His father then asked, "What has Shin Ao learned in Jiangxi?" Shin Ao recounted, "Before coming to Jiangxi, I thought farmers were foolish, rebellious, and lowly, and they deserved to live a life worse than pigs and dogs. But after experiencing their real life, I realized that they are human beings made of flesh and blood just like us. They live in poverty, though clearly they are not stupid and work very hard, while rich people like us, even though we do nothing, still get to wear beautiful clothes and enjoy delicious meals." Shin Ao continued, "When I arrived in Jiangxi, Master Wang Yangming helped me understand that the people have been wholeheartedly loyal, dedicating themselves to the officials and generals in the imperial court, so that they can lead and govern the country, helping the nation to be strong and peaceful." Shin Ao continued, "But the officials and leaders only indulge in enjoyment based on the sweat, tears, and hard work of the poor people. Do you all feel ashamed?" Shin Ao had learned many things at Jiangxi Academy, but the most important thing was that he felt deeply ashamed. If they continued to indulge and enjoy like this, it was truly shameless. Shin Ao turned to his father and said, "Father, the head of the Institute of Literature and History must change as well. I hope my father does not just speak moral lessons but also acts with more love for the people." This statement made Shenyun feel that his son had truly matured, but he couldn't help but feel emotional and shed tears. Shin Ao was wide-eyed in surprise when he saw his father exclaim, "Oh, wonderful! Jiangxi has taught my son to become a good person." His father then suggested, "Now, let's drink a toast to celebrate." However, Shin Ao refused, saying, "Jiangxi Academy does not allow drinking." So the two elders happily agreed and urged their son to eat his fill. But in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left on the table. The two people were astonished and couldn't believe it. Shin Ao, with his excavator-like eating skills, had his belly already bloated after just one bite. He cried out loudly, causing his father and mother to weep sorrowfully, thinking that the boy from Jiangxi must have suffered greatly, which is why he craves these dishes. Right after that, Butler Mang came in carrying a stack of books and announced that the books requested by the young master have been fully prepared. Mr. Shenyun did not expect that his son wanted to read this enormous stack of books. Shin Ao then clenched his fist, showing his determination, and said, "I and my classmates have all achieved academic honors and will use what we have learned in life to help everyone." The father was horrified, not realizing that his son had grown up to such an extent. Shenyun also added that, "I intend to write a lasting book and hope that my father, the head of the Institute of Literature and History, can assist me in writing this book." Mr. Shenyun was deeply moved and thought to himself, "Sending my son to Jiangxi for education was indeed the wisest decision of my life." The scene shifts to the next day. When the holiday has ended, Shin Ao bids farewell to his parents to continue his studies in Jiangxi. His father also reminds him, "You must study hard and definitely listen to the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua, they will guide you." Shin Ao obediently replies, "Please take care of your health, my parents."
At this moment, in the capital palace, Your Majesty is also extremely worried about his mischievous son. Having had a day off, he still does not return to the capital palace. It is truly incomprehensible. Your Majesty and the Empress miss their son so much that they are almost driven to illness. The princess also looks forward daily to news of her younger brother, the Crown Prince. Your Majesty silently thinks, this naughty son is probably too afraid of being punished, so he does not want to come home anymore. Xiao Eunuch standing nearby says, I have heard that Mr. Shenyun has also sent his son to Jiangxi. Would Your Majesty like to summon Mr. Shenyun to inquire? Your Majesty responds, no, that would not be appropriate. How could I summon the head of the Institute of Literature and History for such a trivial matter? But shortly thereafter, Mr. Shenyun was summoned to the capital palace. Your Majesty's words truly hold no weight at all. Mr. Shenyun at that moment bowed his head, paying our respects, Your Majesty. Immediately, Your Majesty asked, is your son named Shenao, and since Jiangxi Academy had a day off yesterday, has he returned home? Upon hearing this, Mr. Shenyun thought to himself, it is strange that Your Majesty suddenly summoned me just to ask whether Shenao has returned home. He suddenly remembered that the Crown Prince is currently the direct instructor at Jiangxi, so surely Your Majesty is concerned about the Crown Prince. Thus, he smiled and said, my son returned yesterday and has changed completely, becoming a good son, which brings me great joy. Before attending Jiangxi, Shenao was a troublemaker, to the extent that his parents had to issue a notification of misconduct. But after studying at Jiangxi for some time, he has become a filial son, leaving everyone astonished. What is even more remarkable is that he had never greeted me before, but now he behaves with utmost respect and politeness, leaving me speechless with emotion. Shenyun unexpectedly raised his voice to praise, all these significant changes are thanks to the dedicated teaching of the Crown Prince and the genius Fong Jiua. Your Majesty was so shocked that he was left speechless, not expecting that his son would have such remarkable abilities. Shenyun also added that what truly moved him the most was what his son had said, everything that the officials and intellectuals enjoy depends on the support of the people. However, now, the officials and intellectuals only say they care for the people, but in reality, they take no action. Those above cannot share the concerns of Your Majesty, while those below do not bring any benefits to the people. Such officials and intellectuals are truly shameful. Shenyun also admitted that he felt extremely ashamed of this. Upon hearing this, Your Majesty thought to himself, despite being very dedicated to running the country, never daring to slack off even a little, every time a natural disaster or war occurs, as long as the people suffer, he is already guilty. He wondered, how can there be something wrong if it is not his fault? At that moment, Your Majesty stated, if the officials and intellectuals have begun to think about this issue, then the country in the future will be much better. It seems the Crown Prince has taught his students in Jiangxi very well. Shenyun bowed his head and admitted, I have been foolish for half my life, but only now do I understand honor and shame as well as the moral principles of being human. Shenyun praised endlessly, the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua have taught the students, as well as the officials in the court, a wonderful lesson. Currently, the Crown Prince shines brightly, as if illuminated by the aura of a deity. He is the idol of Mr. Shenyun, and he is proud to be a fan. Having such a Crown Prince is truly a blessing for our Ming Dynasty. Your Majesty was astonished and could hardly believe it. It was unexpected that his son, the Crown Prince, had such an older and respected fan, to the extent that even the principal of the Institute of Literature and History in the Imperial Court considered him an idol. This made Your Majesty extremely proud and filled with joy. The Xiao eunuch also sent his congratulations to Your Majesty, saying, the future of the Ming Dynasty will surely be bright. The Xiao eunuch added that yesterday the Crown Prince did not return to the capital palace, perhaps because he stayed in Jiangxi to do extra work. Hearing this, Your Majesty immediately ordered, prepare delicious food and bring it to the Crown Prince. But suddenly remembering, he decided that he and the Empress would personally prepare everything meticulously. Your Majesty thought to himself, if the Empress knew that our son had grown up, she would surely be very happy. And just a moment later, he went to meet the Empress to share this good news. Upon hearing the news, the Empress was so overjoyed that tears fell from her eyes. She decided to prepare a lot of delicious dishes that the Crown Prince liked,
so he would feel a little less weary. The princess, however, remarked, Fong Jiua has been working hard as well, and I want to prepare extra food for him, too. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and Your Majesty could not help but be surprised. The Empress thought to herself, why not care for her own brother, but instead worry about Fong Jiua? In Your Majesty's mind, the image of Fong Jiua in Jiangxi appeared, every day feeding the crown prince. After tiring lessons, Fong Jiua would massage him and apply cupping therapy, taking care of the bedding at night. With such attentive care, Your Majesty also wanted to reward Fong Jiua. After that, an eunuch brought in a pile of food and announced, this is a reward from Your Majesty for Fong Jiua for his significant contributions in taking care of the crown prince. Hearing this, the crown prince felt bewildered and thought to himself, am I hearing things? I toil every day like a dog, and what has he done to care for me? I plow the fields, and he lies around, I teach lessons, and he also lies around. In fact, I even have to help him wash clothes and do all sorts of trivial tasks. The crown prince was furious and decided to teach Xiao Eunuch a lesson. Xiao Eunuch quickly explained, I am merely relaying the words of Your Majesty, I mean no harm. Fong Jiua stood silently by, unable to say a word. Moments later, Xiao Eunuch brought out a box, saying, this is a gift from the princess specifically for Fong Jiua. The princess stated, you have troubled Fong Jiua with your medical treatment, so I personally made some pastries to express my gratitude. When the crown prince saw the exquisite pastries gleaming before him, he couldn't help but feel enraged. He immediately stretched out his hand and asked, where's my share of the pastries? Xiao Eunuch could only gesture, indicating there was nothing left. The crown prince's heart shattered at that moment. He silently pondered, why is life so cruel? My sister sends pastries to that Fong Jiua instead of me. The crown prince collapsed, feeling as if he might die from despair. But suddenly, he became unwilling to perish just yet. He grabbed all 5 pastries and devoured them in a single go to vent his frustration. Some time later, the princess asked Fong Jiua, were the pastries I made delicious? Fong Jiua smiled and replied, they were very delicious, especially quite sweet. Your cooking skills truly impressed him. The impressive reason is this, the crown prince, after eating the princess's cake, died one more time. He had never tasted anything so terrible. Fong Jiua recounted the story of the crown prince's reaction after eating the cake to the princess. Upon hearing it, she shed 2 tears. Fong Jiua thought to himself, my honest words have saddened the princess. I truly pity her. At this moment, the princess began to explain, to make those sweet cakes, I had to knead the dough myself and even burnt my hands when putting the dough into the steaming pot. I was very dedicated, thinking of every possible way to make the best cakes. I heard that potatoes and sweet potatoes are very sweet, so when making the cakes, I only added salt and no sugar, for fear that the cakes would be too sweet and not tasty anymore. Fong Jiua, upon hearing that, could only make a face as if he had just eaten dog rice. He did not expect the princess's way of thinking to be so unique. After that, Fong Jiua asked, do you know about painting? Then he took a stick and began to draw. After a while, a portrait of the princess appeared on the ground, looking quite strange. The young man began to rave, the most primitive form of painting is realistic drawing, while the most advanced form is free drawing. When painting freely, some brush strokes may seem random and meaningless, but they are used to depict profound underlying meanings. That is the essence of the artwork. Fong Jiua continued, of course, we know that those sweet cakes have a salty taste, but the sweetness comes from the princess's heart. So, eating cake is like painting, the flavor is not important. What matters is the princess's intention, and her kindness makes our hearts sweet, so the cake is sweet and delicious to me. Fong Jiua, with his eloquence, stirred the princess's heart. She shyly realized that she had misunderstood him. Fong Jiua then took her hand and added, Princess has specially made cakes for me, and I am truly happy. But promise me, please don't make them by yourself anymore. The princess was startled and asked for the reason. Fong Jiua gently replied, I feel quite sorry for the princess. His words made the princess's cheeks flush like tomatoes from happiness. At the same time, the Crown Prince was also summoned by Your Majesty to the capital palace for a meeting. Your Majesty was wearing a very pleased smile. Suddenly, the Crown Prince knelt down, sadly saying, "Now that I am kneeling, can you begin, Father?" Your Majesty looked confused and asked again, "Why did you kneel so quickly? Did you make another mistake?" The Crown Prince firmly replied, "No, I believe I have performed very well and made no mistakes. But every time you call me, I think perhaps you feel that I have erred in some way." Your Majesty then laughed joyfully, saying, "Today, I summoned you not because you made a mistake, but because Principal Shinyun praised you for teaching his son very well." Previously, Your Majesty had been so angry that he couldn't contain himself, telling Fong Jiua, "This Crown Prince is truly audacious. He dares to forge my orders and claims to be the head of Jiangxi Academy. He dares to act recklessly in my presence, not knowing the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth." Fong Jiua then clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe the Crown Prince longs to truly bear his responsibilities and wishes to share Your Majesty's concerns." Upon hearing this, Your Majesty asked again, "Do you want to take on great matters all by yourself?" The Crown Prince declared boldly, "I very much want to, Father." Your Majesty then said, "Aren't the Miaoyun refugees in Jiangxi? We need to arrange a good new life for those refugees. I want you to take on this great responsibility to prove yourself." Sometime later, in Jiangxi, a refugee was holding 8 mashed potatoes in hand. While eating, suddenly a young man shouted, "Starting today, the people of Jiangxi will no longer eat mashed potatoes, but will switch to beef stew with potatoes, all right?" The Crown Prince clenched his fist, raised it high as if creating an effect to prove he was dangerous. He added, "The people of Jiangxi will eat well and sleep well, that is certain." The young men in the village, upon hearing this, couldn't help but doubt, thinking, the Crown Prince may be overly deluded, or perhaps he ate some mad beef. At this moment, Fong Jiua put his arm around his close brother and said, "Just wait a little while, maybe I will be lucky enough to catch a cow in the area and bring it back for the Crown Prince to eat." However, the Crown Prince scoffed and said, "No need, Your Majesty has entrusted me with this opportunity to arrange a better life for the refugees. As long as I can take care of them like loving dolphins, Father will surely recognize my talent." Coo. Fong Jiua also found it reasonable but remained quite resolute. He explained, "Your Majesty has a deeper meaning in this. If the Crown Prince wants to make Your Majesty the most satisfied, he must understand this hidden implication." Fong Jiua continued, "Previously, there was a natural disaster that descended from the heavens, causing the land to be unfit for cultivation, the people to have nothing to eat, and the refugees to flee far away. Your Majesty would not want the Crown Prince to take on the responsibility of feeding the refugees here in Miaoyun. He is very hopeful that you can find a way for all the refugees to be able to sustain themselves." The Crown Prince eagerly asked, "What is the method?" Fong Jiua replied, "It is the unity between knowledge and action." And so, the Crown Prince immediately set to work. He asked for all the information about the young man Sherba and cleverly took notes in his ledger. While digging the land, he also inquired about background information such as having 4 brothers and 3 sons, along with other details. For another young man named Lin Xiao, the Crown Prince also investigated family information and found out that this individual was on the brink of starvation, along with all the necessary details. Sometime later, in Capital Palace, snow was falling white and thick. The 2 brothers, close as flesh and blood, were walking somewhere in cloaks. The Crown Prince anxiously asked Fong Jiua for his opinion, "I wonder if Your Majesty would agree." Fong Jiua replied eagerly, "Of course. Anyone who sees the seriousness of the Crown Prince will recognize that." At this moment, the Crown Prince recounted, "Since I was young, everyone around me has always told me what to do and what not to do. If I obey, I will be seen as a wise Crown Prince. But I find it hard to understand, because those wise Crown Princes in history often end up becoming mediocre monarchs. Therefore, I don't want to live a mediocre life just following what others say. However, sometimes I fear that if I listen to others too much, I will lose the ability to judge and the courage to implement my own ideas." The Crown Prince continued, "I will tell you a secret, don't tell anyone. After knowing you, I truly envy you, Fong Jiua. Because you can do anything extraordinary,
and others will think you have a mental illness. So at night, many times I have banged my head against the wall, hoping to also have a mental illness like you. Fong Jiua felt frightened by the crown prince. He added, I know you are a stingy, lazy person who likes to pretend to be sick and all that. Fong Jiua immediately protested, claiming that he was wronged. He said, I am indeed a good young man, with strong virtue. However, the crown prince responded by saying that Fong Jiua was boasting too much, and said, I'm not unfamiliar with the con man Fong Jiua. Nevertheless, the crown prince was not too concerned because no matter what Fong Jiua was, he only knew that Fong Jiua remained Fong Jiua, and he was Dr. Zhao. We will always be brothers, alright? Hearing this, Fong Jiua showed a look of doubt, not understanding why the crown prince suddenly became so serious. He replied, You consider me your brother? Actually, I also regard you as my brother, a true confidant. The crown prince responded, Alright, my brother, go and prove to your majesty that we can undertake great responsibilities on our own. So the two of them, with a bond like brothers, held hands and walked into the capital palace to meet your majesty. But once inside, both had a gloomy expression, like students called up for an oral exam. Meanwhile, your majesty played the role of a strict teacher, with a tense expression. He began to ask, the first question being, Why have you lost weight, looking so sick and starved? The crown prince currently looked like a young man who had been starved for a long time, his face haggard. Fong Jiua quickly came up with a way to smooth over the situation, saying, The crown prince is a role model for the refugees, eating and drinking with them and leading them to work diligently in the fields, that is why he has lost weight. Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately grabbed Fong Jihua's clothing and complained, You, Fong Jihua, why do you say such things? These matters should not be spoken of in front of my father. I just want to quietly contribute to the refugees, they are truly pitiable. Saying this, the crown prince winked at Fong Jihua, indicating that they had successfully deceived your majesty. Fong Jihua secretly smiled, but your majesty had already noticed that the crown prince was putting on an act. He asked again, What are you talking about? I was merely asking about your health. Why are you indirectly boasting about your hidden accomplishments? Your majesty continued, If you and the refugees are eating and sleeping together, then quickly tell me how much rice the people are currently selling for. If you cannot answer, you will know what etiquette is. The two people below had become dumbfounded. In the end, the crown prince honestly answered, I do not know. Your majesty was tense, pointing directly at him and scolding, You stubborn brat, dare to speak nonsense? You don't even know the price of rice, yet you claim to have dined with the refugees? I thought you were eager to take on the responsibility, but it turns out you've deceived me completely. Since the beginning of winter, the price of rice has increased by 10% and I am worried about this. The crown prince then asked, Father, do you know that 90% of the people in the country do not know the price of rice? Your majesty was taken aback upon hearing this, and the crown prince explained, because at this moment, all the rice in the market is white rice. The people do not have money to buy rice, so they only eat what they grow themselves. They cannot sell rice directly because the ones actually selling white rice are the landlords, while the buyers are the officials and the wealthy. The poor are left with broken rice and husked rice, and these cannot be sold. Your majesty finally understood everything when enlightened by the crown prince. The crown prince continued to ask, Your majesty, do you know why the people in Myoyun have to seek refuge? Your majesty took out the documents to read and replied, Myoyun is experiencing a severe drought, the people have no food to eat, which is the reason they have to flee as refugees. But the crown prince immediately countered, Father is mistaken, it is not only because of the natural disaster that people must seek refuge. Disasters have been occurring frequently since the 7th year of Hongji, but why did food prices not spike before that? Because the landlord class realized that if they planted sweet potatoes and potatoes in large quantities, food prices would plummet, affecting their interests. Therefore, they would rather leave the land fallow than rent it to farmers. In this way, they can plant sweet potatoes and potatoes whenever they want. But when there is no land to cultivate, farmers are forced to abandon their homes. The crown prince continued, when a large number of fields lie vacant, food prices will inevitably soar. This is even not recorded in father's reports. No one has informed you of this matter.
He angrily added, I have learned that in Jiangxi, hundreds of miles away, 21 people have died of hunger and 37 others have fallen ill. Hearing this, Your Majesty gritted his teeth and said, It is all my fault. The Crown Prince said, But the refugees do not hate father, on the contrary, they are filled with gratitude. In the third year of Hongji, when Mo Yun faced severe drought, thousands starved to death. But now, there are barely fewer than 100 casualties. Therefore, the people are very grateful to father.
Your Majesty sighed, No one has reported this to me.
The Crown Prince quickly replied, Of course, it cannot be reported, because those who write the reports are sitting in the prefecture, leisurely eating cakes and drinking tea. They do not understand the suffering of the poor folks.
Those people have servants to attend to them, they don't need to cook, wash clothes, or do any heavy labor.
Naturally, they look down on the poor. They do not even care about the hardships of the soldiers who protect the country. When war breaks out, they only see the dead as mere lifeless figures. Your Majesty, with a serious expression, challenged, You speak very well, but doing this is not easy at all. If you can arrange a better life for the refugees, then I will appreciate you.
Otherwise, do not blame me for punishing you.
After a while, the conference on the resettlement of the Miaoyun refugees also took place.
High-ranking figures in the imperial court all appeared tense.
Our two main characters, the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua, were equally worried.
Suddenly, the Crown Prince pulled out a stack of documents as tall as a mountain and declared, This is my scientific research report.
Everyone was taken aback, especially the Grand Ministers in red robes, who looked utterly shocked.
Your Majesty sighed, The report is too long, take a break from reading it.
The reason Your Majesty said this was that in the past, he often felt annoyed by the lengthy reports from the officials, particularly the Grand Ministers. Some wrote reports as long as 17,000 words, but only a few hundred words were genuinely useful, making him very eager to deal with those who liked to ramble on. The Crown Prince then explained, My report is mainly divided into two parts.
The first part is detailed personal information of all the refugees.
For example, Sherba has a family of 3, his mother is 50 years old and is ill, his son is 7 years old and healthy.
This family originates from Jiangnan, and Sherba is skilled in farming as well as woodworking.
As for Li Lu, his family has 7 members, including 4 brothers, 3 of whom are unmarried and all healthy, 1 person has a disability in his hand, and all 3 children are healthy. The Crown Prince continued his report, The young man Lin Xiao currently lives alone, as his entire family has died from hunger. In the past, he apprenticed as a blacksmith from a young age.
Detailed information about other citizens has also been listed similarly, making this section rather lengthy.
The Crown Prince reported the second part. The second part of the report concerns the arrangement of refugees. Based on the circumstances of each household and the skills of each individual, they will be assigned to different areas for land reclamation or remain in Jiangxi to continue their livelihoods. However, there is a problem that when the inhabitants have been assigned to other regions for reclamation, they tend not to want to leave. The refugees flee their homes primarily because they can no longer survive there. Additionally, outside the Jiangxi area, there is a large amount of wasteland that can be utilized for planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. Encouraging the refugees to cultivate the wasteland not only provides them with hope for survival but also expands the territory. However, the areas outside are indeed a great challenge as there have been no previous inhabitants. To further motivate them, anyone who cultivates wasteland will have ownership of that land.
At the same time, we should also address their grievances.
For example, the 4 Lu brothers are influential, but because their father died unjustly, they harbor negative feelings towards the officials in the court. The Crown Prince proposed a solution for the refugees. I have arranged for the officials in Mo Yun to investigate the case again to clarify the grievances of those involved. Sherba's mother is seriously ill and bedridden, so special attention is needed, and arrangements should be made for their family to stay in Jiangxi to work while receiving medical treatment. Sherba has woodworking skills, so he will be transferred to the workshop to work as a craftsman, and his son will be arranged to study at the Jiangxi Academy. In the event that his mother passes away, the plan will be reconsidered. As for Lin Xiao, who lives alone and has no family burdens, he can go anywhere to work or study. He can also stay in Jiangxi to repair agricultural tools. After hearing the Crown Prince's presentation, Your Majesty felt ashamed. Previously, he had sent people multiple times to deliver food aid to areas with refugees to ensure they did not starve during difficult times. When the famine passed, the people returned to their homeland and sought their families. However, the aftermath left many families still living in poverty. The Crown Prince's assistance this time is not just limited to distributing food, but more importantly, it is about understanding the circumstances of each individual. The Crown Prince has arranged for them to be self-sufficient and live a better life. Your Majesty once thought that the actions he took, such as aiding refugees, were noble and compassionate deeds. But now he has come to understand that if one does not truly grasp the circumstances of others, such assistance may not bring benefits and can sometimes even cause harm to them. He feels ashamed of himself when comparing his efforts to those of the Crown Prince in aiding the refugees. The Crown Prince feels delighted because he has finally received praise from his father. Your Majesty then commands, Grand Ministers, let us learn from the Crown Prince's methods and widely disseminate them to all other officials, so that we can better manage the state. The Grand Ministers quickly comply with the order. Additionally, Your Majesty issues a directive stating, from now on, in addition to sending reports to the Capital Palace, you must make a copy to send to the Dong Capital Palace as well. This means that the Crown Prince will have the opportunity to engage with the issues of state management, and he will also have the right to propose opinions on national matters. The Crown Prince is overjoyed, his face radiant, for he has finally been valued. However, suddenly Grand Minister Takim poses a question to the Crown Prince, Your Highness, with over 1,000 households among the refugees, each of whom is detailed in records, how can you possibly complete this task? The Crown Prince replied with a triumphant smile, This is simple. As long as we work with all our heart, we will understand all their suffering. Li Dongyang, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in gratitude, Thank you, the Crown Prince. I have learned an incredibly valuable lesson. Some time later, the Crown Prince sat on the green grass, his face melancholic, asking Fong Jiua, I am a child abandoned by someone, raised by a foster mother. How can I truly be the Crown Prince? He kept muttering about this. Fong Jiua, with a stiff expression, replied, The Crown Prince truly has a rich imagination. Please tell more details about this story so I can learn something from it. The Crown Prince then pulled out a report and said, King Liu of Dongzhou discovered that his biological mother was actually a discarded concubine. He hopes that his father will canonize his biological mother. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was taken aback at the mention of King Liu. Then, with extraordinary intellect, he began to reconsider. King Liu is regarded as the most notorious violent king in the history of Dongzhou. After learning that his biological mother had been stripped of her rights and forced to commit suicide by the great officials in his father's harem, he became a person full of hatred. Fong Jiua thought further, the temperament of that man has changed considerably, and he has committed violent acts such as killing the brothers and nephews of the Grand Ministers and even the Confucian scholars. Ultimately, Dongzhou, supported by the Grand Ministers, staged a rebellion and overthrew Liu after 12 years of rule. After reviewing the memories, Fong Jiua told the Crown Prince that this matter cannot be easily agreed upon. The Crown Prince, still in bewilderment, asked again, Why is it that this cannot be easily agreed upon, even though he is a filial son? Fong Jiua explained that there is something strange about this situation. Liu wants to request sainthood for his biological mother, but he did not write down the reason why his mother was stripped of her rights. He also did not mention the current Queen Mother. The Crown Prince also found this to be somewhat odd. The report contained many errors in terms of the wording and the manner of address. According to Fong Jiua, the officials of Dongzhou have learned Han characters since childhood, so they could not possibly make such foolish mistakes. Therefore, this report may have been presented by King Liu privately without any discussions with the officials. However, the Crown Prince replied that since Liu is the king of Dongzhou, he can do whatever he wants without needing to have such thorough discussions. Fong Jiua said that even if one is a king, if the king abuses power and causes public outrage, then the people will rebel and overthrow the government. Dong Zhou surrendered to the Ming Dynasty not only because the national strength of the Ming Dynasty far surpassed that of Dong Zhou but also due to the profound influence of Confucian culture. Confucianism had deeply rooted itself in the hearts of the people of Dong Zhou, and the Dong Zhou nobility also took pride in this. They believed that the Ming Dynasty was wise and superior. When disputes arose, they believed that the Ming Dynasty would make decisions to assist them. Fong Jiua continued, if King Liu wants to act in an unscrupulous manner, then he needs to gain the endorsement of the Ming Dynasty. This is the reason why King Liu of Dongzhou wrote this important report. Although he knows that killing people, killing relatives, leaders, and intellectuals is wrong, if the Ming Dynasty supports it, then what is wrong can become justified. At this moment, the Crown Prince was very angry, as he realized that King Dongzhou was trying to outsmart, using the name of the Ming Dynasty to carry out evil deeds. Fong Jiua also felt tense with this situation. He took out the frying pan, wanting to deal with this person immediately, because Fong Jiua knew that if the canonization succeeded, the relationship between the Ming Dynasty and Dongzhou would collapse. At that time, the loyal and respectful intellectuals of the Ming Dynasty would no longer trust this dynasty. Fong Jiua, with his historical knowledge, understood all of this clearly. He said to the Crown Prince, you must never canonize Liu's mother as the Queen Mother, because if so, King Liu will immediately take wicked actions. The Crown Prince should report this to your Majesty, requesting the imperial court not to canonize Liu's mother and simultaneously criticize the immoral actions of King Liu. The Crown Prince agreed and followed the advice of his brother Fong Jiua. Thus, he went to inform your Majesty. Your Majesty stroked his beard, feeling that there was some truth in it, and told the Crown Prince, the matter of canonization needs to be considered carefully. However, you should note that the officials from the Ministry of Rights have already set out to deliver the canonization order. For the sake of honor, your Majesty stated that since the order has already been given, we must handle this matter slowly. It is impossible to change a command within less than a day. Fong Jiua then went into a private room to discuss with the Crown Prince. He said, in normal times, the Grand Ministers in the Imperial Court would debate, even over the smallest matters, for 10.5 days. Even if your Majesty wishes to make a decision, it must wait until all the opinions of the Grand Ministers have been heard, and then an additional period for your Majesty to consider and make the final decision. However, this time things were happening much faster. At this moment, the young Crown Prince with a very serious expression stated, although this command was issued quickly, it will be very slow on the way. Your Majesty's orders will take at least a month to reach Dongzhou. But if we have the orders, we can get there in just half a month. Fong Jiua was terrified because he realized what the Crown Prince might be planning. He worried that the Crown Prince could impersonate your Majesty and use a white radish to seal the command, as a form of deception. However, the Crown Prince replied to Fong Jiua, you are still very naive. Instead of using a white radish, let's switch to a carrot, wouldn't that be much better? Fong Jiua was completely taken aback by this strange response. He wanted to run away immediately before things got worse. But the Crown Prince patted his shoulder and said, Fong Jiua need not worry. The Crown said, I actually have a much prettier seal. This seal was carved by my Queen Mother. Even if my father wants to kill me, she will come to save me right away. So the Crown Prince took out the seal of the royal family. He added, this is the seal that my father specially uses to seal the imperial edict of the royal family. However, first, he must write the order, scold Liu, the mother of King Dongzhou, what should be said now? Fong Jiua, who was stunned like a deer in headlights, found that the Crown Prince already had the answer. He flashed a mischievous smile and asked Fong Jiua, what do you think? How about if we call King Dongzhou the scum of the world? At that moment, Fong Jiua gently reminded the Crown Prince that once the forgery of the order is exposed, the Crown Prince will definitely be punishable by all the officials. But he was more thick-skinned than Tang, and replied, I'm not afraid. The Crown Prince asked again, Fong Jiua, are you afraid of being implicated? Rest assured, if anything happens, I will say you have nothing to do with this, okay? Fong Jiua then raised his hand, meaning, I'm not afraid either. If sacrificing my life for the country is necessary, Fong Jiua is also very willing.
But why should we sacrifice when we have other options? If we silence the Grand Ministers, wouldn't that be a perfect solution? Your Majesty won't know, and won't blame the Crown Prince anymore. After a while, these two brothers went to a student and boasted, among all the students at Jiangxi Academy, I value this student the most. Right now, Your Majesty needs someone trustworthy, capable, and genuine. I have recommended this student to Your Majesty, trusting him with this task. And that unfortunate person was none other than the young Lu Jie, the son of Grand Minister Lu Nian. Lu Jie, at the age of a young man, declared loudly, I did not expect that my teacher would think so highly of me. I, Lu Jie, will certainly complete this task to the best of my abilities. The Crown Prince immediately took out the imperial edict and handed it to Lu Jie, saying, Don't be ridiculous, this is my father's secret imperial edict. Accept this imperial edict and quickly head to Dongzhou. Young Lu Jie was dumbfounded upon hearing this, because Dongzhou was thousands of miles away. How could he possibly go there? Seeing this, the Crown Prince took out another secret imperial edict and said, Go to Liaodong, deliver this imperial edict to the leader there. They will help you get to Dongzhou safely and successfully. Lu Jie looked confused and said, I've never gone far, the furthest I've traveled is just to visit relatives a few miles away. Fong Jiua, hearing this, patted Lu Jie's shoulder firmly, You are the one I trust the most. You will definitely succeed. Encouraged, Lu Jie resolutely agreed and said, I want to go home to pack my things and go to Tang today. But Fong Jiua said, No need to go back, I have already prepared all the necessary items for you. Just set off immediately. Lu Jie insisted that he wanted to go home to bid farewell to Your Majesty for a moment. The Crown Prince immediately threw Lu Jie onto the saddle and said, Don't be ridiculous, the situation is urgent, we can't delay any longer. If we don't leave now, then when will we? Let's go to Tang right away. Suddenly, Fong Jiua gave the horse a slap on its rear, startling it and making it back up. At that moment, the Crown Prince laughed wickedly and said to Fong Jiua, You have pulled me into this tangled mess, if we are to die, let us die together. Fong Jiua smirked and replied, You are slandering me too much, I am a good citizen here, ha ha ha. A moment later, Grand Minister Lu Nian saw Mr. Xie Qian. Mr. Lu Nian was startled and asked, What are you doing here? Mr. Xie Qian replied, Do you still remember yesterday, when the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua came to report on the king's affairs in Dongzhou? I heard that the Eastern Palace has just issued another imperial edict. Mr. Lu Nian was taken aback, not expecting the Crown Prince to spread another fake imperial edict. He exclaimed, A forest cannot have two tigers, a country cannot have two kings. The Crown Prince has used a fake seal to announce the imperial edict everywhere, this is not a matter to joke about. Mr. Xie Qian then commented, Your Majesty and Fong Jinglong have two sons who only know how to eat all day and then go looking for trouble with this person or that person. Only Lu Jie is a standard young man of the year. Lu Nian also chimed in, praising his son as a talent for the country, always studying hard in Jiangxi. Since passing the exam, even during holidays, he stays back to study more and does not want to return home. However, Mr. Xie Qian said, Yesterday, I heard that Fong Jiua and the Crown Prince went to Jiangxi to find Lu Jie. It seems these two young men have entrusted Lu Jie with the important task of bringing a fake imperial edict to Dongzhou. Lu Nian's expression changed as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and he quickly denied, There must be some misunderstanding. My son has been studying too hard lately, so he just wants to go on a trip away from home. He even remembered to greet his father before heading to Tang. He is truly a determined and decisive child. After speaking, Mr. Lu Nian walked away, filled with worry, imagining the next turn of events. One official might say, if the Crown Prince has such reckless behavior at a young age, he must have been enchanted by someone. Another might say, Fong Jiua has brain issues, so it's normal for him to act this way. Yet another would say, Fong Jiua acts like this to curry favor with the Crown Prince. Zan then said, Lu Jie is an intellectual known and respected by many, and he is also the son of Grand Minister Lu Nian in the imperial court. Does Lu Jie still deserve to be called an intellectual? The other person immediately shouted, If Lu Jie is the son of Lu Nian, could it be that the act of forging this imperial edict was under Lu Nian's orders? Thinking of this, Lun Yan became furious, transforming into a monster with bloodshot eyes. He wondered, how could my son be so foolish? Both Fong Jiua and the crown prince looked so deceitful, yet he could fall for it. In reality, those in the office of the censor were often the keyboard warriors of the feudal era, keen on criticizing and gossiping carelessly. They particularly loved to critique two groups of people, one was Your Majesty, and the other, the prominent grand ministers in the imperial court. Just a minor mistake would be immediately recorded in history and passed down through generations. The danger was such that even Your Majesty had to fear these individuals. If they were promoted or achieved significant accomplishments, they would promptly become role models for intellectuals worldwide. Previously, Ma Wang was a grand minister who had resigned to return to his hometown in seclusion. He was greatly respected by both officials and the common people. When Your Majesty first ascended the throne, there was still an opportunity for him to be reappointed as an official. At this time, when news broke that Lu Jia was colluding with the crown prince and Fong Jiua, Mr. Ma Wang was eager to observe the situation and was ready to take action. Thus, a grand trial was convened. The crown prince had recently been subjected to Your Majesty's punishment. Mr. Ma Wang asked, "There are rumors that a false imperial edict from the imperial court originated from the Eastern Palace. Pray tell, is the crown prince involved in this matter?" Fong Jiua and the crown prince had previously conferred together. Fong Jiua remarked during the trial, "That person will certainly pose a question to the crown prince." At that moment, the crown prince must not admit any wrongdoing. The crown prince immediately responded with a no, for he believed himself to be the best and feared no one. Fong Jiua rebuked him, "Do not be foolish, as this would be tantamount to admitting to the act of creating a false imperial edict. Fong Jiua had a more favorable way for Your Majesty to navigate this issue." The crown prince also questioned, "Is there such a thing? I have never heard of it." Fong Jiua then revealed his strategy, causing the crown prince to be taken aback. Fong Jiua continued to explain, "With your method, even if someone from the office of the censor discovers a mistaken imperial edict of Your Majesty, it can still be executed by someone else." In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince at that time was nothing but a fool, completely unaware of anything. At present, the crown prince pretended to ask, "Is there really such a thing? How come I have never heard of it?" Mr. Ma Wang felt shocked and forced to smile, saying to the crown prince, "The crown prince is not related to this matter, is he? This is truly a great blessing for the country." Afterward, Mr. Ma Wang presented evidence, stating, he has collected 10 pieces of information and reported to Shan Haiguan. The commander of Shan Haiguan admitted, there is indeed an envoy of the imperial court who claims to be from the Eastern Palace and is preparing to go to Dongzhou. The Grand Minister has checked the Imperial Edict archives at the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies but found no Imperial Edict published in the capital palace. In other words, there is indeed an Imperial Edict from the royal family that has never been announced by the capital palace and has been sent to Dongzhou. Mr. Ma Wang turned to see Mr. Lun Yan remaining silent. He asked, "Lun Yan, do you have any comments?" Fong Jiua also cast a glance, eagerly awaiting a response. But Mr. Lun Yan only replied with a single word, "No." Mr. Ma Wang felt bewildered. Fong Jiua raised his finger and smirked, saying, "I respect this man to the ground. People question you, yet you think they are just reporting on routine work." Mr. Ma Wang, infuriated, unleashed his ultimate move, telling Lun Yan, "Do you know that this impostor is the son of Lu Jia?" After saying this, he smirked internally, thinking, "Let me watch closely and see how long you can keep up the pretense." Mr. Lun Yan ordered all directors to step outside, including the director of the Department of Enforcement, the head of the tribunal, and the director of the prosecution department. The 3 directors clasped their hands in salute, reporting their presence. Upon seeing this, Mr. Ma Wang felt uneasy and asked again, "We are in the middle of a conversation, why are you calling these people in?" Mr. Lun Yan replied, "The appearance of a counterfeit imperial edict from the imperial court is not a trivial matter, especially when the crown prince and Fong Jiua are involved. Rumors have circulated for a long time. Why not investigate first?" The 3 directors below,
hearing this difficult question, were speechless and didn't know how to respond.
Lu Nian continued to ask, Mr. Ma Wang of the office of the censor discovered a clue, so why was there no report made? This question left Lu Nian feeling perplexed. He glared and added, if a crown prince violates the law, then he should be punished just like an ordinary citizen. No matter who it is, even my own son, as long as they are involved in this matter, they will be dealt with severely.
Fong Jiua secretly admired Lu Nian and thought, he truly deserves to be someone who can become Minister of Home Affairs. Lu Nian demonstrated wisdom and courage when facing the suspicions of the office of the censor.
Instead of rebuffing, he implicated his superior and scolded Ma Wang.
Then, he delivered a lethal remark, the monarch's crimes are as culpable as those of commoners. Lu Nian had grouped the crown prince, Lu Jia, and Fong Jiua together. Although it was clear that his son had committed a crime, he still put on a facade of integrity and openly opposed others, while reprimanding the directors. He built an image of high esteem and grandeur, earning the respect of others. Lu Nian was indeed a crafty old fox like no other.
Because of this, other officials in the imperial court often found themselves under his thumb. Fong Jiua sneered, thinking, I have made a rather clever move.
After pulling Lu Jia into this, the problem has become much less worrisome. Unexpectedly, Lu Nian patted Fong Jiua on the shoulder, startling the young man.
He whispered into Fong Jiua's ear, come to my room for some cake and tea, let's relax a bit. Fong Jiua thought to himself, I've gotten myself into trouble. Lu Jia then arrived in Dongzhou to deliver the imperial edict. The two officials there were surprised and whispered to each other, why is the Ming Dynasty issuing the imperial edict so early? We wonder what serious issue this time relates to?
King Dongzhou was secretly pleased, as Your Majesty of the Ming Dynasty had accepted his previous report.
Lu Jia at this moment opened it to read.
According to the imperial edict from Your Majesty, the ruling emperor, Lu Jia was so shocked that his mouth fell open and his eyes bulged. The imperial edict clearly stated, King Liu of Dongzhou is the son of a concubine who was stripped of her title. He was fortunate to become Your Majesty, but instead of reflecting on his mother's mistakes, Liu shamelessly wrote a memorial requesting that Your Majesty of the Ming Dynasty promote her as Queen Mother. This is truly delusional and deserves the death penalty.
Lu Jia thought to himself, what the hell is this?
Liu is, after all, a king, yet the imperial edict is written so bluntly.
Just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly embarrassed. However, because this imperial edict is Your Majesty's will, Lu Jia had no choice but to grit his teeth and read it out loud to King Liu. King Liu stood silently without saying anything.
Lu Jia felt very embarrassed and tried his best to read the entire imperial edict. In fact, this imperial edict was written in Zhong language, while King Liu from Dongzhou spoke a different language. For example, if two people proficient in Ing meet, they can fully understand each other, achieving perfect scores in listening. But when a student encounters a native speaker, he often does not fully grasp the meaning. If he meets a native speaker, the student can only understand a few words. In short, King Liu could not comprehend the content that Lu Jia was reading. Nevertheless, King Liu still smiled brightly and thanked Your Majesty for favoring him. Lu Jia felt quite surprised. Despite being scolded like that, he could still smile and accept the order, proving that this king was indeed a very patient person. Lu Jia did not know that his voice was quite hard to understand, making it impossible for King Liu to comprehend the Zhong language, and he did not even score in the listening part. Later, King Liu even said, Lu Jia, go to the imperial palace to rest and relax to reduce your stress.
Liu feigned concern, surely the envoy has been tired from the long journey to Tang, right? Please come in so I can serve you from A to Z.
Lu Jia scratched his head in agreement, but suddenly, the young man remembered something, and his expression changed as if he had eaten something unpleasant.
Earlier, Fong Jiua had given Lu Jia a secret pouch and instructed him that after reading the imperial edict, he must open it to see.
At this moment, Lu Jia's hands trembled as he slowly opened the pouch to take a look. He was shocked to find that the paper contained only one word, See Your Majesty. Lu Jia broke out in a cold sweat, turned around, and saw King Liu grinning wickedly, creating an unsettling atmosphere.
With his extraordinary intellect, Lu Jia realized that Fong Jiua had been right. King Liu wanted to lure him inside for an ambush. Therefore, Lu Jia hurriedly "See your majesty back" and shouted, "My child at home needs to be fed, so I must leave quickly. I promise King Liu that I will visit on another fine day." King Liu believed him, bowed his head, and bid farewell to envoy Lu Jia. A short while later, in the imperial palace of Dongzhou, King Liu angrily slammed the table, realizing he had been deceived. He thought, surely there is some treacherous person in the country who has disclosed information to the Ming Dynasty. But at this point, he had no other choice and decided to take the risk. As a result, bloody massacres broke out in the capital Dongzhou. From brothers to nephews of the royal family, no minister or nobility was spared. Countless monks were killed, and temples were burned to the ground. The worst of it all was the largest and most important academy in Dongzhou, where academic officials and intellectuals were eradicated. The portrait of the deity was torn down and burned. Even the plaque of the ancestral master that had been passed down for thousands of years, extremely valuable, had vanished. In the end, this place had been transformed into an utter chaos. The female physicians in the capital palace were sent here to serve the young men seeking entertainment. The brutal rule of Liu had begun. In the capital palace, apart from Fong Jiua, the crown prince and Lu Jia, neither your majesty nor the grand ministers were aware of this event. At the imperial palace, after Lu Nian spoke up, the other officials began pressing your majesty to investigate the matter of the counterfeit imperial edict. And the unfortunate soul who faced the most repercussions was none other than Ma Wang. Every day, he had to meticulously examine mountains of paperwork, which was extremely stressful. Moreover, he was ridiculed by a group of younger intellectuals, treated with contempt like a dog, because he had previously dared to provoke Lu Nian. As a result, Lu Nian retaliated against him painfully. The investigation was also incredibly pressuring, as all three of the accused were dangerous figures. One was the son of the powerful general Fong Jinglong, another was the son of Grand Minister Lu Nian, and the last was the son of your majesty. Ma Wang felt like a tiny ant. At that moment, the man in red, the minister of the Ministry of Rights in the imperial court, suddenly walked in and asked, "Have you received any news from Dongzhou yet?" Suddenly, a man in blue rushed in to report, "There is urgent news from Ludong." The two immediately opened it to read. After finishing, Ma Wang was so furious that he cursed King Liu, declaring him to be worse than a beast. Massacring the entire intellectual class in Dongzhou was a crime beyond imagination. Mr. Jiang Sang was infuriated to the point of madness, cursing the scoundrel Liu for turning the place of worship into a brothel. This person was indeed not even worth comparing to dogs or pigs. To make matters worse, he had previously shamelessly sought to confer deity status upon himself. Mr. Ma Wang at that moment felt fortunate that your majesty had sufficient insight to recognize Liu's scheme and had scolded him like a dog in the imperial edict. Mr. Jiang Sang was taken aback, as he had not yet heard that the fake imperial edict had been sent out. He was astonished to ask again, "Is that true?" He recalled that the recent imperial edict was a decree granting deity status to him, rather than a reprimand. People spoke of it saying, "The cast-off concubine, Liu, is virtuous, and through your majesty's grace, has birthed a wise king like Liu." Liu's kind-heartedness has deeply moved the people. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma Wang was so furious that he began to curse as well. He asked, "What do you think, to praise a worthless scoundrel as a deity? If the populace knows of this, wouldn't it be nothing short of ridicule for your majesty, like a sardine?" Mr. Jiang Sang awkwardly laughed and explained, "This is not about conferring deity status. Conferring deity status means that regardless of what kind of person he is, he will be praised to death." At this moment, Mr. Ma Wang finally felt grateful that the nobles and intellectuals in Dongzhou were already aware that the envoy Lu Jia had brought the imperial edict to scold Mr. Liu like a dog. They realized that Liu was truly a scoundrel and he had begun to escape to Ludong. This also indicated that Lu Jia had brought along another imperial edict from the imperial court. Online, there was information that an imperial edict of the royal family had leaked from the Eastern Palace. The man in the red robe also felt fortunate that Lu Jia had brought the second imperial edict,
cursing Li Yu as a bastard. If not, Your Majesty of the Ming Dynasty would have become a laughingstock for the people to gossip about. If Your Majesty were laughed at, then the Ministry of Rights, represented by the man in the red robe, would be the first to face punishment. At this moment, Mr. Ma Wang said, "The second imperial edict is announced by the Ministry of Rights. As for whether it is true or not, Jiang Sang is the one to make the final decision." Mr. Jiang Sang, upon hearing this, immediately recognized that it was not a good situation. Mr. Ma Wan was trying to throw the hot coal to him. Truly wicked like a dog. Mr. Jiang Sang also replied, "Mr. Ma Wang is the censor, and you are the one who actually decides whether it is right or wrong." Thus, the two kept shifting the responsibility back and forth. "Jiang Sang, you decide." "Mr. Ma Wang, you go ahead and decide." "Jiang Sang, you decide." "Mr. Ma Wang, you decide." After a long time, both men were exhausted and still no one dared to take on this immense responsibility. Mr. Ma Wang proposed, "Let the Crown Prince and those involved decide this matter." Mr. Jiang Sang also agreed with this proposal. After that, Mr. Jiang Sang and Mr. Ma Wang reported the brutal murder and other heinous crimes of King Li Yu to Grand Minister Lun Yan. Upon hearing this, Lun Yan was furious and cursed, "That damn Li Yu is worse than a beast." Previously, Lun Yan had 3 sons, but 2 had died, leaving only one son, Lu Jie. Unfortunately, Lu Jie had failed the examination several times, and his way of speaking gradually became more introverted, akin to autism, from being a lively boy. Eventually, Lu Jie finally passed with top honors, and Mr. Lun Yan felt immense joy. At present, Lu Jie had not yet returned, and the massacre had erupted. Mr. Lun Yan was worried for his son, fearing that this time would bring more misfortune than luck. But soon after, Mr. Jiang Sang came to report that the leader in Ludong has said Lu Jie has arrived in Ludong and brought with him more than 10 members of the royal family of Dongzhou to rescue. Mr. Ma Wang also praised Lun Yan's son for traveling a long distance to Dongzhou to read the imperial edict and scold Li Yu. He truly is an outstanding young man. If it weren't for Lu Jie, the consequences could have been extremely disastrous. Upon hearing this, Lun Yan was taken aback, not expecting his son to be so capable. He deemed this matter significant and not trivial, and immediately stated, "We need to urgently invite the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua to the capital palace, and simultaneously summon the relevant officials from various departments to meet with Your Majesty." Immediately, both gentlemen complied with the order. Afterwards, when all the Grand Ministers learned about Li Yu's actions, they were furious and ridiculed Li Yu as a dog, a despicable type of person. The people and the deity were all indignant, and the deity would definitely never forgive him. Your Majesty then asked, "Previously, you announced the imperial edict to Dongzhou regarding the conferral of the deity. What do you think about this?" The officials below were silent as fish, not daring to say a word. Then, Mr. Ma Wang said, "I remember that the imperial edict from the imperial court seems to praise Li Yu's noble character and ethics and agrees to confer deity status upon Li Yu's mother." The officials below immediately went pale and felt awkward after hearing Mr. Ma Wang's statement. Fong Jiua saw the tense situation and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty has long seen through Li Yu's barbaric ambitions. To avoid alarming the enemy, you publicly proclaimed the imperial edict, but in fact, you secretly issued a confidential imperial edict to the Crown Prince, ordering him to hasten to Dongzhou to announce it. Long live Your Majesty's brilliance." Mr. Ma Wang did not expect Your Majesty to be so clever. All the Grand Ministers bowed their heads in deep admiration. Your Majesty truly possesses strategic vision and conquers thousands of miles. Your Majesty is a supreme sage. At this moment, Mr. Ma Wang reflected, seeing Lu Jie, the son of Grand Minister Lun Yan, is also related to this matter makes perfect sense. Such a great responsibility cannot be entrusted to an ordinary person. You all feel regretful for having wrongly blamed the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua. Currently, the Crown Prince was feeling pleased, silently praising, "Fong Jiua is smart, truly formidable. He has deceived both the Grand Ministers and Your Majesty." Fong Jiua also wore a triumphant smile, but it appeared quite unattractive. Suddenly, Your Majesty became so enraged that he scolded Fong Jiua as a madman, speaking nonsensically.
Fong Jiua was taken aback and turned pale. At that moment, he finally admitted, the first imperial edict to confer deity status was indeed proclaimed by him, but the second imperial edict was announced by the crown prince, and it is undoubtedly a counterfeit imperial edict. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's expression was as if to say, "Oh my, your majesty is truly generous." He would rather not take credit than expose my wrongdoing. This time, it was indeed serious. Your majesty immediately declared, the act of counterfeiting an imperial edict is a crime punishable by death. The crown prince felt shocked, utterly resentful of life. But then, your majesty indicated that he wanted to reward him. Upon hearing this, the crown prince was astonished, standing still, and with wide eyes asked again, "Is it true?" However, Mr. Ma Wang disagreed. He said, "Your majesty, the nation has its laws, and the family has its rules. Even if one accomplishes great deeds, one cannot cover up their mistakes. If not, people will fear the law no longer and chaos will ensue." Your majesty responded, saying, "You think similarly." However, once the imperial edict conferring deity status on the royal family is proclaimed, Liu will use it to commit evil, causing countless intellectuals to be disappointed with our Ming Dynasty. If the grand ministers were in the position of the crown prince, would you choose to gamble with your lives to forge an imperial edict from the imperial court, or would you choose to bring shame upon the Ming Dynasty? Forging an imperial edict from the royal family will be punishable by execution, but knowing the consequences and doing nothing, having a clear opportunity to intervene yet valuing personal interests over national ones, demonstrates you are unworthy of serving as officials. If you act this way, the entire world will criticize you. The officials below, upon hearing this, were horrified and whispered, saying, "Forging an imperial edict is a capital offense. To forge is to prioritize personal gain over the country, and even in death, one would become a dog in the afterlife." Your majesty continued to say, "The crown prince and those close to him know that forging an imperial edict is a capital offense, but to salvage their mistakes and the honor of the Ming Dynasty, they risked their lives to forge an imperial edict. That is why I wish to commend them." The officials below then shouted loudly in agreement, saying, they should be greatly rewarded for the crown prince. Thus, the crown prince was moved, shedding tears of joy, silently rejoicing at having escaped the death penalty and even being rewarded further. He felt exceedingly grateful and elated, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Mr. Ma Wangshang, with a tense expression, said, "Your Majesty, we still have a serious issue concerning the protection of our subjects and our vassal states." Your Majesty agreed with this opinion and ordered, "Reward the Crown Prince, Fong Jiua, and Lu Jie for their great contributions. As for Liu and his followers, for having slaughtered the people and offended Your Majesty's deity, they must certainly be executed without mercy." Mr. Ma Wangshang, along with 500 brothers from the martial world, called out, "Your Majesty, Deity Ming, we request that you deploy troops to attack Liu in support of righteousness." However, the proposal to attack Dongzhou plunged Your Majesty into a state of depression, as war is a waste of time and resources. The necessities to confront Liu's army would also be very costly. If the campaign did not proceed smoothly and the Ming Dynasty could not cope with a small nation, it would be a significant loss. Even if the attack were to proceed smoothly, and consumed money and provisions, nothing would be gained, it would simply be a costly offensive. But the fact that knowing Liu has committed heinous acts and not taking action to address it is inexcusable. As a major power, standing by and watching your junior being attacked will lead to a loss of respect from others. At this moment, the Crown Prince cleverly clasped his hands and said, "I hope Your Majesty will allow me to lead the army to attack Dongzhou." But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately stopped by Your Majesty. He looked confused like a fox and turned to Fong Jiua asking, "What have I done wrong?" Fong Jiua replied, "After the incident at Fortress of Shimubo, the Ming Dynasty's forces, which were previously more numerous, were completely defeated by Yaluo's army, and all the generals of the Ming Dynasty were either killed or captured. Therefore, Your Majesty and your royal family must be cautious. Your Majesty only has one son, the Crown Prince. How can you allow the Crown Prince to personally engage in battle?" Hearing this, the Crown Prince said, "This is the conquest of Dongzhou. If successful, it will be a great achievement." So this fellow, with a sly expression, whispered to Fong Jiua, "Let's quietly go to Liaodong." Fong Jiua immediately said, "That makes sense, but it's too risky. If your majesty finds out about this, he will certainly deal with you right away." In fact, Fong Jiua knew that the state of Dongzhou does not need to be conquered. The crown prince then questioned, "Why?" Fong Jiua explained, "Because Liu appears to be the king of Dongzhou, but in reality, some people in the country have long been dissatisfied with him. Those people do not rebel immediately because they are unsure of your majesty's attitude towards the Ming Dynasty. Right now, as long as Liu Jie acts in the name of the imperial court to resist Dongzhou, leading the clans and nobles in Dongzhou, along with hundreds of thousands of troops and horses from Ludong, those who do not favor Liu will immediately rise up. At that time, the fight against Liu will only leave Liu by himself, and death is a certainty." Moreover, Fong Jiua had previously sent Liu Jie a private letter requesting, "Liu Jie, take the name of an envoy and immediately bring people to Dongzhou. I did not mention this in front of your majesty earlier because I was worried about Lu Nian's age, fearing that he might be shocked enough to spit blood." However, the crown prince felt, if Liu dares to arrogantly kill innocent people like this, then he must surely have a firm grasp on military power. "I do not know if this is safe." Fong Jiua tilted his hat, showing a self-satisfied and handsome demeanor, and asked again, "Does the crown prince believe in himself?" One of the persons that the crown prince trusted the most was indeed Fong Jiua. A while later, the crown prince sat in a corner feeling jealous of Lu Nian, the young man who had the opportunity to contribute to the country, while he felt bored. Your Majesty suddenly spoke from behind, asking, "Why are you still here?" The crown prince, still dazed, replied, "Father has acknowledged that my act of forging the imperial edict is justifiable and has made a significant contribution to the imperial court, so I will receive a great reward. I am waiting to be rewarded." Your Majesty then said, "I haven't even settled the score with you, and you still dare to act like you deserve a reward?" At this point, the crown prince was taken aback, turning around with a pitiful look. But your Majesty was furious, criticizing, "Forging the imperial edict of the imperial court is a severe offense, worthy of execution. Do you think I wish to commend you for your earth-shattering actions before all the grand ministers of the imperial court? All officials in the imperial court are dangerous people. You might be able to conceal your forgery of the imperial edict, but you cannot hide it forever." Your Majesty continued, "You are my only son, so I can only acknowledge and praise you, though this is truly difficult. After I commend you, do you still have the audacity to act proud?" After a barrage of scolding, the crown prince was completely humiliated. He hurriedly clasped his hands and praised, "Father is truly revered," admitting that I was wrong from the very beginning. But immediately after, he was pinned down and beaten like a dog. The crown prince pleaded for your Majesty's mercy, calling for help. Sometime later, when the massacre in Dongzhou occurred, many nobility and intellectuals from Dongzhou fled to Liaodong. Li Yang, the half-brother of Liu, escaped Dongzhou on the day of the massacre. Upon hearing the news that the Ming Dynasty could be a refuge and save lives, he decided to go immediately. However, upon arrival, he realized that life was truly difficult. He had to live with farmers and work hard. Nevertheless, he was very grateful that the Ming Dynasty had saved his life. Here, he received protection and care from the imperial court. From then on, Mr. Li Yang lived a happy life, reading the 4 books and the 5 classics, enjoying Tang poetry, and studying the classics of the deities. But after a while, the group of refugees cried their eyes out because they missed their homeland and wanted to return. He also felt scared. He thought, "The Ming Dynasty treated us very well, while in Dongzhou now there are only evil people, they won't treat us like that." However, Liu Jie insisted that we must return to Dongzhou, because Master Fong Jiua said that we must go back there, kill Liu and restore peace for the people. Li Yang cried like a river after hearing those words. He hurriedly explained to Liu Jie, "The situation in Dongzhou is very serious right now. All members of the royal family in the city have been killed, and those in power now are loyal to Liu. Unless the Ming Dynasty sends 100,000 soldiers to conquer Dongzhou, going back now will definitely lead to death." Li Yang continued, "And death is not the worst thing. Liu has learned from the infamous tyrants in the history of the previous country and has invented many cruel torture devices. If we fall into his hands, we may not die, but our lives will be worse than death. However, Lu Jie was so infatuated that he disregarded everything and absolutely believed in the arrangements of Master Fong Jiua. Lu Jie thought, Master knows everything and surely there must be a reason for the arrangements he made. Upon hearing this, Li Yang was astonished, not expecting this young man to have such deep faith in his teacher. He asked Lu Jie about what his teacher had taught him. Lu Jie replied, my teacher hasn't taught anything at all of my learning was taught by Master Fong Jihua's disciple, Wang Yangming. In fact, aside from the time I was sent to convey orders in Dongzhou, I have only met him 3 times and exchanged exactly 4 sentences. Lu Jie recounted the first time he met Master Fong Jihua. He said, the student is very pleased to meet Master Fong Jihua. Fong Jihua smiled and replied, what a wonderful disciple. During their second meeting, Fong Jihua stood on the roof and appeared like a prominent figure, while Lu Jie exclaimed, Master is really too cool. In the third meeting, Fong Jihua and Wang Yangming were chatting away, while Lu Jie, like a fan infatuated with his idol, remained completely engrossed, forgetting the way back despite his idol's indifference. Mr. Li Yang was in shock after hearing this emotional story, rendered speechless. He asked Lu Jie again, have you seen a doctor? You've only met Master Fong Jihua 3 times and exchanged only 4 sentences, and you trust him that much? I'm afraid you might even give your body away. But Lu Jie regarded Fong Jihua as a hero, a person of profound knowledge, well versed in all social and military issues. Moreover, the teacher was brave and dignified, an excellent advisor whom everyone admired. Lu Jie also confirmed that this was completely accurate, thanks to his rich imagination. Mr. Li Yang was utterly devastated, wanting to fall into depression after hearing this incredible story. He was adamant about not returning to Dongzhou to die in vain. He preferred to live as an ordinary person in Liaodong. He emphasized to Lu Jie, you should know that without the protection of the Ming Dynasty army, crossing the border back to Dongzhou is no different from seeking death. However, Lu Jie remained resolute. Master Fong Jihua said we must return to kill Li Yu, so we absolutely have to go back. Li Yang, with a dangerous and calculating expression, suddenly pulled out a small knife, cut into his own hand, and shouted, if you ignore my opinion and decide to execute us, I will use my identity as a member of the royal family to accuse you. Suddenly, Lu Jie took out a piece of paper, handed it to him, and said, write the complaint. Li Yang held the paper in his hand, his face blank as if he did not understand what was happening. Lu Jie continued, why aren't you writing? Do you need me to write an additional petition for you? Hearing this, Li Yang cried out in despair, sobbing and saying, you are truly evil like a dog. After this, I will expose your crimes to the entire populace, especially before your teacher Fong Jihua. Not long after, a large group of people appeared from nowhere. They were the 3 most powerful Grand Ministers of Dongzhou. They came to report that, thanks to the loyal and brave soldiers, they have now eradicated the rebels and surrounded King Li Yu. They respectfully invited Envoy Lu Jie and Lord Li Yang to the capital immediately to grasp the specific situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie was astonished, turning into a fool before this unexpected event. It turns out that to protect their own lives and those of other citizens, these Grand Ministers always show loyalty in front of King Li Yu. They know that Li Yu will surely be defeated and have planned to wait until the people's discontent rises high enough to overthrow the imperial court before they rise up to attack. The Grand Ministers have long harbored hatred for this king, so they have secretly discussed their plans with each other beforehand. The man in the red robe added that after King Li Yu learned of Lu Jie's return to Dongzhou, he sent the Grand Ministers to lead troops to kill all of Lu Jie's forces. However, Lu Jie is not only an envoy of the Ming Dynasty but also the son of Grand Minister Lun Yan, who holds a very prominent position. This caused the Grand Ministers of Dongzhou to be so afraid that they dared not do anything other than rise up and counterattack King Li Yu, leading to his disgrace. However, the greatest credit originally belonged to them, but now it is recorded as the merit of Lu Jie and Li Yang. Mr. Li Yang felt a mix of emotions, both frightened and moved. He did not expect that Lu Jie's teacher, Fong Jihua, would have such a great influence. Having just returned to Dongzhou without having done anything, he had already won the battle, truly an incredible story. At this moment, Lu Jie said calmly, have you seen the benefits yet? That is the absolute power I mentioned before, unforeseen by my master. The country of Dongzhou currently needs a clan to stabilize the situation, and both my master and I believe that you, Li Yang, are the most suitable person. The scene shifts to Jiangxi, where Fong Jiua is joyfully saying, "The new year is approaching. I wonder if the princess and the crown prince feel sad not to see me." Ah, hi. The crown prince, hearing this, felt annoyed by his way of speaking. Fong Jiua continued, "Crown prince, the Lunar New Year is coming. I invite everyone to come here and enjoy a delightful meal together. Eating pork is very good for the brain, so my brother, Crown Prince, please invite the princess along as well." The Crown Prince immediately replied, "Don't try to fool me. You have some ulterior motive, don't you?" Fong Jiua fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then complimented, "Crown Prince, you are truly intelligent. No one dares to claim to be the best if you stand second. I genuinely have a bad intention." Pleased with the compliment, the Crown Prince showed a smug expression. "No one can outsmart me, you know." However, Fong Jiua was not willing to back down, striking an even more peculiar pose. He said, "I have come up with a grand business plan that can earn a lot of gold and silver. The purpose of inviting the princess to Jiangxi for pork is to test the feasibility of this business." Upon hearing about gold and silver, the Crown Prince's eyes sparkled brighter than the headlights of a car. He quickly said, "This is as easy as pie, let's work together to make money." I could only feel concern at the speed of this young man's change of mood. Fong Jiua then flipped his hat off and flashed a handsome, self-satisfied smile. "Right now, in Beijing, there are many wealthy families. They not only have money but also plenty of leisure time. The biggest thing I want to do is create opportunities for them to spend their money." The Crown Prince innocently asked, "What does this have to do with my sister?" Fong Jiua explained, "To do business, you must first determine whether the product is suitable and if the customers are willing to pay for it. Although the wealthy possess a lot of money, they do not spend it foolishly. The princess is pampered and enjoys many fine things. If she finds something interesting, then surely the wealthy will also be intrigued and willing to spend. If we make the princess happy and she gives us the green light, then at that point, we won't have to worry about earning money anymore." The Crown Prince immediately frowned, showing his displeasure. "This matter is not easy, my friend. To take my sister out of the capital palace, you must overcome the obstacle of your majesty." His temper is as hot as the sun, and he could instantly fly into a rage upon hearing this request. Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, turned away and muttered, "Then it looks like there's no chance to make a lot of money." The Crown Prince immediately changed his demeanor, his face becoming serious as he boldly declared, "I will handle this matter, my brother, rest assured." So the two soul brothers liked each other's posts, demonstrating their solidarity. A little later, in front of your majesty, the Crown Prince began to take action. He lied, saying, "Fong Jiua has recently mentioned that my sister has been frequently relapsing, and the usual treatments aren't effective." Your Majesty was shocked upon hearing this. Seeing the opportunity arise, the Crown Prince continued to steer the conversation. "The usual treatments aren't effective, but it could be resolved by going to Jiangxi for recovery. Of course, my sister has lived a life of luxury and it won't be easy for her to leave home, but I, with my worldly experience, will take care of her during her time in Jiangxi." He concluded with a cunning smile, he. The Crown Prince replied, "I seek permission from father to visit mother to say goodbye." However, your Majesty immediately wore a stern expression and asked, "What are we treating? You can't get treatment in the imperial palace, but you can in Jiangxi? What is the origin of this story? Tell me the middle part." The Crown Prince continued to fabricate a story, explaining, "Resting means going to a place with a good environment to recover health, and the environment in Jiangxi is very good for brain illnesses. Don't you see that after Fong Jiua went there, his brain illness improved significantly?" Hearing this, your Majesty also found it reasonable and agreed to let it go. The Crown Prince secretly smiled, thinking he had succeeded, but suddenly your Majesty continued, "The Lunar New Year is approaching. I also miss Jiangxi, so I will go with you all." The Crown Prince immediately changed his expression, as if he had just swallowed something extremely bitter. Your Majesty added, "Your mother has always wished for another imperial palace there, but hasn't had the opportunity. Jiangxi has a good environment, so I will take this chance to bring her there for a visit. The crown prince could not hold back and shouted, "Absurd! Too absurd! This is going for medical treatment, not for a wellness trip." Your Majesty said, "In a few days, it will be the time for a holiday, and you have decided to invite the officials from the imperial court to accompany 2 people. Your Majesty wants them to have the opportunity to understand the suffering of the people." The crown prince immediately felt excited, as this thrilled him greatly due to his cunning nature. He thought, if all the wealthy elite in Beijing come at the same time, then Fong Jiua will surely be delighted by this. Thus, the trip of the important figures in the imperial court to Jiangxi took place in a joyful atmosphere. Fong Jiua was infatuated with the beautiful princess, while the crown prince was preoccupied with the idea of earning gold and silver. Both Your Majesty and the Grand Ministers were happy to have the opportunity to have fun and relax. The Empress and the Princess also rarely had the chance to enjoy the majestic natural scenery. Fong Jiua suddenly smiled cunningly and said, "I heard the Crown Prince say that Your Majesty brought everyone here to understand the suffering of the people. So I have thought of an idea. Today, Your Majesty and your close attendants will personally pick vegetables and fruits. You can choose whatever you want to eat. After harvesting, we will find a few people who know how to cook to prepare a meal for everyone to enjoy together." Everyone, including Your Majesty and the officials, was stunned by this unexpected suggestion. Ma Wensheng became furious and shouted at Fong Jiua, "How dare you speak nonsense, ordering Your Majesty and the royal family to go harvest vegetables and fruits to eat?" He roared, "Are you joking with Your Majesty?" Fong Jiua replied innocently, "I'm not joking. The people in Jiangxi have gone home to celebrate the new year, to reunite with their families. If we don't do it ourselves, there will be nothing to eat." Ma Wensheng did not expect to encounter such a reckless person, leaving him speechless. The Empress smiled brightly and said, "Since it's come to this, let's follow Fong Jihua's suggestion." Fong Jihua then proposed several activities for everyone to experience together, including picking fruits, fishing, peeling potatoes, and killing dolphins. Mr. Lun Yan asked in confusion, "Where did the dolphins come from to kill?" Fong Jihua cheerfully replied, "That's actually the pigs." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lun Yan was shocked into silence. Your Majesty and the Grand Ministers all wore the same expression of green-faced astonishment. Fong Jihua explained, "To avoid naming taboos with the royal family, in Jiangxi, all pigs are referred to as dolphins." Your Majesty found this reasonable and couldn't help but laugh, immediately giving his approval. Next, Fong Jihua assigned the task of picking fruit to the Empress and the beautiful princess. The remaining tasks would be distributed among everyone else. Upon hearing this, the Grand Ministers hurriedly picked up their fishing rods to prepare for fishing. Mr. Lun Yan immediately commented, "The others are really shameless, only choosing the easy tasks, they are quite immature." He promptly took up a large knife with a serious expression, causing the young men to hastily praise him. "Lun Yan is truly impressive, always taking the lead in the most difficult tasks." However, Mr. Lun Yan then assigned the task of slaughtering the pig to these 2 individuals, commanding, "The youth must take the initiative." The 2 young men looked bewildered when they heard him assign the task. Suddenly, Fong Jihua spoke up, promising to assist them and said not to worry. After that, the pig was tied up, causing it to thrash about and squeal loudly. Fong Jihua only helped by cheering and shouting, "Hurry up and kill it, cut its throat. I will help you by throwing the meat into the pot." At this moment, the 2 men felt confused, not knowing where to start. Fong Jihua asked, "So how should we begin now?" Suddenly, a figure quickly flashed by, snatching the knife from his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the one in the green outfit had finished with the pig. It turned out that Wang Yangming had arrived and completed the task in an instant. He immediately ordered the 2 young men to clean up the intestines. One person exclaimed, "Incredible!" The other let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the work was done. However, Fong Jihua ordered this person to quickly fry 10 plates of eggs. The young man picked up the pan and asked, "When making fried eggs, should we add the oil first or the eggs first?" The 2 began to debate.
The one in the green shirt argued, egg whites and oil have similar lubricating properties, so there's no need to add oil when frying the eggs. The one in the blue shirt retorted, with a head as big as a grape, how can you make fried eggs without adding oil? In the book I've read, it states that oil has lubricating properties and makes the dish taste better. Clearly, oil is very important. Understand? The person in the green shirt retorted, because I read in a book that cooking oil makes people fat. When one is fat, nobody will love them, and without love, one will live alone, lonely and desolate. Therefore, not eating oil is the right choice. The person in the blue shirt argued back, you don't eat oil and yet you are as fat as a pig. So, it's not necessarily true that eating oil will make you fat. You have to add oil for the dish to be delicious. Do you understand? Fong Jiua and Wang Yangming, who had been listening to the two argue, could no longer contain themselves. They immediately ordered, you two hurry and start the fire, instead of arguing. So the person in the blue shirt obediently went to start the fire, but didn't know how to do it, causing the flames to burst out violently. He hurried outside to call for help. The two young men were furious with him for this. At the official's place, he felt fortunate to be assigned a light job with a good salary, which was fishing. The Grand Minister and Your Majesty were together digging for sweet potatoes. After a while, Lun Yan said, Your Majesty, please go inside and rest while I continue. But Your Majesty replied, although this sweet potato digging is tiring, it is very enjoyable. Working alongside you all like this is a rare opportunity. I have no reason to go inside and rest. Mr. Ma Wenshang was feeling very exhausted, his back felt as if it was about to break. At the place of the princess and the empress, both of them were harvesting and enjoying delicious fruits. The empress praised, Jiangxi is indeed a wonderful place. The air here has a good effect on your illness. After Your Majesty and everyone experienced life like ordinary citizens, it was finally time to enjoy the wonderful dishes. He tasted the plums picked by his daughter and praised, these plums are so sweet. The man in the red robe picked up a fish that he had caught himself, moved to the point of tears. Just looking at it made it look so tasty. Next, mashed potatoes with green onions were served. Lun Yan quickly boasted, this dish is made from the potatoes that Your Majesty and the Grand Ministers have dug up. Suddenly, Fong Jihua brought out a large bowl of simmered pork, glistening and smell delicious. He introduced, this is the mixed pork soup I personally created. After witnessing the pig being slaughtered, the Grand Ministers were played a trick by Fong Jihua, leaving them speechless and unable to utter a word. In fact, this mixed pork soup is a famous dish in the Northeast region. In later generations, it became a very popular dish, often appearing during festive occasions in rural areas. At this moment, Fong Jihua further promoted the dish, explaining that it is made by putting all parts such as pork bones, lean meat, pork belly, pig's blood, intestines, kidneys, and a variety of other ingredients into a pot to cook. Your Majesty found Fong Jihua to seem rather deceitful and not trustworthy at all. He thought, eating fruit is much better. The man in the red robe had the same expression, believing that his fish dish was the best. So, Fong Jihua offered the soup to his close friend to try, saying, this dish is unsurpassed in aroma and flavor. I invite the Crown Prince to have a taste. The Crown Prince had a dissatisfied expression, thinking to himself, what is this guy making me eat? But due to the previous money-making plan, he took the risk and tried a bite, chewing vigorously. Your Majesty was taken by surprise, while the Crown Prince gave a thumbs up, praising the dish for its wonderful flavor and inviting everyone to try it. Mr. Li Dongyang felt a bit suspicious, thinking it seemed somewhat deceptive. He suspected that the Crown Prince and Fong Jihua were colluding to trick everyone. Your Majesty, curious, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth with a serious expression. The officials around were surprised as Your Majesty exclaimed, I can't believe this is pork. It's delicious, not just ordinarily good but truly amazing. The officials were even more astonished, and everyone quickly grabbed for more. In the blink of an eye, the dish was completely empty, with nothing left on the plate. As they ate, they praised the dish endlessly, wondering how pork could taste this good. Your Majesty began to feel that something was amiss, became suspicious, and asked Fong Jiua, "Pork cannot taste this good.
You must have some special cooking method, don't you, Fong Jiua?" Fong Jiua calmly replied, "Your Majesty, it's not a special cooking method, but rather a special breeding method.
According to the old breeding method, a pig can only weigh between 30 to 35 kg in 4 months, and the meat is not tasty. But with my new breeding method, pigs can reach 70 kg in just 4 months, and the meat is ensured to be very tasty."
Your Majesty curiously asked, "What is that method?" Fong Jiua answered, "That method is cutting the pig."
Your Majesty was amazed and widened his eyes in surprise. He truly savored the delicious taste of this pork. Lun Yen, standing beside him, said, "I have heard that a sheep can only produce about 30 to 35 kg of meat in a year if it develops well. Generally, most sheep only reach about 25 to 30 kg after a year of raising. In other words, within the same raising period, the meat yield from pigs can be 6 to 7 times higher than that of sheep. Furthermore, raising sheep requires grazing, while our Ming Dynasty does not have many grasslands, so the scale of sheep farming is limited. In contrast, with pigs, all that is needed is for someone to feed them adequately. Pig farming is not restricted by scale and also saves effort for the farmers." At this moment, Your Majesty remembered Fong Jiua's promise to turn surplus food into meat so that everyone would have meat to eat. Now, he believed that this was completely achievable. Your Majesty praised Fong Jiua as an outstanding talent of the nation, which made him feel immensely proud. The princess turned to her mother and said, "Fong Jiua always knows how to please father, making him very happy." The Empress then said, "Fong Jiua not only pleases the two of you but there is also another person involved." Upon hearing this, the princess felt shy, her cheeks turning as red as tomatoes. The Empress pointed towards the crown prince, who was continuously liking and sending hearts, saying, "That guy seems even happier than both of you." Hearing this, the princess let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Fong Jiua glanced over at the princess. She felt as though struck by the thunder of love, startled. Fong Jiua winked flirtatiously and flashed a handsome smile, but upon closer inspection, there was something blurred and unclear. Yet, the princess's heart fluttered, filled with excitement. Fong Jiua continued to boast, stating, "I heard the crown prince say that Your Majesty came to Jiangxi out of concern for the princess's health. Recently, the princess's brain condition has been recurring frequently, causing great worry for everyone. Jiangxi has majestic mountains, beautiful scenery, and fresh air, which is very good for brain diseases. The south also has a beautiful lake. If the princess goes there, she will surely recover soon." Fong Jiua continued with a serious demeanor, "I am an upright person, and I cannot run away with the princess. I sincerely request that Your Majesty allow the princess to go there for her recovery." After finishing his words, the expression of the cunning young man was more deceitful than a dog thief. Your Majesty sensed something was off and stroked his beard, thinking for a long time. At this moment, Fong Jiua's face showed an extremely crafty look as he thought to himself, "There are so many officials in the court here, Your Majesty definitely cannot go with the princess. Zhang Empress is also a woman from the royal family, it wouldn't be convenient for them to follow either. In the end, Your Majesty will have to let Madame Matron go along, and she is under my command, so she certainly won't dare to say a word. This plan is perfectly flawless. He. Suddenly, the crown prince spoke up, "Father, I'm sure you must be tired after a busy day. Let me accompany the princess." Hearing this, Your Majesty agreed. Fong Jiua secretly cursed, "This damn kid, why does he always ruin my plans?" So the three of them set off. The crown prince looked quite pleased, while Fong Jiua and the princess wanted nothing more than to kick him to death. In the end, they finally arrived at the South Lake. The crown prince smiled at the princess and cheerfully said, "We haven't been in harmony for a long time, today you will stay and chat with me, okay?" Fong Jiua, sitting nearby, felt angry and thought to herself, "This picturesque scenery must only be left for the two of us. I have to think of a way to send this guy away." She immediately shouted, "There are so many big fish in this lake, does the crown prince want to catch them?" The crown prince eagerly agreed right away. But suddenly, the crown prince froze and said, I am here to share feelings with her.
How can I do something silly like that? No, no. Fong Jiua didn't expect him to be so resolute, not knowing what to do.
Suddenly, the crown prince leaped into the lake like a rocket, unable to resist the allure of fishing. The crown prince said, Fong Jiua, stay with her, I will watch you while fishing.
Fong Jiua didn't expect this guy to act like that.
At this moment, the princess shyly said, the mixed pork soup just now was very delicious. Hearing this, Fong Jiua felt happy and content. The girl continued, I have heard Fong Jiua talk about raising pigs. I really like pigs and I'm not afraid of the dirtiness involved in raising them.
Fong Jiua replied, raising pigs is not only dirty but also very laborious.
If the princess and the crown prince want to eat, just let me raise them for you.
The girl asked Fong Jiua, aren't you afraid of the dirtiness and hard work?
He smiled and said, I am afraid, of course, I still prefer cleanliness and lazily lying at home.
I just like to eat.
The princess wondered, why do you want to raise pigs yourself? Fong Jiua explained, if someone else asked me this, I would say I want to make money and do charity for fun, because if I don't answer like that, they would think I am relapsing or have some evil plot. But if the princess and the crown prince ask, I will answer honestly, I want your majesty to know that I am truly doing this so that one day everyone will have meat to eat.
Hearing this, the princess smiled and praised Fong Jiua as a wonderful person.
Fong Jiua replied that the princess was also very wonderful, which surprised her as she did not understand.
Fong Jiua said, the princess is usually pampered, but she treats everyone sincerely and has an adorably simple personality.
The more I interact with her, the more I am enchanted by her. The princess shyly replied, I have been taught this way by my mother and father, but my younger brother does not listen.
He is really too mischievous. Fong Jiua continued, the crown prince is also very talented and wonderful.
This statement made the princess a bit confused.
Fong Jiua explained, the crown prince just hasn't found the opportunity to prove himself yet.
One day, everyone in the world will admire the crown prince. Meanwhile, under the lake, the crown prince was enthusiastically showing off his fishing skills. His hands were rummaging around, stirring everything up. The princess felt guilty for having accidentally spoken ill of her brother.
Fong Jiua said, it really shouldn't be done, but what the princess says in front of me doesn't matter.
Think of it as a way for the princess to express her feelings to me. Hearing this, the young lady felt very touched and blushed, smiling at Fong Jiua. In the midst of this romantic atmosphere like in a Korean drama, a person in red suddenly appeared. The young man with a serious expression asked, why are you two so close to each other?
It's just treating an illness, do you really need to be silent and stick together like that?
Princess replied, because Fong Jiua said that the crown prince is like Chu Zhangwang, a person who works with high concentration.
If you remain silent, you will create great miracles.
The crown prince happily praised Fong Jiua, indeed, a good brother, even in any situation, never forgets to praise me.
He, but what is Chu Zhangwang compared to me? If one day, the enemy invades again, the crown prince will single-handedly chop all of them down for you to see.
Suddenly, Fong Jiua's face turned serious and said to the crown prince, shut up.
He was startled and turned back to ask, why? Fong Jiua replied, Crown Prince, normally you talk too much nonsense, so it is very likely that the princess's brain illness is caused by you.
The crown prince felt indignant. He said, because I waded into the lake to catch fish for your majesty to feed the princess, yet Fong Jiua said I scared the princess. I have suffered many injustices since I was a child. He said, in the past, the two of us often joked around in the kitchen, stealing food from your majesty. The princess enjoyed her meals very much, but when the matter was discovered, she immediately blamed everything on the young crown prince. Afterwards, the princess said she wanted to listen to music and requested the crown prince to invite a singer into the capital palace to sing for her. Your majesty found out about this, and the princess cried, receiving comfort from everyone. As for the young crown prince, he was dealt with by your majesty. At present, he is incredibly aggrieved, saying, I do good work but have never received any recognition, while I suffer punishment for doing wrong.
He asked the princess if she ever understood how he felt. Seeing the situation too tense, the princess burst into tears. The crown prince came over to comfort her, telling her to stop crying. He wondered, did I say something wrong? After that, the crown prince called Fong Jiua over, and he snorted with a sneer, declaring, "The crown prince wants me to comfort and console the princess, right? Although it might be a bit difficult, I, Fong Jiua, do not shy away from difficulties, so it's no problem." However, the reality was not so. The crown prince wanted to give Fong Jiua a heartfelt piece of advice: in the future, never marry a girl who likes to cry like my sister. If you don't heed this warning, you'll suffer for life. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua's expression looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. After that, it was getting late, and Your Majesty along with everyone else was preparing to return to the capital palace. Fong Jiua and the crown prince were distributing food packages for the officials to take home. Lun Yan advised Fong Jiua, "Don't give too much, eating too much isn't good for you." Fong Jiua responded, "These things aren't worth much, and besides, they were dug up and caught by everyone themselves. If we can't eat it all, we should naturally take it home to eat." At this point, Fong Jiua began to introduce his business plan. "The crown prince and I are planning to open a farm here, where anyone can come and experience the joy of picking vegetables and fishing for themselves. In the coming days, grapes will be planted in greenhouses and other new experiential projects will also be added. If everyone wants entertainment and relaxation, remember to come and play." Lun Yan immediately agreed. So the two of them laughed mischievously, then bumped heads together and shouted, "We're going to get rich." But the Duke of England suddenly spoke up, causing Fong Jiua to be taken aback. "Right now, you should be concerned about the military examination, you won't get rich otherwise." Fong Jiua furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you talking about? What does the military examination have to do with me?" Wang Yangming also came to explain to the young man, making the other vassal states fearful due to the internal conflict in Dongzhou. Just before dinner, Your Majesty announced that he would conduct an examination of the three armed forces to demonstrate his national prestige. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua chuckled and said, "That has nothing to do with me. No wonder I didn't hear anything about it." However, the Duke of England insisted, "Don't speak so carelessly. The examination targets are the Beijing military camp and the Imperial Guards. Fong Jiua, you are both the chief banner general of the Imperial Guards and the son of General Fong Jinglong. To be blunt, you are one of the first ones who must be examined." At this moment, Fong Jiua felt that life was truly unfair and said, "I always encounter these unfair things." He quickly asked the Duke of England, "How is the examination conducted?" The Duke of England coldly replied, "It is an examination of knowledge on military deployment in battle." Fong Jiua heard this and said, "I know about that, there should be no problem." However, the Duke of England added, "There will also be a skills test." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua shouted, "Oh dear, I don't know anything about that." He anxiously asked, "If there's a test, I will surely fail. Do you have any way to help me avoid taking it?" The Duke of England replied, "I'm very sorry, but it is just a simple skills test. However, if you do not participate, it will show that your attitude is not good. Your Majesty has specifically paid attention to you, and that is why he left a message reminding you to participate." After a while, the day of the military test arrived. The first test was horseback archery. Your Majesty and the Grand Minister officials were present to observe. Below were kings and envoys from neighboring countries who came to witness the event. With a soaring spirit, Your Majesty shouted, "Today, the Ming Dynasty will showcase the skills of its elite troops. The Ming Dynasty invites everyone to pay attention. And now, let's get started." Thus, the young men clad in iron armor rode out onto the field. Mr. Lun Yan hurriedly pointed and said to Your Majesty, "Look, our army seems impressive at first glance." But the Crown Prince said, "Good wood is better than good paint." Your Majesty immediately felt annoyed, and he scolded his son, "You don't understand anything. Being king means you must care for the people as you care for the army, do you understand?" The Crown Prince pointed and told Your Majesty, "Just look before you speak."
At that moment, a soldier on horseback galloped swiftly but suddenly stumbled over a stone and fell flat on his face. Your Majesty and Mr. Lun Yen were wide-eyed in amazement, feeling extremely embarrassed. The Duke of England suddenly shook his head in dismay and then remarked, "That man was the first to show up, he seems a bit nervous, so he didn't perform well." Next, the second young man began to showcase his archery skills. The Duke of England quickly shoved Mr. Lun Yen aside, boasting to Your Majesty, "This one is quite good." But unfortunately, this man shot his arrow into the ground, causing everyone to shake their heads. The Duke of England stammered an explanation to Your Majesty, "This man usually trains very well, but today he doesn't seem to be in good health." The kings and envoys standing below started to comment on the Ming Dynasty's army. Why is the army so incompetent? No wonder they dare not attack Dongzhou. The crown prince mocked the soldiers who only had a superficial appearance. Someone like this going to battle with others will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Furthermore, the Ming Dynasty even specially invited us to watch, truly shameful. Your Majesty was extremely angry with his unruly son and shouted at him, "Shut your mouth." He gritted his teeth and expressed his desire to strengthen the Ming Dynasty's military, but unexpectedly found their discipline to be so poor. Their combat skills were truly disappointing. In the end, Your Majesty was so furious that he stormed off. The Duke of England shook his head in exasperation, when suddenly, Fong Jiua bowed and addressed Your Majesty, saying, "Today my old illness has recurred, so I am having difficulty participating in the competition. However, I have a few capable disciples. After finishing their studies, they occasionally ride horses to watch the clouds. Fong Jiua asks Your Majesty to place your trust in them and allow them to try, ensuring they will not disappoint Your Majesty." Hearing this, Your Majesty's eyes widened in surprise. Soon after, the handsome young man in purple, Wang Yangming, along with other equally formidable young men, entered, ready to showcase their skills. In this military inspection, the elite soldiers of the Ming Dynasty appeared very impressive, but in the end, everyone had to return empty-handed. The students of Jiangxi Academy were seen by everyone as mere kids who were not capable enough, not even knowing how to tie a chicken. They thought, scholars are just bookworms, how can they possess the skills of a true soldier such as horseback riding and archery? At that moment, Wang Yangming smiled faintly, looking very cool. However, Your Majesty believed that Fong Jiua was deceiving him. He said, "Fong Jiua, you have good intentions to restore my face, but scholars, please stop, coming here today is more than enough. I do not wish to lose face any further." The Marquis of Warguoluo, dressed in red, agreed with Your Majesty, asserting, "These students cannot accomplish anything. They clearly just want to embarrass Your Majesty." Fong Jiua then pointed directly at this man and loudly proclaimed, "In the previous battle of Yubai, my grandfather brought your grandfather's corpse back for a proper burial, considering it a grace. Even if Your Majesty speaks ill of me, you should not be rude and attack the descendants of your benefactor." Fong Jiua continued to scold, "That's really rude, do you understand?" The Marquis of Warguoluo was shocked and completely silent. Wang Yangming then shouted loudly, "You are the teacher at Jiangxi Academy and also a student of Fong Jiua. Please let everyone know this. Your Majesty had to allow this person to show off." So Fong Jiua shouted loudly, "Let the horse riding and archery competition of Wang Yangming begin." The man in purple immediately shouted a cry of danger, and then he rode his horse with an extraordinarily high momentum. The Duke of England, seeing this, joyfully shouted, "Very good. Very good. Wang Yangming's horseback riding skills are indeed top-notch." The Marquis of Warguoluo felt jealous and said, "He's going to fall soon." Wang Yangming continued to take out his bow, shooting arrows while riding. His coolness was such that if he was number 2, no one would dare say he was number 1. The Duke of England praised Wang Yangming's archery skills, saying, "Very beautiful," while Mr. Guoluo responded, "Don't celebrate too soon. After all, hitting the target is what truly deserves praise." So Wang Yangming released the arrow. The arrow not only hit the bullseye but also pierced through the target, truly miraculous. Your Majesty and Lun Yen laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying it. Meanwhile, Mr. Guoluo was astonished, his eyes wide open. Fong Jiua added a mocking remark,
my student does such things as easily as eating rice. The horse gallops as fast as the wind, and even with his eyes closed, he can hit the bullseye in an instant. Hearing this, Mr. Guoluo could only feel exasperated. Next, a second young man rode out, revealing none other than Shin-Ao. He shot an arrow with a cold expression. Shinwan exclaimed, "That is my son, Shin-Ao." Although he has never been seen practicing riding or archery before, his knowledge of military tactics and battle is certainly impressive. Mr. Guoluo, upon hearing this, immediately guessed that this guy was about to make a fool of himself. Shin-Ao continued to release his arrow, which struck the target perfectly. Shinwan was astonished by his son's performance, while Mr. Guoluo's eyes once again widened. He did not expect that someone famous for being a troublemaker would actually be skilled at horseback riding and archery like this. After that, the other young men also demonstrated their skills, hitting every target with their arrows. The kids below cheered, praising Jiangxi Academy as the best. After finishing their display, the young men from Jiangxi Academy gradually rode their horses inside. The kings and envoys from other countries were extremely surprised at that moment. They wondered, what just happened? They heard that those people were merely intellectuals who read books, right? They were taken aback and silently said to themselves, if intellectuals are that impressive, then surely the common people and soldiers must have similar skills, or even be better? Your Majesty also inquired with curiosity to Fong Jiua, the most important thing for intellectuals is studying. If they are skilled at riding horses and shooting arrows like this, then do they have time to learn their letters? Fong Jiua clasped his hands together to explain, but suddenly Mr. Shinwan shoved him aside. He replied to Your Majesty, do not worry about this, because Shin-Ao, my son, is studying at Jiangxi, and all the books he has written are with me. He then pulled out a pile of books as high as a mountain and presented them to Your Majesty for review. These long essays, like endless rivers, might take an entire year to finish reading. Mr. Guoluo felt surprised and puzzled at this moment. What the hell is this? That kid who always causes trouble everywhere can actually write a book? Your Majesty, looking at this pile of books, felt exasperated, then laughed and said, I will go through it when I have the time. Immediately after that, several other Grand Ministers also submitted reports, stating that their sons had written books. These sons had studied at Jiangxi for some time and had now become talents that contributed to society. Hearing this, the emperor was very pleased. He declared that the students of the Jiangxi Academy would in the future be the backbone of the country and would be awarded Confucian robes. The emperor also expressed his hope that the students would strive to study harder so that they could become doctors. Next, Fong Jiua immediately clasped his hands in gratitude to the emperor. The eunuch then asked again, what kind of robe should I prepare for the emperor to gift? At this moment, the emperor hesitated a bit, unsure of which rank of robe to bestow. To elaborate, during this era, there was a very strict clothing hierarchy system, clearly stipulating which type of clothing was designated for each rank, differentiated by color, material, style, and many other factors. However, aside from the usual clothing system, there was also a system of award clothing, which referred to the gifts the emperor presented to the grand ministers. Depending on the type of attire being offered, garments would be sewn according to the regulations of that system in the capital palace. The lower the rank of the attire, the greater the authority it held. At this moment, the crown prince, with a mischievous look, suggested, how about letting the students wear 7 colored clothes, corresponding to the 7th rank? What he meant was that the students would be classified as rank 7, and wherever they went, everyone would have to pay attention to the students of Jiangxi Academy. Moreover, since the crown prince was also the chairman of the academy, he would be able to show off. The emperor immediately said, you are talking nonsense. Students of Jiangxi should only be at rank 9 to be suitable. He ordered, award clothes according to the 9th rank. Thus, the crown prince, who was initially excited, suddenly felt like an ant, for with the 9th rank, he would no longer be able to showcase himself. The emperor walked away and said, assign this task to Ma Wenshang. When there are results, report back to me. Ma Wenshang immediately complied. Right after, the Marquis of Martial Prowess Guoluo also lowered himself to meet Fong Jiua, with a sly expression asking, "Is there any arrogant student left at Jiangxi? My family has one like that as well, hee hee." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, could only find himself speechless, as this man's speed of change was even faster than a motorcycle. At this moment, the imperial court was debating whether to send troops to conquer Dongzhou. One side argued this would only waste money and effort, while other officials expressed concern that the conquest would lead to losing considerable support from the people, causing them great discontent. The two factions argued for a long time without being able to reach a final conclusion. The matter of conquering Dongzhou became a hot and strategic event, attracting intellectuals to participate in the debate. Most people believe that Liu is the king of Dongzhou, and if we want to capture Dongzhou, it is necessary to kill many grand ministers, including Liu. Ma Wang was reading the writings of the intellectuals when he suddenly gasped in astonishment upon seeing an article stating that the association of Liu with Dongzhou is a grave strategic error. The real enemy of the Ming Dynasty is not the state of Dongzhou, but rather Liu himself. After reading it, Ma Wang arrogantly declared, "Such childish and arrogant prose must belong to Fong Jiua, no one else." At that moment, Jiang Seng suggested that it would be better to have the emperor read this article. Hearing this, Ma Wang carefully placed the article down neatly. After a while, it was submitted for the emperor to read. The emperor was reading an article that mentioned that to confront Liu, the imperial court did not need to send troops to Dongzhou, thus avoiding the waste of food and gold and silver. Instead, it was suggested to send an envoy accompanied by the nobles and intellectuals of Dongzhou, who had previously fled, to carry out a crusade under the pretense of conquering the struggling grand ministers. At that time, overthrowing Liu would become as simple as catching a rat. After finishing the reading, the emperor felt that Fong Jiua's idea was truly unique and novel. He then asked, "What does Lunyan think?" Lunyan clasped his hands and replied, "If we directly attack Dongzhou, we will lose the support of the people. However, a crusade would also consume military power and finances. If Fong Jiua's plan succeeds, we may defeat Liu without incurring significant costs or manpower. That would be the best outcome for both our country and Dongzhou." The emperor then added that he had received a secret report from Liaodong, stating that a dangerous young man had returned to Dongzhou, along with an important figure in the Dongzhou royal family, which was Li Yang. Upon hearing this, Lunyan congratulated the emperor and said, "That young man is truly courageous." The emperor then revealed, "That young man is Lu Jia." The emperor continued, "Li Yang has sent me a complaint in which he harshly criticizes Lu Jia, claiming that Lu Jia has returned to Dongzhou regardless of Li Yang's life and the lives of other refugees." Lunyan, upon hearing this, looked deeply shocked, his expression as if he had just tasted something unpleasant. He had only one child left, and this news caught him completely off guard. Surprisingly, the crown prince and Fong Jiua burst in like gorillas escaping from a cage, shouting that Liu has surrendered. They also reported that Lu Jia had stabilized the situation in Dongyang without spending a single soldier, money, or food. The emperor and Lunyan were both stunned to hear this shocking information. The emperor then asked again, "Lu Jia really stabilized Dongzhou without spending any soldiers, money, or supplies?" "Ah, fantastic. A Lu Jia is worth more than 100,000 elite soldiers of the Ming Dynasty. Where is the Ministry of Rights? Quickly prepare a reward. Elevate Lu Jia to the rank of Earl for me." Lunyan's father was then filled with mixed feelings and hurriedly knelt down to thank the emperor. Suddenly, the crown prince asked the emperor about the rewards for himself and Fong Jiua. This question infuriated the emperor, and his face turned red. Then, with a cold expression, he ordered, "All of you, please leave first. I have something to discuss privately with these two." So the whole group stepped outside, leaving two people with pale faces. The emperor suddenly shouted, "A report has been sent to the capital palace, stating that you dared to forge the imperial edict and take away the report that was previously sent to me. Are you tired of living?" The crown prince also clasped his hands and replied, "We have established great accomplishments and come here to demand recognition." Such a significant achievement, does father really feel it is not worthy? The emperor continued to point at the crown prince, saying, "I have read some excellent writings by Fong Jiua. And you, cannot learn anything from those writings?" The crown prince responded, "Father always demands that I learn this and that, but everyone feels that I am not too bad. In reality, I just want to share my concerns and solve difficulties for father. Moreover, I am father's only son, but father does not recognize my achievements and even wants me to learn from others. Do I not have the right to have my own ideas and decisions?" The emperor sighed and said, "Of course, you have your strengths, I just want you to change a little. Don't be so unruly anymore." The crown prince shouted, "Those who achieve great accomplishments are not bogged down by trivial matters. If everything were done according to the rules, we would still be debating whether to attack Dongzhou or not." The emperor replied, "I have managed the country for over 15 years and have done my best. Everything has been carried out according to principles and laws, no one dares to stray beyond the regulations of our ancestors. But the conquest of Dongzhou was truly due to Fong Jiua's judgment, your timely decision, and Lu Jie's bravery. Indeed, I am not as capable as both of you." The crown prince felt strange upon hearing this, not understanding why his father suddenly changed his demeanor so quickly and was no longer so strict. The emperor continued, "I found the royal seal in the eastern palace of the crown prince. Are there any others? Hurry up and bring them out to show." Upon hearing this, the crown prince silently cursed and looked for ways to sidestep the issue, making excuses to avoid punishment. However, the emperor was very fond of his son and said, "You are the child I love the most." The emperor continued, "In the past, when I was young, I had to endure a lot of pressure. Therefore, in this era, I wish to bear all the difficulties and hardships for you, so that you can suffer less and have a happier life." Fong Jiua listened to these words and was moved to tears. The emperor added, "You must be very eager for me to reward you, right? You want to do something to share my worries and address the issues of the country. Therefore, I will appoint you as Duke of the State. From now on, you will work for the imperial court as Duke of the State. However, this matter will not have an imperial edict royal, and the cabinet will not know about it. Of course, do not forge the imperial edict royal." Fong Jiua was filled with tears of joy and thanked his father. The emperor continued to sigh and said, "More and more, I feel myself growing older, but you are young and full of life, like the rising sun. I am truly happy that you have this wonderful loving heart." Fong Jiua was increasingly moved beyond words, and the emperor also empathized with him, experiencing indescribable intertwined emotions. The emperor rarely praised the crown prince, so the crown prince believed that his father was entrusting the future of the Ming Dynasty to him before passing away and asked, "Father, are you seriously ill and about to die?" The emperor angrily replied, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The emperor suddenly froze when he saw the crown prince, who was moved to the point of kneeling at his feet and crying uncontrollably. The emperor said, "I am still very healthy, nothing is wrong. I just wanted you to share some of my concerns, which is why I bestowed this title upon you. You have misunderstood my intentions." The emperor also sensed the vast warmth of his son's feelings. Fong Jiua, standing outside, overheard the entire conversation between father and son and smiled quietly, feeling that this bond was truly wonderful. Sometime later, at Fong Jihua's place, an eunuch came to invite Fong Jihua to visit the princess for a medical examination. Fong Jihua's face instantly brightened with joy as he agreed right away. So, Fong Jihua dashed off excitedly, thinking to himself, "Although we have just been apart for a short while, I already long to see the princess again. This must be what they call a day apart feels like 3 autumn moons." Fong Jihua suddenly remembered his father, who had gone to fight in Guizhou long ago and still hadn't returned. Could it be that father has been enchanted by some woman? Fong Jihua was waiting for his father to return to carry out his plan. At that moment, Fong Jihua imagined the scene of his father meeting the emperor and suddenly pounding his hand on the table, confidently declaring, "I just remembered, the emperor has a princess, and she seems quite young. Coincidentally, I also have a smart and handsome son. Why don't we arrange a marriage between the 2 children?" The expression on Fong Jihua's face was genuinely ridiculous. The princess beside him looked as if she thought this person had just escaped from somewhere and seemed quite out of his mind. She asked Fong Jihua, "What's wrong with you?" Fong Jihua, startled like a cat stepping on its tail, turned to see the beautiful princess blushing shyly. He secretly thought, this is a golden opportunity, she is so charming and deserves to be my future wife. At that moment, the princess said, last time, my younger brother said that you have schemes and always betray him. I want to tell you that the truth is not like that. Princess said, when I was little, every time I got caught, I was very scared and cried when my father scolded me. Meanwhile, my younger brother stood tall and took all the blame. When my parents saw me crying, they thought my brother had incited me, so they only punished him. I felt so bad, too timid, and not brave enough to take responsibility with my brother. Fong Jiua then said to the princess, please don't say that. In my heart, princess, you are a very kind and wonderful person. The princess smiled at Fong Jiua upon hearing this. Fong Jiua thought to himself, this time it will definitely succeed, because aside from me, she hardly notices anyone else. After that, the two went into the room to begin the examination. Fong Jiua took the princess's hand to check her pulse and said, this is my honor. The beautiful princess blushed, her cheeks turning as red as a tomato. Fong Jiua, seeing this, felt enchanted and imagined that their future children would be very beautiful. Fong Jiua suddenly said, if it's a boy, let's name him Fong Mingguang, because he will be very smart and clever like me. The princess then asked back, what are you talking about? Fong Jiua immediately exclaimed, nothing at all. But in his heart, Fong Jiua thought, he is speaking the truth. After that, Fong Jiua stood up, clasped his hands, and said, the princess's illness has improved a lot. As long as we take good care of her health, it will be fine. I will take my leave now. The princess asked in surprise, aren't you unwell that you have to report back? Fong Jiua replied, I am a bee, if I stay longer, it will tarnish the princess's reputation. Next time, if the princess feels unwell, I will come to treat her at any time. In fact, if Fong Jiua did not leave to report, he might even think of the names of his nephews and nieces. Suddenly, the princess called Fong Jiua back. It turned out she had sewn a bag and wanted to give it to Fong Jiua. This bag is to carry with you in case of a cold. I am not good at embroidery, I hope you won't dislike it. At that moment, Fong Jiua was very surprised. The bag was not really beautiful, but because it was handmade by the princess, Fong Jiua felt it was truly special. He silently thought, the princess is a very lovely and wonderful person, and I feel I have not chosen the wrong person. Fong Jiua joyfully exclaimed, I will definitely carry it with me and never part with it, not even for a single moment. Upon hearing this, the princess felt very happy. After that, Fong Jiua also left. The eunuch suddenly sensed a foul smell around, while Fong Jiua embraced the bag and felt it was fragrant. Indeed, when a bit of love is involved, anyone can perceive it that way. The scene shifts to Fong Jiua's journey sailing away from the capital. Based on the records in the ancient books of his ancestors, his ship set sail safely. After drifting on the sea for 4 months, they arrived at a large island named Kinami. Zi Jing decided to let the soldiers stay on this island for a while to relax and relieve stress. While sleeping, Zi Jing also dreamed of his teacher. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling him, General, it's not good. A large group of people is coming to meet us. Zi Jing immediately went outside to check and saw the people of Kinami riding on large elephants. Zi Jing quickly ordered the soldiers, put down your weapons, for they have come not to cause trouble. The people of Kinami value etiquette greatly, so prepare some silk for negotiations with them. After that, the prince and Zi Jing greeted each other politely. Suddenly, the prince noticed something was wrong. 2 individuals in purple robes immediately charged at Zi Jing, seemingly intending to attack him. Zi Jing felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He recalled when eunuch Zhang He had come here, leaving a very positive impression on the local people. He needed to find a way for them to recognize that his ship came from the Ming Dynasty, so they would not resort to violence. But why were they suddenly so agitated? Could it be because of him? Not long ago, an old man with a goatee named Cornea, a merchant from the land of Franzi, known today as Portugal and Spain, had intended to join Zi Jing's forces. In history, individuals like him had made a fortune through maritime trade and gradually became powerful nations. However, during the Ming Dynasty, the maritime prohibition policy implemented had deprived them of their livelihoods. The soldiers, with disdainful expressions, asked him, "How could you even come aboard a Ming Dynasty ship?" He also responded, saying, "The Franzi person enjoys doing business and has established many trading posts in Blue Zone, Sumatra, and other places." At the same time, cargo ships have begun to ferry back and forth across the sea. He also wants to get involved in business with Zijing. Zijing noticed that this man had value and happily agreed to let him join. Zijing thought to himself, "This Franzi person shows great promise. Later, when negotiating with the Franzi, he can guide us and help understand their trade routes. This will be very beneficial for the Ming Dynasty. Let's take advantage of their help to strengthen our maritime trade." Meanwhile, Mr. Cornea grinned wickedly, thinking, "If the Ming Dynasty agrees to open up maritime trade, I will make a lot of money." Zijing continued, "If you join our army, I will give you a truly impressive name in Zhong. From now on, we will call you Liang Dai." Upon hearing this, he felt very pleased. Although he did not understand the Zhong language, he felt that this name was quite fitting. He thanked Zijing for naming him. After that, Zijing's ship continued its journey. The bearded man suddenly approached a soldier, introducing himself, "My name is Liang Dai and I am very pleased to meet you." However, the soldier did not bother to respond. He then asked further, about the number of troops of the Ming Dynasty, the training situation, and the number of ships. The soldier immediately turned his face away and said, "I don't know." Although Liang Dai was an extroverted person and engaged with many people, this group of soldiers always remained wary of him. He felt lonely, burst into tears, and said he had no one to play with. Zijing comforted him, saying, "It's okay, just take your time and it will be fine." In fact, previously Zijing had told all the soldiers, Mr. Liang Dai might be a spy, so remind the soldiers to be cautious when talking to him and not to reveal any secrets. Currently, Zijing suspected that everything was due to Mr. Liang Dai, because according to Zijing's information, the Franzi had visited Kinami Island many times for trade and exploration, but the people of Kinami Island did not seem to like him. Zijing then whispered to Mr. Liang Dai, "Put on a performance." Mr. Liang Dai was horrified and asked, "What kind of performance?" This morning, Zijing slapped Mr. Liang Dai, leaving him speechless. The Prince of Kinami Island was startled by this sight. He immediately ordered the two men in purple, "Put away your weapons." Previously, Zijing's ship showed signs of danger, marked for blacklisting, but now it had become a vessel with great potential for fortune. At that moment, the prince and Zijing laughed heartily like sworn brothers who had not met for a long time. Meanwhile, Mr. Liang Dai was crying like a silent river, bitterly saying, "It was just acting, did you really have to hit me so hard?" At the capital palace, when Lu Jia was granted the title of Earl by the emperor, Mr. Lu Nian was very grateful to teacher Fong Jiua. He clasped his hands, smiling broadly, saying, "Dear teacher, thanks to your guidance, my son has achieved such great accomplishments." Fong Jiua replied, "It's nothing." Mr. Lu Nian continued, "There are many outstanding figures in the capital palace, but the one I respect the most is teacher Fong Jiua here. I helped you prevent the accusations from gossipy people who love to twist stories about you." Hearing this, Fong Jiua felt a sense of familiarity and recalled that he had used a similar phrase to criticize the young Lu Jia earlier. At that time, Fong Jiua said, "I have many outstanding students, but the one I value the most is you, Lu Jia." Lu Nian pulled out a letter and handed it to Fong Jiua, saying, "Please write me a letter of guarantee. In it, you must clearly state the commitment that if I want to do anything in the future, I will inform you in advance and ensure that your son Lu Jia will not be involved in that." Fong Jiua appeared surprised and replied, "This seems unnecessary. Just my signature is enough, right? We will use the reputation I have built over many years to ensure this for you." Fong Jiua affirmed. However, Lu Nian still seemed skeptical. He said, "You know well that this person is untrustworthy. I cannot believe his lies." At this moment, Fong Jiua became very serious and said to Lu Nian, "Please trust me one last time. I swear that if I dare to take a risk and then report back, I will be struck dead by lightning immediately."
As soon as he finished speaking, a loud thunder struck, startling both of them.
Lunyan clenched Fong Jihua's shirt and cursed, "Do you see? Even the damned heavens do not believe you, so how can I trust you?"
Suddenly, the crown prince hurriedly ran in to report, there really was an earthquake. Fong Jihua was taken aback, suddenly recalling what he had read before about the devastating earthquake in Lingtu County, which was about 400 miles from the capital. The violent earthquakes and aftershocks in the following days caused rivers to overflow their banks, submerging countless agricultural lands and claiming the lives of many people and animals. This natural disaster quickly led to serious human-caused consequences. Because the earthquake occurred unexpectedly, the imperial court could not respond in time, leading to skyrocketing food prices and the struggle of the populace to make a living. The crown prince continued, "Before this, I wanted to discuss with father about building the mansion of a duke in Jiangxi, but now this has happened."
Fong Jihua worriedly replied, "It is indeed unexpected.
If here, hundreds of miles away from the epicenter, is shaking so violently, then the situation in Lingtu County must be even more horrific." He envisioned the scene of massive boulders rolling down from the cliffs, crushing homes and leaving countless residents in dire straits. An impoverished citizen struggling to rise from the debris, that image brought him deep sorrow. Witnessing his home being destroyed in an instant, another child was crying uncontrollably beside his mother trapped under the rubble. The mother, despite her pain, tried to urge her son to run away quickly. The child strained with all his might to pull his mother out, but suddenly a loud explosion rang out, a heart-wrenching scene leaving the boy terrified, crying silently. During the Ming Dynasty, the imperial court frequently faced natural disasters. Fong Jihua, with his extensive knowledge of history, understood well the difficulties faced in disaster relief at that time. Seeing the heart-wrenching scene before him, he thought to himself, as a time traveler, knowing the future, how could I just stand by and watch people suffer like this? With a strong determination, Fong Jihua immediately ordered Lu Xin, "You must go to the Imperial Academy to summon all my students who are there back to Jiangxi immediately.
If they are not present within an hour, I will consider them as lost." The crown prince was alarmed and hurriedly asked, "What does Fong Jihua intend to do?" Fong Jihua replied resolutely, "To save people." Lu Xin was startled and shouted, "Fong Jihua! Are you out of your mind? There could be an earthquake there, we'll all die, do you even know that?"
Fong Jihua immediately kicked him away, coldly saying, "If I say go, then go, don't keep babbling here."
"Do I need you to teach me?"
After saying this, Fong Jihua intended to turn and leave, but the crown prince grabbed his shirt.
Fong Jihua asked in surprise, "The crown prince won't let me go?"
The crown prince replied firmly, "I will go with you to save people."
Fong Jihua worriedly said, "That is an extremely dangerous earthquake, the crown prince cannot go with me. You are the only heir of the Ming Dynasty. If something happens, how can I explain it to the emperor?"
The crown prince resolutely replied, "I am both the duke of the nation and the head of Jiangxi Academy.
Of course, I must go."
The two looked at each other, their expressions serious and full of determination.
After that, both hurriedly ran off.
Before parting ways, Fong Jihua did not forget to remind the crown prince,
"Please go to the Eastern Palace first, gather the necessary items, and don't forget to bring the seal and some important items like radishes or similar things, okay?"
The crown prince immediately agreed. A little later, at Jiangxi Academy, everyone had gathered. Fong Jihua, with a tense expression, told his students that they would be going to dangerous places to assist the victims. He announced, "Anyone who wants to go, shout out, otherwise, stay at home." The students exchanged glances for a moment, then collectively shouted, "We are willing to go with the teacher."
Mr. Wang Jinyuan was currently trembling, not understanding why he had been summoned here.
Fong Jihua glanced at him, then approached with a sinister smile and threatened, "The western region will face a serious natural disaster in a few days. You must quickly send people to transport food and supplies to that area.
If you don't do it in time, I'll make you suffer, do you hear me?"
Mr. Wang Jinyuan was frightened and hurriedly complied with Fong Jihua's orders. Then he instructed the students, "Go pack your things, remember to bring dry rations, drinking water, hose, shovels, ropes, and necessary supplies. We will set off shortly." The students clasped their hands in obedience to their teacher and quickly prepared. Fong Jiua enthusiastically led his students westward. However, the road to the disaster area was harder than they had imagined. Suddenly, a large rock rolled down from above. The deafening sound came crashing right in front of Fong Jiua. He was terrified, as he had narrowly escaped being sent to the altar with his ancestors. The crown prince also shouted, "Damn! Too scary!" Lucian, with a face as if he had just swallowed something disgusting, hurriedly said, "The crown prince, turning back is the shore. We can die here at any moment. Who knows what horrifying thing will happen next?" Wang Yangming stood there, his expression devoid of any emotion, while Hu Guangxiu said, "We have enough provisions, drinking water, and are completely healthy here. Just think of those who are right in the midst of the earthquake. We have no reason to be afraid at all." After that, he jumped off his horse and, with his bare hands, began to dig through the stones, clearing a path for everyone to continue. Even though the large rocks were piled up, he remained determined to accomplish the task. Seeing this, Fong Jiua had many thoughts in his heart. He silently mused, "It's just an earthquake. Even if I die, I've managed to take down the flatterer like Lucian, a very dangerous person. What else is there to fear?" Having thought that, he jumped down from his horse and rushed to dig alongside Wang Yangming. After that, everyone worked together, each person with one hand and one foot, and in a flash, they dug up all the rocks, successfully clearing the path. Continuing a bit further, they encountered a fast-flowing stream caused by the river changing course, overflowing and blocking their way. Fong Jiua and the group had to go around the water. After overcoming many hardships, they finally reached a village. Upon seeing the survivors, they began to feel that all their efforts were worthwhile. However, before that, the villagers had fallen into despair. They faced the loss of their loved ones and homes. Some people frantically searched for their relatives, but to no avail. The local officials evaded responsibility, fleeing with gold and silver, disappearing without a trace. The villagers had to endure starvation for many days, leading to food struggles among them, yet in the end, there was nothing to eat. In times of disaster, morality nearly vanished. People beat each other and fought over scraps of food. Some even took advantage of the calamity to bully decent young women. Even the elderly got involved in fights over trivial reasons like "I find that man's face irritating." Etiquette and kindness seemed to have ceased to exist. Only the scene of people robbing me or I robbing them remained. Currently, when they see food, the crowd immediately screams loudly and frantically rushes to snatch everything. Fong Jiua immediately orders, "Quick, draw the hot weapons. To maintain order, we cannot be soft-hearted." The group of students swiftly grasped machetes, knives, and swords in their hands, ready to protect Fong Jiua. They threatened, "Who dares to act recklessly?" Instantly, the crowd became obedient as puppies, no one daring to utter a word. After that, Fong Jiua issued the command to start distributing supplies. The people were overjoyed at the news. The crown prince personally handed out each bread to the starving individuals. An old man who received 2 pieces of bread gratefully thanked the crown prince, "The crown prince! The crown prince!" Suddenly, the old man appeared exhausted and weak as he said, "I have gone without food for half a month. Crown prince, could you possibly give me 2 more? If not, I'm afraid I will faint from hunger soon." The crown prince believed him and handed the old man 2 more pieces of bread. But immediately afterward, the old man ran off faster than the wind. Oh, Yang Ji, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Something feels off. That damn old man looks healthier than any of us." The crown prince felt a surge of anger and thought, "This dog dared to deceive me. If I catch you again, I will cut you." The crown prince continued to hand out bread to the remaining villagers, but deep down, he harbored resentment towards the old man from earlier. He said, "Quickly take the bread." The old man with the white beard received 2 pieces of bread, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, the crown prince sneered, "Don't act anymore. No matter how much you cry, I won't give you more bread." However, the old man with the white beard was not trying to get more bread.
He cried because he remembered his son, who had starved to death not long ago. If he had encountered his benefactor earlier and had something to eat, perhaps his son would not have had to die. The crown prince was taken aback, feeling sorrow when he heard this tragic story. Later, Shin Ao went to the old man's house to see if he could help further. While eating the bread, he wore a sad expression. The old man continued to weep for his son, just a little more, and his boy would not have had to die of hunger. Hearing this, Shin Ao fell into deep thought, countless ideas swirling in his mind. When in Jiangxi, Shin Ao always felt that life was truly difficult. Every day he had to practice, study, farm, fetch water, and eat mashed potatoes. Shin Ao was lost in his thoughts, but now, Shin Ao realized that there is more suffering in this world than what he has experienced. His own difficulties seemed trivial compared to the pain of others. Shin Ao offered more bread to the old man with the white beard, but he declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but please leave this bread for those who truly need it." Shin Ao was moved, tears falling from his eyes. He did not expect that in such dire circumstances, the old man still thought of others. At that moment, all the victims of the disaster were still queuing for food, except for a woman who was kneeling before a large stone. The old man with the white beard explained to Shin Ao that the woman's husband has died, and the body was found just a day ago. He added, "My son is still here, fortunately, his body is still intact." She says that under the rubble, her son is still alive. At first, her relatives helped her dig, but after digging for a while with no results, they gave up. The old man with the white beard also mentioned, "My son has died, but I must carry on living. If I keep digging, I too will be exhausted and die." After that, the woman had been digging continuously for 2 days without eating or drinking anything. The people around her began to say, "She has gone insane." Shin Ao was startled when he heard this. He hurried over to assess the situation and calmly said, "Her child is dead. Even if you dig it up, it will just be a corpse." Upon hearing this, the woman wildly cursed Shin Ao, demanding that he shut up and go away. Shin Ao was astonished, wide-eyed, and then walked away, thinking to himself, "She really is crazy." Soon after, Shin Ao brought a hoe with the intention of helping her, but she immediately stopped him, saying that using the hoe could damage her child's body. Upon hearing this, Shin Ao threw the hoe away. Both Shin Ao and the woman continued to dig tirelessly, even though Shin Ao did not understand why he had to engage in what seemed like a meaningless task. However, as they worked fervently, those around them felt a chill and began to gather to help dig. 2 students of Fong Jiua discovered what was happening and immediately rushed over to assist. The 2 young men did their utmost to lift the large stone away. Other young men were also determined to join in, drenched in sweat, working together to dig. The ruins have gradually been sifted through by everyone. At this moment, Ouyangji is reporting to Fong Jiua about the situation of the refugees escaping from Lingtu County. He told his students, half of the houses in Lingtu County have collapsed. Not only that, but the flood barriers in Lingtu County have broken, and the flood has swept away a vast area. Previously, Lingtu County had planned to move a large amount of food out before the flood inundated the granaries, but it was too late. The flood has submerged the food and swept away the county magistrate along with dozens of other soldiers. Lingtu County has truly been devastated. Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, fell silent and said, "I have read the records of natural disasters in history books, each line describes the despair of the people. I thought I could change the situation, but it turns out that humans cannot defy the will of heaven." The Crown Prince and Ouyangji also felt sympathy and sadness. Lucian frowned and said, "There is nothing we can do. Therefore, we should hurry home." Just then, the voice of the people shouted, "Success! Success!" Fong Jiua was startled, turned around, and saw something that had been dug up. It was a child, and it was indeed still alive. Shin Ao was startled and widened his eyes, for he had previously thought that the baby could not survive. At that moment, the mother held the baby in her arms, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with emotion. Fong Jiua's 2 students and those around them also shed tears, rejoicing in this miracle. Fong Jiua, witnessing the scene, smiled quietly, pleased that the miracle had finally occurred.
After that, Fong Jiua's group left the disaster-stricken village and continued to clear a path to cross the mountains, heading to another area. Previously, the mountain had suddenly trembled while the villagers were asleep, causing many people to be unable to escape in time. The earthquake collapsed the flood dam, and many unfortunate people were swept away by the floodwaters. In the chaos of fleeing, many people even failed to take food with them, resulting in all their provisions being washed away by the flood. A certain official raised 3 fingers, indicating that the refugees had been stranded for 3 days. During these 3 days, some children had died of starvation. If no one had buried and guarded the bodies, it was uncertain what immoral acts the others would resort to. Fong Jiua asked, "The earthquake is now stable. Why do people not choose to leave?" He also replied, "No one dares to go outside. Many roads have been blocked by rocks, and no one knows which path can be traversed without being crushed by falling debris. Therefore, even if they starve to death, they have decided to stay here." After the earthquake, the robber Hu Shan took the opportunity to plunder. He gathered 2,000 people and ransacked houses everywhere. "If he comes here, everyone will be in great danger." The crown prince quickly said with delight, "Aren't there plenty of people here? Let's bump into each other a bit if you like." The official also found it reasonable but shook his head. The robber Hu Shan is very powerful. He once fought hand-to-hand with a tiger and did not miss a single blow. The imperial court has sent troops to besiege and suppress him many times without success. Moreover, the people here are currently very weak. Fong Jiua also agreed with the official's opinion. The fact that Hu Shan discovered this place is just a matter of time. We have fewer than 100 soldiers and cannot resist. Fong Jiua then ordered, "Before the imperial court arrives to rescue us, we need to prepare." Fong Jiua requested, "First, let us build a defensive base, dig some trenches nearby, and then build high stone walls." Everyone immediately got to work. While the crown prince was digging, he suddenly noticed a naked child, shivering from the cold. The crown prince slowly took off his royal red robe and handed it to the child, saying, "Put this on." The child happily thanked him. At that moment, the crown prince posed, showing off his well-defined six-pack abs and shouted, "Everyone, come admire my beautiful muscles." Fong Jiua saw this and had a perplexed expression. He thought the crown prince was being kind, but it turned out he was simply showing off his muscles under the guise of generosity. Fong Jiua then turned and saw Tang Banhu also taking off his shirt. Fong Jiua immediately asked, "What are you trying to do? Do you want to show off your muscles like the crown prince?" Tang Banhu replied, "No. I saw the crown prince wasn't wearing a shirt and was afraid he would catch a cold, so I wanted to offer him my robe." But Fong Jiua understood clearly the true nature of the crown prince. If now he was given the clothes in any way, he would get angry and might even order everyone to be stripped bare and kicked out. Fong Jiua ordered Tang Banhu and his students, "Focus on the main task. We must save as many people as possible. The most important thing right now is to build a solid defensive base. Do not worry about that crown prince." Tang Banhu's students heard this and clasped their hands in obedience to their teacher. The crown prince at this moment was digging the earth with one hand while flexing his muscles, looking quite ridiculous. A little girl who saw him thought he was some madman. The crown prince was startled and turned to her, continuing to pose, and asked the little girl, "Am I beautiful?" The little girl, wide-eyed, replied, "Very beautiful." With that, he laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. The little girl, on the other hand, was crying very pitifully. The crown prince silently wondered, "Did I scare the little girl?" Next, the little girl ran to the crown prince and cried out, "My parents!" Not long ago, this little girl lived happily in a family with loving parents who played with her every day. The little girl cried as she said, "But the devastating disasters have occurred, both her father and mother have been crushed under the rubble." The girl now could only cling to the crown prince, crying her heart out and saying that her parents were gone. The crown prince, hearing this, also felt sorrow for the girl. Then, he smiled gently and said, "From now on, I will be your brother." The girl was touched and nodded in agreement. Thus, the crown prince gained another little sister, named Zhu Huayan.
3 days later, Mr. Wang Jinyuan's food supply team finally arrived. The breach of the flood dam had been sealed, the water gradually receded, and the roads became passable again. The villagers started to gather here more and more. At that moment, suddenly there were some people riding horses wandering nearby. The official in the blue robe shouted, "It seems to be the bandits of Mr. Hushir-shan." The truth was just as that. Mr. Hushir-shan, with his silver hair and beard just like the golden hair Lion King, was laughing cheerfully, feeling pleased. His bandits immediately rode into the village. The official quickly picked up his shoes and ran away in a panic. Fong Jiua shouted loudly to everyone, "Gather together and prepare to attack the enemy." Shinao picked up his weapon, and the villagers also prepared their hoes, shovels, and sticks of all kinds. So the whole group shouted, "If they touch us, we will hit back, if they come, we will greet them." Fong Jihua's students were determined to protect their teacher and the people in the village. The Crown Prince was pleased because finally, he had the opportunity to showcase his danger level. However, Shinao felt a bit worried that he might die here. But when he turned to look, he saw the young men full of fighting spirit. Shinao wondered, aren't they afraid of death? One young man, despite his trembling hands and legs, had a cold, expressionless face. Shinao realized that initially, everyone was afraid, but the desire to protect had given them the courage to overcome the fear of death. At that moment, the villains had approached, and the stone wall that everyone had built earlier was being inspected. They held torches, checking the situation and preparing to take action. Shinao looked at the villagers, who were extremely tense, and silently thought, they have lost their families and friends in the earthquake, gone through pain and despair, yet they still live and fight with hope to protect those remaining in the village. At this point, Shinao was also tense, resolute to protect them at all costs. Even if he died, he could not allow any scum to step inside. The people were encouraging each other, "We have nothing to fear. Even our benefactor isn't afraid, so why should we be scared? Alright, let's kill all the evil ones together." Suddenly, Fong Jihua, in a reckless act, pressed against the stone wall to listen and asked, "How many people are out there?" Immediately, a loud bang echoed as the evildoers broke the stone wall, sending Fong Jihua flying inside. He angrily cursed, "I was just asking, did you really have to be so rough?" Right after that, the bandit general Hushir-shan entered. He bellowed, "Is Fong Jihua here?" Seeing the imposing figure of the general, Fong Jihua whispered, "I'm done for, just a snap of his fingers could leave me bedridden for months." However, Fong Jihua quickly regained his composure, puffed out his chest, and declared, "Fong Jihua is here, come on if you dare to fight." Hushir-shan looked at Fong Jihua's stance with contempt and was left speechless. Meanwhile, the crown prince standing beside was armed and ready to charge forward. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hushir-shan knelt down, clasped his hands, and shouted loudly, "I am Hushir-shan. I come here today to express my gratitude and show my respect to my benefactor Fong Jihua." The common folks were all taken aback, while the crown prince looked dumbfounded and asked Fong Jihua, "Is there some mistake? Isn't Hushir-shan the bandit who has done many evil deeds? How could he come here to express gratitude?" Fong Jihua also felt awkward and asked Mr. Hushir-shan, "Is this true?" He replied, "At first, I heard that there was food here and intended to rob it. However, I later sent people to investigate and found out that my benefactor Fong Jihua led a group to Ling-Tu County to provide disaster relief. After the earthquake, he saved countless innocent lives. Oh, I truly admire him." Thus, the idol Fong Jihua gained an older fan with white hair and a beard. However, Fong Jihua said, "I do not trust Mr. Hushir-shan, because he has previously roamed everywhere, killing and robbing. After the earthquake, he even gathered 2,000 people to plunder the innocent poor." The crown prince also shares the same view. Mr. Hushir-shan explained, "I am from Ling-Tu County. Until now, I have always been regarded as a brutal bandit. But in reality, I only rob from the rich and redistribute to the poor. After hearing about the earthquake in Ling-Tu County, I immediately set up a base to care for those affected in the mountains. However, the number of victims was too great, and the food was quickly consumed. Everyone said that the benefactor Fong Jihua below had plenty of food.
Therefore, I intended to rob food from the benefactor to feed those who were suffering. But after further investigation, I learned that the benefactor was actually trying to save people. If I were to rob food from the benefactor, it would truly be worse than that of a pig or a dog. He continued, I, Husher Shan, want to save people but have no food to eat, let alone save anyone at all. So I had no choice but to resort to robbery. I am indeed a criminal being hunted by the imperial court. My reputation here is that of a cruel bandit. The head of this lowly individual is worth 1,000 taels of silver and has been recorded in this wanted order. Husher Shan continued, I hope that benefactor Fong Jiua can take the head of this lowly individual as a reward. After that, I asked the benefactor to use that reward to help the innocent people here. Upon hearing these resolute words, Fong Jiua was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. Subsequently, Fong Jiua, along with the crown prince, student Jiang Shi, and the survivors, captured the bandit general Husher Shan. He was quickly escorted back to the capital palace. The laws of the Ming Dynasty were strictly enforced, and thus, a true generation of heroes was unjustly tried. This scenario was truly dreadful, and Fong Jiua decided that he would not allow this to happen. He immediately tore up the original document without a second thought. The crown prince also agreed and promptly ordered Lu Xun, bring the carrot seal. Lu Xun replied, the carrot has already been eaten. The crown prince, dissatisfied, took a stone and carved a new seal. After that, he stamped it and issued an imperial edict. He handed it to Husher Shan and said, this is the imperial edict of the imperial court, pardoning all your faults. Just finished writing, it is indeed the imperial edict. Fong Jiua said, from today, you are no longer a wanted criminal, strive to live well from now on. Mr. Husher Shan immediately guessed that he might be being deceived, and said, I know that the imperial edict is issued by the emperor for the people to follow. Though I have lived wild on the mountain for 15 years, I am not so foolish. You are deceiving me, right? The crown prince then asked back, you don't know who I am? Fong Jiua immediately introduced, this person is the crown prince Zhao Hozhao, the only son of the emperor. The crown prince is not deceiving you, you do not need to doubt. Thus, Mr. Husher Shan clasped his hands in gratitude to the crown prince. He then turned to his benefactor Fong Jiua and said, I have no place to go. From now on, may I follow my benefactor? I am willing to endure all hardships for my benefactor. Fong Jiua also took his hand, smiling in agreement. Mr. Husher Shan was moved, tears welling up. In fact, Fong Jiua was a cunning person, thinking, Mr. Husher Shan is as big as an elephant, certainly possesses strength several times that of an ordinary person, so I cannot help but take him as my disciple, ha ha. Then, not long after, Husher Shan's eldest son was eating in an unusual manner. He kept eating and eating, showing no signs of stopping. Fong Jiua appeared disgusted and cursed, what on earth are you eating so much for? This much could feed me for a whole month. Meanwhile, in the capital, officials had received alarming news about a severe natural disaster in Lingtu County. Thousands of houses had collapsed, resulting in significant casualties. In particular, they also heard reports that Husher Shan was committing numerous brutal murders in this area. The emperor was extremely horrified and angry. He secretly cursed his son, out causing trouble again. I only have one son to inherit the throne. He also expressed worry for his son-in-law Shen Ao, who had already gotten into this disaster without having a wife. Immediately, the emperor ordered the mobilization of the military to Lingtu County to capture the criminals. He entrusted this important mission to several trusted generals and said, with you all going with me, I feel much more at ease. Mr. Xia Qian, after hearing this, muttered curses about life and wondered, why did it have to be me and not someone else? Going there carried a high risk of danger, and no one wanted to go there at all. He turned back to look, and once again was taken aback because the young men were pretending to turn away, as if they had never known each other. Suddenly, Mr. Shen Ao loudly declared, I will go with you. Even if I die, I will die in Lingtu County. Immediately, the officials joined in, asserting that they also wanted to go and that they must go to Lingtu County. Xia Qian, upon hearing these words,
was so moved that tears fell from his eyes. He never expected the officials of the Ming Dynasty to be so brave. So Mr. Shenyun tucked Mr. Xiaqian under his arm and said, "Let's leave right away. There is not much time left." At that moment, Mr. Xiaqian felt confused. Why was there such a hurry just to go to Ling Tu? Then, a trumpet sounded, and the officials began to leave Beijing for Ling Tu County. After traveling for a while, Mr. Xiaqian raised his hand to signal everyone to take a break for a while. Having traveled quite a long distance, everyone must have been tired. The officials immediately protested, saying that they were not tired and wanted to continue on. Xiaqian pointed to the horses and the attendants who were panting and exhausted. He warned that if they did not take a break, these people would become exhausted and could die from fatigue. The officials shouted in desperation, calling for Shen Ao and mentioning the crown prince, as well as the innocent citizens, asserting that they were unwilling to rest. Seeing the situation too serious, Xiaqian had to order them to continue walking. The officials happily agreed immediately. So Xiaqian was once again grabbed by two people and lifted up, flying away like the wind. He had to endure their mockery. After that, the whole group continued walking for a while when suddenly a large rock fell from above right in front of Xiaqian. He exclaimed in horror, "Oh my, I almost met my end." At that moment, Shenyun's eyes were brimming with tears, which touched Xiaqian. He did not expect Shenyun to cry for him. However, thinking it was touching turned out to be a chill. Mr. Shenyun worriedly asked, "I wonder if my son Shen Ao has been hit by falling stones? I feel so worried about him." He sobbed and cried, but then continued, "Stop crying and keep moving quickly." The group continued their journey under the blazing sun. When he could no longer bear it, Mr. Xiaqian finally sat down. His hands and feet had become completely weak. Mr. Shenyun, with a serious expression, said, "I don't feel tired at all." Mr. Xiaqian wondered, "Why are you so tough?" And Mr. Shenyun replied, "Because your son Shen Ao has walked there before, so you know he must have endured a lot of hardships." Hearing this, Mr. Xiaqian felt no longer tired and decided to continue on. By that evening, Mr. Xiaqian smiled joyfully because he could finally rest. However, the people around him snored louder than thunder, causing Mr. Xiaqian to curse silently and feel very frustrated. He had been forced to walk the whole day, and now he was being tortured at night. A new day came. Mr. Xiaqian stayed awake all night, and now his blood vessels were bulging in his eyes, utterly exhausted. He was woken by a soldier calling out, wake up quickly." Mr. Xiaqian asked, "What's the matter?" Mr. Shenyun replied, "It's already dawn, we should continue on our way." Mr. Xiaqian saw that it was still early, so he requested another half an hour of sleep. The whole group immediately cried out in unison, "Everyone is waiting for our help, don't delay any longer." Mr. Xiaqian was so angry that he wanted to kick them all, but his anger only made him let out a loud roar, causing everyone around to quickly move away. His old age and frailty made him cough and wheeze. With no other choice, he reluctantly accepted to continue. Mr. Shenyun hurriedly praised Mr. Xiaqian as a remarkable person, with a strong will and incredible determination. Nevertheless, Mr. Xiaqian secretly wished that the matter would conclude as soon as possible because if not, he might have to stop at part 6 of this novel and return to meet his ancestors. As the group passed over a tall mountain, they discovered a large house. The officials in the imperial court immediately entered and planned to distribute provisions to everyone inside. A young man seeing this immediately asked, "Are you refugees?" "Over there are people distributing food for free. Hurry up and go ask for some, or you might faint from hunger." Mr. Xiaqian, feeling bitter, secretly cursed this young man, not understanding why he, a grand minister famous in the imperial court, was regarded as a beggar when he came to assist in disaster relief. But right after that, the whole group also lined up to receive food, and the one distributing it was none other than the young man Mr. Xiaqian had just met. Mr. Shenyun was moved, tears streaming down his face, hesitantly saying a few words. Shen Ao immediately said, "I know you want to ask for 8 more portions, right? That's impossible because there are still many people behind who are hungry. Each person can only receive 1 portion." Mr. Shenyun shouted, Dad, my son. Finally, I found you. Shinao was startled and turned around. His father pinched his son's cheek and said, "My son has lost weight again. Are you hungry? Let Dad give you a big bun." Shinao replied, "I just ate 2 buns, so I'm not hungry." And so, his father devoured the bun hungrily because he had been very hungry. Right after that, 2 other officials kept asking loudly, "Where are your children? Are they here?" Mr. Xiaqian immediately felt annoyed, thinking, "I don't even know where the crown prince is, yet I have to worry about these 2 people?" Meanwhile, the crown prince was currently carrying a bag twice his size. He bent his back, looking like he was about to break his spine, while Mr. Hushirshan was carrying 3 or 4 bags and still felt at ease, as if nothing was wrong. Fong Jiua tentatively asked, "The crown prince, are you tired? Can we take a break for a bit?" The crown prince scoffed, appearing smug, "I'm very cool, this is nothing. I could carry this all day on my back, no problem at all." But right after that, the crown prince tried to suppress his exhaustion so as not to show any sign of fatigue. Fong Jiua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, he's just making things harder for himself. He. Suddenly, Mr. Xiaqian called out loudly, "The crown prince!" Fong Jiua hurriedly ran over to support the crown prince right away, saying, "The crown prince, let me give you a hand." Mr. Xiaqian took out a painting and said, "I have come following the order of the emperor to meet the crown prince, to assist in the relief of the disaster-stricken people, and to carry out one more task, to capture this wicked robber." Mr. Hushirshan, still unclear about the situation, asked, "Capture a wicked robber? I know quite a few wicked ones, let me help with this." Mr. Xiaqian looked at Mr. Hushirshan, then at the painting, and then gasped in horror, "Oh, it's Hushirshan." Fong Jiua then asked, "Are you trying to take away my Hushirshan?" Mr. Xiaqian became even more confused, not understanding what Fong Jiua was saying. The crown prince then explained, "Since the earthquake, Hushirshan has helped people everywhere. He is unaware of anything in the capital palace, so do not come here and talk nonsense. The crown prince has forgiven him, and from now on he will be a part of Jiangxi Academy." Mr. Xiaqian had no choice but to follow the crown prince's orders and focus on his mission, doing his utmost to assist the refugee people. The crown prince then asked, "Help in what way?" Mr. Xiaqian replied, "The main task is to distribute relief food, support the poor people, and bring peace to the world." The crown prince sneered and asked back, "How much food have you brought that you speak so grandly like that?" Mr. Xiaqian explained, "Transporting food takes time. First, a decree must be issued, and then regulations must be drafted. When the tax department exports food from the warehouse, there will be orders for nearby districts and counties to recruit laborers before transportation begins." The crown prince interrupted, saying, "Right now, there are only a few bags of food, correct?" Mr. Xiaqian immediately fell silent. The crown prince continued to order, "Have Mr. Xiaqian go clean the toilet, instead of standing here talking nonsense. Those who refuse to work are only allowed 2 meals a day, with each meal consisting of just 1 bun, and they must not sleep indoors but instead sleep outside at a 5-star hotel. Does Mr. Xiaqian understand clearly?" Mr. Xiaqian was completely shocked and felt like he was bleeding from his nose. After that, he and the other officials were assigned to wash clothes, sew, clean toilets, and perform other tasks. Mr. Shinyun had to grit his teeth to work, while Mr. Xiaqian's hands trembled as he tried to thread the needle, continually failing to get the thread through the tiny hole. He angrily shouted, feeling that life was truly terrible. Since ancient times, there have been rumors about the 3 grand ministers in the cabinet. Lu Nian is good at making decisions, Li Dongyang is skilled in planning, and Xiaqian excels in debates. Xiaqian is the top intellectual of Tsinghua, akin to the top scorer in university entrance exams. Xiaqian's most famous skill is bragging, he is the best at boasting in ancient times. In history, he believes that the dictatorial regime of eunuchs has caused chaos in the imperial court. He nearly convinced Zhao Hozhao, namely the Emperor Wuzong of the Ming Dynasty, to execute the traitor Lu Xun. Now, he can no longer bear it and has employed a very powerful last resort.
After some time, at the imperial palace capital, Lu Nian reported to the emperor that he received a memorial report from Xie Qian and submitted it to the emperor. The content of the report seemed strange. The emperor immediately ordered Lu Nian, copy this report and send it to all officials to know. The information in the report indicates that his son is still alive. In history, during the reign of Emperor Cheng Hua of the Ming Dynasty, there were also 3 grand ministers in the imperial court. However, they were mocked as the 3 paper officials because they were only good at flattery. When Emperor Hongji ascended the throne, he immediately dismissed these 3 men from their positions because he did not like them. Later, they were considered a laughingstock in history, and their descendants could not hold their heads high because of this. The teachers in the imperial court later taught their students, as officials, one should not imitate those men. One must have the courage to advise the emperor and the crown prince, point out the flaws in their actions, and ask them to correct them reasonably. If they do not listen, the emperor and the crown prince will be regarded as foolish kings for not knowing what should be done and what should not be done. Currently, Mr. Li Dongyang is reading the memorial report from Mr. Xie Qian. The report states, the crown prince of the emperor is like a savior of sentient beings, causing the people suffering from natural disasters to feel immense love and respect. Xie Qian believes that in the future, the crown prince will undoubtedly become a great king. Li Dongyang read through it and commented, this Xie Qian fellow, generally someone who enjoys casual gossip and criticizes others, even harshly criticizing the emperor at times. How could he write a memorial singing high praises for the crown prince like this? Moreover, he wrote it with such overly flattering prose. I wonder what has happened to him. Lu Nian, with a tense expression, replied, you may not know, but you know the consequences will be very serious soon. As expected by Lu Nian and Li Dongyang, Xie Qian's memorial stirred up quite a buzz among the officials at the imperial court. They said to one another, as the crown prince, to go to such a dangerous place, clearly Xie Qian is lying. But why is he flattering the crown prince like this? There must be some scheme going on behind it. At that moment, in Lingtu County, 2 men in red were still bent over, washing clothes. Mr. Shenyun expressed his concerns, saying, have you heard that the memorial praising the crown prince by Mr. Xie Qian has been sent? Even if the matters recorded in it are true, I fear there will be much gossip from others soon. Mr. Xie Qian replied, I am not afraid. He said, because of all those praises, I only recorded the truth, without adding or subtracting any words. Mr. Shenyun then said, even so, I still feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Xie Qian, may I ask you what you really intend to do? Mr. Xie Qian did not respond, but currently looked towards his 2 trusted brothers with a very dangerous expression. Mr. Xie Qian also smiled, dangerously. Then, after the disaster relief concluded, the crown prince and Fong Jiua returned to the imperial palace. Under the supervision of Mr. Xie Qian and Mr. Shenyun, they were welcomed by the emperor with a friendly expression. He immediately opened a court session to deal with these 2 individuals. As soon as the 2 entered the capital palace, their expressions were as if they had eaten something bitter. Because the crimes they committed had already been pointed out by the emperor beforehand, the crown prince's crime is the audacity to rush into disaster relief, breaking the hearts of the emperor and the officials in the imperial court. Mr. Xie Qian's crime is to flatter the crown prince, praising and fawning over him, bringing shame to the grand minister. Not yet, the crime of Fong Jiua is daring to incite the crown prince, putting the crown prince's life at risk. He has seduced Grand Minister Xie Qian, drawing him to his side. This young man is the most dangerous figure and must be dealt with accordingly. The emperor was tense, and the other officials were also on edge. Suddenly, the man in blue lunged forward and launched the first strike, cursing Fong Jiua, you deserve to die. How dare you lead your students and the crown prince to a region plagued by a devastating natural disaster, disregarding the lives of others? This is an unforgivable crime. Prepare to die. Fong Jiua coldly waved his hand in response. Have you ever heard the saying the people are the most precious, and the state is secondary? If we sacrifice ourselves to save others, what of it? I have calculated that the crown prince and my students have saved approximately 50,000 people. Immediately afterward, Fong Jiua delivered a punch that sent the man reeling. He said, "You dare to belittle the lives of these 50,000 people? Then you deserve to be hit." Despite his swollen face, the man in blue still attempted to unleash a second attack. "Damn you, Fong Jiua, you treasonous scum! How dare you toy with the precious body of the crown prince and gamble with death? How can the Ming Dynasty endure this? If anything were to happen to the crown prince, how dare you engage in such earth-shattering deeds?" Fong Jiua immediately retorted, "The crown prince's relief efforts come from the bottom of his heart, yet you dare to say that the crown prince is instigated by me. This is a double accusation of slander. One is slandering me, and the other is slandering the crown prince. Do you know what severe punishment awaits you? No, it is you who is the traitor." As he spoke, Fong Jiua punched the other cheek of the man in the blue robe again. The man in blue had not expected to encounter a genuine child, and his face was now swollen as if he had just undergone surgery to enhance his cheekbones. Fong Jiua continued to pull out a stack of papers, saying, "This is a letter of gratitude to express the appreciation for the crown prince. The people affected by the disaster have written a letter of thanks, all of which have been sealed with the fingerprints of everyone to verify this. That is the deep gratitude and acknowledgement of the people towards the crown prince." The emperor, upon hearing this, was astonished and asked again, "Is all of this true?" The crown prince replied, "It is all true. Father has always taught me and the officials in the imperial court to care for the people like our own children. I have also followed this. The sole purpose of coming to Ling Tu was to aid the people affected by the disaster." The emperor, hearing this, praised the crown prince and Fong Jiua for their excellent work. Fong Jiua immediately broke into a victorious smile, while the official in the blue robe fell completely silent, his face looking as if he had been struck, pouting. Earlier, Xie Qian had told Fong Jiua, "Your report has caused quite a stir among the officials. They will definitely prosecute you after you return to Beijing." Fong Jiua was taken aback and asked, "Why would they target me for prosecution?" Xie Qian replied, "Because there are only 3 people in the crosshairs. The crown prince is the future emperor, and everyone fears him. As for me, I am the master of arguments, they certainly do not dare to argue back at me. Naturally, they will target you because you are subordinate to me and the crown prince. Besides, you seem a bit dim, easy to bully." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua pouted and asked, "Why do you insult and hurt me like this?" Xie Qian then smiled wickedly and said, "Fong Jiua, I care about you so much. Let me teach you the legendary skill of verbal combat." Fong Jiua laughed mischievously and promptly agreed, "Xie Qian, you truly are the best and care for me the most. He. Sometime later, at the princess's place, she, feeling shy, looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "Since Fong Jiua and my younger brother came to Ling Tu, I have not been able to sleep well. Could it be a recurrence of my brain illness? Fong Jiua, could you write me a prescription to help me sleep peacefully?" Hearing that, Fong Jiua was startled, thinking that the princess intended to lure him into a private room for a close conversation. Fong Jiua turned to the mama, asking her to prepare pen, ink, and paper quickly, and she readily agreed. But the princess, feeling shy, added, "Actually, the day after tomorrow is my 20th birthday." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was delighted, secretly thinking, "The special princess is sharing her birthday with me," hinting that she has reached marriageable age and suggesting that I propose to her. What delusion this is! Fong Jiua then laughed mischievously, reflecting, "This is a great opportunity. I must urge my father to report this and discuss plans to make me the prince consort." At this point, the princess continued, "In the capital palace, there are many ceremonies. If my brain illness recurs on my birthday, it may not be convenient for you, brother Fong Jiua, to treat me. That's why I wanted to discuss this with you." Fong Jiua stood there in shock after hearing this, his mouth agape. In ancient times, men and women were not allowed to be intimate with one another, and men were not free to enter the inner court where the concubines and princesses resided. The story about the princess suffering from brain illness was merely an excuse for Fong Jiua to legally meet the princess in the capital palace. Suddenly, Fong Jiua pointed decisively and said, "Princess, the crown prince does not need to worry.
Even if I cannot make it on that day, there will definitely be a gift for the princess and the crown prince. The next day, there were many ingredients on the table, including flour, eggs, milk, fruit, honey, cooking oil, and a bucket of cream. Fong Jiua smiled triumphantly and said, "Today I have a very valuable lesson for my students." Wang Yangming, with his sharp intelligence, immediately guessed, teacher Fong Jiua intends to teach about governing a large country, which must be done meticulously and carefully, just like cooking a small dish. Meanwhile, Tang Banho, with his extraordinary wisdom, speculated that teacher Fong Jiua is talking about the unity of knowledge and action, because food is the most essential thing for the people. If one does not know how to cook, how can they govern the people? However, Fong Jiua then said, "My students have learned so much that they have all gone mad." Fong Jiua replied, "I really want to teach the students how to make a new dish. First, we put flour, eggs, and oil in, then we stir it well. The second step is to pour in milk and fresh yeast. This fresh yeast is made by Fong Jiua from sweet potatoes, which helps make the cake smoother. The final step is to add honey." The crown prince let out a sound because he did not like to eat sweet foods. Fong Jiua also agreed with the young man's opinion. The crown prince praised, "The method of making the cake is truly wonderful." Then, he began to steam the cake. However, the cake came out as a three-tiered cake. It was indeed amazing. At that moment, the crown prince's companion opened his mouth wanting to eat immediately. Fong Jiua quickly stopped him and said, "The cake is not ready yet, there is one final step." Fong Jiua used syrup to write words on the cake. The crown prince held the cake in his hands and felt that even before tasting it, it looked delicious, so he immediately took a big bite. The expression on the crown prince's face was one of delight. The cake is soft, fluffy, and as airy as a cloud of cream, sweet but not greasy. It is truly irresistible and delicious. The crown prince then told Fong Jiua, "Make 10 more of these. From now on, I want to eat this dish every day." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua chuckled, realizing he had been played by the crown prince. Then, Fong Jiua quickly declined, as this cake was a birthday cake and could only be eaten on one's birthday. Fong Jiua then turned to see the two students eating the cake without saying a word. Fong Jiua suddenly remembered that next month was Wang Yangming's birthday. He said, "Students, you should learn to make this cake instead of just eating it like this." Tang Banhu was surprised, not expecting that Fong Jiua would even remember Wang Yangming's birthday. He then asked the teacher, "Do you remember my birthday, teacher?" Fong Jiua immediately replied, "Of course I know. Isn't it the 4th of the 2nd lunar month?" Fong Jiua remembered this because the young man was born in the year of the tiger and was uniquely named Tangdan, which was so distinctive and unusual that Fong Jiua particularly noted it down. Tang Banhu was deeply moved when Fong Jiua spoke so accurately, tears streaming down his face because even his wife had forgotten his birthday, yet teacher Fong Jiua had kept it in his heart. In fact, Tang Banhu lost his father at a young age, and his family went through many upheavals. Although he was married, his wife did not treat him well. Historically, Tang Banhu was involved in a cheating scandal, which led to his fall to the lowest point of society. After the incident, his wife immediately returned to her parents' home, no longer wanting anything to do with Tang Banhu. At this moment, Tang Banhu was extremely touched, clasping his hands in gratitude to teacher Fong Jiua for caring about his student and even attempting to make a cake for his birthday. The vast and profound affection of the teacher made all the students remember him forever. However, Fong Jiua secretly thought, "What is this? I've never made a cake for you." Suddenly, the crown prince appeared, shoving Tang Banhu aside and saying, "Tomorrow is my sister's birthday, remember that." Fong Jiua immediately showed a surprised expression, continuously saying, "Oh really? Oh really? What a coincidence, ah hee hee." The crown prince then exclaimed, "Sister, she will definitely be very happy if I give her this cake. This cake is really delicious. Fong Jiua, help me make a really big cake. On it, not only should there be words, but it should also say, Duke of the State Zhao Ho Zhao gives this gift to the beautiful sister, wishing her to seek love and find love, to seek wealth and acquire wealth, and to live in the light of the deity."
Fong Jiua agreed to follow the crown prince's orders. I will do my best to make a delicious cake and write the blessings according to your wishes. The two students also heard this and wanted to help their teacher make the cake.
Even the crown prince eagerly wanted to lend a hand.
However, Fong Jiua slammed the door shut and said loudly, "You three stay outside.
This is an important task that requires high concentration and meticulousness. The more people there are, the easier it will be to ruin the cake. Therefore, I will do it alone, and it will be better."
Hearing this, the crown prince believed his words and stood outside. The boy was so moved that he cried his heart out, praising Fong Jiua, "You really think about your brother. Usually, you are very lazy, but today you care about my matters like this.
You are indeed a good brother."
Meanwhile, Fong Jiua inside thought to himself, "This is the birthday cake I specially made for my princess. How can I let you guys interfere?" On a beautiful morning, today is the princess's birthday, and gifts are continuously sent to her.
The princess is still eagerly waiting for a gift from the one she secretly loves, Fong Jiua.
By noon, the gifts had piled up into a heap, but the princess still hadn't seen Fong Jihua's gift. She reassured herself, surely Fong Jiua is coming soon. However, as dusk fell, the princess's face was filled with sadness. She thought to herself, the day is almost over, but why hasn't Fong Jiua arrived yet? I wonder if he has encountered any trouble. She waited until nightfall, resting her chin in thought. A man wanting to bring a gift into the capital palace must face many difficulties.
Perhaps Fong Jiua's gift has been held up. His intention to give me a present is already good enough.
Suddenly, the crown prince playfully said, "I have prepared an enormous gift for you."
The princess's round eyes widened in surprise when she saw the crown prince pull out a huge, magnificent 5-layer cake. The crown prince even promoted it, saying, "This is the birthday cake I specially prepared for you. I guarantee once you taste it, you will be addicted. There's even a message from me to you on the cake." Written on the cake were the words, "If you are healthy, then the sky will be sunny." The crown prince cheerfully asked, "What do you think? Isn't it too good for a little brother to treat his sister like this, to the point of making her emotional to tears?" But the princess coldly replied, "I feel nauseous just hearing that." Earlier, Fong Jiua had boasted to the crown prince that this phrase meant, "As long as you are healthy, every day will be a sunny day for your little brother." He even claimed that girls would love such sentimental phrases. The crown prince began to feel a bit dizzy from Fong Jiua's deception. The princess then asked, "Did you ask Fong Jiua to make this birthday cake?" The crown prince scratched his head and answered, "I asked Fong Jiua to do it, but my feelings are genuine." At that moment, the princess realized that this was the gift that Fong Jiua had promised to give her beforehand. She suddenly smiled, feeling very happy because she understood that Fong Jiua wanted to say, "As long as you are healthy, my mood will be like the warm sunshine in my heart." The crown prince saw the princess smiling brightly and immediately asked, "Do you like it?" She replied, "I like it a lot." The crown prince continued to ask, "So, what do you think of my younger brother?" The princess answered, "Very good, very good." Hearing that, the crown prince was delighted, laughing mischievously, secretly praising, "Fong Jihua's cakes are truly amazing. Finally, my sister knows how good my little brother is. In the future, I will ask Fong Jiua to make even more cakes, he he he." Lucian then brought the candles, while Fong Jiua said, "Light the candles, make a wish, and blow them out. The wish will come true." The crown prince found this quite interesting and said, "Let's do it right now. I guarantee the wish will be effective." The emperor also found it amusing and approved of this idea. So 3 candles were lit. The princess smiled and made a wish. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, extinguishing all 3 candles. The crown prince and the emperor immediately wore blank expressions, not understanding whether there was an omen or not. Next, the crown prince unexpectedly pulled out a large knife, like a meat cleaver, saying that he wanted to cut the cake to eat. The princess hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Such a beautiful cake, why cut it?" But immediately after, the cake was cut into many pieces, and the 2 decorative lines on it also vanished. The princess stared at the cake in disbelief and then burst into tears like a child. The crown prince quickly fed her a piece of cake, comforting her, "Eat it, you can cry later." The princess tried a bite and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! This cake is so sweet." The emperor also immediately tried a big piece and felt like he was falling into a fluffy cloud, praising, "This cake is so incredibly soft." The empress saw this and tried it as well. She immediately became enchanted and exclaimed, "This birthday cake is the best ever." In fact, up until now, snack foods without leavening typically just satisfied hunger but were dry and tasted terrible. Without tea, almost no one found them delicious. Leavening helps the dough rise, making the food much softer and tastier. While the princess and others were enjoying delicious birthday cake, at the Jiangxi farm, fresh yeast dumplings officially debuted. A young man was advertising, "One bun costs 10 coins, buy 2 get 1 free, pay for 3. Buy now, buy now." An old man bought one to try and, moved to tears by its taste, exclaimed how good it was. The price was on par with regular steamed buns, but the ingredients and flavor were 100 times better. Fong Jiua truly is remarkable for creating these buns. The young man in the blue outfit continued to advertise, "Dear esteemed guests, if you are willing to spend 3 taels of silver to enter the park, you will be able to enjoy something far better than this bun. The emperor has tasted it and has issued us a certificate to guarantee that what I say is true." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Niu immediately cheered in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Changzhou County reported there had been heavy rain for several days, causing over 90 deaths and many serious injuries. County Magistrate Wu Jiang personally led people to reinforce the levees of the large river and successfully protected them. However, as the grain storage was located in a low-lying area, the rice was completely ruined before it could be moved elsewhere. At this moment, the crown prince confidently said to the emperor, "This report must have issues. Can I guarantee it with Fong Jiua's honor?" But the emperor immediately said, "Don't be ridiculous. Sit down quickly, or I'll strike you without mercy." The crown prince immediately became obedient as a puppy and sat down right away. Then, the crown prince slowly stroked his chin and analyzed for the emperor to understand, "This situation is truly unreasonable. According to my experience in disaster relief, the granaries are always placed in high locations to avoid moisture. It is indeed strange that the granary is located in a low-lying area, isn't it? Furthermore, villagers usually help each other in times of trouble. It can be understood that a few people may suffer casualties from heavy rain, but more than 90 people is truly unreasonable." The crown prince continued, "The most peculiar thing is that Wu Jiang, the county magistrate, led people to the river dike, regardless of the high floodwaters caused by the heavy rain. Doesn't he fear that the people will drown? Father, I feel that there are many irregularities in this report. I hope you consider sending someone to Changzhou for a thorough investigation." However, the emperor insisted, "The reports from the envoys of Shandong, the provincial head, along with the eunuchs supervising the garrison, are all individuals I sent to oversee the military in various places. They are not careless people." The emperor continued, "Their reports all match with the report of the magistrate of Changzhou, so the credibility of this matter is very high, there cannot be any mistakes. However, since you have doubts, let's check it one more time." The crown prince was startled and asked again, "Is that really what you mean, father?" At that moment, his heart was deeply affected, tears streaming down his face. Because his father had now taken him seriously, no longer referring to him as a rebel son. He truly acknowledged and listened to the opinions of his son, which made him cry sobbingly, incredibly touched. The emperor then reminded him, "You must learn to keep your secrets safe when incidents occur in the future. You cannot go to Changzhou and make a fuss like before. I know your secret, and that's fine, but the grand ministers in the imperial court, their mouths are even busier than fishmongers in the market. They will tarnish the reputation of both father and son. Once a ruler is not respected, the subjects will become disloyal. The magistrate of Changzhou has personally led people to the dike after the natural disaster. He is a good official, so he should not be treated harshly. Remember this well, my son." The crown prince joyfully said, "Father, please trust me. I promise I will not let you down, all right?" The emperor, upon hearing this, could only remain silent in the face of his son's insolence.
He then gently imparted to the crown prince a philosophy of life: to be a good emperor, you must be magnanimous. In this way, the officials and ministers will wholeheartedly serve you. Hearing this, the crown prince, puzzled, replied, "Did you not agree to let me investigate this matter again? Does that not mean you are suspicious of the county magistrate in Changzhou?" The emperor, upon hearing this, became so furious his face turned a deep shade of purple. He immediately shouted, "What are you talking about? I am teaching you how to be an emperor. My agreement to investigate is not to cast doubt on Magistrate Wu Jiang, but to help you understand that you should not make unfounded assumptions about your officials. Do you understand?" The crown prince, scolded, shrank back in fear. The emperor then realized he had raised his voice a bit too much, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. Just then, someone announced that Fong Jiua had arrived, causing the emperor to instantly feel cheerful again. Fong Jiua also clasped his hands in reverence to the emperor. Long live the emperor! The emperor began to recount a story about his son, the crown prince, who suspected that there was something amiss in this report. "Fong Jiua, please take a look and see what it is," the crown prince said. Hearing this, the crown prince felt pleased and told Fong Jiua to hurry and review it, then report back to his father. This is truly a person of integrity. The emperor then presented the evidence. Official Wu Jiang in Changzhou County was an official who had been promoted since the reign of King Chenhua. While serving in the palace, he had prosecuted a scholar in the inner cabinet who was highly regarded for his abilities. He had been repeatedly praised by the Ministry of the Interior, so his integrity was beyond question. Wu Jiang had the best reputation in Dongshan province. Furthermore, the content of the reports from other officials coincided entirely with Wu Jiang's report. If you feel it is incorrect, then how is it? However, Fong Jiua expressed agreement with the crown prince. Qing, the crown prince, felt that there were many suspicious aspects that needed to be re-evaluated. The reason Fong Jiua said this was that he had previously read in historical texts that official Wu Jiang had colluded with some merchants and pirates after being transferred to Chengzhou County. Fong Jiua, as solid as an iron post, is truly a cunning old fox. Fong Jiua then asked the emperor, "Everyone praises Wu Jiang County Magistrate, but why has he not been promoted after serving as a county magistrate for so long?" Upon hearing this difficult question, the emperor was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Fong Jiua continued, "The only possibility is that he has used bribery to gain favorable opinions from others, or has concealed the wrongdoings he has committed. However, I know that the emperor cannot trust my words without evidence. Therefore, I will take responsibility for this matter once it is clarified. I hope the emperor will give the order to conduct a thorough investigation into County Magistrate Wu Jiang. I assure you, we will achieve results beyond expectations and will not disappoint the emperor." Hearing these sincere words from Fong Jiua, the emperor agreed to order a detailed investigation into this matter. The crown prince was delighted, feeling that he had won. The emperor then stated, "The reason for summoning Fong Jiua today is concerning the crown prince being granted the title Duke of the state. Therefore, it is also necessary to establish a separate residence for the crown prince. It should be built in Jiangxi, as that is the most suitable location." The crown prince was once again deeply moved by this. His father, the emperor, had today shown him the warm, vast, and immense love of a father twice. He would forever cherish his venerable old father. Fong Jiua smiled quietly with joy because the emperor still held great affection for his son, the crown prince, as well as for him. Suddenly, the emperor chuckled mischievously, pointing and continuing, "Since it was built in Jiangxi, it is naturally my son who will be under Fong Jiua's responsibility. From now on, if the crown prince happens to cause trouble or create chaos somewhere, I shall ask you first. Is that all right?" Hearing this, Fong Jiua immediately realized it was a joke. His expression showed some discontent. The emperor felt that his unruly son was beyond control, so he tried to entice him with an official title and sent him to Jiangxi for Fong Jiua to manage in his stead. Fong Jiua quickly clasped his hands and cried out, "Your Majesty, please reconsider this matter. I fear that I cannot bear the responsibility of managing the crown prince. But the emperor had great trust in him, stating that nothing was impossible, only that one must remain steadfast.
Even if I have to dig mountains and fill seas, I will resolutely manage that boy.
The crown prince was also quite pleased, as going to Jiangxi would grant him much more freedom.
He clasped Fong Jiua's shoulder and said, "Father does not need to worry.
When I go to Jiangxi, I will ensure that you can hold your head high." Fong Jiua stood to one side, looking toward the future and feeling that the river was wide and the road was long.
Indeed, the truth was just as Fong Jiua had said. Officer Wu Jiang was known for being optimistic and kind, but in reality, he was very skilled at committing evil deeds.
Previously, there had been a great disaster in Changzhou County, where the river dike had collapsed, resulting in hundreds of deaths and injuries, while countless others were forced to move to safer places.
However, the district magistrate Wu Jiang did not want to provide disaster relief and instead lied that the granary had been destroyed by heavy rain.
He took advantage of this opportunity to sell all the rice at a high price. Indeed, as Fong Jihua had mentioned, other related officials received money from Wu Jiang to remain silent. At this time, Fong Jihua and the crown prince had investigated this matter and reported it to the emperor. The crown prince wondered, to bribe so many officials must have cost a lot of money.
Wu Jiang is just a small county magistrate, how could he possibly have that much money? Fong Jihua replied, "It is precisely the exchange of power for money.
With power, there will be money, and conversely, with money, there will be power." Currently, the merchants at sea are facing problems, unable to wholesale to the Ming Dynasty due to laws prohibiting trade with foreign countries. At the same time, they also cannot bring the valuable treasures of the Ming Dynasty abroad to sell on the sea.
There are now many pirates coming from everywhere.
Their main purpose is to make money, invade countries and islands that they discover, or cooperate with wealthy businessmen of the Ming Dynasty to engage in smuggling. 3 years ago, a large and aggressive group of pirates attacked an anti-piracy force. The attack caused many casualties for our military. To survive for so long, those pirates have fought with incredible strength derived from the enormous profits obtained from smuggling.
Some people during the Ming Dynasty also became members, aiding these pirates.
The money earned from smuggling could support higher-ranking officials and the pirates at lower levels. Therefore, the officials turned a blind eye to the reign of terror by these criminals, because when the pirates benefited, the officials also profited from it.
The crown prince asked again, if the ban on maritime trade is lifted and merchants can trade openly, then the problem of pirates can be solved, right? Fong Jihua replied, when the ban on maritime trade is lifted, everyone will think it will be more profitable, so they will all engage in trade.
At that time, there will be no farmers left to cultivate the land, leading to a shortage of food, which can easily cause unrest among the people. The crown prince found it reasonable, because having money without food would be worthless. Suddenly, the crown prince drew his weapon and said, "I will go deal with Mr. Wu Jiang, find the wealthy merchants along the coast and send them to meet the king of hell. After that, I will confiscate their assets. This way, the problem of piracy will be completely resolved."
I am truly clever. However, Fong Jihua said, the crown prince is too delusional. Because doing so will not solve anything. As long as there are benefits, even if the name of the official changes, the result will remain the same.
If merchants fall, new ones will rise.
Killing people may solve the problem in the short term, but if the root cause is not addressed, the issues will re-emerge in the future. The emperor at that moment said, "Mr. Wu Jiang is easy to deal with.
I have ordered for him and those involved to be captured.
But should I issue an imperial edict to completely eliminate all the corrupt officials connected to this matter?"
Fong Jihua replied, "That is very difficult, Your Majesty, because there are so many officials related to these pirates. Surely there must be internal agents within the guard forces, including the head of the delegation in Shandong, the envoy heads in Fujian, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, as well as various departments of the imperial court, led by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There are certainly quite a few people involved in this case. Your Majesty should consider carefully." Suddenly, the crown prince pulled out 2 large sabers and shouted, "Those bastards, no matter how many there are, I will kill them all."
Fong Jihua looked stunned, not expecting to meet such a reckless person.
He advised him to calm down, for everything has its way of resolution.
Fong Jiua then began to preach some moral reasoning. Dogs will leap over walls when they are scared. Bad people, when they feel the sword pointed at them, will change their ways. Furthermore, while those people have done bad deeds, they can still be regarded as highly educated individuals chosen through the imperial examinations. If we deal with all of them, who will be left to govern? Fong Jiua continued, moreover, if we investigate too many people, there will surely be mistakes, and some may be wrongfully accused. The massacre of officials in peacetime will make all officials terrified, strain relations with the imperial court, and shake the entire country. The crown prince felt very frustrated as he did not know what to do. If this way won't work, then that way won't work either. So what method can truly resolve the issue of these pirates? Fong Jiua immediately raised 3 fingers, indicating that we should follow 3 steps. First, ignore the officials involved in this case and establish a new army to suppress the wicked pirates, in the name of the crown prince's army. When the imperial court begins to take action against the pirates will be chased like dogs by the army. Ultimately, those involved will naturally be filled with fear and cut off all connections. Their interests will be disrupted afterwards. The emperor immediately agreed with Fong Jiua upon hearing this. He praised Fong Jiua's proposal as truly excellent. Suppressing the pirates in the name of the imperial court, instilling fear in all those involved, and making them voluntarily turn back to good is indeed a very wise strategy. The crown prince felt very pleased that soldiers were about to accompany him. He praised Fong Jiua as a person of outstanding intelligence, unmatched by anyone. The next day, the crown prince asked Fong Jiua again, where can this army be established? Fong Jiua replied that the army can be established in Yiwu County and Yongkang County of Jiangxi Province. The emperor was also surprised and asked back, why choose these locations? He was astonished because, according to his and everyone else's impression, in the past, the northern people were generally known to be taller and stronger, seemingly more suitable for combat, while Jiangxi was located in the south. Fong Jiua explained that, when fighting against pirates, what is crucial is courage, strength, and especially skills in maritime combat. Jiangxi has many lakes and the local people have been swimming since childhood, possessing excellent diving skills. Moreover, Yiwu County and Yongkang County have very poor populations, and they earn a living by using their physical strength to exploit minerals. These 2 counties often experience numerous disputes over mining, and when verbal arguments fail to resolve the issues, they resort to physical confrontation, which can even lead to life-threatening fights. However, the crown prince felt that these people seemed unreliable and he was uncertain whether he should entrust this task to them. Fong Jiua immediately raised his finger, signaling the emperor to be at ease. Although these individuals may appear arrogant and impulsive, as long as strict military discipline is maintained through military law, they can be managed. They are all elite troops. Fong Jiua is certain of this because he knows that General Ji Keguang is an exceptionally talented general who has led an elite army and consistently achieved many military victories, instilling fear in the pirates. This invincible army hails from Yiwu County and Yongkang District. To address the problem of the pirates, the emperor agreed to allow the crown prince to establish an army. He ordered the imperial palace provide the crown prince with gold, silver, and provisions sufficient for 3,000 soldiers and recruit a battle-hardened army skilled in combat in water environments. The crown prince joyfully exclaimed, praising his father as wonderful and asking, how many ships will you provide for this battle? However, the emperor replied gruffly, nothing more. I have already provided the crown prince with plenty of gold, silver, and provisions, is that not enough? Sort out the ships yourself. The crown prince shouted, claiming his father was too stingy, refusing to provide even a single ship, so who would still take him seriously? After that, the crown prince felt frustrated because he didn't know what to do. Fong Jiua and the crown prince were feeling disheartened. Suddenly, a figure in a red robe dashed by, and it was Ma Wenshang, the Minister of War. Fong Jiua immediately thought that they could borrow a boat from the Ministry of War. The crown prince was skeptical, believing that Ma Wenshang would not easily agree to lend one. However, Fong Jiua confidently smirked and said, I have a way to make him agree. As Ma Wenshang was leisurely walking by, he unexpectedly saw the 2 men appear before him, causing him to startle and ask, what do you want?
He discreetly remained on guard, suspecting that these two might have some sinister plot in mind. The Crown Prince then said, "We request your Ministry of War to cooperate with our army to jointly combat the dangerous pirates. Currently, our army does not have a boat." The Crown Prince continued, "It seems that the Ministry of War has 7 or 8 newly built ships docked at the Ningbo Transport Division. Lend me 5 of those ships, and I promise to return them after 3 years. What do you think?" Ma Wensheng instantly recognized that this was not an easy proposal. If he lent the Crown Prince the ships, it could lead to a total loss without any benefit in return. He replied with a faint smile, "Those ships are set to undertake more important duties and are properties of the imperial court, not mine to lend. If you wish to borrow them, it must be reported to the emperor for approval before any lending can occur." Ma Wensheng sneered inwardly, thinking, "I am the high official Ma Wensheng, not some novice in the court. Don't think you can deceive me with a few minor tricks." Suddenly, the Crown Prince leaned closer to him and asked, "So you're saying you will not lend the ships, correct?" "Are you sure?" Fong Jiua pointed at the Crown Prince, who was becoming increasingly dangerous, and said, "If you choose not to lend them, that's fine." As you can see, the Crown Prince is narrow-minded and violent in temperament. Your future could become very dark and uncertain. At this moment, Ma Wensheng realized he had been placed in a difficult position. He wondered, why does life encounter so many twists and turns like this? But then he suddenly regained his courage, saying, "I will report this matter to the emperor. If the emperor agrees, then I have no objections." At the same time, he encouraged himself that there is nothing to fear from these two. "I have been optimistic in the imperial court for several years now." Fong Jihua suddenly raised 3 fingers, implying, "Can I borrow 3 boats, is that okay?" Mr. Ma Wensheng heard this and disdainfully replied, "Fong Jihua, do you think warships are like vegetables at the market that you can haggle over? I firmly refuse. If the emperor has an imperial edict, my military department will lend you as many boats as you want. But the Crown Prince and Fong Jihua, do not force me to do anything against the law." He also silently told himself, "These two should not get their hopes up. I may be old, but I am still very resolute." Fong Jihua then threw an arm around the Crown Prince and said, "Let's go, Crown Prince. Since he won't lend us the boats, don't push him too hard. We should go back to get his salary ledger, write a few words deducting 3 years of salary, and generously let him go." Mr. Ma Wensheng immediately shouted, "Fong Jihua, what did you just say? I am only acting according to the law, I have never done anything wrong." But the two people just silently walked away, not bothering to pay any attention to him. He immediately shouted, demanding that they stop. He said, "The ships of the military department were hard to persuade the emperor to commission, and those ships all have their own missions. If we take 3 out of 7 ships, then what mission will my military department have?" Although he spoke at length like that, the two still continued to walk away. He panicked and yelled, asking to borrow 1 ship. Instantly, the Crown Prince seized the opportunity. Although Ma Wensheng was quite frustrated, he was secretly pleased that he had saved 4 ships. The Crown Prince then put his arm around Fong Jihua and praised him, "You are truly outstanding. Our original goal was just 1 ship, but you negotiated for a full 5. After he lowered the number, the agreement became even better." Fong Jihua scoffed in response, "Being gentle is fine, but if you want to get what you want, you must definitely use your brain and take strong measures." The Crown Prince suddenly burst into hearty laughter and said, "After we get the ships, I will recruit 3,000 soldiers from Yiwu and Yongkang counties in Zhejiang province. Once they are ready, I will take them to the sea to fight and completely wipe out the wicked pirates." The Crown Prince continued, "Just thinking about it makes me excited." Fong Jihua said, "It's not about 3,000 soldiers, we only need 300 soldiers." The Crown Prince asked in surprise, "Why?" "My father said he would provide gold, silver, and provisions for 3,000 soldiers." Fong Jihua explained, "Quality is more important than quantity. Even if we have more soldiers, we don't have enough boats. Therefore, we need to train elite soldiers so that each one can fight effectively, even against 10 opponents." The Crown Prince found Fong Jihua's reasoning compelling.
Fong Jiua continued, the crown prince does not need to go to Zhejiang, instead, let Tang Banhu go.
The crown prince pointed at Fong Jiua and said, I'm smart, so I understand now.
What you mean is that because I am the crown prince, if I go to Zhejiang, you fear my father will deal with you, right? Fong Jiua immediately denied it and said, that's not it.
The crown prince should not go there not because of your noble status, but because you are a wise and outstanding crown prince.
Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately struck a flamboyant pose and asked Fong Jiua, are you telling the truth?
In fact, the reason Fong Jiua did not allow the crown prince to go to Zhejiang was that it would cause concern among the relevant officials and wealthy merchants along the coastal area. The crown prince was a military genius, wise and brave. When the crown prince personally established and trained an army, they would undoubtedly be subdued by his unpredictable maneuvers.
Tang Banhu was a top scholar, highly skilled in convincing military personnel. If the crown prince were sent to Zhejiang, it would only serve to provoke the enemy.
If Tang Banhu was given this mission instead, they would be caught off guard, and might even look down on a scholar, thinking he could achieve nothing significant. Thus, we would have enough time to recruit and train troops. Shortly afterward, in Hai Gang, Tang Banhu was moved to be valued by his teacher Fong Jiua and entrusted with such an important task. He shed tears and promised his teacher that he would do his utmost to complete this mission to the best of his ability.
The crown prince also cheerfully added, both Fong Jiua and I have great confidence in your talents, it's not about lacking skill. At this moment, the youth secretly understood something, with a look of disappointment, not wanting to say anything more.
Sometime later, Tang Banhu and Hu Shan successfully recruited a group of new recruits from Yiwu and Yongkang counties. After that, they went to a camp near the sea in Ningbo to prepare for training.
Suddenly, a plague of locusts broke out in a terrifying manner.
Thousands of locusts flew in from somewhere, covering the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, the golden rice fields were left with nothing.
Tang Banhu and Hu Shan had their mouths agape in horror as they witnessed the scene.
After that, food became scarce, and the food prices skyrocketed at a dizzying rate, increasing 20 times in no time at all. An old man selling rice was cursed at, "You worthless old man, why don't you go steal some wealth?" Seizing the opportunity, the wealthy elite moved to seize land, buying land from the people at a pittance, as the people had nothing left to eat. If they did not sell their land, they would be left with nothing but a dry corpse. At this time, there was a green-clad official rummaging for something. This man, the head of Ningbo County, named Hu Shang, is very frustrated because after searching for a whole day, he couldn't find anything to feed the people in the county. Meanwhile, Tang Banhu and Hu Shan are enjoying a great meal. Hu Shang feels guilty and asks, "Is it right for us to eat so much while the people are suffering?"
Tang Banhu cheerfully responds, "Hurry up and eat, and don't think too much.
Right now, we are also soldiers and only have this little food. If we share with the people out there, it won't help much. So let's eat our fill first, and then if there's any left over, we can distribute it." Hu Shang hears this and happily replies, "Then I won't hold back." After that, a boat set out to sea. Tang Banhu was hitting the boat hard with a wooden stick, creating a continuous loud noise.
Hu Shan asked, "What are you doing?"
Tang Banhu replied, "I'm calling the fish for the people to eat." Hu Shan increasingly found it strange, as in the clear water of the sea, where could the fish possibly come from? Tang Banhu explained, "You don't need to worry, I'm calling the fish up." Hu Shan thinks to himself, Tang Banhu must be overdoing it and is hallucinating, only the Dragon King could do something like this.
He irritably asks, "Are you being noisy? Are you the Dragon King?" Tang Banhu replied, "I think so too, because the method of directing the fish school was taught by Master Fong Jiua. He knows everything without needing to say it." He continued to tap the side of the boat enthusiastically.
Hu Shang scoffed, saying, "Tang Banhu is doing something pointless, it has no effect at all." He further remarked, "Master Fong Jiua is only good at bragging. In his heart, he cares for the people, but he has no special talent." Nevertheless, people like Tang Banhu always believed in Master Fong Jiua's methods. Tang Banhu kept diligently tapping the side of the boat, unconcerned with the idle chatter of the soldiers.
They speculated, could it be that Tang Banhu has read too many books and has become foolish? They wondered what they should do if they kept listening to him. But eventually, since he provided them with food, they decided to pretend to be ignorant like him and accepted the food, so it was fine after all. In the end, they all shouted loudly, "Big Brother Tang Banhu is amazing." Everyone shouted, "We trust you a lot and are determined to follow you in learning." Immediately, Tang Banhu felt excited and thrilled as the fish began to poke their heads out of the water, and soon more and more of them appeared. The soldiers were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. "There really are fish, there really are fish." One soldier even thought, Tang Banhu is truly the reincarnation of Long Wang. Mr. Hu Shan was deeply moved, as he never imagined that teacher Fong Jiua would be so remarkable. Thanks to the teacher's blessings, the people would be saved this time. The soldiers still couldn't believe it, as it was the first time they had seen so many fish. The school of fish kept jumping joyfully out of the water, shimmering beautifully in a wondrous display. In fact, in the vast ocean, the density of fish is really quite low. During the breeding season, the adult yellow fish swim out to the offshore waters to spawn, making whistling sounds all day long. Mr. Hu Shan quickly ordered the soldiers to cast their nets. Soon after, a heavy net full of fish was hauled up. Tang Banhu had used the method of tapping the boat to simulate the signal to gather the fish, attracting the school of fish to concentrate and catch them all at once. After successfully catching a boat full of fish more valuable than gold, Tang Banhu quickly ordered, "Turn the boat back." Then, a person rushed to report to the county magistrate Hu Shang that there is someone selling fish at the price of 1 penny per pound at the harbor, whatever quantity you want. Hearing this news, Mr. Hu Shang felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, normally, even the lowest quality rice costs 2 pennies. Now that food prices have increased 20-fold, how can someone sell fish for only 1 penny per pound? Could it be some rich playboy, the son of a landlord? Currently, at the harbor, there were many poor people crowding together to buy fish. They shouted, "Sell me 10 pounds, me too, me too. Sell me 20 pounds please." Mr. Hu Shang also happily sold fish to the poor people, assuring them, "Everyone will have a portion, you don't need to worry." The people, when holding their baskets full of fish in their hands, felt incredibly touched, saying, "From now on, we won't have to worry about hunger anymore." This amount of fish is truly invaluable, and they felt as if they were being helped wholeheartedly. A little while later, the 3 largest fish were brought to Mr. Hu Shang's place. He bulged his eyes, standing frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Tang Banhu said, "You are the county magistrate of Hu Shang, aren't you? Let me introduce myself. I am Tang Banhu, a student of Jiangxi Academy. Today, I have come here specifically to dedicate this batch of fish to you. We have been at sea for 3 days and have harvested hundreds of thousands of pounds of fish. In 1 month, we can gather millions of pounds. This way, the poor people will no longer have to fear starving to death." Tang Banhu continued, "In fact, after the disaster occurred, County Magistrate Hu Shang immediately appealed to the imperial court for help. You must be wondering why the relief supplies have yet to arrive, while the people are on the brink of starvation. You went to the wealthy landlords who had surplus grain to borrow temporarily, but they all refused." Tang Banhu patted the shoulder of County Magistrate Hu Shang and asked, "How do you feel about this? The people have no rice to eat, but eating fish temporarily is still better, right?" County Magistrate Hu Shang replied, "Indeed, this is very good. But Tang Banhu, you must also be careful. Those profiteers who buy up grain at high prices to wait for an opportunity to sell for a profit are very dangerous. Ningbo County is where the imperial court holds major examinations, so they may be officials or have relatives who are officials." Hu Shang continued, "There are also some high-ranking officials in the government. In terms of power, they are not ordinary at all. In fact, I know they are hoarding food to wait for the right opportunity to sell and get rich. I also want to use violence to suppress them, but I'm afraid and don't dare because it's too dangerous. I feel cowardly just watching the poor people slowly die of hunger." Tang Banhu replied, "County Magistrate Hu Shang, you have cared for the people very well.
If it weren't for you, the people of Ningbo wouldn't have the life they have today. County Magistrate Hu Sheng seriously reminded Tang Banhu, you should be careful. If you sell fish at such a low price, they will definitely target you and find a way to deal with you.
Tang Banhu then said, I'm afraid that my teacher Fong Jiua will encounter trouble.
Therefore, I immediately wrote a letter to teacher Fong Jiua, gently reminding him not to take revenge on those damned people for his student. If he happens to take revenge, then be a little more ruthless. County Magistrate Hu Sheng felt frightened by the ruthlessness of these two teachers and students after hearing this.
Not long after, Fong Jiua also received the letter.
He silently thought to himself, it has been years since I time traveled, and no one has dared to directly touch me or my students.
Just thinking about this makes me feel excited and thrilled.
Then, just as Fong Jiua predicted, when Tang Banhu sold fish to the people at an extremely low price, the price of rice plummeted rapidly. A wealthy man was persuading two young men, after eating fish, you should eat rice.
Not eating rice will harm your health.
The two young men laughed contemptuously and replied, by some pants. Eating fish is not only delicious but also nutritious and cheap.
What's the point of eating your expensive rice that can choke you?
So this man, along with other nobles, was so angry that he felt like he had eaten a bowl of spicy noodles at level 7, wanting to confront the people selling fish who had taken away their rice. The whole group marched to the county magistrate Hu Sheng, clamoring, pirates are rampant offshore, and the guards are not concerned about fighting the pirates but are crazily catching fish to sell to the people. Clearly, they are engaging in trivial matters, neglecting their duties as soldiers while competing for profit with the locals. You must swiftly deal with those nosy soldiers.
The county magistrate Hu Sheng responded leisurely, why should we take action?
The soldiers are doing their job very well. In their spare time, they even help the poor people get extra food to eat.
Isn't that great?
Another man said, those soldiers selling fish at such low prices greatly affect the price of rice and our interests.
This is unacceptable.
County Magistrate Hu Sheng smiled slyly and replied, this is a trivial matter, you gentlemen are already rich beyond measure, and a drop in rice prices won't make you starve, so why worry? The other man grew increasingly angry, wanting to kick Magistrate Hu Sheng.
This man then brought out his trump card and threatened, County Magistrate Hu Sheng, you are just a small official, and you dare to oppose us? Let me tell you, our descendants are currently high-ranking officials in the imperial court. You must understand what your future looks like, right? Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Hu Sheng widened his eyes and asked, old man, really that scary?
Immediately after, Hu Sheng moved closer to this man, grinning more deviously than a pyramid scheme salesman, saying, ever since I became the head official in Ningbo County, everything I do has been relentlessly criticized by you. Hu Sheng continued, you always say that I am vying for interests with the people. Normally, for the sake of the people, I have to endure, but now there is a great disaster, and you only think about making money without caring about the life and death of the people. I have endured enough for 3 years.
If you are at your worst, then I will no longer serve as an official. Now what do you want?
He saw County Magistrate Hu Sheng being more reckless than thoughtful, feeling terrified and tightening his belt, so they started to waver. An old man did not forget to turn back and bark a few words, Hu Sheng, just wait.
We will write a letter to the higher-ups accusing you.
Shortly after, a young man was reading an accusatory letter. This young man was Deng Ning, an official in the imperial court working in the war department, and also the son of a wealthy nobleman in Ningbo. The content of the letter was, accusing County Magistrate Hu Sheng of colluding with the anti-pirate soldiers to vie for interests with the people. The green-clad servant next to him also commented, truly foolish. To collude with those anti-pirate soldiers and dare to go against the wealthy nobles.
Unexpectedly, the young man Deng Ning shouted in horror, oh damn!
Those soldiers are actually commanded by the students of Chief of Staff Fong Jiua.
Those damn old folks want to trick me into embarrassing myself in front of him.
Hearing that, the servant was so scared he nearly wet himself.
Deng Ning then nervously pondered, I wonder if Fong Jihua's student has written a letter to his teacher yet?
If he has, oh my grandma. That young man Fong Jihua is known to be quite the playboy, not afraid of anyone.
If I cross him, I'm definitely going to catch hell for it. I've got a plan now. I'll proactively write a glowing letter praising Fong Jiua. Even if that student writes a complaint, Fong Jiua will likely think it's a misunderstanding. Okay, let's do it that way. Then, on a beautiful sunny morning, the young man Fong Jiua was lying comfortably on a couch, eagerly wondering, have those villains come to take revenge yet? He was really looking forward to that, but even their fathers didn't dare to come anymore. Why wait around getting anxious like this? The reality was that due to the current policy banning maritime traffic, even the emperor of the Ming Dynasty rarely enjoyed fresh, delicious seafood, and the river fish were so small that eating them was practically nauseating. Poor people in Ningbo eat seafood every day to the point of being fed up with it. The emperor, upon seeing the deliciously prepared seafood dish, was very pleased. This was the first time in a long while that he had eaten such wonderfully meaty fish. Fong Jiua immediately clasped his hands and explained to the emperor, "This is a type of fish called golden fish, very nutritious and with an enormous yield. The catch in a year is sufficient to feed millions of people along the southeast coast. Food is like gold and silver, the more we have, the more we can generate income." Fong Jiua continued, "For a long time, the imperial court has only thought about reducing expenditure, believing that if people eat less, more people can be sufficiently fed. However, if the people have more food, we will not need to think about saving food. At that time, we can help the people become warmer and happier. Currently, there are thousands of species of fish in the ocean, and if we employ more manpower to catch them, the people across the country will have enough food necessary for physical development." However, the emperor had heard that during the Song Dynasty and Yuan Dynasty, fishermen went to sea to fish but did not achieve high efficiency. The emperor said, therefore, they have taken risks, gathered together, and attacked merchant ships, robbing other people, becoming bandits, affecting the security of the coastal provinces. Fong Jiua also explained to the emperor that, when fishing is ineffective, they will become robbers. But if they earn money and food, they will never do such a thing. The core of the problem is not that anyone who goes to sea will become a thief, but that people become thieves only because they are too impoverished. The emperor felt ashamed after being lectured by Fong Jiua and fell silent. In fact, the attitudes of the officials in the imperial court regarding the opening of maritime trade were divided into two opposing factions. One faction strongly supported it and the other fiercely opposed it. Along with that, there were quite a few individuals secretly profiting, colluding with foreign merchants and officials to smuggle and earn dirty money. If the maritime trade ban were lifted, ordinary people would also have the opportunity to earn this money. However, if the interests of those involved were directly eliminated, it would provoke a fierce reaction among the officials, which would also be very detrimental to the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, in order to avoid igniting the bomb of class conflict, the emperor still intended to abandon the plan to open the seas. Fong Jiua also understood and felt that the emperor's concerns were not unfounded. Therefore, Fong Jiua clasped his hands and said, "I do not intend to abolish all the prohibitions on opening the sea. What I mean is that the emperor can be assured, there will be no class conflict." Fong Jiua also added, "I only want to ask the emperor to allow our officials to legally fish, so that the people can have food." Previously, the Crown Prince's army was formed to combat pirates at sea, not to go fishing. But I did this just to use it as an excuse to request the privilege to go out to sea. Fong Jiua eloquently persuaded, if we can fish to sell, we can earn money. With money, we can hire more manpower to build boats. If we have boats, we can recruit more soldiers. Is it not possible to create job opportunities for the poor and resolve the issue of the poor turning into bandits? Within the country, the fish we catch are abundant, cheap, and can be sold elsewhere. If properly preserved, let both officials and the people benefit from this. Ensuring that all parties benefit will make them more willing to open the sea to foreign trade." At this moment, the Crown Prince also took the microphone to add, "The pursuit of profit from fishing will drive innovation and development. To make our fishing business more effective, we need better fishing nets, improved boating technology, more advanced weaponry, and larger, modern ships. Only then will outstanding talents emerge in the fishing maritime sector, thereby promoting technological innovation and industrial development."
soldiers who have fought at sea will also gain combat experience from other countries.
Ultimately, a navy capable of resisting foreign invaders will be established.
After some persuasion, the two brothers clasped their hands together and asked the emperor to allow officials to build more ships, recruit more personnel, and set sail for fishing. The emperor picked up a fish and said, "I feel terrible if, in the future, I can no longer enjoy this golden fish often in my meals. Therefore, I will agree with the crown princes and the officials' opinions. From now on, authorized officials will be able to build ships, assemble troops, and take to the sea." In fact, Fong Jiua's idea was to help the naval forces gain additional resources to grow stronger. Meanwhile, the benefits of local officials and wealthy landlords would gradually be lost, much like a frog being boiled alive as the water in the pot is slowly heated. Ultimately, the issues caused by pirates were thoroughly resolved.
Fong Jiua wore a charming, handsome smile of a victorious man.
After receiving permission from the emperor, Tang Banhu's ship, along with soldiers, set sail again to fish. The net was filled to capacity with fish, and the cheers of the soldiers echoed everywhere, full of excitement. When the net was pulled up with an octopus, Hu Shirshan wondered what it was in confusion, only to be immediately splattered in ink by the little octopus. He angrily cursed, "This damn creature dares to use poison to attack me." Meanwhile, Tang Banhu held a gigantic Alaskan lobster in his hand, but unfortunately, it clamped onto his nose, causing him pain to the core. Seeing this scene, the soldiers could hardly believe their eyes, each one stood frozen, unable to comprehend how their two commanders could be so foolish. Right after that, a gigantic fish surged its tail above the water. Even though his nose was still swollen from being pinched by shrimp, Tang Banhu was very excited to see the large fish. Tang Banhu was equally thrilled, thinking, such a big fish must definitely taste better than golden fish by far. The group of soldiers was even more exhilarated, thinking, this fish must weigh more than 100,000 pounds.
If we catch it, we can sell it for a lot of money. Tang Banhu immediately ordered, "Attack at once."
Tang Banhu, worried about encountering a dangerous situation, hurriedly shouted, "Wait, we could be in danger." However, the soldiers acted quicker than thought, shooting arrows straight toward the fish. The gigantic fish immediately sensed the danger, thrashing its tail wildly, splashing water to block the volley of arrows. The boat shook violently. Tang Banhu panicked and commanded the soldiers, "Concentrate on steering the boat in another direction." One soldier yelled, "Oh my God, save me! Why is the boat tilting so much to one side?" The soldier at the helm also fearfully shouted, "It's not good, Commander, I accidentally steered the boat straight toward the fish." At that moment, the gigantic fish was charging toward the boat, and Tang Banhu screamed in horror, "The fish is attacking." Tang Banhu secretly cursed, "Damn it!" Right after that, a large fish hit the boat hard, creating a loud noise. The whole group on the boat shouted in unison, their voices echoing loudly. The boat tilted dangerously, as if it wanted to capsize into the sea. Tang Banhu, terrified, cried out, his pants completely wet, "I swear I will never dare to be so reckless again. Eating golden fish for the rest of my life is fine. Oh ancestors, please bless me." It seemed that the ancestors had heard his plea, as the boat slowly returned to its original position. Tang Banhu hurriedly thanked the heavens and Buddha, grateful to his ancestors for protecting him from the near-death experience beneath the sea, which no one would have known about. Tang Banhu was drenched in sweat, astonished by the terrifying nature of the fish. "We must find a way to deal with it if we encounter it again. And most importantly, we have to inform teacher Fong Jiua about how terrifying it is." Immediately, Tang Banhu wrote a letter to Fong Jiua, believing that his teacher would surely have a way to resolve this matter. Sometime later, Fong Jiua received the letter. After reading it, Fong Jiua was furious, unable to believe that his student could be reckless enough to attack a whale, so foolish. In reality, regarding whale hunting, Fong Jiua had known about the unethical behaviors of a group of people in the East long before he traveled through time. Whales truly are a colossal treasure. Their meat is edible, whale fat can be cooked into oil and made into candles, whale bones can be used to make clothes, fishing rods, and various other everyday items after processing. Even whale excrement, known as ambergris, is a very precious material used as a fixative in perfumes, and only expensive perfumes use it.
Recognizing the enormous benefits that whales provide, the group of people in the east deliberately stabbed baby whales at sea and set traps to catch the mother whales. At the peak of their activities, they even established a factory at sea, where they boiled whale fat into oil right on the boat while continuing to hunt other whales. Fong Jiua bitterly thought, "These people are truly unethical. For profit, they frantically hunt whales without any hesitation, not considering that their actions could lead to the extinction of the whale species." Fong Jiua began to write a letter outlining his plan. His intention was to train soldiers in the art of fighting whales while also accumulating experience in maritime combat. He wanted them to be able to confront the enemy armed with only a single sword and then teach them how to hunt whales responsibly. The goal was to get ahead of other countries in exploiting this valuable resource. Most importantly, it was crucial to emphasize to them that overfishing would have serious consequences, and that whaling should be conducted in a responsible manner. Once a powerful navy was established, we would be ready to suppress anyone who exploited whales excessively and unethically. While Fong Jiua was tasked with dealing with pirates, the emperor had also issued orders to crack down on and eliminate piracy for the army. The one assigned to this mission was none other than Shi Jingdong, the father of Ji Keguang. Shi Jingdong had gained many military accomplishments and was now entrusted with the critical responsibility of suppressing and eradicating the vicious pirates. Historically, Ji Keguang was a renowned and talented general, but currently, his father, Shi Jingdong, was facing numerous challenges in carrying out this mission. He is holding a letter from Minister Ma Wenshang, who sent it from Jiajiang, reporting that they have captured 2 pirates. They revealed that their base is hidden on Baiwei Island. Ma Wenshang ordered Shi Jingdong, quickly lead the troops to the sea and eliminate all the pirates. However, after reading it, Shi Jingdong felt that Ma Wenshang was still too inexperienced. He thought, "We should not engage in battle at sea right now." Suddenly, from within the letter, it seemed as if Ma Wenshang's voice echoed, as if he were shouting, "Who did you just call inexperienced? I am the minister, do you not believe my words?" The information I received from the 2 pirates was forced out of them, or they would face execution. Moreover, their testimony is no different from the previous records of the emperor. The reliability of this information is up to 99%. In addition, Ma Wenshang emphasized that they currently have 6 ships and all the elite soldiers of the military division. Even if this is a trap, we can still defeat a significant number of pirates and cause them great fear. However, Shi Jingdong still believed that these pirates are not simple. We need to reconsider very carefully. It is true that traps are not to be feared, we can deal with them as long as we prepare in advance. However, what is terrifying is that these elite soldiers look truly bizarre, their bodies are nothing but skin and bones, how can they fight? The reason for this condition is that the money and provisions allocated by the imperial court to the soldiers have all been embezzled by corrupt officials. In fact, the soldiers often only get to eat rice with dried fish dipped in soy sauce. As a result, most soldiers suffer from malnutrition, resembling long-term addicts. Moreover, their combat experience at sea is non-existent. The most crucial aspect of fighting is the will and determination to risk everything, but these soldiers have completely lost their courage and no longer possess the spirit of sacrifice when going into battle. Even though our numbers are greater than those of the enemy, we are currently unaccustomed to fighting at sea, and therefore do not have a geographical advantage. When out at sea, soldiers are easily seasick, which severely dampens their morale. If faced with pirates who have years of combat experience at sea, our chances of victory are nearly 0. However, Shi Jingdong is merely a minor general and cannot oppose the orders of Minister Ma Wenshang. Thus, he has no choice but to grit his teeth and lead his troops to attack the pirates' base. After some time drifting at sea, Shi Jingdong's soldiers have discovered traces of the pirates gathering quite heavily on Baiwei Island. The pirates, upon discovering the situation, quickly dispatched several boats to engage in battle. This was merely a bait of theirs, but Shi Jingdong remained cautious and did not rush into an attack. However, 2 impatient military ships, driven more by recklessness than intelligence, volunteered to attack first without waiting for orders from General Shi Jingdong. As a result, their boats collided with a submerged rock and sank, with all soldiers on board perishing. The pirates on the island, witnessing this scene, laughed with glee and commented, "They really are a bunch of fools." So stupid yet they dare to come kill us? Ha 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 ha.
In response to this incident, General Shi Jingdong quickly made a decision. He ordered his troops charge in and directly attack Baiwei Island. But as the soldiers ventured deeper inside, they discovered that the pirates had set up an ambush, brandishing swords and waiting. The soldiers were terrified and fled in all directions, losing all fighting spirit.
In an instant, the elite soldiers under General Shi Jingdong were completely annihilated.
The man in the blue outfit, the deputy general of Shi Jingdong, stood silently watching this tragic scene. He is reminding Shi Jingdong that, if you decide to withdraw with the soldiers, you will be executed according to the laws of the military upon your return. But if you bravely sacrifice yourself in this battle, at least you will die honorably and won't be looked down upon by others. I too will fight to the death in this battle with the soldiers. However, Shi Jingdong replied, "Don't be foolish like that. I am the general, I have the right to decide. Follow my orders and quickly retreat." The angry subordinate in a blue robe drew his sword, intending to fight Shi Jingdong. "I will kill you, you coward who loves life and fears death." Shi Jingdong tensed up and shouted loudly, "You don't know anything, so shut up. It's because the pirates have cunningly set a trap that we've already lost 2 ships.
Do you want to lose the remaining 4 just to die gloriously? Are you that foolish?"
Hearing that, the man in blue was so scared that he fell silent. After thinking it over, he too did not want to die in vain. In the end, Shi Jingdong commanded to halt the battle. "I am the commander, and I will take full responsibility for this matter.
You all do not need to worry. Now, everyone quickly retreat." So the remaining soldiers hurriedly climbed onto the boat, hastily fleeing.
Shi Jingdong silently thought, in the current situation, bringing back 4 boats is the best decision that I can make. Sometime later, Ma Wenshang knelt down to confess his guilt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, it is all due to my incompetence. As a result, the elite navy of the military has been defeated.
This is a disgrace for your Majesty. I humbly ask for permission to resign and have someone more capable replace me." Fong Jiua, standing beside him, also recognized this was a significant defeat.
Lunyan stepped forward to speak on behalf of Ma Wenshang. "Your Majesty, Ma Wenshang is a rare talent, knowledgeable in military affairs, and has worked diligently for many years without making any serious errors. This failure is due to the imperial court's constant disregard for the pirate forces, and not solely the fault of Ma Wenshang. Finding someone to replace him at this moment is quite difficult." In the battle, Shi Jingdong hesitated to attack, and then ordered the soldiers to retreat out of fear. He is the one who should bear all the blame. Fong Jiua, upon hearing Lunyan's words, sympathized with Shi Jingdong's poor condition, realizing that this time he would have to bear significant punishment. However, he suddenly remembered, Shi Jingdong is the father of Ji Keguang, and Ji Keguang is an exceptional military talent. If he is dealt with, wouldn't we be losing a remarkable talent? At this moment, Ma Wenshang revealed the truth. Before departing, Shi Jingdong sent a letter to the War Department, in which he suggested that we should not set sail for battle at this time.
The emperor, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment.
Ma Wenshang was also sweating, adding that Shi Jingdong, the reason for fleeing the battlefield may be because he saw no way to save lives and wanted to preserve the remaining ships for the Ming Dynasty. Shi Jingdong is truly a rare talent, the fault lies with me.
I am willing to resign and accept any punishment from the emperor."
The emperor, hearing this, fell silent and sighed, then said, "Resigning is meaningless.
Doing so will not recover the losses we have incurred."
At this moment, Fong Jiua silently thought, the biggest mistake is that the imperial court has been too complacent about the level of danger posed by the pirates. Shi Jingdong also did not have the opportunity to showcase his talents, and that is the main reason for the disastrous defeat in this battle. After that, the emperor said, "All money, provisions, ships, and troops are entrusted to Shi Jingdong, and since he has failed, he must bear full responsibility."
Fong Jiua could only laugh bitterly upon hearing this.
He saw the emperor shifting all the blame onto Shi Jingdong, who was innocent, and this could cause difficulties for his nephew.
Fong Jiua laughed heartily as if he had just escaped from prison, and the emperor immediately asked, "Are you laughing too much?" Fong Jiua thought to himself, if I do not take action, a talent of the country will be lost, that would be such a waste. He smiled brightly and said, I am fine, I just remembered a story and couldn't help but laugh. The emperor, wanting his nephew, who has bold ideas, to make him happy, cheerfully allowed Fong Jiua to tell the story. So Fong Jiua began to recount the tale. The story is about a village chief who wanted to have a specialized agricultural writer to guide the farmers in land reclamation and cultivation. Jiang Ming, a great writer in the village, possessed excellent literary talent. Fong Jiua continued, so the village chief assigned the task of writing a book on agriculture to Jiang Ming. In reality, Jiang Ming is truly eloquent in writing and other talented writers acknowledge his skill in this field. However, a paradox arises as Jiang Ming knows nothing about agriculture, so the farmers reading his book find themselves confused and completely baffled. According to Fong Jiua, the farmer here is actually Shi Jingdong, while the writer Jiang Ming is Ma Wenshang. In the military system of the Ming Dynasty, the decision to deploy troops, the number of soldiers, and the commanders of the army are all determined by the military department far away in the imperial court. Generals merely follow the orders of their superiors. Currently, the farmers have discovered the problem and are addressing it. However, Shi Jingdong is abusing the book by Ma Wenshang, and if the land is damaged, who will be held responsible? Upon hearing this, the emperor was startled and understood something implicitly. Ma Wenshang responded, he will take responsibility. But Fong Jiua asked a question that no one anticipated, who ordered Ma Wenshang to write a book on agriculture when he knows nothing about it? The emperor felt frustrated because he felt as if he was being criticized. He was also the village chief in the story of Fong Jiua. Later, the emperor also admitted, Fong Jiua is right. I entrusted this task to Ma Wenshang, who does not understand naval warfare, to lead this matter and assign the task to Shi Jingdong as the general. However, since the time of Hongwu, the Ming Dynasty has not experienced naval warfare for hundreds of years. Is there really anyone who understands naval warfare now? Fong Jiua happily replied, no one else but Shi Jingdong. The emperor grimaced and said, he just suffered a disastrous defeat upon his return. At this moment, Fong Jiua introduced to the emperor that there is a person named Tang Banhe who is very intelligent and enthusiastic, and this person will surely become proficient in naval warfare in the future. However, the emperor felt that Fong Jiua was deceiving him. Fong Jiua continued to promote, Tang Banhe just wrote a letter to you, saying that he saw a gigantic fish weighing 10,000 pounds at sea and wants to train soldiers determined to hunt that gigantic fish. The emperor, hearing about the giant fish, was very pleased. He immediately asked Fong Jiua, is that fish really as large as they say? Fong Jiua replied, it is even larger than an axe. If Tang Banhe succeeds in catching the giant fish, Fong Jiua requests that the emperor transfer Shi Jingdong to the provincial capital of the crown prince to prepare for the next battle against the pirates. The emperor was also very interested in this gamble and immediately agreed. In reality, a soldier or general who withdrew from battle would have to sit in prison or face trial according to the laws of the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, Shi Jingdong had no choice but to accept his fate. He thought to himself, it is fortunate enough that I can return alive and save the innocent soldiers. All my ambitions and life ideals have come to an end. However, shortly after, a eunuch brought the imperial edict and read aloud, with the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees that General Shi Jingdong, due to his failure in the battle against the pirates, is hereby demoted and transferred to the provincial capital to work for the crown prince. Shi Jingdong was aghast to learn that he was only being demoted and not punished more severely. He felt lucky to have his life spared. The young eunuch smiled brightly and said, congratulations, Shi Jingdong. Thanks to Chief of Staff Fong Jiua, you will be following the crown prince now. He felt surprised upon hearing this. He never expected Fong Jiua to grant him such a significant favor. After a short while, in the provincial capital, Shi Jingdong packed his belongings and prepared to move. Suddenly, he ran into the deputy general from before. The deputy general cheerfully said, we were powerless in our attempts to assault the pirates' base before, but now we've joined the army stationed in Ningbo. Life from now on will no longer be difficult, how wonderful. Hearing the deputy general say this, Shi Jingdong felt relieved. However, unexpectedly, a group of soldiers, each appearing very strong, shouted, "Welcome Commander Shi Jingdong to our army." Shi Jingdong was astonished that the soldiers here looked so robust. He recalled the so-called elite troops from before, all of whom were as emaciated as starving ghosts, not unlike long-term drug addicts. Suddenly, Hu Shishan slapped Shi Jingdong hard on the shoulder from behind, causing him to nearly choke. Hu Shang cheerfully said, "I really admire Shi Jingdong." Shi Jingdong turned around and whispered a curse, thinking, "What the hell, is this an assassination attempt? What admiration is this?" Tang Banhe then appeared, greeting Shi Jingdong and saying, "My teacher Fong Jiua has written to say that you would definitely come. Therefore, today we are all looking forward to your appearance." Hearing this, Shi Jingdong was very shocked, as he had no idea when he had become close to Fong Jiua. Hu Shang then continued to hand Shi Jingdong a book and said, "This is the military training regulations that teacher Fong Jiua gave to me. I have heard teacher mention that you are very skilled in training soldiers, both naval and ground troops. I, Hu Shishan, am a rough man, so from now on, I'll leave the task of training the soldiers to you." Shi Jingdong felt that something was not right. How could he be entrusted with training the troops right after arriving? Was this trust too quick? After all, he decided to accept the offer for now and think about it later. He picked up the training manual and immediately felt shocked. The book stated clearly that the first step in training soldiers is to select the troops. The poor are considered the most suitable to become soldiers because the poorer they are, the more loyal they tend to be. As long as they have enough food to eat, they will feel very grateful. As he read this, he exclaimed, "Wow, under the current system, high-ranking generals don't even have the right to choose their soldiers, let alone select good ones. This young man Fong Jiua is quite something." He continued reading and found that when choosing soldiers, one must provide them with good meals. Each soldier is guaranteed to eat 2 kilograms of rice, 1 kilogram of meat, 1 kilogram of vegetables, and also have fruit as snacks every day. Shi Jingdong was even more shocked by this information, wondering, are they pigs to eat that much? Moreover, it's all good food. Even I, in the military, in the royal palace, don't get to eat that well. Fong Jiua also wrote below that a soldier lacking food would lead to a decrease in fighting spirit, and progressively fewer people would want to serve as soldiers. If there are too few soldiers, then there will also be few generals. This will cause the military force to weaken over time. In fact, the lack of food for the soldiers is due to various responsible departments at different levels cutting their rations. Those in charge will face budget reductions when the soldiers suffer from food shortages. Historically, soldiers have often endured meager rations and have been subject to multiple layers of embezzlement. Military law is very strict, but without collusion from top to bottom, no one would dare to seize the benefits meant for soldiers in such a manner. If discovered, even a minor oversight would lead to severe punishment. In the past, most soldiers only had rotten rice to eat. Currently, the discipline within the Ming Dynasty's army is extremely lax. The issue is not that the soldiers are too frugal, but that the finances and provisions from the imperial court are severely lacking. With insufficient food and many layers of deductions, what reaches the soldiers is practically nothing. Those soldiers who have risked their lives to serve the country are being left at a disadvantage. As a result, their fighting spirit has significantly declined. After reading these insights, Shi Jingdong silently felt that Fong Jiua truly possesses profound insights. He can recognize the most significant shortcomings of the military in an instant. This is genuinely no easy feat, and he felt a deep admiration for him. These misunderstandings have long been discovered by Wang Yangming. At this moment, he explained to Mr. Wenrusen that the doctrine of Chengdu does not require you to read books to comprehend all the principles. After learning the theory, you must immediately engage in serious practice. This requires you to observe things with your eyes and think with your brain. Mr. Wenrusen, upon hearing this, still had a blank look on his face, not understanding anything. Wang Yangming then took Zhang Xian, the son of the Duke of England, as an example. Wang Yangming said, Zhang Xian wanted everyone in the community to have enough food and not die of hunger. This is what is encompassed in our new doctrine. Listen to what your conscience desires.
Zhang Xian then did not stay in the study room to research the theories in books any longer, nor did he merely instruct the farmers about theories distant from the truth that he had learned. Instead, he personally engaged in farming and land reclamation, while also increasing food production through multiple breeding.
This is the unity between knowledge and action that we advocate. Wang Yangming replied decisively. Ultimately, Zhang Xian has helped many people gain access to food.
This is how he has gradually become a sage, something that has been recognized by all the citizens.
Mr. Wenrusen foolishly asked, "Is Zhang Xian really a sage?"
Immediately, everyone began to curse him, blaming him for uttering such absurd words. Zhang Xian has planted potatoes, saving countless people, and you still dare to question whether he is a sage.
Let's go beat him up.
Mr. Wenrusen instantly soiled himself, not daring to say another word. Wang Yangming continued, pointing to the large water wheel and advertising, "This machine can lift over 10,000 buckets of water from the river every day. Without this machine, it would require 50 villagers to carry water back and forth day and night in the freezing winter or under the scorching sun. Before this, those who carried water could not stand straight for many years. A young man named Sun Wei wanted to lessen the hard labor for everyone, so he ultimately invented this water wheel to save a great deal of time and effort for the people."
Wang Yangming asked Wenrusen, "Isn't what he does the embodiment of a sage?" The young men present were moved to tears. Suddenly, a young man in a blue outfit raised his hand and asked, "If I see a beggar and feel pity, is that my conscience speaking?" Wang Yangming replied, "Correct." The blue-clad man continued, "If I give the beggar a bowl of rice so that he does not go hungry, is that the unity of knowledge and action?" Wang Yangming immediately responded, "Exactly. Just follow the conscience within you, combined with the unity of knowledge and action. This is the path of a true sage. This is also the knowledge that I have contemplated and taught to everyone."
The blue-clad man, upon hearing this, clasped his hands and said he understood. The group around him echoed that they all understood and thanked Master Wang Yangming for his teachings.
However, Wenrusen was still unable to comprehend and questioned, "How can this be? Can farmers, carpenters, and anyone really become a sage? This is utterly unreasonable."
Wang Yangming then explained to him, "The path of a true sage is actually very simple. The sages before have recorded it just as such."
Wang Yangming continued, "Becoming a wise man is not difficult.
The difficulty lies in seriously practicing and not going astray on the wrong path."
Why do the wise record this beautiful path?
Because they hope that everyone can become a better person and make the world a more beautiful and peaceful place.
Master Jiao has given us a wonderful doctrine.
He also hopes that we can think for ourselves and find similar ways to better fit our current lives, just like Zhang Xian, Sun Wei, and those scholars who posed questions.
They all have their own awareness and actions. All of us can become better individuals and create a better world.
Both the doctrine at Jiangxi Academy and the doctrine of Chengdu are the same. The ultimate goal of both is to make the world a better place, like the wise men, only in slightly different ways.
Wang Yangming suddenly leaned close to Mr. Wenrusen and asked, "Do you still feel that our doctrine and the doctrine of Chengdu are in opposition to each other?"
Mr. Wenrusen broke out in a sweat and did not dare to speak a word. The doctrine of Wang Yangming is a version inherited and developed from the Chengdu doctrine, similar to the father-son relationship between them. Fong Jiua at this moment loudly proclaimed, "Wang Yangming has studied the Chengdu doctrine and developed it further to promote a new way of learning." The outcome of this debate is already clear. The great intellectual Wenrusen has spoken unreasonable words and is defeated.
Before the debate with Wang Yangming, everyone shouted loudly the name of our champion Wang Yangming.
However, unexpectedly, Mr. Wenrusen shouted, "I have not lost." Thus, the two continued to argue, exhausting everyone present. Fong Jiua was quite annoyed because the two had been arguing for several hours without stopping.
Fong Jiua then unleashed his ultimate move, speaking up to ask Mr. Wen, "You have admired and studied under Master Zhuxi all this time, haven't you?" Wenrusen responded, "Yes, indeed." Fong Jiua transformed into a green monster and replied, "So you say our doctrine is distorted, correct?" Wenrusen panicked, fearing that Fong Jiua would use VA technology to deal with him. He exclaimed, "Hey, don't do anything reckless. There are many people here, being rude is not acceptable." Fong Jiua grinned mischievously and asked, "What are you afraid of?"
"I am a civilized and polite person, so I would never behave rudely. Rest assured." After that, Fong Jiua took out the portrait of Master Zhuxi and told all the students, "This is the founder of Jiangxi Academy.
Students, let's pay our respects to our founder."
Immediately, all the students bowed their heads in reverence and shouted loudly, "We will always remember the kindness of our founder."
Fong Jiua continued to ask Wenrusin, "Why didn't you kneel when you met Master Zhuxi? Don't you understand the principle of respecting teachers and valuing their teachings?" Wenrusin blushed, unable to do anything but grit his teeth and clench his fists. In fact, Fong Jiua believed that there was no hostile relationship between any doctrines, just like the geocentric and heliocentric theories.
Although these two theories seem completely opposite to each other, in reality, the heliocentric theory could only arise after the geocentric theory existed, and similar astronomical ideas established by it also occurred with the Changdu doctrine and the doctrine of Wang Yangming. After Wang Yangming studied New Confucianism, he began to question some of its viewpoints and developed a new way of learning. This method of learning originated from the Changdu theory and is a continuation and development of the Changdu theory itself. Later, the new theory was divided into many different schools due to subsequent generations having different interpretations of it. The contradictions between the theories stem entirely from the political nature and ego of humans, causing them to prefer to distinguish themselves from enemies, those who share their thoughts, and to eliminate those they consider malicious. Those who do not share their beliefs are regarded as enemies and are sought to be eradicated. However, Fong Jiua believes that the essence of Confucianism lies in the integration with the world. The study and practice of the sages aim at governing the country and bringing peace to the world, rather than engaging in debates to see who is smarter than whom. What Wang Yangming pursued throughout his life was also the path of governance and bringing peace to the country. His new learning was not a purely conceptual philosophy but a way of life that people could learn and apply in practice, aimed at making life better. Fong Jiua took out the portrait of Master Zhuxi and, based on this philosophy, he intended to prevent unnecessary conflicts between the doctrines. At this moment, Fong Jiua smiled triumphantly and said, "Me and my students are the disciples of Master Zhuxi. The teachings of Wang Yangming are also inherited from the teachings of Changdu, so there is no need for arguing, right?" Wenrusin secretly felt bitter towards Fong Jiua and was still unwilling to concede defeat. He remarked, "What Fong Jiua said seems reasonable, but I heard that Lu Jia, Fong Jiua's student, is very arrogant and has forced even the king of Dongzhou to become his disciple. I question whether this goes against the principle of humility that a learner should uphold." Fong Jiua immediately called for his student Lu Jia, and he promptly knelt down to pay respects to his teacher, asking, "Is there anything you wish to instruct me on?" At this point, Wenrusin laughed slightly more than ever, thinking to himself, he dares to confront Lu Jia, the son of Grand Minister Lun Yan in the imperial court. Even targeting Lu Jia would have no effect. If he does this, it only proves that he is a rude person. Every move he makes is wrong. I am indeed too smart, he. Unexpectedly, a hurried figure darted through here, and it was none other than King Li Yang of Dongzhou, who knelt before Lu Jia. Disciple Li Yang respectfully pays homage to Master Lu Jia. At that moment, Wenrusin became bewildered, not knowing who Li Yang was. The sudden appearance of Li Yang made him feel that something unusual was happening. Lu Jia then introduced, "This is Li Yang, the king of Dongzhou. Li Yang has come here to pay respects and meet the ancestral master Fong Jiua." Wenrusin immediately screamed in disbelief, not expecting King Li Yang to voluntarily come all the way to the Ming Dynasty to pay respects, rather than being compelled by Lu Jia. He wondered, how could such a strange thing happen? Li Yang then said to Fong Jiua, "I have come to the Ming Dynasty with the hope of learning more, and I would like to ask Ancestral Master Fong Jiua if he thinks this is a wise decision." Suddenly, Fong Jiua kicked Li Yang, sending him soaring into the air. Everyone around was astonished, not expecting such a young and domineering person. Fong Jiua suddenly pointed and declared that Li Yang was a troublemaker, saying, "You just came out and reported that your master Lu Jia was wronged.
Do you still wish to learn? King Li Yang, beaten and with a swollen mouth, still admitted to deserving the death penalty and hoped that the ancestral master would show mercy in his sentencing. Fong Jiua, chuckling with delight, leaned closer to Wen Rusin and whispered, "Although Li Yang is a disciple of my disciple, he is the king of Dongzhou. Beating him isn't necessarily a bad thing." Before Wen Rusin could respond, Fong Jiua, with a mischievous grin, continued to expound his reasoning. Since ancient times, a king has been the head of a state, but the principle of valuing teachers and respecting the way of teaching allows a teacher to discipline their disciples. King Li Yang willingly bowed to Lu Jia as my teacher, who is the ancestral master of Li Yang. It's completely normal for a teacher to guide their students, there's no problem with that. This seems to be a natural law, he. Regarding the matter between King Li Yang and my student Lu Jia, Fong Jihua asked Wen Rusin, "Do you have anything else to say?" At this point, Wen Rusin, looking dumbfounded, began to have a runny nose, followed by tears streaming down his face as he replied, "Teacher Fong Jihua is indeed strict in educating his students. Jiangxi Academy is truly outstanding and admirable. There is nothing more to discuss." So Wen Rusin and a few of his students walked away with their shameful backs. Fong Jihua waved his hand and said, "If you have the chance, please come to Jiangxi." After that, he threw his arm around Li Yang and said, "Make sure to come to Jiangxi Academy at the earliest opportunity." Li Yang was overjoyed, quickly expressing his gratitude to Master Fong Jihua and said, "I have heard that Dongzhou has a lot of rare ginseng. I really like eating ginseng." And Li Yang immediately said, "Leave this small matter to the students to handle for you, Master. Just rest assured." The scene shifted to a beautiful morning when Tang Banhu was standing on the beach admiring the beautiful view. He exclaimed, "This world is just too vast, beyond human imagination." Suddenly, with a thud, Mr. Hu Shan patted Tang Banhu's shoulder, empathizing with the youth's longing for his teacher, who was currently severely injured and had a nosebleed. Tang Banhu silently remembered his good friend from Zijing earlier, who was very gentle and pleasant, quite different from someone else. Mr. Hu Shan then asked, "The person I remember is not among the 5 core disciples of Master Fong Jihua, there is indeed no one named Zijing." Tang Banhu replied, "You have heard the teacher say there are only 5 disciples, but in fact, the teacher often jokes like that. Zijing has been entrusted with a very important mission by the teacher to explore the vast and boundless ocean. This journey carries great risks, so teacher Fong Jihua feels too saddened when mentioning Zijing and deliberately avoids bringing him up." Previously, Fong Jihua had affirmed to Dang that he only had 5 students, while Zijing, he considered as if he had never existed in his memory. At this moment, Tang Banhu felt melancholic, unsure about the whereabouts of his brother Zijing. 2 years had passed without any news, he couldn't help but wonder if something major had happened. Suddenly, Hu Shan pointed and said that it seemed there was a boat in the distance. Tang Banhu immediately looked in that direction and his eyes widened in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zijing's boat. Tang Banhu was overjoyed to the point of tears and shouted, "Oh my goodness, Zijing has truly returned." Everyone on the boat cheered loudly, "Sayos! Finally, we have successfully returned to the mainland." Zijing is currently a person overflowing with joy. After many months of braving the rain and sun, he has finally returned. When the boat docked, Hu Shan, Tang Banhu, and the official Hu Shan all came out to joyfully welcome him. The soldiers on the boat were escorted down by the soldiers from the mainland. Tang Banhu clasped his hands together and happily said, "I am very glad that Zijing has returned." Zijing also responded joyfully to Tang Banhu, saying, "It has been a long time since we last met." And the 2 close brothers held each other's hands, their feelings closely intertwined. Tang Banhu said, "Teacher Fong Jihua misses you every day, brother Zijing." Zijing replied, "You know that too." The county official Hu Shang stood by, secretly praising, "Fong Jihua, with 2 talented students like these, is indeed a rare genius." He immediately ran off to write a letter to the imperial court saying that Zijing had successfully returned from exploring the West, and it needed to be reported as soon as possible. Afterwards, the 2 close brothers sat at a table to eat and talk to each other. Zijing joyfully recounted, "Over the past 2 years, I have seen the vast world and learned many useful things. You also realize that life is very short, and even if one dedicates their whole life to it, they will never be able to see the entire world. Tang Banhe said, it is all thanks to their teacher Fong Jiua. He has shown them the noble path to follow. Zijing also agreed with Tang Banhu and was determined to pursue this path until death. Tang Banhu added with determination, in the not-so-distant future, I will go to the hideout of the pirates and eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive. At that time, I will sit by the river, fishing under the moonlight and mix the blood of those pirates with wine to drink. Zijing immediately replied, by then, you will reach a place where no one has ever set foot. But even if we are far apart, we can still drink together from a distance. Tang Banhu suddenly smiled brightly, saying, if you, Zijing, are deceiving me, then I will expose your secret meetings with the young nun at the convent. Zijing burst out laughing, not expecting his brother to still remember that matter. After that, Zijing said, tonight, let's drink to our heart's content with Tang Banhu. Tomorrow, you will set off for Tianjin port and then return to the capital palace. Tang Banhu replied, I still have my duties here, so I cannot accompany Zijing yet. We'll meet again on a beautiful day. The next morning, Tang Banhu had prepared a bamboo branch for Zijing and said, this trip might take a long time before we can see each other again, as long as both of us remember each other, that's enough. Zijing agreed with Tang Banhu, and then the expedition team set sail for the Tianjin port. Tang Banhu stood at a distance, wishing Zijing a safe journey. Zijing responded, we will always be good brothers in the capital palace. At that moment, a person in red came to report that the Western exploration team of Zijing has successfully returned. Upon hearing this news, Wang Baodong appeared dumbfounded. The person in red suddenly spoke ill of Fong Jiua, claiming he was truly vicious. Because he did not like Wang Baodong, he wrote on the ship, Wang Baodong is trash, scum, and a dead dog. Since then, whenever the journey to the west was mentioned, others would immediately think of Guang Baodong as a despicable person, unmatched in his notoriety. Future generations would find it hard to hold their heads high. The man Guang Baodong had a stiff expression and said, it's okay. He has gone through many storms before, a few small matters like this are nothing to worry about. Just keep silent and let them go. The two young men, hearing this, praised Guang Baodong for being truly remarkable, as he remained calm like that. Suddenly, Guang Baodong shouted, damn it, the scoundrel must not be spared. Step aside, don't stop me. I will go and beat that Fong Jiua up. The two young men quickly intervened, saying, don't go, we are intellectuals, we shouldn't do evil things like that. However, Guang Baodong had become more furious than reasonable, no longer caring about anything and snapped, get out of the way so I can go beat him to death. At that moment, the man in red whispered in his ear, don't be foolish. Fong Jiua still has many connections, he can insult all your ancestors for 8 generations. Hearing this, Wang Baodong completely fell silent, not daring to say a word. Afterwards, the news about Zijing's return reached the emperor. At this moment, Ouyangji was crying his heart out, speaking to the emperor, Your Majesty, my teacher Fong Jiua values my younger brother Zijing the most. After he set sail, my teacher never mentioned him again. He had previously ordered portraits of his disciples to be painted, but intentionally omitted Zijing. This is all because teacher Fong Jiua did not want his disciples and himself to feel too sad thinking about Zijing's life and death. I apologize, Your Majesty, for being unable to contain my emotions. The emperor was now struck with astonishment, realizing, normally, Fong Jiua smiles like a madman, but who would have thought that it was merely a forced smile in front of others? In reality, he was silently crying inside. At this moment, Fong Jiua was quite pleased with his brother in arms. Ouyangji, tears streaming down his face, continued, over the past 2 years, I have felt an immense guilt thinking about how Zijing must endure hardships out there, and that he might leave this world while I am living comfortably in the capital palace. Brother Zijing, you are finally safe and sound now. I feel so moved and compassionate for you. The emperor, witnessing this scene, was astonished and thought to himself, Ouyangji, who usually remains as steadfast as Mount Taishan no matter the difficulties or challenges he faces, is visibly moved today. This cannot be taken lightly.
What the emperor was thinking about was, Zi Jing has brought back the sea map, but the emperor has forgotten that Zi Jing also has his teacher Fong Jiua along with his deeply bonded brothers. They have been eagerly awaiting Zi Jing's return day after day. The emperor then helped Ouyang Ji to his feet and explained, behind the great careers throughout the millennia, sacrifices have been made with the tears and blood of heroes. Zi Jing and those people are truly great heroes. After that, the emperor commanded his eunuch, inform that Zi Jing has returned and also invite Fong Jiua and the crown prince to meet urgently. So, a little later, in the provincial capital of the crown prince, as the eunuch entered, he encountered the scene of two young boys passionately playing marbles. The eunuch announced, Zi Jing has returned to the mainland, and the emperor wants to summon Fong Jiua and the crown prince urgently to the capital palace. The two young men in red immediately jumped in surprise. Fong Jiua suddenly had an expression as if he had eaten pig feces, remembering something. The young man ran even faster than a dog catching vehicle. The crown prince found it peculiar and asked Fong Jiua, "Where are you running off to?" Fong Jiua simply replied that he would tell later and hurriedly left. Fong Jiua ran home to grab another painting to hang up and wrote the words Zi Jing in big letters on it. At the same time, Fong Jiua breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Luckily, he got back before me, or I would be doomed." At this moment, the emperor ordered, "In 10 days, you will go to Tianjin port to personally welcome the fleet of Zi Jing." The officials were alarmed, shouting, "No, your majesty, it might be very dangerous at Tianjin port." But the emperor replied, "There's nothing dangerous at all. Zi Jing has been out at sea exploring the west for the past 2 years, surely facing death countless times. Previously, eunuch Sheng He also had such a difficult journey, costing numerous lives and tears, but the imperial court did not care to reward eunuch Sheng He. Moreover, the imperial court neglected to rectify the distorted sea maps that are far more valuable than gold, silver, and jewels. The emperor continued, "Now, Zi Jing has found the right path again. Therefore, I will personally welcome and reward these true heroic warriors, so that countless soldiers and civilians can see their tremendous contributions. At the same time, there will be many more trips to the west in the future to exchange and learn even more. Although I cannot accompany them to the sea, I can somewhat understand their hardships while at sea. They are the great heroes in my heart." Fong Jiua suddenly wanted to say something, but the emperor immediately interrupted, "I have made my decision, Fong Jiua. There is no need to persuade me in vain." Fong Jiua replied, "I just want to go with the emperor." Shi Jingdong was also secretly pleased that the Ming Dynasty had been saved. Since he arrived at the provincial capital, he had always been surprised by the daily scene. A carpenter and a soldier were discussing how to improve the warship. He did not expect that here everyone is equal in giving their opinions, with no distinction of high or low. Afterwards, he and the soldiers went out to sea and witnessed the scene of the strong, robust soldiers eagerly pulling the nets. As the shimmering golden trevally was pulled up, the young soldiers posed to show off their muscles, looking quite silly. Mr. Shi Jingdong gaped, unable to believe that these young men were so impressive. Usually, the soldiers he had encountered in the past would cry out in fear at the news of going out to sea, as no one wanted to venture out due to the inherent dangers. Yet here, the soldiers were eager and shouting excitedly when heading out. At first, he thought these men were completely out of their minds. However, upon closer observation, Mr. Shi Jingdong realized that these soldiers possessed a resilient and unyielding fighting spirit deep within their bones. In fact, these young soldiers were just afraid of being poor. Afterward, Mr. Shi Jingdong smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the biggest concerns of the imperial court, such as the hostile forces in the north and the pirates in the southeastern seas, could now be resolved. The fighting strength of our army was filled with hope. Suddenly, Hu Shirshan appeared, patting Mr. Shi Jingdong on the shoulder, saying, "You should go out to sea and catch some fish." Mr. Shi Jingdong had a nosebleed and wanted to ask Mr. Hu Shirshan again, "Can we just use our mouths to call it? I'm earnestly begging you." Afterwards, the ship discovered a whale raising its gigantic tail out of the water. Mr. Shi Jingdong was horrified and shouted, "Are you all crazy? How can we even think of touching such a large fish?" But Mr. Hu Shirshan was determined and ordered the soldiers, "Get into position, ready for battle."
The fish is about to swim towards us. Then, a fierce battle unfolded between the whale and the soldiers on the ship. At the start, the enormous whale raised its head above the water, very pleased with itself. The soldiers immediately fired arrows to attack. As the arrows were about to reach the whale, it lightly flicked its tail, easily deflecting the arrows in another direction. Then, it swung its tail hard against the ship in retaliation. Tang Banhu and the soldiers on the ship were screaming in terror. One soldier tried to steer the ship in another direction, while the other soldiers had already shot 3 arrows that struck the whale. The whale, furious, dragged the ship swiftly, and after a while, the ship collided with a large rock. But the soldiers reassured, there is nothing to fear. Our ship has been reinforced very solidly, it cannot easily break apart. That night, the whale, exhausted, departed, leaving behind a chilling scene. The group of soldiers on the ship and Mr. Shan saw this and shouted out loud, while the young man in blue, Tang Banhu, began to vomit everywhere. At this point, Mr. Shi Jingdong widened his eyes and asked, "Is the order to catch the giant fish from Fong Jiua?" Tang Banhu replied, "That is correct. The teacher has asked us to confront this giant fish, a battle of great significance." Hearing this, Mr. Shi Jingdong laughed heartily and said, "Now I understand. The daily drills are very useful, but what is more important is the actual fight like this. Fighting against giant fish is akin to battling pirates. What is being trained is that the soldiers can still manage the ship steadily in extremely critical situations. Only through such battles can soldiers gain experience and their fighting spirit be enhanced. When facing danger for the first time, soldiers are easily scared, but the more they encounter it, the more accustomed they become. Only in this way can a soldier be trained to a level capable of winning every battle." Mr. Shi Jingdong has recently come to admire the young man Fong Jiua. Although he has been a general for many years, his experience in training soldiers is still far inferior to that of Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua is now at the top in the eyes of Mr. Shi Jingdong. Whales are a very large treasure, and to avoid waste, all the whales caught are ordered by Fong Jiua to be brought back. The whale meat is then cut up and sold to the people as food. Whale fat is processed into beautiful candles. The light from these candles is very bright but does not harm the eyes. One whale can produce a lot of candles and is very economical. Normally, a candle will burn out after 1 to 2 hours, but candles made from whale fat only lose a very small amount. The whale skeleton is transported to the capital palace. At this time, the emperor along with all the officials in the imperial court are admiring it. The officials are all astonished because they have never seen such a large skeleton before. Meanwhile, the young man Ouyangji still maintains his cold demeanor. Upon seeing this, the emperor asked, "Was Ouyangji surprised to see such a large fish?" Ouyangji replied, "Indeed, I was." The emperor continued to ask, "Beyond the surprise, do you have any other thoughts?" Ouyangji clasped his hands and replied, "I believe this fish has about 100,000 pounds of meat, which could help many poor people be full." Hearing this, the emperor praised Ouyangji, believing that he always thought for the people, truly a devoted disciple of Fong Jiua. After that, the emperor touched the skeleton of the whale and suddenly shed 2 tears, feeling extremely moved. The surrounding officials were surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Unexpectedly, the emperor drew the guard's sword. The officials immediately cried out in terror, thinking the emperor was about to execute someone. But the emperor handed the sword to the guard and glared fiercely, asking, "If that large fish came back to life, would you dare to fight it with this sword? Speak your thoughts." At that, the young guard trembled like a leaf, stuttering and unable to speak. The emperor turned to the guards and asked, "And you?" "You are a guard, responsible for protecting the capital palace and protecting me. Do you dare to fight this whale?" The young guard was drenched in sweat and replied, "I truly do not dare, Your Majesty." The emperor continued to question all the officials below, "Anyone among you who dares to fight this whale, please speak up." However, everyone remained silent, no one dared to speak. The emperor mocked, "You are all as cowardly as rabbits. If you can't even speak up, then what can you do?" Suddenly, the crown prince shouted, "I can do it." A few of these fish are nothing for me." The emperor looked at the crown prince and thought to himself, "Here he is again? Why does he always show up so quickly whenever there's fighting or killing? If he continues this way as the crown prince, then who will respect me?" After that, the emperor patted the crown prince on the shoulder, praising, "I know you are skilled already, there's no need to show off." The emperor continued, "I have heard that the sea has strong waves, fierce winds, and countless dangers. The soldiers under the crown prince guarding the sea gate are all poor and do not receive many rewards from the imperial court." The emperor continued, "However, after months of training, the soldiers dared to fight the great fish offshore, which was very fierce, and succeeded in defeating it, bringing it back to land. Therefore, only those brave and wonderful soldiers can bear the responsibility and eliminate all the pirates. These soldiers deserve to be praised. Thus, the crown prince will have the right to decide how to reward them." The crown prince, upon hearing his father say this, widened his eyes in surprise. According to regulations, the military unit would decide on the rewards for the soldiers, but his father had asked the crown prince to decide. In other words, the Duke of the State had been entrusted by his father to handle all matters regarding the fight against the pirates. The crown prince was moved, tears welling up, thanking his father, "Finally, you have acknowledged me." How touching. However, the emperor did not respond to the crown prince but turned to Fong Jiua, warmly saying, "Your student, Ouyang is an upright man who always cares for the people. Moreover, Tang Banhu is a courageous intellectual. Furthermore, the guards trained to combat the pirates that you have trained are brave and know no fear. All of this is due to Fong Jiua's efforts. I am very pleased." Fong Jiua smiled joyfully at the praises, and the emperor added, "Thanks to Fong Jiua, the Min Imperial Court will have a bright future." At this moment, Fong Jiua looked somewhat embarrassed because the emperor kept praising him without granting any rewards. In his heart, he silently wondered when the time for granting bounties would come. Then, Fong Jiua said, "I had requested Tang Banhu to put in much effort to transport the bones of this large fish back to the capital palace, not just for the emperor to admire. This large fish is called a whale, with up to 200,000 pounds of meat, capable of feeding thousands of people. Moreover, there are 100,000 pounds of whale fat, which can produce the equivalent of 1 million ordinary candles. The ocean is truly filled with whales and other marine creatures, they are indeed great treasures. If we had more ships, officials in various regions could recruit more people and catch more fish. At that time, both soldiers and civilians would have enough to eat and could produce more candles." Hearing this, Ma Wenshang, the emperor's advisor, immediately wanted to construct a great number of ships. However, Fong Jiua remarked, "Building a single ship takes a lot of time. Time is money, we can wait, but the fish at sea cannot wait." The officials also agreed with Fong Jiua's opinion. They believed that if we do not exploit this treasure early, foreign nations will get ahead of us. Fong Jiua was currently flashing a smile, cunning enough to rival that of a pyramid scheme. Mr. Ma Wenshang glanced over, cursing quietly to himself, wondering, what on earth is Fong Jiua up to now? Is he planning to borrow more boats from our military unit? Thus, Fong Jiua laid his cards on the table, telling the emperor, "We could use 4 warships from the Ministry of War for my soldiers and the Crown Prince. This will greatly aid in the exploitation of this enormous treasure." Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma Wenshang wore an expression as if he had just ingested pig feces. He realized that Fong Jiua wanted to take them outright, not just borrow them anymore. He immediately shouted that this is impossible, Your Majesty. If there are no ships at the Panglai port, the moment pirates arrive, the consequences will be utterly tragic. The military unit desperately needs the ships and cannot simply give them away. However, the Crown Prince let out a sneer and sarcastically remarked to Mr. Ma Wenshang, "When there were 6 ships at Panglai port, all of them were burned to the ground by pirates. Where do you get your confidence that the remaining 4 ships won't be annihilated into pieces?" He stood to one side, secretly scornful of the Crown Prince, muttering to himself, "This dog, damn it." The emperor then stated, "The port of Panglai cannot do without boats." Ma Wenshang's eyes instantly glistened as he said, "The emperor is truly wise." But then, he ordered, "Send 3 ships to Ningbo, as the soldiers there need them much more."
Upon hearing this, Ma Wensheng was shocked, nearly spitting blood. He never expected that he had been so brazenly robbed of the ships by those two bastards. The two of them exchanged glances, their expressions gleeful. The emperor then asked Fong Jiua, "Did your father tell you about Miluo?" Fong Jiua, hearing this, wondered to himself, why is the emperor asking about Miluo? Isn't she the traitor that my father had previously suppressed? Then, Fong Jiua smiled faintly and replied to the emperor is really quite amusing. Don't tell me my father did something shameless like cohabiting with Miluo and having an illegitimate child? The emperor coldly replied, "You are correct. It seems that his child has just turned 1 month old." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua immediately turned as dark as a dog's behind, exclaiming, "Holy crap, you're not joking about this?" Mr. Ma Wensheng immediately shouted, "What is this? Miluo is a traitor." The emperor then explained, "Your desire is for Guizhou to have long-lasting peace and stability. Therefore, you did not allow Mr. Fong Jinglong to escort Miluo back to the capital palace for trial, but instead asked him to oversee Guizhou to carry out beneficial tasks." The emperor continued, "Ordinary people would think there are 3 options to deal with Miluo. Option A is to kill Miluo to establish power. Option B is to imprison Miluo to instill fear in the others. Option C is to let Miluo go to win the people's favor. But you did not expect that he would use the method of devouring Miluo to solve the problem, making her his lover and pleasing everyone. If we look at the benefits, this can be called common happiness, but it also means that Mr. Fong Jinglong is deceiving you. You thought you had traveled all over the country without considering this, which is truly astonishing." Mr. Ma Wensheng and Mr. Lu Nian exchanged glances upon hearing this. Mr. Ma Wensheng then said, "Congratulations to you, Fong Jiua. You naturally gain a stepmother and a little brother. Truly delightful." Lu Nian had a stiff expression, saying, "Fong Jinglong is really brave. To appease the people of Guizhou, he sacrificed his life for justice." The emperor suddenly asked, "Fong Jiua, what do you think? Do you want me to order Miluo and the child to be brought back to the capital palace for trial?" Fong Jiua at this moment became flustered, his mouth stiff. After a while, Fong Jiua stammered, "It was your majesty who requested my father to handle the matter in Guizhou smoothly. He only did what any man would do. Your majesty wishes to accuse him, but it seems you have not kept your word." Upon hearing this, the emperor also let it slide, "When Mr. Fong Jinglong returns, I will scold him. For now, just handle the matter this way." At this moment, Fong Jiua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then left the imperial court and walked outside. The crown prince then put his arm around his brother and said, "It's time for you to take a wife and have children like your father did just now." Fong Jiua happily replied, "That's right. Anyone of age wants a wife and children. It's normal for my father to want a wife too." The crown prince cheerfully said, "I didn't expect you to be so coy with me. Let me introduce you to the granddaughter of Weiguigong. She's very beautiful." But Fong Jiua pushed the crown prince's hand away, saying, "My wife must be someone unparalleled. There is no one in this world who can compare to her." The crown prince scoffed, saying, "Stop being noisy. When will you ever find a girl like that?" Fong Jiua then smiled handsomely and said, "I've already found her." The crown prince eagerly asked, "Then who is she? Tell me quickly. I promise I will help you win her over, okay?" Fong Jiua playfully replied, "Not needed right now. If I get married, my disciples will become the best of the best with no one to guide them. So I should teach my disciples to become talented individuals first, then think about marriage." The crown prince felt a pang of frustration, thinking that Fong Jiua was trying to keep it a secret from him. Damn you! The scene shifts to the young man Zijing, who has now reached the furthest point in the 7 voyages to the west led by eunuch Zhenghe, which is the country of Suma. Zijing's tears flowed as everyone shouted, "Finally, it's here! Teacher Fong Jiua! I'm about to meet you again."
The soldiers couldn't contain their emotions either, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I'm so happy, I'm finally going back to see my wife and kids. I want to hug my friends too, we're going home soon. I want to see my mother, sob sob." However, Mr. Liang Dai insisted, "You cannot return. The ship has been damaged too much and cannot go back, even after repairs." Once again, the soldiers cried and lamented, "Why does life treat me like this?" Mr. Liang Dai then said, "I have a solution for this. You don't need to worry. This part is a bit sensitive, so I will skip it quickly." After completing Mr. Liang Dai's plan, the soldiers and Zi Jing's group excitedly boarded the new ship to return. The resources obtained included 4 large ships, 100 soldiers, a considerable amount of food and essential supplies on board, several merchants and skilled craftsmen, a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition, and finally, a group of experts with deep knowledge and understanding of the ocean. A young man picked up a gun, his eyes wide with surprise because it was a modern and beautiful weapon. Zi Jing explained to the young man that the country of Otoma has continued to develop since its establishment and has gone through hundreds of years of war with the Fenko people. If the weapons are not modern and war breaks out, the people will die and the nation will face extinction. Zi Jing further explained, as for the Ming Dynasty, peace has lasted too long and no one has paid attention to weapon manufacturing. Therefore, the quality of firearms and ammunition will naturally be much poorer than that of Otoma. Whether it is Otoma or Franzi, their lands are all surrounded by the ocean. They cannot defend themselves on barren land alone and can only rely on the sea for survival. Therefore, all of them seek to become stronger and more powerful. Thus, we need to pay more attention, otherwise, sooner or later, foreigners will bring disaster to our Ming Dynasty. The young man in a blue coat immediately pressed like and praised Zi Jing as a student of Fong Jiua. "You truly have a far-reaching and profound vision. So what should we do to deal with the threats from foreigners?" Zi Jing flashed a charming, captivating smile that resembled the handsome hot boy Fong Jihua's response. "To deal with someone stronger, according to your master's words, there is only one way, to become stronger and smarter than that person." Ao Zan, upon hearing this response, was astonished. He marveled at his master. Fong Jihua is truly formidable, knowledgeable, and seems capable of predicting the future. In the years I have lived, I have never encountered anyone like him. Zi Jing then approached the group of soldiers and declared boldly, "Wherever we go, we will gather more seeds. If the great nations are willing to send envoys to the Ming Dynasty, they will be welcomed aboard, regardless of whether they are poor or rich, big or small. All nations will be treated equally." After that, Zi Jing's fleet set sail for home. At this moment, Zi Jing smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "If I don't return soon, it is very likely that my master Fong Jihua will think I have been swallowed by a fish. He values me greatly, and the pain of losing his top disciple will surely cause him immense sorrow. If I strive to return quickly, he will undoubtedly be very moved when he sees me." The truth is that currently, at the place of Fong Jihua, he is reading aloud the names of his beloved disciples, Ouyangji, Jiangshan, Luan Shan, Wang Yangming, and Tang Banhu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Let's hang their portraits on the wall, so that I will never forget my 5 beloved students. He. Deng Deng stood to one side, scratching his head, feeling that something was missing. Fong Jihua confidently stated, "It cannot be missing, kid. The 5 students are engraved deep in my heart. How could they be missing?" The young man Zi Jing is currently considered discarded, thrown outside into the trash, his mouth always muttering. The truth is that after King Liu of Dongzhou was removed, Li Yang, a half-brother of Liu, was proclaimed the new king of Dongzhou by the Ming Dynasty. Li Yang greatly admired the young Liu Jia, so he wanted to take Liu Jia as his master. However, Liu Jia was a cold person, as he believed that Li Yang, being the king of a nation, should maintain his own dignity. If he were to take Liu Jia as a teacher, the people of Dongzhou would think he was shameless. Therefore, Liu Jia decided to part ways and stop here. Immediately, Li Yang tightly hugged Liu Jia like a super tense young man. No. Please take me as your disciple, Master Liu Jia." Liu Jia was squeezed so tightly by this man that his lips bled, secretly lamenting his own destitute condition. He didn't know what evil he had done in his past life that now he had to encounter this old man who clung to him like a leech. Li Yang happily ran off to tidy up his belongings, declaring, "I will go with Master Lu Jie to visit the Ming Dynasty, to pay a visit to the Ming Dynasty." Lu Jie could no longer bear it, shouting loudly, "Are you crazy? Your current identity is the king of a country. Why don't you stay home and do your job as a king instead of being eager to enjoy a trip to my Ming Dynasty? Aren't you afraid the people will come after you?" King Li Yang then flashed the brilliance of the Ming Dynasty, shining brighter than the sun. "Dongzhou was a younger brother of the Ming Dynasty, so my position depends on whether the eldest brother Ming Dynasty is happy or not." Lu Jie had to admit this young man had a political mind, truly the pinnacle of brilliance. Then, Lu Jie along with Li Yang and his guards arrived at the port of Tianjin, a significant location for border defense, now the city of Tianjin. Although Li Yang was the king of Dongzhou, he held his teacher Lu Jie in high regard, allowing Lu Jie to go ahead and lead the way. Wherever Lu Jie went, he followed closely behind. The man in red was Wu Guan, an official of the Ministry of Rights, who was surprised that King Li Yang idolized Lu Jie to such an extent. As soon as Li Yang stepped off the boat onto the shore, he eagerly expressed his desire to meet his master Fong Jiua, exclaiming, I'm so happy, I'm about to meet Master Fong Jiua." However, Lu Jie replied, "That's not possible. According to the rules, when a king from another country arrives at the capital palace of the Ming Dynasty, he is not permitted to visit anyone before being summoned by the emperor." King Li Yang had to agree to this. He firmly stated, "After I meet the emperor, I will immediately go to pay my respects to Master Fong Jiua as soon as possible." Hearing this, Lu Jie laughed with delight, saying, "I miss my teacher very much as well." Sometime later, around 2 a.m., the sky was dark. A young man knelt down, making a thud sound, and it was none other than Lu Jie. He cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, saying, "Student Lu Jie has traveled hundreds of miles from Dongzhou back to the capital palace because I miss my teacher so much. I have come to pay my respects to my teacher." Fong Jiua, who was sleeping soundly, felt very annoyed when awakened by this act. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this stupid kid. Does he even know what time it is? I should give him a kick in the butt." Fong Jiua tried to hold back, patted Lu Jie on the shoulder and said, "I understand the heart of my student, but the father of my student is still the one who has the most grace towards you. Therefore, first go to your father to express your gratitude." Hearing this, Lu Jie thanked his teacher, acknowledging, "My teacher is a wise and compassionate master, whom I greatly admire." Fong Jiua signaled for the young man to leave quickly. Lu Jie then said, "I have taken on a disciple, who is none other than King Li Yang of Dongzhou. He is at the capital palace right now." Fong Jiua was taken aback upon hearing this. Later, Lu Jie taking King Li Yang as a disciple became a pretext for Confucian intellectuals to attack and blame that the current doctrine was no longer valid. The prominent intellectual Wen Rusin was the one who vocally expressed at Beijing about a new Confucianism theory, opposing the current doctrine. He asserted, Lu Jie, although he is an envoy of the imperial court, has not respected King Li Yang of Dongzhou. If he accepts Li Yang as a disciple, it will lead the common people to mistakenly believe that our Ming dynasty is acting in a manner of domination rather than as the emperor of a country. To explain further, the concept of the emperor means using benevolence, propriety, wisdom, and trust to influence the people, while the manner of domination uses force and power to compel governance. Those who do not obey are dealt with harshly, without much discussion. At this moment, when Rusin added, Wang Yangming was a disciple of Fong Jiua, and he strongly supported the new learning. After Lu Jie learned from Wang Yangming, he lost his polite hospitality. This implies that the current doctrine of Fong Jiua is indeed erroneous and dangerous. This man likens the doctrine of Fong Jiua to the previously rejected doctrine of Gojigon. In the Gojigon doctrine, there are three main viewpoints. First is the arrogant thought of seeking great revenge. If someone is slapped on one cheek, they must retaliate so that both cheeks of the aggressor swell. If there is one grudge, then pay back two, there is no need to be afraid at all. The second viewpoint is that the emperor is merely a title, not a manifestation of divinity and nothing special. When encountering the emperor on the road,
one can still casually drape an arm over him and talk as usual. The final viewpoint asserts that the actions of the emperor are tied to the will of heaven. If natural disasters or drought occur too frequently, it is due to the emperor's lack of virtue. The people will silently despise and criticize the emperor in such times. Therefore, the emperors greatly detest the Gojoseon doctrine, as its viewpoints do not benefit the emperor and thus have led to a state of decline. The idea of seeking great revenge that it advocates has been discarded by Confucian intellectuals as too ludicrous. Currently, when Rusin recognizes that both the emperor and the intellectuals do not favor the Gojoseon doctrine. To debunk the theories of Fong Jiua, this dog has deliberately fabricated claims that the theory of Fong Jiua is a revival of the Gojoseon theory. He shamelessly disregarded accusations and even issued a challenge to Fong Jiua, wanting to initiate a debate with him. Currently, Fong Jiua has received this challenge letter, and his expression is quite cool, indicating that he is unafraid of confrontation. After that, Manhwa, the father of Wang Yangming, with a swollen face like a dumpling, came to find Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua, with a suspicious look on his face, asked him, "Surely you didn't come here just for a friendly chat, did you?" Mr. Wang Hua then recounted, "I had a fistfight with Mr. Jiang Sang, chief of protocol, and got punched to end up looking like this." Upon hearing that, Fong Jiua pressed like and praised, "Wang Hua has courage, daring to confront even the director is truly astonishing." Fong Jiua held him in very high regard but still wondered, "Why did you hit Mr. Jiang Sang?" Mr. Wang Hua explained, "Yesterday, while I was conversing with my co-workers, I overheard Mr. Jiang Sang say that the great intellectual Wen Rusin was dissatisfied with Wang Yangming's son and mentioned that Jiangxi Academy was teaching the Gojoseon theory to students there." Wang Hua continued recounting, "When I heard that this damned guy dared to flatter Jiang Sang and brag about my son like that, I couldn't hold back anymore and was ready to rush in and give him a good thrashing, up and down the fields. But the result was that I ended up getting beat up instead, my face all swollen. It's really infuriating." Fong Jiua, having listened to this story, wanted to ask for the address of that person to take revenge for Wang Hua. Little did he know he was dealing with a naive kid. Wang Hua's face had turned blank. He suddenly shouted, "The one who caused trouble for my son is that Wen Ru senator. If we let him keep stirring up trouble, the students of Jiangxi Academy won't dare to show their faces anymore, right?" Fong Jiua immediately pulled out a small knife and said, "Do you want to kill him or just cut him? Say the word." Wang Hua's face turned blank once again, and out of frustration, he scolded Fong Jiua, calling him a crazy idiot. Wang Hua further explained, "What I meant was to invite the intellectual Wen Rusin to Jiangxi Academy for a visit, to enlighten him with that knowledge so that all the people understand just how correct the knowledge at Jiangxi Academy is. Got it?" Fong Jiua felt discouraged upon hearing this, as he wanted to seek revenge through force rather than mere words. If he got beaten, he would learn quicker that way. Mr. Wang Hua then pulled out a pile of documents and said, "This is a summary of the differences between the theories at Jiangxi Academy and the Gojoseon theory. I stayed up all night studying it. If you rely on these materials to debate against Mr. Wen Rusin, it will surely leave him with no way to retort." Fong Jiua was taken aback after reading through it, as he did not expect Mr. Wang Hua to have such unique interpretations of the Jiangxi Academy theories. He replied, "I've only studied a limited amount, but actually, the theory of Jiangxi Academy was conceived by Fong Jiua himself, and Mr. Wang Hua here had vehemently opposed it back then, so he has researched it more thoroughly than anyone else." Mr. Wang Hua continued to remind Fong Jiua, "The esteemed intellectual Mr. Wen Rusin is a highly educated and very capable person, so don't underestimate him. When debating, be careful not to fall into his traps." With his exceptional intellect, Fong Jiua understood immediately, "You don't need to worry. Tomorrow, I will have someone send a letter to Wang Yangming to arrange a duel." "Is that okay?" Mr. Wang Hua immediately cursed Fong Jiua, "Are you trying to tell my son through someone else? You are the founder of Jiangxi Academy, how can you refuse to take responsibility?" Fong Jiua cheerfully replied, "Although I founded Jiangxi Academy, your son Wang Yangming is the one who conceived the theories there." Mr. Wang Hua was infuriated to madness as Fong Jiua wanted to use his son as a scapegoat. "If you do this, who will take you seriously anymore?" Damn Fong Jiua. After that, Mr. Manhwa held his head and fell into a state of depression, secretly lamenting for his foolish son who was infatuated with Fong Jiua.
He then asked Fong Jiua, "How has my son Wang Yangming been lately?" Fong Jiua responded, "Your son is sleeping well and his health is very good."
Mr. Manhwa's eyes brimmed with tears as he said, "You have 3 sons, but Wang Yangming is the only one who is intelligent and clever beyond compare. Since he was a child, he has had qualities just like his father."
Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, felt flustered and didn't know what to say.
Mr. Manhwa also added that he always hoped his son Wang Yangming could serve in a stable position and contribute to the imperial court, becoming a good official. Therefore, when he learned that his son wanted to become a disciple of Fong Jiua, he gritted his teeth and forcibly sent his son away from home. He thanked Fong Jiua for taking care of his son over the years, and also requested Fong Jiua to remind his son to be cautious in the debate with Wenru-sen. Suddenly, Fong Jiua said, "There is no need for you to ask me, just tell your son." Mr. Manhwa looked over and was surprised to see his son standing there without him realizing. Wang Yangming hesitantly called out, "Father." At that moment, Mr. Manhwa thoughtfully said, "I have read all the letters you sent home. Although I have not replied to you, in my heart, you will always be my son."
Hearing the heartfelt words of his father, Wang Yangming was moved to tears.
After that, the young man turned around and called out loudly, "Master Fong Jiua, student Wang Yangming is ready. I can face Mr. Wenru-sen any time." In fact, Mr. Wenru-sen had previously issued a letter of challenge to Fong Jiua. On the surface, he appeared to be challenging Fong Jiua, but in reality, he knew full well that Fong Jiua was an extremely formidable character. Just looking at Fong Jiua's muscular physique was enough to instill fear in people. As for Wang Yangming, Mr. Wenru-sen quietly thought, "This young man is still just a boy, his thoughts are still immature."
He was cunning enough not to tell Wang Yangming that he was easily bullied.
Therefore, he devised a way to criticize Fong Jiua, hoping that Wang Yangming would jump in to defend his teacher.
At that point, he would have the opportunity to humiliate Wang Yangming, and humiliating Wang Yangming would be akin to humiliating Fong Jiua.
He was secretly pleased with this plan. Later, when he received the challenge letter from Wang Yangming, Mr. Wenru-sen immediately agreed without much thought, gleefully laughing as he believed Wang Yangming had fallen into his trap. On May 29th, at Jiangxi Academy, where the verbal duel between the two powerful figures was held, the crowd grew dense, as if they were coming to watch a performance by Sun Tung. Mr. Wenru-sen, with a background as a great Confucian scholar from Suzhou, had stopped participating in the national examination after passing the exam in the provincial capital. In his early years, while teaching in the countryside, he compiled notable works of New Confucianism, which became extremely popular, equivalent to becoming a prominent internet symbol. At this moment, he bragged, "I'm not gathering a lot of people to show off, but because Jiangxi is the territory of Fong Jiua. I've heard that he is very shameless, so I want to stop him from boasting about me." A group of young people immediately chimed in, praising Mr. Wenru-sen's wisdom and calling him the undefeated super champion Zhang. At this juncture, the ticket seller then extended his hand, announcing, "The admission fee is 3 silver quantities per person. Currently, there are 168 people, totaling 504 quantities. If you buy more, it's reduced by 1 silver quantity, meaning it would be just 503 silver quantities.
Is that okay? Thank you all for your enthusiasm and support."
In fact, 1 silver quantity during the Ming Dynasty could buy as much as 480 kilograms of rice. Mr. Wenru-sen immediately had a look as if he had eaten something unpleasant, not expecting that he had actually been duped. After waiting a long time without hearing back from Wenru-sen, the group of students loudly asked, "Why doesn't teacher Wenru-sen bring money out?" In reality, intellectuals are often poor, not participating in trade and commerce. Although Wenru-sen is a great intellectual and an idol of the youth, with plenty of land, 504 silver quantity is still a significant amount of money for him. At this moment, he began to boast, saying, "I came here just to visit friends, not to come to the farm to have fun and spend money." The ticket seller, upon hearing this, replied, "If you don't believe it, how do you know what he does once inside? There are many fresh fruits and delicious foods inside. In short, our rule is that you must buy a ticket to enter."
If you don't buy a ticket, don't expect to get in. When Rusin felt frustrated like a dog gnawing on a bone, with no choice but to write an IOU. In his heart, he silently cursed Fong Jiua as a shameless scoundrel and vowed to take revenge. After that, the whole group went into a tea shop inside, which had a picture of Fong Jiua hanging with the words "Good luck to you." Then when Rusin, feeling pleased, said, "We have bought tickets to enter, so all the students should order drinks freely," he suddenly jolted and turned when he saw a person in a pink shirt raising their hand to call the waiter. The person in the pink shirt was Shinao, who pulled out a stack of coins and struck them on the table, smirking as he told the waiter to bring the bill. At this moment, when Rusen's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had not expected that after purchasing the ticket, he would still have to pay for the drinks. So he immediately stood up, forced a smile, and told his students, "Let's go for a walk, sitting too long is bad for our health." Meanwhile, inside, he was fuming, cursing Fong Jiua as a bastard, clearly trying to play him for a fool. At the same time, in the capital palace, the emperor was reading a mountain of leave request letters from the officials in the imperial court. The emperor felt irritated because the officials were citing reasons like recurring old illnesses, fevers, headaches, or diarrhea, while he himself had been bitten by a dog and could barely walk. The emperor wondered to himself, what the hell is going on? The eunuch reported to the emperor that today is the day of the verbal duel between Wang Yangming and the great scholar Wen Rusin wants to accuse the doctrines at Jiangxi Academy of having many similarities with the doctrines of Gojigan. Upon hearing this, the emperor became very angry because these damned officials dared to use a false pretext to take leave, when in fact they just wanted to go to Jiangxi to catch the drama. So the emperor decided to go there to see the situation for himself. As soon as the emperor arrived, he heard the familiar voice of the ticket seller. "A ticket costs 3 silver quantities, the total for 72 people is 216 silver quantities. Buy more and it will only be 215 silver quantities. If you don't have money, then don't come in." The eunuch silently cried like a river because the emperor and the guards were disguised as commoners and could not reveal their identities. He could only dig into his own pocket to pay and worried whether the emperor would reimburse him for this amount in the future. At that moment, King Li Yang also followed along to catch the drama. He said, "I came to Jiangxi not to meet my master or grandmaster, but to observe the debate. This is not an official visit, so you don't need to worry about violating any rules." But as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a few young men carrying a palanquin and quoting a price. "Jiangxi is very far away, it will take 30 silver quantities for us to escort you there." Mr. Liang laughed and answered, "Okay, 30 silver quantities is fine." In fact, he secretly cursed in his heart, "Your annual salary is only a few dozen silver quantities, how can it be so expensive? Soon, you will probably have to go to the temple and eat there just to get by." At this moment in Jiangxi, the loud laughter came from Fong Jiua, who was very pleased because he had earned a mountain of money today. Our friend shouted loudly, "The debate on Confucianism is about to begin. First, let me invite our academic representative, Wang Yangming, and the representative of the intellectual elite, Wen Rusin, to make a grand appearance." Thus, Wang Yangming stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting to the intellectual Wen Rusin and said, "I have admired you for a long time, and today I have the opportunity to meet you." Wen Rusin also clasped his hands in greeting to the intellectual Wang Yangming and said, "Seeing is believing." Next, Fong Jiua shouted, "The official debate begins." The two opponents immediately posed dramatically, yet no matter how you looked at it, it still seemed somewhat ridiculous. Wang Yangming invited his senior Wen Rusin to speak first, and he readily agreed, hastily saying, "Okay, I won't hold back." He began to boast, saying, "The theory of Chengdu has existed for a long time, and Wang Yangming's theory refers to 3 famous Confucian intellectuals from the Song dynasty. They believe that the origin of all things in the universe is beautiful truth, objective, and independent of human will. The theory of Chengdu has developed for hundreds of years, and its believers are everywhere in the world. Who can say that this theory is wrong? Please tell me and all the intellectuals in the world why the Jiangxi Academy of Wang Yangming opposes the theory of Chengdu." After saying this, he secretly felt pleased, thinking, "As long as you dare to speak ill of the Chengdu theory of New Confucianism, I will reveal my cards and use the well-prepared arguments I have learned to criticize you." But Wang Yangming responded with a remark he did not expect. Have I ever said that I oppose the theory of Chengdu of New Confucianism?
Upon hearing this, Wen Rusin was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. Fong Jiua, standing to the side, sneered, believing that this man was still too inexperienced and wanted to corner Wang Yangming into a confrontation with Chengdu's doctrine, so that he could easily launch an attack. The Chengdu doctrine holds a very important view, to study all things in order to attain wisdom, similar to exploring every tree, every drop of water, and every stone to reach the truth. Wang Yangming then remarked that in order to practice and experience the doctrine, at the Jiangxi Academy, he had once spent many days sitting still to study a bamboo.
Wen Rusin then asked, "What is so remarkable about studying bamboo?" Wang Yangming replied, "Bamboo is also a living entity. The Chengdu doctrine posits that every object embodies the truth."
Upon hearing this, Wen Rusin's face turned pale, leaving him completely silent.
Wang Yangming added, "Spending many days studying bamboo has made me realize that I still do not fully understand the laws of nature. It seems that wisdom cannot be attained simply by studying everything."
Seeing an opportunity, Wen Rusin immediately retorted, "If you cannot understand it, that is your problem. Just because you cannot imagine it does not mean you can deny the profound knowledge of the Chengdu theory.
You are just making excuses here." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yangming leaned in and asked, "Have you ever studied the bamboo?" Wen Rusin was taken aback and replied, "No, because studying bamboo is not the right method and has nothing to do with life, understand?"
This foolish answer left him feeling flustered.
Wang Yangming then pointed decisively and declared, "Why should we study the Chengdu theory?"
Because we want to become wise individuals who can manage families, govern nations, and bring peace to the world. To become a wise person, one must first learn the laws of nature from ordinary things.
I have learned from the bamboo. And you, what have you learned? Speak up.
At this moment, Wen Rusin was left speechless, his expression as if he were suffering from a bout of diarrhea, unable to say anything, for he had only studied Confucian theory without ever putting it into practice. Wang Yangming coldly concluded with a sentence, "If you support the Chengdu doctrine but do not care to study the phenomena around you, how can you live up to the status of a great intellectual of the Chengdu doctrine?" Wen Rusin was shocked upon hearing this last remark, spitting blood that splattered everywhere. His disciples were left speechless, unable to believe it. Fong Jiua felt very proud of his favorite student, while the emperor and other officials stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Wang Yangming, looming like a giant, continued to explain, "You say that I oppose the Chengdu doctrine. But I have not only read their theories, I have also practiced what they teach. You, on the other hand, have merely read the theories without ever putting them into practice. So, tell me, who is truly the intellectual of the Chengdu doctrine?" When Wang Yangming pointed directly at him and shouted, Wen Rusin completely shrank down to the size of an ant. Fong Jiua stroked his chin, pleased to think to himself, Wen Rusin spends all day talking in his room and reading about martial arts, no less than anyone else. But he will never be able to defeat Wang Yangming, a person who is truly serious, not only reading books but also practicing many things. At this moment, Wen Rusin had realized that Wang Yangming was not easy to deal with, and he needed to think of a way to counterattack. However, before he could do anything, Wang Yangming continued to speak, "You consider yourself to be someone with extensive knowledge, a great intellectual who has learned a lot and has found the path of the sage. So let me ask you, what is the path of the sage?" Wen Rusin was once again shocked to the point of spitting blood like a fountain, thinking to himself, "Someone help block the blood quickly, or he will end up a dried corpse." He felt such shock because Wang Yangming's difficult question was a trap. The Chengdu doctrine requires very high moral standards for intellectuals, and they must be humble, lowering their ego. Regardless of whether Wen Rusin understood the path of the sage or not, he still could not answer that question. As long as Wen Rusin says he understands, it means he is neither humble nor adheres to the ethical standards of the Chengdu doctrine. At this moment, Wen Rusin's face was wrinkled like a monkey, and he began to explain, "The path of a sage is something that people like us can easily comprehend." Wang Yangming then smiled broadly and replied, "If it is so easy to understand, can intellectuals also easily become sages? Or do you also not understand what the path of a sage is?"
After hearing this, when Rusin was devastated, sat down on the ground with a thump, covered his body, and trembled with a pale face, unable to say a word. In fact, many people vaguely do not understand what the path of a sage is. In reality, the path of a sage has been simply recorded by Confucius. It is about how to cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. In simple terms, it means one must first cultivate oneself, manage the family harmoniously, and only then can one govern the nation and create a beautiful and peaceful society. A farmer would understand this immediately. But when Rusin loudly cursed, saying, "I don't understand that damn thing." Because when Rusin is a fervent fan of Jushi from the Song dynasty. When Rusin believes that Jushi has thoroughly grasped all the laws of nature, is very great, and everything he says is the truth. We are ordinary people, so we just need to memorize all his viewpoints to know what is good. However, in reality, when Rusin has misunderstood. In Shendu's doctrine, it is indeed stated that the first step to understanding the principles is to learn the correct theory. But this has been misunderstood by intellectuals, and they believe that what needs to be done is to diligently be a bookworm in the study room. If you don't understand today, read on tomorrow, and if you are young and don't understand, then ponder until your face is full of beard and your hair turns gray. Once you have learned many things and acquired a wealth of knowledge, the older you get, the more likely you will have a vast store of knowledge, from which you can attain enlightenment and be admired by others. Only after reaching the realm of a deity can one have the qualifications to do what a deity does, which is to manage a family, govern a country, and create a peaceful and beautiful society. The emperor immediately praised his nephew, very good. He thought to himself, Fong Jiua is very eager to meet his disciple again. Then, a man in a blue robe came to inform Wang Baodong that, the emperor has ordered you to personally go to Tianxian port to welcome the Zijing ship. Currently, there is still that insulting phrase on the ship. Guang Baodong, you will become the most famous person in the country, just wait and see. Guang Baodong had cried like a river since the day the emperor was watching the youth Zijing. Next, he seemed to go mad. Who am I? Where is this? What are you doing? A few days later, the ship finally docked. Fong Jiua ran out, calling loudly, my disciple Zijing. Zijing, tears streaming down his face, shouted, my teacher Fong Jiua. Suddenly, Zijing wanted to hug Fong Jiua after so many days apart. Fong Jiua's face turned as green as a banana leaf, horrified and unsure where this damn kid learned such a ritual of kissing. He wanted to kick that boy, but no one else was laughing secretly except for Liang Dai, hee. The Franzi people have a very special greeting ritual. First, they must kiss each other to show their close affection. A little while later, at the Tianxian port reception hall, Zijing and Fong Jiua together bowed and said, long live the emperor. Zijing said, I have a precious item that I would like to present to the emperor for consideration. The emperor thought to himself, this Zijing, upon meeting me, his first reaction is not to complain about the hardships at sea, but to want to gift me something. This makes me feel very pleased. Zijing then took out an object, saying, this is the relic of eunuch Zhenghe that you found in Suma. The emperor picked it up to take a look and felt a bit suspicious. This is over 100 years old, how come the paper looks so new? This paper is still from the Ming Dynasty. Zijing explained, this map was originally drawn on sheepskin but had been heavily damaged. I have redrawn and colored it to make it suitable. Eunuch Zhenghe dedicated his entire life to marking all the countries in the world and the special characteristics of different nations, which he intended to present to the imperial court. After reviewing it, the emperor joyfully said, this is indeed a precious item. This world is so vast. Our Ming Dynasty is just a small part of it. Suddenly, the emperor asked in surprise, where is this place? Fong Jiua immediately replied, this is a piece of land in the far western region, a fertile place that has a type of seed that can yield thousands of pounds of grain per acre, and also great animals that can provide thousands of pounds of meat each year. Fong Jiua secretly thought, this is indeed New York City of the USA. Later, the emperor asked again, is this the amazing country you mentioned before? Fong Jiua answered, yes, your majesty. Even eunuch Zhenghe has specially marked the location of this country. The emperor asked in surprise, Why has he never mentioned it?
Fong Jiua recounted, at that time, the grand ministers opposed eunuch Shangyi who held power. Furthermore, the emperor back then had passed away, and the new emperor was not very interested in western expeditions. Eunuch Shangyi also could not sail westward. At that time, only about 3 kg of rice could be harvested from 1 acre of land. Eunuch Shangyi told everyone that there were seeds with a yield of up to 10,000 per acre, but no one believed him. Fong Jiua continued, they believed that eunuch Shangyi only wanted the Ming Dynasty to continue wasting money and food on voyages to the west, so they intentionally lied to them. They even accused eunuch Shangyi of deception and wanted to execute him. The emperor realized that Zhang He knew the imperial court could not find this miraculous seed, so to prevent the imperial court from thinking about it anymore, he deliberately left this map abroad. At this moment, the two grand ministers were speaking to each other. If the journeys to the west continue, the people will no longer have to worry about food. What a prosperous era that would be! The emperor suddenly exclaimed, the fleet of Zijing has successfully set sail for the first time. Our Ming Dynasty will set sail for the second, the third, and then the fourth time, until we find that miraculous seed. Now, quickly copy and distribute this map. Furthermore, I command all institutions to hang it up. I want all officials to know that our Ming Dynasty values this matter greatly and will do everything possible to find that miraculous seed. All the officials immediately clasped their hands and complied with the emperor's order. The emperor then turned to instruct, Crown Prince, you must remember. Even if one day I die and you take over to govern the country, you must not interrupt the exploration of the West. Do not let the tragedy of eunuch Shangyi in history repeat itself once more. The Crown Prince clasped his hands in obedience to his father. Zijing suddenly excitedly said, Your Majesty, after I went to sea, I not only found the map of eunuch Shangyi but also discovered numerous precious treasures from around the world. Here is a pearl, here is an ivory, and here is coral. These treasures were presented by the leaders of various countries as gifts to your Majesty, wishing you longevity and abundant health. The emperor looked at the mountain of glittering treasures before him, unable to contain his delight to the point of drooling. The two grand ministers beside him were utterly astonished, not expecting that the West held such valuable treasures. Zijing continued, I returned with envoys from 47 different countries. They admire the kindness of your Majesty and have come here to pay their respects. They are willing to maintain a good relationship with our Ming Dynasty and promise to assist us whenever needed. The emperor exclaimed in amazement, Oh! I did not expect that there would be as many as 47 envoys from different countries coming here. The officials were extremely delighted, praising Zijing, indeed, you are impressive. Our Ming Dynasty has truly received great fortune this time. Thanks to his outstanding achievements, Zijing soared high like a rocket, moving up from a level 7 scholar, who had garnered little attention, to a third-rank official, with a lengthy title, Deputy Prosecutor of the Imperial Court responsible for the royal censorship and an envoy of the royal to the sea, in charge of voyages to the west. After stepping outside, Zijing turned to his teacher Fong Jiua, saying, You really are a master of deception. Just as you predicted, the emperor did not realize that the map was fake. Fong Jiua sneered with great satisfaction. It turned out that he had previously used his memory to redraw the map, then instructed Zijing, hand this to the emperor, saying it is the map of eunuch Shangyi. Rest assured, I am doing this not for any malicious intent. At that moment, Fong Jiua felt invigorated, overflowing with pride and contentment. He spoke with great enthusiasm, with this map, the journey to the west will face no more obstacles. Our Ming Dynasty will cooperate with the distant west and become increasingly powerful. After that, Zijing introduced Fong Jiua, this is Liang Dai, from the country of Franzi. He is here to engage in maritime trade. Fong Jiua was taken aback when he saw the man hurriedly puckering his lips, wanting to be overly familiar with him. Fong Jiua immediately grabbed him, pulling him away as if he were reeling in a fish, and scolded, You damn fool, do you dare to teach my students such bizarre greeting rituals? Liang Dai tearfully addressed the Ming Dynasty, I mean no harm. I just wish to meet the emperor of the Ming Dynasty and hope that Fong Jiua can introduce me to him. For a long time, I have heard that the emperor of the Ming Dynasty is kind and talented.
His reputation has spread throughout the West, and we in Franzi greatly admire him. I hope the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty will grant us a region where our merchants can conduct trade with the Ming Dynasty." Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua threw his arm around the man's shoulders and said, "Our Emperor of the Ming Dynasty is truly benevolent. However, he has a small wish, which is to hire you and a group of craftsmen from Franzi to build a series of ships. What do you think about this?" Liang Dai listened and immediately realized this was a bad deal. His face froze in embarrassment. Zi Jing stood to the side silently sympathizing with Liang Dai. "Meeting Fong Jiua is unfortunate for you. In reality, the country of Franzi is the Iberian Peninsula. Currently, most of this peninsula's area is the territory of Spain, with a small part belonging to Portugal. Liang Dai, where he lives, is located in Portuguese territory. Faced with the mighty and powerful Spain, the Portuguese do not engage in direct combat to reclaim land. Instead, they focus on developing the country by exploiting resources at sea. Therefore, their shipbuilding skills rank second to none." At this moment, Liang Dai's face contorted, and he said, "I cannot accept this, because the people accompanying me are all ship repairers, not skilled shipbuilders." He also thought to himself, "I am not foolish enough to work without pay. Although I have the best shipbuilders, my only goal is to make money." But Fong Jiua was reading the old man like a book. He immediately took out a large sack of gold and asked, "Do you have sure Jingdong gold? For one boat, I will pay you 1 kilogram of gold. What do you think?" Old Liang Dai couldn't believe his ears. What the? Did I hear that right? He never expected to encounter such a wealthy person. Fong Jiua continued, "You and Zi Jing are friends, so I will pay you 3 kilograms of gold for one boat, okay?" Upon hearing this, Liang Dai began to fantasize about a scene where he was lying on a pile of gold, surrounded by beautiful girls. 3 kilograms of gold would be enough for him to live a life of luxury until the end of his days. But suddenly, his patriotic spirit surged. "I am a Franzi man, and I would rather die than sell the secrets of boat-making of the Franzi nation." Fong Jiua suddenly held up 3 fingers, indicating, "What about if I add 3 more kilograms?" Old Liang Dai immediately screamed, "Okay, I agree." Fong Jiua, you are a damned guy. Indeed, it was helpless with this man. Patriotism at noon, but in the afternoon, he changed his mind. Then, he awkwardly said, "The boat builders of the Ming Dynasty are not skilled boat builders. It would not be right to entrust this task to them." He was also cunningly thinking, "As long as I find some people from my country to take charge of the shipbuilding, the Ming Dynasty will not be able to learn the secrets of shipbuilding. Doing this will provide gold while keeping the secrets of the country safe." He. Fong Jiua replied, "Okay, no problem. I will leave it to you to find people to build the ships for us. I also believe that those who are better can build better ships. Therefore, I will pay each person half a pound of gold." Mr. Liang Dai found this a sweet deal and immediately agreed. "I will invite the best shipbuilders from my country to come and build ships for you as soon as possible." But Fong Jiua said, "No, what I mean is that I want you to recruit the best craftsmen from the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty is so vast, surely there are skilled workers?" Mr. Liang Dai was devastated and slammed his bottom on the ground. He did not expect to encounter such a cunning person as Fong Jiua. This time, it was impossible to conceal any more secrets. Afterwards, Fong Jiua instructed his student Zi Jing, "Student, tell the shipbuilders, and Mr. Liang Dai too, that although I have always been generous and honest, I have a very capricious nature that changes like the weather." Then, Fong Jiua told everyone, "If anyone accepts gold but works half-heartedly, Fong Jiua will take back all the gold and be very angry. When I get angry, I will break their bones one by one." Mr. Liang Dai trembled like a dried branch and hurriedly declined. I see this responsibility is too great, and I'm afraid I cannot bear it." Fong Jiua patted his shoulder and said, "You don't have to worry. Just build a team of workers to make the ship very well and don't overthink. Once the ship is completed, I will name it the Great Friend of the Franzi Nation. It symbolizes the friendship between our two countries. At that time, the Ming Dynasty will cooperate with Franzi in trade, and you will also get what you want." After hearing this, Mr. Liang Dai looked very displeased. Before he could say anything more, Fong Jiua ordered Zi Jing to send the guests off. Zi Jing, feeling a bit anxious, asked Master Fong Jiua, "Is it all right to assign the shipbuilding task to Mr. Liang Dai?" Fong Jiua replied, "Of course it's all right. Let me teach my student a philosophy: do not doubt the friends you employ, and do not employ the friends you doubt." Fong Jiua continued, "By the way, I have sorted the seeds that the student sent and handed them to Zhang Xian, asking him to plant them well. Especially this corn seed, even a lazy person can easily plant this type of corn." Zi Jing, upon hearing this, showed an extremely excited expression, unable to believe that such a miracle could happen. In fact, during the Ming Dynasty, corn held great value. Although potatoes and sweet potatoes could also be easily planted, corn was very rich in starch, not only used as a staple food but also for making sugar. Zi Jing felt strange about this knowledge. Fong Jiua then brushed his hands and said, "The student just needs to listen to me. Even if I explained the Shi Jing Dong, the student wouldn't understand. Just give it to Zhang Xian, he will comprehend this matter." Zi Jing felt wronged and walked away sulking, as he thought that teacher Fong Jiua was angry with him about something. Zi Jing thought, "Oh, my heart hurts so much." A short while later, Fong Jiua was holding a child in his arms. His expression at this moment was one of utter confusion. He still couldn't believe that his ancestors could have won so quickly. It had only been a year since they last met, and Fong Jiua had gained a pretty little sister. The child was named Fong Xiaofan by Fong Jinglong. When the baby sucked on Fong Jihua's finger, it thought it was a pacifier, so it bit down hard, causing Fong Jihua to cry out, "Hey, hey, let go quickly. This is not that, don't bite so hard." At that moment, the stepmother Miluo appeared, appearing somewhat hazy, but Fong Jinglong couldn't help but love Shi Jingdong. Miluo smiled widely as she greeted Fong Jihua's son and said that the baby might be hungry and needed milk. Fong Jihua thought to himself, "Why is she so friendly and approachable?" Another servant girl took the baby and walked on. Miluo awkwardly said, "Your dad said you've been having a brain illness recently. I wonder if your illness has relapsed?" Fong Jihua, with a bewildered expression, replied, "No." Inside, he silently thought, "Someone please appear to end this boring conversation for me." Suddenly, a sword was thrust straight into the ground. Fong Jiao's face turned pale as a banana leaf, not knowing what was happening. The beauty Miluo suddenly transformed into Shi Nu, pointing firmly and saying, "If my son has any enemies here, just tell me. I will send that person to meet King of Hell in no time. Okay? By this way, mother and I will become closer and more intimate." Fong Jihua thought to himself, "What a salty taste my dad has. Isn't it true that all men like gentle and cute women? Could it really be that fighting each other would lead to feelings? Is anything allowed, oh dear?" Fong Jihua said to Miluo, "I know that you want to have a good relationship with me, but I always persuade others with my virtues. Around us, there are only friends and no enemies." Miluo, hearing this, scratched her head, feeling confused, and asked Fong Jihua what he wanted and that she would help him. Fong Jihua confidently pointed to the sky and declared, "I want to get married." Miluo's eyes widened in surprise. After that, she burst out laughing, praised her son for being so straightforward, and asked, "Who do you like? Mother will arrange a match for you right away." Fong Jihua replied, "That is Princess Xiu Rong, the daughter of the emperor." At this moment, Miluo smiled awkwardly and said, "Can you change your choice or have a different wish? This is truly out of this world." Upon hearing this, Fong Jihua's face fell. "I have feelings for no one but her. If you can't manage it, then so be it. Fortunately, I am also on my way to conquer the princess, so it's alright." A while later, in the room of the beautiful princess, she cheerfully told Fong Jihua, "I've heard that you have a little sister, right?" Fong Jihua replied with a faint smile, "That's correct." "How did you know about this so quickly, princess?" The princess asked back, "Don't you Shi Jingdong's daughter?" Fong Jihua responded, "It's not that I don't Shi Jingdong, it's just that I can't accept the fact that my father has a close relationship with a woman without telling me. He even had a child. What's even harder to accept is that my name is Fong Jiua, while he named this child Fong Xiaofan. If you don't know how to name a child, don't choose a name at all. With such similar names, what if we end up with the same name? The princess then said, the reason your father chose that name has a purpose. He wanted to show that he is always thinking of you. Your father truly cares for you. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was taken aback as he recalled past events. Fong Jiua recounts, before, he had heard many people say that he was very mischievous in the past. His father had to worry about him while also providing for the family. His life was very difficult. But when he became ill, his father called for someone to perform acupuncture, not sparing any expense to treat him. Later, when his father became wealthier, having 3 or 4 concubines was quite normal for a man like him. However, for his father, he dismissed all the matchmakers who came to the house. He truly loved him very much. Miluo and the little girl arrived at the capital palace. The emperor summoned Miluo to the capital palace. On the surface, it was to settle an old grudge, but in reality, the emperor wanted to closely inspect whether she could enter the Fong Jinglong family. As long as Miluo could win the emperor's trust, otherwise, both father and son would have to live outside, or his father and Miluo would be separated for 1,000 years, never to meet again. The princess, upon hearing this, looked sad. Then she revealed, I had previously asked the queen mother, and she agreed to meet your stepmother. If the queen mother accepts her, then she will be the one the queen mother personally meets. At that time, no one would dare to mention her past again. Fong Jiua was delighted and hurriedly clasped his hands to thank the princess. If the queen mother accepts it, it would be nothing better. At this moment, the princess felt shy, her cheeks flushed, and said, there's no need to thank me. You and I have so many ties, helping you is nothing, right? After that, Fong Jiua opened his heart more. He said, this lovely little sister is a cherished member of our family. Stepmother Miluo also gradually became closer to Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua praised the little girl, saying she would surely be beautiful and intelligent like him in the future. In fact, when mentioning Fong Jiua, the students in Jiangxi would immediately think of the image of a handsome young master, talented and intelligent. But now, he looked like he was no different from a long-time addict. The students wondered, what has happened to our great ancestor? How come he has become so worn and haggard, deteriorating so quickly? To understand the reason, one must go back to days before. At 2 a.m. Fong Jiua was awakened by the cries of his little sister piercing through the night, making it impossible for him to sleep peacefully, his eyes bloodshot. Fong Jiua just told the maid that the baby has been crying all night. Why does it have so many tears? After that, he raised his voice and shouted, I warn you, if you cry anymore, I won't be nice to you. The frightened baby widened its eyes, then happily sucked on Fong Jihua's finger. The maid exclaimed, the baby has stopped crying, sir. So Fong Jihua brushed himself off and said he would go back to sleep. Right after that, the baby started crying loudly again. Fong Jihua became annoyed, pointed his finger sternly, and the baby immediately started sucking on his finger. Fong Jihua was surprised and tried sucking his own finger to see what it tasted like. He was startled to realize that baby Shi Jingdong had a sweet taste on his finger. The maid reminded him, before the baby is weaned, it shouldn't be allowed to eat or drink anything else, or it won't want to drink mother's milk anymore. Hearing this, Fong Jihua immediately pulled his finger away, no longer allowing the baby to suck. The baby blinked tears, looking very pitiful, but Fong Jihua said, I am a tough young man, not so easily softened like that, darling. The next day, Fong Jihua's 5 fingers were swollen, along with his dumbfounded face. So, was the tough young man really done for? Suddenly, the maid rushed in, reporting, young lady has woken up, sir. The young lady wants to suck on her fingers again. Fong Jihua was dumbstruck and said, there are no fingers left, they are all gone. But the child teared up, wanting to suck on her fingers no matter what. Fong Jihua couldn't bear to see her so pitiful, so he immediately rummaged through all sorts of jars and bottles, his hands and feet moving in a flurry. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully crafted a baby bottle. Fong Jiua handed it to his younger sibling Xiaofan and said, "Go ahead and suck on it." The younger sibling joyfully began to suck on the baby bottle. The maid witnessed this scene and was left speechless, only able to stand there with an ellipsis. Thus, a long-term single young man without a wife found himself bearing the heavy responsibility of parenting, changing diapers, feeding, potty training, putting to sleep, and so on. Every task Fong Jiua had to do was all-encompassing. The group of young students, upon discovering this incident, huddled together to whisper among themselves, "How could a great person like teacher Fong Jiua be doing such trivial things? We have no idea what he's thinking." After hearing a group of students gossiping about him, Fong Jiua raised his voice and said, "I have a very important book I want to teach my students." The entire group eagerly asked back, "What book is it, teacher? Is it about the upcoming exam? Please show us." Fong Jiua replied, "It is the method of stimulating Jingdong in women, the most scientific and accurate way." Everyone was shocked and spat blood everywhere. At that moment, while Fong Jiua was busy taking care of a child at home, Miluo had come to meet Emperor Hongji to receive his first summons from the royal court. Fong Jiua was secretly worried, thinking, "My father has been loyal, dedicating his whole life to the imperial court. If Miluo is not careful and speaks too roughly, frightening the emperor, both I and my father could be kicked out of the capital palace." In reality, Miluo was the leader of the rebel forces, which had caused significant headaches for officials, grand ministers, and even Emperor Hongji in finding ways to cope. Upon seeing Miluo arrive, the officials were frightened, their faces darkened, while the emperor looked extremely tense. If any mistake occurred, he would immediately order action against Miluo. Miluo had now knelt down, clasping her hands in reverence to the emperor. The emperor then asked, "Have you recognized your wrongdoing?" Miluo replied, "In the past, I committed heinous crimes. At present, I am deeply remorseful. I know the emperor has a heart as vast and wide as the ocean. I hope the emperor will forgive me and grant me an opportunity to atone for my mistakes." Upon hearing this, the emperor was taken aback, silently praising, "Fong Jinglong is indeed formidable. Not only has he taught his son well, but he has also taught his wife to change so rapidly. Truly remarkable." Next, Miluo presented the emperor with a thick stack of books. She said, "This is the golden ledger containing information about 370,000 residents of Guizhou. I humbly offer it to the emperor." The golden ledger of the Ming Dynasty is similar to today's household registration books, recording information such as the number of people in a family, each person's occupation, hometown, and where they reside. The golden ledger serves as a resource for tax assessment in a region and, more broadly, for an entire country. Without taxes from the people, a nation cannot develop. Even if there is a desire to construct various infrastructure such as transportation, roads, rivers, and maritime routes, there would be no means to carry this out. To make the country prosperous, we must first build roads for the people. The Ming Dynasty implemented policies to restrain the indigenous people in the northwest. This was a policy of soft governance aimed at preventing uprisings by granting the locals a certain degree of autonomy. This policy meant that the natives were not allowed to be recorded in the Ming Dynasty's gold ledger, so they did not pay taxes to the Ming Dynasty for a long time. At this moment, the emperor could no longer maintain his serious demeanor and laughed very Jingdong. But right after that, he coughed a few times and asked Miluo about the reform of governance in Guizhou. He explained to Jingdong that due to the soft governance policy, the autonomous rights of the people in Guizhou were led by a leader, and that leader had become a minor the emperor. That person was very Jingdong oppositional and caused trouble for the emperor. The emperor, with a stern expression, pointed and said, "I call you big brother to give you some face. Do not act high and mighty to teach me." The emperor angrily shouted, "You are truly disrespectful. I will find a skilled general to teach you a lesson. Darn your grandmother." He immediately took out a firearm to threaten, "This is my land, my playground, I have the right. Even if you call someone here, I will handle them all. The locals in Guizhou are very unruly and violent. They do not comply with the laws of the Ming Dynasty."
Furthermore, there are language barriers and different customs, making it increasingly difficult for both sides to harmonize. Miluo then clasped his hands and said, "The people my husband sent are not ordinary officials, but deputy generals and seasoned soldiers, knowledgeable about agriculture and stronger than others."
The life of the people in Guizhou is truly very impoverished.
The invited individuals introduced themselves to the people of Guizhou as coming here to cultivate crops and produce food, in order to help the impoverished people who will no longer suffer from hunger.
When the poor people of Guizhou learned about this, the language barrier was no longer an issue. As long as they receive food, they will be extremely grateful and respectful to those who have helped them.
Miluo continued, after that, the group sent by Fong Jinglong taught the people of Guizhou to learn Zhong language. When teaching Zhong language, the culture of the Ming Dynasty will naturally be brought up. Miluo continued to explain Shi Jingdong, the people at that time would gradually harmonize with the culture of the Ming Dynasty. Through refined and skillful methods, without the need for violence, coercion, or threats, the people of Guizhou slowly accepted the leadership of the Ming Dynasty and embraced their culture. Their fondness for the Ming Dynasty also grew increasingly. After hearing Miluo's recounting, Lu Nian raised his hand to press like and praised Fong Jinglong as truly a master.
The way to win over the people in Guizhou was indeed nothing short of remarkable. The emperor also asked Fong Jinglong, "Have you really conquered the people of Guizhou? Just in such a short time?" Miluo replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." But the emperor was very insightful regarding the Ming Dynasty.
He guessed that a general whose life had been filled with killing enemies like Fong Jinglong would never come up with such a clever way to conquer the people. This was a method that Miluo had devised. Miluo then added, "I just want to help my husband and redeem the mistakes I have made, Your Majesty." At this moment, the emperor smiled and silently praised Fong Jinglong, indeed a genius. He had the secret technique to turn enemies into his wife. It was truly remarkable.
The emperor thought to himself, "Well done, Fong Jinglong.
You have tamed a woman of the Ming Dynasty, skilled as she is.
Contributing to the Ming Dynasty is truly remarkable." So the emperor asked Miluo, "You do not have a Chinese name yet, do you? Now I believe that you are willing to be loyal and serve my Ming Dynasty. You shall take the surname Lu and be named Rui."
Miluo immediately clasped her hands. "Thank you, the emperor, for this name.
From now on, I will have only one name, and that is Lu Rui." Fong Jiua, standing outside, smiled with joy.
When the emperor gave her a Chinese name, it meant that Miluo had been accepted by the emperor and her sins were forgiven. Sometime later, since the emperor had allowed the soldiers to fish at sea, Ningbo County had developed tremendously. Merchants had the opportunity to get rich by purchasing, processing, and selling fish to the people. The citizens had more job opportunities, higher wages, and their lives increasingly flourished. The nobility bought large quantities of fish and resold it elsewhere. These gentlemen enjoyed a very luxurious life, living off others without working, which was in stark contrast to the principles of a certain teacher who had once proclaimed. General Shi Jingdong felt truly frustrated that now there was a powerful army mobilized to suppress pirates, yet day after day, month after month, they only fished and did not engage in any battles. He deeply wished for the pirates to come so that he could have an opportunity to fight a grand battle with them. Not long after, in the capital palace, someone shouted, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty! There is a serious matter. The southeast has reported an urgent situation. The pirates have attacked Taizhou province.
We need someone to respond urgently, Your Majesty."
Upon hearing this, the emperor became so furious that he cursed, "These pirates are indeed wicked and cruel, they rob and kill people like weeds.
The people of Taizhou must be terrified and scared. Young and old, they spare none.
The soldiers guarding Taizhou are certainly very weak now, they must have been completely wiped out." The emperor was so enraged that he slammed his hand down on the chair with a loud thud. At this moment, in Ningbo County, since Taizhou was very close to Ningbo, who Shan had also received the news and angrily cursed the pirates, "Those damned dogs attacked Taizhou without attacking Ningbo. They are truly underestimating us." General Shi Jingdong stroked his chin and thought, "Our Ningbo County is clearly wealthier, yet it is hated by those pirates.
If they truly only wanted to plunder, they should be coming to rob us instead. Yet, they are attacking Taizhou. I do not know the reason for that. Shi Jingdong continued, "Ah, I see. Ningbo is indeed their target. They are attacking from the east and west, pretending to strike Taizhou to lure the troops and cavalry around there to assist Taizhou. Then, taking advantage of that, they will immediately attack us. How clever!" He gleefully praised himself. Finally, they are attacking Ningbo. Let them come.
In the capital palace, Lun Yan had also discovered this situation and explained to the emperor, Taizhou province is surely just bait.
Next, the pirates will quickly attack Ningbo.
The emperor, worried, wanted to send reinforcements to Ningbo, but Lun Yan advised that it was already too late.
Then, Xie Qian turned to Fong Jiua and asked, "How many soldiers are currently in Ningbo?" Fong Jiua definitely replied, 300 people. He angrily asked again, "What? Are you joking with me? The army there has been recruited and trained for so long, yet there are only 300 people. How could that be enough to deal with this situation? Previously, about 400 pirates had killed thousands of soldiers. What can your 300 people do?" Fong Jiua was harshly criticized and felt belittled. However, he quickly regained his composure, clenched his fists, and stated confidently, "You don't have to worry about this. I ensure that Ningbo County will swiftly eliminate the pirates. Let's just wait for the victory news, and then we can celebrate."
The two men in red were left speechless, their faces bewildered. The emperor, on the other hand, had a very tense expression, as he could only place his trust in those soldiers at that moment. Afterward, everyone left the room. The crown prince excitedly told Fong Jiua, "Let's go to Ningbo to assist Tang Banhu and the soldiers in fighting the pirates." But Fong Jiua refused. Previously, we had entrusted them with the task of guarding Ningbo port. Therefore, we must wholeheartedly believe that they will succeed. The crown prince asked again, "But what if we fail? What if our soldiers are completely wiped out?" Fong Jiua immediately replied, "I still have 4 talented disciples. If we fail, I will send my disciples to Ningbo to rebuild a new army until we completely eradicate the pirates. With 4 chances left, we will definitely win." However, some people were still skeptical that Fong Jiua was speaking nonsense. They believed that the soldiers in Ningbo were currently very strong, and if we went there, it would only make them feel that we do not trust them. Let our army have a chance to demonstrate their strength. At this moment, the two generals Hu Shan and Shi Jingdong were standing proudly waiting for the pirates to arrive. General Hu Shan desired a one-on-one duel with each pirate so they could see his strength. General Shi Jingdong was also unafraid of confrontation and was ready to fight. Previously, the people in Ningbo County had lived a very happy life as the guards went out to sea to fish every day. But right now, in preparation for the fight against the pirates, for many days, the soldiers just lay around on the beach and did nothing. As a result, the merchants and nobles no longer had fish to sell. They gathered to curse Hu Shang, the district magistrate, saying, "He is acting crazy. If he doesn't let the soldiers go out to fish, how will they make a living?" Magistrate Hu Shang replied, "If you don't understand anything about the guava, don't bark nonsense. Currently, the pirates have already attacked Taizhou, so our soldiers in Ningbo must always be on guard. They can attack at any time." The old man with the white beard retorted, "The pirates attacked Taizhou and have already withdrawn their troops. When would they have the time to come attack us in Ningbo anymore?" However, Magistrate Hu Shang told old Whitebeard to shut up and go home. He said, "If they don't come today, they may come tomorrow. If they haven't come yet, then the soldiers can't go out to fish. Do you understand now?" Old Whitebeard was so angry that he wanted to rush in and hit Hu Shang. The men around him joined in, cursing Hu Shang, "You're an old fool. I have invested several thousand taels to open a fish shop. If there are no fish, what will I sell?" One person said, "And that other man has accepted a deposit from the fish buyer of several hundred taels, all of which are significant and intimate business deals. If we can't deliver the fish, then how will I do business again?" The district magistrate Hu Shang sternly asked, "What if the pirates attack us unexpectedly?
What if the soldiers are out at sea fishing and can't return in time? Your lives won't matter then, right? Don't even think about doing any trading.
Old Whitebeard still wanted the soldiers to go out to sea to fish, and he didn't care whether the pirates came or not. District Magistrate Hu Shang was also well aware that these men had high walls around their homes and secure hiding places. You only think about your own interests. What about the lives of the thousands of poor people out there?
Old Whitebeard asked again, when will the soldiers go back out to fish? I need an exact answer.
District Magistrate Hu Shang replied, it's impossible to know. All I can tell you is that if the pirates haven't come yet and haven't been completely eradicated, then all of us are still at risk of being attacked by them at any time. This answer made Old Whitebeard feel regret for his precious children who were gradually flying up to the sky. In the days when the pirates had not yet been eradicated, he could not earn a single silver coin. The man in the blue shirt collapsed in despair, feeling as if his lover had left him for another. Meanwhile, the man in the brown shirt had effectively gone bankrupt. All the money he had invested in the store had vanished completely. In fact, prior to this, Tang Banhu had cheerfully told County Magistrate Hu Shan, those noblemen and wealthy merchants, who have grown accustomed to living a life of luxury for an extended period, when the prosperous business suddenly comes to an end, you will feel as if bitten by a spicy chili pepper and will frantically seek all ways to exterminate the pirates. Tang Banhu advised that we should take advantage of this to fight against the pirates. Currently, just as Tang Banhu had predicted, Mr. Whitebeard radiated killing intent like a roaring flame. He then exerted himself like a Super Saiyan at the final level, transforming and shouting, "Damn those pirates, I swear I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." So the men shouted that they would contribute gold, silver, and everything they could to County Magistrate Hu Shan. You must kill those bastards.
No matter the cost, we will donate everything to you. The official Hu Shang, upon hearing this, laughed with delight and praised the gentlemen for their kindness.
He said, currently, the pirates do not know how they have obtained so much information about our Ningbo County. I suspect they have spies colluding with the people on land. If these individuals reveal our confidential information, it will be very difficult to wipe out all the pirates. Thus, the gentleman hurried off faster than a dog thief. After that, Whitebeard grabbed the collar of one scoundrel and asked, "Why do you have so many foreign language books in your house? Are you a spy for the pirates?" Another gentleman discovered a defense map of the Ming Dynasty in another scoundrel's house and angrily seized him by the neck, shouting, "You damn fool, you're so poor yet you hide this thing in your house. What are you planning to do, sell it to the pirates? Then you shall die." The brown-clad man was torturing a family member and asked, "Why do you have so many treasures from abroad? You must be a damn smuggler working with the pirates." All those suspected of being spies colluding with the pirates were completely captured and locked up. A short while later, in the dead of night, the boats from the sea were just approaching the land. The guards discovered them and immediately rang the bell loudly to signal the townspeople to wake up. "The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming! Everyone, quickly prepare to fight." Old Whitebeard gasped in horror, not believing that the pirates had actually arrived. He turned to see the soldiers with serious expressions, which struck him as very strange. He wondered if they were afraid, but to his surprise, he realized that they all felt excited. "Finally, this day has come. We've been waiting for you guys for quite a while." Prior to this, Tang Banho had made a bet with the soldiers. Each pirate is worth 10 pieces of silver with no limit. The number of pirates you kill will earn you that much silver. The opportunity to get rich has finally come for you, okay? The whole group cheered loudly. Tang Banho is truly amazing. We will definitely kill them all without letting any escape. You can rest assured. Right now, the soldiers were full of youth and high spirits, shouting loudly, "Here comes our chance to change our lives. It's all silver. We will definitely not let any of them escape." General Shi Jingdong was also frightened by this group of soldiers. He was sweating profusely and reminded his comrades to stay calm. "Let's wait until they get a little deeper before we act. It would be a pity if they managed to escape." At this moment, Old Whitebeard felt terrified and shouted, "Are these soldiers not afraid of death? Such bravery can only mean they're all mad." Shi Jingdong also sensed that something was wrong, his face filled with confusion.
In the past, he used to encourage his troops to bravely charge into battle, but now he earnestly advised them not to be too excited. Are they crazy, or are we the ones who are crazy? Currently, the attacker of Ningbo was one of the greatest pirate leaders in the southeast, known as Nca Walang. Although he was a leader, his appearance looked quite shabby. A bald underling said, "There are people on shore sounding the alarm. It seems that Ningbo County has some very well-trained soldiers. There must be Ming Dynasty troops ambushing us on the shore." However, the pirate general dismissed this with contempt, saying, "The Ming Dynasty army is like a chick. What I, Shi Jingdong, fear most is being ambushed by the Ming Dynasty troops." The name of the bandit captain continued, "Every time we fight them, our soldiers just need to raise their swords and those Ming Dynasty soldiers run like a pack of dogs. After that, we chase them to their ends and slaughter them, enjoying ourselves without sparing a single one." The thrill of hunting down the Ming Dynasty soldiers in Taizhou is still fresh in my mind. Ha 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 ha. Then everyone burst into loud laughter, feeling very triumphant. The big brother was absolutely right, the Ming Dynasty soldiers were just a bunch of useless vermin, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the bald-headed man jolted and noticed a large group of soldiers gathering densely. The bald-headed man immediately pointed and shouted, "There's a bunch of useless Ming Dynasty soldiers over there." Captain Nca Walang immediately picked up a weapon and commanded, "You guys, get ashore, slaughter all of them. Let them know who is truly the king of the seas." Then, all the pirates leaped ashore, racing forward like the wind. The soldiers on the shore shouted loudly, "The pirates are coming, we must run." Hearing this, the bandit captain became even more pleased and shouted loudly, "The Ming Dynasty soldiers are still as useless as ever. Seeing us approach, they run away like a dog. Ha ha ha." However, in fact, these soldiers had been sent out earlier by Hu Shirshan to tempt the pirates. Hu Shirshan also advised, "We must not act hastily, let's lure them a little deeper, and then we will ambush the whole lot, leaving not a single one to escape." Afterwards, the pirates continued to dash deeper in pursuit. The pirate captain was even more eager, claiming, "The Ming Dynasty troops are about to exhaust themselves, and we will enjoy the thrill of slaughtering them." But unexpectedly, Hu Shirshan shouted loudly, "The opportunity has come, brothers, let's charge into battle." At that, all the soldiers turned around, ready with their weapons. The bald pirate was struck with fear and screamed, "Why are they not running anymore?" The pirate captain Nca Walang was over the moon, thinking that the Ming Dynasty soldiers had given up. He urged, "Fly forward, let's feast on their flesh." Thus, all the pirates charged ahead. But the Ming Dynasty soldiers were ready. In the eyes of these young men, the pirates were merely giant moving stones. One overly excited young soldier shouted, "There are more than 400 of them, that's more than 4,000 quantities of silver, brothers." So the group of soldiers rushed in like wild beasts escaping from their cages, shouting loudly, "We are about to become rich. Kill them all, and we will become wealthy tycoons." They chanted, "Fish, fish, fish, fish." General Shi Jingdong reminded them, "Our soldiers are the most talented and have been thoroughly trained." He told them to remember their daily drills, maintain formation, and eliminate all the pirates. Nevertheless, he felt a bit worried as he recalled their previous defeat against those cunning pirates. He reminded the soldiers not to underestimate the strength of their foes. But Hu Shirshan was too reckless, shouting loudly, "You brothers have nothing to fear from these pirates. Smash them to pieces for me." He did not understand how difficult it was to advise the soldiers to remain calm. Shi Jingdong did not expect to encounter such a reckless man. With no other option, he darted up, determined to fight against the pirates. With years of experience as a rogue, Hu Shirshan possessed formidable martial arts skills. He charged in like King Kong, wanting to duel one-on-one with the pirate commander Nca Walang. The pirate general laughed triumphantly, confident that he could easily kill the large and powerful Hu Shirshan with just one stroke of his sword. At that moment, his bald companion advised him not to be too loud. Although the white-bearded man was as big as an elephant, he moved very agilely and wore iron armor, making him not easy to deal with. The pirate general was very clever and had prepared thoroughly, targeting the weak spot on Hu Shirshan's side, where there was no armor. So he gleefully charged in with 2 swords in hand. But just 1 second later, he was gently blocked by Hu Shan, causing both swords to be lodged in the ground, and he fell flat on his face. The pirate general was completely shocked, questioning what was happening. He felt as if he had just collided with a cargo truck. Meanwhile, Hu Shan did not understand, why are pirates not as strong as he had heard, but now seemed like killing a mosquito. So, are they really that strong? After that, with such an attractive bounty, killing a pirate would earn 10 quantities of silver from Tang Banhu. At that moment, the Ming Dynasty soldiers seemed to be empowered with 999 points. One young man smashed 2 pirates' heads together, instantly earning 20 quantities of silver. Mr. Hu Shan only needed 1 strike to kill 10 pirates and receive 100 quantities of silver. At the spot of another young soldier, when a pirate charged at him intending to attack, the young soldier quickly used one hand to hold both of the pirate's arms raised with a sword. The pirate could not move, trembling like a scared dog. The young soldier asked, "What on earth did you eat to become so strong? Can you let go of my hands so I can negotiate peace?" Immediately, the young soldier delivered a stabbing blow to the pirate, causing him to bleed profusely, and replied, "Let this guy know that I have eaten you. The more of your kind I kill, the more silver I'll earn and the more I will be able to consume." The bald man at that moment was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. He thought Ming Dynasty soldiers were just rookies, but today they were beyond his wildest imagination. So he immediately ran faster than when being chased by dogs, shouting, "You all better run quick." The group of soldiers from the Ming Dynasty was startled and turned around, seeing their shining gold pieces running away. One soldier with bloodshot eyes shouted, "Our gold and silver are fleeing. Brothers, quickly chase after them, don't let a single piece get away." After a while, County Magistrate Hu Shang arrived, his eyes wide open like an owl. More than 400 pirates had been completely wiped out in just one night. Hu Shang was in tears because this was the first time the Ming Dynasty had achieved a complete victory against the pirates. He wanted to report this matter to the emperor immediately. When the emperor in the capital palace received the news, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, "This is truly incredible." He enthusiastically praised the soldiers in Ningbo, saying that they were truly formidable. The pirates, with such terrifying strength, had been completely eradicated. We feel proud and very excited about this matter. After just half a year of recruiting and training soldiers, they were able to eliminate all the pirates. Let us quickly go to Jiangxi to inquire how the National Guard mansion trains its soldiers. Soon after, in Jiangxi, someone stood up to speak. The person said, "I know that the soldiers fighting against the pirates have been loyal and brave. They have devoted themselves entirely to the country and are ready to sacrifice. Therefore, they easily defeated the pirates. However, the Crown Prince believes that what matters is money. In fact, there is only one word to solve Shi Jingdong, and that is money. I have ordered to spend money to provide them with food and rewards. Each time they kill a pirate, they will receive a cash reward. The more they kill, the more money they will have. By doing this, the soldiers will feel that their efforts in the life and death battle are worthwhile." The students still argued that money does not have such power. "I still believe they are loyal and patriotic people, that is the main reason." The Crown Prince replied that, no matter how loyal and patriotic the soldiers are, with an empty stomach, they cannot fight well. Such trivial desires as hunger can diminish their fighting strength. The Crown Prince emphasized that, without food, the soldiers will not be able to fight, and the enemies will laugh at them. The Crown Prince continued, "For example, my father, he wants to be a great emperor, but he always wants Mr. Xie Qian and Mr. Lun Yan to speak well of him. Doing so is no different from a farce." Currently, the emperor and the 2 grand ministers below have heard everything that has been said. The 3 men did not expect that the Crown Prince would be so unreasonable. The young man, still unaware, continued to preach, "You all should look at reality. Everyone has their own selfish desires, whether it is the emperor or anyone else. Even if you want to be a wise sage, that is nothing wrong, it is a desire of everyone. But right now, you scholars have a bad habit, that is wanting to be wise sages while forcing others to do what you think. The crown prince went on, soldiers are just ordinary people, they do not have the desire to become wise sages. In fact, their only simple wish is to have enough to eat and live a better life. If these needs are not guaranteed, then they have no reason to risk their lives to serve the country. At that time, both the spirit and the physical condition of the soldiers will decline significantly. I have said all that needs to be said. I am going to eat to fill my stomach now. As the crown prince stepped outside, someone called out loudly, "The crown prince, please stop. The emperor has something to say to you." The crown prince immediately had an expression as if he had eaten something unpleasant. In his heart, he thought, why is this happening? Does he not know if he can hear anything? The emperor then said, I am here to inform you of good news. Initially, I wanted to ask you about how to train the soldiers here. But after listening to your passionate lecture, I realized that if the soldiers are well fed and have rewards for victory, they will serve the imperial court regardless of their own lives. This lecture was excellent, you truly are my son. However, there is one thing I want to gently remind you, my beloved son, when lecturing students, do not speak ill of me. The crown prince immediately put on an adorable expression and said, I would never speak ill of you, dear father. My intention was only to praise you for your grand aspirations to become a magnificent emperor. But father, please take my advice this time. You are already a wonderful emperor, so there is no need to hide a few minor flaws so meticulously. Ah, he. The emperor felt extremely upset but still had to acknowledge that his son's lesson was correct. The brothers in the team, including Fong Jiua, secretly hoped the emperor would deal with that damn crown prince as harshly as possible. He had reported too much in Jiangxi and was unbearable anymore. In fact, the pirates had not been completely eradicated. General Shi Jingdong had boarded a ship with soldiers to chase after the pirates, pursuing them all the way to Baiwei Island, their stronghold. General Shi Jingdong, with tears in his eyes, pointed and said, that is our ship, stolen by the pirates. It was right here that our Ming Dynasty suffered a humiliating defeat. On this island, I estimate there are about 1,500 pirates, but right now we only have 300 men. Immediately, the soldiers' eyes brightened, and they whispered to each other, as many as 1,500? Isn't that 15,000 quantity of silver? So delicious, so tempting. General Shi Jingdong was so furious that he could not find the words to respond. At that moment, a bald man standing on the island shouted loudly, brothers, quickly kill them all. Let them see the power of our king of the seas. Let's go. The soldiers of the Ming Dynasty discovered that the pirates were approaching in droves. General Shi Jingdong shouted, brothers, let's form the battle line as we practiced before. Immediately, 5 soldiers established a powerful defensive and offensive formation. At that moment, Shi Jingdong smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the previous training had indeed been effective. The combat techniques and tactics had seeped into the very bones of the soldiers. Suddenly, a pirate charged in to attack but only struck the shield of the young soldier in front. Right after, another soldier stabbed a spiky spear into the bald pirate, causing him to flinch and raise his hands to defend. In an instant, another soldier pierced this pirate's armpit, leaving him cold and causing him to fall, officially meeting the king of hell. After a while, 300 Ming soldiers defeated over 1,500 pirates. One soldier fighting against 5 and still winning was truly miraculous. At this moment, the soldiers shouted loudly, we have succeeded. We have killed all the pirates, not a single one is left. General Shi Jingdong wept like a waterfall, secretly thinking that Fong Jihua's strategy was truly powerful. The military secrets presented by Fong Jihua were indeed a wonderful truth. Later, the Ming Dynasty soldiers found beautiful women who had been captured by the pirates and held here for nefarious purposes. Some other soldiers discovered the hiding place of the pirates' treasures and provisions. When they opened it, they saw a mountain of gold and silver, jewels sparkling, so much that it was hard to believe. Tang Banha looked at the treasures and was stunned, his eyes wide open in amazement. After some time, the fleet returned to the mainland. Hu Shan was delighted that everyone had returned victorious, and the nobles and merchants were also pleased because fish would soon be available for sale.
Subsequently, Emperor Hongji learned that the soldiers from Ningbo had successfully destroyed the pirates' lair. He summoned General Shi Jingdong and County Magistrate Hu Shang to the capital palace. These two were also individuals he had never met before. The emperor eagerly asked, "How should I reward you two gentlemen?" Mr. Shi Jingdong clasped his hands and addressed the emperor. "When I first arrived in Ningbo County, I was disheartened and thought that I would never be able to become a general again. However, after reading the training manuals for soldiers by Fong Jiua, I regained boundless hope, believing that I could defeat the pirates. This made me realize that there are still great individuals like him in this world. I humbly ask the emperor to issue an imperial edict allowing Fong Jiua to take me as his disciple." The emperor widened his eyes, utterly astonished. After a moment, he said, "Do not be so loud. Even if I were to issue an imperial edict, if Fong Jiua does not wish to accept you, you still would not have the chance to become his disciple." So, sometime later, at Fong Jihua's place, Mr. Shi Jingdong clasped his hands and loudly proclaimed, "Disciple Shi Jingdong pays respects to Master Fong Jihua. Today, I come here to express my immense respect for my master." Fong Jihua was taken aback that Mr. Shi Jingdong would recognize him as a master so boldly. Mr. Shi Jingdong then kneeled down and exclaimed, "Thanks to the military manual granted by my master to me, only after reading it did I realize my mistakes and come to understand many things. From that point, I was able to achieve victory over the wicked pirates." Shi Jingdong continued, "Disciple has asked the emperor to issue an imperial edict for master to accept the disciple as an apprentice. Disciple also hopes that Master Fong Jihua will give disciple a chance to contribute well to master." Fong Jihua hurriedly told Shi Jingdong to stand up. "How can I be worthy to be your master?" Fong Jihua felt guilty because the military strategies had been copied from General Ji Keguang, who happened to be the biological son of Shi Jingdong. But Shi Jingdong was like a fanatical admirer, determined to have Fong Jihua as his master. If not, he would kneel there forever and never stand up. Fong Jihua did not expect to encounter someone so stubborn. He awkwardly smiled and told Shi Jingdong, "Don't act like this, because I truly do not dare to accept you as a disciple." Then Shi Jingdong used his final tactic: "If master does not accept the disciple, then the rest of the disciple's life will have nothing worth living for. Tonight the disciple will go to Saigon Bridge and jump down to die." Upon hearing this, Fong Jihua's face went blank, and he had no choice but to reluctantly accept Shi Jingdong as his disciple. Mr. Hu Shang, hiding to the side, witnessed this scene and had to hit like for Fong Jihua because it was rare to see this young man so humble. Suddenly, the young man Zi Jing appeared, weeping grotesquely. The young man felt a sharp pain, as he was indeed the most difficult disciple to accept. Previously, he had to risk his life jumping from a tall building, forcing Master Fong Jihua to accept him. The feeling was truly very painful. After that, the emperor asked the district magistrate Hu Shang what he desired as a reward. The magistrate replied, "I do not need anything. I just want to eat well, Your Majesty." The emperor immediately agreed. A moment later, a table filled with many delicious and beautifully presented dishes was laid out. The emperor smiled with delight and said, "Let us enjoy a royal banquet together." However, Mr. Hu Shang stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. The emperor curiously asked, "Why are you not eating? Do you feel that these dishes are so delightful that you are embarrassed to eat them?" Mr. Hu Shang scratched his head and replied, "No, Your Majesty. These dishes do not suit my taste." At this point, the emperor was completely bewildered and at a loss for words. Mr. Hu Shang then started to explain to the emperor. Mr. Hu Shang said, "For example, this braised duck dish, Your Majesty, before braising the duck, you should roast it over charcoal to extract the fat. If you do not do that and braise it directly, the dish will end up greasy and unappetizing." The emperor asked Mr. Hu Shang, "Is the usual meal of the officials in Ningbo so elaborate?" Mr. Hu Shang replied, "It's not that I cannot eat, Your Majesty. It's just that ordinary people do not have rice to eat, so they can only eat yellow croakers. They eat them to the point of fatigue. I hope that the people can have better dishes, so I have been trying every day to research different cooking methods so that they won't get tired of fish anymore." The emperor felt that as long as one eats enough,
the food would be good, but Mr. Hushang disagreed. He argued, if you do not know how to cook, the food will not taste good, and no one will eat it. Isn't that a waste of food? A while later, at Fong Jihua's place, Mr. Hushang wept and told Fong Jihua, the emperor cannot understand my feelings. Today, I ate a lot of food, but I did not find it enjoyable at all. Fong Jihua immediately handed over a chili and said, Jiangxi has a lot of strange fruits and vegetables, you can try the ingredients there and see. Mr. Hushang held the chili in his hand and felt very strange, as he had never seen a fruit shaped like this. So he quickly ran into the kitchen to experiment right away. After a while, he served Fong Jihua 8 dishes, including a dish of fish head cooked with minced chili. Just looking at this dish was enough to see it was unbelievably spicy. Fong Jihua picked up a piece and immediately exclaimed, this dish is truly delicious. However, Mr. Hushang had transformed into Liang Bo Lin, with his lips considerably swollen. He sighed, how can I try this? I feel a burning sensation in my mouth and tongue. Fong Jihua looked at him and sweated profusely, asking if he was okay. Mr. Hushang replied, right now, I feel a tingling sensation, indescribably pleasurable. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning, and a thought struck him. Instantly, he took out a mortar and pestle and began pounding away like a group of young men experiencing a surge of energy. Fong Jihua stood beside, feeling surprised. What is this? Could it be that this guy ate something terrible and went crazy? In a blink of an eye, Mr. Hushang had prepared a jar of some kind of seasoning. Fong Jihua dipped a little bit and tasted it. Immediately his eyes widened in shock as he realized this was the flavor of Shirsan spice. Currently, this is a special seasoning used to marinate dishes such as chicken entrails, Shirsan spice tripe, roasted chicken, roasted duck, grilled meat, grilled fish, or as a condiment with various starchy dishes. Fong Jihua then sprinkled some seasoning into the noodles and tasted it. He immediately exclaimed, oh my god, this is so delicious. It's just like the kind of noodles that grandma used to make for me. Mr. Hushang also tasted it and found the dish even better. He imagined a new business idea. Fong Jihua stood beside him, grinning slyly, thinking, this time there's a chance to make a fortune. Mr. Hushang pulled out a book and said, I don't know what to name this seasoning, we need to find a name that is really elegant and meaningful. Thus, Fong Jihua smiled slyly and said, this kind of spice can be sold to people all over the world, there's no need to give it a fancy name. I propose we name it Hushang Shirsan Xiang. Mr. Hushang questioned, why does this name sound so ridiculous? Fong Jihua immediately explained to Shi Jingdong, this name is very meaningful because it's named after the county magistrate. When this name is mentioned, everyone will immediately think of Hushang as a wonderful chef. Naming it this way shows that you have great confidence in this spice, which will make people willing to trust it and buy more. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hushang was so moved that tears and snot flowed down his face. Fong Jihua, you really know how to think of me. From now on, let's call it Hushang Shirsan Xiang. Boo-hoo. Right after that, Fong Jihua quickly opened a grand store to sell this spice to the people. Come on, everyone passing by, stop in and take a look. This spice contains a magical chili that stimulates blood circulation, helps the body stay healthy, and cures all ailments. Fong Jihua continued to promote, this seasoning is called Jia by Hushang Shirsan Xiang. Buy 1 box, get 2 boxes free, and only pay for 3. Fong Jihua marketed it in a multi-level fashion, yet the crowds of people were still bustling and jostling to buy. The sales were booming like fresh shrimp, truly miraculous. The scene shifts to a vast plain, where an eagle is being held by a man named Ula by its 2 legs. Despite being older, Ula really enjoys playing with large birds. Suddenly, the Taita soldiers appear and ask Ula where he is from. Looking at the malicious expressions of these soldiers, it was clear that nothing good would come of it. Thus, Ula was subjected to a beating by the group of soldiers. However, in reality, Ula was not an ordinary citizen of the Ming Dynasty but the child of a younger sister of the Zhu Queen Mother, making him the grandchild of the Zhu Queen Mother. When the Taita soldiers discovered this, they were very pleased. So you are the grandchild of the Zhu Queen Mother? Be sure to watch him closely. When the Ming Dynasty's reinforcements arrive, we will deal with each one of them.
At this moment, Ula fell into a state of depression, muttering incessantly. On that evening, the two Taita soldiers were fast asleep, while Mr. Jiua was in a state of utter panic. Tears streamed down his face, he just wanted to go home, and his tears flowed continuously. Suddenly, he jolted awake, noticing something in the sky. It was the silhouette of a hot air balloon approaching, truly strange and unbelievable. Mr. Jiua wondered, am I dreaming, as a gigantic balloon appears in the sky? Next, the person in the hot air balloon threw down an anchor, which hooked onto a large rock. The hot air balloon then descended to the ground. Two young men quickly jumped down and grabbed Mr. Jiua. They tucked him under their arms and ran away as fast as the wind. Mr. Jiua shouted in fear, "Who are you?" One of the young men replied, "I am Shinao, the son of Principal Shinyun." Earlier, in the capital palace, when Shu Queen Mother learned that her grandson had been kidnapped, she was overwhelmed with sadness and fell ill in bed. The princess felt great sympathy for her queen mother. If Jiua could not be rescued, her illness would not be curable. Fong Jiua was aware of this situation and told the princess, "You don't need to worry. I will handle this little matter." So, our dear friend concocted a scheme for the two unfortunate individuals, stating, "Among the young students at Jiangxi Academy, these two pupils are those I hold in the highest regard. Therefore, I have an important task to assign to you to demonstrate your abilities." The inseparable brothers Shinao and Shirba were so moved they nearly wept. They rushed at full speed, at all costs, to rescue Mr. Jiua, proclaiming, "We have come here at the behest of teacher Fong Jiua to rescue you." Mr. Jiua wondered, what is happening? That Fong Jiua usually just plays around and has nothing to do, why has he summoned people to rescue me today? Immediately, the two young students angrily scolded, "How dare you speak ill of my teacher? Do you believe I won't throw you back to the Taita, letting them chop you up for the dogs to eat?" Mr. Jiua, in a panic, exclaimed, "Don't do that. From now on, Fong Jiua is my parent. I won't dare to speak nonsense anymore." Then, Mr. Jiua was thrown onto a hot air balloon by the two young men. He slammed his back down onto the ground, his mouth agape, his eyes wide open, and let out a loud, piercing scream. The three soldiers from Taita immediately woke up in shock when they discovered Mr. Jiua was trying to escape. Shinao and Shirba turned to see a swarm of Taita people rushing towards them like ants. Suddenly, one foolish soldier cut the tethering line, causing the hot air balloon to soar into the sky. At this moment, Mr. Jiua smugly cursed, "The Taita guys are a bunch of fools, if you're so tough, come and catch me." But unexpectedly, an arrow flew in and pierced the hot air balloon. Shinao thought to himself, "Oh no, the balloon is punctured, we are about to fall to the ground." A Taita soldier shooting at the capital palace below was gloating early, "You guys are about to die. That balloon will drop quickly." However, Shirba responded, "That's not true, Master Fong Jiua anticipated this. He instructed that if the balloon gets punctured and its ascent is affected, the students just need to throw off the objects on the balloon for it to rise again." Shirba immediately threw down an axe. A Taita soldier below, clueless, wondered, "What is that?" When he realized it was an axe, he officially went to meet King of Hell. The three soldiers beside them watched the scene in shock, mouths gaping and eyes wide, because this person was none other than the Prince of Taita. After the news that Jiua was surrounded by Taita forces reached the capital palace, the Queen Mother thought her beloved grandson had been killed. She was so grief-stricken that she fell ill. Suddenly, an eunuch came to report, "Your Majesty, Jiua has been rescued. He is now on his way to pay his respects to the Queen Mother." Upon hearing the news, the Queen Mother immediately regained her composure, faster than when an old lover betrays her, causing the Emperor to also stare in disbelief, mouth agape. Then, Jiua tearfully recounted to the Queen Mother, "Fong Jiua's students, Shinao and Shirba, created a basket that can fly in the air. They carried me through the clouds back to the capital palace." The Queen Mother, upon hearing this, thought her grandson had lost his mind and could not believe what she was hearing. Jiua replied, "If the Queen Mother does not believe me, you can ask Fong Jiua." He then confidently explained, "When the air inside the balloon is heated, the difference in air density inside and outside the balloon creates lift.
A wicker basket beneath the balloon will rise if we can control the amount of air inside the balloon through a switch. We can control the balloon to ascend or descend at our will. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince immediately declared that Fong Jiua was exaggerating. Unless you fly up for me to see right now, I won't believe it. Fong Jiua then leaned close to the Crown Prince's face and replied, "Well, then, Your Highness, open your eyes wide and see clearly." After that, the fire was lit. The hot air balloon gradually inflated, and it ascended high into the sky. Everyone, especially the Crown Prince, was incredibly amazed. "Oh, it really has flown up, it's truly magical." The Crown Prince's love for excitement was ingrained in his blood, and he put his arm around the young man Shirba, whispering, "Shirba, take me up to the sky." Fong Jiua then told Shirba, "Tell His Royal Highness why you have that scar on your head." Shirba took off the bandage and said, "A long time ago, I fell from the sky to the ground. Fortunately, heaven favored me, and I was only scratched by a branch while hanging on a tree." The details of the story must return to a short while before. When the hot air balloon was still flying in the sky, Mr. Jiua was drenched in sweat, from his armpits to his groin. He anxiously said, "We are about to fly back to the capital palace. How can we bring this thing down now?" Shirba laughed triumphantly and said, "This is as easy as pie. All we need to do is find a suitable spot and drop the anchor down. Once the balloon stabilizes, we just pull the rope down slowly." Mr. Jiua, upon hearing this, felt even more bewildered and asked, "Why don't I see any anchor here?" Everyone suddenly remembered what happened earlier. The Taida soldiers had come and one of them had cut the anchor rope. It was still with the Taida. Mr. Jiua realized he was about to face trouble. His face turned blank as if he just swallowed something unpleasant. Shirba was also stunned, his mouth agape and unable to speak. However, they had no choice but to land. So the three of them wrapped themselves tightly in large pieces of cloth like cocoons. Shin'eo suggested, "If we wrap ourselves like this, even in death, our bodies will remain intact." After that, Shin'eo pulled the pin, extinguishing the flame of the balloon. Instantly, it plummeted down like the wind. The three people on board let out a loud scream. The Crown Prince, after hearing the story, immediately fell ill. "Today, I don't feel so well. Therefore, the plan to fly up to the sky should be postponed." The Crown Prince suddenly threw Lucian up and said, "Whenever there's a difficult matter, let Lucian handle it. Today, you shall represent me and fly up to the sky, Lucian." After that, Lucian was sent soaring into the sky, shouting loudly, "Help me! Save me, Crown Prince! I'm terrified of heights." The Emperor, having witnessed this marvelous spectacle, was extremely delighted. He had never imagined that such a thing could exist in the world. Fong Jiua suddenly laughed triumphantly and said, "This thing is not just for saving people, Your Majesty. It can also be used to observe the enemy. It's very powerful. Although we currently have methods like smoke signals to detect the soldiers of the Taida, this method is ineffective and hard to observe from a distance. However, by deploying more balloons over the desert, we can monitor every movement of the Taida without worrying about them attacking our borders. Occasionally, we can also drop something from above to disrupt the Taida." The Emperor found this to be a great idea and promptly ordered the War Department investigate whether these balloons can be used for the borders. If effective, then immediately manufacture a great number for me. He then said to Shirba, "This time you have achieved great merit by saving Mr. Jiua. In the future, your family will receive annual rewards." Shirba quickly bowed his head to thank the Emperor for the honor. The Emperor then turned to Shin'eo, praising him, "You are very brave and have narrowly escaped death. I see that the daughter of the Shin family has also reached the age of marriage, and my child has grown up as well. Let us choose an auspicious day to unite the two." The Crown Prince stood aside, with a face that was both joyful and shy. Mr. Shin Yun and his son Shin'eo immediately bowed their heads to thank the Emperor for his favor. This time, the ancestors of the Shin family truly received great blessings. The Emperor suddenly continued regarding Fong Master's part, "Your clan has made significant contributions in this matter, so I have decided to take Fong Xiaofan, your sister, into the capital palace for nurturing." Fong Jiao's face instantly darkened like a dog's mouth. silently thinking in his heart, "What is this? Why not reward me with a princess to be the prince consort instead? Moreover, why steal my sister as well?" Shifting the scene to the Taida soldiers. Prince Jiua is the most beloved son of King Taida and the future heir of the Taida clan, equivalent to the position of Crown Prince Zhao Hozhao in the eyes of Emperor Hongji. Currently, the axe is still embedded in the head of Prince Jiua. King Taida grits his teeth, filled with both sorrow and anger. He asks, "Who dares to kill my son, the prince?" A soldier replies, "Your Majesty, it was the people of the Ming Dynasty. We don't know how, but they came flying from the sky to rescue old man Jiua. Then, they threw back an axe that flew straight into the prince's head." The king is startled and asks again, "Is that so?" He then clenches his fists in immense anger and commands, "You there, follow me south and kill all the people of the Ming Dynasty, avenge my son, the prince." Sometime later, in the capital palace, Ma Wensheng says, "Today we mainly discuss the manufacturing of hot air balloons. One hot air balloon costs 300 quantities of silver. The War Department plans to produce 100 of them, totaling 30,000 quantities of silver. What do you think?" The head of the Treasury Department, Li Dongyang, responds, "This figure is still acceptable." Fong Jiua then interjects, "This figure is not just 30,000 quantities of silver. The cost of making hot air balloons is only the initial silver amount. Each hot air balloon also requires an additional 3 to 5 people on board. Therefore, it will cost more silver to pay the soldiers, and we must also account for the cost of fuel as well." Mr. Li Dongyang was sweating and nervously asked again, "So, the cost of this thing never stops, right?" Suddenly, an old man with gray hair and beard named Wang Ao sarcastically spoke up, "That foolish airship of Fong Jiua, you intend to use it to observe the bandits of Taida, right? Currently, our Ming Dynasty has fortresses and signal smoke already. Therefore, investing gold and silver into your airship is simply a waste." This Mr. Wang Ao is also the current teacher of Emperor Hongji. Fong Jiua, unafraid of this old man, responded, "What you say has some truth, but it's easy to talk. The imperial court has spent so much money, yet it has not solved the security issues in the border regions. Isn't that a waste? This means we should try new methods to combat the Taida people. Do you understand, old man?" At this point, Mr. Lun Yan spoke up to mediate, "Both of you calm down. How about we first make 30 experimental airships? If they are effective, we can make more. Is that all right?" Fong Jiua smirked with delight, thinking to himself, "This old man has not experienced life enough, so he needs to be taught a lesson." Meanwhile, Mr. Wang Ao glared, thinking, 30 still seems too extravagant. Unexpectedly, Mr. Eunuch stepped in to report, "Prince Taida has been killed by an axe thrown from a balloon. Currently, King Taida has moved his troops south, attacking our province Great Unity." Mr. Lun Yan and the Emperor, upon hearing this, were startled like a cat stepping on its tail. He could not believe that Shin Ao and Shi Ba were this extraordinary. They rushed into the enemy formation to rescue Mr. Jiua, and furthermore, they even killed their prince. It was unimaginable, even in a dream. Fong Jiua, standing beside, smirked smugly and asked Mr. Wang Ao sarcastically, "The Ming Dynasty army has been stationed in Guanjin province for so long, spending a mountain of silver and provisions every year. Have they ever successfully killed a prince of Taida with just an axe? As far as I know, they haven't. But a balloon, in its first battle, has achieved that feat now, old man." Mr. Wang Ao was humiliated, left speechless. Fong Jiua continued to boast, "Previously, I was modest, merely saying that balloons have a function of observation and discovering enemies. But in reality, they can also kill people invisibly." Fong Jiua continued to blabber, "Throwing objects from a height can cause tremendous damage. Give me 1,000 balloons, I can't say they can flatten the desert, but at least they will make the Taida people feel extremely uneasy and hesitant to act." Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately commanded, "Make 100 balloons right away, to be managed by the local officials and residents of the surrounding areas. These balloons are a crucial strategy for our Ming Dynasty." At that moment, Fong Jiua laughed scornfully at Mr. Wang Ao, who was now sulking like someone who had bitten into a hot pepper without being able to do anything about it. Next, the eunuch delivered more news. We have received a letter from King Taida. He claims to know that Fong Jiua ordered his students to kill his son. He will definitely seek revenge by any means necessary. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua felt as if hit by lightning and wondered, what is this? When did I order those two to do that? In reality, earlier, when Shin Ao and Shi Ba were preparing to head to the Taida territory, Fong Jiua was worried that Shin Ao would be killed if he were to be captured by Taida forces. So he handed Shin Ao a secret letter, instructing Shin Ao, if you happen to be captured, give this letter to the Taida army. The letter will help the student preserve his life. After that, Shin Ao, unable to resist his curiosity, opened it up to read. Inside it stated, my name is Shin Ao, the son of Shin Yun, principal of the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies of the Ming Dynasty, and a prized disciple of Chief of Cavalry Fong Jiua, renowned in the imperial court. After reading, Shin Ao was left dumbfounded, not understanding anything at all. In fact, what Fong Jiua thought was, if Shin Ao is captured by the Taida army and he gives this letter to them, they will see that this young man has a notable background, which may lead them to spare his life or keep him as a hostage, rather than killing him immediately. The actual outcome was that Shin Ao was not captured, but the letter fell into the hands of the Taida army. A new soldier took that letter and presented it to the king of Taida. The king read the content of the letter and immediately thought, that damn fool is provoking me. I am Shin Ao, the son of Shin Yun, principal of the Institute of Historical and Literary Studies of the Ming Dynasty, and I am a prized disciple of Chief of Cavalry Fong Jiua, renowned in the imperial court. Outwardly impressive, yet weak on the inside. King Taida was currently so angry that his chest felt like it was about to explode. He crushed the letter and cursed, that damn dog Shin Ao dares to boast about that damned master Fong Jiua. I swear I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. After that, in the capital palace, an order was issued to recruit a large number of people to protect the airship. The requirements were to be literate, have good eyesight, and be physically fit. This recruitment order was suggested by Fong Jiua to the emperor. Currently, the crown prince found it strange and asked Fong Jiua, why not consider recruiting poor farmers? Our soldiers in Ningbo were quite stable before, weren't they? Fong Jiua immediately explained, the people to be recruited this time are airborne soldiers. The requirements for airborne soldiers must, of course, differ from those of regular soldiers and naval soldiers. In fact, I have used my modern knowledge to understand that Air Force soldiers need to have knowledge and a sharp mind to prevent dangerous situations while in the air. This includes knowledge of wind speed, wind direction, and various complex related factors. The crown prince at that moment sneered, Fong Jiua is not as intelligent as I am. You want intelligent people to be soldiers, but those are just scholars who are well educated and knowledgeable. However, the intellectuals do not want to be soldiers at all. A little while later, in Jiangxi, the crowds gathered even more than when they went to see Blackpink perform. Everyone wanted to register to become a soldier. Fong Jiua smiled triumphantly and asked the crown prince mockingly, Your Highness, what do you think? The intellectuals are just as poor as ordinary people. Wherever there is a salary, there will be soldiers. The crown prince felt embarrassed, his face downcast. Later, Fong Jiua named the new army the Balloon Guard. It took a considerable amount of time to carefully select enough personnel. Those chosen had to memorize the theories written by Fong Jiua, and it was mandatory they fully grasp every single word. After a period of training, these individuals became highly skilled Air Force soldiers. It can be seen that intellectuals are still very important. Then suddenly, bad news struck. In the capital palace, there is currently a person shouting loudly, the emperor. There is a big issue. The walls of Great Unity have inexplicably been blown apart and destroyed. The Taida people are preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Great Unity. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was startled and terrified. However, for some reason, the crown prince was laughing heartily. The emperor leaned in close to the crown prince and asked, What are you laughing about? Tell me, so I can laugh with you. At this moment, the Crown Prince appeared self-satisfied and said, "A few days ago, Fong Jiua and I discussed the Taida army's march southward." The scene shifts to the past, on a night not long ago, when Fong Jiua told the Crown Prince, "It is normal for the Taida people to suddenly die in the desert. Don't you find it strange?" When King Taida, a very calm man, suddenly leads his troops southward because of his son's death. King Taida has many other sons, and once he calms down, he will surely not act recklessly like that. Fong Jiua continued, "Therefore, I suspect that King Taida has some conspirators in great unity. The purpose of pulling the troops south this time is to meet them and collaborate. Afterward, they will work together to occupy great unity, turning it into their territory." The Crown Prince, with his extraordinary intellect, understood immediately. He stroked his chin coolly and said, "I see. What you're implying is that you want me to go into battle, to command the troops to eliminate them, right?" Hearing this, Fong Jiua felt afraid of this guy. Now shifting to the present, the Crown Prince was boasting to his father, the Emperor, "This pass is the closest to the Great Unity Pass. If we station our troops here, the mountains can obstruct the enemy's sight, so we won't have to worry about being ambushed from the direction of Great Unity. The Taida troops have advanced southward and must have been exhausted by the time they launch an attack on Great Unity. Therefore, they will not attack immediately but will camp here first to rest and reorganize their army. We will take advantage of this to set an ambush against them and win." However, Yang Tinghe, the Crown Prince's current teacher, opposed, "This is not acceptable, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Currently, the military and citizens of Great Unity are in dire straits. Do you want to let them fight against Taida by themselves just to take advantage of them? You cannot be so ruthless, can you?" The Crown Prince immediately said, "Mr. Yang Tinghe, stop talking and complaining. Right now, the Taida forces are gathering in large numbers, and you do not want to find a way to fight against them, while also doubting my military strategy. What are your true intentions? If you genuinely care about the people of Great Unity, then go to Great Unity yourself and fight to the death against the Taida. Don't stand here and speak useless words. I feel ashamed for you, Mr. Yang Tinghe." Being scolded like this by his student caused Mr. Yang immense pain. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, why do you insult me like this? If the Crown Prince wants to act this way, so be it. I feel overly disrespected. If the Emperor had said those things to me, I might be able to accept it, but for you, the Crown Prince, someone I once taught, to humiliate me in front of the Grand Ministers, it wounds me more than facing execution." Hoo. Hearing Mr. Yang's deceitful words, the Crown Prince felt immense anger, as if transforming into a demon, fire raging fiercely all over his body. Fong Jiua standing beside also commented, "This Mr. Yang Tinghe is notorious for being a pathetic old man. He will kneel down and weep at any opportunity, always portraying himself as the victim in the story." Fong Jiua continued, "Even the Emperor has to fear this dog lord. His level of mischief ranks second, and no one dares to claim the top spot. But right now, he is still quite inexperienced." The Crown Prince was furious at this, grabbing Fong Jihua's clothing and dragging him outside. Fong Jiua, acting dazed like a fox, said, "If the Crown Prince wants to go, then go ahead, don't drag me along." The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, thinking, "The airship guard is ready. We must win this battle. Once we do, I will definitely give Mr. Yang Tinghe a solid slap to the face to relieve my anger." After a short while, many hot air balloons were released into the sky. The area was filled with balloons. Suddenly, a soldier discovered the base of the Taida. The young soldiers quickly took out the oil bombs, which were also crafted by Fong Jiua. Each soldier threw one down. In the sky, the scene was immediately drenched in a bright red from the oil bombs. The Taida soldiers below were completely panicked, not understanding what the hell was happening, and they scattered in every direction. As a result, the entire Taida army was destroyed, meeting the King of Hell directly. After a while, the Crown Prince held in his hand the report letter of victory from the balloon guard team. He finished reading it and smiled triumphantly. Finally, this day had come. Mr. Yang Tinghe must come to deal with me. A moment later, the Crown Prince had arrived at his teacher's place. The young man pointed at his face and said, "You should read carefully. My soldiers have reported a great victory." At the same time, the crown prince's inner self was laughing cunningly, silently thinking, "I will slap that old man's face, and it will resonate like a drum." Mr. Yang Ting he smirked and replied, "What's so great about this? Killing 100 Taida soldiers is called a great victory. Killing 200 soldiers is also called a great victory. This has always been very normal, I've heard this for years." The crown prince's face turned red, secretly cursing that old man. Then his face went stiff, declaring, "My soldiers this time will surely achieve a great victory, at least killing over 1,000 Taida soldiers." Mr. Yang Ting he then pointed to the ground, meaning, "Crown Prince, don't have delusions. The most successful ambushes recently have only been able to kill more than 600 to 700 Taida soldiers. If your soldiers manage to kill 1,000, from now on, I, Yang Tinghe, will write my name as Yang Dingo. Deal?" Immediately after that, a hurried eunuch rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, there is good news. The balloon guard has killed 2 more princes of the Taida. Additionally, over 60 generals and 15,000 Taida soldiers have been killed. We have recovered 70,000 livestock and horses, and also seized a great deal of food supplies." At this moment, Mr. Yang Ting he was horrified, his mouth open wide like a catfish gulping bait. The emperor stood in shock, unable to believe it. In just one night, the Taida had lost 1/10 of their entire army. They could have another 15,000 left, there would no longer be worries about the Taida rebels. The crown prince then clasped his hands and said, "This victory is due to your wisdom, father, in allowing the balloon guard to act swiftly. You are truly brilliant, leading our Ming Dynasty to a great victory." The emperor smiled with satisfaction at his son's praise. Currently, the crown prince had a very smug smile and declared, "My teacher Yang Ting he previously swore that if our army could kill 1,000 Taida soldiers, his name would be changed to Yang Dingo. From now on, I will call my teacher Teacher Go, father." The emperor did not expect to encounter the bratty crown prince. He secretly felt pity for Mr. Yang Tinghe because meeting his own son was indeed unfortunate. At this moment, Mr. Yang Tinghe was crying and felt utterly humiliated. He thought to himself, "Why was I so foolish? From now on, how will I show my face to anyone?" He timidly intended to sneak away to avoid having anyone see his shameful appearance. But just then, the crown prince moved closer and asked, "Why aren't you speaking? You taught me before that I must be honest and keep my promises. Otherwise, I will be looked down upon like a dog. And right now, I see you trying to hide, don't I? If you act this way, who will take you seriously?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Mr. Yang Tinghe. At that moment, he was trembling like a chicken caught in the rain, unable to utter a word. The emperor saw that the situation was too tense and spoke up, "What my son the crown prince said is just a joke. You all don't need to take this matter so seriously." The crown prince felt bitter toward his father, the emperor. He was not joking at all. He then commanded, "Build an imperial palace for the crown prince and create a separate royal seal. From now on, he will have the authority to govern certain areas, and officials and generals below the 5th rank will have to obey his orders." The crown prince shed tears of emotion because his beloved ancestors valued him. Currently, he has his own imperial palace and has become an independent minor imperial court, with significantly increased power compared to before. The emperor added that, the crown prince will no longer be the student of Master Yang Tinghe. Master Yang Tinghe will be transferred to Jiangxi to manage military and political affairs there, with the support of Master Fong. Hearing this, Fong Jiua smiled with satisfaction, while Master Yang Tinghe felt emotionally devastated, as if falling into depression. Because no longer being the crown prince's teacher, he had lost the opportunity to be the teacher of the emperor in the future. This title holds immense benefits, and everyone must show respect, but now he has fallen to the bottom of society, feeling that the future is bleak. The emperor also further ordered that Shen Ao will be appointed as the Marquis of the North, while Sherba will be promoted to Marquis of Xianan. Shen Ao joyfully expressed his gratitude to the emperor for the favor. Afterwards, when the imperial court adjourned and stepped outside, Fong Jiua suddenly became very dangerous. He said, Mr. Yang Ting, he has broken his promise, and we should teach him another lesson. The Crown Prince immediately agreed and praised, Fong Jiua is a good brother, only you can understand my feelings. The Crown Prince then asked Fong Jiua how he intended to teach Mr. Yang a lesson. Fong Jiua smiled triumphantly and replied, Mr. Yang Ting, he is most afraid of being slandered. Shortly after, the balloons of the Royal Guards fleet soared back from the north, and on those balloons were massive words, Yang Ting, he is a dog who does not keep his word. Mr. Yang Ting, he, after reading this, felt despondent and wanted to jump into a well, crying out, I'm done for, just let me go. I don't want to live anymore. After a while, the Crown Prince was eagerly knitting with both hands. He cheerfully stated that knitting was similar to carving a fake seal on a carrot, and it required skill. Fong Jiua, standing beside him, was knitting poorly like a dog, and the Crown Prince teased, You are really too inexperienced. Look at me knitting and learn from it. Fong Jiua then said seriously, My student Tang Banhu has rescued some women on Byway Island. These women have lost their virginity and their families have abandoned them. How does the Crown Prince feel about this matter? The Crown Prince replied, What does it matter if they have lost their virginity? I lose mine every night. Moreover, those women were forced by pirates, it is not their fault. Fong Jiua's face grew tense as he said, The nobles look down on these women. They even want them to die, believing that if a woman loses her virginity, she is no longer of any value. In the past, the nobles didn't dare to openly oppose because they feared Tang Banhu. But recently, they have come up with a method of violent collaboration. Fong Jiua continued, They huddled together and recounted hearing about a woman named Lu who bit her tongue and committed suicide when the pirates assaulted and forced her. Indeed, a wonderful pure woman. She deserves to be honored for this act. One person even suggested gathering funds to build a statue in her memory. So, one of the officials called Tang Banhu over and said, You will construct a monument to commemorate the chastity of a woman. What does Your Excellency think about this? Tang Banhu, upon hearing this, looked very displeased. Meanwhile, the current Crown Prince became furious, loudly cursing the nobles, You damned bastards. Just hearing about this makes me sick. The Crown Prince said, These women are truly pitiful. Therefore, I will take all of them to Jiangxi and teach them how to knit woolen garments. In this way, they will have a place to live and obtain a trade to sustain themselves. Fong Jiua immediately exclaimed, Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly a compassionate Crown Prince. For the country to prosper, all the people must be well fed and produce goods. Many women wish to work and earn extra money. When everyone is eager to work and create products, that will be a wonderful prospect. Sometime later, the emperor slammed the table in anger upon hearing that his son, the Crown Prince, had recently caused a trouble. You dare to flatter Fong Jiua, bringing many women to Jiangxi. What shady business are you up to? Fong Jiua bowed his head, unexpectedly arriving only to be scolded by the emperor. Fong Jiua thought that the emperor had summoned him to grant rewards, truly too naive. Fong Jiua continued to praise the Crown Prince, exclaiming, You are a wise and virtuous Crown Prince, brighter than the midday sun. Praising you as a rare talent in the Ming Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the emperor was suspicious and asked Fong Jiua, Do you not feel a pang of conscience when speaking such lies? Fong Jiua replied, I am not exaggerating, Your Majesty. With the talent of Your Highness the Crown Prince at present, if he were a general, he would undoubtedly become a great commander. If he were a farmer, he would surely be an agricultural expert. And if the Crown Prince were a woman, he would certainly be a master craftswoman. In short, the Crown Prince is currently in an unsuitable position, hence the misunderstanding on your part. The emperor was silent for a moment after hearing this and then responded, Currently, you hold the position of Crown Prince, yet you are always indulging in play and not listening, making me very displeased. Fong Jiua then asked again, What does Your Majesty think makes a good Crown Prince? Is it someone who not only understands military theory well but also behaves in a cultured and polite manner? The emperor replied, Those are indeed the basic qualities required. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua raised his hand and said, Your Majesty should count how many Crown Princes in history have met these requirements,
and after becoming emperors, how many of them turned out to be cowardly tyrants or even lost the kingdom, like King Zhou, Emperor Sui Yang, Emperor Li Yi, and many other emperors? The emperor, upon hearing this, answered Fong Jiua, "You speak too much, I cannot count them all." At this moment, Fong Jiua recounted, "Earlier, I spoke to your highness the crown prince about the women who lost their virginity but were rescued from the Byway Island. While others scolded and despised them, the noblemen even wanted to beat and kill them. But the crown prince felt great empathy and compassion for them. He even wanted to take them to Jiangxi, teach them how to knit sweaters, and provide them with a way to survive." Fong Jiua continued, "Compared to military theories and civil behavior, the ability to empathize and understand the suffering of the people is the most important thing to become a good crown prince. Your Highness, the current crown prince has a heart that loves the people very much, and I believe he is a wonderful crown prince." Right after Fong Jiua finished speaking, the emperor fell into deep thought. Afterward, he believed that what Master Fong said was very true. But unexpectedly, he shouted loudly, "Even if you are right, how can a crown prince behave like this? Who would still regard me at all?" Fong Jiua was so intimidated by the emperor's outburst that he fell silent, turning into a quiet state. After that, the emperor said, "The reason I called Master Fong here today is to confer you the title of Marquis." Fong Jiua immediately stared in disbelief. Soon after, a eunuch entered to read the imperial edict. "By the will of heaven, the emperor's decree states, Fong Jiua has achieved many great military successes for the Ming Dynasty. Today, I confer you the title of Marquis of the Southeast Region, also known as Marquis of Dingyuan." Inspector. Fong Jiua held his head in disbelief. The emperor had truly surprised him like this. Marquis of Dingyuan, the level is indeed very high. Currently, two friends, Fong Jiua and the Crown Prince Zhao Hozhao, have opened a wool workshop in Jiangxi. To recruit women to work, the Crown Prince has hung a large sign that reads Jiangxi Wool Workshop only hires female members. The Crown Prince personally approached the nearby women, introducing that their workshop has an excellent working environment and offers generous employee benefits, with a workforce composed entirely of women. However, one older woman brushed his hand away and said she was not interested, emphasizing that holding hands like that could lead others to misunderstand. The Crown Prince felt very disappointed. Afterward, he continued to encourage them, saying, "The wool workshop is hiring women, and it guarantees a lot of silver can be earned." But the older woman replied that she did not need silver, women staying at home to take care of their husbands and raise children was enough, and there was no need to work in public. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince was so shocked that he spat blood and felt as depressed as a cockroach. At that moment, a hand from behind patted his shoulder, and it was Fong Jiua coming to offer encouragement. Fong Jiua reassured the Crown Prince, saying, "There is no need to be discouraged, every beginning is difficult like this." In reality, in the past, there were many regulations imposed on women. When a woman went out to work, she was easily criticized. Just chatting casually with another man could lead to malicious rumors. Some innocent women even hanged themselves in their homes to prove their virtue. Suddenly, a woman spoke up, "Hello, gentlemen." When they turned around, the two saw a woman, timidly introducing herself, "I am a widow and I kindly ask you to accept me for work." Hearing that, both men burst into gleeful laughter and quickly agreed. Afterwards, the widow Lu Baiyu overcame societal prejudices and worked diligently at the wool factory. She wanted to earn as much silver as possible to take care of her children. Trusting in the character of Fong Jiua and the Crown Prince, she was willing to work at the factory without any worries. The Crown Prince was quite pleased, believing that if one person came to work, there would surely be another. Before long, his wool factory would hire many female workers. However, a week later, the wool factory still had only one person, who was Lu Baiyu. The Crown Prince made a sullen face, feeling that this task was very difficult. At that moment, he turned to see Fong Jiua paying Lu Baiyu, so he was surprised to ask, "Why are you distributing silver so quickly? We haven't sold anything yet." Lu Baiyu, having received the pouch of silver, joyfully ran back like the wind, exclaiming, "This is amazing! Everyone, look at this, this is the amount of silver I earned in just a few days." The other women immediately clustered around, their eyes shining like stars. They had not expected that in just a few days, they could earn so much silver. This truly was a fantastic job. Lu Baiyu excitedly added, the machine that the benefactor here gave me works so differently from the one I usually use at home. It weaves much faster than usual, it's simply miraculous. In fact, this was the extremely famous Jenny weaving machine. Fong Jiua had asked craftsmen in Jiangxi to create it based on his sketches. The machine was structured like a normal spinning wheel but had about 16 to 18 spindles. With only one worker operating it, the machine could produce much more thread due to the increased number of spindles, raising the productivity eightfold. This invention has brought many benefits to the textile industry in England. This machine was invented by a man named James Hargreaves. The women who heard about this miraculous machine were very pleased. The more weaving there is, the more silver can be earned. Lu Baiyu is now standing with her hands on her hips, confidently saying, my husband died early, and my family has no support. I used to be a widow living a very difficult life. I was often bullied and looked down upon by my husband's relatives. But now things are different. I can earn money to support my child without relying on anyone. I feel so capable and wonderful. The women, after hearing this, felt incredibly motivated. Immediately, they all rushed over, buzzing like a hive of bees, shouting, we want to work. Then, the wool workshop became very lively. Some rolled up their sleeves to shear sheep, while others operated the spinning machines. Another group was responsible for washing and drying the fabric. The strong women carried large sacks of fabric on their shoulders. Each person took on a different task. The Jiangxi wool workshop demonstrated to the entire country that women can also be strong and stand firm in the sky without relying on anyone. And then another winter came. In the winters of previous years, many poor people could not afford warm clothes. The winter was long, coupled with increasingly colder weather, causing many to freeze to death. This year, the winter is also extremely cold. Eunuch Lucian is currently sneezing continuously, with mucus flying everywhere. The Crown Prince asks, do you feel cold? He replies, very cold. The Crown Prince says, but I am not cold. I have a sweater, he. Suddenly, the Emperor appears from behind and asks, what are you doing here, my son? Outside, the voice of Mr. Wang Jinyuan can be heard announcing, sweaters here. This sweater is made from wool, produced at the Shishan wool factory and carefully woven to keep out the cold. If you don't believe it, you can try it on. The price is very cheap. Everyone, come in and take a look. A young man in a blue outfit raises his hand, wanting to try the goods. At this moment, two merchants selling leather jackets are whispering to each other, if this sweater is as good as that, how will we sell our leather jackets? Mr. Wang Jinyuan is definitely trying to play us. Then an old man shouted, don't be foolish and try it on. The design of this shirt is truly strange. If you wear it, the townspeople will laugh at you. Moreover, you say you just want to try it on, but after you put it on, I will force you to buy it. We have been merchants for decades, we know all the tricks of deception. Hearing this, the young man in the blue shirt immediately turned and walked away. Mr. Wang Jinyuan then shouted, why are you not trying on the shirt anymore? It's free to try, there's no pressure to buy. The old man with the goatee was currently grinning triumphantly, saying, you intend to compete with us in business? Mr. Wang Jinyuan, you are still too young for this, haha. But right after that, a familiar sneer appeared. He asked, are you trying to cause trouble here? The old man was startled and turned to ask, who just spoke? Fong Jihua immediately ordered him to take off the shirt. He instantly pointed at the market and shouted, you damned brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are to order me around? The emperor then smirked slightly and said, this is indeed the Marquis of Dingyuan. Upon hearing the title Marquis of Dingyuan, he immediately took off his coat and began to cry and plead, I was wrong. I, a lowly person, have eyes but cannot see, please spare my life, my lord. My lord, please use another way to humiliate me.
I am still unmarried and do not want to die of cold here. Woe is me. Fong Jiua immediately put a striped sweater on him and told him, if you feel cold, wear the sweater and spread your arms to keep warm. The goatee man suddenly realized something and felt as delighted as if he had wandered into a wild meadow with a flock of soft, white sheep. Ah, this feels so comfortable. Everyone around, hearing this evaluation, became excited and hurriedly wanted to buy sweaters immediately, no longer worried at all. The young crown prince had been made to kneel outside in the cold by his father for the offense of sneaking to Jiangxi to report without the emperor's permission. After kneeling for a while, he finally asked, "Is it cold kneeling out here?" The crown prince replied with a serious expression, "If I say it is cold and my body cannot bear it, father will surely take pity and tell me to come inside." The crown prince continued, "Father will then be in a position to confine me to the capital palace and not allow me to go anywhere. But if I say it is not cold, it means that the clothes I am wearing are keeping me very warm. Therefore, I can continue my work at the Jiangxi workshop without feeling cold at all." The emperor was furious, not expecting this young man to be so stubborn. Suddenly, a crowd gathered, consisting of the grand ministers, clustering together to congratulate the emperor. The emperor was confused, his expression still one of bewilderment. Mr. Ma Yunsheng reported to the emperor, "In past winters, many citizens died from freezing cold each year. Your Highness the Crown Prince and Marquis Fong Jiua have created many wonderful cold-resistant items. Thanks to this, our soldiers and citizens will no longer have to worry about freezing to death in winter." Lunyan presented a striped wool outfit, explaining, "It is very easy to knit and can be learned by hand. The most important thing is that this outfit only requires 2 pounds of wool and costs just 120 su, an unimaginably low price." Li Dongyang stated, "The kindness and talent of Your Highness the Crown Prince will be spread throughout the country, and people will surely shed tears of emotion over this. I and all the other officials in the imperial court are very proud that the Ming Dynasty has such a crown prince as you." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face was dumbfounded, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He continued to order his son, "Stand up." Taking the opportunity, the emperor felt pleased and delighted to see the crown prince striking a pose with a smug expression, indicating that he was very alert and handsome. Meanwhile, Xi Jing's army, after obtaining the map and preparing everything thoroughly, was getting ready to set sail for the second time to the west in search of more miraculous seeds. Xi Jing portrayed himself as a cold young man, shouldering the great responsibility of developing the country. A moment later, at the Fong family, the two uncles of the Empress, Shou Ningho and Jun Yiba, along with Mr. Zhula, suddenly came to seek out Fong Jiua. They stated, "We have seen the map brought back by Xi Jing, and there is a place marked as San Francisco in the far west. We have heard that gold can be easily picked up there." They explained, "Previously, we wanted to set sail with Xi Jing as relatives of the emperor, and we want to help the emperor solve the country's problems." Fong Jiua, after listening, secretly knew that these gentlemen only wanted to pick up gold and not to help the country. Therefore, Fong Jiua decided not to allow them to seek death. On the 3rd day of November, the ships of Xi Jing will set sail from Tianxin port. Fong Jiua announced that he would not disclose the very important second sailing event to these gentlemen. Although he said he would not disclose it, the young man detailed everything without missing a word. The gentlemen listened and were very pleased. Finally, the departure day of the Xi Jing fleet arrived. Mr. Shou Ningho was very pleased because he had successfully used his connections to replace a flag bearer on the ship. He was determined to make a fortune in gold this time. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhula said he had gone to the Eastern Palace to ask the Crown Prince for some treasures. The moment it was opened, the two gentlemen could hardly believe it. On the second day, after the Xi Jing fleet had set sail, the current Crown Prince was thrown a beet stamp straight into his mouth by his father, the Emperor. The Emperor was furious and scolded, "This thunderstruck son, do you dare to forge my imperial edict? Moreover, you even granted your uncle Zhula a number of seals. You have long been planning to send them out to sea, haven't you? Just look at the Queen Mother and your mother. Once those gentlemen set sail, they may not return. Do you know how worried they have been?" The Crown Prince lowered his head and recounted, "Previously, Uncle Zhula expressed great admiration for my sculpting talents. Therefore, he requested that I show him. I am truly wronged. Fong Jiua stood to the side, secretly cursing Uncle Jiua. This man is truly cunning. Initially, it was they who wanted to go to sea, now they are dragging the crown prince into this matter. How malicious. I must proactively take the blame, or else if the Queen Mother and Empress investigate, it will be disastrous. At this moment, the Emperor was in a rage, wanting to immediately deal with his son severely. Fong Jiua suddenly hurriedly clasped his hands in prayer. Please, Your Majesty, spare him. I am the one who deceived those gentlemen into going out to sea. Crown Prince, Your Highness is truly innocent. But the Emperor asked, Fong Jiua, do you still want to take responsibility for the Crown Prince? At that moment, Fong Jiua fell silent, not knowing how to respond to the Emperor. Suddenly, the Emperor gently asked Fong Jiua, is there anything dangerous on that ship? Fong Jiua's eyes widened as he realized the Emperor had indeed called him for this purpose. The Emperor had actually thought things through. Those three men, even if they leave, cannot return. Therefore, he wanted Fong Jiua to state that the ship was very safe, with no dangers at all, so that the Queen Mother and Empress could be at ease, eat well, and sleep soundly. Fong Jiua folded his hands and replied, there are many strong waves and fierce winds at sea, epidemics raging, not to mention giant sea monsters and extremely fierce pirates. It's likely that not even half of those who go will make it back alive. The Emperor did not expect to encounter a brazen liar and scolded, Hey, Fong Master, be careful with your words. Fong Jiua responded, I have been lucky to escape death when going to sea, so everything I say is the truth. At the same time, Fong Jiua thought, if I lie and say there is no danger, it would be very unfair to Zi Jing and the soldiers who went out with him. Upon hearing these words, the Queen Mother and the Empress became even more sorrowful, crying incessantly. It was then that Fong Jiua began to showcase his talent for exaggeration. He said, the Empress and the Queen Mother are very worried about the safety of their three loved ones who have gone to sea. I am also very worried about the safety of my student Zi Jing. However, going to sea is a national policy of the Ming Dynasty and is a very important endeavor for the Ming Dynasty to develop the country in an outstanding way. Therefore, although I do not want to, I cannot stop my student Zi Jing from going to sea. In fact, I even encouraged him to go to sea and resolved to succeed in returning at all costs. This maritime venture will help the Ming Dynasty secure a tremendously bright future. Fong Jiua continued, this fleet has as many as 3,000 soldiers. They all have family members who are concerned for their safety, yet they still decide to set sail for the future of our country. The Empress and the Queen Mother, upon reflection, will surely be very pleased to know that their loved ones are risking their lives for our nation. For if they survive and return, they will be recorded in history as heroes of the Ming Dynasty, and their names will live on for centuries to come. After hearing Fong Jiua's words, the Queen Mother suddenly jolted. Then, she praised, saying, Fong Master is absolutely right. You have helped me understand everything clearly. The children of royals are treasures, and so are the children of common people. It is unreasonable for the children of royals not to risk themselves to serve the country, while hoping that the children of common people remain loyal in doing so. The Empress also agreed with the words of the Queen Mother. She believed that the children of royals have been favored to live in splendor and wealth, but currently, 3 of them have risked themselves to go to sea in service of the Ming Dynasty. If they unfortunately perish at sea, they will have accomplished something truly noble and worthy of respect. Future generations of the royal family will follow their example. This is indeed wonderful. The Queen Mother happily added, let them become heroes. We have nothing to be sad about regarding this matter. Emperor, please issue an imperial edict stating that they have truly been appointed to volunteer alongside the soldiers to go to sea and contribute to a brighter future for the Ming Dynasty. The Emperor, upon hearing this, eagerly agreed. Fong Jiua, seeing the Emperor's joy, also felt happy. But suddenly, I discovered that the Crown Prince was weeping bitterly, silently saying in his heart, my dear brother Fong Jiua truly moves me. My brother is willing to bear the blame of execution for speaking up for me. In the past, I was wrong to misunderstand my brother's good intentions. We will forever be good brothers. Hoo hoo hoo. Indeed, it's quite baffling how one can express such flowery words with just a few lines. Does it really need to be so dramatic? Previously, Lu Jia, the son of Grand Minister Lu Nian, had participated in the county examination and was the top scholar. Now, after 6 months, he is taking part in the provincial examination. To further explain the examination system during the Ming Dynasty, candidates first take the county exam. Upon passing this exam, they are referred to as Xingdu, students. Next is the provincial exam, akin to what we call the provincial level talent examination today. Those who pass the provincial examination are called Kushi, graduate, and the top scorer is called the Jiuan, top scholar. The next level is the imperial examination, which is similar to a national talent examination today. Finally, there is the palace examination, in which the sole examiner is Emperor Hongji, the one cloaked in powerful yellow attire. At that moment, the emperor held up the list of candidates and said, "It's time to announce the results." Lu Nian's son also participated in the exam this year, right? Lu Nian modestly replied, "My son is just an ordinary person, working hard to study. If he is not lucky, he probably won't pass the exam, Your Majesty." At the results announcement location, Fong Jiua thought to himself, "I can only foresee a few things, but the future is certainly not entirely knowable, and this exam is no exception. Starting this year, all students must rely on themselves." At that moment, many scholars gathered densely to see if they had passed the imperial examination. Lu Nian's son, after checking, had tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Fong Jiua patted his shoulder, comforting his student, saying, "It's okay, my student Lu Jia. Studying well is just a fortune in the examination. If you don't pass, we can go home to raise fish and grow vegetables." However, Lu Jia replied, "The student is crying because he has topped the list, teacher." Right after that, a group of students from Jiangxi Academy exclaimed, "Teacher, we all passed. All of us are at the top of the list." Fong Jihua had a blank expression, not expecting such strange events to occur. Immediately after, all 15 students of Jiangxi Academy bowed their heads in gratitude for their teacher Fong Jihua's guidance. "Our teacher is truly the best." After the 15 students from Jiangxi Academy dominated the rankings of the imperial court examination, some unsuccessful candidates, filled with envy, wondered, could it be that Jiangxi Academy colluded with the examiners for this imperial court examination? They questioned why no essay was considered the best, as there were many examiners, each with different literary tastes. How could all 15 from Jiangxi rank at the top? Later, the unsuccessful candidates approached the examiners and asked a brown-robed examiner, who was holding a pile of essays from the students of Jiangxi Academy, if he would like to read them. The brown-robed examiner raised his hand, eager to read them right away. After glancing through, the young man dismissed them, stating, "These essays lack artistic value." However, upon closer reading, he found them increasingly impressive. From the perspective of the standards for essays, there was nothing to criticize. The brown-robed examiner thought to himself, "Those from Jiangxi indeed possess extensive knowledge. They must have diligently studied a great deal." But the one in the purple robe was jealous and angrily said, "The Jiangxi Academy dominating the ranking twice must have found some way to bribe the judges." Suddenly, Fong Jihua appeared, causing the person to stand stunned, eyes wide open. He said, "If you don't believe it, you can come to Jiangxi Academy to verify." The whole group confidently agreed, saying they had nothing to fear. Sometime later, at Jiangxi Academy, the current crown prince was praising Lu Jia, "You are truly impressive, making me very satisfied." After that, the crown prince turned to scold the youth behind him like a dog, "How can you all study like this and not feel ashamed? They are all in the top 9, while you are all from the top 10 and above. That proves you have studied poorly, always playing instead of focusing on your studies." The youth in the top 10 and above, according to the crown prince, had brought disgrace to the honor of Jiangxi Academy. Hearing this scolding, they cried, feeling extremely humiliated. The crown prince continued to turn to the remaining students and said, "Let these 6 defeated ones be a lesson for yourselves. If you do not study hard, then do not blame me for being so strict." The person led by Fong Jihua stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe it. Just standing in the top 10, yet being scolded mercilessly by the crown prince like this. If they failed the exam, they would surely be beaten to a pulp. The one in the brown robe suddenly realized something. On the wall were the crown prince's threatening words, stating, "If you don't sweat today, tomorrow I will make you bleed from your nose. If you miss reading 10 literary assignments in a day, the next day you will have to read 10 times more. Whoever fails the exam will receive 100 lashes and be kicked out of Jiangxi." After reading this, everyone was sweating profusely. Fong Jiua then pointed to a room filled with assignments and said, "This is some of the essays that our students at Jiangxi have done before. You should go in and take a look." One person picked one up to read and trembled in amazement. "Oh, each essay is written in such detail and clarity. We have to do a mountain of essays like this every day?" Fong Jiua suddenly grinned maliciously like a dog and asked, "Do you want to come study at Jiangxi Academy? I guarantee you will pass. If you don't pass, I will refund your money." Everyone froze in shock and stared with wide eyes after hearing it. Then, immediately, they scrambled to run off in a hurry, saying, "Suddenly I feel quite skilled at self-study. I want to live a few more years, I must escape quickly." Sometime later, a Taita soldier was tightly bound on the table, yelling, "What the hell are you planning to do to me?" Currently, there are two individuals dressed in surgical attire, looking very menacing. One young man asked, "How are we going to operate on his abdomen?" The other young man remained silent. To understand the story from beginning to end, we must go back a little while earlier. The crown prince came to see Fong Jiua, crying bitterly and said, "My father has been suffering from severe abdominal pain and has been eating very poorly lately. Taking a lot of medicine hasn't helped. The doctor diagnosed him with an incurable intestinal disease, extremely serious." In reality, the emperor was suffering from what is now known as appendicitis. In modern times, this is a minor illness, it can be cured by simply removing the appendix. But in ancient times, people didn't know how to perform surgery, so they left the illness to swell and worsen day by day, causing all sorts of horrific ailments and tormenting the patient until death. The crown prince was very sad and asked Fong Jiua, "Is there any way to save my father?" In the records of the Ming Dynasty, Fong Jiua recalled that Emperor Hongji passed away in the 18th year of Hongji, while currently it is the 16th year of Hongji. It seems that the emperor died from appendicitis. Although surgery was not possible in this era, if the emperor did not undergo surgery, he would die. Fong Jiua never wanted this to happen, but he could not actively perform surgery on the emperor. If he did so, the grand ministers would accuse him of treason, a damned traitor, and would chop him into 100 pieces. Afterward, Fong Jiua said to the crown prince, "The emperor has a damaged appendix. What is broken should be removed. Your Highness, you can cut open the emperor's abdomen and remove the damaged part of the appendix. I guarantee that the emperor will be fine." Upon hearing this grim news, the crown prince could not believe it, as no one had ever performed such an operation before. Currently, only Mr. Louis Jiao was known as the master of castration for eunuchs, specifically for the removal of 2 testicles. All disinfection is being carried out using white alcohol. Along with that is a type of anesthetic soup made from natural plants and anti-inflammatory medication also derived from natural herbs. Cut to the present, 2 close friends are attempting to conduct surgery on a soldier named Taida. The soldier is having a bowl of anesthetic soup poured into his mouth. One young man reassures the soldier, "Don't be afraid, the last segment of the intestine has no function at all. If we cut it off, the soldier will not suffer from any chronic diseases later." In the early days of modern medicine, the appendix was considered the most useless organ because it could easily become inflamed. Therefore, it is often removed in laparoscopic surgeries. The crown prince then asks Fong Jiua, "Does he understand what you are saying?" Fong Jiua gives a thumbs up and replies, "He probably doesn't understand, but as a professional doctor, we must inform and reassure the patient beforehand." Next, the crown prince begins to cut a line with a knife. Fong Jiua immediately says, "The incision is too large." The crown prince shouts, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Fong Jiua reminds the crown prince, "Be careful, continuously disinfect during the surgery." After that, the appendix was successfully removed. The surgical needle had also been prepared. The crown prince meticulously stitched the soldier Taita's abdomen back together, even adding a bow at the end. Fong Jiua then said, "These sutures are truly unique." The crown prince replied, "This is a wonderful conclusion." Fong Jiua then said, "I hope this soldier is still alive." Upon hearing this, the crown prince angrily said, "These Taita scum have killed countless people, pillaged everywhere, and caused so many crimes, so they deserve to die." Fong Jiua responded, "If he dies, it means the crown prince has failed." This statement made the crown prince's smile vanish. The Taita soldier then slowly regained consciousness, and the two young men, like the Brotherhood of Trees, shouted, "We've succeeded, ha." Then, one of the young men shouted, "I would rather die than have my intestines cut out." Fong Jiua asked, "You came to us for treatment, so why are you speaking like that?" The soldier immediately cursed Fong Jiua as a damn fool and said, "Are you trying to kill me instead of treating me?" Fong Jiua, angry, picked up a knife and threatened, "If you dare to bark any longer, I will stab you." The soldier immediately fell silent, only hearing the sound of the girl crying. After that, the young man had no choice but to strip naked for the two individuals, the crown prince and Fong Jiua, to perform the operation. Fong Jiua looked at the young man's glands and remarked, "This guy's glands is a bit too long, isn't it?" The crown prince was surprised and asked back, "Is that supposed to be long?" "I think it's still short." Hearing the crown prince say that, Fong Jiua thought to himself, if the glands is too long, it can easily lead to the accumulation of dirt and bacteria inside. In this era, no one has been educated about proper hygiene, which can cause prostatitis, affecting the functionality and mobility of the tadpole, ultimately leading to infertility. Could this be the reason the crown prince is infertile? History has shown that Crown Prince Zhao Hojiao has no children at all. Fong Jiua thought, somehow, I need to persuade this guy to cut his glands, then he might be able to have children. At that moment, the crown prince was startled because Fong Jiua kept staring at him. Finally, the crown prince asked, "What are you thinking? Do you have some dark scheme in mind?" Fong Jiua awkwardly replied, "No. I was just wondering if the operation to remove the emperor's appendix takes place, would the emperor spare my life?" Actually, you are secretly thinking of ways to convince the crown prince to agree to remove the glands. At this moment, the crown prince confidently said to Fong Jiua, "Don't worry, my brother, I will protect you, okay?" After that, the surgery was completed. Fong Jiua suddenly picked up a knife and said he was feeling a bit itchy. The crown prince was startled and asked, "What are you planning to do?" At this moment, Fong Jiua revealed the lineage of the young man who had just undergone surgery. The crown prince saw this and told Fong Jiua, "You stop right there, there are plenty of eunuchs in the capital palace." Fong Jiua cheerfully replied, "I don't intend to cut off the two testicles, I just want to shorten the glands for him. This technique is very important, and I should practice it beforehand, it might be needed for a very important occasion later." Hearing this, the crown prince felt confused, not understanding what Fong Jiua was plotting. After a while, the young man who had undergone surgery gradually regained consciousness. He was surprised that he was still alive, but why did he feel pain below after having his abdomen operated on? Fong Jiua immediately whistled and happily walked away. Later, when the young man sat up, he realized that his intestinal disease had been cured, and he no longer felt the pain he had before. The crown prince rejoiced and shed tears of joy at the sight of another patient successfully cured through surgery. This meant that his skills had improved, and he could potentially save the emperor's life. An increasing number of patients with appendicitis came for surgery. The crown prince's technique for appendectomy was becoming more refined, and the survival rate was steadily rising. Each time the crown prince performed an appendectomy, Fong Jiua took the opportunity to perform circumcision on the patients. He even created his own exclusive circumcision instrument. His smile increasingly lost its humanity. Fong Jiua also redrew the diagrams of the human body's organs to better explain them to the crown prince. He had two assistants, Luan, who was responsible for recording and research, and Zhang Yuan, who managed the medicines and maintained the surgical instruments. Eunuch Lucian was tasked with cleaning up the remnants and disinfecting the surgical room. Fong Jiua later hung a sign at Jiangxi Academy with the name Jiangxi Medical Clinic. He approached it, secretly pleased, thinking to himself, this will be a significant breakthrough in the history of medicine. Immediately after that, the eunuch hurriedly ran to report, the emperor has fallen seriously ill again. The Crown Prince, Your Highness, and Fong Jiua, please hurry to the capital palace. The two young men were struck as if by lightning, stunned for a moment. In the capital palace, the call of father from the Crown Prince rang out loudly. The emperor at this moment looked haggard, devoid of vitality, while the Crown Prince's tears flowed like a river, deeply saddened for his father. At this time, the emperor calmly said, My son, you are still young, and you are the one I worry about the most. All of you in the capital palace are talented individuals. Please help me and the Crown Prince build this country well. If you happen to do anything wrong, please do not blame my son. I may be old and weak, unable to take care of the people anymore. Fong Jiua suddenly clasped his hands firmly and said, The emperor is only suffering from a mild intestinal illness. This illness is very easy to treat. I and the Crown Prince, Your Highness, have already thought of a way to cure the emperor. There is no need for the emperor to worry anymore. Upon hearing this, the emperor was taken aback. The empress, the princess, and the other grand ministers also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. After that, the emperor was taken to the treatment room in Jiangxi. The current emperor has been stripped of his clothes, and he sadly asks the two people, Why are you doing this to me? I am old, and you still make me naked as a worm. Where will my dignity go from now on? The current crown prince holds a knife and says, Father, do not worry, I will definitely do my best to save you. The emperor closes his eyes to let his son perform the surgery. Thus, the crown prince orders, Let us begin. A few hours later, the surgery is over. The current emperor still lies in a coma, not yet awake. The crown prince, seeing this, tears up and says, Father's heart rate and pulse are still normal, but he is currently unconscious. Fong Jiua, you must tell me, will my father not wake up ever again? Fong Jiua replies, The emperor will definitely wake up, Crown Prince, do not worry too much. However, the emperor still shows no signs of movement. His mind is in a darkness, but he can hear his son's voice, and he thinks, if I try to live a few more years, I will be able to endure more hardships for my son. Therefore, I must live for my son. Then, the emperor tried his best to run towards the light in the distance. At that moment, the crown prince, with a sad expression, said to Fong Jiua, Do you know what my greatest wish used to be? Normally, my father is very kind to me, except that he often beats me for no reason. Therefore, my greatest wish was that one day I could hang my father up and smack his backside so that he would know how painful and aggrieved that feeling is. Hearing these words while running, the emperor stumbled and fell to the ground. He angrily cursed, That damned son, truly too rude. The crown prince was deeply saddened because his strange wish would no longer have a chance to be fulfilled. Suddenly, the emperor jumped up and cursed, What the hell are you talking about? The crown prince, with tears in his eyes, called out, Father. Finally, you have awakened. And burst into tears. Fong Jiua was also delighted that the emperor was safe. The emperor then called out, My son. The crown prince, with a happy expression, replied, I am here. The emperor then gave a lengthy lecture to his son, saying, As a king, you must be strong and composed. There are things that you think in your head that you should not say out loud. The emperor continued, for example, if you want to hang your father up and smack his butt, you have to say it quietly, don't say it outright like that or you will be punished by karma. The crown prince hurriedly ran away, not daring to stay long. After a while, the emperor gave the crown prince a blooming slap. The emperor then said to Fong Jiua, Surely Fong master taught the crown prince this method of abdominal surgery to treat illness, right? Fong Jiua clasped his hands and replied, Yes, your majesty. The emperor immediately said, I will always remember Fong master's life-saving grace. If my son, the crown prince, and I continue to be emperors of the Ming Dynasty, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Fong Jiua clasped his hands in gratitude to the emperor, but then added, I have one very important thing to say. The emperor asked in surprise, what is it? Fong Jiua leaned close to the emperor's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, according to the information I have received, the crown prince's glans is too long, which could potentially lead to infertility. Upon hearing this, the emperor exclaimed, Do you mean that the royal line will be cut off? Fong Jiua cheerfully replied, It's okay, Your Majesty. We just need to remove the excess skin. The emperor asked with concern, Remove it? Would that cause any issues? Fong Jiua immediately responded with a malicious smile, I assure you there will be no problem, Your Majesty. If the procedure somehow fails, it means the operation was not performed well. We can simply do it a few more times, and it will be fine. It's just pity for the body of the crown prince, who is about to be served up on a platter. Sometime later, the emperor was holding the daily diary of the crown prince, reading through it. Inside, it recorded. February 3, year 13 of Hongji, the crown prince visited the beauty Xian Na. February 4, the crown prince visited the Zhu and Wu families. February 5, the crown prince visited a beautiful girl named Zhu Bai. February 6, lunar calendar, the crown prince visited the beautiful girl named Zhu Bai again. February 7, the crown prince visited the beautiful girl named Zhu Bai once more. February 8, 5 girls visited the crown prince. Until dawn the next day, the emperor did not know what he was reading. This damn fool is writing such nonsensical things? Fong Jiua stood to one side, feeling equally indignant toward the crown prince. In just a few years, more than 100 girls had been granted favor. It was indeed astonishing. The emperor felt there was an issue, that person has many girls around him, but none have become pregnant. What Fong Master said earlier also seems reasonable to me. As for cutting the glands of my son, you may give it a try. Upon receiving the order from the emperor, Fong Jiua immediately wanted to take action. To execute this matter, the emperor must not disclose it to the crown prince. I will subdue the crown prince unexpectedly and then act swiftly. Shortly after, in the capital palace, Lucian held a bowl of soup and rushed in to say to the crown prince, Your Highness, I have improved this anesthetic soup. It tastes as sweet as candy and is extremely effective. Just one incense stick will make the drinker unconscious for a long time. The crown prince, with his superior intellect, immediately guessed that Lucian was boasting. He did not believe it and directly picked it up to drink without thinking much. Suddenly, Lucian knelt down and cried, saying, I deserve to die, I was just following orders. Please, Your Highness, do not hold it against me. Fong Jiua then stepped forward and said, The crown prince Your Highness is someone who values everything highly. If Lucian follows my instructions, the crown prince will definitely drink this soup. The crown prince at this moment became even more confused, not understanding what Fong Jiua was saying. Soon after, the young man was affected by the drug, foaming at the mouth and fainting instantly. The fire was lit. The crown prince was now tightly bound hand and foot and stripped of all clothing. The crown prince immediately shouted, cursing, Lowly king, you are not my real father. Why do you want to kill me in the end? My life is truly ironic. Boo hoo hoo. After that, an eunuch came to read the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor's decree states, the crown prince has a strange illness and requires urgent surgery. The one performing this surgery is Luan. When the young man's name was called, he was startled and astonished. The eunuch handed the surgical knife to Luan and said, Today's surgery is of great importance to the entire country. Dr. Luan, please begin. At this moment, the crown prince writhed helplessly like a fish on a cutting board, screaming, You all release me at once. I am not ill. I want to see my father. The eunuch immediately replied, The emperor has ordered that he does not wish to meet you. Dr. Luan, please act immediately. Young Luan was now trembling like a chicken caught in the rain. The crown prince saw this and screamed, How can Luan do this? Luan can't hold a knife steadily, and his spirit is too weak for surgery. I'll be doomed. Change the person for me. Where is Fong Jiua? Quickly change to Fong Jiua for me.
Right after that, Fong Jiua appeared and said, "I have arrived, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince teared up and said, "I miss my brother very much." Fong Jiua immediately pulled out the VIP tools and assured the Crown Prince to rest easy. "I will ensure everything is carried out as accurately as possible." Fong Jiua then placed the Crown Prince's glands into the instrument and decisively squeezed hard. The Crown Prince let out a loud scream, clenching his fists in pain. He rolled his eyes back, tears streaming down, and told Fong Jiua, "Apply the medicine and sew up the wound quickly." Fong Jiua immediately disinfected and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't need to instruct me, I am a professional surgeon here." The Crown Prince cried out again as Fong Jiua began to insert the needle to sew. "Don't pull it out so roughly. Why is the stitching so bad?" Fong Jiua replied coldly, "Appearance doesn't matter, only effectiveness does." After finishing the surgery, Fong Jiua flashed a handsome smile and said, "I have completed the surgery. Your Highness the Crown Prince needs to rest for a few days to be fine. Today, it's best not to urinate to avoid swelling the wound." The Crown Prince was now collapsed, shaking like a dried fish, and cursed Fong Jiua as a damn dog. "I regarded you as a close brother, yet you want to cut that off me." Fong Jiua feigned ignorance and asked back, "What are you talking about, Your Highness? I don't understand anything." The Crown Prince, furious, roared, "Fong Jiua, are you pretending to be crazy? The matter of cutting the glands is known only between you and me. How could my father know? You must have incited him just now. I dared not speak out for fear that you would let Luan do this job." Fong Jiua secretly praised the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is quite clever after all. Finally, Fong Jiua said, "I did all this for you, Your Highness. The Emperor had ordered me to cut off your as soon as possible. But because I regard you as a brother, I practiced a lot so that it would hurt less for you." After rethinking, the Crown Prince no longer blamed Fong Jiua. Although in great pain, the Crown Prince still thanked Fong Jiua, his brother. A while later, in the capital palace, the Emperor felt joyful because after the Crown Prince underwent surgery, he and the Empress would soon have a grandchild to hold. Suddenly, a person rushed in shouting, and it was none other than the Crown Prince. Overwhelmed with indignation, the Crown Prince wanted to rush in and hit his father. At that moment, the Crown Prince's temperament was like a mad dog, with reckless blood overwhelming rational thought. Fortunately, two guards timely intervened and pulled the Crown Prince outside. After a short time, the Emperor had recovered from appendicitis and returned to the capital palace to continue his work. Suddenly, the Crown Prince entered, clasping his hands with a sly smile and said, "Due to health reasons, I have not visited you for a long time. I feel very guilty, so today I have come to treat you to a feast. Don't worry, the dishes for the celebration were personally prepared by me. I assure you they are very delicious and nutritious." The Emperor and eunuch Tu recognized that the Crown Prince did not have good intentions. The Emperor then praised his son for being filial and said, "You go ahead and arrange it, I will join you." Thus, the Crown Prince joyfully dashed away as fast as lightning. Upon seeing that the situation was not right, Shao Eunuch reminded Your Majesty, "Be careful, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince is very likely to play tricks." The Emperor replied calmly, "You don't need to worry. He won't dare do anything to me. I have caused him many grievances in the past. This banquet will help strengthen the bond between father and son." Meanwhile, at Fong Jihua's side, the Crown Prince held a large jar of chili peppers in his hand. With a malicious expression, the Crown Prince poured the entire jar of chili into the pot of food. Fong Jihua, standing beside him, advised, "The Crown Prince should not do that, it will backfire." The Crown Prince turned and glared, "Then I will order you to eat it all." Fong Jihua immediately changed his attitude, "Please feel free to proceed, Crown Prince, don't hold back." Soon, on the table was a pot steaming with great aromas, along with various delectable dishes surrounding it. The Crown Prince then invited his father, the Emperor. "This is a mixed beef stew that I personally cooked for you, father. I had to stay up all night to create this delicious broth. Please take your time and enjoy." Upon hearing this, the Emperor felt intrigued and wanted to taste it right away. So the Crown Prince slowly poured the soup.
Oh no, the chili sauce. His smile gradually lost its kindness. Next, the Crown Prince picked up a piece of beef and said, "This piece is very delicious, father, please eat it." Inside, he was secretly scheming, thinking, "Father will spit fire from his mouth, just you wait. I'm about to get my revenge, hee hee." The Emperor savored the piece of beef and unexpectedly smiled brightly, praising, "Very delicious." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's mind was filled with question marks. "I don't understand why." The Emperor continued to compliment, "This is the best dish I have ever eaten." "How did you cook it?" The Crown Prince's face went blank like a millstone, wondering, "How strange. Is it not spicy enough?" So he decided to taste a piece. Immediately, the Crown Prince opened his mouth wide like a cave, exclaiming, "Ah! It's so spicy." He breathed fire from his mouth, constantly gasping, and angrily thought, "How strange. My father has never eaten spicy food before. How can he say it's delicious?" Then, the Emperor leisurely stepped onto the wooden carriage, leaving the Crown Prince gasping and in pain. He hurriedly told the eunuch to bring some water, quickly. "It's so spicy that I feel like I'm going to explode." The eunuch then asked, "Why does your Majesty take such a risk?" The Emperor scoffed and replied, "That damned Crown Prince thinks he can outplay me. His tail is about to stand on end, so he's no longer afraid of me. In fact, I've already walked in his shoes. This time, he will certainly try to play a trick on me for revenge. But if I refuse, it would be too ordinary. So this time, I must turn the tables on him to let him know who is really in charge." The Emperor continued, "Although I felt the dish was very spicy while eating it, afterwards it gave me a great sense of enjoyment. Next time, I will ask someone to cook this dish again. I want to try it once more." After that, the wooden carriage of the Emperor began to move slowly. The Crown Prince currently looked like he had just gotten lip fillers. He asked Fong Jiua, "Do you find my father very confusing?" Fong Jiua recalled the earlier scene, seeing the Emperor straining to suppress his pain, and replied, "I find him quite understandable." After that, the Emperor had completely recovered, and the palace examination was about to begin. To explain further, the scholars who had passed the previous HI examination would take the NH exam, which is the final test. This time the exam is personally judged by the powerful Emperor. Currently, the balloon still bears the bold words, "Yang Ting, he is a dog who does not keep his word." Many people have come to admire this unusual balloon in Binduong. Mr. Yang Ting, he is extremely furious, feeling that the Crown Prince has pulled a fast one on him. The reputation he has built over the years now amounts to nothing. After that, he went to Jiangxi Academy. Yang Ting, he had planned to rally the masses to uphold fairness for this final imperial examination. His main goal was to restore his reputation, with no noble intentions whatsoever. So, he crept close to a classroom to eavesdrop. Inside, the Crown Prince was boasting with the students. The imperial examination at the capital palace mainly tests the theoretical approaches to solving major issues. The Emperor will ask about national problems, such as those resulting from natural disasters, floods, and droughts. Scholars and candidates will be required to present their opinions to see who can answer the best. These are pressing national issues that I have copied from the capital palace. I will pretend to be the Emperor and pose questions to the students. By doing so, the students will become familiar with answering these types of questions. Lu Jia immediately raised his hand to ask, "Is this okay, the Crown Prince?" These questions were copied from the capital palace. If someone discovers this, wouldn't it be bad for us? The Crown Prince pointed toward the door and replied, "What is there to worry about? The door is tightly closed. Who else knows about this besides us?" Fong Jiua, standing to the side with a bored expression, said, "This information has already been made public. The problem is that these people do not know how to use it." Suddenly, he pointed and shouted, "Jiangxi Academy has trained its students to become talented individuals. I hope you all will serve the imperial court and benefit the people. But first, you must pass the exam. If you do not listen to the Crown Prince and do not study these questions, you will fail the exam and go home to herd cattle, understand? The students, having been admonished, fell silent. Fong Jiua continued by giving two examples, Guang Baodong and Yang Tinghe. If we let those scoundrels pose as intellectuals pass the exam, they will later become officials in the imperial court. They will be in the capital palace day after day, enjoying wealth and honor without doing anything. Isn't that suffering for the people? Lu Jia, after being enlightened, excitedly said, "The student understands now, teacher." The Crown Prince continued, "Based on the recent reports from my father, I predict that the biggest issue facing the country at this time is the training and care of cavalry. Students, please think and write down your answers to this question." Mr. Yang Tinghe, who was outside, heard this and couldn't help but smile smugly, gripping his fists tightly, thinking he finally had a chance to get back at the Crown Prince. He secretly told himself, if the Crown Prince only disclosed information about the current issues of the country, then there would be no problem. But since the Crown Prince has based his predictions on the direct information from the Emperor to predict the exam topics, doing so would truly be unfair to the candidates. "I will turn the tables on you before your Majesty, so you can see who's better." Then came the day of the imperial exam. The candidates had taken their seats, waiting for the Emperor's question. Afterward, the Emperor read aloud the discussion topic for the exam. This year, the exam topic is, how to gain the trust of the people. Mr. Yang Tinghe stood to the side, astonished, thinking, this exam topic is not about political or educational issues, but about how to win the people's hearts? Yang Tinghe thought, but I have already written the accusation, how can I accuse the Crown Prince now? But it's fine, I will definitely find a flaw. By all means, I must bring down the Crown Prince. After that, the imperial examination came to an end. The graduates slowly walked out. Yang Tinghe immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Mr. Lun Yen, angry, cursed Yang Tinghe inwardly, "What do you want to say? My son is taking the exam, and you want to create trouble?" The Emperor allowed Yang Tinghe to speak. He immediately pointed at the Crown Prince and loudly said, "I have heard that a few days ago, Your Highness the Crown Prince personally taught the exam questions to the students at Jiangxi Academy. As the only son of Your Majesty, the Crown Prince certainly knows Your Majesty's intentions. This is not fair to the other graduates. I fear that this matter will cause controversy in public opinion. I propose that today's essays be read aloud to all the people. I hope Your Majesty will allow all officials to follow this important imperial examination." The Emperor found Yang Tinghe's words reasonable and agreed, "Let it be done as you say, and make the results of these essays public for the people." Yang Tinghe, seeing everything unfold to his liking, chuckled triumphantly, while the Crown Prince smirked and internally remarked, "This guy is truly an old fool." Afterwards, the Crown Prince and Fong Jiua remained very confident in their group of students from Jiangxi. Even if they are publicly criticized, we are not afraid at all. Essays on the topic How to Win the People's Trust were widely publicized. An eunuch began to read aloud the essay by scholar Guishi Hai, "Follow the actions that the Crown Prince has taken, such as planting sweet potatoes, planting potatoes, providing assistance to the people, and doing beneficial deeds for the citizens. Only then can we win the hearts of the people." The two men listened in astonishment, their mouths agape. The eunuch continued reading the essay by scholar Di Yuan. "The Crown Prince has fought against the wicked pirates, maintaining peace for the coastal people and protecting them from the marauding pirates." The eunuch then started reading the essay by Lu Jia. "The people have contributed food, clothing, and all other necessities for us. We must always be grateful for everything they have sacrificed. I have deeply learned these truths from the esteemed Crown Prince, Your Highness." Eunuch continued, "The Crown Prince has done countless wonderful things, such as providing aid to refugees, and many other things." At this moment, Mr. Yang Tinghe was so angry that he almost went mad. He cursed the damn students from Jiangxi. "Why do you always bring up the Crown Prince? Are you all trying to flatter the Crown Prince to get high marks, huh? How despicable." Lu Jia then praised the Crown Prince as a supreme being, blinding everyone with brilliance. He said, "The Crown Prince has established a prosperous and happy village, built the Jiangxi Academy, opened a coal furnace there, resisted the pirates,
and proposed countless strategies to help, saving countless people. The Crown Prince has made a significant contribution to the country. Of course, we must honor the Crown Prince, Your Highness. At this moment, the Crown Prince posed like a national HQ idol, with enthusiastic students behind him shouting, "Forever love! Forever love! The Crown Prince, I love you!" Mr. Yang Tinghe, in fury, looked frozen and clasped his hands, declaring that Lu Jie and the students from Jiangxi are fawning over the Crown Prince excessively, especially that Lu Jie. Your Majesty, please take action to punish him. Yang Tinghe continued, if not, from now on, everyone will believe that fawning is good. If that happens, who will still regard our imperial court with any respect? The emperor, upon hearing this, looked extremely displeased. To make matters worse, the other officials chimed in, Your Majesty, we also believe that promoting a sycophant is very dangerous. Please consider this matter carefully. At this moment, the emperor held his head in distress from the mental pressure, saying, You all make valid points. After that, a few of those wretched officials began to argue loudly, giving the emperor a headache. He reluctantly set the matter aside and decided to call off the meeting early. Then the next day, the officials along with the candidates gathered in front of the emperor. As soon as he entered, Mr. Yang Tinghe loudly proclaimed, The Crown Prince is the future emperor of our nation. If Your Majesty allows sycophants to accompany the Crown Prince, flattering him day after day, the Crown Prince will become arrogant and refuse to study further. One day, when the Crown Prince ascends the throne, these sycophants will conspire to harm him and overthrow our Ming Dynasty. Yang Tinghe continued, as the former teacher of the Crown Prince, it pains me deeply to see him deceived by such people. Yang Tinghe continued, even if I die today, I will expose these traitors. The other officials immediately echoed, Your Majesty, please recognize the importance of this matter. Yang Tinghe was currently smirking cunningly, secretly thinking, with so many people supporting me like this. At this moment, I stand in the highest position. Regardless of whether Your Majesty wants to dismantle Jiangxi Academy or angrily punish me, demoting me to a commoner, Yang Tinghe will become a model for countless intellectuals to follow. Even if I am demoted and have to start over, I will still be the most renowned intellectual of the Ming Dynasty. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Your Majesty, something big has happened. Yang Tinghe was startled, turning to ask for details. The eunuch replied, currently, hundreds of thousands of people are congregating in Jiangxi. They are packed closely together, covering a long stretch of road with no end in sight. The officials were astonished, exclaiming, What the hell is happening? Are they trying to rebel? Fong Jiua then smiled and said, Everyone has misunderstood. Right now, Jiangxi is recruiting people to live and work for the Crown Prince. Fong Jiua continued, The Crown Prince along with us are looking to recruit 1,000 people to develop Jiangxi better. Perhaps the people from other regions are a bit too enthusiastic. The Crown Prince is currently smiling mischievously because earlier, Fong Jiua had ordered his student Wang Yangming to publicly and widely recruit people from other regions to come to Jiangxi to work, under the pretense of being a proposal from the Crown Prince, Your Highness. Fong Jiua's plan is that the more people come, the more it shows that people everywhere admire the talents of the Crown Prince. At that time, even the officials who want to cause unrest will be silenced and unable to do anything. Currently, just as Fong Jiua planned, Mr. Yang Tinghe has a dumbfounded face, unable to believe that Jiangxi only wanted to recruit 1,000 people but instead received hundreds of thousands. Is the Crown Prince really that distinguished? Other officials are also whispering to each other, is Jiangxi the place where everyone wants to live and work? Is the provincial capital of the Crown Prince really that wonderful? Next, a blue-robed official clasped his hands and said, This is truly great news. Your Majesty, the topic of our discussion is how we can persuade the people. The official in the blue robe continued, In the past, people admired great leaders and followed them wholeheartedly without change. Today, Your Highness the Crown Prince has achieved the same. Hundreds of thousands of people from all over have flocked to Jiangxi to seek refuge with the Crown Prince, pledging their loyalty to serve him. This proves that the Crown Prince is an extraordinary person, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince is currently standing with his hands on his hips, exuding an aura that says, "I am the best here." Meanwhile, the officials bow their heads and kneel, not daring to utter a word. Mr. Yang Ting he has become like a foolish boy, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the crown prince leaned close to him and taunted, "Who was it that just said something about me and my student? I couldn't hear clearly, why don't you repeat it?" Yang Ting he trembled, completely silent and unable to speak. After a while, many citizens were brought before the emperor. The current emperor wore a serious expression. An old man with a white beard, resembling an owl, spoke, "Do you and the other citizens not know what crime you have committed to be brought here?" In fact, not long ago, Mr. Yang Ting he was still quite resentful of the crown prince. He told the emperor, "It is impossible to believe in the story of hundreds of thousands of people flocking to Jiangxi, as that is simply absurd." Therefore, he decided to go to Jiangxi, randomly find a few people, and bring them to the capital palace for direct interrogation. Transitioning to the present, Yang Ting he pointed and shouted, "You there, tell me quickly, what is your main purpose for coming to Jiangxi?" The crown prince was currently angry with Yang Ting he for daring to suspect him of being a fraud. The old man with a white beard honestly replied, "A middle-aged man invited me to come to Jiangxi with him." Hearing this, Yang Ting he secretly rejoiced, thinking this was a great opportunity to frame the crown prince. The old man continued, "Everyone knows that Jiangxi has a lot of food supplies and fresh food, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pork. When I learned that Jiangxi was recruiting people to work and live, I immediately wanted to go there." Yang Ting he was taken aback and asked again, "Are you out of your mind? Just because Jiangxi has more food, you abandoned your homeland to go there?" The old man replied, "You really are a country bumpkin who knows nothing. In Jiangxi, there is not only delicious food, but you can also earn a lot of silver." The old man with the white beard continued, "For example, when I was in the countryside, from dawn to dusk, I could earn at most a few hundred dong a year. But when I went to Jiangxi, I could earn 3 quantities of silver a year. The people in Jiangxi all know that they live a life of great comfort and happiness thanks to having food to eat and earning a lot of silver. They can build houses, and with a house, they can marry, have children, and take care of their families. A person who can have such a wonderful life is truly blessed, more precious than anything. But now you are forcing me to be here, and at present, I no longer have the opportunity to go to Jiangxi to work. I really don't want to live anymore, sob sob." Suddenly, Yang Ting he pointed and shouted, "It's that filthy old man, who doesn't know letters or etiquette. You only care about trivial eating and drinking, just like a pig." The old man with the white beard, undeterred, retorted, "Don't be so arrogant. Do you think I'm scared of you just because you're a court official? I don't care about you at all. You say I only care about eating and drinking, but have you ever been hungry?" The white-bearded man angrily shouted, "Do you know what it feels like to be hungry for 3 days to the point where you want to eat any grass or dirt that you see? Do you know the pain of watching your mother sick, suffering greatly but having no money to call the doctor? I have never lived well, but Jiangxi can give me a better life. Of course, I will go there to contribute and work wholeheartedly. I do not care who the officials in the imperial court are. You don't feed me at all, so why should I respect you?" The crown prince, standing to one side, applauded and praised the white-bearded man for speaking well. The man was startled and asked, "Who are you, sir?" Shao Eunuch replied, "That is the crown prince, your highness." Immediately, the white-bearded man rushed to embrace the crown prince's legs, exclaiming, "You are the great benefactor in the heart of a small-minded person." The small-minded person's name is Lu Xie. The small-minded person was captured by the officials and does not know the reason, and cannot participate in the recruitment of citizens. Please accept the small-minded person, great benefactor. Let the small-minded person become a citizen of Jiangxi. The small-minded person vows to dedicate himself to serving the great benefactor. Soon after, the remaining citizens also knelt down, pleading for the crown prince, your highness, to grant them mercy. The emperor witnessed this scene, laughed with delight, and said, "Everyone rise. I will favorably accept all, and everyone will become citizens of Jiangxi." However, the white-bearded man asserted, "Only the words of the crown prince, your highness, hold value, regardless of what the emperor says.
Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately helped the white-bearded man to his feet and said, "From now on, you and everyone will officially be citizens of Jiangxi." All the people echoed, "Wonderful! The crown prince, your highness, will forever be the great benefactor in our hearts." After that, all the people together went to Jiangxi. The emperor then proclaimed, "People from all over are willingly ready to come to Jiangxi to live and contribute, not because they have been enlightened, but because they can lead a warm and happy life there." This is what the crown prince and Fong Jiua have done to assist the people of Jiangxi. As for Yang Tinghe, he always speaks about the principles of being a good person but has never truly done anything to help the people. I am glad that I did not allow him to be the tutor of the crown prince anymore. Yang Tinghe immediately knelt down to confess his guilt, tremblingly clasping his hands in prayer, begging your majesty for mercy. He promised that he and the other officials would conduct a thorough self-examination of the wrongdoings they had committed. The two sworn brothers exchanged glances and fist-bumped, their expressions very cool. The emperor then expressed his satisfaction and praised the crown prince, asserting that, "I am very proud of you. The Ming Dynasty is fortunate to have a crown prince like you, a great blessing for the country and the people." The crown prince, overwhelmed by his father's compliments, was moved to tears. The emperor abolished the title of the unfilial son and instead conferred the title the excellent crown prince of the people. The crown prince felt immense joy. The emperor continued to inquire, "This time, there are hundreds of thousands of people still flocking to Jiangxi. How will you and Fong Jiua address them?" The two young men appeared stunned at this moment and honestly replied, they did not expect so many people to gather so actively and have yet to come up with a solution, "Father." The emperor immediately grew furious, "Is this how you handle things? Only 1,000 people were meant to be recruited to Jiangxi. Many others are also coming with great hopes. The more terrifying aspect is that once they become desperate, the consequences could be horrendous. Do you understand that?" Fong Jiua and the crown prince were severely reprimanded by the emperor, their faces clearly showing confusion and not knowing how to respond. The emperor then proposed a solution for the two: instead of just recruiting 1,000 people, recruit 5,000. At the same time, keep a record of the remaining candidates and inform them that they will be prioritized in the next recruitment. Furthermore, all commoners must be supplied with food and transportation by the capital palace. The emperor instructed, "You both must follow what I say. If you do not listen, do not blame me for becoming severe." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, looked as if he had just lost his grain ration, clasped his hands, and obeyed. He realized an important lesson: every bit of ignorance comes at a cost. Sometime later, while Fong Jiua was sleeping, someone called out, "Fong Jiua, there's big news, get up quickly." Fong Jiua opened his eyes to see the crown prince leaning closely, staring intently at him, just like in romantic movies. Fong Jiua was startled, sat up straight, and asked the crown prince, "What is it?" The crown prince, with a serious expression, replied, "I have a child." Fong Jiua's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Not long ago, the crown prince loudly asked Lu Shu, "Where is my beautiful maid? Hurry and call her to sleep with me. I can't sleep without anyone by my side." Lu Shu frowned and replied, "Lu Shu is suffering from a cold, her health is not good, she cannot come to serve you, your highness. She has been vomiting everything she eats, at the moment, she can't even sit up, your highness. Perhaps you could choose another maid?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince asked further, "What about the maid Rui Rong?" Lu Shu answered, "She is also experiencing vomiting, your highness." The crown prince suspected that the two might be pregnant, and wished for Fong Jiua to check if they were truly expecting. Fong Jiua frowned and replied, "What are you saying, your highness? I'm not an imperial physician, how would I know? Just call an imperial physician to check, and that would suffice." The crown prince acknowledged Fong Jiua's point, and soon the imperial physician arrived to conduct an examination. The crown prince, with a bewildered expression, asked the imperial physician, "So, what is it? Is there something wrong with her?" The imperial physician joyfully clasped his hands and said, "Your highness, this is good news." The imperial physician continued, "The heartbeat and pulse are normal, indicating that she is indeed pregnant. Congratulations, Your Highness, the Crown Prince.
Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince laughed heartily, filled with pride.
Finally, this day had come.
The Crown Prince turned and patted Fong Jiua on the shoulder, praising him. You did an excellent job with the circumcision, my brother.
I forgive you for your mistake, all right? Fong Jiua looked dejected and did not want to say anything more.
Suddenly, Fong Jiua glanced over and noticed the pink-clad aunt, an older palace maid of the Crown Prince.
Fong Jiua thought to himself, what a salty guy, not even sparing a heavy-duty aircraft. This guy is truly hopeless.
The Crown Prince suddenly broke into a mischievous grin, thinking to himself, I must report this good news to my father immediately.
In the past, he has humiliated me in every way possible, but today, I want to let him and all the people know that when it comes to mastering the subject of physiology, he cannot compete with me. Then he will be utterly humiliated and won't dare to bully me anymore.
Suddenly, Fong Jiua ran off, wanting to share this good news with the Queen Mother and the Empress. The Crown Prince immediately patted Fong Jiua on the back and said, Where are you in such a hurry? Let's go together to witness my glorious moment. One fine morning at the capital palace, the Emperor frowned and asked, Why did you come so early today?
Couldn't you sleep last night? If you stayed up all night, you must have something to report, right?
The Crown Prince confidently placed his hands on his hips and replied, Not at all, you old man. Hearing that, the Emperor felt a pang of anger.
He thought to himself, this ungrateful son dares to call me that? Is he plotting a rebellion?
The Emperor angrily shouted, You rascal, get out of here. The Crown Prince immediately shouted back, Not going.
The Emperor, so furious that he seemed to transform into a giant, yelled, You scoundrel, are you rebelling right now?
Suddenly, Fong Jiua rushed in, clasping his hands together and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. The Crown Prince and I came here to bring good news.
The Emperor felt delighted and wondered, could it be that the matter has happened so quickly? Fong Jiua replied, I didn't expect Your Majesty to guess it so quickly.
The Emperor continued, My son usually meets me like a mouse meets a cat, not daring to utter a word. The Emperor continued, But today, he dares to be so arrogant and audacious. Surely there is some joyful news related to him. At this moment, the Crown Prince scoffed, very pleased with himself, and spoke up, I already have children, not just one, but as many as 7. Hearing this, the Emperor felt as if he were floating in the clouds because the Ming Dynasty now had an heir. Meanwhile, the Empress, Queen Mother, and Princess were all wide-eyed, not expecting the Crown Prince to be so impressive. Producing 7 children in one go was truly a remarkable feat. The Empress praised Fong Jiua, You have achieved a great accomplishment.
Fong Master, if you want anything, just say it.
As long as it's within the capital palace, I will definitely grant it to you. The Emperor also agreed with the Empress, Fong Master has aided the royal family, and I am extremely grateful. Whatever you desire, just ask of me. Fong Jiua had been waiting for this day for a long time. He declared boldly, I have but one wish, which is to marry Princess Your Highness as my wife.
Oh dear, it was unexpected that Fong Jiua would be so bold.
The Crown Prince then clenched his collar, preparing to confront Fong Jiua. Are you trying to take my sister away? The princess blushed, shyly running outside. The Emperor looked at Fong Jiua, who was putting on a cute demeanor, and secretly thought, this guy is young, but why is he so thick-skinned?
Normally, when making a marriage proposal, it's the matchmaker or the parents who come to ask.
Yet he boldly states it outright like this. I wonder where his sense of propriety is hidden. At that moment, the Crown Prince spoke up, I will challenge this damn guy to a duel. He needs to learn a lesson for being so unreasonable. Fong Jiua immediately pushed the Crown Prince's hand away and shouted, I am not being unreasonable. Princess Your Highness and I are very well matched in age.
We are a perfect couple made in heaven.
In fact, in ancient times, horoscopes were highly valued when it came to marriage.
The Queen Mother suddenly asked angrily, How do you know that you and the princess are compatible in terms of horoscopes? How do you know the princess's date of birth? Fong Jiua realized he had misspoken and was secretly worried.
Because in this era, the royal family was very concerned about sorcerers casting spells and curses, so the birth dates of all members of the royal family were kept strictly confidential. The princess is a girl who has spent her entire life in the imperial palace. If the princess reveals her date of birth to a single man like Fong Jiua, it would be extremely outrageous. Thus, Fong Jiua pointed at Xiao Eunuch and said that he had spoken with him, and it was he who had informed Fong Jiua. Xiao Eunuch was called out, startled, not expecting Fong Jiua to play such a trick on him. He hurried to kneel and exclaimed, "You are a slanderer. I have no grievances with you, yet you falsely accuse me like this?" The Empress then whispered to the Queen Mother, "Dear Mother, I knew before that Fong Jiua is a person of high moral integrity. In order to examine the princess's fate, I asked Fong Jiua for his help. Therefore, I ended up revealing the princess's date of birth to Fong Jiua." At this moment, our young man also breathed a sigh of relief. The Queen Mother thought to herself, Fong Jiua is indeed a good young man, not daring to speak the truth for fear of being reproached by the Empress. The Queen Mother then said to Fong Jiua, "I will not hold you accountable any longer. Is the fate of Fong Master and the princess truly compatible? Please tell me how they are compatible." Fong Jiua immediately took out the fortune-telling documents and proudly reported to the Queen Mother, "Not only is it a match, but it is a perfect match, Your Majesty. I have calculated and found that Princess Your Highness and I are truly meant for each other. When we marry, our descendants will fill the home, living to 100 years. The man will prosper, the woman will encounter much good fortune. The couple will be harmonious, helping each other, and building a wonderful happy family." The Crown Prince felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "This guy always carries fortune-telling documents to deceive others. He has definitely been secretly preparing a plot to steal my sister away for a long time." The Queen Mother opened the paper and saw that it was indeed as Fong Jiua had said. This had been confirmed by the esteemed Mr. Li Qiuyun. Li Qiuyun was the one who had previously prayed for rain in Longchuanguang. The Queen Mother also recognized that Li Qiuyun was a man of virtue and reputation, so she trusted him right away. However, the Crown Prince warned the Queen Mother, "Do not let this man deceive you. Li Qiuyun has shady connections with Fong Jiua. He is not trustworthy." Fong Jiua clenched his fist and secretly cursed the Crown Prince. But he had prepared an additional backup plan, the fortune-telling documents from the famous monk from Tianning Temple. Fong Jiua presented those documents to the Queen Mother and said, "Please have a look, Your Majesty." Queen Mother picked up the document to read and exclaimed, "Oh, it's truly incredible. He also confirms that the two of them are meant to be together, destined to be with each other for life." Queen Mother felt that something was amiss, so she asked again, "Is this the handwriting of the high monk from Tianning Temple?" The Crown Prince immediately interjected loudly, "It is highly likely that Fong Jiua bribed him." Fong Jiua stood aside, silently furious, feeling as if he was being burned by fire. He happily pulled out a third document, of extremely high credibility. This is the fortune-telling record of Long Hushan Disian. He is a well-known figure, a direct disciple of the celestial master Zhang Ling, and holds a very high status. Queen Mother picked up the document to read and was once again astonished. He also believed that Fong Jiua and the princess were fated to be together for eternity. The Crown Prince immediately opposed, shouting, "Queen Mother should never trust that cunning man. He used to be an extremely dangerous Taoist, and he even boasted to me that all the Taoists in the world are his disciples. He is definitely deceiving Queen Mother." At this moment, Fong Jiua felt hopeless, tears welling up, thinking that he had run out of chances. Unexpectedly, the Queen Mother snapped at the Crown Prince, "Shut up. The evidence about the masters that Fong Jiua presented are all renowned grandmasters. How could they possibly be easily bought off?" She then turned to Fong Jiua and cheerfully said, "I have always believed that Master Fong and my princess are truly a match made in heaven. The feelings between the princess and Master Fong, as I see it, are also quite profound." Fong Jiua's expression showed delight as he agreed with the Queen Mother. He secretly thought that this was indeed a wonderful opportunity. However, the Queen Mother regretfully stated, "Unfortunately, your Fong family belongs to the esteemed nobility. According to the law, the princess cannot marry someone from the nobility, in order to prevent the nobility from interfering with the power of the royal family." Upon hearing this, Fong Jihua's expression was as if he had just swallowed a bitter pill. The crown prince laughed scornfully, pointing directly at Fong Jihua. "You have no chance to take my sister away from me." However, Fong Jihua had long been prepared for this situation. Fong Jihua continued to explain, "According to astrology, I and Princess Your Highness are a predestined pair. If the princess marries anyone other than me as prince consort, she will encounter unforeseen disasters. If the crown prince prevents the princess from marrying me, the future of the princess will not be able to attain happiness. Moreover, during the times of Emperor Hongwu and Emperor Yongle, there were precedents of prestigious royals marrying grand ministers in the imperial court. The Ming Dynasty at that time was still very powerful, so why can't we implement that now? This means that the current regulations devised and enforced by the nobles aim to restrict the loss of their lineage." Suddenly, Fong Jihua firmly declared, "I am the Marquis of Dingyuan. I am willing to renounce my marquisate to become an ordinary citizen. I am willing to spend my life as an ordinary teacher in Jiangxi and will absolutely not interfere in the affairs of the imperial court. I truly love Princess Your Highness and only hope that the Queen Mother will approve of this marriage." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother was successfully convinced by Fong Jihua. Queen Mother greatly admired the courage for love that Fong Jihua displayed, having chosen to abandon everything in pursuit of love. She also inquired, "How does the emperor feel?" The emperor smiled and replied, "He is quite pleased as well." Meanwhile, the current crown prince had turned pale, unable to believe it. Both his father and grandmother had accepted Fong Jihua, making the crown prince feel as though all his plans had collapsed. After that, the crown prince pulled the princess over and said, "Marriage is very important. First, we need to ask for your opinion. We need to know if you agree or not. Please make it clear to that shameless Fong Jihua that you have no feelings for him and strongly oppose this marriage. You can say it loud and clear, there's no need to worry when you have me here." At that moment, the princess was extremely embarrassed, her cheeks flushed red. The crown prince, on the other hand, was smirking, feeling quite pleased with himself. He thought, "Fong Jihua, don't even dream of stealing her from me. She will definitely say she has no feelings for you. At that point, father and Queen Mother will surely oppose this marriage." The crown prince sneered, full of self-satisfaction. The princess hesitated and said to the Queen Mother, "The matter of my marriage is all thanks to you and father deciding for me." The Queen Mother was delighted, silently understanding that her princess was also very fond of Fong Jihua. Meanwhile, the crown prince had lost all his smiles, his mouth pressed tightly, unsure of what to say. He still couldn't believe it and asked again, "What did the princess say? I didn't hear clearly just now." The princess replied, "I only believe in the fate that heaven has arranged, and the wise ones have pointed out that this is correct. I can only follow it, I do not dare to oppose their words." Hearing this, the crown prince became even more despondent and didn't know what to say. He felt tense and began to criticize Fong Jihua as a damn scoundrel. He had wasted his time considering Fong Jihua as a brother all this while, only to be betrayed like this. In anger, he pulled out his weapon and chased Fong Jihua as if chasing a dog. Fong Jihua yelled, "The crown prince is being unreasonable. Why can't the crown prince accept this? The crown prince has hundreds of palace maids, I just want the princess to be my wife, is that too much to ask? We are just like brothers, can't I marry just this sister? If I were the crown prince, I would agree right away without a second thought." The crown prince laughed more mischievously than a multi-level marketing ad. He said to Fong Jihua, "You have a younger sister named Fong Xiaofan." Fong Jihua suddenly jolted, his face dark as coal, realizing he had spoken faster than he thought and forgotten that he also had a younger sister. Fong Jihua quickly grabbed the crown prince's weapon, raising his voice, "If the princess doesn't marry me, she will marry someone else. That person could be a dangerous man. It is better for her to marry me, a kind man who loves the princess wholeheartedly, than to marry someone who could be lazy, filthy, and shameless." The crown prince became furious, determined not to lose his sister. He said, "My sister has always loved me since we were young, and she will go wherever I go. When I went to Jiangxi, she refused to eat and insisted on waiting for me to go with her. When I was scolded by my father, she always defended me and knelt down to plead for me. As we grew up, when I was moved to the Eastern Palace, she cried until her eyes were swollen. But right now, just by looking at my sister's appearance, I can tell that she wishes to be by your side and will only care for you and worry about you." The crown prince suddenly let go of Fong Jiua and said to him, "You must treat my sister well. If you dare to bully her, I will surely chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Fong Jiua was astonished and his eyes widened in surprise. The crown prince, at that moment, had a very mournful expression. Fong Jiua then slung his arm around the crown prince's shoulder and asked, "Xiao Zhu, are you hungry?" Upon hearing this question, the sudden change in the way he was addressed made him feel flustered. The crown prince replied that he was a bit hungry. Sometime later, in the presence of the emperor, he told the grand ministers, "I plan to marry the princess to the Marquis of Dingyuan Fong Jiua. What do you think about this matter?" They immediately voiced their objections, arguing that the marriage of a princess to a person of noble repute poses the risk of that person interfering in the political affairs of the country. Fong Jiua retorted with a scowl, "If the directors marry someone else, then there is a risk of forming a faction for personal gain, which would also endanger the country. So, should no one be allowed to marry?" Faced with this difficult question, they fell silent immediately. The man in the red robe continued to point out the reason. The father of Fong Jiua, Fong Jinglong, did not even come to represent himself for the proposal. The emperor agreeing to this marriage directly would undermine the dignity of the royal family. The other men followed suit, agreeing that for the sake of the royal family's dignity, the marriage should not proceed. Fong Jiua felt furious with these old men and wished to kick them all to death. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, breathless, to report, "Your Majesty, there is an outbreak of malaria in Guizhou. Fong Jinglong has sent a letter to warn." The emperor opened the letter to read, which stated, "Dear Your Majesty, there is currently a severe outbreak of malaria in Guizhou. I have also contracted the disease and fear that my time left to live may not be long. I have a son, Fong Jiua, who possesses both good character and appearance. Princess Your Highness has now reached the age for marriage. I only wish for one final request from Your Majesty, to unite my son with the princess. If this can be realized, I will be eternally grateful to Your Majesty and will remember this kindness forever." The reason Fong Jinglong wrote such a farewell message was that malaria at that time had no cure. Contracting this disease meant death. The emperor read Fong Jinglong's letter to the officials. The officials all looked dumbfounded, having no reason left to oppose Fong Jihua's marriage. At this moment, Fong Jiua felt stiff, with mixed emotions, and then shed tears, feeling deeply moved. He thought to himself that even though his father was gravely ill, he still thought of him. Currently, Miluo was taking care of her husband. Fong Jinglong was worried that after the plague, the troops and soldiers might become disorganized, leading to desertions and rebellions within the army. But even if he had only his last breath, he would continue to patrol the military camp to ensure stability in the northwest. If Your Majesty agrees to the marriage of Fong Jiua and Princess Your Highness, he is willing to renounce the title of Western Conqueror. What he was thinking, he had recorded in the letter and was about to send to the emperor. Suddenly, Miluo said she also had something to say to the emperor. She wrote in the letter, "I am now a member of the Fong family, and even in death, I will be the spirit of the Fong family. Even if my husband has a serious illness and cannot survive, I will pledge my loyalty to the Ming Dynasty until death." After some time, the letter was sent to the capital palace. When the emperor finished reading the letter, his hands trembled. He shouted loudly, "All members of the Fong family are absolutely loyal to him, dedicating themselves fully to the Ming Dynasty and indifferent to life and death. Fong Jinglong, the father of Fong Jiua, is currently very ill. His final wish is to marry Fong Jiua and our princess. How can this not be fulfilled?" The officials below immediately shouted, "Of course we all agree, Your Majesty. The Fong family has sacrificed everything for the Ming Dynasty.
We have no reason to oppose this matter."
Upon hearing this, the emperor decided to allow Fong Jiua and the princess to marry. However, to prevent the nobility from interfering in the royal family's politics, the emperor stripped Fong Jiua of his title as Marquis of Dingyuan. Fong Jiua, as prince consort, will have the responsibility of worshipping the ancestors of the royal family and will not participate in any political affairs of the Ming Dynasty. Logically speaking, Fong Jiua has been demoted by the emperor and no longer holds any power. But shortly after, a eunuch suddenly reported that Prince Consort Fong Jiua had received an imperial edict from the royal family. The eunuch emphasized that this was the imperial edict of the Eastern Palace issued by the Duke of the State and the Crown Prince. The content of the imperial edict stated, "Prince Consort Fong Jiua has deeply won the heart of the Duke of the State. Currently, Jingguo Mansion is in need of talent, therefore I issue this imperial edict to bestow upon Fong Jiua the title of Marquis of Pacify the Nation to assist me in resolving the great issues of the country." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's mind was filled with question marks, and his mouth hung open in shock. "Oh, I have never issued an imperial edict like this before. How could I possibly have the right to bestow Fong Jiua the title of Marquis of Pacify the Nation?" Fong Jiua opened it to take a look, and indeed it was top-tier quality, with 101% authenticity. The royal seal and the paper used for the imperial edict could not be forged. The Crown Prince suddenly realized that it was his father, the emperor, who had cleverly issued the imperial edict to turn the tables on him. The Crown Prince was so frustrated that he shouted, "That old man truly lacks shame. This is driving me crazy." It turned out that the emperor previously believed that allowing Fong Jiua to become the prince consort without any power, only to worship the ancestors, would be a way to bury his talent. He thought, "The Crown Prince has been performing countless antics for the public, so I just need to use the title of the Crown Prince to appoint Fong Jiua as Marquis of Pacify the Nation." Thus, Fong Jiua has been illegally promoted by the Crown Prince. The current Crown Prince is very angry because his seal at the Eastern Palace has been forged by his father. He wants to upgrade his seal to a higher quality version to prevent forgery. Fong Jiua stood aside, feeling truly at a loss. Then he announced, "I still have something very important to do, which is to find a cure to save my father." After a while, at the greenhouse in Jiangxi, Fong Jiua pointed and ordered others to strip the bark from this tree for him. In fact, the bark of the golden wormwood, also known as golden herbal wormwood, is the first-generation anti-malarial drug. The female scientist Tu Jojo then continued to research the golden wormwood and invented a remedy for malaria from this plant. Fong Jiua could not extract the medicinal materials directly from the golden wormwood, so he could only dry the bark and grind it into powder, then mix it with lime and other substances. He also developed a simple version of the malaria remedy. After Fong Jiua finished preparing the medicine, he handed over 300 pounds of medicine to his disciple to transport to Guizhou. Fong Jiua was very hopeful that the medicine could save his father in time. Sometime later, in Guizhou, Fong Jinglong, despite being gravely ill, remained determined to go to the camp to lead the soldiers. Miluo anxiously told her husband, "You should not go outside, for you are seriously ill and currently very weak." Fong Jinglong replied, "In any case, I cannot live much longer, but to uphold the title of Marquis of Pacify the Nation, I cannot die in bed. If I must die, I will die in the military camp. This way, when the announcement of my funeral is made, the emperor will know that even if I, Fong Jinglong, have died, I have still been loyal and absolutely fulfilled my duty. If my son, Fong Jiua, encounters trouble in the future, the emperor, remembering me, will certainly assist Fong Jiua." Fong Jinglong then asked his wife Miluo to help him dress. As Miluo put the clothing on, she noticed that her husband had lost a great deal of weight. The current outfit was too loose, causing her pain and making her weep uncontrollably. Fong Jinglong also said, "I have lost a lot of weight, but that no longer matters. My absolute loyalty to the emperor is the greatest thing I can leave for my son. I am very happy about that." Miluo also patted Fong Jinglong on the shoulder and said he would be like a husband. Right after that, a young servant brought in 8 bowls of steaming hot medicine and said, "This is medicine sent urgently by Fong Jiua for General Fong. He said this medicine can cure malaria."
Fong Jinglong thought, there can't be such a thing. Is there any malaria medicine in this world? But he still picked it up and drank it all. Although he did not believe it, this was the intention of his beloved son, so he could not let his son down. Sometime later, Shen Ao's sister was married to the crown prince and was appointed crown princess. Fong Jiua was also secretly happy because he was about to marry his princess. The Department of Rights had chosen an auspicious date. Fong Jiua sat at the front door laughing happily, waiting for the imperial edict to announce the official wedding date. Soon after, the eunuch and the bearers of the palanquin arrived. Fong Jiua was as joyful as a mother returning from the market. It had been a long time since he last saw the princess, and Fong Jiua was eager to behold the beauty of his future wife right away. However, as soon as he opened the curtain, he saw a girl whose beauty was no different from Shernu. Fong Jiua's expression immediately turned to one of disappointment, unable to believe his eyes. The eunuch then chuckled awkwardly and explained, "This is the girl sent for Fong Jiua to have a trial living arrangement." Fong Jiua, looking dejected, retorted, "Such a thing is allowed? How can I possibly live with her? This is a poor act. I only wish to give my first time to Princess Your Highness." The eunuch felt disheartened upon hearing this and told Fong Jiua, "If you do not have a trial living arrangement, how can you know if Princess Your Highness is suitable?" In fact, during the Ming Dynasty, there was a princess who married a young scholar weak in both literature and reason, and as a result, the princess gained no happiness and had no children until her death. To prevent similar situations from occurring before princesses get married, it is now necessary for prospective prince consorts to undergo a trial process. Fong Jiua then stated, "The emperor is well aware of my health, so I do not need to do this." The eunuch stood frozen, silently thinking, the emperor values this matter more than anyone else. He has ordered me to come here to check on Fong Jiua. The eunuch explained that in the Ming Dynasty, sons of nobles, even those only 23 years old and not yet married, often had one or two concubines. Fong Jiua, although over 20 years old, had neither concubines nor female servants, which clearly indicated that there was an issue with his health. Therefore, he must definitely live with this female servant. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua was so angry that his face turned green. He immediately called Deng Deng and 500 of his servant brothers, instructing them to grab their things and rush after the eunuch. The eunuch ran away, almost losing his pants. A while later, in the capital palace, the eunuch arrived to report to the emperor, "Fong Jiua refuses to live with the female servant and even called people to chase me, forcing me to run for my life." The empress, standing beside him, remarked, "Fong Jiua is usually a serious and calm young man. I wonder if he truly has a problem or not." However, the emperor responded, "I understand Fong Jiua very well, and based on our interactions, I am 10% confident that he is indeed a strong and healthy young man." The empress felt increasingly worried, "So you don't trust him yet?" "The auspicious day for the wedding is approaching, we cannot overlook Fong Jiua's health. This is the lifelong happiness of our princess." The emperor stroked his chin, believing that Fong Jiua was not satisfied with the maid he had sent to live with him. "Find another maid, one more beautiful, and send her to him." The empress also found this reasonable. The next morning, the eunuch brought a remarkably beautiful maid to Fong Jiua. He, pleased with himself, said, "I have understood your request. Today, I bring you what you want." Fong Jiua clenched his fists in anger, feeling humiliated. "You are humiliating me. This is Xiao Shangxiang, the maid who has served me for many years. I can only live with her, and once this matter is over, she must be sent to the princess's residence to serve her as a maid. If you do not agree, I will become a Taoist priest." Afterward, the eunuch reported this matter to the empress, and she also agreed with Fong Jiua's proposal. Some time later, the maid Xiao Shangxiang was summoned to the capital palace. The housekeeper instructed Shangxiang, "Please report everything to the empress." Xiao Shangxiang entered, her face flushed with embarrassment, and told the empress, "After a period of living together with young master Fong Jiua, the maid will now recount to the empress." From the maid's perspective, young master Fong Jiua's health is very good, even surpassing the norm. Upon hearing this, the empress was overjoyed and commanded that the marriage proceed as planned.
A short time later, on the wedding night, the princess was dressed in a beautiful wedding gown.
Fong Jiua was very happy as he slowly lifted the veil covering her face.
The princess, with her cheeks flushed and captivatingly large eyes, looked incredibly adorable and lovely. Fong Jiua suddenly leaned in closer and said to his wife, "It's time for us to drink the wedding cup together, isn't it, dear?" The princess turned her face away shyly and replied, "I don't know how to drink."
Fong Jiua also agreed to skip this ritual. He then asked, "What should we do next?"
The princess hesitantly said that the housekeeper taught her that one must cover with a blanket together with their husband and only then do such things.
Fong Jiua, with a delighted expression, asked back, "What should we do?"
The princess immediately covered her face, feeling shy and unable to say anything more. Fong Jiua laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying himself.
After that, the candle was blown out.
Fong Jiua pulled the curtain close and said, "My dear wife, it is time for us to sleep now, hi. When Fong Jiua and the princess got married, the current crown prince fell into a state of severe depression. His mouth was always pouting. Fortunately, this young man had one advantage: his love for fun was deeply ingrained, so he wasn't too sad. One day, when the crown prince met Fong Jiua, he jumped up excitedly like several young men in high spirits. He joyfully announced, "The palace maids are about to give birth to my children.
I'm going to be a father soon, hee." Fong Jiua gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Fong Jiua continued, "Also, my princess wife is pregnant too, so I am also going to be a father, hee." Upon hearing this, the crown prince's expression turned utterly grotesque.
He completely lost interest and fell back into a state of depression, sulking in a corner.
Fong Jiua thought to himself, "Why is this guy so strange? It's been such a long time and there's still a resentment arrow in him?"
A short while later, Lucian came to bring good news to the crown prince. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the noble consorts have successfully given birth to 7 lovely children for you."
The crown prince excitedly guessed, "Surely all 7 children are 7 smart baby boys, just like me." But life is not a dream. All 7 noble consorts gave birth to girls. The crown prince felt like he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Not a single boy? How could this be?
The reason the crown prince wanted a son was because the Ming Dynasty needed a successor to the throne, so sons were highly valued. The emperor and the grand ministers looked dazed. He had been looking forward to a grandson for a long time. Fong Jiua patted the crown prince's shoulder to comfort him. "There's nothing to worry about."
"Isn't the crown prince still waiting for noble consortion?"
"She is already over 8 months pregnant. She will surely give birth to a son for the crown prince safely." Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in shouting, it's not good, Your Highness the Crown Prince.
Noble consortion is suddenly in severe pain. It seems like she is about to give birth prematurely."
The crown prince was startled, his eyes wide with horror.
The eunuch added, "It's not just a case of premature birth.
The imperial physician has also reported that Shin noble consort's fetus is in an abnormal position. Its feet are down and its head is up. This will cause significant difficulties during delivery." The crown prince and Fong Jiua quickly pushed the eunuch aside and rushed to see for themselves. To explain further, during childbirth, the baby's head passing through the birth canal is the easiest part. An incorrect fetal position will affect the birthing process, causing complications for the mother and deforming the baby's head. If labor takes too long, it can lead to brain damage, oxygen deprivation, and potentially cause suffocation for the newborn. Upon reaching Shin noble consort's room, the crown prince intended to burst in, but was stopped by the eunuch. "Calm down, Your Highness."
Inside, the imperial physician is focused on saving Shin noble consort. "You cannot enter."
Shin noble consort was currently in great pain, sweat soaking her forehead.
She anxiously asked, "Can the imperial physician save my child?" The imperial physician could only respond, "I will do my utmost."
Suddenly, the imperial physician stepped out and delivered the news: the delivery is nearly impossible.
Both Shin noble consort and the child may not survive. The emperor was utterly shocked by this news.
The imperial physician hurriedly bowed his head, admitting his incompetence and that he deserved to die.
Fong Jiua unexpectedly clasped his hands and said, "The imperial physician has stated that death is unavoidable. I implore the emperor to consider my method." The emperor was taken aback and asked, "Is there any way to save Shin noble consort?" Fong Jiua promptly replied, "That is to entrust this matter to the crown prince, to perform a caesarean section on Shin noble consort and take the child out." The crown prince currently looked very determined. The emperor, still confused, inquired, "Is this method of surgery still feasible?" The crown prince clenched his fists and resolutely answered, "It is definitely possible. As long as we perform the surgery, we will be able to save Shin noble consort and the child." At this moment, Fong Jiua stated, "In reality, the surgery is not guaranteed to save Shin noble consort and the child. The chance of saving the child is 30%, while for Shin noble consort, whether she can survive or not depends on her own willpower." The emperor then reflected, "If we do not perform the surgery, we will not save anyone, but if we do perform it, there is still hope." Thus, he ordered that Shin noble consort be taken to Jiangxi for surgery immediately. The crown prince then grabbed Fong Jihua's hand and said, "We should hurry and go." Fong Jihua quickly pushed away and said, "Let Jiuan do this with the crown prince. Shin noble consort currently holds a special position. I am not suitable for this task." The crown prince immediately lost his temper, grabbing Fong Jihua's robe and shouting in his face, "In such a critical situation, you still care about your status? If you are not there to guide me, how can I perform this difficult surgery? You must save Shin noble consort and my child." Fong Jihua felt very awkward, unsure of what to do. If the surgery was unsuccessful, he would bear a significant blame. The emperor suddenly spoke up, "I will draft and issue an imperial edict. Shin noble consort and Fong Jihua will officially become siblings. From now on, the Shin family and the Fong family will be united as one. Shin noble consort will also become Fong noble consort, taking Fong Jinglong as her adoptive father." "Fong Jihua, do you understand?" Fong Jihua replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." The reason the emperor did this was to prevent Fong Jihua from being gossiped about by the public in case the surgery for Shin noble consort did not succeed. The Fong family would still maintain its good reputation. Then, the two brothers Fong Jihua and the crown prince Zhao Hojiao quickly headed to Jiangxi to perform the surgery for Fong noble consort. After that, at the medical clinic in Jiangxi, Fong noble consort was lying on the bed with an incredibly painful expression. Fong Jihua at that moment said, "The sister of the crown prince is already married to me. Fong noble consort is now my sister, which means my sister is also married to you. Let's consider that we don't owe each other anything, shall we? So in the future, when mentioning my princess wife, you can stop being sulky and sad, right?" The crown prince's eyes welled up with tears as he replied, "I know you're intentionally joking to make me feel less tense. Can you please stop talking?" Hearing this, Fong Jihua fell silent. The crown prince continued, "I will remove Fong noble consort's clothes. You quickly give her the anesthetic soup." Fong Jihua agreed and followed through. He was feeding Fong noble consort the medicine while advising, "The anesthesia won't last long, and the surgery will take time. Please scream if you feel pain, but don't move. Also, don't worry, as the crown prince's surgical skills are excellent, he will help safely take the baby out. Just rest assured." Fong noble consort at that moment shed 2 streams of tears, pleading, "Fong Jihua, please do your utmost to save the child. I can take care of myself, but the child must live." Fong Jihua nodded in agreement and promised to do his best. The crown prince then placed his hand on Fong noble consort's belly, wanting to tell his child, "The golden throne and the destiny of the country are waiting for you. You and your mother must strive to survive." Fong Jihua signaled for the crown prince to begin. He used a pen to draw on Fong noble consort's belly, explaining to the crown prince the positions that needed to be cut. There were a total of 7 layers, and each layer had to be cut carefully. After finishing the cuts, the child needed to be swiftly removed, and then each layer had to be sewn back together. Fong Jihua suddenly reminded, in order to perform the caesarean section, a large incision is necessary, so it must be done quickly, accurately, and always controlled for bleeding. Upon hearing this,
the crown prince felt immense tension, as this task was far more difficult than he had imagined.
Then, the crown prince carefully made an incision following Fong Jiua's guidance.
Fong noble consort was in excruciating pain, but she suppressed her suffering because she was determined to save her child.
Fong Jiua was currently holding Fong noble consort's hand tightly, while the crown prince spoke, "It's all right. You and your child will definitely be safe." Fong Jiua glanced over and said, "The crown prince should focus on the surgery." After that, the crown prince suddenly jolted. Fong Jiua checked and saw that the baby had come out. He ordered the crown prince, "Quickly take it out." The crown prince picked up the baby and discovered it was a son. He couldn't hold back his tears, emotionally saying, "Finally, I have a son." Fong noble consort was currently sweating profusely. She was overjoyed that her child had been successfully saved, but then could no longer bear it and fainted. Fong Jiua hurriedly said, "The crown prince, quickly stitch up the wound, and I will take care of the child." The crown prince agreed and began to stitch the wound, both tense and attentive to each stitch. Fong Jiua did not forget to remind, the stitches must be left open for easy removal when the wound heals. The emperor at this moment was standing outside, continuously pacing back and forth, worried about what was happening inside. Suddenly, the door creaked open and the emperor was startled to see that the person stepping out was none other than Fong Jiua, who was holding the baby in his arms. Fong Jiua joyfully said, "Fong noble consort is truly fortunate. In the future, she could become empress, even queen mother, or even grand empress dowager." Hearing so many words like eunuch, the emperor immediately thought that Fong Jiua was cursing him. The emperor's face changed, no longer calm. He was eager to hold his grandson immediately. Fong Jiua hurriedly knelt and congratulated the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, we finally have an heir to the golden throne." The emperor frowned and replied, "This matter is not easy at all." Suddenly, the empress rushed over and asked, "How is Fong noble consort? Is she safe and sound?" Fong Jiua clasped his hands and responded, "Currently, Fong noble consort is still alive, your empress. It's just that we don't know if she can overcome the complications afterwards. Everything depends on her will and efforts." The crown prince then sat beside Fong noble consort and said, "In my heart, I have always held a superior view of myself and thought that everyone except me is a coward. You were forced by your father to marry me, clearly younger than me, yet you were very brave, having experienced the excruciating feeling of being on the brink of death, risking everything to give birth. Therefore, only a woman like you deserves to be the crown prince's consort." Fong Jiua, upon entering, heard the crown prince boasting, wearing a weary expression of not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Fong noble consort opened her eyes and immediately asked, "Where is my child?" The crown prince was very happy that Fong noble consort had awakened. He replied, "The baby is safe and sound and has already fallen asleep." Fong noble consort felt relieved and said, "That's great." After that, Fong noble consort turned to Fong Jiua and said, "I feel very cold all over and have no strength left. I'm afraid I won't survive. If anything happens to me, please take good care of my child, okay?" The crown prince panicked and shouted, "No! That can't be. You must live." Suddenly, Fong Jiua leaned down and whispered something into Fong noble consort's ear. Out of nowhere, Fong noble consort was startled, her eyes widened, and then she resolutely declared, "I am determined to live at all costs, I must continue living." The crown prince, bewildered, asked Fong Jiua, "What did you say? Why did she suddenly gain such strong will to live?" Fong Jiua gleefully replied, "I told Fong noble consort that the crown prince loves her very much. She must try her best to live for the crown prince." In fact, earlier, Fong Jiua had whispered to Fong noble consort that, "The crown prince is a reckless young brat. You must live to raise your child, or else, when they grow up, the child will definitely imitate the crown prince and become spoiled." Currently, the crown prince believed in what Fong Jiua had said. He smiled with his eyes narrowed, praising Fong noble consort as a wonderful girl. Fong Jiua maintained a serious expression, emphasizing that, in this era, there is no medicine to help Fong noble consort, so she must rely on her own willpower and hope to overcome this.
The next day, Fong noble consort began to have a high fever, and complications from the surgery started to arise. The crown prince was at that moment wringing a warm cloth and placing it on Fong noble consort's forehead, caring for her attentively. After that, the crown prince personally cooked a bowl of porridge and gently fed Fong noble consort, hoping only that she could recover and overcome her illness. Suddenly, eunuch Lucian stood beside, slurping his rice very messily. The crown prince, angered, shouted loudly, "Why do you keep eating all the time? Come here and learn from me. This is how to care for a sick person, understand?" The crown prince continued, "You should remember how you acted during the times I was ill. You spent all day just eating like a pig and weren't able to accomplish anything at all." Lucian, terrified, hurriedly retreated and promised the crown prince that attendant would change. He begged for the crown prince, "Your highness, to forgive him, hoo. Fong noble consort immediately advised the crown prince to temper his anger. Lu eunuch has always been very loyal to the crown prince and has diligently cared for you. After all, the crown prince, your highness, is already in a position of a father, and being so hot-tempered is not really fitting." The crown prince gritted his teeth and said he was too angry with this damned fellow who didn't know how to take care of others. "I just want to teach him a lesson." Fong noble consort urged, "The crown prince, your highness, is a wonderful gentleman and more considerate than anyone else. How can others possibly compare to you?" Hearing the compliments, the crown prince felt a bit more cheerful. Fong noble consort continued, "This concubine thinks Lu eunuch is very dedicated. He comes to care for you from early on and doesn't have time to eat. Perhaps he wants to quickly eat to fill his stomach so he can take better care of you." Fong noble consort also said to Lucian, "You usually work very hard. You stayed up all night yesterday. The capital palace has a lot of nutritious food. You can choose whatever you like to eat." Upon hearing this, Lucian was so moved that he shed tears and expressed his gratitude to Fong noble consort. After that, Fong noble consort recuperated in Jiangxi for more than a month, and her health gradually improved. At this time, Fong Jiua said to his wife, "The scenery in Jiangxi here is very beautiful, and there are many delicious dishes. You and I will stay here together, living a peaceful and happy life, raising our children." The crown prince also said to Fong noble consort, "I will always be with you happily in the Eastern Palace. There is no need to go to the capital palace. There is too much trouble and headache there." Fong noble consort frowned and asked the crown prince, "Is it okay if we do not go into the capital palace? I am afraid we will face opposition from others." The crown prince affirmed, "Whoever dares to obstruct or say anything, I will make them lie in bed forever." Thus, Fong noble consort and the crown prince held hands, happy and loving, living a fulfilled life. Some time later, in the capital palace, the emperor was holding his beloved grandson in his arms. The emperor felt that the child resembled him too much. Fong Jiua hurriedly clasped his hands and pretended to be humble. "For the first time I held the child in my arms, I almost thought it was your majesty in a miniature version. I almost knelt down to pay my respects." The emperor laughed heartily at young Fong Jihua's boastfulness, akin to the fishmongers in the market, clearly pleased with himself. The crown prince suddenly scoffed, saying, "How can your son resemble you? Clearly, he looks just like you, a perfect copy." However, the emperor did not pay any mind. The crown prince continued to chat and joke with Fong Jihua, oblivious to the crown prince's attitude. The emperor then addressed Fong Jihua, saying, "You have achieved great merit. If it were not for you, my grandson would not have been saved. Fong Jihua, what do you wish for as a reward?" Fong Jihua replied, "I wish to reside in the princess's residence in the future. Your Majesty, please directly assign the princess's residence to me." In fact, at this point, the prince consort must write a letter to the female attendants before meeting the princess. They must obtain permission, only then can the prince consort act. This is to protect the dignity of the princess. Once the princess has married the prince consort, if she is dissatisfied, she can lodge a complaint with the empress. The empress will believe that the princess has lost her dignity due to her own desires. Therefore, previous princesses often dared not oppose such unreasonable matters.
The emperor at that moment had a tense expression, silently thinking, if the prince consort and the princess meet each other every day, it will lead to trouble. This could be a topic of discussion for others and affect the entire imperial court. However, he later cheerfully agreed. Fong Jiua jumped up in joy, shouting with delight at the news. The emperor accepted Fong Jiua's request because he had another plan in mind. He continued, the princess's estate does not have much land. If you want more land in any area, just speak up, and I will accept and grant you additional land. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua's eyes lit up like car headlights as he joyfully replied, Your Majesty can grant me land in any area, and I will accept that area. I do not dare to ask for anything more. In reality, Fong Jiua had already selected a few ideal areas in his heart, but he did not dare to mention them for fear that the emperor would judge his character. Suddenly, the crown prince presented a map and stated, the imperial court is striving to reclaim land in the northern desert. We will grant Fong Jiua a large area of land there, officially in the name of the princess. This is reasonable, isn't it? Fong Jiua was very frustrated, feeling dissatisfied with this decision. Why do you give me desert land? Do you want me to go there and live off cactus? At this moment, the emperor also thought to himself, the land in the northern desert is very hard to manage, almost impossible to sustain life there. However, Fong Jiua had previously mentioned that potatoes were suitable to grow in the desert in Liaodong. Therefore, letting Fong Jiua take charge of that area also makes sense. In the end, the emperor said, the crown prince's opinion is also very reasonable. The northern desert should be used as a gift property for Fong Jiua, in the capacity of the princess's estate. That land is very vast, and you don't need to thank me. Fong Jiua still couldn't believe it and immediately asked the emperor, Are you really going to give me that piece of desert land? The emperor, while walking away, replied, That is certainly true. The land has already been given to you. If there's anything in the future, just speak openly to your father. I must go now. Suddenly, Fong Jiua's eyes sparkled like two huge gold bars, and he exclaimed, I am going to be so rich. The reason Fong Jiua was so excited was that he knew the desert to the north was not just a barren piece of land. In fact, it was vast and expansive. To the east lay the Dexing'an mountain range, creating a deep green forest. To the south, farming and agricultural opportunities abounded. To the west, there were countless mines, and to the north, it was suitable for raising livestock. Most importantly, this area was rich in coal, oil, and various rare metals. The reserves of gold, silver, and copper mines were even more astonishing. Knowing he had hit the jackpot, Fong Jiua was exhilarated as if he had flown up to the clouds. Upon returning home, he told his servant Deng Deng, From now on, I will permanently stay in the princess's mansion. You no longer need to serve me, understood? Deng Deng's eyes brimmed with tears as he asked the young master Fong Jiua, Young master, am I going to lose my job? Fong Jiua, cheerful, put an arm around Deng Deng's shoulders and replied, No way. How could I ever abandon you? I want you to do something even more important for me. After this task is done, I will prepare 7 or 8 wives for you, buy you a house, and help you live the rest of your life in wealth, prosperity, and happiness like a deity. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Deng Deng's face as he was so moved he couldn't find words. The young man immediately knelt down and said, The young master treats this slave so well, just tell this slave whatever you need. Fong Jiua pointed at the map and told Deng Deng, Follow my student Jiangshan to this location and search for mineral ores for me. I don't know the exact position, so you must try hard to find it. Deng Deng exclaimed in horror, Isn't this area prone to wars with the Taida? This slave has no wife, no children, this slave doesn't want to die young. Young master Fong Jiua immediately grabbed Deng Deng's collar, laughing cruelly like a devil, and said, You must go. When you succeed in return, I will provide you with a complete family of wives and children. And if you don't go, tomorrow you will lose your status as a slave, be officially kicked out of the Fong family, and become a beggar. Deng Deng cried like a river after hearing this. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed, but added one condition, Young master, if the slave happens to die, please burn 7 women that you promised to accompany the slave to the underworld. Also, you must choose the 7 most beautiful women in the world, alright? Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, could only remain silent in front of this damned fellow. Thus, shortly after, the mining team set out northward. Besides Deng Deng, there was another unfortunate student, Jiang Xin, who was also caught in this difficult situation by Fong Jiua. However, Jiang Xin felt greatly moved, thinking, Teacher Fong Jiua has entrusted me with this important task, which shows how much he values me. Jiang Xin and his army went to Lanzhou as patrol officers of Lanzhou. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, Fong Jiua, the Crown Prince, and Fong Noble Consort were happily having a meal together. The Crown Prince kindly picked food for Fong Noble Consort, saying, the food in Jiangxi is abundant and delicious. You should eat a lot. Living in Jiangxi is truly enjoyable. Fong Noble Consort then said, this concubine has never met our child. Tomorrow, this concubine wants to go to the capital palace to see our child, is that alright? The Crown Prince appeared embarrassed and replied, of course, but I will ask Fong Jiua to accompany her. Yesterday, when I returned to the capital palace wanting to kiss my daughter, the emperor glared at me, which scared me a lot. Fong Noble Consort only smiled faintly, not knowing what to say. Soon after, her expression turned sorrowful for some reason. Fong Jiua glanced over and quickly noticed something was amiss, asking, are you worried because you haven't bathed for many days? Fong Noble Consort shyly turned her gaze elsewhere. In fact, she hadn't bathed for a whole month. The reason was that after her surgery, she was advised against bathing due to the high risk of infection. Fong Jiua then pulled out a special item and said, this is soap. This can help Fong Noble Consort bathe without fear of infection anymore. Then she went inside to use the soap for bathing. Her expression was truly satisfied as she exclaimed, I feel so soft and smooth. After using this miraculous soap, I don't want to use anything else to bathe. Fong Jiua then took out another bottle and said, this is perfume to spray on the body. It brings an intoxicating fragrance and a pleasant feeling. Fong Noble Consort, please try it. Fong Jiua continued, and this was made from lavender, which Fong Jiua bought from People National P earlier. Fong Noble Consort sprayed perfume on herself. Immediately, the 2 maids exclaimed, oh, how fragrant. This is truly wonderful. Fong Noble Consort handed the bottle of perfume to the maid and instructed. This is a very valuable treasure that my younger brother Fong Jiua gifted to me. You must take good care of it for me. The maid happily complied. The next day, Fong Noble Consort went to meet the Emperor, Empress, and Queen Mother. The Emperor praised, Fong Noble Consort has bravely given birth to a grandson for me, achieving a great feat. If you want any rewards, just let me know. The Queen Mother, catching the scent from Fong Noble Consort, exclaimed, oh my! This scent is truly wonderful. I have never smelled such a delightful and pleasant fragrance before. The Emperor felt uncomfortable, thinking to himself, why is the Queen Mother talking about fragrance when we are having such a serious conversation? Fong Noble Consort quickly replied, dear Queen Mother, that is just the scent of lavender, indeed. The Emperor suddenly coughed a few times, trying to ease the awkwardness, then continued, Fong Noble Consort has been incredibly courageous, which makes me feel very satisfied. So, the Emperor had not finished his sentence when the Empress intervened, this fragrance makes me feel very attracted, but why do I have the feeling that it emanates from your body, very intense? The Emperor realized that no one cared about him, so he boredly did not want to say anything more. Fong Noble Consort immediately explained. These wondrous things were gifted to you by Fong Jiua. First, bathe your body with soap, this has the ability to create a lot of bubbles. After that, spray this magical perfume on your body. Your body will smell delightful all day, and we will be like a fragrant flower. Thus, the women gathered around to try this enchanting perfume. Fong Noble Consort extended her hand for the Empress and Queen Mother to smell. Both were extremely delighted with this sweet fragrance. Queen Mother asked Fong Noble Consort again, do you still have soap and perfume? Fong Noble Consort happily replied, I have only used a little bit.
Such precious things are very suitable for Queen Mother to use. If Queen Mother likes, I am willing to give all of them to Queen Mother." Hearing this, Queen Mother was immensely joyful, as she was mesmerized by this wonderful perfume. At this moment, the emperor had fallen into a depression, mumbling continuously. He quietly thought to himself, "I'd rather listen to the crown prince bragging than have to hear these three discussing some nonsense about perfumes." Fong noble consort then achieved her wish, holding her child in her arms, tears of emotion flowing endlessly. The emperor suddenly exclaimed, "Only when the sages use ink to revise the texts can the classics be preserved, and the country can prosper. Therefore, I have named my grandson Jiu Dang. I hope he will be an elite and talented person, capable of illuminating the country and becoming a wise emperor." The empress also shed tears because the name the emperor gave to the grandson was truly meaningful. Sometime later, in Jiangxi, a eunuch suddenly came to see Fong Jiua, saying, "I am here to inquire about the two treasures of perfume and soap at the request of the empress." The two brothers, Fong Jiua and Fong Jiua, looked at each other and smiled, more cunning than a pyramid scheme. Fong Jiua, with a sly expression, replied, "Currently, there is still a little soap left, but there is no more perfume. Earlier, I gave away several bottles to the princess. I will ask the princess to bring some into the capital palace for the empress when she comes to the capital palace." In fact, our brother secretly thought, lavender thrives in dry and cool environments, so it is only suitable for cultivation in the northern region. First, let's bring the perfume and soap brand out to win the hearts of women, turning them into the ultimate luxury products. When that happens, we will only need to rake in the silver, he. The next thing I will do is wait for my beloved disciple Jiangshan to return. The scene shifts to Jiangshan and Dangdang. The entire team is struggling to cross the harsh desert filled with sand and wind. Later, the mineral searching team headed west, their destination being the town of Baiyin in Gansu province. Jiangshan moved up the snow-covered high mountains and decided to set up camp here. 3 days passed, and the team split up to gather information about the surrounding area and search for signs of mineral deposits. On the first day of searching, they shouted loudly, "Unbelievable! As long as we find the mineral deposit, we will rake in the silver. After that, we can marry 10 wives if we want. We are about to get rich, brothers, let's keep it up." After that, the entire team divided up to use picks to dig. After digging for a while, one man in the team reported, "There are no minerals at all." Jiangshan and the rest of the group showed signs of disappointment. Then, the team moved to the cliff's edge and continued their efforts to dig. Another man noted, "Even after digging for several hours, we still haven't found anything." Everyone became visibly discouraged again. Next, Jiangshan led the whole team to an area of the forest, where the trees were sparse and covered in white snow. He ordered, "Search the surroundings of this area." Unexpectedly, a young man shouted, "Everyone look! He is one of the team members who went down the mountain earlier to fetch supplies for us." He suspected that the Taida group had committed this heinous act. The whole team shouted, believing, "This place is very dangerous and there are no mineral deposits at all. If we stay here, we might be killed by the Taida people, so we must hurry back." That's right. "There's nothing in this damned place. Let us go back." But Jiangshan resolutely replied, "We cannot go back." The young man in brown angered, asking, "Why not?" Jiangshan explained, "Teacher Fong Jiua of yours has confirmed that there are mineral deposits here. If my teacher says there are, then there surely must be. Do you want teacher Fong Jiua to be disappointed because we couldn't find anything?" The whole team immediately lowered their heads, not daring to say anything further. This happened because most of the people here had been saved and helped by Fong Jiua. Without Fong Jiua, they would have died a long time ago. A young man couldn't hold back his emotions, collapsing and crying, saying, "We've searched for so long but couldn't find any mineral deposits. Almost every mountain peak has been inspected, but it's just all rock." Jiangshan shouted, "We are about to find it. We've worked hard to get here, so how can we give up so easily? Let's keep searching until we find the mine." Deng Deng stood aside, seeing Jiangshan's determination, shedding tears and thinking, my whole family has relied on the Fong family for food from childhood until now. The future son of mine will also eat the food of the Fong family, but I have not been as loyal to the Fong family as Jiangshan. I feel so ashamed. After a while, Deng Deng went to a lake to fetch water for everyone to drink. The frustrated young man, irritated with those who wanted to go home at the slightest provocation, thought, next time someone dares to ask to go back, I will pull out my weapon and stab that person. Suddenly, Deng Deng found something. Deng Deng raised his hand to check, and then his eyes widened in surprise. In his hand were sparkling gold coins. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Deng Deng, and he immediately guessed that the Taita gang had come to attack. So he grabbed the goods and rallied 500 brothers to deal with them. However, when they arrived, they found a man holding a huge chunk of copper. The crowd around shouted loudly, "Sayos! We have finally succeeded." At this moment, Deng Deng and the young men were all confused. He continued to pull out the high-quality goods and said, "This is the real deal. This is the gold we found at the lake while fetching water. It shows that there is still a lot of gold in the lake." Jiangshan, hearing this, held his head in joy, unable to contain his feelings. After so many efforts, they had finally found copper and gold. Jiangshan suddenly clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Teacher Fong Jiua said there is coal, silver, and even iron ore here. Everywhere is a treasure trove. If we find more mines for our teacher, he will surely be pleased and will not treat us poorly. Brothers, let's go for it." Jiangshan then quickly ran off, saying, "I will mark the mines on the map and share this good news with Master Fong Jiua. Brothers, please strive to find additional mineral deposits, remember to document them and keep this matter a secret." The whole team agreed in unison. At this moment, Deng Deng felt incredibly moved and silently thought to himself, I originally thought the young master wanted to send me away, but I didn't expect that he truly cares for me and wants to give me a chance to change my life. I just wonder if the young master has found enough beautiful ladies for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel thrilled all over. A short while later, Fong Jiua received a letter. Upon opening it and reading, he was extremely surprised to see that it mentioned the discovery of 2 gold mines, 2 copper mines, 1 iron mine, and even a silver mine. He then went to the royal capital palace, knelt down, and clasped his hands, saying to Your Majesty, there is something happening in the desert. A red-clad director then told Prince Consort Fong Jiua, do not be too disheartened. The northern desert, while filled with sand, is also a vast land with great potential for the future. In fact, deep down this man felt quite pleased. Usually, Fong Jiua likes to show off, but today he has met his comeuppance, he. The 3 grand ministers were also conversing among themselves, we should change the subject. Talking about the desert is just rubbing salt in Prince Consort Fong Jihua's wounds. The Prince Consort usually has a very cool demeanor, and if we keep bringing this up, his coolness will diminish, which will make him upset. They laughed loudly, haha, you are absolutely right. Fong Jihua stood to the side, feeling furious with these dogs. On top of that, the emperor was laughing along, saying, you all are really funny. At that moment, Fong Jihua, with a serious expression, said, my disciple Jiangshan has discovered a large number of mineral deposits after exploring the mountains in Baiyin. This is the very land that everyone often assumes is just full of sand. My disciple has found many deposits of gold, copper, iron, and coal, along with a quantity of minerals that cannot be determined yet because it is just too vast. The emperor and the grand ministers were left open-mouthed, shocked by this startling information. Fong Jihua unexpectedly clasped his hands tightly and said, Your Majesty should retract the imperial edict granting me this fertile piece of land. I completely agree with this matter and will never blame Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the emperor scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled, silently thinking to himself, since Fong Jihua has said this, I should retract the edict and bestow him another piece of land, right? The crown prince suddenly approached Fong Jihua. How can you retract the imperial edict? If my father does that, it would be like breaking his promise, just like a butterfly landing and then flying away. At that point, people in the world will laugh in his face. My father is the emperor, he must maintain the dignity of the emperor. The emperor gritted his teeth, his expression filled with frustration.
Damn this son of mine.
Then he continued, tears welling in his eyes, speaking loudly, I have given that piece of land to Fong Jiua and Princess Shou Rome, so I will never take it back.
Fong Jiua asked your majesty again, are you sure?
Then now, I can exploit the minerals as I wish, right?
I've heard that the quantity of minerals is countless, your majesty.
The emperor immediately buried his face in his hands in anguish, firmly replying, absolutely. Suddenly, Fong Jiua clasped his hands and shouted loudly, I will donate all the minerals mined in the desert to the imperial court.
Your majesty, please do not refuse this matter. The crown prince and the emperor felt shocked once again. The emperor, in utmost confusion, asked Fong Jiua for clarification, what do you mean? Our hero boldly proclaimed, what's the use of having great wealth? Even if I become the richest person in the world, it would mean nothing. Meanwhile, the people of the Ming Dynasty are still suffering in poverty. I am willing to donate all the minerals in the hope that your majesty can use this wealth to alleviate your majesty's concerns and make the nation and its people better off. Upon hearing these words, the emperor was deeply moved and shed 2 tears, thinking to himself, Fong Jiua has not thought of himself at all, willing to donate all the precious mineral treasures to the imperial court. He truly is an exceptionally loyal and wonderful Grand Minister of the Ming Dynasty. The crown prince also bit his lip, his eyes brimming with tears, praising Fong Jiua, you truly are the best. I thought you would behave arrogantly when discovering such valuable ores. I never thought you would be willing to do this for me. From now on, I will never treat you poorly again. The crown prince spoke while embracing Fong Jiua, who was stiff and nearly suffocating. Mr. Wang Ao also recognized that all the officials had been completely mistaken. Previously, we thought Prince Consort Fong Jiua was too arrogant and haughty, little did we know that he was so principled and kind-hearted. At this moment, Fong Jiua shouted, Your Majesty has always treated me well, so these matters are nothing at all. In fact, Fong Jiua was aware that developing mineral resources required the permission of the imperial court. To exploit them, a large number of workers would need to migrate to Baiyin. At this time, migrants needed a guide and travel documents to move to other provinces. Traveling without permission would be considered a crime. The northern region had many Taita soldiers, and in order to retain the excavated mineral resources, it required a contingent from the imperial court to be stationed for protection, as the Taita soldiers could attack and loot at any moment. With his extraordinary intellect, Fong Jiua devised a way to donate the mineral resources to the imperial court. All he needed was for the emperor to send people to extract the minerals. At that time, both the imperial court and all the common people would gradually become wealthy. As mining activities began, people would flock to Baiyin to live, which was also the land of Fong Jiua. With an increasing number of people coming to mine resources, opportunities to make money were abundant. Everyone had basic needs such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, and many other things. Money would continuously flow into Fong Jiua's pockets without him having to exert any effort. Indeed, this young man was quite intelligent. After Fong Jiua had donated all the mineral resources to the imperial court, Mr. Zhang Shang, minister of the imperial secretariat, spoke up, Your Majesty, Prince Consort Fong Jiua is indeed a kind-hearted and loyal person to our Ming Dynasty. This is also the result of education and teaching, which has deeply influenced Prince Consort. Truly, it is worthy of celebration. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua felt secretly resentful towards this minister. It seemed that he wanted to suggest that his imperial secretariat had taught him properly, and that the things he did were according to his guidance. This dog truly wanted to ride on his coattails. Fong Jiua then smiled brightly and said, Indeed, Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Zhang Shang, speaks very well. I am someone who has listened to the wonderful teachings of the Imperial Secretariat and have donated all my minerals and treasures to the Imperial Court. And you, Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, have taught and preached throughout the country, setting an example for all the people to follow. So why haven't you donated anything? If you don't, who will regard you highly? Zhang Shang was caught off guard, his face clearly showing confusion. However, he soon responded with a smug smile and said,
I am not like Prince Consort Fong Jiua.
My family does not have any mineral mines. Fong Jiua quickly replied with enthusiasm, what's the problem with that?
It doesn't matter whether you have a lot or a little money, the most important thing is your heart. As far as I know, you have several luxurious villas in Beijing and in Jiangxi, you have tens of thousands of mu of lush rice fields, right?
At this point, Zhang Shang's face turned as dark as that of a dog's snout, secretly cursing, that damned Fong Jiua, I wonder how he knows all about my wealth like that.
Mr. Zhang Shang smiled awkwardly and replied, these things have been passed down to me by my ancestors. If I were to donate everything to the imperial court, it would be a great disservice to my ancestors.
Fong Jiua waved his hand and asked, are your ancestors more important than the imperial court and your majesty? Mr. Zhang Shang, at a loss, gritted his teeth and compromised, saying, I will donate 1,000 mu of land, is that acceptable? Fong Jiua added another remark, I am donating so many valuable mineral resources, and the minister is only donating 1,000 mu of land? That is not even 1/10 of your assets.
Mr. Zhang Shang made an excuse and said, my family is quite large, so I need to keep the land for a livelihood.
Prince Consort, can you be understanding? Fong Jiua then spread his hand to count the fingers and said, as far as I know, the Zhangsheng family only has 17 members.
You only need to keep 3 or 4 servants, and you can send the rest away. That way, just 200 mu would be enough for your family to live for a lifetime.
Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang Shang's face twisted in distress. Fong Jiua gleefully added, if you don't want to donate, then don't. Neither I nor your majesty will hold it against you. After all, not everyone can possess the noble character that I have. Mr. Zhang Shang secretly felt upset and wanted to kick Fong Jiua to death.
He silently thought to himself, I must pretend to be dead to keep the ancestral property. But before he could act, the Crown Prince added, Fong Jiua, you shouldn't urge others to donate their land. They value their land more than people or even the emperor. People often say money is dung, that's just to encourage others to donate their assets. As for their property, it should be hidden away like a cat concealing its treasures. Mr. Zhang Shang was shocked upon hearing that, his hands clenched and trembling with resentment. He suddenly shouted, isn't it just 10,000 acres of land? If the imperial court encounters difficulties, I, Zhang Shang, minister of the imperial secretariat, even if my entire family has to eat dirt tomorrow, I will gladly donate all the land to the imperial court. After saying that, he held his face in despair. Mr. Wang Ao and Yang Ting he also advised, don't be too angry. After all, you have done a good deed.
Can we not contribute as well?
At that moment, the emperor was also sweating coldly, thinking, if the Zhang family really donates, the other directors might no longer be able to function. Thus the emperor smiled and said, Zhang noble family, there is no need to donate so much.
Just having goodwill is enough. Mr. Zhang Shang, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, Fong Jiua shouted, Your Majesty, please reconsider.
10,000 mu of good farmland in Jiangxi can help thousands of people live a prosperous life, Your Majesty. The emperor contemplated in his mind, indeed, thousands of common people are much more important than Zhang Shang. Thus the emperor forced a stiff smile and said, Zhang noble family, truly a kind official of the imperial court. I will not let your kindness go to waste. Therefore, I will gladly accept your 10,000 mu of land. At that moment, Mr. Zhang Shang laughed heartily, but inside he was in immense pain. His land was gone, and his heart ached deeply. Mr. Wang Ao beside him angrily remarked, do not lose heart.
We must fight to the end.
But Mr. Zhang Shang stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Suddenly, 2 young men, the brothers of the bitter orange tree, shouted, Our Ming Dynasty is blessed.
The officials in the imperial court do not covet money and care for the people like their own.
Our Ming Dynasty will forever be strong in the future. We are truly touched by this.
Ahoo-hoo.
After that, Mr. Zhang Shang dragged himself home, completely out of energy. He felt incompetent, having lost all the ancestral assets that had been passed down to him. Immediately afterward, a bearded old man rushed in to report, Prince Consort Fong Jiua has come to visit.
He said he greatly admires you and has prepared a gift he wishes to present to you.
Mr. Zhang Shang immediately guessed that Fong Jiua had come to further humiliate him. So he charged out the door, shouting angrily at Fong Jiua, "You bastard, how dare you come here?
Today, I will risk everything to beat you for my own satisfaction."
However, Fong Jiua laughed cheerfully and said, "There's no need to be so hot-headed.
I came here only to hand you the property deed."
Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang Shang was frozen in place. Fong Jiua continued to explain, "The Emperor, the Crown Prince, and I have finalized the arrangements to divide all the mineral resources in Baiyin into 100,000 small shares.
Every citizen can register to buy these shares.
I have purchased 50,000 shares, while the remaining 50,000 shares are being offered for sale to the citizens. This deed for 1,000 shares I give to you, as a token of gratitude for your contribution of land previously." Fong Jiua continued, "If the mining operations go smoothly, it is entirely possible to extract significantly more silver than the cheap 10,000 acres of land you own.
Take it and enjoy the profits in the future." Mr. Zhang Shang felt deceived and questioned Fong Jiua, "Are you really generous enough to give me this for free?" Fong Jiua sneered and replied, "If you want to make money from the mining industry, just relying on the efforts of the Crown Prince and myself is not enough.
To mine resources there, a large number of laborers are needed.
The Emperor is preparing to issue an imperial edict to recruit a large workforce to go to Baiyin. The Crown Prince and I are worried that the imperial edict issued by the Emperor will face obstacles from the local provinces. Local officials may conspire to prevent people from leaving their regions." Fong Jiua continued, "The local officials, if they want to have a good reputation, need the support of local landlords, and the landlord class makes a living by renting out land. The larger the population, the higher the income from rent. If more people move away to live elsewhere, there will be more land that is not being rented, and rental prices will decrease. The landlords will be furious and criticize the local officials." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang Shang stroked his beard and said, "This matter cannot be rushed. First of all, the town of Baiyin must request an imperial edict from your majesty. This is a clear order requiring officials in other provinces to mobilize the people to carry it out. But even more important is the necessity for the Crown Prince to personally prepare a letter for the local officials." Zhang Sheng continued, "In the letter, he needs to make it clear that, regardless of any accusations or slanders made by the landowners, the officials need not be alarmed. In fact, in the future, the officials might even gain some benefits. This would be akin to the Crown Prince extending a hand out so that the local officials have something to hold on to. At the same time, the office of the censor in the imperial court must go to the places where the Crown Prince operates and pretend to conduct inspections. At that moment, the officials below will believe they are facing danger and will cling to the Crown Prince's feet, adhering to what he has proposed as accurately and swiftly as possible." Zhang Shang went on, "Of course, there will still be some audacious individuals who are not afraid. They may directly kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Therefore, if we want to succeed in escaping the control of the landowner class and to enable the migration of the people to Baiyin, another crucial aspect is to choose the right area to take action." Zhang Sheng continued, "In some places, the people keep 30% of the profit from renting land for farming, while the landlords take 70%. In other places, the people receive 50% of the profit and the landlords take 50%. This discrepancy arises from the differing population densities in each area." Mr. Zhang Sheng elaborated, "In densely populated areas, the number of people renting land is very high, thus the rental value is not high, and landlords take a larger share of the profit. Conversely, in sparsely populated areas, landlords must forego part of their profit to attract tenants to stay. If in a densely populated area a tenant decides to move elsewhere, landlords are not overly concerned. However, if in a sparsely populated area a tenant moves away, landlords will be extremely worried and may even become furious." After hearing Mr. Zhang Sheng's explanation, Fong Jiua praised him for his deep understanding of how to deal with the landlords and expressed his admiration.
Mr. Zhang Sheng looked a bit taken aback and said, "But I am a landlord, so of course, I have to know these things."
Fong Jiua stroked his chin and said, "This traitor has caused great losses for the landlords this time. Mr. Zhang Shang was so shocked upon hearing this that he nearly spat blood. After that, he continued, to guard against those officials within the imperial court, the directors also need to have a part of the certificate related to resource exploitation. In this way, if the landlords below make a fuss, the officials of the imperial court will join forces to suppress them. Fong Jiua smiled brightly and replied, "You don't need to worry because I have already thought of this. After they agree to donate the land, I will immediately provide them with the mining certificate." Mr. Zhang Shang immediately shouted loudly, "Are you crazy? Do you think those gentlemen are like me? They are not the kind of people who can be easily forced to donate land and listen to your promises of future benefits. The directors are not crazy enough to believe a swindler like you." Mr. Zhang Shang continued, "What you need to do is stop mentioning the land donation to the imperial court. If you courteously present the certificate to the directors, it will be regarded as a meeting gift from the younger generation, showing your respect for them. The number of certificates must also be calculated carefully. Don't give 1,000 certificates to me and only 500 to the other directors. They will think you look down on them." Zhang Sheng continued, "As for those dukes like Earl or Duke of Wei, just giving them 500 certificates is enough." Fong Jiua joyfully praised, "Director Zhang Sheng is very wise." But Zhang Sheng dismissed the young man Fong Jiua out the door and said, "This matter must be kept secret. From now on, do not come to my house and do not greet me anymore. If someone sees you, they will think that you and I are colluding to do something bad." A few days later, Fong Jiua came to Zhang Sheng's house again. He raised his hand and called, "Hello." Zhang Sheng angrily cursed, "Are you deaf or what? Can't you hear what I said?" The next day, when Fong Jiua came again, the white-bearded man blocked the door and said, "Master Zhang Sheng is not home today. You should go back." Fong Jiua, feeling annoyed, took out his ancient skill of the 1,000-year-old foul stench with an endless aftertaste and kicked with a strike. The white-bearded man was knocked down, flying straight up into the sky, his eyes wide open because he couldn't withstand this overpowering technique. Suddenly, a young man limping with a cane stepped out, who was Zhang Sheng's son, named Zhang Yuan. Fong Jiua was surprised when Zhang Yuan said, he also wanted to open the door for Prince Consort Fong Jiua, but because you have difficulty moving, it took a bit longer. He asks Prince Consort not to blame him. Fong Jiua asked him back, "I don't know who you are, as I have never known you before." Zhang Yuan lifted his shirt and replied, "I am Zhang Yuan, the son of Zhang Shang. I only have one leg, so I have been unable to leave home for a long time." Fong Jiua comforted Zhang Yuan, saying, "Having only one leg is nothing. I myself have suffered from brain disease since childhood, but fortunately, I have achieved some success, so your majesty has married a beautiful princess to me." Mr. Zhang Sheng suddenly appeared, pointing and shouting, "You damn brat, why do you keep coming to my house?" Fong Jiua chuckled lightly and greeted Director Zhang Sheng. Zhang Yuan was then happily inviting Prince Consort Fong Jiua inside to eat, but Fong Jiua declined, thinking that although Mr. Zhang Sheng is a wily old fox, he has given birth to such a kind-hearted and innocent son. If he went inside to eat, he would surely be beaten by Mr. Zhang Sheng. Zhang Yuan continued to insist on sending Fong Jiua back, but Fong Jiua refused, telling Zhang Yuan, "Just go back." Zhang Yuan thought very positively, telling Prince Consort Fong Jiua, "Don't worry about your leg. You usually love to walk and believe that just by trying to walk a lot, someday a miracle will happen and you will be able to walk comfortably." However, Fong Jiua doused his hopes, saying, "There are no miracles like that in this world." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face fell, feeling immensely disappointed. Suddenly, Fong Jiua took a piece of string to measure Zhang Yuan's amputated leg, from the point of amputation to the ground. After that, Fong Jiua pulled the string back and marked it. Fong Jiua cheerfully said, "Let's try another way, maybe a miracle could happen." At this moment, Mr. Zhang Sheng felt confused, not knowing what Fong Jiua was planning to do. A few days later, Fong Jiua came to Mr. Zhang Sheng's house again. Zhang Yuan leaned on crutches and came out to ask Fong Jiua, "Did the prince consort come to see your father? He is currently busy with work." Fong Jiua then took out a gift, telling Zhang Yuan, "There's no need to be so distant.
I have been close friends with Zhang Shang, your father, for many years.
From now on, just call me uncle. Fong Jiua suddenly opened up, revealing a prosthetic leg.
He added, based on the width and length of your leg, I had a craftsman create a firm, round iron frame.
Then, I covered the inner circle of the iron frame with a layer of rubber to make this shoe. Zhang Yuan looked at this marvelous thing with wide eyes in astonishment.
Fong Jiua continued to attach the prosthetic leg to Zhang Yuan and said, last time you mentioned that you hope to be able to walk around comfortably and freely.
Now that you have this, try taking a step and see how you feel.
Zhang Yuan tried walking and felt that this was truly miraculous. He could stand steadily without feeling heavy anymore.
Fong Jiua asked again, do you know why I did this for you? Zhang Yuan guessed, it's because you and my dad are close friends, right?
Fong Jiua replied, that is true, but it is just a part of it. The most important thing I want to tell you is that nothing is impossible to achieve, and nothing cannot be solved. However, if you keep blaming yourself and do not seek ways to explore and find solutions to your problems, that would be a big mistake. Fong Jiua continued, I used to have a brain illness, but I did not give up. Instead, I faced difficulties myself. As a result, I have overcome my illness and have now achieved some success compared to my past self. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and asked, is it true that with just a strong and unyielding will, we can face all difficulties and overcome everything by ourselves?
Fong Jiua firmly replied, that's right. Your father loves you and has raised you like a bird in a cage, but that doesn't mean you should always see yourself as a weak bird. You must do whatever it takes to escape, to leave this house, and become a person with great ambitions who helps everyone.
At that moment, Zhang Yuan felt inspired, his eyes filled with determination, eager to do something truly grand and magnificent.
Suddenly, Mr. Zhang Shang became irritated and scolded, you again, Fong Jiua? Last time you made my servants sick for a whole week.
Zhang Yuan then cheerfully smiled and said, Uncle Fong Jiua came here today to give you a shoe. From now on, you can walk like a normal person without needing the crutches anymore. Mr. Zhang Shang was so shocked that he almost popped his eyes out.
Fong Jiua happily announced, I have to leave early due to some urgent matters, and we will meet again another day.
Zhang Yuan then clasped his hands to thank Uncle Fong Jiua, saying, you not only gave me the legs to walk normally, but you also taught me how to be a good person. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten throughout my life. Mr. Zhang Shang turned to look at Fong Jiua with tearful eyes, feeling deeply moved.
In his eyes, Fong Jiua appeared as an extraordinarily great deity, surrounded by a brilliant, dazzling, and utterly surreal aura.
Later, Mr. Zhang Shang decided to write a letter to the officials of the local provinces, under the pretense of being very important, requesting that the local officials not hinder the migration of the people. At the same time, the mineral mines in Baiyin would gain additional labor force for mining. Mr. Zhang Sheng secretly believed, I must repay Uncle Fong Jiua's kindness with wealth and everything I can. Sometime later, a slave ran in shouting to inform Fong Jiua that a young man claiming to be the nephew of the young master has arrived and wishes to see the young master. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiua immediately spat out a mouthful of tea he had just gulped down. He was furious and wanted to give that talkative person a punch. I only love one person, and that is my princess.
Yet, there's some damn fool who dares to say he's my nephew? Give me the name of that person right now.
The young man Zhang Yuan promptly stepped in, greeting Uncle Fong Jiua. Uncle, you once said that a person, no matter how physically disabled, must have a strong spirit and cannot just sit around waiting for death. Your words have awakened me.
I want to go to Jiangxi Academy to study. Can you take me as your student? Thus, Zhang Yuan was accepted by Fong Jiua to study at Jiangxi Academy. The crown prince was also surprised and asked Fong Jiua, why accept a disabled person into Jiangxi Academy? Isn't that just tarnishing our academy's reputation? Fong Jiua replied, that's not the case at all.
I actually believe that Zhang Yuan is a true talent. Later, when Zhang Yuan just stepped into the academy, many astonished gazes were directed at him. Zhang Yuan, with a dazed expression, greeted the older students, I'm cousin Zhang, my full name is Zhang Yuan. I hope the older brothers can guide me.
You think, surely everyone will pay attention to my limp. A newcomer in a blue robe spoke up, asking, "Why are you here?" I remember that Jiangxi Academy doesn't accept new students. Zhang Yuan nodded and replied, "My uncle told me to come here to study." Another young man asked, "Who is your uncle?" Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "I must live up to my uncle's teachings. Aside from my legs, I'm no different from anyone else, I have to be confident." So, the boy declared boldly, "My uncle is Prince Consort Fong Jiua." Upon hearing this name, all the students became startled and panicked. The young men still didn't believe it and asked again, "Is that really true? Master Fong Jiua is your uncle?" It was no surprise that despite his leg issues, he was still accepted into the academy. Suddenly, there were many sounds of thuds as all the students knelt down and bowed to Zhang Yuan, leaving him bewildered and confused. Just then, a young man brought in food and asked, "Elder brother Zhang Yuan, are you hungry? I brought you this dried beef snack." Another person brought a large teapot and said, "This is top-grade tea, very delicious. I invite brother Zhang Yuan to give it a try." The person in the blue robe smiled brightly and asked, "Brother Zhang Yuan, after a long journey, you must be very tired. Let me give you a massage to help you relax." At that moment, Zhang Yuan felt touched and cried, realizing, what brother Fong Jiua said is very true. I just need to be confident for others to respect me, not see me as a cripple anymore. I should have stepped out of the house much earlier. Boo hoo hoo. The blue-robed scholar then said, "Although today is the first day of school, the one teaching us today is the principal, the crown prince." Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, "Why?" The scholar replied, "Because today is the day we will learn horseback riding and archery." So the crown prince appeared very imposing, demonstrating for the students, pay close attention to my standing posture here. Normally, the bowstring is very taut. Standing like this is how you can generate the necessary tension to pull the bow, understood? Suddenly, a strange noise made the crown prince jump and turn. The young man Zhang Yuan, with a confused expression, asked again, "Your Highness, why did the bow break so easily after just a light pull from the student?" The crown prince, his face as green as a melon, did not understand what was happening and felt very surprised. "Oh, how can it be so severe? I remember he was even limping on one leg. Even Hu Shan isn't that scary." Fong Jiua, astonished, immediately ordered his student, "Bring out the iron bow and let him try it again." So, the two young men struggled to carry the bow weighing dozens of pounds. Zhang Yuan took it up, effortlessly drawing the bow and remarked, "This bow is quite good, isn't it?" The two young men stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Fong Jiua at this moment had an expression as if he had eaten dog food, feeling very surprised. "Ah, he's this formidable? This bow is meant for the monster Wang Yangming to use. Apart from him, no one else could even lift it. Moreover, Wang Yangming had to practice for a whole month before he could use it." Fong Jiua then shouted, "Student, try shooting it." Zhang Yuan shot an arrow at lightning speed. The young men around him gaped with their mouths wide open in astonishment at this display. Fong Jiua's face fell as he held his head, feeling very surprised by this performance. The arrows that Zhang Yuan shot were iron arrows, weighing many times more than regular arrows, yet he could shoot farther than Wang Yangming. Fong Jiua could not believe it and found it very difficult to understand. Zhang Yuan then scratched his head and said to himself, "It seems like I didn't perform very well. Let the students try shooting again." Fong Jiua thought to himself, "Zhang Yuan is just bragging, because archery requires a lot of strength in the arms. After shooting such a heavy arrow, it requires time to recover strength before shooting again." Right after that, Zhang Yuan drew his bow again, with a momentum that made Fong Jiua's eyes widen. Suddenly, a student came to report, "We have found the arrow that Zhang Yuan shot 400 paces away." Fong Jiua once again felt shocked, thinking, how can this be so unreasonable? That iron bow weighs 30 pounds, yet Zhang Yuan can shoot continuously. Each shot goes 400 paces, equivalent to about 640 meters, almost reaching the level of a rifle? Fong Jiua suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuan usually walked diligently with crutches, which is equivalent to doing tens of thousands of pull-ups every day. It seems that heaven did not grant Zhang Yuan healthy legs, but instead opened another door for him. Zhang Yuan then called Uncle Fong Jiua, which made him very happy. Fong Jiua secretly felt pleased, thinking, having a powerful grandson like this is indeed a great fortune. When this grandson is properly utilized, he will become a terrifying monster, making enemies tremble in fear. The crown prince unexpectedly excitedly told Zhang Yuan, "Call me master." However, Zhang Yuan felt confused and did not know how to accept the crown prince as his master. The crown prince continued to put his arm around Zhang Yuan and said, "Although you are very strong, your archery skills are still weak. If you call me master, I will teach you how to shoot better, to shoot stronger and more accurately. Is that okay?" Zhang Yuan enthusiastically agreed to call the crown prince master. "Master Zhu, I ask you to teach your student more." Previously, Fong Jihua's guard team had inflicted heavy losses on the Taida people, causing them to suffer fear and refraining from invading the borders of the Ming Dynasty for a long time. However, after a period of not carrying out raids, the Taida people fell into hardship and poverty, and their food and essential supplies gradually ran out. When robbing was not an option, there remained only one way to resolve the issue. A short time later, a young man from Taida knelt down and shouted loudly, "By the order of King Dahan, today we have come here to meet the emperor of the Ming Dynasty and request a negotiation with the Ming Dynasty." The young man kneeling was Prime Minister Abika of the Taida people. The young man introduced, "The person next to me is the fifth prince of King Dahan. He does not understand etiquette, so your majesty, please do not be angry." Fong Jihua responded with a cheerful tone, "Coming to the Ming Dynasty without understanding the proper customs is considered disrespectful and arrogant. You come here to apologize and seek peace, yet you maintain such an arrogant attitude. What do you think the Ming Dynasty will respond to you?" Upon hearing this, the Taida prince's face flushed with anger, and he had no choice but to kneel down to pay his respects to the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Seeing Fong Jihua comfortably seated beside the emperor, the prince felt a surge of resentment within, wondering, "Why does that damned guy, who is only in his 20s, get to sit while I have to kneel?" Prime Minister Abika then asked, "Is this person the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty?" The emperor replied, "This is the prince consort of my princess, his name is Fong Jihua." Previously, the emperor had told Fong Jihua, "The Taida people sent a messenger to seek peace. Thanks to your balloon guard team, the Taida people have been defeated. Therefore, please sit next to me." The current Taida prince was furious, shouting, "You are Fong Jihua? You are the one who killed my eldest brother, my third brother, and my fourth brother." The emperor immediately became tense and called for the guards to act quickly. Instantly, the Taida prince was pierced by dozens of spears into his neck, not daring to make a sound again. Prime Minister Abika turned pale as a banana leaf, pleading with the emperor to stop. "Your Majesty, please stop. My prince is new here and does not know the rules. I hope your Majesty will spare him this time." The emperor then asked the grand ministers for their opinions. "The Taida people wish to negotiate with our Ming Dynasty. What do you all think about this matter?" The grand ministers thought to themselves, "The Taida people's desert area is too impoverished. If we negotiate with them, there will be no benefit. But if we continuously resist them, it will also cause damage to our Ming Dynasty. If we agree to negotiate with the Taida, they will think that our Ming Dynasty fears them. It is indeed a very difficult decision to make." Fong Jihua suddenly said with cold eyes, "The people of Taida occupied the western lands of the Ming Dynasty 15 years ago. As long as you agree to withdraw from the territory you previously occupied and commit to never sending troops to Baiyin, we will be able to trade with each other." The grand ministers below, upon hearing this, all agreed with Fong Jihua's proposal, considering it a wonderful idea. The prince of Taida angrily shouted, "If you want that piece of land, you must pay with your lives. Choose one person to fight me one-on-one. If you win, the land will belong to you. But if you lose, your head will belong to me." Fong Jihua sneered in response, "Fine. Let us compete in archery. But since my archery skills are unmatched in the world, I fear I may defeat you too quickly. Therefore, I will choose any of my disciples to fight you. If my disciple loses, I will personally hand over my head to you." Is that acceptable? Prime Minister Abike immediately urged the prince not to agree. He is a cunning man and will surely invite a famous archer to challenge you. Fong Jiua coldly replied, I have always been a man of my word, keeping my promises. When I say that the one who will fight you is my disciple, then he is undoubtedly my disciple. Moreover, do you really think that the renowned fifth prince of Taida is not comparable to an unknown palace guard of the Ming Dynasty? The prince suddenly pointed at Fong Jiua and declared, You are truly cunning. What do I have to believe in your promise? Fong Jiua responded firmly, I will use the heads of my hundreds of disciples and my own head as a guarantee. This is the prince consort of the Ming Dynasty, extremely reliable. If I lose and do not forfeit my head, all of my disciples, numbering in the hundreds, will die. Furthermore, there will be countless others who will come to watch and bear witness. In a month and a half, it will be the new year, at which point we will compete against each other. What do you think? The prince immediately shouted to accept this bet. The young man also thought to himself, although Fong Jiua is the prince consort with a great position in the Ming Dynasty, with such a large betting affair, there will certainly be a lot of attention. If he dares to go back on his word, he and the Ming Dynasty will be shamed for eternity. Then, the two Taida individuals stepped outside. The new prime minister asked the prince, this betting incident is bound to attract attention. Will it affect the true purpose of our trip this time? The prince smiled smugly, believing, this time we will definitely win. Even if they keep their word or not, the Taida people will still benefit from it. Coo. At this moment, the emperor appeared tense and said to Fong Jiua, I did not interrupt you earlier because I did not want the Taida people to think I was dissatisfied with you. The Taida prince is clearly setting you up. But why did you still accept it? Fong Jiua replied seriously, the king of Dehan from Taida sent someone to negotiate peace, yet he sent a young and arrogant prince. Your Majesty, do you find this strange? Even though that prince speaks loudly and rudely, his pronunciation of Zhong is very accurate. This alone proves that he has made a concerted effort to learn Zhong for a long time and has meticulously prepared everything for this negotiation with us this time. Fong Jiua continued, in other words, that prince of Taida is not a reckless and rude person. He has deliberately acted this way to hide some sort of plot. Therefore, I have been working hard to find out what tricks he intends to pull. Hearing this, the emperor understood. He asked Fong Jiua, what you mean is that you have prepared another plan, right? I thought you really wanted to send your disciple to compete with him. Fong Jiua confidently replied with a laugh, there is no other plan. Once I promised to compete, I must keep my word. I am a young man of integrity. The emperor seemed surprised by Fong Jiua's confidence. At this moment, Zhang Shang also spoke up, Prince Consort Fong Jiua must have prepared an expert archer. Your Majesty need not worry. After all, the fifth prince of Taida is renowned for being a talented archer. The prince consort certainly knows this and has prepared in advance, which is why he is so confident. Fong Jiua cheerfully responded, the person I have prepared has only just learned archery for the first day. To avoid any unnecessary troubles, I cannot reveal his name at this moment. Upon starting to learn, how could it be like this? Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly shocked by this sensational information. Fong Jiua calmly said, don't worry, I know what I am doing. The emperor also had great trust in Fong Jiua. He secretly thought, this young man always has the ability to turn the tables at the last minute. This has made everyone admire him. Perhaps this time he will succeed as well. A short while later, Fong Jiua approached the young man Zhang Yuan and asked, you surely know about the betting challenge between me and Prince Taida, right? Among all my nephews, you are the one I trust the most. Therefore, I will give you this opportunity to become the most famous person in the country. Are you ready? The young man Zhang Yuan, with a naive expression, replied, I just started learning archery a day ago, is that okay, uncle? Fong Jiua then put his arm around him, beaming with a smile and said, of course it's fine. I have already witnessed your archery talent. Furthermore, even if we happen to lose, it doesn't matter at all. The worst case scenario is that my head and yours will be offered to Taida. The young man Zhang Yuan felt terrified just hearing about it, but soon after, he burst into tears and shouted, "I will definitely be able to do it. Everyone has looked down on me since I was little. My father loves me, but he also doesn't believe in me. Only you have always thought that I am not inferior to others. For you, I will definitely try my best to learn archery from the Crown Prince." In the days that followed, Zhang Yuan threw himself into studying archery diligently from morning until late at night. The day of the competition was approaching. On a beautiful morning, Fong Jiua came to see how his grandson was doing. As he cheerfully walked in, Fong Jiua's face fell instantly. The reason was that Zhang Yuan was teaching the Crown Prince how to shoot a bow incorrectly. He said, "Teacher Zhu, standing like this is wrong. The purpose of archery is to hit the target as you wish, but you are standing so stiffly like this, how can you hit the target?" Fong Jiua was dumbfounded and asked the Crown Prince, "What the hell is going on here? Who is really the teacher for whom?" The Crown Prince sneered lightly, like water from a shell, and said, "This is the new teaching method I just thought of. When Zhang Yuan teaches me archery, he will learn archery knowledge much faster." Fong Jiua suddenly turned to check the two targets. On those were the arrows shot by the Crown Prince and Zhang Yuan earlier. The Crown Prince's arrows were scattered all over the place, while all of Zhang Yuan's arrows hit right in the bullseye. Fong Jiua, with a disdainful expression, criticized, "Young prince, why is your archery skill like that of an industrial chicken?" The Crown Prince, annoyed, shouted, "You shut your mouth. The distance is too far, so my shots are just affected by the wind. If we were closer, I would definitely shoot all the arrows right into the center for you to see." Zhang Yuan then eagerly said, "Teacher Zhu taught me archery, and this has helped me greatly improve my archery skills. But if it's beyond a distance of 300 steps, my eyes can't see the target clearly anymore. Therefore, the arrows lose accuracy. Even if I try my best to aim carefully, my limit is only 400 steps." Fong Jiua immediately said, "The arrow being off target could also be due to the bow. I will immediately ask the best craftsman to make a better VIP bow for you. As for the issue of not seeing clearly, I will arrange for an assistant archer to help you with that in the future." Zhang Yuan happily exclaimed, "Oh, that's fantastic." The Crown Prince then told his student Zhang Yuan, "Keep practicing hard." Later, when they entered, the Crown Prince expressed some worry to Fong Jiua, "I have heard that Prince Taida is very skilled at horseback riding and archery at the capital palace. Fong Jiua, you are taking a big risk, wagering your own life. What if you unfortunately lose?" Fong Jiua coldly replied, "My death is my own business, while it is your responsibility, the Crown Prince, to find a few dozen strong young men to stop me. At that time, I won't die easily." The Crown Prince then happily said, "You are indeed second to none in cunning, no one is number one." Finally, the day of the life and death competition arrived. In the stands, there were many young people with nothing to do, gathering in large numbers to watch the spectacle. The one hosting the event was Mr. Zhang Shang, Minister of the Imperial Secretariat. Suddenly, a man called Prime Minister Taida pointed at the large plaque and said, "This thing in my country is only used for children to play shooting with each other. If it is a competition, then we must use bows to shoot at each other to see who falls first. If our fifth prince steps out and sees this, he will be very dissatisfied and will definitely not want to compete anymore. So, let's get rid of this." Mr. Zhang immediately got angry and scolded, "This Prime Minister Taida really speaks nonsense. This is just a competition to determine superiority. Why do you want to kill? Do you want to kill the descendants of the Ming Dynasty right in front of your Majesty?" Fong Jiua sneered and asked back, "Are you not afraid of feeling ashamed if we kill your fifth prince with just an unknown student?" Prime Minister Abika unexpectedly pulled out a piece of paper and said, "This is the death contract signed with the fingerprint of the fifth prince himself. A life and death duel like this is worthy of a competition. I wonder if your Ming Dynasty dares." The Crown Prince immediately grabbed the paper and eagerly agreed, "I really like these life and death battles. I will sign the death contract on behalf of my student with you. Is that okay?"
Mr. Zhang did not expect to encounter a punk like this.
His current expression looked foolish, unable to say anything at all.
Shortly after, the first one to ride in slowly was none other than the fifth prince of Taida, with a very dangerous expression on his face. Next, the silhouette of the second person appeared. The youths in the stands immediately guessed that this was indeed Wang Yangming, the only one qualified to participate in this important competition. But no one expected that it was Zhang Yuan, son of Mr. Zhang Shang.
The father felt as if he had been struck by lightning, in utter shock. A few gossipers began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't he a disabled person? Not Wang Yangming, but they send a cripple to compete? Is there a mistake?" Mr. Zhang Shang immediately shouted loudly, "Shut up! What's wrong with having a limp? Have any of you fed him even once? Who says a disabled person can't participate in the competition? Moreover, choosing a disabled person to fight is a smart move. Even if our Ming Dynasty loses, we won't lose face because the opponent wins without much effort, do you understand?" Mr. Zhang panicked, "But why choose my son?
You all, hurry and call the soldiers to rescue my son." As he spoke, Mr. Zhang intended to jump down, but fortunately, the other young men stopped him. Mr. Zhang continued to grab Fong Jihua's collar, cursing, "Damn it, what the hell are you doing? What grudge do I have against you? Why are you hurting my son? I only have this one son." Fong Jihua laughed triumphantly, patted Mr. Zhang on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay, your son will definitely win. I have a lot of faith in him." At this moment, on the arena, the fifth Prince Taida was furious like a dog gnawing on a bone. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Are you mocking me? You dare to send a useless cripple to fight me? You bastard, you want to humiliate the fifth Prince Taida. Fine, I will kill him, and then kill that Fong Jihua as well. Damn you." Zhang Yuan still maintained a nonchalant expression. He thought to himself, "I am the only son of the minister of the Imperial Secretariat in the Imperial Court, but so far I have only been a cripple, having achieved nothing. I will take this opportunity for the entire country to know my name, which is Zhang Yuan." At this moment, the Prince Taida still thought, even if he is the most skilled archer and uses the best bow and arrow, he can only shoot 350 steps. Beyond this distance, the arrow will lose its strength. Suddenly, the young man Zhang Yuan drew his bow and shot the arrow, which flew through the air as fast as the wind. The prince still believed that this cripple couldn't achieve anything. But just as the thought crossed his mind, the arrow flew with a terrifying force right in front of him. The prince widened his eyes in shock. He immediately dodged to the side to avoid it, almost meeting his ancestors. The new prince thought to himself, "The distance between him and me is more than 350 steps, but why does the arrow retain such incredible power? Is this guy's arm strength monstrous? But even if he has extraordinary strength, after all, he is still an arrogant fool lacking patience." Prince Taida immediately charged forward, intending to attack. At the same time, he thought, "After using all my strength to shoot such a powerful arrow, my power and arms have been greatly exhausted, and I can no longer draw the bow. If I can walk 250 steps, perhaps my arm will recover. With my archery skills, it is certain that he will die." Father Zhang Shang was currently holding his head in horror and yelling, my son, can he shoot a bow so skillfully like this?" Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's face turned cold as he drew his bow. Prince Taida immediately appeared gloomy as if he had a pot's bottom for a face. The crowd buzzed and stared, wondering, what is that young man doing? After just shooting an arrow, doesn't he feel any pain in his arm? At that moment, Zhang Yuan was thinking, here, in an environment without wind, it is very different from when I usually practice. It seems I need to make some adjustments. My uncle Fong Jihua, despite having a brain condition, is still famous worldwide, earning respect from everyone when they mention his name. I must learn from him so that people all over the world will forever remember my name. Prince Taida was currently trying to reassure himself that even if that guy can draw a bow, his arm will surely tremble and the arrow he shoots will lose its accuracy. However, Zhang Yuan unexpectedly released a second arrow. The arrow shot forth at lightning speed, causing the prince to squint his eyes.
He shouted loudly, "Heavens, how can he be so domineering? Just a cripple, and yet he can shoot arrows in rapid succession?"
The second arrow struck directly into the prince's thigh, making him grind his teeth in frustration and sweat profusely.
He secretly vowed, "I must kill Zhang Yuan at all costs." But before he could take any action, Zhang Yuan shot a third arrow, which embedded itself into the prince's shoulder. He felt pain and panic, thinking, how could a person shoot 3 arrows continuously with such a heavy bow? That damned guy can't possibly be a monster, can he?
Zhang Yuan then, as if using magic, swiftly drew his bow and arrow at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, a rain of arrows appeared in the sky, all striking Prince Taida, forcing him to scream in agony.
Then, he helplessly knelt down, his body trembling as he asked hesitantly, "What is your real name?"
Zhang Yuan, with a dangerous expression, replied, "I will not tell you, for my uncle said that I am a secret weapon and will not easily reveal my name to others." Upon hearing this, the prince was completely shocked, spitting blood all over the place, and then collapsed. His body went cold, while Zhang Yuan felt unsatisfied with the performance just now, as no arrows had struck his heart. It seemed that he was still inexperienced and needed to train much more.
Immediately after, the entire audience erupted in cheers celebrating Zhang Yuan's victory.
Zhang Shang, his father, had tears streaming down his face, moved to know that his son was truly a skilled archer. At this moment, the emperor's eyes widened, not expecting the Ming Dynasty to have such an outstanding archer.
Suddenly, the crown prince triumphantly declared, "This young man is named Zhang Yuan, and he is indeed my disciple."
The emperor then smiled broadly upon discovering that this extraordinary young man was Zhang Yuan, the son of Minister of the Imperial Secretariat Zhang Shang. He praised, "Zhang Yuan, despite his disability, has a strong will and does not yield to fate. This time, Zhang Yuan has achieved great accomplishments and may be recognized as a legacy passed down through thousands of families."
Zhang Sheng immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace.
I will forever engrave this kindness in my heart, never to forget." Next, Fong Jiua spoke up to announce, "The Ming Dynasty has won this battle."
As promised earlier, the Taida people will withdraw from the western region and buy in town.
A large number of Ming Dynasty citizens can enter.
I will carry this out immediately. At this moment, Prime Minister Abika wept bitterly. "This is the last prince of the Taida people. The Taida has truly come to an end this time." After that, Zhang Yuan stepped inside, and many shouts of cheers and praises rang out. "Hooray! Hooray! Master Zhang Yuan, master! He has killed the 5th prince of the Taida in an instant. Truly amazing." Fong Jiua continued to pat the back of his rebellious grandson, praising, "You truly are at the top of your game. In just 1 month, you have transformed from a novice into a renowned archer. Truly extraordinary." Zhang Yuan modestly replied, "It's all thanks to uncle and teacher the Crown Prince Xu who has sincerely guided me." However, Fong Jiua suddenly smiled slyly and thought to himself, "With this nephew's extraordinary talent, I must tap into his potential as much as possible." Afterward, the recruitment order for the deputy archer position for Zhang Yuan was publicly announced. Suddenly, someone tore down this recruitment order. It was Li Yang, the king of Dongzhou. He was very pleased and went to meet Fong Jiua, saying, "I am very suited for this position." Fong Jiua asked back, "Aren't you worried about being king? Why would you want to stay in the Ming Dynasty?" Li Yang replied cheerfully, "It's much more fun here.
Returning to Dongzhou, I only focus on the important matters of the state, while the trivial matters don't need concern me, as handling them is futile. You can rest assured, as long as I am in the Ming Dynasty, no one would dare to usurp my throne." Fong Jiua found this reasonable but still wondered, "Why would you want to be a deputy to someone else? You are the king of Dongzhou, why would you humble yourself like that? Aren't you afraid others will speak ill of you behind your back?" Li Yang replied, "No one dares to speak ill. Master, since witnessing the archery skills of Master Zhang Yuan, everyone has great respect for him. Furthermore, since he has been practicing archery since childhood in the imperial palace and has excellent vision, he fully meets the requirements to be a vice general. Hearing this, Fong Jiua added, recently, Master's health has not been very good. Master's wife is about to give birth and needs additional nourishment. Master needs to quickly acquire several thousand pounds of ginseng for nourishment. Disciple Li Yang, please prepare everything and then go to the archery range behind the mountain to find Zhang Yuan. Li Yang hastily agreed to follow the master's orders and quickly ran off. Thanks to the bribe of several thousand pounds of ginseng, Li Yang was appointed as Zhang Yuan's vice general. The two young men were currently standing on the mountain with very tense expressions. Li Yang pulled out a VIP binoculars, observed for a while, and said, "The north wind is blowing quite strongly." When he lifted the binoculars to examine, he read the command, south at 31 degrees, approximately 540 steps. Upon receiving the information, Zhang Yuan immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, but it ended up missing. Consequently, the two young men held their heads in despair. Li Yang continued to check and reported, the reason for the miss was the predicted distance. The predicted distance was 540 steps, but the actual distance was 579 steps and the arrow traveled as far as 608 steps. Zhang Yuan eagerly learned from the experience that next time he just needed to shoot at the distance of 579 steps to succeed. Thus, the two young men practiced together every day, and their proficiency and harmony improved more and more. Their next target was a cow about half a zhang high and 1 zhang long. Li Yang looked through the binoculars and read the command, the wind from the southwest is quite strong, aim at 43 degrees west, and the distance is 620 steps. Zhang Yuan quickly drew his bow and aimed. According to Li Yang's information, the arrow immediately shot towards the cow as fast as lightning and embedded itself in its rear, causing it to let out a loud cry. The two young men laughed triumphantly because their first shot had hit the target. Li Yang once again looked through the binoculars and said, "The cow is running away." The arrow needs time to travel, so to hit a moving cow, the shooter needs to predict its position before it reaches that point. Li Yang reported, "The cow is currently madly running towards the west at a speed of approximately 2 steps per second." Upon receiving this information, Zhang Yuan pulled his bow and shot his second arrow, which struck the cow right in the belly, causing it to once again roll its eyes and scream. Li Yang looked through the binoculars and reported back to Zhang Yuan, "The second arrow has pierced the belly of the cow, but it is still continuing to run wildly. Its position has changed to 23 degrees east, and its speed has decreased to 1 step per second." After a while, the unfortunate cow had been pierced by many arrows on its body and rolled over dead. The two of them, Zhang Yuan and Li Yang, joyfully shouted, "We have finally completed the plan to eliminate the target out of sight." Zhang Yuan, also panting, remarked, "Killing a cow from a distance is indeed much harder than killing a prince Taida." Li Yang covered his mouth, laughing with delight. After a while, several people in white clothes were crying and lamenting. Fong Jiua, angry, grabbed his shirt and asked, "What immoral act have you done that has caused people to come to your door crying like this?" Mr. Wang recounted, "There is a person in the young master's surgical team named Luan, who, last night, dug up someone else's grave and removed all the organs of the deceased. However, Luan was unfortunately discovered by others, and the relatives of the deceased have come here to find the young master, demanding a clear explanation about this matter." Fong Jiua grew increasingly angry and immediately ordered Mr. Wang, "Call Luan here right now." Soon after, Luan was dragged in and knelt before Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua was as heated as a furnace, shouting loudly, "You scoundrel! Why did you dig up someone else's grave in the middle of the night?" Luan replied, "It was because the students wanted to thoroughly understand the structure of the internal organs of the human body." Fong Jiua immediately held his head and exclaimed, "What are you saying? The students, huh? You are not the only one doing this, are you?" Luan sincerely recounted, "In our Jiangxi Institute of Medicine, there are a total of 37 students who alternated digging up graves. A total of 7 to 8 corpses have been successfully stolen." Fong Jiua's face turned pale upon hearing this, not expecting that his school was filled with such reckless individuals. Those students gathered together, turning Jiangxi into a site for grave robbing. Fong Jiua suddenly became furious, his face turned pale, and he shouted, "Why did you steal so many corpses?
Luan explained, the students only take the bodies for research and will return them to their original place afterward. Moreover, we have found that the condition of the internal organs in the body after death varies depending on the cause of death. A person who died of tuberculosis has different lungs from a normal person. Mr. Wang Jinyuan suddenly pointed and incited, "This guy is just crazy, young master. We should just beat him to death and throw him into the river." Luan immediately retorted loudly, "We are not crazy. Medicine has opened new doors for us, allowing us to see fields we have never seen before. We want to delve deeper into it." Mr. Wang insisted, "This guy is not just crazy but crazily insane. We must beat him to a pulp, otherwise, he will bring disaster to Jiangxi." But Fong Jiua told Mr. Wang, "You are talking nonsense. Luan, next time you want to study a corpse, come find me, do not steal them anymore." Upon hearing this, Luan wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked again, "Master, are you serious? Do you really want to help the students dig up graves and steal corpses for us?" Fong Jiua was furious, cursing Luan as a fool like a dog, and then said, "Why do that shameless thing of stealing corpses? Normally, 7 to 8 people die in prison every month. I will give you a bail slip, and you can go there to collect them directly, got it?" Luan excitedly replied, "Master is truly amazing. I never thought of that." Fong Jiua immediately grabbed him by the collar and said, "Now you come with me to meet the families of the victims whose corpses were stolen before." As soon as they arrived, the families of the victims were crying in sorrow. Fong Jiua raised 2 fingers, signaling, "I will give you 2 choices. One is that I will go to Longquan Hall and ask the famous Taoist Li Chaowen to make a new grave for your deceased loved ones, using the best coffin for a proper burial, and additionally pay you 500 quantities of silver. The other is that my student Luan will let you directly beat him to death." All of them immediately picked up weapons, like wild beasts escaping from their cages, shouting loudly, "What do you think? We lack money. Of course, we choose to beat this bastard up." But suddenly, Fong Jiua unexpectedly transformed into a giant and shouted right in their faces, "There's one thing I haven't finished saying yet." Fong Jiua continued, "Luan is my student from Jiangxi. If anyone dares to harm Luan, I will definitely take revenge, killing your entire family, and then organizing a grand funeral for your whole lineage." The group immediately changed their minds, hastily bowed and said, "Please, benefactor Fong Jiua, help us arrange the burial for our deceased relatives." Luan breathed a sigh of relief, he was almost called by the king of hell. Sometime later, Luan asked Fong Jiua, "A few days ago, a patient had his index finger severed. I tried my best to perform surgery to reconnect the finger for him. The finger was reattached, and the wound has healed, but his finger lacks strength, almost like it is paralyzed. I do not understand why this happened, master." Fong Jiua asked back, "Do you think reconnecting a finger is just about stitching the finger bones and joints together? The finger has nerves, tendons, and blood vessels. The nerves need to be aligned, the blood vessels and tendons must also be reconnected. Only then can the finger heal properly after recovery." Luan, with his grape-sized head, seed-sized brain, slapped his hand in realization of the issue. He said, "If only someone could once again have their finger severed, the students could look at the wound and see what the nerves, tendons, and blood vessels look like." Fong Jiua scolded, "You really are a fool. Why don't you try practicing with other animals?" Luan quickly replied, "Thank you, master, I have been enlightened." After that, Luan began to research how to reconnect the severed finger on the body of a rabbit, following Fong Jiua's instructions. Suddenly, an eunuch rushed in, grabbed Luan's hand, and said, "You are urgently summoned to the capital palace." Luan asked in confusion, "What is happening? Why am I being summoned in such a hurry? What is the story behind this?" To understand the middle of the story, we must go back in time a little earlier. An eunuch named Li Jiang had gone to see the emperor, reporting that there were obscene paintings in the capital palace. Feeling that this matter was very important, he had rushed in to report it. The emperor, his face tense, asked again, "Where are those paintings? Quickly bring them to me to see." Li Jiang then reached into his sleeve, but unexpectedly, it was a national dagger.
He intended to charge forward and stab the emperor. Ouyang saw the situation was critical and rushed in. Blood splattered everywhere. Ouyang used his hand to block the knife strike for the emperor. The emperor, in shock, immediately ordered the guards, "Kill this treasonous bastard right now." Li Jiang, filled with anger, swung his sword again, severing Ouyang finger. He turned back, glaring at the emperor with eyes full of hatred. Instantly, a large number of armed guards burst through the door. Li Jiang knew he could not escape, so he raised the knife to his own throat and said, "My whole family has fallen into the hands of others. I am powerless and can do nothing else. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness." Then, Li Jiang committed suicide by cutting his own throat. At that moment, the emperor anxiously asked Ouyang, "Why did you risk your life like that?" Ouyang struggled to respond, "Because my teacher taught me to be absolutely loyal to your majesty. My teacher is like my relative, and your majesty is like my father." The emperor immediately shouted, "Quickly summon the imperial physician and Fong Jiua here." After a while, the imperial physician arrived to examine him and reported, "The palm of Ouyang has been cut very deeply, along with severed fingers." Fong Jiua was extremely angry and asked, "Which bastard harmed my disciple? If I don't cut him into 100 pieces, I won't bear the surname Fong." At this moment, Ouyang was filled with terror and said to Fong Jiua, "My disciple's hand is hurting very much." What happened was truly horrifying. Fong Jiua comforted Ouyang saying, "Disciple, just hang in there. Your master will find a way to heal you." Afterward, the imperial physician came to report the situation to the emperor, stating, "Ouyang life is not in danger, but his palm has been nearly severed, and his fingers have also been broken. There is a high chance he will be permanently disabled." The emperor was furious and said, "Ouyang is a very important person in the Academy of Sciences. We cannot accept the possibility of his hand being disabled." He angrily ordered, "We must try every possible way to treat Ouyang hand. We must achieve this at all costs." The imperial physicians were all terrified and explained, "This matter is impossible, your majesty. No one has ever been able to accomplish this before." The emperor, now tense, shouted, "You imperial physicians are a bunch of useless people, you can't accomplish anything of significance." The crown prince then learned about the situation and said, "Let Luan take on this difficult task." The scene shifts to the present, and Fong Jiua's expression is extremely serious. Luan suddenly kneels down and pleads, crying, "Master, I cannot handle this. I beg for your forgiveness." Fong Jiua, filled with anger, grips Luan's collar and asks, "Why not? I usually teach you how to reconnect blood vessels, tendons, and nerves. Now you are here saying you cannot do it?" At this moment, Luan, crying bitterly, says, "I have always sought ways to perform the surgery better, to observe the fragile blood vessels, tendons, and nerves. I have created a magnifying glass for suturing the wounds and improved the needle and thread. But this type of surgery can fail with just one small mistake. My hands are not steady enough. I have tried many times, but every time I have failed." Suddenly, the crown prince, with a serious expression, says, "My hands are very steady. I will do this myself. Fong Jiua, you assist me." The emperor and Fong Jiua are both taken aback upon hearing this. Fong Jiua grabs his close brother's hand and says, "Good, brother. Let's take action together." Earlier, after Fong noble consort gave birth, the capital palace built a special room to care for the baby. The crown prince was preparing for surgery and requested, "Everyone unrelated, leave the room." However, the emperor said, "Because you are the father, you have the right to stay." Then, everyone donned surgical gowns. The crown prince declared loudly, expressing his determination, "We must succeed with this surgery." Luan took out a magnifying glass and said, "The nerves, tendons, and blood vessels are too thin, we cannot see them with the naked eye. I thought about the magnifying glass that Master Fong Jiua created earlier. I had the craftsman make this glass." The crown prince picked it up and tested it, praising, "This is quality work, everything is greatly magnified. This technology is indeed advanced. After that, Ouyangji had all his clothes removed and was anesthetized to begin the surgery. The crown prince shouted, "The first thing to do is clean the wound and disinfect, hand me the cotton swabs." Fong Jiua immediately complied. The crown prince, with a very serious expression, performed the surgery on Ouyangji carefully. Then he requested, "Fong Jiua, hand me the needle and thread for the next step." The emperor suddenly stepped forward, thinking to himself, "Why is my son so outstanding today? I didn't expect him to be talented like this." The crown prince then said, "Father, don't disturb me." The emperor was immediately shocked. The crown prince was then extremely focused and tense, suturing the blood vessels. Luan, standing by, couldn't help but praise, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly impressive." The blood vessels are very small, and Luan has tried many times on rabbits but hasn't succeeded. After suturing the blood vessels, the Crown Prince proceeded to reconnect the tendons and nerves, and then sewed up the skin. After a long while, the Crown Prince finally completed this task. The last step was to use copper pins to stabilize the broken finger bone, preventing the finger from healing in a crooked manner. The Crown Prince wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Finally, the surgery is done." The Crown Prince suddenly turned to the emperor and said, "After operating on Ouyangji, I suddenly crave pork. I wonder if there's any available in the capital palace right now, father?" Upon hearing this, the emperor felt like vomiting, his face turning pale. He asked again, "Will Ouyangji's hand be able to recover as before?" Fong Jiua stroked his chin and replied, "To know the result, you must come back tomorrow. If the blood vessels are sewn properly and blood circulation is smooth, even if the hand is not as flexible as before, it can still be used. But if the vascular suturing fails, the entire palm may suffer from necrosis, and the arm may even have to be amputated." The emperor, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, shocked to the core. The next day, Ouyangji lay in bed, groaning in pain without ceasing. Fong Jiua cheerfully said, "This is good. It indicates that the hand has been reconnected and blood circulation is still normal. Ouyangji, my disciple, just bear with the pain for a few days, and you will recover soon." The emperor then asked, "I want to know more about these miraculous life-saving techniques. Where can I read about them?" Luan immediately took out his book and presented it to the emperor. As the emperor opened it, he gasped in astonishment, "Is this everything inside the human body? Do people look like this when they are dissected?" The crown prince quickly replied, "That's right, father. If you do not believe it, I can dissect your abdomen to see for yourself." The emperor immediately unleashed the ultimate technique, the royal spiraling kick, onto the rebellious kid's mouth. Immediately after, the emperor read through the medical books and discovered that besides knowledge of human anatomy, Luan's medical texts also included advancements in anesthetic soups and surgical instruments. After finishing all the reading, the emperor believed that the development of medicine in Jiangxi would benefit the country and its people. Thus, he made a significant decision. The next morning, the emperor summoned the officials in the imperial court and said, "I have learned from Luan that in order to further deepen this knowledge, additional support in manpower, funds, and food is needed." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, smirked slyly, thinking, "I have a great opportunity. The emperor intends to provide additional funds and supplies for the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine." But the emperor stated, "Not at all. Fong Jihua's mansion in Jiangxi is already very rich, so I will not provide silver." Fong Jihua was so shocked that he nearly spat blood. The emperor suddenly raised his voice and said, "I will provide support in terms of manpower. I have decided to merge the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine into the Imperial Physician Institute of the Imperial Court. Based on the medical skills and knowledge of each individual at the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine, I will confer them with titles as imperial physicians, and they will receive salaries from the imperial court." The emperor's merger is equivalent to the intellectual class receiving support from the imperial court. Through medical research, more elite classes in society will be encouraged to participate in the medical endeavor and promote the development of medicine. Regarding the new official position of the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine, let's take the Academy of Sciences as an example. The entrance examination for the Academy of Sciences is the imperial examination,
held every 3 years and personally overseen by the emperor. The examination has 3 highest ranks. The first rank is the champion, the second rank is and the third rank is the third place. The emperor wants to apply the regulations of the Academy of Sciences to the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine. However, the Grand Ministers argued that it could not be implemented because the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine does not fit the regulations of the Academy of Sciences. The emperor smiled brightly and said, "What is unfit about it? I find medicine to be extremely important for everyone. The older we get, the less we know what illnesses we may face in the future. If medical technology develops further, we will be able to save more people later on. Isn't that a wonderful thing?" The Grand Ministers, hearing this, agreed with Your Majesty and praised the emperor for being very wise and insightful. The emperor said, "Since this medicine belongs to the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine, from now on it will be called Jiangxi Fong." Fong Jiua was appointed as a scholar and head of the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine, while Luan, with his significant contributions to the field of medicine, was appointed as the vice scholar of the Jiangxi Institute of Medicine. Fong Jiua and Luan were delighted and grateful to Your Majesty for the favor. In history, the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, had 26 sons. His eldest son Zhu Yunwen was the crown prince and heir to the throne. The other sons became kings, vassals, and were sent throughout the country to guard the land. Zhu Yuanzhang had other kings such as King Qin, King Jin, and King Jiang, along with kings from different regions. After Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang passed away, Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne. However, Zhu Di, the fourth son of Zhu Yuanzhang, wanted to become the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. He chose to rebel to overthrow Zhu Yunwen. At present, Zhu Di and Zhu Quan have conspired together that if they successfully overthrow Zhu Yunwen, they will share the kingdom. This plan, after a period of time, was successful. Zhu Di ascended to the throne as the emperor, while Zhu Quan was sent back to the Nanchang estate, far from the capital, to enjoy life for the rest of his days. After ascending the throne, Zhu Di abolished the old regulations and issued a series of extremely harsh political policies against the heirs to the golden seat of the Nanchang estate, a vassal state of the Ming Dynasty. This caused great discontent within the National H. During the reign of King Zhu Shenhao of the National H, he decided to rebel. Prior to that, Fong Jiua had defeated the Taida faction, who were filled with ambition. The Taida faction pretended to seek peace from the Ming Dynasty, and as a result, Prince Taida was ultimately killed. The king of National H was worried that his collusion with the Taida faction would be exposed, so he proactively conspired to have eunuch Li Jiang assassinate Emperor Zhu Di. When the emperor learned of King Zhu Shenhao's malicious plan, he was filled with rage. Immediately, he ordered the Duke of England to assemble 200,000 troops to march into the Nanchang estate, preparing for the campaign against the traitorous forces. The first person to attack the city would be granted the title of Marquis. The Duke of England clasped his hands in submission to Your Majesty, promising to accomplish his mission. The Duke of England was so moved that he shed tears, for previously he had only been a general, but had long been at home worshipping his ancestors. Now, he finally had the opportunity to go into battle to show his capabilities. The crown prince then stepped outside and told Fong Jiua, "Do you see that the situation is not very secure? Although the encirclement of Nanchang Prefecture poses no issues, mobilizing 200,000 troops and horses within a year and a half is impossible. This will consume a huge amount of resources from the Ming Dynasty's army." In the crown prince's opinion, he would dispatch the air cavalry to Nanchang Prefecture and use oil bombs to attack. This method would be quicker and more effective. Fong Jiua replied, "The crown prince's plan makes sense, but there is a problem. Nanchang Prefecture is densely populated, and most of its citizens are innocent. Using oil bombs would kill many innocent people, and Nanchang is also a fertile land. After a year and a half of fighting, no one knows how many will die, but the ones who will suffer the most will be the civilians." However, Fong Jiua had a better approach. It was to deal with the king of National H first. As long as the king of National H was killed, the rebel forces in Nanchang Prefecture would surely surrender. Fong Jiua said, "We can use a hot air balloon to sneak into Nanchang province, carefully scout the whereabouts of King National H from a distance.
Afterwards, we will position the sharpshooters above to directly kill King National H. The Crown Prince immediately pressed dislike on this plan, while Fong Jiua showed disdain. Fong Jiua said, "Only despicable, shameless people act behind others' backs, and I hold you in great contempt for suggesting that." Fong Jiua made a bored face, unwilling to say anything more. But the next day, eunuch Lucian hurriedly ran to report to Fong Jiua that the Crown Prince has suddenly gone missing without any clear reason. It was said that Zhang Yuan, Li Yang, and Xin Ao had also disappeared. After the Crown Prince secretly fled, a hot air balloon had been dismantled and transported away by a wooden cart. Fong Jiua felt shocked upon hearing this, as if a cat had stepped on its tail, startled and terrified. He wondered what they were secretly preparing. Suddenly, Fong Jiua remembered that he seemed to have let something slip to the Crown Prince yesterday. "Oh no, it turns out I was the one who incited the Crown Prince. If anything happens to the Crown Prince, I definitely will not be able to see the child in my womb again." Then, our hero hurriedly rode his horse to chase after them. Fong Jiua guessed, with such a large, cumbersome balloon, they can only take the main road and certainly won't be able to go far. If I chase with all my might, I will catch up soon. A moment later, at an inn, Fong Jiua discovered the Crown Prince. Fong Jiua, in anger, grabbed the Crown Prince's clothes and demanded an explanation. The Crown Prince calmly replied, "Why are you so angry? My friend, let's sit down, have a drink of water, eat a bit of bread, and talk slowly. After I returned home, I thought it over and realized that once the war begins, peace will be destroyed. Innocent people will suffer in poverty, hardship, and darkness. When I recounted your plan to my father, he found it very reasonable and immediately issued an imperial edict. I have come out under my father's order." The Crown Prince continued to introduce, "This is Hujin, I just met him on the way. He is responsible for guiding me to the Nanchang estate." Upon hearing that I was sent to kill the King of National H, he jumped up 3 feet in excitement. Hujin, with a swollen face, cried and said, "My face has a bruise because someone hit me, which I cannot speak of. Yet, I am very honored to serve the Crown Prince and die for you, Your Highness." The Crown Prince continued to pull out an imperial edict, with extremely high credibility, and said, "My father foresaw that you would chase after me, so he also prepared this imperial edict for you. You should join our ranks and come to assassinate the King of National H." Fong Jiua immediately replied, "This imperial edict is completely worthless. Such tricks can only deceive others. Crown Prince, do you want to deceive me as well?" The Crown Prince suddenly leaned close to Fong Jihua's face and asked, "What do you want?" "The King of National H assassinated my father and injured your disciple. Do you think it is right for us not to kill that scoundrel ourselves?" Fong Jihua replied coldly, "Do not use your majesty as a shield. My plan, while perfect, can still encounter unforeseen errors during execution. The life of the Crown Prince is extremely precious. Let those who are brave undertake this dangerous task." Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince cried, speaking with an emotional expression, "Poro Yangji, your disciple. Every day he says that teacher Fong Jihua is as good as a biological father to him. In the end, that teacher has come here, yet still resolutely refuses to take revenge for his own disciple. That teacher is truly a coward worthy of contempt." Fong Jihua felt very angry, his face full of dissatisfaction, and said to the Crown Prince, "Just keep acting." The Crown Prince glared and shouted, "If you don't come with me, then go back. Pity my sister, who has to marry a coward like you." Fong Jihua folded his arms and said, "The Crown Prince, don't act anymore. I'll go with you, is that okay?" At this moment, the Crown Prince donned a victorious smile, looking cunning. After that, the Crown Prince and his companions went to the province of Nanchang, the border territory of the country National H. Here, the entrance was heavily guarded. When the Crown Prince's disguised carriage was about to pass, it was stopped by soldiers. The soldier stated that the King of Country National H had ordered all residents passing through this area to be checked and demanded, "Please step down from the carriage so we can inspect." Hujin quickly pulled out a large bag of silver and said, "We are merchants conducting business. Handsome soldier, please help us. After this big deal, I will reward you double."
Okay?
The soldier immediately glared, then happily said, "Hurry up and go through quickly." With the power of money, the two men and their companions sneaked into the territory of country National H as easily as eating porridge.
At the towering temple named Sinjin, the king and the officials of the National H were gathering in large numbers.
The king shouted, "That bastard Jiu Tang has brought disaster upon our Zhu clan. The whole world wants to chop him up to feed the dogs. After I finish bowing to Buddha, I will slaughter him and ascend as the emperor."
To elaborate, Jiu Tang is the real name of the Emperor Huangji.
To rise up, it is essential to eliminate dissenters and gather those with the same intent. The king of National H had invited all the officials from all over to the Sinjin temple to bow to Buddha, but that was merely a pretext for him to assemble all the officials to discuss this rebellion. Suddenly, an eunuch spoke up, "The generals and many other officials who were tried last year have all been imprisoned, Your Majesty.
Currently, another group of villains is hiding in the bushes, waiting. If the officials invited today refuse to surrender, they will be directly slaughtered by this group." The king of National H unexpectedly exclaimed, "Do you all understand the situation now?
If anyone today is not ready to submit to me, I swear I will send that person to meet the king of hell in no time." Suddenly, a prince from the National H kingdom arrived, clasping his hands and saying, "Father, the auspicious hour to take action has come." At this moment, the hot air balloon was hovering in the sky.
The crown prince looked through his binoculars and assessed, "The man wearing a messy hat is dressed in royal attire and there's an eunuch nearby.
Indeed, they intend to rebel today." The crown prince immediately called out Zhang Yuan's name, and Zhang Yuan took out a precious bow, aiming straight at the king of the National H kingdom.
The crown prince commanded, "We must act right now.
If the king of the National H kingdom enters the tower, then we will no longer have the chance to kill him.
We only have one opportunity to assassinate him."
In reality, shooting a target moving in a hot air balloon that is also in motion is a very difficult task. Li Yang was now sweating profusely, providing information: direction 39.5 degrees southeast, strong westerly winds, a distance of 452 steps, target speed 7 steps horizontally downward, and the hot air balloon speed 7 steps per second. And if this mission fails, everyone will be killed by the king of the National H kingdom. Shin Ao and Shi Ba were extremely fearful of this outcome.
Fong Jiua was clasping his hands in prayer to his ancestors, begging for their protection.
Meanwhile, the crown prince was feeling triumphant, believing that once this plan succeeded, he would be revered by the people and become a role model for the youth. At that moment, the prince of National H had spotted a hot air balloon in the sky. He shouted, "Everyone look, a mysterious object has suddenly appeared in the sky. I believe it is the ancestors of my late father watching over him, and he will soon achieve what he desires." The king glanced over and clearly saw the hot air balloon, widening his eyes and yelling, "Isn't that the damned Jiu Tang's hot air balloon?" When the crown prince realized he had been discovered, he immediately ordered, "Quick, shoot an arrow." Zhang Yuan quickly drew and shot an arrow with tremendous speed, piercing through the brain of the king of National H. The prince beside him was horrified, his eyes bulging like lanterns. The eunuch hurriedly advised the prince, "We must quickly take the king to the temple to hide." The prince ran fast, as if fleeing from a dog. Li Yang continued to observe through the spyglass and reported, "There's another person wearing a red outfit, royal attire. He is very likely to be the son of the king of National H." So Zhang Yuan immediately shot the second arrow, and the arrow struck the prince right in the body. The eunuch cried out in horror, shouting, "Mother, save me! I don't want to die yet. Woe is me!" News of this incident spread throughout the country.
In the Ming Dynasty, a young man held a piece of paper reading the information, which stated, "The elite team includes Northern Marquis Shin Ao, Marquis of Xan and Shi Ba, Marquis of Pacify the Nation Fong Jiua, King Li Yang of Dongzhou, renowned archer Zhang Yuan, and the powerful governor Zhuangjie of Jiangxi. All were ordered by the emperor to form a VIP army to assassinate the king of the National H, and they succeeded, completing the mission excellently." The man beside him felt strange upon hearing Zhuangjie's title. Why does this title sound so unusual? Currently, on the airship, the crown prince laughed heartily, proudly stating, "My nickname in the martial world is Zhuangjie." Doesn't it sound great? I am about to become famous throughout the nation. My greatest dream has almost come true. After that, Fong Jiua and his accomplices successfully landed the airship after killing King of the National H and his son. When the two leaders of the National H were killed, the uprising against Emperor Huangji also failed. All members of King of the National H's family were slaughtered. The provincial governor of Nanchang along with the generals who were previously captured by King of the National H were also released. The eunuchs and soldiers of the National H had to surrender with a white flag. At this moment, the provincial governor of Nanchang announced that the King of the National H had flaunted his power here for many years, plotting to overthrow the emperor through many generations. The ending was truly tragic. According to reports, a talented young man named Jiua dealt with King of the National H excellently. Their team was about to enter Nanchang, and we should prepare to warmly welcome them. The blue-clad official next to him complied with the order. Following that, Crown Prince Fong Jiua and his accomplices rode into the province of Nanchang. The people lined up on both sides, shouting, "Hooray, hooray for these truly formidable heroes! Hooray Jiua! We admire you greatly." The Crown Prince chuckled with delight and turned to Fong Jiua, saying, "These people have come specifically to welcome us as great heroes. My father said that whoever arrives in Nanchang first will be granted the title of Marquis. This plan and the balloon were all your ideas, so I am not worthy of receiving the reward. You should go in and claim your prize." Fong Jiua replied, "Then I won't be polite." The governor of Nanchang, hearing this exchange, realized that it was his father who had given the command. He immediately thought that this person must be the Crown Prince, Your Highness. The Crown Prince then shouted loudly, "Where is the corpse of the King of the National H? Bring it here to me at once." Immediately, 2 soldiers carried the body in. The governor of Nanchang said, "The body is here, Your Highness." The Crown Prince drew his sword, stabbing repeatedly dozens of times, and shouted, "You, scoundrel, assassinated my father. Today I will chop you up for the dogs to eat." The governor of Nanchang looked at the Crown Prince with a stunned expression, not expecting to encounter someone like this. He wondered if this person could be the Crown Prince of the Ming Dynasty. Then, the governor of Nanchang clasped his hands and asked, "What about the corpses of the sons of the King of the National H? Would Your Highness like me to bring them out and deal with them all at once?" The Crown Prince turned his face with a displeased expression and said, "You shouldn't do that. Do you think I am a wicked person? I am a person who reads the sacred texts. For many years, my morals do not allow me to do such things. Do you understand, you fool like a dog?" The Crown Prince continued to pull out a piece of paper and said, "This is Lucian, my companion. He is very ugly, greedy, lazy, afraid of death, and talks like a duck. Have you seen him anywhere?" In fact, earlier, Lucian had prepared his luggage and rushed to the hot air balloon, but the balloon had already flown up into the sky. Lucian hurriedly called out, "The Crown Prince, Your Highness, the slave has arrived, but the slave has not boarded yet. Why has the Crown Prince already left?" The Crown Prince loudly replied, "The hot air balloon has already flown, it is not convenient to land. You stay there and find me later." After that, soldiers arrived, kicked the door open, and Lucian, who was eating deliciously, was captured by the soldiers. The governor of Nanchang then replied, "I do not see anyone named Lucian. I will do my best to find him." The Crown Prince suddenly shed tears, secretly feeling sorry for Lucian who had to sacrifice himself heroically, truly pitiful. "When I return to the capital palace, I will build a proper tomb for you." The provincial official Nanchang then clasped his hands and said, "Tens of thousands of other bandits have colluded with the King of the National H. They have all had their weapons confiscated and are currently imprisoned. The Crown Prince, Your Highness, what do you think we should do with them?" Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince immediately thought of the pirates, who were notoriously brutal and savage. So he quickly pulled out his weapon and said, "Take me to the prison at once. I will behead all of them and see if anyone dares to rebel against the Ming Dynasty in the future." When he arrived at the prison, the captured men were all emaciated like long-term addicts. The Crown Prince, upon entering, felt puzzled and wondered, "These are the bandits? Are you not mixed up with the addicts?" The crown prince continued to point his sword at one of the men and asked, "What is your name? Why do you want to become a bandit? Do you not know that being a bandit will cost you your life?" The bandit replied, "My despicable name is Wang Nan. Because in Baiyang Lake, there are annual severe floods. If despicable person does not become a bandit, sooner or later I will either be swept away by the floods or die of starvation." The governor of Nanchang suddenly bowed his head and whispered into the crown prince's ear, "Your Highness, the crown prince, these bandits are very cunning. They have conspired with the king of the national H for a long time. The crown prince must not let them deceive you." Unexpectedly, the crown prince slapped the governor of Nanchang across the face and scolded, "You damn old man, are you justifying your wrongful actions? What kind of official are you to let the people suffer like this?" It is no surprise that the bastard Jiu could incite so many people to rebel. The root cause of this whole affair lies with officials like you and the other provincial officials. You have allowed the people to become too impoverished, and that has led to this rebellion. The governor of Nanchang, with a swollen face, said, "Your Highness, I am wronged. At first, I tried to encourage the people to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes so that they wouldn't fear hunger. But the king of the national H obstructed me by all means. I resisted him and was imprisoned." The crown prince understood the whole situation, his expression turning serious as he said, "So it is, governor of Nanchang." Fong Jiua suddenly spoke up, "Just now I discovered that there is a lot of good land in Hong Kushan. Let's start encouraging the people to cultivate from there." The crown prince immediately chimed in with Fong Jiua, "You are absolutely right. The kings of the H nation and other officials have committed countless crimes. We must help the people regain a warm and happy life, unlike my damned ancestor who only knows how to stay in the capital palace and talk trash without helping the people at all." Fong Jiua then reminded the crown prince, "Don't be rude and call others dogs anymore. You just boasted about being someone who reads the classics, so you shouldn't speak too much ill. If there's anything, just whisper it to me." The crown prince leaned in closer and murmured continuously, "Dog king of the H nation, dog king of the H nation, dog king of the H nation." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, felt so tired he didn't want to say anything anymore. The crown prince then instructed Ba to bring food. After the imprisoned youths finished eating, the crown prince confidently declared, "From today onwards, you are all innocent. From now on, you will become good people. But if you become thieves once more, I swear I will chop you into pieces." The youths, upon hearing this, were moved to tears. "You are truly a saint, sent from heaven to save us." Thank you, my lord." Hoo. Previously, the emperor, upon hearing the news that his rebellious son dared to go to Nanchang without informing him, felt extremely angry. The emperor immediately mounted his horse and personally led the army to Nanchang to engage in battle. However, when the emperor had traveled halfway, he received news that the king of the national H had been killed by the crown prince. The emperor did not know whether to be happy or sad because the journey to Nanchang was quite long and the number of soldiers he led was also very large. If he were to turn back now to the capital palace, it would be a significant loss, and more importantly, the emperor would feel deeply embarrassed. He decided to continue to Nanchang, considering it a trip to enjoy the scenery and relieve stress. Later, the emperor did find the crown prince and was preparing to take him back to the capital palace. But the crown prince said, "At present, we still cannot go back. Until there is a bridge crossing this large river, I will not be at ease." The emperor also found this reasoning reasonable. If it were indeed possible to build a bridge over this large river, it would genuinely bring benefits to many people. But the Kanrang River was too wide, there seemed to be no way to build a bridge. The crown prince, upon hearing this, resolutely replied, "If father does not try, how will one know whether it can be accomplished or not?" After that, under the command of the crown prince, everyone began to construct the bridge across the Kanrang River. The current emperor was astonished and asked, "Where have these iron wires come from?" The emperor felt very surprised because iron was scarce and extremely precious in this era.
Fong Jiua answered the emperor. To prepare for the uprising, the king of the National H had the nearby iron mines excavated, smelted the iron, and forged them into weapons. Each weapon bears the insignia of the prince's residence in National H. I feel that these weapons are not suitable for incorporation into our royal armory. Therefore, I returned to the forge and reworked them into these iron wires. Stockpiling them was not easy for the king of the National H either. I believe they have been accumulating since the time of Emperor Jiu, gathering weapons, provisions, and precious materials. They are like mountains, so the production of these iron wires to build the bridge still has a substantial surplus of iron. The crown prince then ordered the youths to lay down planks to create a pathway and emphasized that we would complete a beautiful bridge. The youths also complied with the orders and followed these instructions. After 7 days of hard work, the bridge over the Can Rang River was finally completed. At the beginning of the bridge, there was a stone tablet engraved with the words Lucian. The crown prince unexpectedly pushed the governor of Nanchang forward and asked him to try it out first. He lost his balance, stumbled forward for 10 steps, and then his face turned as green as a banana leaf. He hit the like button and left a review stating that the bridge was very sturdy, and the people could cross normally. The governor of Nanchang asked, "Your Highness, may I return now?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince eagerly told everyone to let the carriages cross the bridge. The heavy-laden carriages passed successfully over the bridge. After a thorough inspection, the bridge was officially opened for public use. At this point, the crown prince set off on his journey back to the capital palace. Before leaving, the crown prince turned back and said, "Everyone remember to build flood barriers. If you encounter any difficulties that cannot be resolved, just write me a letter." The people were deeply moved and expressed their gratitude to the crown prince for his assistance and wished him a safe journey. The crown prince's entourage had traveled a distance, but the villagers continued to follow to see him off. Fong Jiua smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, please go back. Don't follow us, the bridge will be overloaded." The crown prince, with a stern face, asked, "Why do you say that? They follow me because they admire me, and you want to send them back?" Fong Jiua fell silent when scolded. So the people continued to send off the crown prince's entourage until they left Nanchang province. The emperor, on his way back, thought to himself, "Usually when I leave the imperial palace, wherever I pass by, countless people will kneel to send me off. But I also know that they do this out of fear that I will punish them if they do not follow the proper etiquette. But now, the people in Nanchang, I can feel that they are truly grateful for the crown prince. They express this respect because deep down in their hearts, they want to do so." The emperor then turned to ask Fong Jiua, "Tell me, do the people of Nanchang see the crown prince as a good crown prince, but do not think of me as a good emperor, right?" Fong Jiua replied to the emperor, "Is the governor of Nanchang a good official, your majesty?" Fong Jiua continued, "When the king of the National H wanted to rebel, the provincial governor of Nanchang preferred to die rather than side with King National H, proving that he was a man of great courage and integrity. However, he did not care much about the people and did not know that the citizens were forced by King National H to rebel. Not only the governor of Nanchang but all officials in the imperial court focused on major issues and paid little attention to the people. This is similar to your majesty's diligent handling of significant matters, which is acknowledged by the grand ministers in the imperial court, but not by the citizens. The people only see the officials in the imperial court looking down on them." The emperor then said, "I have heard that the crown prince cursed me behind my back as a damn emperor, who spends all day in the palace talking nonsense." Fong Jiua immediately expressed a sour face, not expecting that some gossiping scoundrel would tell this to the emperor. Fong Jiua clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, I can take the credibility of Prince Consort Ming Dynasty to prove that this never happened. Those words are nothing but unfounded rumors and groundless gossip." The emperor suddenly, with a thoughtful expression, said, "I once taught the crown prince a lesson, telling him that he had disappointed our ancestors. Now it seems that I am the one who has wronged our ancestors. I truly deserve to be scolded." Fong Jiua, upon hearing this, appeared confused. He then hurried back to Jiangxi before the princess gave birth. The princess told her husband that his sudden visit to Nanchang had made her very worried.
Fong Jiua grasped the princess's hand tightly and apologized to her. Now that I am back, please rest assured. The princess looked into Fong Jihua's eyes and said, I know my husband is very capable, so I always believed that nothing would happen to you. Hearing his wife's praise, Fong Jihua turned his face away happily and said, Don't always praise me like that, others might feel jealous if they hear it. After that, he held the princess's hand tightly and assured her not to worry anymore. Before you give birth to our child, I will not go anywhere. The princess happily agreed. But right after that, Fong Jihua was summoned by the emperor to the capital palace. The emperor said, I bestow upon Fong Jihua the title of Marquis, adding the region of Nanchang, to be responsible for managing the Nanchang prefecture and addressing the well-being of approximately 10,000 households there. Zhang Yuan has shot dead the traitorous king of the national Zhu Shenhao, making significant contributions, so I grant you the title of Rising Overlord. As for Lucian, he is most likely dead now, as his body has not been found. I will build a proper tomb for Lucian as a reward for his contributions. The crown prince was suddenly interrupted by an eunuch who rushed in, reporting breathlessly, Your Highness, the princess is about to give birth. Fong Jihua immediately widened his eyes in shock and shouted. However, the crown prince was even more flustered. Fong Jihua quickly grabbed the crown prince's hand and ran fast, more so than if they were being chased by dogs. The crown prince shouted, We must get there as quickly as possible, I will be the surgeon, and she needs help. Let's start the operation to deliver the fetus. Fong Jihua quickly shook off this damn fool and said, You bastard crown prince, what the hell are you talking about? Are you cursing my wife? The crown prince, hanging on the rooftop, felt quite frustrated. I only meant well to help my sister. Did you really have to throw me so hard? The two brothers, Fong Jihua, hurried back and asked, How is our princess? The maid replied, The imperial physician says the princess Your Highness's pregnancy is very normal. The childbirth will be very easy, and the baby will arrive soon. Upon hearing this, Fong Jihua let out a sigh of relief, while the crown prince felt dejected for not having the opportunity to prove himself. The crown prince then turned and said, I feel very uneasy. We should perform a caesarean section, it would be safer. Hearing this, Fong Jiawa's eyes reddened with rage, silently cursing the crown prince, You worthless scoundrel, if you weren't the crown prince, I would have killed you by now. Just then, the loud cries of a baby echoed. The crown prince was startled, asking himself, How did the delivery happen so quickly? Soon after, a midwife came out holding the baby, congratulating Prince Consort Fong Jihua, The princess Your Highness has given birth to a baby boy, weighing 6 jin and 7 liang. The child is very healthy and lovely, my lord. Fong Jihua held his child in his arms, delighted that everything went smoothly. However, he felt a bit concerned about whether the baby had an anus. The midwife smiled awkwardly and replied, Of course, Your Highness does not need to worry about this. Fong Jihua was currently on cloud 9, secretly thinking, Heaven and Buddha truly have eyes. Although I have differing opinions from many, in the end, I have passionately pursued the right and great things. Heaven and Buddha also see this and have blessed me. At this moment, the crown prince suddenly leaned his face towards the child and remarked, Fong Jihua, look, this child looks just like me. Fong Jiawa's face turned green upon hearing this and told the crown prince, Shut your mouth. If you keep saying such nonsense, be careful of retribution. Fong Jihua then said, This is my own flesh and blood son. In the future, my great career already has a successor. Subsequently, at the emperor and empress's place, someone rushed in to report the news, Your Highness, the princess has given birth to a beautiful baby boy, and both mother and child are safe and sound, Your Majesty. The emperor and empress were very pleased to hear the news of another grandson. Empress believed that the princess giving birth smoothly was due to the ancestors' blessings. Suddenly, the emperor jerked in shock, recalling an important matter that needed his attention. He had to quickly send someone to deliver the imperial edict to name his grandson. If the two, Fong Jihua and the crown prince, were to name the child, they might choose names that were inappropriate. Thus, a short time later, an eunuch read the imperial edict aloud. The emperor decrees that the child shall be named Fong Zhengqing, with the meaning of hoping the child will receive blessings from all directions of the Ming Dynasty.
In the future, the child will become the emperor's right-hand man and help bring peace and prosperity to the realm.
The eunuch then presented the imperial edict to Fong Jiua, informing the prince consort to comply and implement it.
Both Fong Jiua and the crown prince now wore expressions of profound disappointment, as if they had just lost their rice rations.
Fong Jiua said, "I intended to name my child Fong Zhengfeng, but that is no longer possible."
The crown prince had planned to name the child Fong Mingri, hoping he would be as intelligent as himself, but that too was no longer possible.
Fong Jiua suddenly clenched his fists and said, "This is not important anymore.
What matters most is that I will leave my child a legacy of valuable lessons and a lifelong career dedicated to the Ming Dynasty. My child will follow my example and become a truly great person." Sometime later, Grand Minister Lun Yan rushed in to report to the emperor, "Your Majesty, a great disaster has occurred.
Smallpox has appeared in Beitongzhou, very close to our capital palace."
Lun Yan further explained, Beitongzhou is currently the Tongzhou district of Beijing. This is the starting point of the Great Beijing-Hangzhou Canal and serves as a bridge connecting the capital Beijing with the rest of the country. Smallpox is a type of virus transmitted through the air, with an incubation period of about 2 weeks, and a mortality rate of 30%. This is the most dangerous disease of ancient times.
When the disease breaks out, countless people will die.
At this moment, Lun Yan knelt down, panic-stricken, and said to the emperor, "Beitongzhou is only 100 miles away from Beijing. People from outside and those in Beijing have close ties. The smallpox may have already reached our Beijing, but has not yet been detected. Before smallpox spreads in the capital, I respectfully request Your Majesty to send the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince's son to Jianzhou."
The emperor, with a tense face, responded, "Are you suggesting that all the people in our capital palace will flee and leave thousands of citizens to fend for themselves against this disease?" The emperor continued, "How dare you speak of such despicable and cowardly things? If everyone in the capital palace were to flee to another place now, what would the people across the entire Ming Dynasty think of my royal family in the future? What qualifications do the crown prince and the descendants of the royal family have to inherit the throne? Wherever the capital is, there I will be, and my descendants must be there as well. My royal family and all the people shall live or die together against disease."
Lun Yan heard this and bowed his head, pledging to fight alongside Your Majesty until death. The emperor immediately ordered the issuance of an imperial edict. If a great pandemic truly occurs, then all officials must do their utmost to help the people overcome it.
Anyone who shirks their responsibilities will be executed without mercy.
In addition, herbs and medicines must be stockpiled in large quantities, and all imperial physicians and doctors in Beijing shall be summoned immediately to be responsible for providing medicine for all citizens who are ill. The emperor clasped his face, deeply worried that millions of families in the capital Beijing and the surrounding areas might die from this outbreak of plague. Suddenly, our friend Fong Jiua stroked his chin, looking cool, and said, "I think what we need to do now is find a way to completely cure smallpox. I know a rather effective method." The emperor was startled and asked back, "What method?" Fong Jiua replied with a sly smile, "I can't tell Your Majesty just yet, but I truly have a method. What's important now is that I need a patient with smallpox."
"Your Majesty, could you send a patient to Jiangxi for me?"
The emperor was taken aback by this shocking news, and the officials were utterly horrified, unable to believe it. After that, the emperor agreed and dismissed the court, stepping outside. At this moment, the crown prince said, "The epidemic is spreading very quickly.
If we wait to catch someone, it might be too late."
The crown prince ordered Lucian, "You must immediately go to Beitongzhou, find someone who is sick and bring them back here for me." Suddenly, the crown prince remembered that Lucian had already sacrificed himself, and the one replacing Lucian was Huzhen, who would take care of the crown prince. Unexpectedly, the crown prince heard a loud call and turned to see a familiar young leader of the beggar gang shouting, "Crown Prince, I am Lucian here, dear Crown Prince. I have walked across the country for several months to return to you."
The crown prince excitedly exclaimed, "Lucian, you truly are not dead?" Lucian cried bitterly and recounted, after the slave was captured, the slave ultimately managed to escape.
The slave thought that they would never be able to return to the capital palace.
In recent days, the slave has been plagued by nightmares, dreaming of many terrifying things.
The slave fears that they will never get to see the Crown Prince, Your Highness, again.
Hoo.
The Crown Prince was deeply moved by these words, tears streaming down, and wanted to embrace Lucian tightly, loving him dearly like in romantic dramas. However, Fong Jiua advised that it was not yet possible to have close contact with Lucian.
Fong Jiua then asked Lucian, "You walked to the capital palace, surely you passed through Beitongzhou. You said you have been having nightmares and dreaming of many frightening things. Moreover, you also feel tired and a bit dizzy, right?" Lucian was taken aback and asked Fong Jiua in return, "How does the esteemed official know this? The slave really has those symptoms." Fong Jiua immediately whispered into the Crown Prince's ear, "This Lucian is suffering from smallpox, that much is certain."
Those symptoms are indeed indicative of smallpox, and being from Beitongzhou only confirms it.
Fong Jiua and the Crown Prince immediately ran off together, telling Lucian to stay still and not move. After a while, a crowd gathered, and a group dressed in surgical attire surrounded Lucian, causing the young man to shout, "What are you planning to do to me?"
Lucian was pinned down to the ground. He yelled loudly, "The Crown Prince, Your Highness, please save this slave."
What the hell is going on?
Subsequently, Lucian was tightly bound to the bed, like a fish on a chopping board.
He cried out, wanting to meet the Crown Prince, Your Highness.
Luan stood beside, arms crossed, stating, "This person has surely contracted smallpox, it's just that the symptoms haven't shown with blisters breaking out yet." Shortly after, Lun Yan came to report to the emperor, "The Bai Lian cult in Beitongzhou has risen and is selling talisman water to the people everywhere. They claim that drinking this water will make the body immune to all kinds of diseases." It is said that many officials and soldiers also believe in this nonsense from the heretical cult. The emperor asked sharply, "Smallpox spreads through close contact, so no one dares to go outside.
Don't these heretics fear being infected with smallpox?" Lun Yan replied, "These people come from the region south of the Yangtze River.
4 years ago, smallpox broke out in this area. They are the survivors of the epidemic, so they are no longer infected.
The virus of smallpox can induce natural immunity. A person who contracts it once will have antibodies against the smallpox virus." Lun Yan added, "Smallpox has caused the people to feel very confused and anxious.
When these cultists lure and sweetly persuade the people to believe in this, they will naturally listen and trust them greatly. The problem now is that if we send troops to suppress this, the soldiers will think they are being cornered. They will feel very resentful towards the imperial court, which will only embolden the cultists even more."
The emperor wondered, "Have I done something unethical, causing heaven to unleash an epidemic to punish me?" Lun Yan then turned to ask Prince Consort Fong Jiua, "Did you not say that you have a way to cure smallpox?" Fong Jiua cheerfully replied, "This is not a cure for smallpox, but a way to prevent smallpox."
Fong Jiua continued, "In fact, the human immune system is like a guard unit, while viruses such as smallpox are like assassins preparing to invade the body to attack.
When a low-level virus enters the human body, the immune system quickly recognizes and eliminates it. During the process of dealing with the invading virus, the immune system will remember that virus. If this virus enters again next time, it will be destroyed immediately."
Fong Jiua further explained, however, when a high-level virus invades the body, the immune system cannot quickly identify and respond to it, causing the body to become severely ill and potentially leading to death. Therefore, humans have come up with a very clever method of weakening the high-level virus and then injecting it into the human body. When a high-level virus is weakened and introduced into the human body, it will cause certain unpleasant reactions and mild illness, but this helps the immune system remember this virus and effectively eliminate it the next time it appears.
This is the principle of vaccination. Fong Jiua had learned that Lucian was suffering from smallpox, so he immediately set about creating a smallpox vaccine using Lucian's saliva.
After collecting the saliva, Fong Jiua found a healthy cow and fed it grass mixed with the saliva containing the smallpox virus. Soon after, the cow's body became infected with smallpox, with blisters appearing all over its body. Fong Jiua then used a syringe to extract the blisters from the cow's body and injected them into the crown prince.
After the injection, Fong Jiua happily announced, "The Crown Prince has been made immune to smallpox."
However, the Crown Prince still felt skeptical, believing that Fong Jiua was deceiving him.
Finally, the Crown Prince asked, "Just by this injection, will I truly be free from smallpox? Are you sure you are not lying to me?" Fong Jiua explained, "Cows and humans have different body structures. Smallpox is fatal to humans, but for livestock, it is merely a mild illness. Using the cow's body to weaken the smallpox virus is equivalent to reducing the toxicity of the virus."
After the injection, the Crown Prince developed a rash right away, proving that the Crown Prince had contracted smallpox, but only with mild symptoms. Fong Jiua continued, "When blisters appeared on the body of the Crown Prince and then subsided, it proved that antibodies had formed in his body, and Fong Jiua had succeeded." The two of them joyfully laughed with satisfaction, claiming that they had succeeded and that from now on they would no longer have to fear smallpox. They quickly ran to meet the emperor, with Fong Jiua starting to inject the smallpox vaccine into the emperor, saying, "This needs to be done immediately because the smallpox spreads very rapidly." After the injection, the emperor felt doubtful, much like the Crown Prince did before, not believing that a small dose could prevent such a dreadful disease as smallpox. Fong Jiua scoffed and replied, "Although it may seem untrustworthy, Your Majesty should still have faith in this method." The emperor continued to be suspicious and asked Fong Jiua, "How do you know about this method of prevention?" Fong Jiua answered, "This method was conceived by you." He explained that, "People often think that dealing with frightening things requires very complicated methods. However, because you do not think like ordinary people, you have broken free from conventional thinking and discovered simple yet extremely effective solutions." The young man Fong Jiua was thinking to himself, "Actually, I am a time traveler, so I know everything. But how can I tell the emperor about this fantastical story?" After that, Fong Jiua clasped his hands and requested, "Your Majesty, please order all the people in the country to get vaccinated together." "The people in Jiangxi have already been vaccinated, Your Majesty." Therefore, the vaccination against smallpox has been quickly implemented as ordered by the emperor. All the people in the country must carry out this task. The smallpox epidemic soon disappeared. The emperor was very pleased and praised Fong Jiua, believing, "You are indeed outstanding." The research leading to a vaccine that saved hundreds of thousands of lives makes the emperor feel very satisfied. The Crown Prince was also praised and laughed heartily. However, Lu Xun, who had made the greatest contribution to the development of the smallpox vaccine, was scorned like a dog. This young man was currently weak and still battling the smallpox disease. Lu Xun had to call for someone to bring him food, saying that he was starving to death. When two people brought the rice in, they felt that Lu Xun was indeed very strange. Ordinary people suffering from smallpox usually do not want to eat anything at all. In fact, they are often forced to eat in order to regain their strength quickly. However, Lu Xun was different. One day, he ate 5 bowls of rice yet still complained of being hungry. This was truly puzzling. Sometime later, Mr. Wang Jinyuan brought a starving man to say, "This man came looking for young Master Fong Jiua and claimed that he is a relative of yours." Young Master Fong Jiua was eating and nearly choked. The Crown Prince then asked Mr. Wang, "Do you really have such a poor relative?" Fong Jiua angrily cursed, "Indeed, this bastard. You dare come to me and claim such a poor relative? Quickly tell me how you are related to me." The young man immediately rushed forward to hug Fong Jiua and said, "My surname is Shang, and my name is Zhangde. I come from Liaoyang County. According to family, Zhang Empress is my aunt, and Princess Your Highness is my cousin. Since young Master Fong Jiua is the prince consort of the princess, then naturally, young master is also my relative." Fong Jiua turned to the Crown Prince and said, "So this poor man is actually your relative?" The Crown Prince replied, "I remember the Emperor Cha granted land to relatives in great amounts. How could you be this poor?" The young man in the brown robe replied, "In fact, the Emperor has granted us land, but the two gentlemen Shou Ningho and Jun Iba have requested that we hand over the land to them for management. They also required us to place our fingerprints on it. These two gentlemen are the brothers of Zhang Empress, so they used their power to force us to do this."
After receiving the land, the two of them immediately sold it to others. When we asked about the money from the sale of the land, they pretended to be sick and drove us away. The young man in the brown robe continued, in recent years, my hometown has been plagued by natural disasters. My relatives would not be able to survive if they stayed, so we decided to flee to the capital and have suffered greatly. Fong Jiua silently thought, indeed, the two gentlemen Shou Ningho and Jun Yi Ba are despicable people. Treating even their own relatives in such a way, sending them to the sea with Zijing was the right decision. Fong Jiua then asked, why didn't you go to Zhang Empress to report this? Why did you come to find me instead? The brown-robed man replied, actually, I have already gone to find Zhang Empress. She told me to come seek young master Fong Jiua. Fong Jiua continued, my aunt said that according to the law, she and we only have a familial relationship, and she has no right to intervene in this matter. That is why she told me to turn to the young master for help. Currently, the lives of my siblings and all our relatives are very difficult. My aunt said that young master Fong Jiua is the most trustworthy person, with power and intelligence beyond compare. In total, there are 173 of us. I am literate and the most handsome, so I have come here to represent all my relatives. Young master Fong Jiua, with your great kindness and virtue, please help us. Mr. Wang Jinyuan was stunned when he heard the number 173, unable to believe his ears. The man in the brown coat suddenly hugged Fong Jiua and yelled, we can live easily, we can carry manure, plow the fields, forge iron, raise cattle, raise pigs, anything you need we can do. Please, young master Fong Jiua, have compassion and help us. Fong Jiua also praised this young man for being useful. Then, he turned to Mr. Wang and said, please arrange for them to live in Jiangxi and do not treat them poorly. The man in the brown coat immediately knelt down, crying and thanking, thank you, young master, for your assistance. After that, Wang led the young man outside. Fong Jiua turned to the crown prince and said, these people are treasures. The crown prince immediately scoffed, saying, don't try to deceive me and push this matter onto me. Fong Jiua gleefully replied to the crown prince, aren't you always criticizing the quality of the weapons produced by the imperial court's production department? And didn't you also request your majesty for permission to allow the provincial capital to manufacture weapons but were always refused? The production department in the imperial court is responsible for creating all goods used by the imperial court, including weapons. The close relatives of Zhang Empress have suffered greatly. If your majesty were to learn of this, he would be heartbroken. If the crown prince personally manufactured weapons, your majesty might reward the crown prince. But if those unfortunate relatives of the Empress were to create weapons on behalf of the Crown Prince, wouldn't that be a good solution? Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince instantly smiled brightly and understood the issue. Typically, those who manufacture weapons without permission will be handled mercilessly by the imperial court. The Crown said, the Zhang family only has 173 people left. Therefore, the father, mother, and queen mother will never allow anyone from the Zhang family to be killed. If the emperor's father discovers this, he cannot blame me, because I am not the one who personally manufactured this weapon. Thus, I can create even more advanced weapons. At this moment, Fong Jiua took out an impressive cannon design. He boasted to the crown prince, this is a very miraculous weapon, with a long range and immense destructive power, exceptionally high accuracy, capable of hitting any target, far superior to the current artillery in every aspect. Would the crown prince like to try making it? In fact, this is the design for a super powerful cannon, originating from Europe. The crown prince, with his appetite ingrained in him, expressed great excitement and said, you want to develop this immediately. Fong Jiua agreed but mentioned, we must comply with the laws of the imperial court. I will report to your majesty about this matter first. Then, Fong Jiua presented the cannon design to the emperor. The emperor placed great trust in the young prince consort of his daughter. He excitedly commanded, immediately fabricate a cannon according to the design by Fong Jiua. However, shortly afterward, a tremendous explosion shook the imperial court. The emperor clenched his fists and exclaimed in horror, asking, what on earth was that explosion, and is some damned fool attacking my capital?
Previously, Mr. Ma Wensheng had presented the design to the Duke of England, stating, "The Duke of England is very knowledgeable about firearms, and has been invited to review this cannon design." After examining it, the Duke of England commented, "This type of cannon is very different from previous ones. The barrel's diameter is much thinner, to the point where it is very prone to exploding. Moreover, there are circles surrounding the body of the cannon. What is that for? Aren't you afraid of a blockage?" Mr. Ma Wensheng explained, "This design was sent by Fong Jiua. Your Majesty ordered the military department to supervise its fabrication, and the Wanggong workshop is directly responsible for creating this." Fong Jiua further explained, "The production department in the imperial court is where all kinds of goods are manufactured, and the Wanggong workshop, which is under the production department of the imperial court, is responsible for producing weapons for the entire country." Afterwards, the Wanggong workshop summoned skilled and high-level craftsmen, and ultimately completed the cannon according to Fong Jihua's design. He then recounted, "This morning, when they went to test the power of the cannon, unexpectedly, as soon as they loaded the gunpowder, the cannon exploded into pieces. Fortunately, those who tested the cannon had prepared well, so they were only injured and no one was killed." Ma Wensheng continued, "After the cannon blew up into a mess, I summoned the craftsmen from the Wanggong workshop to conduct a detailed inspection. The craftsmen indicated that when they received the blueprints, they felt something was off because the body of the cannon was not thick enough. Furthermore, there were several iron rings attached to the body of the cannon, which clearly indicated an unreasonable design. However, the pressure from superiors was too great, forcing them to manufacture it according to the blueprints without daring to voice their objections." Mr. Ma Wensheng then turned to Fong Jihua and said, "I do not intend to blame Prince Consort Fong Jihua, however, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, and each person's expertise differs." Mr. Ma Wensheng continued, "It is unacceptable for the Prince Consort to create such a dangerous weapon design and force everyone to manufacture it. Fortunately, this time it only caused injuries to a few people. If the manufacturing had been approved and this type of weapon were put into actual use, it would cause many serious injuries and deaths among soldiers, leading to an immense disaster." The Duke of England also clasped his hands and spoke up for Fong Jihua, "Your Majesty, Prince Consort Fong Jihua is a talented individual who has accomplished many great feats. Occasionally making minor mistakes is a normal occurrence." Upon hearing this, the Emperor said, "I know that Fong Jihua is an incredibly talented person. This time I will not punish you, but you must be more careful with important matters like this in the future. Understand?" Fong Jihua suddenly appeared naive and said he still did not understand. "Your Majesty, there are also people in Jiangxi who manufactured cannons based on my design, and they have worked quite well. Just with the first gentle shot, several cows flew up into the sky and died immediately." Mr. Ma Wensheng immediately exclaimed in horror, "Your Majesty, how can this be? The Wanggong workshop is filled with the most skilled craftsmen, yet when they attempted to manufacture cannons, it exploded on the very first try. How can it be that someone in Jiangxi succeeded with their manufacturing? What on earth is going on?" In reality, iron often contains air, coal, and other impurities mixed in. The blacksmiths of this time used hammers to continuously strike the iron in order to push the air and impurities out and forge it into steel. However, a cannon weighing thousands of pounds cannot be continuously hammered like that. Therefore, the body of the cannon often has many cavities, and if poorly manufactured, its accuracy and range will not be ensured, making it prone to deformation and explosion. To prevent the cannon from blowing up, the craftsman must add iron rings around the cannon." The Emperor now furrowed his brow and asked Fong Jihua, "Why was Jiangxi allowed to manufacture cannons like this?" Fong Jihua quickly knelt down to apologize. "Your Majesty, after I completed the design of the cannon, the Crown Prince Your Highness found it so interesting that he wanted to make one for fun. The Crown Prince even said he would let his close relatives handle the work. I tried to stop it but failed." The Emperor glanced at his son and asked, "Which royal relative was bold enough to dare manufacture a cannon with the Crown Prince?" Fong Jihua smirked and replied, "That would be the close relatives of Zhang Empress. They total more than 100 people who have nowhere else to go, so they have come to Jiangxi to live, Your Majesty." Upon hearing the name Zhang Empress, the Emperor fell silent, his face clouded with concern. In fact, prior to this, young Empress had said to the emperor, "The two eldest brothers of this concubine have set sail, and their lives are still uncertain." Moreover, the people in the homeland of this concubine have to endure a severe natural disaster and have to migrate elsewhere. The Zheng family fears they may be annihilated. I beg your majesty to show mercy and assist the Zheng family of this concubine. The emperor responded cheerfully, "This matter is as small as a rabbit." However, according to the laws of the imperial court, it is not convenient for me to help them. Nevertheless, beloved imperial concubine, rest assured, Fong Jiua is a trustworthy person. All you need to do is tell them to go to Fong Jiua. Zhang Empress gleefully replied, "Thank you for your majesty's assistance. This concubine will call them to Jiangxi immediately." At present, the emperor found himself in a difficult position. He thought to himself, the issue of the crown prince arbitrarily manufacturing cannons cannot continue. Otherwise, the officials in the imperial court will think that I am shielding my son. The emperor then cleared his throat a few times and changed the subject. Are there really skilled craftsmen in Jiangxi? Mr. Ma Wensheng still found Fong Jiua's boasting hard to believe and turned to say, "I don't believe the story about successfully creating a cannon in Jiangxi. The Wanggong workshop gathers the best craftsmen in the country. The Ming Dynasty failed to manufacture cannons at the Wanggong workshop, so surely no one else can achieve that." Prince Consort Fong Jiua claims that people with no experience in weapon manufacturing could build one successfully? That's absurd. Old heroic Duke chimed in, "I also don't believe it. If it were truly made according to the design, it would definitely explode 100%. Fong Jiua smiled proudly and said, "If you don't believe it, come to Jiangxi and see for yourselves, and you'll know right away." A little while later, in Jiangxi, the craftsmen of the Zheng family stood beside the cannon with very pleased expressions. As old heroic Duke arrived, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, this cannon looks powerful. Does it really match the drawing?" Fong Jiua pointed into the distance and said, "We will fire it at the forest marked by the red rope on the opposite hill." Old heroic Duke patted his nephew on the shoulder and said, "Quit boasting. From here to the peak of the opposite mountain is about 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Do you think this cannon can shoot that far and accurately? Stop dreaming." The other officials in red robes also did not believe this, sneering and saying, "Prince Consort Fong Jiua, maybe after becoming a father, you've become so stressed that your brain has issues." No one believed this, as the longest range of artillery from the Ming Dynasty currently only spans from 800 to 1,200 meters. Moreover, when artillery fire is too far, the probability of hitting the target is very low. The crown prince suddenly became excited, took out a calculation board and a book, and said, "Fong Jiua, it's time to show off. Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch closely." Then, the crown prince mischievously calculated on the board with bizarre calculations. 3 times 3 is 9, 9 times 9 is 81, 81 times 81. Okay, I've finished calculating. The elevation angle should be 72 degrees, as precise as mother's cooking. The officials standing nearby, upon hearing this, were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Then, they also began to light the fuse. After that, there was a thunderous explosion, deafening. The shell flew out, hurtling straight toward the forest across the way. Mr. Ma Wensheng was left dumbfounded, mouth agape like a catfish, unable to believe his eyes. The other gentlemen shared the same expression, stunned into silence. Old heroic Duke wondered, "Am I dreaming? After years of warfare, I have never seen a weapon as extraordinary as this. If it were brought into the army, it would undoubtedly be the most formidable weapon of all time." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Old heroic Duke's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. He questioned, "What the hell is going on?" Fong Jiua then broke into a triumphant smile and replied, "That's an explosive projectile I invented. When the cannon fires, this bullet turns into a bomb. When it explodes, it can inflict secondary damage, and this damage is 3 times greater than that of a conventional cannonball." Old heroic Duke found it too bizarre and personally ventured to the opposite forest for inspection. He was horrified to see numerous holes on the tree trunks, caused by the explosions of the small projectiles. He picked up one small bullet and exclaimed, "This truly inflicts horrifying damage. The metal has sunk half an inch into the tree trunk. The destructive power is astonishing." Fong Jiua at this moment said to the emperor, "I have concealed small bullets within the larger cannonball. In researching this, I once thought about adding sulfur and other poisons. However, knowing that your majesty is a benevolent and righteous person, who always wishes to persuade others through virtue and wisdom, I refrained from doing so. For this reason, I have specially named it the Canon of Virtue and Wisdom." Upon hearing this, the emperor turned his face away, coughed a few times, and then asked again, "What you're saying means that if sulfur were added, it would enhance its power, right?" Fong Jiua was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "It seems this does not align with my expectations. Your Majesty doesn't appear to favor persuading others through virtue, does he?" After that, the emperor turned to praise the young men of the Zhang family. "You all are very skilled. Even the experienced craftsmen in the imperial court have not been able to create this cannon. This is not only the merit of Prince Consort Fong Jiua, but you all also deserve commendation." But then the emperor turned to ask Fong Jiua, "I want to ask you, why is it that in Jiangxi, a person who has never engaged in weapon manufacturing could succeed, while the design for the cannon is the same, yet the Wanggong workshop could not accomplish it?" Fong Jiua excitedly raised 3 fingers and said, "There are 3 main reasons for this, Your Majesty." Fong Jiua explained, "The first reason is the inherited experience of iron forging. The craftsmen of old had exquisite skills. Their descendants, even if they do not have a passion for this craft, are compelled to continue it for their livelihoods, and they must keep striving to improve. The second reason is the education level of the craftsmen. In the capital palace, there are many complex weapon manufacturing blueprints. However, the craftsmen in the capital palace cannot read books or learn from the experiences of their predecessors, so they cannot enhance their skills. The final reason is that there are too many supervisors overseeing the work process. The Imperial Court, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Industry are all supervising the Wanggong workshop. Wanggong does not dare to offend them, and the money and provisions distributed by the Imperial Court go through too many layers, with cuts made along the way. The remaining amount is very little to actually invest in weapon manufacturing. Without enough money, nothing substantial can be produced." The Crown Prince clasped his hands and said to his father, "I ask you to reconsider the issue of weapon manufacturing carefully. The Wanggong workshop is responsible for weapon production for the entire Deming nation. If the weapons do not meet the required quantity of silver, it will greatly affect our wars. We must pay serious attention to this matter." The emperor, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and said, "This matter is indeed very important. However, if we dismiss all the craftsmen at the Wanggong workshop, it will have a significant impact on the imperial court. It would be best for us to assess them fairly. Those who meet the qualifications will be retained, while those who do not meet the requirements will be transferred to other workshops. Additionally, the imperial court will also recruit more skilled craftsmen from outside. Outstanding individuals will be sent to Jiangxi for research and evaluation to see if they meet the standards. As for supervision..." Fong Jiua suddenly interrupted the emperor, saying, "I beg your majesty, to eliminate all unnecessary supervising officials and allow the Wanggong workshop to manage its own affairs. It is sufficient for the office of the censor to check the progress of the craftsmen. Otherwise, having too many officials overseeing finances will hinder the weapon manufacturing process." The Crown Prince also agreed with Fong Jiua, speaking to his father, "Please thoroughly investigate the corrupt officials at Wanggong Armory and deal with them harshly to fundamentally resolve this issue, father." After that, the emperor and the other grand ministers stepped out to leave. The Crown Prince then smiled and said to Fong Jiua, "You truly have a calculating mind, you are excellent. You did not produce the cannons according to the previous design but instead presented a design to my father first. When it comes to deceiving others, Fong Jiua, you are second to none, no one dares to claim first." Fong Jiua only scoffed in response, "If I hadn't done that, how would the emperor understand the problem? There are many things that are useless to say. Only when your majesty realizes the issue can we confront and solve it directly." Only then can we truly clean up Wanggong Armory.
Ha ha ha. Transitioning to the story of the student Zijing.
When the second voyage began, everyone on the ship was filled with ambition, shouting loudly, "For the happiness of the people of the Ming nation, let us resolve to set sail." However, after drifting on the sea for many months, disease and lack of essential supplies, along with nutritional deficiencies in food, had severely diminished the morale of the soldiers. After Zijing ordered the soldiers to go ashore to search for water, but they found nothing at all. In the end, the soldiers' endurance had reached its limit, and they rebelled against Zijing. Zijing was very surprised to see many spears pointed directly at him.
A new soldier spoke up. "Captain Zijing, please order the fleet to turn back. We have gone too far, and our drinking water and food are running low.
The strength and quantity of silver for everyone have reached their limits.
We can no longer endure. We want to go home." Zijing coldly replied, "How can we go home at this time? We have tried so hard to come this far. Isn't it a waste of effort to go home? If we turn back now, can we be sure we can return?" The soldier then said, "As long as the captain orders us to turn back, we can return."
Zijing then shouted, "I will never give this order, even if you kill me." The soldiers, upon hearing this, wept and said, "We know Captain Zijing is a good and righteous man, for the benefit of all the people in the imperial court.
But we are not that great. We are just ordinary people, setting out to seek food and clothing."
The soldiers continued, "It won't take more than a year and a half to reach that magical land, but we have endured all the suffering we can bear. Truly, we can no longer stand it, Captain. You are thinking of the poor people on land, but before that, we were also poor people. We want to live, even if we die, we want to die in our homeland. Please, Captain, have mercy on us." Suddenly, they clasped their hands in prayer, begging Zijing, "Please order us to return. We cannot endure this vast ocean any longer, not even for a single day. Woe is us." Unexpectedly, Zijing struck the mast with great force, causing it to crack and break. Zijing's hand was also injured, bleeding. The soldiers witnessing this scene were all wide-eyed in horror. Zijing clenched his fist and declared loudly, "We have worked incredibly hard to get this far. The hardships we have endured thus far, if they bear no fruit, what benefit is there? You just need to endure a little longer. Trust me. I, Zijing, will definitely bring you back home safely and successfully." Zijing glanced at the young man Nini and asked, "Do you trust me?" Nini only pouted and did not reply. Zijing then turned to the young man Lu Hu, "You are the main helmsman, tell them how I brought you back." But Lu Hu only cried and said nothing. Zijing picked up the goods and declared, "Anyone who disobeys my orders will be killed and thrown into the sea." Upon hearing this, everyone could only wail in despair. Zijing felt helpless at this point and thought to himself, "There is no way to continue. Even if I kill all the soldiers, it will not solve anything." So, Zijing solemnly ordered everyone to retreat. Unexpectedly, 3 individuals, Shou Ningho, Ju Niba, and Jiua screamed, "Who dares to order a retreat?" Zijing, feeling too confused, made a grimace. A young rookie soldier asked, "Who are you?" They answered loudly, "We are Shou Ningho, Ju Niba, and Jiua. For those who do not know, we are close associates of the Empress and Queen Mother. We have secretly boarded the ship under an imperial edict, a secret from the Emperor. The imperial edict states that the fleet must reach the San Francisco mainland at all costs. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed without mercy." The man continued, "To put it simply, Your Majesty has ordered that if the land of gold is not found, all your parents and wives and children will be killed. If you continue on now, there is still a chance for survival. But if you turn back, then all your families will die. Do you understand?" The soldiers, upon hearing this, stood frozen for a moment. Then, they turned to one another and said, "How can there be such a strange thing? Your Majesty sends the close relatives of the royal family just to urge us to go to the land of gold?" Mr. Shou Ningho suddenly shouted, "It's not like that.
The truth is that Your Majesty has granted me a secret imperial edict. Your Majesty has given me the nickname Jinshan Tianhu, and ordered me to find the legendary land of Jinshan filled with gold. He suddenly grabbed the collar of a soldier and continued, Do you want to return home and live a peaceful, happy life? Wake up, you fools! Your Majesty desires all of us to bring back gold and silver, not to return empty-handed. Without gold and silver, you will be looked down upon, worth less than a dog. There won't even be bones left to eat. He continued, The land of gold is right before your eyes. You have boarded the ship and gone through so much hardship. If you do not wear satin, if you do not carry baskets of gold on your back to return to the Ming Dynasty to meet your relatives and friends, will you not feel ashamed? The two soldiers were startled, guilty, and felt that Mr. Juniba was indeed correct. He suddenly shouted, What we want is gold. Who dares to stop us from taking gold? We will kill their whole family. Even if they rise from their coffins to stop us from getting rich, we will kill their mistress a second time and bury them back in the ground. The soldiers, ignited by Mr. Jun's fervor, then yelled wildly, Very good. Very good. We must do everything possible to earn as much gold as we can. Brothers, let's all do our best. The other two men also shouted the mantra of the successful, determination. 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 Wealth. 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 So the soldiers also shouted loudly in unison, Determination. Determination. Wealth. 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 Meanwhile, Zijing stood aside, looking bewildered, not knowing what to say. Mr. Shou Ningho stood with a mighty aura, commanding all the soldiers, Keep moving south. If we do not find the gold continent, we will never return. Anyone who obstructs our path to wealth, we will defeat them utterly. The soldiers echoed in unison, Yes. Yes. This is our chance to become rich. After that, the soldiers no longer wished to turn back, and Zijing's fleet continued their journey. However, Zijing completely disagreed with the reckless and boisterous behavior of Mr. Shou Ningho. He was furious, grabbing the collar of an old man with a white beard, shouting, Why have we been traveling for so long yet have not seen land? Are you sure we are on the right path? Zijing silently cursed that damn Mr. Shou Ningho, who had brought shame to the Ming Dynasty. Suddenly, Mr. Juniba looked through the binoculars and shouted, Everyone, look! We are approaching land. Soon after, the ship docked. Mr. Shou Ningho looked at the barren land and wondered, What the hell is this? This doesn't look much like the land of gold. Is this really the gold continent we have been searching for over a year? The old man with the white beard then said, This is Hanzatyu. As far as I know, thousands of Myagoda people have settled here and built a wealthy town. The gold continent that you are looking for lies thousands of miles to the north. Mr. Juniba excitedly shouted, A wealthy town? That means there is a lot of treasure, right? Mr. Shou Ningho crossed his arms and said, So this place is Hanzatyu? The name sounds quite strange. Surely the people here can't be all that good. Suddenly, Mr. Jula had an idea, suggesting, Let's use warships, move at high speed, and launch a surprise attack on their port. At that time, we will be able to catch them off guard and they won't have a chance to react. So Mr. Shou Ningho shouted loudly, Soldiers, listen carefully. In that area, there is plenty of gold, silver, delicious food, and beautiful women. It is time for us to get rich overnight. By the order of Your Majesty, I will allocate all the gold, silver, and treasures obtained to you brave soldiers. You must win this battle, understood? The young soldiers immediately cheered loudly, Understood. Victory! Victory! Mr. Juniba turned to Mr. Shou Ningho and asked, How can we do that? If we hand over all our gold and silver wealth to the soldiers, what will we have left? Mr. Shou Ningho then smiled maliciously and said, You don't need to worry. If we don't let go of the shrimp, how can we catch the emperor crab? Without these soldiers fighting to win this battle, how can we reach the gold continent?
This meager amount of gold, silver, and provisions is just a drop in the bucket compared to the gold continent.
Mr. Juniiba also smiled triumphantly in agreement. The fact is that the Mugota had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, occasionally having to deal with local natives who refused to obey. They had never thought that someone would come from the sea to attack them. Then, suddenly, the enormous ships violently crashed into the port. Immediately, the young soldiers swiftly lowered themselves down the ropes, armed with weapons, and went on a rampage. Driven by the desire for wealth, the soldiers became stronger than ever, and the Mugota stationed here were quickly wiped out. At this moment, Mr. Sho Ningho and Juniiba finally made their appearance. The soldiers are currently excited, with shining faces all around. They are sharing the gold and silver treasures they have obtained. The young men praise, "Indeed, these 2 old men are truly kind and generous. All the gold and silver in this big bag is ours. We are going to be very rich, huh?" However, Mr. Juniiba seems displeased and says to Mr. Sho Ningho, "Brother, can we take back what we said earlier? We have tens of thousands of kilograms of gold, and we aren't getting a single coin?"
Mr. Sho Ningho replies, looking clueless, "We can't take back our words. If we go tell them that this gold belongs to Mr. Zhang, there's a good chance we'll be chopped into pieces and thrown into the sea." In his heart, Mr. Sho Ningho secretly curses himself, thinking, "What a fool I am. Why did I say to share all this with the soldiers from the beginning? If I had known, I should have just given them half." After that, Mr. Sho Ningho clenches his fist and declares loudly, "The continent of gold is still waiting for us. Let's take this gold and move north together." However, Jing said, "The situation is not stable. According to the map, the gold continent is thousands of miles away. If our soldiers go there, they will encounter many dangers. We have to turn back." Mr. Sho Ningho immediately grabbed Jing's collar and shouted loudly, "Turn back? We must go there at all costs, do you understand?" Immediately after, this bearded old man was tied up like a BNHTT and carried away by the soldiers. He angrily cursed Jing as a damned bastard, demanding, "Let me go. I want to go to the gold continent." Then, most people chose to return home, while a few stayed behind and garrisoned here. As they began their journey back, the soldiers cheered joyfully, their spirits even more enthusiastic than when they first set off for the west. Jing was then writing in his diary, "What I am seeking is not what you soldiers are after. Merit and glory may drive the soldiers to venture out, but they cannot make them persevere to the end. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it must be said that Mr. Sho Ningho has provided great motivation, directly benefiting them. Thanks to that, this journey could succeed and achieve victory." Currently, Mr. Sho Ningho is still tightly bound by his hands and feet, only able to scream, "You all quickly let me go. I want to go to the gold continent, hurry and let me go." Meanwhile, at the capital palace, Mr. Wang Ao, the teacher of the emperor, is presenting a petition of some sort. He says, "This is a petition accusing your majesty. Please, your majesty, take a look at it." A moment later, at Fong Jiua's location, the emperor is holding his face and saying, "This is the petition accusing me from Mr. Wang Ao. You take a look at its content." Fong Jiua opens it and reads, finding that, "The petition indicates that within your majesty's possession, there is a total of 7,390,000 quantity of silver and countless other treasures. This is an enormous figure. To explain further, one quantity of silver during the Ming Dynasty could buy 400 caddies of rice. Another point is that state revenue at that time was divided into 2 parts, silver of the imperial court and silver of the emperor. State expenditures used the silver of the imperial court, which is the treasury of silver, while royal expenditures used the silver of the emperor, which is the internal fund of the emperor." Fong Jihua continues with cupped hands saying, "When Princess Your Highness got married, the imperial court presented 600,000 quantity of silver. The princess claimed that the silver in the imperial court was too little." Fong Jihua continued, "I also agree with the princess on this matter. Your Majesty has stated that it is difficult in the imperial court, and we must certainly consider this issue." However, the emperor believed that Fong Jihua was talking nonsense. The princess has been in the palace for a long time,
and has no concept of money, she would certainly not mention that the silver in the imperial court is too little. Fong Jiua continued, but let's set that aside, that is not the main issue. Your Majesty took the initiative to mobilize the troops to Nanchang last time, and the silver for that was covered by Your Majesty. Surely everyone knows that Your Majesty has a lot of silver in the internal fund. I suggest that Your Majesty take some silver to cover Zijing's upcoming sea voyage. This will resolve the concerns of those officials in the imperial court who think ill of Your Majesty. Fong Jiua continued, Mr. Wang Ao is not alone, he represents the viewpoints of all the officials in the imperial court. Your Majesty surely knows this. Your Majesty does not want to lose silver, nor does Your Majesty want to encounter trouble with the Grand Ministers, which is why you have come here to discuss this matter privately with me, am I correct? The Emperor held his head and replied, Indeed, that is the case. The Emperor continued, I usually spend quite sparingly. The silver I possess is accumulated from many generations. I have also worked hard and made great efforts to save this amount of silver for my descendants, so they do not have to lower their heads asking for silver from the imperial court in the future. Therefore, I do not wish to take out too much of my silver to contribute to the silver treasury of the imperial court. Fong Jiua suddenly covered his mouth and cheerfully said, But all of Your Majesty's personal silver has been accounted for by the ministers, and you all know exactly how much it is. The sea trip of Zijing to the west is a good matter. Your Majesty has so much silver but has not spent a single dime. If this news gets out, the good reputation of Your Majesty will be looked down upon like a dog. It would be best for Your Majesty to spend some money on this matter. The Emperor listened on the side with a dazed expression. He suddenly forced a smile and said to Fong Jiua, Never forget your roots. Although your dowry from your father was quite small, the affection your father has for you is vast and great like the ocean. You must love and side with your father. Fong Jiua mischievously replied, Of course, I love Your Majesty very much. I still haven't finished what I was saying earlier. Fong Jiua continued, Your Majesty can accept spending silver for the voyage of the Zijing fleet, but before spending the money, Your Majesty must agree with them that the profits from the voyage will also belong to Your Majesty. This is called an investment rather than squanderous spending. The Emperor then asked, What can be gained from this trip? Fong Jiua replied, Of course, there is a possibility of extremely high returns. If there were no profits, why would foreign merchant ships travel the sea so much? The Emperor inquired, Is that really the case? Specifically, how much profit? Fong Jiua cheerfully responded, This cannot be predicted exactly, but it could be a figure that would astonish Your Majesty. The Emperor stroked his beard, calculating, Every year I must spend at least 1 million quantity of silver for this maritime venture. Can it truly be immensely profitable? But what if the ship sinks? Wouldn't that mean a complete loss? Suddenly, the Emperor had an idea and said to Fong Jiua, The matter of spending silver would be better if we take 80% of the quantity of silver and provisions from my internal fund and 20% from you, Fong Jiua. Combine these for the costs of the maritime journey to the west. If the profits are indeed as substantial as you suggest, Fong Jiua, you will be able to receive 20% of the profits. Is that acceptable? Fong Jiua's expression resembled someone who had just eaten dog food. He couldn't believe that the Emperor would be so despicable as to push this gamble onto him. He reluctantly accepted the Emperor's proposal. The Emperor then instructed Fong Jiua, Go to discuss the quantity of silver with the directors, telling them that I am very willing to allocate silver for the voyage to the west. You must clearly inform them that the profits from future oceanic voyages will belong to me. I agree to use our internal funds to cover all expenses for the sea trip. Fong Jiua clasped his hands in compliance and set off to meet the directors, boasting that, I successfully tricked Your Majesty by allocating the profits to Your Majesty. I made Your Majesty agree to spend a significant amount of silver for the voyage to the west. Mr. Li Dongyang, the head of the Imperial Court Silver Treasury, upon hearing this, burst into tears of joy. Finally the pressure on the Imperial Court Silver Treasury will be significantly alleviated.
Mr. Ma Wenshang, the Minister of War, also wept uncontrollably. From now on, I will no longer be scolded for wasting funds from the Imperial Court Silver Treasury.
Hoo-hoo, even if there is waste, it will still be the waste of your Majesty's money.
As for Mr. Wang Ao, he was overjoyed because he had achieved a great accomplishment. I have saved millions of quantity of silver for the Imperial Court Silver Treasury. Every year, my name will live on forever and shine brilliantly like the sun for generations to come. Thus, the officials press like for Fong Jiua, praising, indeed, it is at the pinnacle. The Prince Consort has successfully convinced Your Majesty to spend silver instead of the Imperial Court. It is truly a blessing for the Ming Dynasty to have such a wonderful Prince Consort like you. They immediately took out paper to sign a contract right away, saying, we must act swiftly.
If not, Your Majesty might regain clarity and change his mind, which would be disastrous.
At that moment, Fong Jiua wore a sly smile of a victor. Mr. Ma Wenshang stroked his beard and said, we must write a report on the amount of silver needed for shipbuilding, purchasing food, and other necessities. Then, quickly send it to Your Majesty for direct disbursement of silver immediately.
So the Emperor read the report and felt utterly shocked. 1,360,000 quantity of silver?
Last year it was only 750,000 quantity of silver.
Are you making a mistake?
Mr. Ma Wenshang, feeling pleased, replied, absolutely not mistaken, Your Majesty. Last year, only 35 boats were built, while this year, as many as 63 boats have been constructed. Additionally, the costs for soldiers, sailors, and provisions have been stored in greater quantities.
Your Majesty, this figure is already quite economical.
Upon hearing this, the Emperor fainted, exclaiming, if this situation continues, spending over 1 million quantities of silver each year, in just a few years, there will be nothing left. Immediately afterward, a eunuch rushed in shouting, good news, Your Majesty.
The fleet of Zijing has returned. The Emperor instantly perked up, stating, very well. We're in for quite a treat.
The eunuch continued to report, Your Majesty, the Transport Department of Chuanzhou has reported that our fleet of Zijing has returned successfully, bringing back a significant amount of gold, silver, and jewels. Upon hearing this, the Emperor became excited and praised, Zijing has done an excellent job.
I am very pleased.
At that moment, at the location with the young man Zijing, the treasure gleamed with countless brilliance.
Mr. Yang Jing, the Director of Customs, looked on in astonishment and exclaimed, incredible.
I never expected that foreign lands could possess so much gold and silver. Zijing proudly declared, all of this is 100% real gold and silver, and this is indeed the best kind of gold and silver. After that, the process of bringing this quantity of silver into the country caused all the young customs officials to spend an entire day. After counting and recounting, the final figure was 3,270,000 quantity of silver and 1,900,000 quantity of gold.
Upon reading this number, Mr. Yang Jing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Due to the inconvenient movement, after Zijing paid the 10% customs tax, all the gold and silver were sent back to Jiangxi province. The soldiers could go to Jiangxi at any time to claim their gold and silver. The young soldiers were overwhelmed with joy, feeling as if they had won the lottery. They suddenly felt as if they had become wealthy tycoons. A young soldier named Tian Yu joyfully said, with this silver, my mother and I will have a good life for the rest of our days. After that, Tian Yu walked home.
As soon as he opened the door, he was astonished to find Mr. Wei Yu, the county magistrate, sitting majestically inside, flanked by two huge, muscular henchmen.
The magistrate suddenly spoke to Tian Yu, you're back already? Tian Yu's mother said, this is the county magistrate. We heard that you came back and wanted to pay a visit. Quickly greet Magistrate Wei Yu, my child. Tian Yu's eyes widened as he recalled past events. That dog magistrate, back then, spat tea in Tian Yu's face after taking a sip that didn't suit his taste. Tian Yu immediately knelt down and apologized, I didn't mean it at all. The magistrate replied, my clothes are all wet now. And just like that, two young subordinates rushed in and beat Tian Yu mercilessly. Fast forward to the present, the magistrate said, I heard you just received a lot of silver, right? You know the rules in this county. I'm not so cruel as to take all your silver. I'll let you keep a few hundred quantity of silver to buy some clothes for the two of you and to fix up the house. The rest is the tax you owe me. Do you understand? Tianyu slammed his hand on the table and said, this silver was obtained through the hard work of Captain Zi Jing and his soldiers. In total, it's 9,354 quantity of silver. If you want to take it, come to Jiangxi and take it. Hearing that shocking number, the magistrate's jaw dropped, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to tell Tianyu, you should bring it back here and hand it to me. Tianyu sneered in disdain and replied, if you want to take it, then go take it yourself. Over there, Captain Zi Jing and Prince Consort Fong Jiua will be waiting for you. Suddenly, a lackey rushed in intending to launch an attack. Tianyu immediately swung his hand, landing a punch that dislocated the lackey's jaw. The other one cursed Tianyu, you damn audacious piece of trash, you dare to hit someone from the magistrate Weiyu's office? Tianyu responded with a kick, causing the man to cry out in pain. Next, Tianyu pulled out a national TL knife used for peeling guavas and slammed it onto the table right in front of Magistrate Weiyu, startling him. Tianyu leaned in close, asking, now, you bastard magistrate, what do you want? I am currently a soldier under Captain Zi Jing, famous in the imperial court, and you dare to extort me? The magistrate, furious, retorted, you filthy little soldier dare to insult me, Magistrate Weiyu? You really are audacious. Tianyu scoffed in disdain, retorting, what's it to you if I insult a dog of a magistrate like you? What right do you have to retaliate against me? Tianyu continued, Weiyu, you are just a lowly county official. You also have parents, a wife, and children to take care of, don't you? You should be scared given your current position, because it won't be long before someone sets their sights on you. Furthermore, you are no longer my superior, as I have been transferred to the provincial capital. A pathetic county official, you cannot compare to me. Do you want to use military law against me? First, consult His Highness the Crown Prince and Captain Zi Jing along with Prince Consort Fong Jiua. After that, Tianyu threw the official down, causing him to fall flat on his face. He writhed on the ground, unable to comprehend why he was being looked down upon in such a manner. Tianyu continued to tell him to scurry away, remember one thing, I have a proper name. My last name is Li and my first name is Tianyu. From now on, anyone who dares to call me a damned petty soldier, I will make their life worse than death. The young onlookers standing outside, witnessing this scene, were wide-eyed in astonishment, wondering among themselves, is this the soldier who was once terrified every time he encountered county official Weiyu, and now he is this cool? Then everyone shouted, this is truly wonderful. We must go to the sea, only going to the sea can bring us success. That's right, that's right. After we return from the sea, we will prosper. After that, Zi Jing and the others returned to the capital palace at the emperor's command. The emperor raised his hand to ask them to sit down. At this moment, Mr. Jula, Mr. Jun Iba, and Zi Jing had taken their seats. The emperor looked very tense at that moment. Mr. Jun Iba noticed this and thought to himself, this time I have forged the imperial edict of your majesty to set sail. Your majesty is staring at me like this, surely very angry, and may be considering whether to execute me or not. But in reality, the emperor was only thinking, Mr. Jun Iba used to be full-bodied, but this time he returned looking like skin over bones. The empress, my wife, will certainly be very upset about this. Suddenly, Mr. Shou Ningho knelt down to accept his punishment. I should not have colluded with His Highness the Crown Prince, forged the imperial edict, and set sail unlawfully. Please, your majesty, be lenient with my punishment. He was secretly thinking to himself, I must take the initiative to admit my guilt first. If not, the emperor will accuse me and I could only be beheaded. Suddenly, the emperor was astonished, asking in disbelief, what are you saying? This is the first time I realize that the damned crown prince has instigated this matter. But it is all in the past now, I should not pursue it further. The crown prince stood silently to one side, as if nothing had happened. In fact, deep down, he was extremely angry, cursing the dog for having deceived him earlier and daring to frame him.
Mr. Juniba continued with his hands clasped, apologizing to Your Majesty, my brother made a unilateral decision, forging an imperial edict to reward the soldiers with gold and silver treasures. I ask Your Majesty to show leniency in his punishment. The emperor happily replied, this is indeed correct. The soldiers have endured much hardship and devoted themselves to service, it is entirely fitting to reward them with some gold and silver as encouragement. Mr. Juniba then added, all the rewards distributed to the soldiers amounted to 15 million quantities of silver. Upon hearing this, the officials were left speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment. Zijing presented evidence, stating, what Juniba said is completely true. I have the clearance papers here. The gold, silver, jewelry, and treasures brought back from this trip are worth more than 21 million quantity of silver. Among that, 15 million is the reward for the soldiers, and the amount of silver received by the imperial court is only over 6 million now. I ask Your Majesty to please verify. At this moment, the emperor fell into a state of depression, his mouth stiffening. In his mind, he silently thought, there are many things I haven't spoken of. What is this dog Shou Ningho doing that he doesn't understand? A reward of 15 million quantity of silver, it truly stings. Fong Jiua continued, Your Majesty, we have covered all the costs for this trip to the west. Now, all the income obtained from this journey belongs to Your Majesty. That 6 million quantity of silver will not enter the imperial court's silver treasury, but will go into Your Majesty's private silver treasury. The emperor immediately regained his lofty spirit, feeling elated as he thought, this time, it is indeed a great profit. My regular income from the private silver treasury is only 6 million over 2 years. I previously paid over 1 million and now I receive right back 6 million. The trip to the west was truly a sweet deal. I have become immensely rich now, ha ha ha. Fong Jihua was secretly delighted, because 20% of that 6 million belongs to me. I have earned 1,200,000 quantities of silver just by sleeping at home. How wonderful, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Master Wang Ao was currently crying like a river. He thought the silver from the imperial court had gained 1 million quantities of silver from the emperor, but now it seemed he had lost 6 million, truly bitter. The emperor then asked, Zijing has brought his fleet to the miraculous continent, right? Zijing clasped his hands and replied, indeed, Your Majesty. Honored is truly a miraculous land. The population is sparse, but there are some incredibly enchanting crops. I witnessed a vast field of rice firsthand. They only spread a handful of seeds without needing to care for them meticulously. When harvested, the yield is extraordinarily high and the quality is also very good. The vegetation on the miraculous continent is also very dense, with trees so large that 10 people joining hands could not wrap around them. In the Ming Dynasty, we often referred to those trees as sacred trees. In short, the natural resources there are very abundant. It is estimated that there are crop varieties that yield 10 times more than in our country. I have also brought back many of those seeds, Your Majesty. The emperor, upon hearing this, joyfully praised Zijing, indeed, you are at the peak of your craft. This time, you have greatly benefited our Ming Dynasty people. After that, the emperor dismissed the court and stepped outside. Zijing knelt down, tears welling up, and said to his teacher, I have returned, and I miss you very much. Fong Jihua replied, you are the student I cherish and trust greatly. At that moment, the young crown prince was grabbing the clothes of Shou Ningho, intending to use violence to scold him, you deceived me with a fake imperial edict and dared to frame me. Today, I will punch your face so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. In fact, in ancient times, gold and silver were too heavy to carry around all the time. It became a hassle and unsafe for merchants to transport gold and silver everywhere for business. To facilitate people's trading activities and revive the national economy, Fong Jihua established the Jiangxi Bank and decided to issue paper currency. The crown prince was holding 3 pieces of money in his hand and triumphantly said, this is a 100 quantity of silver note, a 10 quantity of silver note, and a 1 quantity of silver note. I personally drew my father's portrait and there's also an anti-fake seal. Looking at the 100 quantity of silver bill that this rude child drew, the emperor found it quite ridiculous.
Fong Jiua, with a confused expression, said, "Is that all right? Why does the Crown Prince draw your Majesty with such a funny face? If your Majesty finds out about this, it'll be trouble." The Crown Prince waved his hand in response, "It's fine. Even if he finds out and wants to beat me up, by then we will have printed the money and released it widely. It would be useless to hit me." The Crown Prince suddenly pulled out a second bill, which was the 10 quantity of silver. On it was an image of the Crown Prince riding a horse, looking incredibly impressive. Next to the bill was written, "General the Crown Prince Zhao Ho Zhao, magnificent and imposing, temporarily returning home to be the principal of Jiangxi Academy, while also being the top scholar in Jiangxi, known in the martial world as Zhuangjie." Fong Jiua, angry, cursed, "What are you doing? Do you know that creating a bill costs a lot? If you print details like this, it will cost a lot of silver." The Crown Prince then hugged the bill and said to Fong Jiua, "You don't need to worry about this. I will pay for the printing costs, okay?" The Crown Prince suddenly took out the third banknote, which was a quantity of silver, featuring the portrait of Fong Jiua and the beautiful princess. Below, there were 2 simple lines of text, "Princess Your Highness Xiu Rong and Prince Consort Fong Jiua." Fong Jiua immediately leaned closer to the Crown Prince's face, angrily asking, "Crown Prince, are you mocking me?" The Crown Prince replied, "Of course not. Drawing this banknote took me the most time, it's very prestigious. And looking at this face, the prestige is quite obvious." The Crown Prince continued, "The soldiers of the Zijing fleet are about to arrive here to collect the silver. Hurry up and print a lot of these banknotes." The young soldier clasped his hands in respect and obeyed the Crown Prince's orders. But Fong Jiua was now holding his face, falling into depression, muttering, "There's no chance for you to redraw the banknote anymore." However, there was still one problem: issuing this paper currency was not easy. Because the people were previously accustomed to using silver, they regarded this banknote merely as ordinary paper with images printed on it. To issue paper currency, you must have a corresponding reserve of gold and silver. To issue a 10 quantity of silver note, you must reserve a real 10 quantity of silver. Otherwise, anyone can draw a picture on paper and claim that it is money and spend it as usual. The Crown Prince looked at the large pile of money on the table, wondering, the banknotes have already been printed, so how should they be issued? At that moment, the soldiers from the Zijing fleet arrived to receive the silver. The Crown Prince began to boast, "You are true heroes. This journey has greatly benefited the future of the Ming Dynasty. Moreover, you have brought back a lot of gold and silver treasures. My father and I are very pleased." The Crown Prince continued, "I knew you would come here, so I have been here personally to commend you. In fact, the gold and silver that you earned abroad is currently being temporarily stored in Jiangxi. I know you have come to receive the silver, and the silver has been prepared. However, when transporting such a large amount of silver, my soldiers faced many difficulties. After only a short distance, they collapsed and could not go any further. Even if you manage to bring this silver home, you will surely be exhausted to death. Furthermore, even if you bring the silver back safely, it is very unsafe. Thieves could sneak into your houses and steal the silver at any moment." The young soldiers, upon hearing this, all felt disheartened, as if they had just lost their ration cards. The Crown Prince then took out 3 banknotes and told the soldiers, "You don't have to worry, for I have this paper money. You can exchange silver for me and receive these handy paper notes. This is money issued by Jiangxi Bank. It is very convenient and safe." An unsuspecting soldier asked again, "Is this our Ming Dynasty paper money?" In fact, the Ming Dynasty had once printed paper money, but due to excessive issuance and lack of control, it had turned into worthless scraps and no one used it anymore. The Crown Prince replied, "This is not the paper money of the Ming Dynasty from before. This paper money is from Jiangxi Bank, guaranteed by my prestige and Prince Consort Fong Jiua. I will not issue it recklessly like the paper money of the Ming Dynasty before. If someone truly deposits 10,000 quantities of silver, I will only print exactly 10,000 quantities of silver and will never issue more." The young soldiers, after hearing this, looked at each other still very skeptical about this paper money.
The Crown Prince immediately asserted, I assure you that its credibility is extremely high. The Crown Prince continued, with Captain Zijing, My esteemed Highness the Crown Prince, and Prince Consort Fong Jiua, we pledge our honor to ensure that the paper money will not lose its value. Even if you do not trust Zijing or Fong Jiua, you must certainly trust me, for I am Fong Tiangong, Marquis Duke of the State, the military commander of the realm, headmaster of Jiangxi Academy, and the most knowledgeable official of Jiangxi, along with the provincial governor of Jiangxi, and also the wise Crown Prince, the most powerful figure of the Ming Dynasty. Is that enough prestige for you? Upon hearing this, the young men felt impressed. The young soldiers also believed it immediately, it truly was incredible. They then shouted, I will exchange the paper money, give me half in paper money, and the rest in silver. One young soldier, holding a large stack of money in his hand, excitedly realized, this is truly miraculous. So much silver is heavy, but now I can just take this stack of paper money home without having to carry silver around laboriously. The esteemed Crown Prince, Your Highness, is indeed very considerate. Another person remarked, this paper money is so convenient. Now I can go wherever I want without worrying about thieves sneaking into my house to steal silver. I can just stuff the money into my coat and it will be safe right away. So the two dear brothers had clinked their hands together to celebrate their first victory. The Jiangxi Bank was ready to operate. Shortly after, the Crown Prince stood with his arms crossed and asked, with this money, you will have a better life. Immediately, I want to ask, are you ready to go to sea? The young soldiers looked downcast upon hearing this, saying nothing. The reason was that up to this point, they still regarded going to sea as an exceptionally arduous and dangerous job. Living conditions at sea were harsh, they had to live in cramped and damp environments, facing unpredictable weather. If a storm occurred, it was very easy for their boat to capsize, leading to death on the sea. Additionally, the lack of food and drinking water further deteriorated the health of the soldiers. Poor hygiene and medical conditions could result in death from even a mild illness. Another issue was the long-term scarcity of fresh vegetables and fruits, which caused the sailors to suffer from severe vitamin deficiencies. They would contract scurvy and could die when they could no longer endure this illness. Not only that, there are enemies from all over, making it possible for soldiers to be ambushed at any time. At this moment, the young man Tian Yu, with a cold gaze, said, in the past, I was also an ordinary soldier, born into a military family. I was ruthlessly oppressed by the higher-ranking county officials, along with pressure from my family and wife and children. There were days when I didn't have enough food to eat 3 meals a day. Life was so miserable that it was dark, unbearable. To be honest, when going to sea, I never thought I would survive to return, let alone be prosperous and wealthy like today. Looking back, I feel that the hardships of going to sea are nothing. Being bullied and witnessing my loved ones suffer is the greatest pain. The other ordinary young soldiers at this moment were contemplating Tian Yu's words. Every word and phrase was profoundly impactful. The reality is that at the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, all families of soldiers who had made contributions in war were awarded land and lived very well. But later, when the war ended, a large number of military families no longer had food to eat, no clothing to cover themselves, and were even exploited for land by higher-ranking officials. In fact, their lives were worse than those of tenant farmers. Tian Yu continued speaking, after I tried my best to go to the west and see the vast world, I am no longer cowardly, and others no longer look down on me. People often called me a lowly soldier, but now they respectfully call me brother soldier. My journey to the West has been successful, allowing me the opportunity to wander all over the world, and moreover, I can earn money to support my wife and children, bringing them a better life. If in the future the Ming Dynasty sets sail again, call for me, I will certainly agree to go immediately. At that moment, the soldiers seemed to be ignited with passion, shouting, we also want to go to the sea. Suddenly, Fong Jiua spoke up, I know that when at sea, the living conditions for sailors are very harsh. Many people even die from bleeding gums. Therefore, I have prepared something for you. Sailors' gums bleed because they have not eaten fruit for a long time. I have researched a special kind of canned fruit that can be stored for a long time without spoiling. In fact, during the time of Napoleon, it was observed that food spoiled easily when on the march. Therefore, Napoleon offered generous rewards to the people in the hope that someone would solve this problem. Later, a chef discovered that by putting all the food into a pot of boiling water and heating it for half an hour, then sealing it tightly with a cork while still hot, and then closing it securely with string or wax, the food will be preserved for a long time in the jar without spoiling. Based on this method, Fong, Jiua, and Hushang have created more than 10 different types of canned food. At this moment, Fong Jiua cheerfully said, "I have dedicated myself to researching these canned foods in the hope that soldiers and sailors will improve their quality of life at sea. You all should give it a try." A young man immediately opened it to taste. When he sampled it, he expressed delight, drooling as he praised, "This is even sweeter than the ordinary pears I've eaten. It's truly miraculous." Zijing also wanted to taste it. The youthful soldier beside her was excited, wanting to set sail immediately. Zijing scoffed and said, "We can't rush like that, young one. Going to sea requires a lot of preparations, including money, soldiers, ships, and many other essential supplies. It might take a year before we can set sail." But Fong Jiua said, "No. Your Majesty has ordered to allocate 2 million quantities of silver for the next sea voyage. As soon as the recruitment order is issued, the families of soldiers from everywhere will quickly come to register. The ships will also be repaired very quickly. Therefore, student Zijing, be prepared to set sail soon." Zijing cried and said, "How can it be so soon? I have only just returned to shore a few days, and now I have to prepare to go back to sea? Does the teacher not care for the student, not want to converse with the student for a few more days?" Fong Jiua made a face even more dreadful than the youth Zijing and replied, "The teacher cares for the student a lot, but this is the order of your Majesty. Going to sea is a matter of great importance for the country. If we are late by a day, it will be a day late to bring back gold and silver. Therefore, the student should listen." So, shortly after, the fleet of Zijing prepared to sail for the third time. The student was wishing to bid farewell to the teacher, and Fong Jiua felt some pity but said nothing. Anyway, Fong Jiua waved goodbye to his student, "Keep going and remember, your mission is to venture deeper into the mainland. Student Zijing, may you have a safe journey." This time there are 7 teams of boats, setting sail in different directions. 6 of those teams are heading west, advancing toward the continent of gold, while the remaining team is heading south, in search of new nations. Speaking of the continent of gold, one cannot forget about the man Shou Ning Ho. He is gripping his fists tightly, believing that one day we will become the richest tycoon in the world. Sometime later, a eunuch rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, there's big news again. The Taida people have come to attack the province of Gansu, in the northwest." The emperor, upon hearing this alarming news, was taken aback. Meanwhile, the crown prince beside him had a completely opposite reaction, feeling extremely excited. The crown prince immediately clasped his hands and asked his father, "Allow me to personally take command. I will immediately lead the troops to Gansu, and eliminate the Taida in no time, may I?" The emperor became furious and said, "No. Are you mocking me? Every time the country is faced with an invading enemy, you seem to be excited like this, why is that?" Afterwards, the emperor rethought his decision and accepted to let his son lead the battle for additional experience. The emperor said, "But you must promise me, only to direct the soldiers from afar, you cannot directly wield a weapon to fight the Taida." The crown prince eagerly thanked his father, "I will undoubtedly live up to your expectations, smashing the Taida to pieces, leaving them in shambles." Some time later, the young man Zhang De was happily carrying a pile of bones somewhere. At this moment, the Wanggong workshop was under orders from the emperor to undergo reform, and the craftsmen in Jiangxi were sent to study further. At this time, 2 young craftsmen from the Wanggong workshop were bewilderedly asking each other, "What is that young man gathering bones for? Could he possibly be a weirdo?" Soon after, Zhang De brought the pile of bones back home, joyfully exclaiming, "I picked up so many bones today. Pig bones, cow bones crushed into ash, then mixed with charcoal powder and other substances to create something truly powerful." Immediately after, several young men came to greet Master Zhang De, and he cheerfully returned their greetings. At that moment, the 2 craftsmen of the Wanggong workshop widened their eyes in astonishment, not expecting that Zhang De had in such a short time risen to the position of a teacher instructing others.
To understand the beginning and end of the story, we must return not long ago. Zhang De clung to Fong Jiua's leg, crying and saying, "I am Zhang De, Zhang Empress is my aunt." In recent years, my hometown has continuously suffered from natural disasters, and my relatives could not survive, so I had to run to the capital city. My aunt said that young master Fong Jiua is the most reliable person, so I came here hoping that the young master would help. Under Fong Jiua's arrangement, Zhang De successfully created a very special canon without the permission of the imperial court. However, the emperor did not blame Zhang De at all because of the Zhang family. Moreover, he praised Zhang De as an excellent craftsman, which made him feel very satisfied. Thanks to the emperor's compliments, Zhang De progressed further on his path of research and weapon manufacturing. Currently, he is joyfully holding a vial and saying, "I have successfully created white phosphorus." Fong Jiua immediately praised, "That's truly wonderful." Then, under Zhang De's guidance, the students Jiang Shi and craftsman Wang Gong worked together to fiddle around and create all sorts of strange things. Zhang De held a bag of explosives in his hand and boasted, "This is a bag of explosives containing iron pellets and gunpowder." We also wrapped some white phosphorus in a small package and placed it inside. Fong Jiua immediately liked it repeatedly, saying, "You guys are amazing. This thing looks terrifying at first glance." Suddenly, the young crown prince patted Fong Jiua on the shoulder and said, "I am going to Gansu soon to lead the troops into battle. I came here to say goodbye to my brother Fong Jiua. This time I want to go alone, don't cry and beg me to follow, lest my father gives you credit and puts all the responsibility on me." The crown prince dramatically stepped out the door while Fong Jiua watched and silently thought, "Even if you plead, I am not going anywhere." In fact, based on history, Fong Jiua knew that a snowstorm would definitely hit the desert this year, and the Taida people would attack Datong to loot food and livestock. Meanwhile, Gansu would have absolutely no battles. The truth was that the emperor also knew that the Taida people were merely pretending to draw troops to attack Gansu, so he agreed to let his son go without much thought. Fong Jiua then went to find the emperor and said, "I already know all of your majesty's plans." The emperor praised his son-in-law, "Indeed, you have a remarkable mind, I cannot hide anything from you." He continued, his face tense, "King Taida has schemed with King National H to cut off the finger of my prized student No Yangji. I have killed King National H, and I fear that Taida will attack me unexpectedly. Therefore, I have secretly sent people to monitor their movements. From the beginning, I knew that they were merely pretending to attack Gansu to lure us to mobilize troops there, but the true target of Taida is Datong. When my crown prince arrives in Gansu, he will see nothing but sand around him. The crown prince is very arrogant, so this time I want him to go to Gansu and accomplish nothing at all. After that, he will retreat and return home, no longer daring to cause trouble." Fong Jiua suddenly gleefully told the officials, "Your Majesty is worried about the crown prince, not wanting him to face danger, so he intentionally sends the crown prince away." Fong Jiua suddenly had a very serious expression and said, "After the Weingong workshop has been renovated, the workers have produced a large quantity of extremely powerful explosives. They only need a few days, half a month to march their troops to attack us and plunder the people. We must let them see how greatly the Ming Dynasty has developed. This time, we will use explosives to eliminate all of them. At that point, they will be terrified and will not dare to touch the Ming Dynasty again." The emperor also expressed his satisfaction, saying, "I have seen the power of the cannons you have created, and I am very much looking forward to them being brought to the actual battlefield. This is a great opportunity to achieve military merit. I will appoint you to lead the balloon guard team along with the Duke of England to Datong to repel the enemy troops from Taida." The old heroic duke beside him immediately shouted, "Those damned Taida have the audacity to touch our Ming Dynasty? I will lead the soldiers to beat them to a pulp. Your Majesty can rest assured while waiting for news of victory from me." But Fong Jiua smiled and replied to his son, "You are still young, you ought to spend more time taking care of it." The Duke of England felt disappointed upon hearing this and did not want to say anything further. The emperor laughed coldly at that moment and told Fong Jiua, "Don't you want to go? Fine, then I will find someone else." But our guy seemed serious and said, "Your Majesty should have your own judgment. Even if I don't want to go, you must force me to go."
After the crown prince returns empty-handed, having achieved nothing, he will know the matter. I have been to Detong, achieved great military feats, and will be very upset. At that time, I will not be able to explain to the crown prince's brothers. So I say this to have a reason to justify my actions in Liaodong. The emperor, with a look of boredom, ordered Fong Jiua, hurry up and go, do not disobey my orders. Fong Jiua immediately jumped up, obeying your majesty is indeed wise and brilliant, hi. Thank you all for watching this video. If you found it interesting, please give me a like and subscribe so I have the motivation to continue translating this series. I thank you very much. A short time later, 80,000 Taida cavalry were divided into several groups, attacking the military fortress outside Detong. Countless soldiers of the Ming Dynasty died in the battle. After the Taida captured the outer stronghold, they took the heads of the Ming Dynasty soldiers and played a game of lanterns. The Duke of England remained calm, knowing that the Taida forces were trying to lure his main army away to rescue the outer fortresses. When they separated the troops, they could easily attack and annihilate everyone. Therefore, they had to stay calm and wait for the entire army to regroup. Detong's army, no one is allowed to engage in battle without my command. Is that clear? The soldiers quickly closed their thighs and clasped their hands, shouting, "Yes, sir." Then, the Duke of England raised his voice and asked, "Soldiers, are the horses and supplies all fully prepared? We don't have much time left." A young soldier, sweating profusely, replied, "Everything is ready, sir, except Prince Consort Fong Jiua, we still haven't seen him." Hearing this, the Duke of England's face darkened with frustration. At that moment, the man was still in the capital palace, enjoying tea and relaxing, living the good life. Suddenly, the emperor angrily shouted directly at him, "What is going on? Why are you still here?" The Duke of England has continuously issued military orders, urging the entire army to converge on Detong. War is about to break out, so why haven't you set off? Fong Jiua was startled and panicked when shouted at. He then flashed a charming smile and said, "Your Majesty has misunderstood me. I am testing a new type of extremely VIP weapon." The emperor suddenly leaned in, his voice serious as he said, "You dog, don't you dare lie. Are you trying to deceive me to avoid responsibility, huh?" Thus, Fong Jiua led your Majesty to experiment with the new weapon. A young man was in a hot air balloon, holding a massive package of explosives. When the balloon rose high enough, the young man threw the package of explosives down, instantly creating a world-shattering explosion that dazzled everyone. Zhang De reported, "The result is that a total of 97 scarecrows have been burned to ashes." If the scarecrows were more densely packed, the damage would have been even more catastrophic, Your Majesty. The emperor was shocked, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. He then clenched his fists and praised Fong Jiua for doing an excellent job. Sharpening the knife well will save time chopping wood. With this powerful explosive package, the Taida people will definitely be blown to ashes without us needing to expend too many of our resources. Suddenly, Fong Jiua struck a pose, looking self-satisfied and said, "This is called the Super Ultimate Destruction Explosive." The emperor immediately pointed and sternly ordered, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry to Detong for me. If not, the whip will hit your behind until it blooms." At this moment, at the Gansu city gate, the crown prince had arrived along with Lu Xun and an elite troop. The chief official here remarked, "Isn't the crown prince taking a big risk? There are no Taida soldiers here, they withdrew long ago." Upon hearing this, the crown prince clutched his head as if suffering from psychological trauma, muttering, "I really am foolish." Suddenly he remembered, there are many valleys and rivers in Gansu, completely unsuitable for large military battles. The Taida just pretended to attack Gansu to trick me into bringing my troops here. So infuriating, truly foolish. The crown prince shouted in frustration, "So it turns out my ancestors knew everything in advance, which is why they easily agreed to let me be a general commanding the troops to come here. It drives me crazy." The official next to him could only stand there dumbfounded, unable to say anything. The crown prince thought to himself, "If Fong Jiua knows I brought troops here and found no Taida, he will definitely humiliate me. I can't let that happen, I must think of a way."
You are angry, so you take it out on the general. Bring out all the finest wine and meat here so that all my soldiers can eat and drink to their heart's content. At this moment, the soldiers were all disheartened. This trip was indeed meaningless. The governor of Gansu then asked, "When does the Crown Prince Your Highness plan to return to the capital palace?" The Crown Prince coldly replied, "Not for a long time." Suddenly, clenching his fist, he declared loudly, "I will become the General Marquis Fire Melody Ice Army." The General Marquis Fire Melody Ice Army was a figure from He. He had previously led a small army to attack the Taita people and achieved a glorious victory in history. On the first day, the Crown Prince went deep into the desert, standing to urinate far away. The soldiers cheerfully said, "The Crown Prince Your Highness also knows how to pee like us." "It's the first time we've known, surprising indeed." By the second day, the Crown Prince was scratching his head and ears in anger. The young soldiers laughed and said, "The Crown Prince Your Highness also has itchy lice like us, huh?" The soldiers continued, "I thought that the body of the Crown Prince Your Highness was a divine being, needing no food or drink and never getting dirty. It turns out that the Crown Prince is just like us, if not showered for a long time, still gets lice and scratches like we do. This trip with the Crown Prince to the desert has truly taught us many useful things and broadened our horizons. If I am to die in battle alongside the Crown Prince here, I will have no regrets." The Crown Prince then said, "Right now, there is no Crown Prince Your Highness here, but rather I am your general. We are not here to die, but to defeat the Taita army and return victorious. Do you understand, you fool like a dog?" The soldier replied, "Yes, general, but we have gone quite deep into the desert and still haven't encountered any Taita soldiers." Then, on the third day, Eunuch Lucian suddenly spotted something through his binoculars and reported, "Dear Crown Prince, ahead there are hundreds of Taita soldiers, they are about 5 miles away from us." The Crown Prince smiled triumphantly, believing they had finally found the Taita. "I have been waiting for this day for quite a while." In reality, when the Crown Prince was young, he had longed for the day he could fight in the desert. Therefore, for a long time, he had practiced countless horseback riding and archery exercises, his skills becoming incredibly formidable. Moreover, the Crown Prince had conducted extensive research on combat skills and everything related to the Taita people, as he recognized that the Taita had peak physical abilities and military skills. Thus, he adopted the lifestyle of the Taita from a young age, frequently consuming alcohol and meat. The Crown Prince also understood that the Taita people were proficient in many different languages, so he emulated them, mastering several languages of the countries neighboring the Ming Dynasty from an early age. The Crown Prince had now mounted his horse, commanding with great authority, "Brothers, prepare yourselves to follow my command and annihilate all the Taita." The young men responded loudly, "Understood, General." Meanwhile, among the Taita, the white-bearded man was General Gut Ali. Following the orders of King Taita the Great Khan, he had come here to feign an attack on Gansu province to draw attention. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, shouting, "General, it's bad. It seems that someone quite large is approaching here." Mr. Gut Ali continued to drink, replying, "You're just hallucinating because you've played too hard. In this desert, who else is there besides us? It could also be some native of a tribe around here. Then it's even better. Tonight we can rob their tents while they sleep peacefully." But when Mr. Gut Ali glanced over, he nearly popped his eyes out. The soldiers were numerous and were shouting like savage beasts, extremely fierce. The Taita soldier, feeling scared, nervously asked, "What should we do, General? The Ming Dynasty troops have actually come to attack us." Mr. Gut Ali then gleefully shouted, "Well, that's just great. Why are those worthless soldiers so bold as to come to our territory today? Those useless scoundrels can't do anything useful. Follow my orders and wipe them out, not leaving a single one alive." Suddenly, an arrow shot through at the speed of light. Just as he finished barking his command, Karma struck back. The arrow pierced through his chest, and he immediately fell backward to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The surrounding Taita soldiers were horrified beyond belief, unable to comprehend it. Mr. Gut Ali writhed on the ground, bitterly wondering, where did this arrow come from? This audacious young man could be guessed by everyone, that was the skilled archer Zhang Yuan, a formidable player.
A soldier from Taida was still bewildered, unable to believe that the Ming Dynasty truly had an archer with such incredible arm strength. Then the group shouted, "Quickly, assemble the formation and prepare for battle." The Crown Prince then loudly commanded, "Change the formation immediately." The Crown Prince's army moved in a circle, surrounding the Taida soldiers. The Crown Prince continued to shout orders, "Fire the arrows." Instantly, the soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows upon the Taida. One soldier, seeing the dire situation, ordered, "Quickly, scatter the formation." The Taida group attempted to retreat backward but were blocked by the Crown Prince's soldiers. The Crown Prince suddenly, with high spirits, exclaimed, "Brothers in arms, listen well. Surround the Taida and immediately kill them all." Next came the scene where the Crown Prince and 500 soldiers of the Ming Dynasty charged in, slaughtering wildly. The ordinary young men, who seemed a bit dazed, surprisingly looked extremely impressive today. After a tense and fierce battle, the conflict eventually came to an end. After carefully considering, Lucian clasped his hands and reported to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, we have killed a total of 421 Taida soldiers. Our army has 19 wounded and 8 killed in action." The Crown Prince maintained a cold expression, appearing very impressive. At his feet lay a severely wounded Taida soldier, struggling to plead, "Please, spare my life." The Crown Prince unexpectedly swung his sword, cutting decisively. The soldier instantly fell lifeless. The Crown Prince continued to glare and said, "Taida people, remember well, it was the Crown Prince, your Highness, who today killed your kind." Afterwards, a large fire was lit. The Crown Prince clenched his fist and declared loudly, "We are not stopping here. Tomorrow, we will advance deeper. We must kill more Taida soldiers to avenge the crimes they have committed against our Ming Dynasty." Thank you all for watching this video. Currently, the novel from China has released its latest volume. If there are any updates with new chapters, I will try to translate them for you as soon as possible. And if you find it enjoyable, please give me a like and subscribe. I sincerely thank you very much.